a dying dead tree in the forest, yet revered by all races in the world, ruling over countless fierce beasts. His roots break through the shackles, piercing every corner of the world. His branches sway gently, enough to shake the mountains and rivers. Even a willow leaf of his can cut through the heavens and gods. Just because I awakened the devouring purification system, killing the devouring creatures can gain evolution points, and then let myself complete the evolution. But now I am trembling, muttering in my mouth that they can't see me. They can't see me, just because the mountain range where I am located. The danger level at night is several levels higher than during the day. In the night mountains, some nocturnal beasts are preparing to hunt for food. I listen to the roars of the beasts coming from all directions, as well as the sounds of their struggles. I am extremely nervous, but unfortunately, I have no means of attack and can only grow by absorbing nutrients from the soil cautiously. Born as a tree, I cannot move my position. So now, all I can do is pray that these beasts will return to their territory after their killing spree, or else it may very well affect me. The 10-meter ancient tree seems quite tall, but in the mountains, there are ancient trees over 100 meters tall. Perhaps hearing my prayers, although the roars of the beasts are still echoing, the vibrations have noticeably subsided. This indicates that in the ongoing struggle and fight, one side has emerged victorious, and victory often determines life or death. A black bear over 5 meters tall came striding towards me without giving me much time to think. Its black fur standing on end like stiff steel needles. Its chest was a mess of flesh and blood, with glimpses of pulsating organs. Clearly a severely injured beast. My heart raced a bit, as the bear emitted a strong aura that was definitely not comparable to a rabbit or any other less dangerous creature. If the bear were unharmed, I wouldn't dare entertain any thoughts, but now, this bear is severely wounded. Its injuries clearly bringing it to the brink of death. If I could kill this beast by myself, I am sure I can make a breakthrough, but for safety reasons, I did not act rashly. I want to wait until the beast is truly dead, and then devour its corpse, which can also gain purification value. After all, whether devouring a living or dead creature, the effect is almost the same, as long as it is fresh enough. If the time of death is too long, the loss of vitality in the creature's body is severe, then the effect of devouring will be greatly reduced. The black bear relies on resting beside the ancient tree, and that strong aura gradually weakens, as if it is about to die completely. As I was secretly pleased, the motionless black bear suddenly struggled to get up and wanted to leave. Seeing this, a touch of anxiety arose in my heart. Unable to restrain the impulse in my heart any longer, I unleashed the power of my innate magic, and a root broke through the soil, instantly binding the black bear firmly. The sudden attack clearly startled the black bear, and it roared in anger. The powerful force burst from both arms, trying to break free from the shackles of roots. My stout roots make a loud noise, as if they are about to break at any moment. The sharp pain strikes my heart, making my mind tremble. However, I did not give up, but endured the severe pain and continued to entangle the black bear with all my strength. At the same time, one end of the root directly drilled into the black bear's wound, fiercely piercing its flesh and blood, and stabbing into the heart. Such severe pain drove the black bear completely crazy. Unfortunately, the black bear had already been seriously injured. Now, with its heart pierced by the root, a large amount of vitality was drained and absorbed by the root, leaving no room for resistance. Gradually, the black bear's struggle weakened, its burly body visibly shrinking at a rapid pace, turning into a dried corpse in less than a moment, dragged into the soil by the roots, serving as nourishment for this land. Devouring a first-order medium-grade fierce beast, gaining 100 evolution points. The information that appeared in my mind made me happy. I didn't expect the black bear's grade to reach the first-order medium grade, like the rabbits I had killed before, which were only at grade 0, and when the black bear came, it was already seriously injured. Even in this situation, it was given 100 evolution points. Therefore, the first-order medium-grade fierce beast in its prime must give more evolution points. But no matter what, killing a first-order medium-grade fierce beast satisfies the breakthrough requirement. It takes 100 evolution points to break through from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Now my evolution points have reached 160 points. With a thought, I directly chose to break through. As the thought fell, I felt a shock in my mind. Then, I saw a mysterious force gathering from all directions. The ancient tree, 10 meters high, seemed to have received immense nourishment, growing taller at a visible speed. 12 meters, 18 meters, in less than a moment, my height has already surpassed 30 meters. At the same time, the roots inside the earth are also growing rapidly, from originally occupying a territory of 30 meters in diameter, to now occupying a territory of 150 meters in diameter. In addition, the roots in the soil have become thicker and stronger, more than twice as powerful as before. After 30 minutes, the slowly dissipating aura of the first evolution, The fluctuations in my mind gradually subsided, and I woke up from the breakthrough state. 30 meters high, roots spread throughout a radius of 150 meters. Sensing the changes brought about by my breakthrough, I was delighted and quickly summoned my system panel. At this point, my maximum lifespan has reached 1,000 years, an increase of 500 years from the previous 0th rank. My talent, the divine power of death roots, has transformed from the 0th stage talent divine power to the first stage talent divine power, allowing me to control 10 roots at the same time, with much greater power than before. I have also gained 3 new divine powers: vigorous growth, spiritual hydrogen, and ancient talent. Vigorous growth can refine the essence of the sun and moon, gaining 1 point of evolution value every day. Spiritual hydrogen can be refined to obtain corresponding evolution value, and the amount of evolution value obtained is directly proportional to the richness of spiritual energy. Later, I looked at the ancient art talent, which is also very simple. It allows me to have a bottom line that surpasses the same rank, but at the same time, the breakthrough will become difficult. It can be considered a double-edged sword. Although the ancient art talent makes his breakthrough difficult, the 2 talents of vigorous growth and spiritual affinity also make up for some shortcomings. Just the divine ability of vigorous growth. Even if I don't devour other killers, I can rely on this divine ability to complete the next evolution again in 2 years. But this is still too slow for my path to become stronger. Stepping into the first rank, I can understand how weak I was when I was at rank 0 before. Many ancient trees in the mountains, which have existed for more than 100 years, have been affected by the fighting of the beasts and are on the verge of extinction. Nowadays, the strength of the first step is not enough. I must break through to a stronger level in a short time. But no matter what, I am very satisfied with this breakthrough. Soon, my mind is firm. I can only pray in the dark, hoping that no fierce beast will affect me, giving myself enough time to grow. Only by strengthening myself with the 2 divine powers and actively hunting down other fierce beasts can I truly ensure my own survival. With this in mind, the joy that came after the breakthrough gradually calmed down, and I began to observe the situation of the expanded territory. My roots spread all over the land, and wherever the roots touched felt like living creatures visible to the naked eye, even more sensitive than the latter. At the same time, the leaves on my body can also see things like eyes. Although the perception is not as sensitive as the roots, it can see farther. Suddenly, I was looking forward to something. If one day, my roots could spread throughout the entire mountain range, even breaking free from the constraints of the mountains, maybe I could see the true face of this world. Time flies, like a white horse passing a crack. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, there have been hardly any ferocious beasts entering my territory, which shattered my idea of evolving by devouring and hunting them for evolution points. But it's okay. Growing strong, the month provided me with a guaranteed 30 evolution points, but the affinity of aura has only given me 3 evolution points in the past month, which makes it somewhat difficult for me to accept. Just as I was about to take another look at how to use the affinity of aura, a strong sense of crisis instantly made all my nerves tense. At this moment, not far away, a bloody white rabbit is rushing towards me, with a black fierce tiger chasing behind it with a gaping mouth. It seems like whatever I want will come true. Without hesitation, I break through the soil and directly pierce the front of the little self-defense mechanism. The tiger's instinct warns it, and it instinctively dodges to the side. But before it can feel relieved, several roots emerge from the soil again. Sudden change, so that the fierce tiger beast was not expected. The body was directly pierced by several roots. Thick fur simply cannot play a half defense. Soon, the tiger beast's flesh and blood were all gone, devouring a first-order lower-grade ferocious beast, gaining 100 points of evolutionary value. Information surfaced in Gu Qingyang's mind, and when he looked at the panel again, the evolution value had silently increased by 100 points. The increase of 100 points of evolution value made him feel that his torso had become firm, his roots had become much tougher, and he had become more powerful. First-rank lower-grade ferocious beasts are almost completely killed in seconds. This is probably the reason for the ancient tree's talent, allowing me to far surpass ferocious beasts of the same rank. I just don't know if I'll be able to successfully kill it against a first-rank middle-grade ferocious beast as well. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. He thought of the black bear. Right now, devouring a first-order lower-grade fierce beast would give him 100 points of evolutionary value. So if it was a black bear in its heyday, the evolutionary value given would definitely be quite a lot. 100 points of evolution value arrived. The earth returned to calm, and the soil that had originally turned up was all carefully smoothed out by Gu Qingyang's manipulation of the root whiskers, leaving no traces behind. Since devouring the fierce tiger beast, the land where Gu Qingyang was located was once again at peace. On this day, Gu Qingyang suddenly woke up from his slumber. There was an extremely powerful might descending from the sky dome. causing him to instinctively feel a palpitation, as if some terrifying existence had appeared. Immediately after that, black shadows were seen descending onto the earth. Gu Qingyang looked through the branches and leaves and could see an extremely powerful divine eagle flying past with its wings spread out. The other party's body was hundreds of meters in size, and its wings were spread out as if it was able to cover the sky and the sun. Under the sunlight, the golden plumes emitted a divine and brilliant color. The powerful pressure made Gu Qingyang's body unable to stop trembling, and his branches and leaves were shaking unnoticeably. Fortunately, the golden divine eagle appeared abruptly and left abruptly, in almost less than a breath. The other party had disappeared from Gu Qingyang's field of vision. Only after a long time did this powerful pressure slowly dissipate. Gu Qingyang forced down the shock in his heart, recalling the scene he had just seen. The majestic stance of the golden divine eagle seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. A second stage ferocious beast? No. This ferocious beast is by no means as simple as second rank. It could be third rank, or higher than third rank. This was the most powerful aura of the ferocious beasts that Gu Qingyang had seen in the past 10 years, and the pressure alone made it impossible to resist. This level of ferocious beasts, by no means of first-order ferocious beasts, can be compared, even if it is a second-order ferocious beasts. In the view of Gu Qingyang cannot be comparable to the golden feathered divine eagle just now. As for whether the golden feathered eagle was at the third level, or higher than the third level, it was unknown. After all, this level was too high for Gu Qingyang to touch right now. Since there can be a ferocious beast like the golden feathered divine eagle in this mountain range, there must be other ferocious beasts that can match the golden feathered divine eagle, and the golden feathered divine eagle may not necessarily be the strongest ferocious beast. I've just stepped into the first rank today. My strength is ultimately too weak. Gu Qingyang secretly sighed. The strength of killing a first-rank lower-grade ferocious beast in seconds was far from enough for him to gain a foothold in the mountain range, and only through constant breakthroughs would he be able to make himself last. At this moment, perhaps frightened by the golden feathered divine eagle, several fierce beasts intruded into Gu Qingyang's territory. Some of these beasts had a weak aura and could only be considered as zero-order beasts, while others had a powerful aura and were clearly stepping into the first-order level. However, regardless of whether it was a zero-order or a first-order, the moment the beasts broke into the territory, a large number of roots rose up from the ground, piercing through the bodies of these beasts with a thunderous momentum. In an instant, a ferocious beast wailed and fell to the ground, with no room for resistance, and was directly devoured. Devouring a zero-rank ferocious beast, gain 5 points of evolution value. Devouring a first-order lower-grade ferocious beast, gaining 100 points of evolution value. Devouring a first-rank lower-grade ferocious beast, 100 points of evolutionary value are obtained. Devour a zero-rank beast and receive 5 points of evolutionary value. Devour a zero-rank beast and receive 5 points of evolutionary value. Densely packed information surfaced, and Gu Qingyang only felt surging power surging into his torso, causing his branches and leaves to become even more lush, and his roots rooted in the earth to become more and more resilient. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 10/1000. Rank, first order lower grade, 405/500. Talent aptitude, death root, first rank. Thrive, first rank. Aura affinity, first rank. Ancient tree talent, first rank. Almost there. Just need to devour one more first order lower grade fierce beast and I'll be able to complete my breakthrough and truly step into the first order middle grade. The accumulation of this period of time, as well as devouring several fierce beasts, allowed Gu Qingyang's evolutionary value to directly break through 400 points. It was less than 100 away from the 500 mark. At this current rate, even if there were no other ferocious beasts coming to his door, Gu Qingyang was certain that he would break through within 3 months. The breakthrough was imminent. Gu Qingyang's heart became calmer and calmer. The shadows that the golden feathered divine eagle had given him were now dissipated. This level of ferocious beasts was not something that he could fight against at this stage, so Gu Qingyang didn't care too much. If the other party really wanted to target him, no matter how much he resisted, it would be futile. In that case, it would be better to strengthen himself as much as possible. With the departure of the golden feathered divine eagle, the ferocious beasts of the entire mountain range seemed to have become active, and within the next few days, Gu Qingyang had devoured several more ferocious beasts. It was only a pity. The strength of these beasts were all not strong. None of the beasts were able to step into the first rank. All of them were at the zero rank level. But a mosquito's leg is also meat. Devouring several zero-order beasts allowed Gu Qingyang to get closer and closer on the road to breakthrough, almost to the point of the door. Right at this moment, a powerful aura appeared within Gu Qingyang's range of perception, only to see that the visitor was a ferocious beast like a giant ape, whose aura could not be compared to the golden feathered divine eagle, but it was more powerful than all of the ferocious beasts that he had devoured so far. It's at least a first-order mid-grade ferocious beast. Gu Qingyang's heart was heavy. A first-rank mid-grade ferocious beast was one level higher than his current rank, and he didn't want to get into any conflict with ferocious beasts of this rank if he didn't have to. However, Gu Qingyang had no intention of making a move against the ferocious beast, but the giant ape ferocious beast in front of him was clearly fixated on Gu Qingyang. As the other party looked at the ancient tree in front of him, a look of longing spreading from his tyrannical eyes. This was the ferocious beast's desire to devour living beings. Gu Qingyang understood. It was the energy contained within his body that had attracted the attention of the giant ape ferocious beast. Nowadays, although he was only an ancient tree, from the moment he awakened his natural aptitude, he had already left the realm of ordinary trees. After breaking through the first stage, the sap flowing from the trunk of the ancient tree all contained surging aura energy. However, Gu Qingyang realized that ferocious beasts of the same rank as himself could not perceive this energy in his body, and only ferocious beasts of a higher rank than himself could perceive it. As expected, the great ape beast was striding towards the ancient tree. Seeing the imminent danger, Gu Qingyang couldn't do anything even if he didn't want to. Swoosh! Several roots broke out of the ground and twisted towards the giant ape beast, who seemed to have expected it, as if he had already anticipated it. His large hand directly grabbed the incoming roots, and violently yanked with force. Instantly, the extremely tough roots cracked, and turquoise sap flowed out from the wound, and the intense pain inspired Gu Qingyang's anger, and the branches and leaves trembled crazily. Dao root whiskers from the ground out, with extremely fast speed towards the giant ape beast. Seeing that his forceful tug did not directly tear the roots off as expected, a humanized doubt surfaced in the tyrannical eyes of the great ape beast, but without waiting for it to think too much, the remaining roots were already attacking. The first grade talent avatar Deathroot Beard allowed Gu Qingyang to directly manipulate 10 roots, and now the 10 roots had come out in unison, blocking off all the paths of retreat for the giant ape beast. The latter obviously sensed the danger and roared angrily, his sturdy and powerful arms waving, the air popping from the powerful force. The great ape beast grabbed the 2 roots and pulled them with force, and the roots, which had already been cracked, were directly pulled off by this powerful force. But in the moment when the roots were pulled off, the remaining roots had already forcibly broken through the giant ape beast's defense and ruthlessly pierced into its flesh and blood. Feeling the loss of its own chi and blood, the great ape beast immediately felt panicked and began to desperately struggle, wanting to get out of the range of the root attack. However, the loss of a large amount of chi and blood caused the strength of the great ape beast to gradually weaken, and the root whiskers crazily wrapped around the great ape beast, then continuously devoured the energy from the other party. Gradually, the struggle of the great ape beast was getting weaker and weaker, and in less than a moment, there was no more sound. The original sturdy body was now also becoming paralyzed. Majestic power surged from the root whiskers into Gu Qingyang's body. The broken root whiskers recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, while their own underpinnings gradually strengthened, devouring a first-rank upper-grade ferocious beast, gaining 200 points of evolution value. Gu Qingyang dragged the already dried-up corpse of the giant ape into the earth, then glanced at his own panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 10/1000. Rank, Lower First Order, 580 to 500 can be broken through. Talent, Deathroot, First Rank. Thrive, First Rank. Aura Affinity, First Rank. Ancient Tree Talent, First Rank. 580 evolution points? Gu Qingyang's mind was stunned. Over this period of time, he had already accumulated 430 points of evolutionary value. Counting the 200 points of evolutionary value he had just received, it should be 630 points. Now there were only 580 points, which meant that 50 points of evolutionary value were missing. After a moment's thought, Gu Qingyang probably understood what had happened. The 50 points of evolutionary value that was consumed should have been used to recover from the injuries. Slaying the giant ape ferocious beast, Gu Qingyang wasn't intact. 2 of his root whiskers were broken, and several of his root whiskers were shocked. But now after devouring the giant ape fierce beast, all of his injuries were recovered. But the recovery of injuries can't be without a reason. Combined with the missing 50 points of evolutionary value, it's obvious that these missing evolutionary value is used in the recovery of injuries. In this regard, Gu Qingyang didn't care too much. Even if 50 points of evolutionary value were missing, he could still fulfill the conditions for a breakthrough right now. There was no hesitation. Gu Qingyang immediately chose to break through. Growth. Crazy growth. The ancient tree that was originally around 30 meters once again saw a change, only to see the 30-meter ancient tree grow to 50 meters before it managed to stop. At the same time, after stepping into the middle grade of the first rank, Gu Qingyang felt that the power at his disposal had almost doubled compared to before the breakthrough. If he were to change into the current version of himself, if he were to take on that first-order upper-grade beast, it wouldn't take much effort at all to finish it off. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang sank his mind and looked at his current attributes. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 10/1500. Grade, first order medium, 80/2000. Talent aptitude, death root, first rank. Thrive, first rank. Aura affinity, first rank. Ancient tree talent, first rank. The lifespan is already 1500 years. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of emotion when he saw his lifespan. It was true. The lifespan of a tree was not something that could be compared to other living beings. A first-rank middle grade could live for 1500 years. If it was to continue to break through, not to say immortality, but to say a few tens of thousands of years would only be easy. However, although the lifespan was enhanced, the breakthrough to the next rank was also becoming much more difficult. 2000 points of evolutionary value to break through to the upper first rank. The ancient tree talent is really a double-edged sword. Without the influence of the ancient tree talent, it would be much easier for me to break through. Gu Qingyang was somewhat helpless. 2000 points of evolution value was not a small amount. Even if he were to devour a first-rank upper-grade ferocious beast, he would still need 10 of them to reach the evolution requirement. However, the ancient tree talent wasn't really useless. From the battle with the giant ape ferocious beast, it was evident that Gu Qingyang was able to fight and kill a first-order upper-grade ferocious beast even though he was a first-order lower grade, so it was evident that he had a strong foundation. Now that he had broken through to the middle grade of the first rank, it was even easier to kill the upper grade of the first-rank ferocious beasts. It was just a question of whether he would be able to kill the second-rank ferocious beasts. There is no major change in the innate divine ability. It seems that if you want the divine ability to metamorphose, it must be a major realm breakthrough. Seeing that the gifted avatar did not metamorphose, although Gu Qingyang felt pity, he did not care too much. Nowadays, he had sort of figured out some patterns. Something like a small realm breakthrough within an equilibrium would not bring about much of a change, and only when one broke through from one equilibrium to another would there be a big metamorphosis. Nowadays, Gu Qingyang stepped into the middle grade of the first rank, and the ancient tree's body drew up to 50 meters, but in comparison to other ancient trees that were more than 100 meters tall, it still belonged to the disciple of disciples. However, it was worth saying that Gu Qingyang hadn't seen the same situation as himself in other ancient trees. From this, it could be seen, not every ancient tree could set foot in cultivation, and he himself was completely considered an exception. Then there was, stepping into the middle grade of the first order. The roots of the ancient tree had been able to extend to an area of 300 meters, so as long as there was a ferocious beast stepping within the 300-meter area, Gu Qingyang would be able to directly hunt it down. Moreover, if there was any wind blowing, he would be able to sense it first. This point, undoubtedly greatly enhanced Gu Qingyang's survivability. Time passed. Spring and summer changed. On the bare ground, there was a 60-meter ancient tree standing in the middle of it, with its gorgeous branches and leaves hanging down, but no birds were to be seen. Occasionally, there were ferocious beasts that stepped into this place, but they were all stabbed by the burgeoning roots, and then their entire corpses were dragged into the middle of the ground, forcibly devouring them all. Devouring a first-rank upper-grade ferocious beast, obtaining 200 points of evolution value. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/2000. Rank, first order upper grade, 4300/5000. Talent aptitude, death roots, first rank. Thrive, first rank. Aura affinity, first rank. Ancient tree talent, first rank. 5 years. Gu Qingyang glanced at his own attributes. Without realizing it, another 5 years had passed. Ever since becoming an ancient tree, he had become more and more sluggish to changes in time, and 5 years would seem like a snap of the fingers. For 5 years, Gu Qingyang had continuously devoured ferocious beasts, as well as refining the essence of the sun and moon, plus diligently absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. His strength could be said to have steadily increased. 3 years ago, Gu Qingyang managed to break the boundaries, directly rising from the middle grade of the first rank to the upper grade of the first rank. The breakthrough in the realm allowed his lifespan to break through to 2000 years, but the evolutionary value required for the breakthrough also skyrocketed to 5000 points. There was also a great change in strength. 1 year ago, a first-order consummate ferocious beast stepped into the range of the ancient tree and was directly killed by Gu Qingyang with a thunderous force. And half a year ago, a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast stepped into the range of the ancient tree, and similarly couldn't escape the fate of falling. It can be said, although Gu Qingyang was now a first-order upper grade, even if he was facing a second-order lower-grade beast directly, he didn't have half a problem. The advantage of the ancient tree talent had gradually manifested itself. A first-order upper grade would be able to kill a second-order lower-grade beast, and if he could step into first-order perfection, even killing a second-order middle-grade beast would not be a problem. Nowadays, After 5 years of accumulation, Gu Qingyang was only 700 points short of the first-rank consummate evolution value. However, 5,000 points of evolutionary value were needed to get from the top of the first rank to the first rank consummate. So stepping from the first rank consummate to the second rank lower rank must require even more evolutionary value. With my strength nowadays, I should be among the strongest in the mountain range. After all, even though I haven't stepped into the ranks of the second order, my true strength is already no weaker than the second order. Gu Qingyang thought secretly. Over the past 10 years, he had seen quite a few ferocious beasts. At that time, when he was at the 0 stage, Gu Qingyang only felt that those beasts were extremely powerful. But in retrospect, those beasts weren't as strong as he had expected. If they could enter the second stage, they were almost at the top, like the golden feather divine eagle, that level of ferocious beasts. 15 years Gu Qingyang only saw one. It can be seen, beasts that can enter the second stage, the strength is already considered powerful. As long as you don't run into a beast at the level of the golden feathered god eagle, you won't have a problem staying alive. Of course, Gu Qingyang didn't really let up. Since the golden feathered eagle existed, it meant that there were always beasts in the mountain range that threatened him. The last time the golden feathered eagle had appeared, but had ignored himself. In Gu Qingyang's opinion, it should be because he was too weak. Now, if the golden feathered divine eagle reappeared, it might be attracted by the spiritual energy in his body, and thus make a move on himself like other ferocious beasts. In order to prevent such a situation, how could Gu Qingyang dare to slack off? As Gu Qingyang's mind sank into silence, the situation beyond a radius of 600 meters all fell into his perceptions. First order top grade. The roots were spread over a 600-meter radius. At one time, within a 600-meter radius of Gu Qingyang, there were also quite a few ancient trees that existed. It was only a pity Gu Qingyang had fought with that second-order lower-grade fierce beast, causing the other ancient trees to be affected, and all of them were destroyed. This led to the fact that within the area where Gu Qingyang's roots were spread out, only his own soul seedling remained alive. A month later, the ferocious beasts of the entire mountain range suddenly became seething, and in the wakefulness of his original slumber, a palpitating feeling was born in the underworld, causing him to wake up from his slumber. What happened? Gu Qingyang's face was grave. Among his senses, he didn't detect any abnormalities, but there was a voice in the underworld that seemed to be telling him that something big was about to happen. Without waiting for Gu Qingyang to think too much, he felt an extremely powerful breath erupt from the mountain range. And although these breaths were not as good as the golden feathered divine eagle, they were all at least at the second stage level. Right at this moment, another breath erupted. As if it could suppress the entire dome of the sky, Gu Qingyang could clearly see through the moonlight that it was a familiar golden color. Golden feathered divine eagle. Even though it was 5 years apart, for the terrifying figure of yesteryear, Gu Qingyang was firmly engraved in his mind. At this moment, the golden feathered divine eagle appeared, its aura as powerful as ever. As this extremely powerful aura erupted, all the ferocious beasts that had erupted their powerful auras seemed to subside, looking at the golden figure in the dome of the sky, their tyrannical eyes revealing a humanized awe. This was the awe for the most powerful. It symbolized the golden feathered divine eagle's supreme status in the mountain range. Suddenly, the dome of the sky shook. In Gu Qingyang's shocked gaze, countless cracks surfaced in the previously calm dome of the sky, as if it was about to break into ceramics. Immediately afterward, a countless amount of blood rain was seen spilling down from the cracks, with a lot of it landing on the golden feathered divine eagle's body, while most of the remaining blood rain landed on the bodies of other ferocious beasts. Devouring heavenly blood, gaining 100 points of evolution value. Devouring heavenly blood, gaining 100 points of evolution value. Devouring heavenly blood, gaining 100 points of evolution value. Without waiting for Gu Qingyang to truly figure out what was going on, there was a dense flood of information in his mind, followed by a majestic power surging out from his body. Almost in less than a moment, the evolutionary value had already reached a level where it was able to break through the first stage of perfection. There was no time to think more. Gu Qingyang directly chose to break through. Rumble, only to see the majestic power erupt out. The 60-meter ancient tree grew to the extent of 90 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the area originally occupied by the roots and stems directly morphed from 600 meters to 1200 meters. The drastic increase in strength. Gu Qingyang didn't get to be happy much when he saw the rain of blood continue to fall, and the information in his mind continue to surface. Devouring heavenly blood, gained 100 points of evolutionary value. Devouring heavenly blood, gained 100 points of evolutionary value. Devouring heavenly blood, gaining 100 points of evolution value. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/2500. Rank, first order perfection, 500 out of 10. 000. Talent, Death Roots, first rank. Thrive, first rank. Aura Affinity, first rank. Ancient Tree Talent, first rank. Gu Qingyang looked at his growing evolutionary value, as well as his own increasing strength, and his mind, which had been calm for a long time, became agitated. Opportunity. This is a heavenly chance. Gu Qingyang had thought that if he wanted to break through to the second stage, it would take at least 10 years or more before he could do so, but he didn't expect that a rain of blood would come down, but it allowed him to directly see the hope of a breakthrough. What exactly the so-called heavenly blood was, Gu Qingyang did not know, but there was one thing he was able to understand. Heavenly blood was a good thing. A single drop of heavenly blood could directly increase the evolutionary value by 100 points, and as long as the heavenly blood lasted long enough, not only would he break through the second stage, even if he broke through the third stage, Gu Qingyang had a certain degree of certainty. At the same time, Gu Qingyang could also detect the powerful aura coming from the mountain range, indicating that the other ferocious beasts were all making breakthroughs of varying degrees after receiving the gift of heavenly blood. Finally, Gu Qingyang landed his gaze on the golden feathered divine eagle in the sky above the dome of the heavens. As he himself made a breakthrough by bathing in the heavenly blood, the golden feathered divine eagle flew up to the dome of the heavens and obviously received even more benefits from the horrendous pressure that was gradually increasing on the other party. Gu Qingyang understood that this ferocious beast was also making a breakthrough. If the golden feathered divine eagle made a breakthrough, its strength would only become even more terrifying. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang also ignored the golden feathered divine eagle and silently absorbed the power of the heavenly blood, allowing himself to accelerate his breakthrough. Now that he had stepped into the first stage of perfection, his rhizome was able to spread over 200 meters, and he was able to absorb even more heavenly blood, and as long as it fell within the rhizome's range, it was all absorbed frantically by Gu Qingyang. The evolutionary value needed to break through the second stage was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In less than half an hour, the 10,000 points of evolutionary value that Gu Qingyang needed had all been collected. In an instant, he then chose to make a breakthrough. Boom! Only to see that amongst the earth, there was an ancient tree growing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the original 90 meters, it instantly skyrocketed to the extent of 300 meters. The large branches and leaves were scattered down like a flamboyant cover, and a mysterious and extreme Tao rhythm emerged above the thick torso. At the same time, the earth shook. The Tao thick roots expanded and extended, and in less than a moment's effort, the range of the ancient tree's roots was a direct breakthrough to 3,000 meters. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang looked at his own attributes, and his mind shook once again. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/5000. Rank, second order lower, 0/20,000. Talent, Death Roots, second rank. Thrive, second rank. Aura Affinity, second rank. Ancient Tree Talent, second rank. Avatar Fruit, second rank. Divine Whisper, second rank. Eye of True Sight, second rank. Just as Gu Qingyang had imagined, after breaking through the second rank, he awakened a new talent aptitude. Not only that, the original talent avatars were all metamorphosed as well, all stepping into the second order level. Among them, the second order death roots allowed Gu Qingyang to manipulate 20 roots at once, and the range of his attacks became even more, and also more powerful. As for Thrive as well as Aura Affinity, there was no change, especially Thrive, which still provided 1 point of evolutionary value per day. However, this, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, being able to provide 1 point of evolution value meant that the Thrive growth's natural aptitude had become much stronger. Normally speaking, the stronger one's own strength, then the less evolutionary value one would receive, which could be seen from devouring a zero-order ferocious beast at the first rank. If Thrive didn't metamorphose to the second rank, it was now possible that it would only be 2 days before it could give a bit of evolutionary value. Gu Qingyang was naturally satisfied with this natural aptitude that could passively allow him to enhance himself. At the same time, the ancient tree talent stepping into the second rank hadn't changed much either, but Gu Qingyang could vaguely feel that his own base should be even stronger than before. Waiting until the end, when Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on a few of the newborn's talent aptitudes, a touch of shock finally welled up within him. Avatar Fruit, depleting one's own strength to condense a fruit. Those who take the fruit can get an increase in strength, and then give birth to a talent aptitude. Can also be put to let other ancient trees breed spirit, become their own subordinate. Spirit whispering, you can communicate with all living things in heaven and earth, and understand their words, allowing you to more easily understand some subtle things. Eye of True Sight, you can see the level of other beings, up to a maximum of 2 levels above your own. This was the full effect of the 3 gifted aptitudes. If the avatar fruit is swallowed by other living beings, it can directly allow them to harbor a gifted avatar, and if it is given to other ancient trees to use, It can allow the ancient trees to nurture a spirit and become my vassal. Gu Qingyang was clear about how useful this divine ability was, letting other living beings swallow it for the time being, but just the fact that it could make other ancient trees harbor spiritual wisdom and drive them for themselves. The usefulness of it was evident. There were many ferocious beasts in the mountains. Gu Qingyang's own strength was no longer strong, but in the end, it was difficult to support him alone. But if he was able to drive other ancient trees, it would be a different story. Let's not talk about anything else for the time being. Simply being able to mobilize other ancient trees would allow one to expand one's territory, hunt more beasts, and if there was danger coming, one could sense it first. The only thing that Gu Qingyang wasn't sure about was what level of strength the ancient tree would be at after breeding spirituality. It would be fine if it was at the first stage, but if it was only at the 0 stage, it would be of limited use. The remaining Divine Whisper and the Eye of True Sight were not inferior to the Avatar Fruit in terms of usefulness. Divine Whisper. It gave Gu Qingyang the ability to communicate with all things. With the Divine Spirit Whisper's natural aptitude, only the air shook slightly, and a low, strong voice rang out from the ancient tree. Gu Qingyang. This was the first time Gu Qingyang had made a sound since coming to this world. The Divine Whisper was not a direct way for Gu Qingyang to open his mouth and speak, but it was somewhat similar to the rumored power of the Divine Soul, which was able to emit a voice that penetrated deep into the depths of a living being's sea of consciousness. Of course, in addition to being able to communicate with living beings, the true function of Divine Whisper was to understand the language of all living things. As for the last sense of something subtle, Gu Qingyang was not sure what kind of effect it had for the time being. The introduction of the Eye of True Sight was very simple. It was to see the living spirit's level of rank. But often, simple descriptions had an important role. With the Eye of True Vision, Gu Qingyang didn't have to rely on his instincts to predict the strength of the ferocious beasts. He was completely able to use the Eye of True Vision to observe. Instantly, Gu Qingyang activated his Eye of True Vision and looked at the golden feathered divine eagle in the sky above the dome of the heavens, and the corresponding information instantly appeared in his mind. Body, golden feather eagle. Grade, 3rd order upper grade. A very brief message, but it also allowed Gu Qingyang to understand the strength of the golden feather eagle, and just what level it was at. 3rd rank upper grade. This ferocious beast is truly unusual. Gu Qingyang had already known that the golden feathered eagle's strength was at least at the 3rd rank, and now that he saw that the other party was at the upper rank of the 3rd rank, he didn't feel much shock. Viewing the way the other party was refining the heavenly blood, it was estimated that it was going to impact the 3rd order perfection, or even the 4th order. Once the golden feathered eagle stepped into the 4th rank, its strength would definitely skyrocket. Although he had the ancient tree talent in his possession, Gu Qingyang didn't have the certainty to fight against the 4th order lower golden feather eagle. After all, there was a difference of 2 large ranks. Gu Qingyang felt that with his current strength, it was questionable whether or not he would be able to fight against a 3rd order lower grade fierce beast, let alone a 4th order lower grade. After the heavenly blood, the strength of all the fierce beasts will definitely skyrocket. I must raise my strength as much as possible in this opportunity in order to truly defend myself. Otherwise, when I wait until later, I'm only afraid that it will be no small trouble. The power of the heavenly blood was too powerful. If Gu Qingyang himself could make a breakthrough, the other ferocious beasts could do the same. The blood rain is here again. There was already a strange movement in the Kunlun mountain range not long ago, and now it seems that the secret realm that came out this time is indeed from here. There were middle-aged men in military uniforms who were looking at the ancient mountain range in front of them, their eyes filled with a grave look. Behind the middle-aged man was a large number of troops. Everyone was holding a gun, their faces very solemn. At this moment, a young man dressed in casual clothes. His expression was also equally grave. Since ancient times, the Kunlun mountain range is mysterious to the extreme. Rumor has it that the Kunlun mountain is the ancestor of all mountains. Nowadays, if there is a secret realm in the Kunlun mountain range, the marshal thought that a 4th-ranked ferocious beast would appear. 4th order ferocious beasts. The others couldn't stop their faces from changing when they heard those words. The person known as the marshal shook his head slightly when he heard this. 4th-rank ferocious beasts have never appeared before. But the Kunlun mountain range has always been mysterious, so perhaps there really is a 4th-rank ferocious beast. It's not certain. Several other mysterious realms that have been moving around cannot be compared to the Kunlun mountain range, and today's top evolvers, not a few, have come here to guard the area. Even if a 4th-order ferocious beast comes out, we may not necessarily not have the strength to fight. Said here. The marshal shut up and didn't say anything. Of course, this was just his comforting words. Although there were no ferocious beasts that had stepped into the 4th order so far around the globe, there were 3rd order ferocious beasts that had survived. Just from the 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts, one could project the fearsomeness of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. The marshal's words just now were just to boost morale. Someone sighed. It's just a pity that the nuclear bombs have all been depleted, and new ones were not made, or else a nuclear bomb would go down, and the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts might not have a chance of surviving. Hearing that, everyone else, including the marshal, fell silent. Ever since the blood rain fell from the sky 15 years ago, a large number of ferocious beasts came out from all over the place, catching humanity by surprise, and in the end, it was only by using all the high-end force at all costs that humanity was able to fight for a slight chance of survival. If not, the ferocious beasts would have long since wiped out all of the humans by now, much less the chance for them to emerge as evolved beings. Apart from the Kunlun mountain range, I'm more worried about whether even more powerful fierce beasts will appear in this blood rain. After all, the last blood rain caused many fierce beasts to make a breakthrough in strength. The marshal sighed. He still remembered that when the fierce beasts came out, the blood rain lasted for some time, and he himself witnessed a fierce beast make a breakthrough in the blood rain before exterminating a 10,000-man army. If it hadn't been bombarded with missiles at all costs later on, the consequences would have been imaginable. Just as the crowd was talking, the Kunlun mountain range in front of them suddenly transmitted a huge fluctuation, and as far as the naked eye could see within the range of sight, the space was densely cracked, as if it was a spider's web that was horrifying. Seeing this kind of scene, with the marshal as the head of the crowd, were all very solemn. Everyone understood that the thing they were afraid of was finally happening. Everyone prepare. As soon as the ferocious beasts appear, immediately attack. Absolutely cannot let them leave the Kunlun mountain range alive. Otherwise it will be a disaster for humanity. In the mountain range, a strong aura erupted out, symbolizing the strength of quite a few ferocious beasts making breakthroughs, especially the golden feathered eagles in the sky dome. Body, golden feather eagle. Rank, 3rd stage perfection. It seems like it's the golden feather eagle that's preparing to impact the 4th rank, and judging by its aura, I'm afraid that a breakthrough is just around the corner. Gu Qingyang's heart was heavy. Nowadays, he was bathed in heavenly blood, and his body's ancient tree had already broken through from 300 meters to 600 meters, and the roots were spread out over a range of 10,000 meters. If measured in the units of the previous world, Gu Qingyang's roots were already able to spread over almost 10 kilometers. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/7500. Rank, 2nd stage perfection, 87,000/100000. Talent, death roots, 2nd rank. Thrive, 2nd rank. Aura affinity, 2nd rank. Ancient tree talent, 2nd rank. Fruit of avatar, 2nd rank. Divine whisper, 2nd rank. Eye of true sight, 2nd rank. These were Gu Qingyang's current attributes. In the bath of heavenly blood, after breaking through the 2nd rank, Gu Qingyang's breakthrough didn't stop, and now in one breath, he had reached the consummation of the 2nd rank, and was close to being able to impact the lower 3rd rank. As long as the heavenly blood was maintained for a few more hours, Gu Qingyang had absolute certainty of stepping into the 3rd rank. If he could give himself another day, then stepping into the middle grade of the 3rd rank would not be a problem. 2nd stage consummation. Gu Qingyang's strength had already changed drastically. If he could truly step into the 3rd rank, even if he faced the current golden feathered eagle, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Just as Gu Qingyang was thinking of a peaceful breakthrough, the sky dome that was like a spider web shattered open with a loud bang. At the moment the spider web shattered, Gu Qingyang only felt that there was an inexplicable bondage on his body that disappeared, and when he looked at the dome of the sky again, he realized that the night was as dark as ever, as if everything hadn't changed. However, without waiting for Gu Qingyang to think too much, he saw ear-splitting roaring sounds coming from the sky, and then he saw countless meteors-like things breaking through the dome of the sky and falling into the mountains. Boom! Rumble! The meteors fell, erupting with powerful fluctuations. In an instant, the ferocious beasts in the entire mountain range all stormed out, letting out angry roars as they rushed in the direction beyond the mountain range, and the golden feathered eagle that had originally stayed in the sky above the dome even let out a chirp as its terrifying aura belonging to the 3rd stage of perfection erupted out as much as it could. This is a missile. Gu Qingyang's mind was in a bit of a trance. Missiles he couldn't be more familiar with. Even if he hadn't really come into contact with them, he had seen them on TV in his previous life. Gu Qingyang had always thought that after he was reborn as an ancient tree, he had appeared in a mysterious barbaric world, or possibly even a rumored metaphysical or even immortal cultivation world. Unexpectedly, with the moment the sky dome shattered, there were countless missiles pouring down. Such unfamiliar and familiar images caused Gu Qingyang's heart, which had been ancient and wave-free for over a decade, to ripple once again. Boom! Boom! The missiles bombarded densely, and Gu Qingyang saw a first-order beast fail to dodge and was directly blown to pieces by the powerful force of the missiles. Rolling heat waves impacted, but only made Gu Qingyang feel a warm breeze. Suddenly, there were several missiles bombarding. Gu Qingyang's thoughts moved, and he saw several root whiskers detached from the soil, thousands of meters long roots as horrifying as a wild python, easily knocking down the missiles. The expected intense burning sensation didn't appear. The missile's power bombarded on top of the root whiskers, and simply couldn't break through the root whiskers' defense. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingyang's heart was relieved. So I'm already as strong as this. On the other side, the moment the secret realm came out, the mystery of the Kunlun mountain range was unveiled. A head of ferocious beasts rushed out, and the marshal gave the first order that all the prepared missiles, all of them, were poured down towards the Kunlun mountain range. The fire and light shot up to the sky. The vibrating sound was unceasing for 100 miles. There were fierce beasts of lower ranks that were directly destroyed by the power of the missiles, but there were more powerful fierce beasts that forced themselves against the power of the missiles and killed towards the human camp. These ferocious beasts were all at the second rank level, and when the power of the missiles landed on them, although they could injure some of the ferocious beasts, they could not directly kill them. When the marshal saw this sight, he immediately shouted in a stern voice, "All evolvers below the third rank, get ready and kill the ferocious beasts with all their might." The words fell. One by one, humans with a powerful aura emanated from their bodies walked out, some holding long swords, others holding long knives, and charged with these ferocious beasts. The strength of evolved people came from themselves. Hot weapons had a limited increase for them, and in order to deal with these ferocious beasts that didn't fear missiles, specially made cold weapons were often much more useful than hot weapons. Immediately after that, teams of troops were mobilized to strictly guard the Kunlun mountain range's surroundings. But wherever there were sporadic ferocious beasts below the first or second rank that rushed out, they were all intercepted by the army's firepower coverage. Fortunately, the ones appearing right now are all first and second rank ferocious beasts. It seems that the Kunlun mountain range isn't as terrifying as expected. Someone's face was slightly relieved and said with a smile. However, not waiting for his words to fall completely, there was a strong aura that shook the clouds, and a flash of golden light appeared particularly eye-piercing and noticeable in the dark night. In less than a moment's effort, the golden light came cutting through the sky, and a golden divine eagle hundreds of meters in size appeared in everyone's line of sight. All of the fierce beasts that came out of the world right now, compared to the golden divine eagle in front of them, were all small compared to the big one, and this extremely powerful aura was even more palpitating. Third order ferocious beast. No, is more than just an ordinary third rank ferocious beast. This ferocious beast is very likely to step into the third rank upper grade. Maybe it is possible to have already stepped into the third rank consummation. Everyone's face was pale. They weren't afraid of ordinary third-rank beasts, but a beast that was suspected to be the weakest was a third-rank upper grade. That would be different. The youth in casual clothes swallowed hard. The strongest ferocious beast in the world nowadays is the third-rank consummate. I once witnessed that ferocious beast with a single glance. If I'm not mistaken, the aura of the ferocious beast in front of me is just like that one. From this, it could be seen that the fierce beast in front of him was also a third-order perfection. The marshal took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I believe that all of you are well aware of what a third-order consummate ferocious beast represents. If you can't kill this ferocious beast, if it breaks through to the fourth order in the future, it will definitely be a great danger to the heart, and it may be possible that the human race will be annihilated as a result. So today, no matter what kind of price we pay, we must leave this ferocious beast in the Kunlun mountain range forever." These words came out. Everyone was forcibly suppressing the fear in their hearts, their eyes gradually becoming firm. Marshal's words, how could they not understand? At this moment, there were already quite a few of humanity's apparent top combatants gathered here. If they were defeated today, perhaps they would not have to wait until this ferocious beast stepped into the fourth stage. Humanity would have to face the crisis of annihilation. Then, seeing the marshal as the leader, all the third-order evolvers present today are stepping into the air, and all of them killed towards the golden feathered eagle. Unlike second-order evolvers, third-order evolvers were already able to initially break through gravity and use their own strength to fly through the air. The leading marshal directly struck out with a palm. The power in his body was communicated, and in the dark night sky, a blazing flame emerged, like a great sun dispelling all the darkness. The golden feather eagle let out a shrill cry, and the wings that looked like they were made of gold flapped, and a hurricane swept through, and before the power of the flames touched the plume in the slightest, it was directly blown away by the hurricane. Immediately after that, the golden feather eagle cut through the sky, and in less than a moment, it was already bullying its way closer, and both of its claws clawed towards the marshal's shoulders, its sharp nails flashing with a dangerous light. Right at this moment, only a sword chi was seen cutting through the air, ruthlessly chopping on top of the golden feather eagle's wings. When the sword chi that was capable of cutting through steel landed on top of the plume, It seemed to have chopped on top of an impenetrable iron wall, failing to leave a trace. Seeing this scene, the face of the young man who struck immediately changed. What a strong defense! He was well aware of what kind of power his sword contained. Even a second-stage perfection fierce beast could be directly beheaded with a single sword. Even if it was a normal third-ranked ferocious beast straight on, it would still be able to seriously injure it. However, such a powerful sword was unable to break through the golden feather eagle's defense. The third-order perfection fierce beast was much more terrifying than what it had expected. In the Kunlun mountain range, the ancient tree Gu Qingyang incarnated observed the battle in the sky above. He didn't expect that there was an existence within the humans that could resist the golden feather eagle. I've never heard of any transcendent power in my previous life. It seems that this place is a bit different from the world I was in my previous life after all. Immediately, Gu Qingyang was the one who unleashed the eye of true vision and looked at the marshal in the lead. Body, human. Rank, third order middle grade. A human of the middle grade of the third rank. No wonder he can fight against the golden feather eagle. Gu Qingyang thought darkly, and then he looked at the other few people, realizing that they were all of the clear third rank. But the difference was that only the person at the head had stepped into the middle grade of the third order, and the remaining 8 people were all of the lower grade of the third order. Whether the 9 third order revolvers could fight against the golden feathered eagle of the perfect third order, Gu Qingyang felt that it was open to question. After all, the golden feather eagle was not an ordinary third order perfection. The other party, after stepping into the third order perfection, was refining a lot of heavenly blood, preparing to impact the fourth order. If one were to force a comparison, the current golden feather eagle should be considered a half step to the fourth rank. It was just that half-step fourth stage was obviously not considered a realm, so the eye of true vision still only showed the third stage of perfection. As expected, just as Gu Qingyang was secretly guessing, he saw a third-order revolver fail to dodge, and was directly pinched by the golden feathered eagle's claw to explode his head, and his headless body crashed down. When the others saw their companion's body fall, they all looked sad and angry, and they all burst out with powerful attacks. Under these attacks, the golden feathered eagle was also traumatized. Boom! Flames rose, and a powerful force ruthlessly blasted at the golden feathered eagle's back, causing the golden field to instantly become scorched black. The intense pain caused the golden feather eagle to let out an angry chirp, and the plumes that were originally attached to its wings shot out, turning into streaks of golden light that cut through the sky. There were several third-order revolvers who couldn't even react in time before they were pierced through the chest by the plumes, and they all fell down from mid-air. This scene, it caused a look of despair to appear on the faces of the armies below that were fighting off the ferocious beasts. Third-stage evolvers are no match. Who in the Federation can deal with such a powerful ferocious beast nowadays? Is it possible that there is really no hope for the Federation, and that the human race is really going to be destroyed in the hands of the ferocious beasts? Despair filled the army. Third-order evolvers. In today's Federation, they already belonged to the top of the line, and now that they hadn't faced the golden feathered eagle for long, 4 of the 9 third-order revolvers had fallen. In this kind of battle, they couldn't see any chance of winning at all. When the 9 third-order revolvers were all dead, the remaining army could not possibly be a match for the golden feathered eagle, and would only end up being slaughtered at that time. Boom! The marshal's arms crossed in front of his body, and the golden feather eagle's sharp claws scratched through, rupturing his skin and revealing the shocking flesh and blood inside. This kind of injury made the other party's face grimace, forcibly enduring the severe pain, taking the opportunity to grab the sharp claws with his left hand. His right hand condensed an all-out strike, directly bombarding the golden feathered eagle's abdomen. Even though the golden feather eagle was a third-order consummate ferocious beast with extremely powerful physical defense, its abdomen was still its soft underbelly. Withstanding the full force of a third-rank middle-grade evolver's strike, the golden feathered eagle's abdomen was immediately broken through a large hole, and a large amount of blood spilled down from the wound. Good. The eyes of the other few third-rank evolvers lit up as they seized the opportunity to launch an attack towards the golden feathered eagle. The traumatized golden feather eagle fell into a frenzy, and the tyrannical ferocity belonging to ferocious beasts was also aroused, completely disregarding the abdominal injuries, and frantically killed towards the other third-order revolvers. A claw cut through the air. A layer of oval shields appeared on the body of a third-order revolver, but in less than a breath, the shields were declared broken. The third-order revolver was directly disemboweled, and before his body could fall down, he was bitten by the golden feather eagle. Miserable screams came out from the third-order revolver's mouth, and without waiting for others to rescue him, the other party was directly swallowed by the golden feather eagle. I didn't expect the golden feathered eagle to be heavily injured to this extent, but if the battle continues, then the one who loses will ultimately be the human side. Gu Qingyang's mind moved slightly. How the humans were he didn't really care. After all, although he was a human in his previous life, He was already incarnated as an ancient tree in this life, and the two were considered to have no connection. Gu Qingyang now only hoped that he could get more evolutionary value and break through to a higher level. It was only a pity, now that the heavenly blood had disappeared and gone, the source channel for the skyrocketing evolutionary value was no longer available. Thinking about this, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but glance at his data. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/7500. Rank, second order perfection, 98,000/100000. Talent, death roots, second rank. Thrive, second rank. Aura affinity, second rank. Ancient tree talent, second rank. Fruit of avatar, second rank. Divine whisper, second rank. Eye of true sight, second rank. I'm only 2,000 evolution points short of breaking through to the lower third rank, so if I can swallow the golden feather eagle, I'll surely be able to gather the evolution points needed for the breakthrough. A thought surged in Gu Qingyang's mind. As of now, of all the powerful ferocious beasts as well as human powerhouses that had appeared, only the golden feather eagle was the greatest threat to him. The rest, even that powerful human of the middle third rank, Gu Qingyang didn't feel much threat from the other party, as long as he could step into the lower third rank. It was even more unlikely that that third-rank mid-grade human would threaten him. Regarding his own perception, Gu Qingyang had always been convinced. In that case, as long as I devour the golden feather eagle, all the ferocious beasts in the mountain range at the moment cannot possibly threaten me. At that time, with my strength, I will be able to devour other ferocious beasts without any qualms, thus making a faster breakthrough. As Gu Qingyang thought of this, he had already made his decision. After all, his own identity as a second-stage perfection ancient tree was in itself something that could not be hidden, and the golden-feathered eagle would definitely want to devour other ferocious beasts to restore itself after this battle. Gu Qingyang didn't need to think about it to understand that as a second-order perfection ancient tree, the energy flowing from itself was also something that the golden feather eagle needed. Instead of being passive, it would be dry to strike earlier, just as Gu Qingyang made his decision. On the other side, the golden feather eagle went crazy after suffering a serious injury and brutally killed several third-order evolvers. Now, the only evolvers left on the human side were the marshal, who was of the middle grade of the third order, and the youth, who was of the lower grade of the third order. However, both of them were also seriously injured now, and their fall was just a matter of the blink of an eye. The youth looked at the golden feathered eagle that was killing towards him. His face was full of unwillingness. I didn't expect that I, Yang Yu, would die here. It's just a pity that I didn't kill this ferocious beast. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could not change the fact that he was going to die. Thinking of more than 10 years ago, he was lucky enough to swallow the blood and flesh of the ferocious beast, thus undergoing a mutation and becoming a rumored evolver, and then step by step he cultivated to the present, becoming the top evolver in the Federation. Then there was the news of the disturbance in the Kunlun mountain range, and accompanying the federal army to come and suppress the ferocious beasts. Eventually, all the images were fixed. Yang Yu's unwilling look disappeared. His eyes became incomparably determined, and the strength of his entire body was condensed together, ready to explode with a final blow. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Just when Yang Yu was ready to fight to the death, suddenly, there was a black wild python scurrying up from the earth. Instantly it was stabbed on top of the wound on the abdomen of the golden feathered eagle. The sharp pain made the golden feathered eagle let out an angry chirp once again. However, without waiting for the golden feathered eagle to react, there were many black pythons rising from the earth, and in the blink of an eye, the golden feathered eagle was firmly trapped, and forcibly dragged towards the earth below. Everything happened too fast, so fast that other people were completely unable to react. By the time Yang Yu came back to his senses, the golden feathered eagle was already being dragged down, and the so-called black mad python he also saw clearly. This is a tree root. Yang Yu heart-shocked. This time he saw below is a heavenly ancient tree standing in which countless roots is from the ancient tree where the earth to run up. The original rampage of the golden feathered eagle, now firmly bound by the roots of the tree, allowing it to struggle desperately have no way to break free. Immediately after, seeing the huge body of the golden feather eagle, the breath to the naked eye visible speed weakening down. The original violent struggle is also gradually weakened. To the back, golden feather eagle no longer half movement, rich and full flesh has also become shriveled. In the end, in Yang Yu's shocked eyes, the earth cracked, the golden feather sculpture's huge body was dragged to the depths of the earth. No longer see the half trace, devouring a third stage consummate ferocious beast, obtaining 10,000 points of evolutionary value. Gu Qingyang ignored the shock of the others. After he had devoured the golden feather eagle, a powerful force surged out of the root whiskers and then merged into the torso. When he looked at his own data again, the evolutionary value required for the breakthrough was already overflowing. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 15/7500. Rank, Second Order Perfection, 108. 000/100. 000 to Breakthrough. Talent, Death Root, 2nd rank. Thrive, 2nd rank. Aura Affinity, 2nd rank. Ancient Tree Talent, 2nd rank. Avatar Fruit, 2nd rank. Divine Whisper, 2nd rank. Eye of True Sight, 2nd rank. Breakthrough. Gu Qingyang's thoughts moved. And then he saw an even more surging power emerge from amongst his torso, only to see an ancient tree hundreds of meters tall, pulling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a moment's effort it had pulled up to the point of 1,000 meters. This kind of ancient tree was especially conspicuous in the entire Kunlun mountain range. Everyone was instinctively looking up towards the Kunlun mountain range at the moment, where there were ancient trees in the sky, with flourishing and lush branches and leaves scattered like a gorgeous cover. However, Gu Qingyang's breakthrough was not yet over. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters. Only when the ancient tree broke through to 1,500 meters did its growth come to a halt, its huge branches and leaves spreading out as if it was a godly tree that supported heaven and earth during the mythical era. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura emanated from Gu Qingyang's body, sweeping across the entire Kunlun mountain range in an instant. All the ferocious beasts were panicked when they felt this aura, and for a moment, they prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Good strong breath. Yang Yu's face changed again and again. The horror in his eyes could not be concealed. The ancient tree in front of him was much larger than even the golden feather eagle, and the aura emanating from his body was also completely not weaker than the golden feather eagle. Without a doubt, the strength of the ancient tree is completely comparable to the dead golden feather eagle. Only Yang Yu is not clear. The ancient tree in front of him actually belongs to ferocious beasts, or does not belong to ferocious beasts. After all, ferocious beasts are animals. Like this kind of plant he is considered to be the first time to see. On the other side, Marshall also came up in the air. He was the same as Yang Yu. There was an unstoppable shock on his face. This tree is by no means simple. If it belongs to the side of ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that we are powerless to fight against it. Not to mention that only 2 of the 9 third-order revolvers were left dead now. Even if all 9 third-order revolvers were present, it was estimated that they could not stop the ancient tree in front of them. As a third-order mid-grade evolver, Marshall's perception was much stronger than Yang Yu. From the body of the pale ancient tree in front of him, he felt that the other party's aura was a few points stronger than even the golden feather eagle. An existence of this level belonged to the top in the world. Disregarding the shock of the crowd, breaking through the third rank made Gu Qingyang feel like he had undergone a powerful metamorphosis that he had never seen before, and it was completely different from the metamorphosis that he had experienced when he broke through the equal ranks before. The roots expanded. With Gu Qingyang as the center, the rhizome was already able to cover a radius of 30,000 meters, which was equivalent to 30 kilometers, while the body of 1,500 was giving a strong visual impact. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 15/10,000. Grade, Third Order Lower Grade, 8000/200000. Talent, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spirit Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Field, 3rd rank. When Gu Qingyang looked at his current data, his heart and mind shook once again. Comparing the data from the 2nd rank, there were a few talent aptitudes missing today, but there were also a few new talent aptitudes that had appeared. Ancient Tree Roots. It was actually an upgraded version of the Death Root Beard, allowing Gu Qingyang to manipulate all of his roots against the enemy, while greatly strengthening the power of the roots. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang landed his gaze on the 3 newborn divine abilities. Ancient Tree Spiritual Root transforms the mortal into a spirit, allowing you to have an unparalleled talent base and the ability to refine the essence of the sun and moon as well as the aura of heaven and earth to nourish yourself all the time. But at the same time your breakthroughs will also become more difficult. Divine Spirit Field, wherever the roots of the ancient tree reach, it becomes a field, and all beings below the 5th level will have their strength lowered by 1 level if they step into this field. Divine Spirit Fruit, fruit condensed from the loss of one's own strength. It can allow spirits below the 3rd level to break through a small level, and it can also allow other ancient trees to develop a spirit and become their own vassals. The ancient tree root is the equivalent of Thrive, Aura Affinity, and ancient tree talent fused together, but as a 3rd order talent avatar, any one of the roles of the ancient tree root is much more powerful than the other 3 talents. If it was the ancient tree talent, with my current 3rd order lower grade rank, at best it would only be comparable to 3rd order upper grade or 3rd order perfection. But now that the ancient tree talent has metamorphosed into the ancient tree spirit root, My strength will definitely not be weaker than the golden feathered eagle in its heyday. After seeing the strength of the golden feather eagle and combining it with his own strength today, Gu Qingyang could 100% conclude that his strength was not weaker than the golden feather eagle, and it was possible that it was even stronger than the golden feathered eagle. As to whether it could match the 4th-ranked lower-grade ferocious beasts, that was another question. However, if it was coupled with the divine spirit domain, Gu Qingyang had absolute confidence that he would be able to fight against a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. After all, the divine spirit domain was too powerful. When living beings below the 5th rank stepped into the domain, their strength would fall by a small rank. A living being of the perfect 4th rank entering the domain would only be able to exert the strength of an upper 4th rank, and if a living being of the lower 4th rank stepped into the domain, it would only be able to exert a strength equivalent to a perfect 3rd rank. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the divine spirit domain was. Compared to the other several talents, the role of the divine spirit fruit was much smaller. Allowing beings below the 3rd rank to break through an equal rank was almost useless. The only constant was the ability to allow the ancient tree to harbor a spirit and become attached to itself. Almost at the moment when the divine spirit field appeared, Yang Yu, who was originally standing in mid-air, suddenly felt a strong pressure coming, and his original realm of the lower 3rd rank directly fell to the 2nd rank consummation. Falling down to the 3rd rank, the power of the imperial air suddenly dissipated, causing him to directly fall down from mid-air. Be careful. Marshall's quick eyes and hands grabbed Yang Yu's shoulder before he didn't let the other party fall alive. There was no hesitation. Marshall directly dragged Yang Yu to evacuate, and at the same time, he loudly ordered, "All of you evacuate 10 miles away from the Kunlun mountain range." This word came out. All the evolvers who entered the Kunlun mountain range to decapitate the ferocious beasts, as well as the army that fought with the ferocious beasts in front of them, now all retreated like a tidal wave. The army withdrew in fear, although some of the ferocious beasts were afraid of Gu Qingyang's crisis. When they saw the others withdrawing, their inner desire for blood and flesh overpowered their fear, allowing them to kill towards the army. However, as soon as these ferocious beasts made a move, they were pierced through their bodies by the roots, and in less than a breath, all of their flesh and blood was drawn clean. Not only that, other ferocious beasts that existed within the range of the deity's domain were all pierced through by the roots, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts died or were injured before they could even struggle. This scene fell in the eyes of the others, causing them to be even more horrified. The fierce beasts in front of them were all killed by the ancient tree in seconds. Such a terrible strength, completely beyond all expectations. Retreat! Frantic retreat! As everyone withdrew, Gu Qingyang didn't make a move to intercept them, but instead devoured all the ferocious beasts within his domain. It was so hard to have so many ferocious beasts gathered. There would be no more stores after this village. Devouring a first-order upper-grade ferocious beast gained 50 points of evolution value. Devour a first-order lower-grade ferocious beast and receive 25 points of evolution value. Devouring a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast, you get 250 points of evolution value. Devouring a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast gains 250 points of evolutionary value. Devouring a second-order perfection fierce beast, you get 500 points of evolution value. Devouring. Densely packed messages poured out, and Gu Qingyang looked at the ever-growing evolutionary value with a happy mood. After breaking through the 3rd rank, the evolution value he got from devouring the 2nd rank as well as the 1st rank ferocious beasts was already much less than when he was at the 2nd rank. From the hints, after breaking through the 3rd rank, the evolutionary value from devouring 2nd rank beasts was only half of the original value, and devouring 1st rank beasts was only a quarter of the original value. As for the 0-order beasts, Gu Qingyang hadn't seen any for the time being. After all, the heavenly blood had been pouring for a long time, and all the beasts had been bathed in heavenly blood, and their strengths had all broken through to different degrees. Even the weakest 0-order ferocious beasts, under the bath of heavenly blood, they could at least step into the 1st order. It could be said, this descent of heavenly blood caused all the ferocious beast strength to rise by 1 step. Nowadays, all of these ferocious beasts whose strength had skyrocketed were reduced to Gu Qingyang's rations. After the last ferocious beast was devoured, there was no longer any living ferocious beasts within the range of the divine spirit realm. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang manipulated the roots and dragged all the corpses of the ferocious beasts into the earth, and in less than a moment all the corpses of the original ferocious beasts disappeared, and the entire Kunlun mountain range seemed to have regained its peace. The end. Gu Qingyang took another look at his data and name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/10. 000. Rank, 3rd order lower grade, 158000/200000. Talent, ancient tree roots, 3rd rank. Ancient tree spirit roots, 3rd rank. Divine spirit fruit, 3rd rank. Divine spirit whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Field, 3rd rank. 158,000 evolution points. Unfortunately it's a bit short. If I could have some more ferocious beasts, I would be able to step into the middle 3rd rank. Gu Qingyang was a little sad. If he could step into the 3rd rank middle grade, his strength would definitely skyrocket. But right now, all the ferocious beasts in the mountain range had been pretty much slaughtered by himself, and the remaining portion of ferocious beasts weren't fools, and it was unlikely that they would come close to this place again, knowing the dangers. In fact, when Gu Qingyang broke through the 3rd stage, his own aura leaked out, and he understood that there would no longer be any ferocious beasts intruding into his domain. Even if his own aura was restrained later, the result would be the same. Because of this, it was only then that Gu Qingyang would devour all the ferocious beasts in one breath, striving to make a big profit before doing so. However, although he hadn't been able to step into the middle grade of the 3rd rank, but this time, being able to break through to the lower grade of the 3rd rank in one breath had completely exceeded Gu Qingyang's prediction. The next step was to recuperate, and in the meantime, see how useful the ancient tree spirit roots were. Finally, Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of the Divine Spirit Fruit. Divine Spirit Fruit. It could make other ancient trees breed spirituality and thus become their own vassals. Nowadays, Gu Qingyang's roots could spread over 30 kilometers, although 30 kilometers was nothing compared to the vast Kunlun mountain range. However, there were quite a few ancient trees present in such a huge area. Some of these ancient trees were hundreds of meters high, some were just tens of meters, and the taller the ancient tree, the longer the year of growth was. The difference is, although these ancient trees did not nurture a spirit, but because they were bathed in heavenly blood, there was also a lot of energy accumulated in their bodies. These energies would gradually dissipate over time, or settle down completely, and only when the ancient tree awakened to spiritual wisdom one day could it transform these energies into its own power. Gather the Divine Spirit Fruit. Gu Qingyang tried to activate his natural aptitude, only to see a dense green light emanate from between the branches and leaves, then coalesce on a fruit the size of a baby's fist out of thin air. The fruit was filled with surging energy, causing Gu Qingyang to feel the urge to devour it. However, Gu Qingyang didn't do that. After all, the Divine Spirit Fruit was of no great use to himself. Glancing at his data, he only saw that the evolutionary value had silently decreased by 5,000 points. Seeing this, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel a bit of flesh pain. 5,000 points of evolution value to coalesce a Divine Spirit Fruit. It's really expensive. With my current evolution value, I can only coalesce about 30 Divine Spirit Fruits at best. 30 Divine Spirit Fruits might seem like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't much at all. Gu Qingyang had just devoured all the ferocious beasts within 30 kilometers before barely collecting this much evolutionary value. Moreover, right now, the evolution value was about to reach the requirements for a breakthrough, and Gu Qingyang's strength was also firmly stepping into the peak of the 3rd rank lower grade. If the evolutionary value was depleted, he would directly fall to the level of the 3rd order lower grade. Even though the realm didn't really fall, there would definitely be a loss in strength. The next thing is to see which ancient tree to incorporate the Divine Spirit Fruit into. Gu Qingyang observed all the ancient trees within the 30-kilometer area and finally landed his gaze on top of a 500-meter-tall ancient tree. This tree was tough and sturdy, and had not been damaged through the years, and it had already existed for quite a few years by the looks of it. Gu Qingyang was curious as to what this ancient tree would become after it had fused with the Divine Spirit Fruit. As soon as he thought of it, he went to do it. Gu Qingyang used his roots to maneuver and brought the Divine Spirit Fruit in front of the ancient tree, only to see the Divine Spirit Fruit touching the ancient tree, and the former was easily integrated into the trunk of the ancient tree. In an instant, the entire ancient tree gently trembled. A majestic life breath escaped from it. The power of the Divine Spirit Fruit seemed to have stirred up all the energy that the ancient tree had accumulated for many years. At the same time, a force of will surged out from the trunk of the ancient tree as if it were a dead thing. The next breath, the branches and leaves swayed, and the entire ancient tree's branches stretched as if they were alive, and a powerful aura emanated from the ancient tree, spreading out in all directions. Body, ancient tree. Grade, 2nd order upper grade. 2nd order upper grade. When Gu Qingyang looked at the ancient tree with his eye of true vision, his mind could not help but be slightly shaken. He didn't expect the ancient tree that had just birthed its spirit to reach the level of 2nd order upper grade in a single breath. Seeing how huge the other party's original accumulation was, of course, there was definitely the power of the Divine Spirit Fruit within this as well. But no matter what, right now, the ancient tree stepping into the 2nd order upper grade was considered to make Gu Qingyang quite satisfied. At this moment, the ancient tree's spiritual intelligence was conceived, and he immediately sensed Gu Qingyang's presence, and there was a faint intention coming from it, which contained the meaning of submission as well as awe. Buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation followed, as if the living being was saying something. Such fluctuations fell into other people's ears and naturally, they couldn't hear anything. But to Gu Qingyang's ears, he was able to understand what the ancient tree was trying to express. Father God. Two simple words already indicated everything. Everything had a spirit, and naturally had its own words. Gu Qingyang and the ancient tree were considered to be of the same kind, and there was no problem communicating with each other per se. In addition, Gu Qingyang had the natural aptitude of divine whispering, and was able to communicate with all things in heaven and earth, so it wasn't even half as difficult for him to understand the ancient tree's words. Father God. Listening to the words of the ancient tree, Gu Qingyang immediately understood that the other party was treating himself as the deity who created it, and thus he would address him as Father God. From the ancient tree's intention, Gu Qingyang could clearly feel the awe. From today, you will be named Evergreen. Gu Qingyang gave the other party a name. After all, as the same ancient tree, there had to be a title for it. The word Evergreen meant that it would last forever. With the first exchange, the Evergreen ancient tree became especially skillful in the use of intent, and instantly expressed respect to Gu Qingyang. Many thanks to Father God for the name. The Evergreen ancient tree has become your believer. You receive 10 points of faith. The sudden prompt caused Gu Qingyang to freeze for a moment again. Unable to help it, Gu Qingyang looked at his data, only to see that the original panel had already undergone some subtle changes. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15 tenths. 000. Rank, third order lower, 153000/200000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, October 1st, 000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. Faith, Divine Kingdom. Gu Qingyang looked at the somewhat newly changed attribute panel and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. The moment his attention fell on top of the Divine Kingdom, a corresponding message surfaced. Divine Kingdom, the roots of the gods. The introduction of the Divine Kingdom was very brief, but the word Divine Spirit involved in it caused Gu Qingyang's eyes to condense slightly. Divine Spirit. They were divine existences no matter where they were. He didn't expect that after he casually cultivated the evergreen ancient tree with the Divine Spirit fruit, he was opening up a whole new function. Gu Qingyang had a premonition that the moment he truly gathered the power of millions of faiths to open up a divine kingdom, he would definitely have a great change. It's just that if I want to truly open up a divine kingdom, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Consuming 5,000 evolutionary values to exchange for 10 points of faith. And if I want to gather all the millions of faith, I'll have to condense 100,000 evergreen ancient trees. According to the conversion of 5,000 evolutionary values per evergreen ancient tree, this is astronomical. Gu Qingyang secretly thought, if he really had this much evolutionary value, he wouldn't have used it to open up a divine kingdom. And by piling all of this evolutionary value on himself, he didn't know what realm he could break through to, and it might even be possible to be directly invincible in the world. So, Gu Qingyang looked at the divine kingdom in front of him, and had a feeling that it was like chicken ribs. Just at this time, a message appeared in Gu Qingyang's mind once again, and then he saw the number of beliefs grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Yu has become your believer. You get 100 points of faith. Ning Feng becomes your believer. You get 10 points of faith. Xu Shan becomes your believer. You receive 10 points of faith. Wei Hailan becomes your believer. You receive 5 points of faith. Lu Qingqing. In just less than a moment's effort, Gu Qingyang saw that the number of his faith had skyrocketed to over 10,000 points, just shy of breaking 20,000. A moment later, only then did the surge in the number of beliefs slow to a halt. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 15/10,000. Rank, 3rd order lower, 153000/200000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 17800/10000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. Gu Qingyang looked at his skyrocketing number of beliefs and was a bit confused for a moment. Then he sank his mind into himself, only to see a golden mass coalescing at the center of the ancient tree's torso, only to see many threads invisible to the naked eye coming from all directions, all of them merging into the golden mass of light. These threads were both thick and thin. Most of them were so small that they could almost be ignored, except for one thread that was particularly thick, much thicker than all the other threads combined. When Gu Qingyang's thoughts landed on top of that silk thread, information immediately surged forth. Name, Evergreen Ancient Tree. Body, Ancient Tree. Grade, second order upper grade. Belief, saints. Saints. It seems like it should be an equal rank of believers. Just observe that the faith of saints is more than 100 times firmer than other people. Odds are that they are the topmost rank of believers. Gu Qingyang murmured secretly. The sudden beliefs as well as believers made him a bit confused, and it was only until now that he was able to sort of gradually feel out some things. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was again looking at the other silk threads. As expected, these silk threads also had corresponding information appearing. Name, Yang Yu. Body, human. Rank, third order lower. Beliefs, pan-believer. Name Ning Feng. Body, human. Level, second grade. Faith pan-believer. Gu Qingyang looked at each of the believers, and with the exception of the evergreen ancient tree, which was a saint, all of the remaining believers were in the position of being pan-believers. In this regard, Gu Qingyang suspected that the pan-believers should be the worst rank among all the believers. At the same time, he also counted the number of threads. 5,382 silk threads. That is, representing 5,382 believers. Besides the evergreen ancient tree, Gu Qingyang was not sure where the remaining 5,381 believers came from. After a long time, Gu Qingyang's attention fell back on Yang Yu as well as Ningfeng. One of the two was a third order lower grade and the other was a second order upper grade. The third rank lower product gave me 100 points of faith, and the second rank upper product gave the same amount of faith as the evergreen ancient tree, which shows that the rank of faith determines how much faith is provided. What truly affects the supply of faith only depends on the strength of the believers themselves. So what purpose does the faith rank serve? Gu Qingyang was also confused right now and could only wait until later to slowly study it. The 10,000 or so points of faith that had skyrocketed at the moment could only be considered a start for the millions of faith needed to open up the divine kingdom. Abandoning the distractions in his mind, Gu Qingyang did not think about this matter anymore, but instead looked towards the mountain range in front of him. Breaking through the lower third rank, the ancient tree's body skyrocketed to 1,500 meters. Nowadays, Gu Qingyang could be said to be the tallest being inside the entire mountain range, bar none. Even the golden feather eagle before he died was not half as tall as him when it came to his body, which in Gu Qingyang's opinion, was probably the advantage of the ancient tree. After all, the tree's innate advantage itself is extremely strong. Now breaking through the third order lower grade, the body is naturally even higher. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far. Now after his body broke through 500 meters, Gu Qingyang really saw the vastness of the mountain range in front of him as well as the mystery, only to see hundreds of meters high ancient trees everywhere, and even more powerful beasts are devouring each other. But it's worth saying that these beasts were all tacitly understanding. No matter how much they fought and killed, they never approached the area where Gu Qingyang was in the slightest. It was as if they were clear that this was a dangerous place. In this regard, Gu Qingyang was also a bit helpless. Gu Qingyang was also somewhat helpless, but right now there was no way but to take one step at a time. 15 years of precipitation had allowed Gu Qingyang to get used to the solitude and loneliness. After all, in the past years, the number of times that he could actually hunt and kill ferocious beasts was not many. The fact that he was able to break through to this point was largely due to the heavenly blood as well as the golden feather eagle. Ha! Gu Qingyang's heart suddenly shook. As he gazed in the direction beyond the mountain range, he saw countless illusory silk threads emerge, and these were none other than the faith silk threads. One end of the threads of faith was connected to Gu Qingyang's own body, while the other was connected to the original human army. Seeing such a scene, Gu Qingyang could not help but fall into deep thought. A few moments later, only then did he come to his senses from his contemplation. So that's how it is, Gu Qingyang inwardly realized. He was still curious as to why, all of a sudden, he had skyrocketed by more than 10,000 faith power and had a few thousand more believers come out of thin air. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Gu Qingyang instantly understood what had happened. The so-called believers, they all came from the human army. It's impossible for the human army to have faith in me for no reason. It must be the indelible imprint left in the hearts of the others when I killed the golden feathered eagle earlier, as well as devouring a bunch of ferocious beasts. Humans believe in the strong, and if I show enough strength, I will make them fear and even believe in me. That's why, as long as I manifest myself in front of people, I'll be able to gain more believers. Gu Qingyang had also been keeping an eye on the human army. The other side had arrived in quite a number this time, a full 30 to 40,000 people. Within so many people, only 5,000 people had faith in themselves, so it was evident that the percentage of believers produced was not high, but this was also normal. After all, it was impossible to show one's strength once and have everyone be in awe of one's heart, thus generating a heart of faith. Moreover, from the point of view of the faith level of these believers, all of them were pan-believers, belonging to the kind of believers who barely produced some faith, but were not considered to be much devout. However, that being said, but Gu Qingyang had also sort of figured out the reason why the number of his own believers had skyrocketed, as well as understanding how to generate more believers. Right now, the only thing that bothered Gu Qingyang was staying in the middle of the mountain range, and it wasn't easy for him to want to manifest himself in front of people. But the news of this battle will surely spread one after another. At that time it might be able to generate more believers additionally. There's no need to be in a hurry for the time being. Let's wait and see what happens later. 10 miles away from the Kunlun mountain range, the army temporarily settled down. Everyone was looking towards the ancient trees in the Kunlun mountains, and many people had a look of awe in their eyes. Awe at the strong. Awe at unpredictable existences. The scene of the ancient tree killing the golden feather eagle in seconds, as well as devouring all the ferocious beasts, was so vivid to these people that it was like a nightmare hiding in their minds and lingering. It could be said, the ancient tree was so powerful that quite a few people could not afford to put up the slightest bit of resistance. Above a certain mountainside, Marshal Gufang as well as Yang Yu and others, were all standing here at this moment. Their gazes were all looking towards the Kunlun mountain range without exception. For a long time, Gufang sighed and said helplessly, "The strength of this ancient tree is truly terrifying. That third stage perfection fierce beast is not even a match for him. If he leaves the Kunlun mountain range, we'll be in big trouble. A third order perfect beast could be killed directly." And the ancient tree had clearly made a breakthrough in strength after devouring a third order perfect beast. Although Gufang could not see the strength of the ancient tree, with his keen perception, he could detect a sense of death threat. He was 100% certain that if he faced the ancient tree, there was absolutely no chance of surviving. Such strength. Among all the ferocious beasts that were out in the world right now, they all belonged to the real top kind. Not bad. Right now Gufang was already classifying Gu Qingyang into the category of ferocious beasts. After all existences other than non-humans were no different from ferocious beasts in his opinion. When Yang Yu heard this, a trace of awe inexplicably arose in his heart when he looked at the ancient tree in the sky, and thinking about what happened just now, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Marshal, do you think it's possible that the ancient tree is not the same as the ferocious beasts? After all, from the way he struck out just now, he didn't harm us at all, but only dealt with the ferocious beasts. If the ancient tree really has no malice towards us humans, why don't we try to communicate with it and see if we can pull him inside the human camp?" Yang Yu's words caused some evolvers to have subtle eyes. Gufang looked deeply at the other party and said with a straight face, "The hearts of those who are not of my race will be different. Although he has not made a move against us, it is not guaranteed that he will be a threat to the human race. Moreover, this place is the hinterland of the Federation. If a ferocious beast more terrifying than a third-order consummate were to wreak havoc, just how many people would die? You should know that very well." To this, Yang Yu, on the other hand, didn't quite agree. "But the problem is that we don't have a solution to the ancient tree right now either. And just now the strength of that golden divine eagle Marshal also saw it. With all our strength, we are not a match for that golden divine eagle. But the ancient tree was able to easily kill it. Right now, ancient tree's strength has clearly made a breakthrough. And with the strength of our 9th war region, there is no possibility of dealing with it at all. And even if we were to draw strong people from other war regions to arrive, the probability of wanting to succeed would be extremely low." Gufang said lightly, "I naturally understand your words. Right now the enemy is not moving. I will not move. First send people to guard the outside of the Kunlun mountain range. Without my permission no one may enter without permission. If there is any movement in the ancient tree, report to me at the first time. This time things, on the temporary by Yang Yu you are responsible for. Remember, this is a military order. Absolutely cannot be violated." Mentioning the word military order, Yang Yu put away the laziness on his face and became solemn. "Yes, right now the blood rain has stopped. The strength of the ferocious beasts around the world must have different breakthroughs. The next one is not handled well. It is possible to set off a large-scale beast tide. The human federation has just stabilized, and at this moment, it definitely cannot be destroyed in the hands of the ferocious beasts. So next I will lead the rest of the 9th war zone to support the various war zones, and defend against the ferocious beasts with all my might." Gufang said in a deep voice. It didn't take long for the sound of the communication device to ring out. Gufang directly took out his cell phone and didn't avoid the others and pressed the answer button. Half a ring. Gufang hung up the phone, his eyes incomparably grave. The latest news came in. A beast tide broke out in the East China Sea. A ferocious beast in the sea broke through the 4th rank and led the ferocious beasts to storm the land. Now the 5th war zone is doing its best to defend against the beast tide. In addition, the Pacific Ocean has created a huge wave. According to satellite observation, this huge wave was caused by a few ferocious beasts in the sea breaking through the 4th level. These 4th order ferocious beasts are also launching a beast tide, attacking in the direction of the Federation. and judging from their trajectory, their targets are the 3rd, 5th, and 17th war zones. These words came out. The entire scene changed color. The appearance of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts was already the worst news. No one had expected that a 4th-ranked ferocious beast would come when it said it would, and it wasn't as simple as just one. Just as Gu Feng had just predicted, the beast tide had now directly erupted. However, the faces of all those who had heard this news were all ugly to the extreme. A 3rd-rank consummate ferocious beast had made them anxious and nearly wiped out their entire army. Now that a 4th-order beast had appeared, and not just one, it was questionable whether the Human Federation would be able to hold back such a large-scale beast tide. Gu Feng looked at the faces of all the people and said in a deep voice, "There is no need to be afraid now. Things have already come to this point. All we can do is to go all out." 15 years ago when the blood rain came, the ferocious beasts attacked and took humanity by surprise. But even then, we were able to form a federation in the nick of time and restabilize the chaotic situation. Now that the second blood rain has arrived, the Human Federation has prepared for it. And even though the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts are powerful, it's definitely not that easy to truly break through the Federation. "I hope so." A middle-aged evolver sighed, and the others looked similar. No one was a 3-year-old child. It was impossible to really think that the beast tide was no big deal just because of 1 or 2 words from Gu Feng. But as the other parties said, things had come to this point. All humans could do was to go all out. If they could not resist the beast tide, they would only end up with the death of their race and the destruction of their species. Beast tide outbreak. The Human Federation suffered an unprecedented onslaught. Ancient Feng did not stay too long. Only let Yang Yu after the situation is to lead the rest of the people left the Kunlun mountain range, to go to various places to support. Yang Yu looked at the Kunlun mountain range in front of him, as well as that ancient tree. He still had an urge to enter and try to contact each other. But thinking about the order of the ancient party, Yang Yu was again hardened to restrain his inner impulse. The military order was in front of him. He was categorically unable to disobey it. Beast tide is coming. 4th-order ferocious beasts. The Human Federation is interesting. Within the Kunlun Mountains, Gu Qingyang's heart rippled a little. As he continued to study the role of faith, he realized that he could observe the entire world from the perspective of a believer. So the conversations of Gu Feng and the others were all viewed clearly by Gu Qingyang through Yang Yu's perspective. From the conversation of a few people, Gu Qingyang had sort of gained a little more understanding of the humans in this world. At this moment, Gu Qingyang was as if he was incarnating millions of people. As long as it was a believer who had developed faith in him, he was able to observe the entire world from the perspective of the other person. This feeling made him feel like a god towering over all beings in heaven and earth. At this moment, it was only then that Gu Qingyang suddenly understood the power of faith. From these people's perspectives as well as their conversations, Gu Qingyang understood the situation of humanity today. 15 years ago, blood rains fell from the sky, and there were secret realms shattering all over the globe, with a head of ferocious beasts that survived in the secret realms coming out and taking the lead in setting off a beast tide of war. At the same time, the original beasts around the globe, affected by the blood rain, also metamorphosed into ferocious beasts. But these beasts metamorphosed into ferocious beasts. Compared to the ferocious beasts that came out of the secret realm, the strength is much worse. The beast tide started abruptly and soon swept across the globe. At the beginning, each country was able to resist with the force of firearms, but with the emergence of the 3rd-order beasts, it was difficult for the firearms to damage them, and the scale of victory began to tilt to the side of the beasts. Some strength as a little weak country was the first country. The whole country fell into the beast paradise. The remaining countries are also have to use nuclear bombs. Is barely dissolved the pressure of the beast tide. After a round of nuclear bombing, just when everyone thought that the ferocious beasts were no longer a big threat, a large number of ferocious beasts once again emerged from the endless ocean and ascended to the land. The beast tide that had just calmed down, now is once again set off. And then the first round of beast tide is even more terrible. This beast tide, 90% of the world's people lost their lives. The vast majority of the land is only occupied by the beasts. Many countries have been destroyed. In the end, the remaining human beings, led by the state of China, created the Human Federation, integrating the remaining strength of human beings to fight against the beasts. And then the Human Federation to the original Chinese territory, divided into 18 war zones, only to let the human gradually stabilized. A few years later, some human evolvers broke through the 3rd stage one after another, which greatly increased the strength of the Federation, and no longer feared the attacks of ferocious beasts. But this time, the blood rain came, and many 3rd-order beasts broke through the 4th order, completely breaking the Human Federation's stabilized situation. It seems that this world is somewhat similar to my previous life, but in terms of countries it's a bit different. It should be similar to a parallel dimension-like world. Gu Qingyang's mind was enlightened. At the same time, he was also surprised at the human evolvers. The emergence of evolvers began when humans took the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, and after some humans took the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, they made themselves break through certain boundaries, thus becoming evolvers. Later want to break through to the next level, is to constantly swallow the ferocious beast blood and flesh, so as to make their own breakthrough. But not everyone can become an evolved person after swallowing the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts. Many people after swallowing the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, either there is no reaction, or cannot withstand the powerful force of ferocious beasts of blood and flesh of the burst body and died. There were very few humans who could truly become evolvers. Precisely because of the risk of bursting and dying, there weren't many people who really dared to take the risk of taking ferocious beasts' flesh and blood. After all, it is better to die than to live. Until the last moment, how many people would be willing to fight with their lives? And even if it really came down to the last moment, not many people would dare to make up their minds. More than 10 years ago there was a third-order ferocious beast that appeared, and now that we have once again been bathed in heavenly blood, it's normal to break through to the fourth order. And judging from what we have gotten today, there are already 7 or 8 fourth-order ferocious beasts that have appeared. However, the known fourth-order fierce beasts today may not be all fourth-order fierce beasts. Gu Qingyang still had a great fear in his heart regarding the fourth-order fierce beasts, although after he broke through the third-rank lower grade, with the talent of the ancient tree spirit root, although he had the certainty of dealing with fourth-rank ferocious beasts, such as if he combined it with the divine spirit realm, even if it was a fourth-rank middle-grade ferocious beast, he might not be unqualified for a battle. However, qualification was just qualification. It didn't mean absolute. Moreover, Gu Qingyang being able to deal with a fourth-ranked ferocious beast was not the same as being able to deal with several fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. If one day, the ferocious beasts crushed the human federation, his own position in the Kunlun mountain range was bound to be a target for the ferocious beasts. This point, Gu Qingyang had no doubt. From the time he was inside the secret realm, he had been attacked by a number of beasts, although in the end he had succeeded in killing them back. But it could also be seen that the spiritual power contained inside the ancient tree was a great temptation for the beasts. Now, with the human federation as a shield, naturally there is no problem. But if the human federation is attacked by the ferocious beasts, the Kunlun mountain range will not be considered safe. As for the threat of the human federation, Gu Qingyang was not afraid for the time being. After all, with the nuclear bombs running out, he didn't think it was possible for the human federation to threaten him. At the second stage, Gu Qingyang was already unafraid of guns and missiles, and now that he had broken through to the lower third stage, he was even less afraid of these things, and the only thing that was worth being afraid of was the existence of nuclear bombs. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang fell into silence. Now that the Kunlun mountain range ferocious beasts were all sensible and avoided, not daring to take half a step into the range of the ancient tree, there was no way for him to hunt the ferocious beasts if he wanted to. The Pacific Ocean coastline, ahead of ferocious beasts from the sea out, towards the human federal land attack, and in the land above, can see like the Great Wall general defense fortifications stretched, as if the entire human federation are given protection within. The federal military is now defending the Great Wall against the attacks of the ferocious beasts. A bomber crossed the sky, and missiles landed in the ferocious beasts, erupting with earth-shattering sounds and blinding flames. Boom! Boom! Many ferocious beasts were blown up by the missiles, but more ferocious beasts came out from the sea, and there were horrible tentacles from the sudden storm, and an airplane at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters was directly rolled by the tentacles, and was dragged hard into the sea, and no longer saw any trace of it. The sudden change of events made many people's hearts startled. Fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Above the Great Wall, Marshal Yang Yan of the 5th War Region looked at the 1,000-meter tentacle, his majestic face looking very solemn. The powerful aura exposed from the tentacles made him feel a palpitation. As the Marshal of the War Zone guarding the Pacific Ocean, Yang Yan's strength was naturally needless to say, and was the top powerhouse of the human federation, having long since stepped into the third stage of perfection. Because of Yang Yan, the beast-tide attacks had not been able to truly shake the 5th War Zone over the years. However, the appearance of the fourth-order ferocious beasts nowadays made Yang Yan's heart and mind heavy. It was not only the 5th war zone that was in the Pacific Ocean. There were several other war zones as well. After all, the sea had the largest number of ferocious beasts, and relying on the strength of just one war zone, there was no possibility of fending off the ferocious beasts. Now that all the other war zones had fourth-ranked ferocious beasts appearing, at this moment, there were also fourth-ranked ferocious beasts appearing in the 5th war zone, which did not exceed Yang Yan's expectations. Only to see the sea surface lifting up 100 feet of waves, as if a giant octopus-like terrifying ferocious beast showed its looming presence, and a terrifying aura erupted out in a vast manner. causing everyone to look horrified. This is a fourth-order ferocious beast. Many people in the 9th battle zone had gone to support the various battle zones, and Gu Chengyang, with the believer's perspective, was able to clearly see the appearance of the octopus-like ferocious beasts in the sea, and the so-called tentacles were in fact the octopus's tentacles, which were densely packed and shocking to the eyes. Although he couldn't really feel the power of the octopus beast, but just by observing its waving of its tentacles, he could set off huge waves. Gu Qingyang could deeply understand the horror of this beast. Fourth order lower grade. No, it wasn't just as simple as a fourth order lower grade. It was likely to have broken through to a fourth order middle grade, or even a higher level. It seems that the descent of heavenly blood has not only allowed these ferocious beasts to break through to the fourth rank, but some powerful ferocious beasts have even directly stepped into the fourth rank middle grade, or even into the fourth rank upper grade. It's probably hard for the Human Federation side to resist if no fourth order revolvers appear. Gu Qingyang's face was stony. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang silently observed the battle situation, and as expected, he saw that the octopus ferocious beast was in full force, and all the third order revolvers of the 5th war region were completely no match for it when they all came out. Among them, the marshal of the 5th war zone, Yang Yen, was even heavily injured in the hands of the octopus beast. If not for the large amount of firepower as a cover, it was feared that he would have already died here. With the defeat of the top evolvers, the beast tide can no longer be blocked. Gu Qingyang saw the beast tide broke through the Great Wall interception, a bloody mouth into the eyes, and then the picture came to an abrupt end. Obviously, the believer from Gu Qingyang's perspective had already perished in the mouth of the beast. Gu Qingyang hurriedly switched to other believers' perspectives, only to see that all of the defenses of the 5th war zone had fallen, and one of the beasts had successfully landed, and the Human Federation had suffered a great defeat. Immediately after that, Gu Qingyang again switched believer perspectives and looked at the 3rd war zone as well as the believers in the 17th war zone, and as expected, the situation in both war zones was pretty much the same as the 5th war zone, with several 4th order ferocious beasts acting as precursors. The Human Federation had no way of resisting, even if airplanes and tanks bombarded them in turn. They were able to damage the 4th order beasts by the slightest bit, and the 3rd order revolvers were as weak as ants in front of the 4th order beasts. The army retreated. The beast tide was raging. It didn't take long, and when Gu Qingyang wanted to switch perspectives again, he realized that he could only see the scenery outside of the Kunlun mountain range. When he looked at the threads of faith again, he only saw that the more than 5,000 threads of faith had now been sharply reduced by a lot, indicating that all those who had gone to the front line for support had all been buried in the middle of the beast tide. The Human Federation is probably finished. Gu Qingyang's heart was heavy. From this beast tide, he had seen too many dangerous and terrifying beasts, and the golden feather eagle, which could be called the top overlord in the Kunlun mysterious realm, was completely inadequate in front of these beasts. After all, the golden feather eagle did not break through the 4th stage, but only stopped at the 3rd stage of perfection. If the golden feathered eagle broke through the 4th rank, then it would be a different story. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang landed his gaze on his own body. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15 tenths. 000. Rank, 3rd order lower, 153020/200000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 17840/10000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. A passive increase of 20 evolutionary values in 4 days. On average, 5 evolutionary values per day. That's what the Ancient Tree Spirit Root is for. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. Compared to the aura affinity and the ability to thrive, the Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots role was undoubtedly much greater. 5 points of evolutionary value a day. In a year of 365 days, that would be 1,825 points of evolutionary value. In this way, even if there wasn't any additional evolutionary value coming in, Gu Qingyang would still be able to break through to the 3rd rank middle grade after 25 years. 25 years might seem like a long time, but if his lifespan of 10,000 years was taken into account, a mere 25 years was nothing. As long as there was a safe environment, Gu Qingyang was confident that he hadn't been able to grow extremely high levels. But now, the Human Federation had suffered a great defeat, and Gu Qingyang felt that there wouldn't be an opportunity for him to grow peacefully. So in that case, the talent of the Ancient Tree Spirit Root couldn't really be brought into play, which was also considered to be a not-so-small regret. What remained? It was the number of beliefs that had increased by 40 points. Gu Qingyang could clearly feel that the evergreen ancient tree had a stream of faith power sinking into his body every day, So the 40 points of faith came from the body of the evergreen ancient tree. Such a change allowed Gu Qingyang to roughly understand the role of the believer levels. The main function of the believer rank is to provide the frequency of faith. Any believer who generates faith is not a one-time event, and will provide me with faith once every period of time. How often pan-believers provide faith is unknown for now, but for saints, they should provide faith once a day. Faith once a day. If the 5,000 or so believers in front of him were all at the saint level, Gu Qingyang would be able to have almost 20,000 faiths coming in every day. Of course, this was something impossible. Saints simply couldn't be promoted without pious to the core faith. Besides, right now, a lot of believers had died, and there were only about 3,000 believers left who truly believed in Gu Qingyang. For a moment, Gu Qingyang wanted to use all of his evolutionary value to cultivate beings like the evergreen tree. 150,000 evolutionary values were enough to allow 30 ancient trees to nurture a spirit and become believers of their own. In this way, Gu Qingyang would have 300 points of faith coming in every day at a guaranteed rate, and in a year, that would be 100,000 out of 10,000, and it wouldn't take 10 years to collect the faith needed to open up a divine kingdom. He had a premonition. If he could open up a divine kingdom, he would definitely be able to have a great metamorphosis. If he were in a safe place, Gu Qingyang, needless to say, would definitely take the lead in cultivating a group of ancient trees similar to the evergreen ancient tree. After all, in the short term, such practices were a loss, but in the long term, it was a surefire deal. Only a pity, the current environment could not allow Gu Qingyang to do so, unless there could be a more powerful ancient tree than the evergreen ancient tree. Only then would Gu Qingyang cultivate it with divine spirit fruits. After all, the faith provided by the third order was completely different from the second order, and there was a tenfold difference between the two. If an ancient tree with third order roots could exist, Gu Qingyang wouldn't mind spending some evolutionary value to allow such an ancient tree to nurture a spirit and thus become his saint. However, in the entire Kunlun mountain range, the evergreen ancient tree's root was one of the top existences, and Gu Qingyang had not found any other ancient trees that could compare to the evergreen ancient tree so far. In this way, Gu Qingyang naturally wouldn't waste the evolutionary value. After all, every bit of evolutionary value was a proof of strength. Let's hope that the Human Federation can hold out for a little while longer. But looking at today's situation, I guess there's no chance of that happening. The first war zone. In the middle of a certain strict high building, all the heads of the 18 war zones were now gathered here. Among them were Marshal Gu Feng of the 9th war zone, Marshal Yang Yan of the 5th war zone, and even more marshals from other war zones. These people sat around in front of a long table, with an illusory screen appearing in the center, which was divided into several small screens, and the images displayed therein were clearly the scenes of the beast tide. Among them, a dozen or so fourth-ranked ferocious beasts came into view, and even through the screen, one could feel the powerful might. After this blood rain, a large number of third-ranked ferocious beasts broke through to the fourth rank, but no fourth-ranked evolvers have appeared in the Human Federation so far. Now that the beast tide is raging, if there is no solution, the Human Federation is going to come to an end. Gu Feng looked at the image in front of him, his face looking heavy. From the time the blood rain descended to the outbreak of the beast tide, and then to the fall of all the front lines, it was only about a week apart. In just a week or so, the Human Federation's efforts of more than 10 years had all gone down the drain, and the proud fortifications were as good as papier-mâché in front of the fourth order beasts. The third order revolvers who were considered the top of the human race did not have any room to fight back in front of the fourth order beasts. The gap between the two was like a rift valley. Hearing, an old man in a Chinese mountain suit slowly spoke. The appearance of the blood rain has greatly increased the strength of the ferocious beast side, and right now a head-on battle is no longer possible. In my opinion, what we can do now is to evacuate. The person who spoke was the marshal of the first war zone, and the former leader of China, Ji Xian. As soon as the other party's words left his mouth, many people were subtle in their expressions. Yang Yan said in a deep voice, "What does the old marshal think? How should we evacuate? In addition, there are quite a number of civilians living behind the front line. If the military evacuates, these civilians will inevitably be buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. Civilians naturally cannot be abandoned. If they are abandoned, the reputation of the Federation will be considered completely ruined. For the time being, we should first notify the civilians to evacuate, and the other districts should send their troops to cover them, stopping the beasts at all costs and buying time for the others to evacuate. As for the direction of evacuation, let this be the main focus." As Ji Xian spoke, he picked up the remote control and pressed it, only to see the screen on the desktop turn into a map of the Federation. The other party pointed to a location on the map, and everyone's gazes were directed there. The 8th war zone has the Kunlun mountain range as a barrier in front of it, and it's far away from the sea. Over the years the fierce beasts in the 8th war zone have been pretty much cleared out, and the blood rain descent hasn't changed much. If we can use the 8th battle zone to defend it, we might be able to have a chance of survival. Ji Xian's words caused some people's brows to furrow. Not long after his words fell, an old man about the same age as Ji Xian opened his mouth, and the other party was none other than Marshal Mu Chang of the 2nd war zone. Although the 8th war zone is far away from the ocean, the ferocious beasts have already managed to land, and the beast tide will one day sweep through the entire human federation. Even if we use the 8th war zone to defend it, we still don't have much of a chance of winning after all, and if the beast tide kills in front of the 8th war zone, we won't have much of a way to retreat. Withdrawing the entire force and concentrating all of our strength in the 8th battle zone. Such a backwater approach was just drinking hemlock to quench our thirst. Ji Xian shook his head slightly. The beasts have become powerful. All we can do is to delay for a day. In case an evolver breaks through to the 4th stage, we will have a chance to resolve the crisis in front of us. Instead of spreading out our strength to fight the ferocious beasts, we should gather all of our strength so that we can at least hold on for a bit longer. In addition, there is another thing that you guys may not be aware of. Not long ago, the Kunlun mountain range where the 9th battle area is located had a secret realm come out, and a mysterious ancient tree appeared in the Kunlun mountain range. This ancient tree was particularly powerful, killing a 3rd order perfect beast in the Kunlun mountain range and devouring a large number of beasts. But it didn't make a move on the people of the 9th war region. I have reason to suspect that this ancient tree may have great goodwill towards humans, or great malice towards the ferocious beasts. If the Federation is defending the 8th war zone, with the Kunlun mountain range as a barrier in front of it, and the Kunlun mountain range will be the first to bear the brunt of the beast tide, this mysterious ancient tree might be able to block the beast tide for a period of time, giving the Federation a chance to recuperate. Speaking, Ji Xian again manipulated the screen and switched the map of the Federation to the Kunlun mountain range. More than 1,000 meters of ancient trees in the sky came into view, as if it was a godly tree that supported heaven and earth and myths and legends, and even from the screen, one could feel the breath that made one's heart tremble. Gu Fang's eyes flickered slightly as he heard. Old Marshal is trying to utilize the power of the ancient tree to intercept the beast tide. This method is indeed feasible. It's just that there are quite a number of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts in the beast tide, and although the strength of the ancient tree is powerful, it may not be able to stop the beast tide for long. And although the Kunlun mountain range is vast, the ferocious beasts can bypass the Kunlun mountain range and directly attack the rear of the 8th war region. Before Gu Fang finished his words, Ji Xian directly interrupted. Although powerful ferocious beasts can drive weaker ferocious beasts instinctively do not have any spiritual intelligence to speak of. For the ferocious beasts, they will only push across all obstacles in front of them, so there is no possibility for them to bypass the Kunlun mountain range. The only question is how long the Kunlun mountain range can stop the beast tide. Looking at the ancient trees in the sky in the screen, Ji Xian was also somewhat helpless inside. From the news he had received and his own observations, the strength of the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountain range was probably only at the 4th order lower grade at the top. This kind of strength wants to stop the beast tide. The possibility is actually not high. Ji Xian also did not want to let the ancient trees of the Kunlun mountain range really stop the beast tide. As long as it can stop the beast tide for a period of time will be enough. What the human race lacks now is time. From the emergence of evolvers to the present, in the past 10 years or so, without the help of blood rain, mankind has been able to emerge as a 3rd order perfect evolver. As long as humans were given some more time, the emergence of 4th order evolvers would be inevitable. But now, the beast tide was raging. Without the help of external forces, it was impossible for humans to support the emergence of 4th order evolvers. Therefore, Ji Xian then bet all his hopes on the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountains. So it seems that there is no other solution other than this method. Yang Yen sighed. When the others heard this, they also understood that there was already no second method in the current situation. So for Ji Xian's proposal, it was pretty much unanimously passed. Next, the heads of the various war zones were the ones who passed the message down, while broadcasting to inform everyone in the other war zones to all evacuate to the 8th war zone. At the same time, the various war zones were also pulling out some of their troops to go to the front line to snipe the beast tide, buying some time for the others to evacuate. After all, the evacuation of all the war zones wasn't just a withdrawal. There had to be a certain amount of time as a buffer before they could do so. Kunlun mountain range. The ancient tree swayed slightly. Gu Qingyan's divine perception was put to the maximum. Just now, he perceived that there seemed to be eyes falling on his body in the underworld, and the sensation originated from the sky. Satellite. The first thing Gu Qingyan thought of was satellites. After all, the human technological means in this world were not half as weak as those in his previous life, and even a bit stronger. Being able to manipulate satellites was really normal. It was obvious that although he stayed immobile in the Kunlun mountain range, the Human Federation was always paying attention to him. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang, also from the original stationed in the Kunlun mountain range outside the army, now has begun to withdraw, as if completely abandoned the Kunlun mountain range defense line. Switching the believer's perspective, Gu Qingyang realized from the conversations of the others that it wasn't just the army of the Kunlun mountain range that was evacuating, even if it was everyone else in the Human Federation that was also evacuating. From just a few words, Gu Qingyang made one thing clear: the Human Federation was losing big time. In the face of the sweeping tide of beasts, the Human Federation had already given up its original territorial defenses and was preparing to head all the way to the 8th battle zone to hold the fort, which was on the other side of the Kunlun mountain range. Learning of this news, Gu Qingyang's mind was dismayed, hoping that I've now become the best barrier for the Human Federation. At the beginning, Gu Qingyang was still thinking of relying on the Human Federation to fend off the beast tide and buy himself time to develop peacefully, but he didn't expect the situation to be reversed so quickly. The identities of both sides were swapped, and the Human Federation directly hid behind itself, with the Kunlun mountain range becoming a natural barrier as the first to face the beast tide. For a time, Gu Qingyang was also somewhat speechless, but right now everything had become a foregone conclusion, not something he could change. However, the Human Federation wanting everyone to evacuate to the 8th war zone is not something that can be done overnight, during which time they still have to fend off the footsteps of the ferocious beasts and give the others a time to evacuate. In other words, the time when the beast tide really comes is not that fast. I can still develop peacefully for a period of time. This was considered the good news amongst the bad news. By staying one more day, Gu Qingyang would be able to increase his strength a little more. The increase in evolution value represented the strength of his strength. If a steady 5 points of evolution value arrived, although the increase was minimal compared to Gu Qingyang's current strength, it was at least an increase. The sun and moon changed. Time passed. Gu Qingyang stayed in the Kunlun mountain range at ease, silently accumulating himself, while at the same time observing the dynamics of the entire Human Federation from the perspective of a believer. From the last time the Human Federation had evacuated until now, it had been almost a month. The ferocious beasts had already captured most of the Federation area, and almost all of the other 17 war zones had withdrawn to the 8th war zone. The speed of the Human Federation's collapse, as well as the strength of the ferocious beasts, were unexpected to Gu Qingyang. The original 3,000 believers left were now only 1,000 dead or wounded. As the wave of beasts got closer, Gu Qingyang's mind was instead calmed down. Anyway, things had come to this point. He had nothing to say. In addition, Gu Qingyang also wanted to use the opportunity of this battle to see if he could harvest a batch of faith. After all, when the beast tide was approaching the Kunlun mountains, his own battle with the ferocious beasts would definitely be noticed by the Human Federation, and he would be able to harvest as many believers as he could next. If one could gather the number of beliefs needed to open up a divine kingdom, that would also be a good thing. On this day, the earth shook slightly. Gu Qingyang's heart felt something in general, and he looked over to the Kunlun mountain range, where many powerful auras were approaching at an extremely fast speed, and when he looked from afar, he only saw dust and smoke rolling around. But as time passed, behind the dust and smoke rolling, the figures of many ferocious beasts appeared. Coming, Gu Qingyang secretly said. After more than a month's time, the wave of beasts had finally killed here when the Human Federation had completely abandoned its defenses. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but look with the eye of true vision, and the information of a ferocious beast appeared in his mind. Body, Black Demon Ape. Grade, 3rd Order Middle Grade. Body, Thunder Tiger. Rank, Lower 3rd Grade. Body, Red Flame Lion. Rank, 3rd Order Perfect. Looking at all the ferocious beasts, a considerable portion of them had stepped into the 3rd rank, while the remaining portion was ranked in the 2nd rank, and there were only a very small number of ferocious beasts that could truly enter the 1st rank. This is a tough battle. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath. A large number of 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts as well as 2nd-ranked ferocious beasts. A small number of 1st-ranked ferocious beasts. If it was an ordinary 3rd-ranked lower class would never be able to withstand it. The only thing that made Gu Qingyang feel fortunate was that there were no 4th-order fierce beasts at the moment, which was the best news. Without a 4th-order beast, it meant that he still had a few chances of winning. 8th War Zone. The Human Federation's top management gathered, and all of their gazes were glued to the screen in front of them, where the Kunlun mountain range and the site of the beast tide were exactly what they were. The beast tide has finally come. Now let's see if that ancient tree in the Kunlun mountain range can hold back the beast tide's attack. In addition to broadcasting all of the circumstances of this battle, so that other people can also take a look at how powerful the beast tide really is, Ji Xian looked at the screen for a moment, then said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately spoke out against it. If the screen is broadcasted out, I'm only afraid that people will be disorganized. But before the other person finished his words, He was interrupted by Ji Xian raising his hand. Things have developed to this point. Humanity has reached the juncture of survival, and the Federation can't retreat. Now let them feel the horror of the beast tide. The only way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. If not, there is really no hope for humanity. I second the motion. Gufang was silent for a long time, then raised his hand in agreement. Soon there was a second, a third, and even more people who raised their hands in agreement. Although the remaining small number of people thought that it was bad for the image to be broadcasted out, there was nothing they could do about it now, so they could only obey the majority and agree to the image being broadcasted. For a moment, the people of the entire 8th Warzone all realized that their electronic devices were suddenly out of control, and the screen was uniformly forced to switch to a live broadcast channel. The content in the live broadcast screen was none other than the Kunlun mountain range and the scene of the beast tide, above the large screens in all the street malls. The same picture as the live broadcast also appeared. At the same time, Ji Xian's voice resounded in the screen. The beast tide is coming and is currently impacting the Kunlun mountain range. I hope that everyone can remember that this is the enemy that humanity is facing. The words fell. The entire 8th battle zone was abuzz with excitement. Everyone's gazes fell into the middle of the screen. The ancient trees of the Kunlun mountain range came into view, followed by many ferocious beasts that were several meters or even dozens of meters that stepped on the earth and came. And that ferocious aura even through the screen made people's hearts fearful. In the live broadcast screen, a pop-up screen kept popping up. What a tall ancient tree. I almost thought I had seen the mythical Jin Mu. That said, this tree also belongs to the category of ferocious beasts, right? Boy, this is the power of a beast tide. How can the Human Federation win? It's over. It's over. Many people were pale when they saw the sight of the beast tide. The fear in their eyes could not be suppressed. Although these were only images on the live broadcast, they could feel the horror of the beast tide. Beasts that were dozens of meters tall and even hundreds of meters tall were like walking mountains, giving an extremely strong visual impact. In the live broadcast screen, there were countless large numbers of ferocious beasts at a glance, and the terror of the beast tide could be seen, especially some evolved people. When they saw such a scene, their hearts and minds could not stop trembling. Those who don't know are not afraid. Without becoming a real evolver, without really dealing with the beasts, will never understand the power of the beasts. Inside a certain mansion, a handsome young man was looking at the live streaming screen. Why did the Federation broadcast such a picture live? Subo's handsome face was filled with gravity, and if he looked carefully, he could even detect a trace of faintly undetectable fear. As a second-stage evolver, he had dealt with ferocious beasts not once or twice, and just from the size of the ferocious beasts in the video, he could estimate their strength. Right at this moment, a woman with a tall figure and pretty face, painted with sexy red lips, straight and white thighs that were slender and alluring, and wearing professional clothes walked in from outside. The latest news has come in that the ancient tree in the Kunlun Mountains is one that possesses notable strength, and the reason why the Federation has withdrawn everyone to the 8th Warzone is because they want to use the Kunlun Mountains as a barrier as a way to stop the beast tide. As Su Qing spoke, she passed a notebook in her hand to Subo's face, and on it was clearly a record of all the information on the Kunlun mountain range. Subo looked at the information on it and frowned slightly. The Federation even wants to borrow a tree to stop the beast tide. Isn't this a joke? The situation is bad now. Perhaps the Federation is trying to let go of the situation. Su Qing shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes similarly falling on the live broadcast screen, staring at the ancient tree in the sky, not knowing what she was thinking for a while. On the other side, Subo was also in deep thought. At this moment, elsewhere in the 8th War region, everyone was also putting down the matters at hand and staring dead-on at the existence of the beast tide. For them, the appearance of the beast tide humanity had already reached the juncture of deciding the survival of life and death. Kunlun Mountain Range. Gu Qingyang was once again feeling that underworldly gaze locking onto him. He didn't need to think to understand that it must be the humans who were secretly observing him. However, Gu Qingyang's mind was not on the humans right now, but instead he was looking at the beast tide in front of him. At this moment, the wave of beasts had completely arrived in front of the Kunlun Mountain Range, and the slight traces left behind by the human army in front of them were completely trampled by the wave of beasts. At this moment, Gu Qingyang felt the gazes of quite a few ferocious beasts that were falling on his own body, and he could clearly feel the eyes that were eager to devour them. Obviously, the existence of the ancient tree was also a not-so-small temptation for the ferocious beasts. Soon, the beast tide killed into the Kunlun Mountain Range. Everything that stood in the way of the beast tide was violently destroyed, and an ancient tree that had existed for more than 100 years collapsed down, completely perishing. However, the moment the wave of beasts rushed into the divine spirit realm, the power of the realm fell silently, causing all the strength of all the ferocious beasts to drop a level out of thin air. Immediately afterward, A root like a black python was seen scurrying out of the earth, piercing through the bodies of the ferocious beasts without any hindrance. And almost in a moment's time, the hundreds of ferocious beasts that rushed to the front were cut down to nothing. The huge bodies dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a moment there was only a layer of skin left. This scene, it caused all those who witnessed the live broadcast to let out a cry of shock, and the pop-up screen became even more frantic. Crap, crap, what did I see? Hundreds of ferocious beasts were instantly killed in seconds. What a terrifying strength. The ancient tree is mighty. Kill all these ferocious beasts. From today onwards, I am the loyal supporter of the ancient tree. Upstairs +1. Everyone was instantly boiling. The wave of beasts came in a fierce manner. They had thought that the ferocious beasts would directly step through the Kunlun mountain range, and then launch a final attack on the human race. Unexpectedly, the ferocious beasts had just stepped into the Kunlun mountain range when they were sniped by the ancient trees, and hundreds of ferocious beasts were killed in a single shot. A situation that was both shocking and exhilarating. Federal high level. All of them were also staring at the screen at this moment, and their spirits were lifted when they saw the ancient tree instantly kill hundreds of ferocious beasts in seconds. The ancient tree of the Kunlun mountains is truly extraordinary. That ferocious beast seems to be a red flame male lion, a top ferocious beast of the third stage of perfection, but it was killed in seconds in a single glance. So it seems that the Kunlun mountain range will be able to consume some of the beast tide's power. The marshals of the various war zones were all looking excited now, although they still didn't think that the ancient trees of the Kunlun mountain range could truly stop the beast tide. According to the current situation, as long as they could weaken the strength of the beast tide a bit, it would be fine. At that time, even if the beast tide broke through the Kunlun mountain range, the humans would still be able to fight it off. There was a flash of light in Ji Xian's deep eyes, but it quickly disappeared again, and then he smiled and said, "It seems that using the Kunlun mountain range as a barrier is indeed good, and we'll see how long the ancient tree can support us next." Although he proposed that the Human Federation to hold on to the 8th war zone, but for the strength of the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountain range, is still skeptical, but the scene now, is considered to let it really put down his heart. Devouring a third-order inferior ferocious beast, getting 5,000 points of evolution value. Devouring a second-order consummate ferocious beast, obtaining 500 points of evolutionary value. Devouring a second-order middle-grade ferocious beast gains 300 points of evolutionary value. Devouring a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast gains 250 points of evolutionary value. Devouring a third-order perfect ferocious beast yields 10,000 points of evolution value. Devouring. Densely packed information surged out, and Gu Qingyang was also excited in his heart as he looked at the skyrocketing evolution value. For a while, Gu Qingyang beheaded the ferocious beasts even more vigorously. Under the effect of the divine spirit domain, all ferocious beasts that stepped into this place would have to passively drop down a level, which made it even easier for him to behead the ferocious beasts. On the other side, the evergreen ancient tree was also frantically killing ferocious beasts, but the difference was that the evergreen ancient tree was not as deep as Gu Qingyang, and the other party's strength at the top of the second rank was really limited in the number of ferocious beasts it could kill. Fortunately, all the beasts above the third rank were stopped by Gu Qingyang with his own strength. Otherwise, the evergreen tree would have fallen into the beast tide in just one look. In addition to the skyrocketing evolutionary value, what also skyrocketed was the number of beliefs. Gu Qingyang only felt the faith power in the ancient tree's torso becoming more and more abundant, and there were also constant hints of newborn believers, but they were all blocked out by him. From the beast tide until now, in just under 10 minutes, Gu Qingyang had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts. A feeling of saturation surged through his heart, causing Gu Qingyang to glance at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/10. 000. Rank, lower third order, 210500/200000 can be broken through. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 236520/10000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. As expected, the evolution value instantly broke through the 200,000 mark, reaching the point of 211,000, while the faith power also skyrocketed directly from over 10,000 to over 200,000. There was no hesitation. Gu Qingyang directly chose to break through. As his thoughts fell, he only saw that in the view of all the live broadcasts. The 500-meter pale sky ancient tree rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it broke through to a height of 2,000 meters. The might of that vastness, like an abyss, even through the live broadcast screen, made people instinctively feel awe. The ancient tree's strength has gotten stronger again. Devouring ferocious beasts will upgrade it. Ancient Tree 666. Never thought that the beast tide is completely giving away food to the ancient tree. According to this situation, even if a 4th-ranked ferocious beast came, it wouldn't be an opponent for the ancient tree, would it? Everyone was excited. For them, the stronger the ancient tree was, the longer it could stop the ferocious beasts. The best thing to do was to stop all the ferocious beasts in the Kunlun mountain range. Federation high level. The ancient tree's strength has broken through again, and its strength is estimated to be no weaker than a mid-4th rank. Yang Yan said in a deep voice. From the fact that the other party was able to kill a 3rd-order consummate ferocious beast in seconds earlier, it could be determined that its strength was at worst in the 4th-order lower grade, and now that it had made a breakthrough, it was at least in the 4th-order middle grade. An ancient tree of the 4th rank middle grade was naturally not considered invincible amongst the ferocious beasts. After all, after the blood rain, there were already ferocious beasts of the 4th rank middle grade that had appeared. However, the breakthrough of the ancient tree was good news for the Federation. The stronger the ancient tree was, the longer it could intercept the fierce beasts. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/15,000. Rank, 3rd order medium, 10500/400000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 236520/1. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. 3rd rank mid-grade now. Gu Qingyang glanced at his data panel, only to see that the evolutionary value required for the breakthrough had directly doubled. At the same time, the range of the Divine Spirit domain had directly changed from 30 kilometers to 60 kilometers. Nowadays, the roots of the ancient tree were already able to break away from the range of the Kunlun mountain range and extend beyond it. Looking at the ferocious beasts that kept on impacting, Gu Qingyang looked at these ferocious beasts as if they were walking evolutionary values. So how could he endure them? Only to see a large number of roots piercing through the earth, ruthlessly stabbing into a ferocious beast, drawing out the essence of their flesh and blood. Even the 3rd stage consummate ferocious beasts didn't have any room for resistance. After all, when Gu Qingyang was at the 3rd rank lower grade, with the ancient tree spirit roots underpinnings, he was quite a bit stronger than the average 3rd rank consummate, and with the divine spirit realm's effects, he was able to deal with the 4th rank lower grade ferocious beasts with certainty. Now after breaking through the 3rd order middle grade, Gu Qingyang's own reserves were enough to be comparable to a 4th order lower grade, and with the divine spirit domain, his strength was not weaker than that of a 4th order middle grade ferocious beast at all. In this case, a 3rd order perfect beast would not be a match. In the end, under the suppression of the divine spirit domain, a 3rd order perfect fierce beast was only equivalent to a 3rd order upper grade. It was simply a lopsided slaughter. Devouring a 3rd order consummate ferocious beast, obtaining 10,000 points of evolutionary value. Devouring a 3rd order upper grade beast, getting 7,000 evolution points. Devouring a 2nd order upper grade ferocious beast gains 350 points of evolution value. Devouring a 2nd order lower grade. Devouring. As the divine spirit domain expanded to 60 kilometers, Gu Qingyang's speed of slaughtering the ferocious beasts became even faster. The countless roots harvesting them like the scythe of the god of death. There was no pressure to speak of at all. No matter if it was a 2nd order beast or a 3rd order beast, they were no match at all. This kind of lopsided situation, let the people watching the live broadcast are in awe, as well as a kind of unspeakable excitement. Once upon a time, the ferocious beasts were running rampant, and the human federation was losing ground, with no room for resistance at all. The beast tide was like an invincible legion, with no existence able to intercept it. Until now, it was only with Gu Qingyang's appearance that everyone woke up to the fact that the beast tide wasn't truly invincible, and the ferocious beasts would be slaughtered just the same. Kill all these ferocious beasts. The ancient tree is invincible. Well done. Some people cursed angrily, some people laughed playfully, and there were even some who watched with fervor, wanting to directly head to the Kunlun mountain range to fight with the ferocious beasts in a bloodbath. Soon, the earth shook. A hundreds of meters tall giant ape ferocious beast appeared in the live broadcast screen, and that ferocious and tyrannical aura made everyone's face change. The top level of the Federation. Gufang's color changed. Demon ape. Devil ape. A 4th order lower grade ferocious beast. Everyone's minds were filled with the appropriate information when they saw that giant ape. After all, 4th ranked ferocious beasts were all disaster level existences, and for ferocious beasts of this level, how could the Federation not collect relevant information? In fact, all the 4th order ferocious beasts, the federal government has a certain understanding, and to all the 4th order ferocious beasts, are made a ranking. Fierce Beast List 23 4th Order Fierce Beasts. The strength of the devil ape can be ranked 10th. In the 4th order inferior fierce beasts belong to the top of the existence. Tens of thousands of people in the Federation died tragically at the hands of the devil ape. So the next step is to see if the ancient tree can kill the devil ape. A middle-aged marshal said in a deep voice. His eyes looking at the demon ape were filled with anger as well as killing intent. The ranking of any ferocious beast on the fierce beast list was paved with the blood of countless humans. So how could they not be angry? So when the demonic ape appeared, everyone's gazes fell on top of the demonic ape. No matter how many ferocious beasts the Kunlun mountain range ancient tree had decimated, they were only dealing with ferocious beasts below the 4th rank. And the truly difficult ferocious beasts were the existences of the 4th rank. Now that there was a 4th ranked ferocious beast, whether the other party could deal with it or not depended on this battle. At the same time, outside of the Federation's top echelons, many folk evolvers were well aware of the terrifying nature of this beast when they saw the devil ape appear, especially when they saw its hundreds of meters of body. They all secretly pinched a sweat for ancient tree. Body, demon ape. Grade, 4th order lower grade. When the devil ape appeared, Gu Qingyang also discovered this powerful ferocious beast, and when the eye of true sight fell, all the information about the devil ape appeared in his mind. A 4th rank lower grade ferocious beast. Gu Qingyang's mind was a bit energized. From the start of the battle until now, he couldn't even remember exactly how many fierce beasts he had slaughtered, and he only saw the evolutionary values continue to skyrocket. However, breaking through the 3rd rank upper grade required 400,000 evolutionary values, and although the ferocious beasts arriving right now were not low in rank, it still wasn't easy to gather all the evolutionary values for a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped. After breaking through the 3rd rank, Gu Qingyang devoured the 2nd rank beasts only half of the original, and then devoured the 1st rank beasts only a quarter of the original. Although there were quite a few 3rd order fierce beasts in this beast tide, the real main ones were 2nd order fierce beasts and some 1st order fierce beasts. This resulted in him killing a large number of ferocious beasts, but he wasn't able to directly break through to the 3rd rank middle grade. Nowadays, the appearance of the 4th ranked ferocious beasts made Gu Qingyang feel as if he had seen a large amount of evolutionary value, and in his heart, he was half afraid of the 4th ranked ferocious beasts. The 4th ranked ferocious beasts are considered to be the strongest of all the ferocious beasts I've seen since I was reborn. I just don't know how much evolutionary value devouring a 4th ranked ferocious beast will actually give me. Gu Qingyang was keeping an eye on the demonic ape at all times, and right at the moment the demonic ape stepped into the divine spirit realm, the other party's rank directly fell from the 4th rank lower to the 3rd rank consummate. As if sensing its reduced strength, the devil ape let out an angry roar. Its instincts as a ferocious beast allowed it to feel a sense of crisis, but the desire for the ancient tree covered the sense of crisis. So the devil ape not only did not retreat, but instead, it took a big step towards the ancient tree. Regardless of whether it was the top management of the Federation or other people, they were all staring at the live broadcast screen with dead eyes today. One side relied on its own strength to intercept the mysterious ancient tree of the beast tide, and the other side was a top beast with a fierce reputation, ranking among the 10th on the list of ferocious beasts. The killing of the two was naturally eye-catching. I heard that the federal list of fierce beasts, this devil ape ranked 10th on the list of fierce beasts. Strength is horrible to the extreme. The ancient tree will not be able to beat the devil ape? Upstairs you're farting. My tree is unrivaled in the world. What's a magic ape worth? Seconded. Not bad. The devil ape, so what? My tree since the birth of the world has not tasted a defeat. A small devil ape is simply ridiculous. Ahem. I think so too. On the live broadcast's pop-up screen, many people were absolutely confident in the ancient tree, but there were also a very few people who were jealous of the demon ape's strength. Inside the mansion, Subo was staring at the live broadcast screen with a deadly stare, his line of sight moving back and forth between the ancient tree as well as the demonic ape, and even though his face was calm, it wasn't hard to see the nervousness that was lurking. The 10th ranked fierce beast on the fierce beast list is considered to be a top-notch existence amongst the 4th ranked underclass, and although the ancient tree has an extraordinary battle record, it's questionable whether it can beat the demonic ape. Next to Su Cheng, her willow brows were knitted tightly, and on her charming and delicate face, there was also an unconcealable nervousness. Subo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The strength of the demon ape is indeed terrifying, but the ancient tree may not be an opponent either. Right now the Federation wants to rely on the ancient tree in the Kunlun Mountains to intercept the beast tide. Then the ancient tree has to win this battle, otherwise the human race's chances of victory are slim." After really seeing the strength of the ancient tree in the beast tide, Subo clearly understood how small the strength of the federal government is nowadays, not to mention how the beast tide was. The power shown by the ancient tree alone was not something that the Federation could deal with now. If the ancient tree, which was so powerful, couldn't resist the demon ape, then on what basis would humans be able to fight against the beasts? After all, the devil ape is only the 10th beast on the list of beasts. More powerful than the devil ape there are 9 beasts. The power of the ancient tree is not something that the Federation can fight against. So what is the Federation going to fight against the demon ape that can defeat the ancient tree, as well as the fierce beasts that are more powerful than the demon ape? Even if they poured out all their power, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to shake the fierce beasts in the slightest. So, in Subo's opinion, the battle between the ancient tree and the demonic ape was already about the future of humanity. If the ancient tree could win, there would still be hope for humanity, and if the ancient tree lost, then there would be no possibility for humanity to survive. Unconsciously, Subo had already linked the victory or defeat of the ancient tree to the survival of the human race. He didn't even realize that he didn't know when he had strong feelings for the ancient tree, and this feeling even went beyond worship, rising to the point of faith. Federal higher levels. The marshals of the 18 war zones were now all stony-faced as well. There was a middle-aged man with a solemn face. This battle is finally coming. Who do you think will win between the ancient tree and the demonic ape? The 10th ranked beast on the list of ferocious beasts. Its strength cannot be underestimated. I think it's 50-50 between the two. I think the ancient tree's chances of winning are greater. From the beginning of the beast tide, none of the ferocious beasts could get close to him. One can understand the horror of its strength. It's hard to say. The 10th ranked fierce beast on the fierce beast list. Its strength isn't normally terrifying. Everyone had their own opinion, and as they spoke, they were all staring closely at the live broadcast screen. After all, the next battle would most likely be related to the survival of the human race. If the ancient tree was not an opponent, then the consequences would be severe. Ji Xian immediately said, "Arrange for all fighters to be ready. Once the ancient tree appears to be undefeated, immediately go forward to support it, and absolutely not let the ancient tree fall." The other battle area marshals all nodded in agreement when they heard this. No matter what, the ancient tree in the Kunlun Mountains could not fall. If it did, humanity would have to face these powerful ferocious beasts head-on. In the Kunlun mountain range, the 4th rank lower grade devil ape was already killing towards the ancient tree of the Cthulhu. Although its hundreds of meters tall body was strong, it was also much shorter in front of the 2,000 meters of the ancient tree of the Cthulhu. Just as everyone was watching the scene in front of them, fantasizing about the next shocking collision, they saw several tentacles protruding from the earth, directly binding the demon ape in place, thick as a python-like roots. No matter how hard the demon ape struggled, it was not able to destroy the slightest bit. Immediately after, another root beard came out, ruthlessly stuck in the demon ape's chest. Even if the missile is difficult to damage the black fur, in front of the root beard as if it were papier-mâché, easily penetrated. Roar! Feeling the loss of his life force, the demon ape let out an unwilling roar. But as his chi and blood flowed away, his voice gradually fell silent. Eventually, the devil ape's rich flesh became dried up, and then was dragged hard into the earth by the roots of the ancient tree, never to be seen again. So far, the 10th ranked demon ape on the list of ferocious beasts was declared to have fallen. All the people who saw this scene were frozen in place, with shocked expressions on their faces for a long time without words. Killed in seconds. A second kill without any difficulty. It was as if the demonic ape wasn't even the 10th ranked top ferocious beast on the ferocious beast list, but rather a ferocious beast that was weak to the extreme. The shocking battle that everyone expected didn't break out at all, and the demonic ape didn't even manage to actually touch the ancient tree before it was directly killed in seconds on the spot. Silence. Deadly silence. But after the silence, the live screen went completely crazy. Crap. 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 Seconds. The demon ape was killed in seconds. I heard that the federal government made a vicious beast list. Only the 4th order vicious beasts can be on the list. The devil ape is ranked 10th on the list of vicious beasts. Is currently all the 4th order vicious beasts can be said to be a powerful existence. I didn't expect to be killed by the ancient tree in seconds. Ancient tree's divine might. Ancient tree's divine might. Bullish. Everyone was looking frantic, and the excitement within them was hard to suppress. Even though they had long since seen how powerful the ancient tree was, they didn't expect the ancient tree to be as powerful as this. With the top ferocious beast ranked 10th on the ferocious beast ranking being directly killed in seconds. Inside the mansion, Subo's face could no longer remain calm, and his eyes were filled with fervor as he looked towards the ancient tree. The red lips of Su Qing on the side pursed slightly, her heart also trembling dramatically. Federation higher levels. Nowadays, including Ji Xian, all of the warzone marshals were dumbstruck, completely surprised by the images before them. After a long time, Gu Feng sighed deeply. We all underestimated the ancient tree of the Kunlun mountain range. His might is much more terrifying than even what we had predicted. Even with the might of the demonic ape, he is not a match for him at all. Thinking about the time when he had met the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountain range, Although Gu Feng had seen how powerful the ancient tree was, it was completely incomparable to today. The demon ape was dead. It lifted the spirits of all the Federation executives. The 10th fierce beast list's demonic ape is not even a match for the ancient tree. The chances of stopping the beast tide with this kind of strength are not small. The Federation has hope. Someone looked excited. Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes became much more eager when they looked at the live broadcast screen. Devouring a 4th-ranked lower-grade ferocious beast, obtaining 50,000 points of evolutionary value. The corresponding message surfaced, and Gu Qingyang only felt a majestic power surging into his body, causing his strength to grow a lot more after breaking through the 3rd-rank middle grade. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 15/15,000. Rank, 3rd order middle grade, 100940/400000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 968. 500/1. 000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. The evolution value has broken through 100,000. At this rate, it won't be long before I can directly break through the 3rd rank upper grade. Gu Qingyang's calm mind was also a little excited. Once he broke through the 3rd order upper grade, his strength would become even more terrifying. Nowadays, when he was at the 3rd order middle grade, Gu Qingyang's strength was no weaker than that of a 4th order lower grade ferocious beast, and with the presence of the Divine Spirit Realm, a 4th order middle grade ferocious beast would have a chance of being decapitated as well. If he could break through to the 3rd order upper grade, Gu Qingyang would have the confidence to deal with 4th order middle grade beasts, and with the Divine Spirit domain, 4th order upper grade beasts could also be decimated. During this period of time with the believer's perspective, Gu Qingyang also had quite a bit of knowledge about the strength of the beast tide. After the heavenly blood, there were very few ferocious beasts that could truly break through the 4th rank. It was even rarer to be able to enter the 4th order mid-grade ferocious beasts. As of now, Gu Qingyang had not discovered the existence of a 4th order upper grade fierce beast. To put it another way, if he could break through to the 3rd rank upper grade, Gu Qingyang would have the certainty of pushing through the beast tide. Then there was this. After beheading the demon ape, Gu Qingyang realized that his number of beliefs had skyrocketed, breaking through to over 900,000 in a single breath, just short of reaching the million mark. 1 million faiths. It was the ability to open up a divine kingdom. Moreover, while Gu Qingyang was paying attention, the faith was still growing at an extremely fast rate, and in less than a moment's time, it had managed to break through 1 million. However, Gu Qingyang looked at the number of faiths that had broken through 1 million, and didn't directly open up a divine kingdom. He wasn't sure what kind of changes opening up the divine kingdom would bring about, and now that the ferocious beasts were attacking, if opening up the divine kingdom couldn't be affected, it would be a big trouble. Therefore, Gu Qingyang temporarily suppressed the idea of opening up a divine kingdom and waited until all the ferocious beasts were settled before slowly studying the role of the so-called divine kingdom. The ancients said it right. Danger often comes with opportunity. If my strength is not enough to deal with the ferocious beasts, then this beast tide is a dead end. If my strength is able to tackle the ferocious beasts, then the beast tide is a chance no less than the heavenly blood. Looking at the ferocious beasts that were still endless and didn't know what fear was in the slightest, it was as if Gu Qingyang saw his hope of breaking through to the 4th rank. At this time, how could he hesitate for anything? After killing the demon ape, Gu Qingyang continued to massacre the other beasts. Hundreds of whiskers spread out over a 60-kilometer radius, and all the beasts that stepped into this place were instantly killed on the spot. A large amount of evolutionary value poured into Gu Qingyang's body, allowing his strength to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, half a day passed. Gu Qingyang had forgotten just how many ferocious beasts he had killed, only to see a large number of ferocious beast corpses everywhere. Even the earth could not be buried at all. In order to clear away these ferocious beast corpses, Gu Qingyang directly manipulated the roots and whisked up these ferocious beast corpses, directly flinging them to other places, making room for the beast tide to attack. At the same time, Gu Qingyang was glancing at his data panel again. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Ancient Tree. Lifespan, 15/15,000. Rank, 3rd order medium, 415000/400000 can be broken through. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 19520201000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. In only half a day's time, The evolutionary values required to break through the third rank upper grade had already been collected completely, while the number of beliefs had even skyrocketed by 1 million once again. Under these circumstances, Gu Qingyang naturally wouldn't hesitate for anything and directly chose to break through. Rumble, only to see the 2,000-meter ancient tree trunk once again pulling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant it was skyrocketing to the point of 2,500 meters. At the same time, the range of the divine spirit field directly skyrocketed from 60 kilometers to 100 kilometers. All the ferocious beasts that were within the range of the divine spirit realm fell by one level, and were slaughtered in an instant. The live broadcast screen could clearly see the ancient tree's body skyrocket once again, and everyone was understanding that the ancient tree's strength had once again made a breakthrough. Especially seeing the scene of thousands of ferocious beasts being slaughtered in an instant caused a strong visual impact to the others. Instantly, the entire 8th battle area was boiling. The ancient tree is bullish. Kill all these ferocious beasts. From today onwards I'm the diehard loyalist of the ancient tree. Whoever makes an enemy of the ancient tree, I'll be the first to disagree. Killing thousands of ferocious beasts in an instant. Who can do that among all the 4th rank ferocious beasts today? In my opinion, even the number 1 ferocious beast on the ferocious beast list is definitely not a match for the ancient tree. The live broadcast pop-ups popped up wildly, and the words were all admiration for the ancient tree. Since 15 years ago when the blood rain came down, human beings have fallen from the top of the food chain, and have been oppressed by the ferocious beasts. When have they seen this kind of scene? Even if the ancient tree in the live broadcast screen was not a strong human being, everyone was instinctively ignoring this and treating it as the guardian god of mankind. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/20,000. Rank, 3rd order upper grade, 254830/700000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 36758201000000. Natural avatar, ancient tree roots, 3rd rank. Ancient tree spiritual roots, 3rd rank. Divine spirit fruit, 3rd rank. Divine spirit whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of true sight, 3rd rank. Divine spirit realm, 3rd rank. When Gu Qingyang looked at his own data again, he only saw that his lifespan had broken through to 20,000 years, while at the same time his equivalent rank had stepped into the 3rd order upper grade, not to mention that his evolutionary value had overflowed by more than 200,000. There was no doubt about it. The overflow of more than 200,000 evolutionary values was the result of killing a large number of ferocious beasts the moment the divine spirit realm skyrocketed. Gu Qingyang had slightly estimated that the ferocious beasts that he had killed and devoured were at least in the tens of thousands as a unit of calculation, but for a beast tide, ferocious beasts counted in tens of thousands were nothing at all. Soon, there was an octopus-like ferocious beast that appeared in Gu Qingyang's line of sight. The other party's body was as tall as a mountain, and a large number of tentacles were as horrifying as a python. Many of these beasts were swept up by the tentacles and directly devoured by the octopus beast. The eye of true vision was unleashed. Body, octopus. Grade, 4th order medium grade. An octopus beast of the 4th rank. According to the ranking of the Human Federation's beast list, this beast is among the first, and is the strongest of all the beasts that have come out of the world today. Gu Qingyang's heart was heavy, although he had already broken through the 3rd rank, confident that with his divine spirit realm, he could kill even a 4th rank beast. But looking at the octopus ferocious beast in front of him, Gu Qingyang didn't really take it lightly. It was at this time Gu Qingyang noticed another hundreds of meters tall fierce beast come into view. The eye of true vision was activated, and the information of that fierce beast appeared immediately. Body, black-maned bull. Grade, 4th order middle grade. Another 4th order middle grade fierce beast. Gu Qingyang grew more and more grave, but that wasn't the end of it. With the appearance of 2 4th rank mid-grade ferocious beasts, a 3rd, a 4th, and even more 4th rank ferocious beasts soon appeared. In just a few moments, there were almost 10 4th ranked ferocious beasts that appeared outside the divine spirit realm. This scene, not only did Gu Qingyang feel grave, even the crowd watching the live broadcast were all horrified at this moment. The top-ranked octopus ferocious beast, the 2nd-ranked black-maned ox, the 3rd-ranked hell python, these are all 4th-ranked mid-grade ferocious beasts. How come all of them have come all at once? Upstairs, don't forget that apart from the top 3 ranked ferocious beasts, the other several ferocious beasts are also ranked 4th ranked ferocious beasts on the ferocious beast list. Their strength is definitely not weak. Finished. So many 4th ranked ferocious beasts have come at once. Is this a siege of the ancient tree? Not speaking of martial virtues. What to do? The ancient tree won't be defeated. What kind of bullshit is upstairs? The ancient tree is invincible. So what if there are more 4th ranked ferocious beasts? My tree will come and kill one in seconds. That's right. The appearance of a large number of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts made many people look terrified, but there was also a part of the population that stood firmly on the side of the ancient tree, believing that no matter how many fourth-ranked ferocious beasts there were, it was impossible to threaten the ancient tree. The different stances of the two sides were bickering at the live broadcast pop-up screen, the top level of the Federation. After seeing the appearance of a large number of fierce beasts, the place once again fell into a deathly silence. Eventually, Ji Xian took the lead to break the silence. Slightly aged face looked solemn. Now the top 10 ferocious beasts on the ferocious beasts list, not counting the already dead demon apes. Now it is considered that all of them have come together. Although the strength of the ancient tree made a breakthrough, but want to deal with 9 fourth-order beasts, it is estimated that there is no chance of winning. Speaking here, Ji Xian looked at the others present and said in a deep voice, "If we can resolve all of these 9 ferocious beasts or repel them, the Federation will all have a chance to catch their breath. So in this battle, the ancient tree absolutely cannot lose. I propose that all the remaining third-order revolvers get ready, and once the ancient tree is defeated, immediately head to the Kunlun mountain range for support, and make sure that the ancient tree survives. At the same time, launch all missiles as well as warplanes to bombard and weaken the strength of these ferocious beasts." Good. No problem. This time, everyone's opinions were surprisingly unanimous, with none of them holding any opposing views. With the top 9 ferocious beasts on the fierce beast list arriving in unison, anyone could understand what this really meant. To put it bluntly, almost 90% of the reason for the total collapse of the Human Federation was due to these 9 ferocious beasts. If it wasn't because of these 9 ferocious beasts, the Human Federation wouldn't necessarily be defeated. And even if it was defeated, it wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Therefore, now that the 9 ferocious beasts had arrived in unison, once the ancient tree fell, they would surely cross the Kunlun mountain range and kill towards the 8th war zone. At this moment, the Federation was already unable to retreat. Battle. There was also only one battle. Boom. Rumble. A large number of missiles pierced through the sky and ruthlessly bombarded the octopus ferocious beasts as well as the other ferocious beasts with a loud, ear-shattering sound. Immediately afterward, a warplane was seen appearing, with a large amount of ammunition tilted towards the ferocious beasts, and the densely packed attacks made these fourth-ranked ferocious beasts feel angry, only to see the octopus ferocious beast waving its tentacles. The tentacles that were longer than even its body swept across the mid-air. Its speed was so fast that it caused a few of the warplanes to be completely unable to dodge, and they were directly blasted and crashed down. Then, another black python stood up and swallowed a warplane in one bite, and in the next breath, another tiger-like beast opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. The blazing temperature burned the air in a violent distortion, instantly incinerating a warplane. Almost in less than a moment, all the warplanes that came to support were destroyed. Looking at the fourth-ranked beasts on the ground, no matter how many missiles and ammunitions were bombarding them, there were no wounds on their bodies. In front of the live broadcast screen, all the people who saw this scene fell into silence. Some people who hadn't seen the might of a fourth-order ferocious beast, judging from the image of the ancient tree killing the demonic ape in seconds just now, thought that a fourth-order ferocious beast would be just like that. It wasn't until a large number of missiles bombarded the beasts without damaging their fur, that they truly understood how terrifying these beasts that were on the list of ferocious beasts were. The dreadfulness of the fourth-order ferocious beasts was like a mountain pressing on everyone's heart, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Even for those who had witnessed the power of the fourth-order beasts, they all fell silent at this moment. This kind of powerful beast, every time they faced it, it made them feel an unspeakable oppression. Kunlun Mountain Range. The appearance of the 9 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts caused the remaining ferocious beasts to retreat, and as the 9 ferocious beasts stepped into the divine spirit realm, their strength was instantly suppressed and fell down a level. Boom! Like a fierce tiger-like ferocious beast roared and growled. Tens of meters large fireballs spewed out from its mouth. The blazing temperature caused space to be violently distorted, wanting to smash down towards the ancient tree. But do not wait for the fireball to come. See, there are roots from the earth to pull up, ruthlessly pumped in the fireball above. The terrifying power of the fireball hard to burst. The extremely hot temperature only made the root beard slightly charred and black, without much damage. Immediately after that, the other ferocious beasts also moved in unison. The octopus ferocious beast swept a large number of tentacles towards the ancient tree. The hell python stood up. Its hideous flattened head spat out snake letters, and the saliva containing intense poison shot out like a stringed arrow. At the same time, the black-maned bull trampled the earth, its mountain-like body charging towards the ancient tree. Faced with 9 fourth-order beasts surrounding him, Gu Qingyang did not have any fear in his heart. The roots of the ancient tree rose up from the ground. Tens of thousands of meters of roots were as terrifying as a mountain range, and the air emitted a violent popping sound as it crushed and fell. The sound was immense. It was like the sky tilting, only to see the octopus beast's tentacles in the moment of collision with the ancient tree's roots. It was hardened by the extremely strong force, and dark green blood spilled down, causing it to emit a hiss of pain. Immediately after that, another boundless black shadow fell. The thick root whiskers lashed on top of the hell python's head. The terrifying force of the blast caused its head scales and armor to crumble, almost killing it on the spot. Boom! Rumble! Within the divine spirit realm, a large number of ancient tree roots rose up and attacked the nine-headed ferocious beast in a dense manner. The nine-headed ferocious beast also erupted with a powerful attack, killing towards the ancient tree. In less than a moment, there was a slightly weaker ferocious beast that was directly shattered by the roots of the ancient tree. Its body was penetrated by a powerful force, and a large amount of life force continuously flowed away, and in less than a few moments it was turned into a dry corpse. With the first ferocious beast falling, there was soon a second ferocious beast falling. All the people who were watching the live broadcast, what they could see in their sights was the ancient tree fighting with an invincible momentum, completely suppressing the 9 fierce beasts. In less than 10 minutes from the engagement, 3 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts had fallen, and the remaining 6 ferocious beasts were each carrying injuries. Boom! Several roots exploded into space, and the hundreds of meters of the black-maned bull's body exploded, and the second-ranked fierce beast on the fierce beast ranking list couldn't even let out a single scream before it was directly killed in the yellow springs. The hell python hissed, wanting to turn around and flee, but after it stepped into the divine spirit realm, it was already destined to have no retreat to speak of. The moment the hell python retreated, a large number of roots blocked its path of retreat. Subsequently, the roots strangled. The hell python's black scale armor crumbled inch by inch. A large amount of blood spilled down, and no matter how much it struggled, it was never able to break free from its bonds. In the end, hell python body was penetrated. A body of flesh and blood essence was completely refined, no longer able to move the slightest bit. The other ferocious beasts were also feeling the fear at this moment. With the octopus ferocious beast taking the lead, they no longer attacked in the direction where the ancient tree was located, but instead wanted to leave the range of the divine spirit realm. But unfortunately, how could Gu Qingyang let the meat in his mouth slip away, only to see that he didn't have any reservations and unleashed the full power of the ancient tree, strangling the remaining ferocious beasts with all his might. In front of the divine spirit realm, a 4th-ranked mid-grade beast was only equivalent to a 4th-ranked lower grade, so how could it be Gu Qingyang's opponent? Half an hour later, as the last beast perished, no more beasts stepped into the divine spirit realm. The ferocious beasts that had originally gathered outside the divine spirit realm were now retreating like a tidal wave. Fearful. Although the ferocious beasts were not intelligent, they also knew how to avoid harm. Gu Qingyang had killed tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, accumulating a horrifying killing aura that had made many ferocious beasts fearful. Now that all 9 4th-ranked ferocious beasts had been killed, it became the last straw that crushed the ferocious beasts. Up to this point, the beasts retreated. Gu Qingyang looked at the ferocious beasts that retreated like a tidal wave and his heart was filled with pity. If the tide of beasts had continued to impact, he would have been able to devour more ferocious beasts, and there was a high probability that he would have been able to use this opportunity to step into the 4th stage. But now that the beast tide was retreating, Gu Qingyang had no way to intercept it. As the ferocious beasts retreated, the divine spirit realm only left behind a large number of dried corpses of ferocious beasts. Gu Qingyang didn't pay attention to that much and directly looked at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/20,000. Rank, 3rd order upper, 734500/700000 can be broken through. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 15203520/10000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd rank. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd rank. Eye of True Sight, 3rd rank. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd rank. 730,000 evolutionary values. There's no problem with breaking through. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to devour more ferocious beasts and step into the 4th rank in one breath. Gu Qingyang secretly regretted. But having said that, it was also good to break through to 3rd order perfection right now. After all, the beast tide wasn't coming, and he was still stuck at the lower 3rd order so far. If he really wanted to gather all the evolutionary values to break through to the 3rd order perfection, I don't know what monkey years and months it would be, outside of the evolutionary values. What shocked Gu Qingyang once again was the skyrocketing faith, only to see the number of beliefs skyrocket by 12 million in one breath, causing the existing number of beliefs to directly break through to the height of 15 million. Inside the torso of the ancient tree, the light clusters transformed by the power of faith were almost filled to the point of overflowing, with countless threads of faith connecting with the 8th war zone. Through the distribution of the faith threads, Gu Qingyang realized that almost half of the surviving humans today had become his own believers. This was still due to the fact that the Human Federation had suffered a huge loss of population after the beast tide attack. Otherwise, Gu Qingyang suspected that the number of his own beliefs could possibly break through 100 million. Sinking his mind, Gu Qingyang directly chose to break through. Rumble. The 500-meter ancient tree's body instantly skyrocketed and pulled up, instantly breaking through to a height of 3,000 meters, while the roots at the bottom expanded, directly skyrocketing from 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers. A massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi swarmed towards Gu Qingyang, causing the concentration of spiritual qi in the entire Kunlun mountain range to rise by an order of magnitude out of nowhere. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Gu Qingyang felt an extremely powerful force surging out of himself. This kind of power, it gave Gu Qingyang a premonition. Even without the help of the divine spirit realm, he was now 100% certain that he would be able to decimate those 9 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. The beast tide has receded. All 9 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts were killed. The ancient tree is awesome. My blood is boiling from this battle. I can't wait to personally go to the Kunlun mountains to kill the beasts. Looking at the image of the beasts retreating in the live broadcast, everyone's tensed mind was relieved. And then they were overjoyed as countless pop-ups emerged. No one had expected that the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountains would be so powerful that the 9 fourth-order ferocious beasts were all killed by the other party. Such strength made everyone's heart soar. Inside the mansion, Su Bo as well as Su Qing were both silent as well, looking at the picture of the ancient tree that stood in the Kunlun mountain range, as if it was able to top the sky and the earth, and there was awe in their eyes. All of the top 10 ranked beasts on the fierce beast list were killed in this battle, and the wave of beasts has also receded, so the Federation is considered to be safe for the time being. Su Bo took a deep breath, but his mind was constantly replaying the images he had just seen. 9-headed ferocious beasts. Any one of them had the possibility of subverting the entire Federation. And with 9 ferocious beasts combining their forces, the Federation definitely did not have the qualifications to fight against them. However, such an extremely strong force was all put to death in the Kunlun mountain range, so it was evident that the ancient tree was terrifying. Looking at the celestial ancient tree in the screen, Su Bo had the urge to personally travel to the Kunlun mountain range. Federal high level. The place appeared silent. Everyone's gazes were on the live broadcast interface, and in the screen, the ferocious beasts retreated like a tidal wave, no longer impacting the Kunlun mountain range, nor did they have any tendency to bypass the Kunlun mountain range, but instead, they all retreated back the same way. For a long time, Gu Feng broke the silence. The tide of beasts retreated. We were right to gamble. To be able to directly kill 9 fourth-order ferocious beasts, the strength of the ancient tree of the Kunlun mountain range may have been breaking the 4th-order boundary. If it wasn't breaking the boundaries of the 4th rank, how could it have made it this far? Moreover, even if the ancient tree did not break the boundaries in front of it, but looking at the ancient tree that was obviously making another breakthrough in strength, its strength was now likely to have made a breakthrough to the rumored 5th rank. Yang Yan said in a deep voice, although we are now relying on the Kunlun mountain range ancient tree to repel the beast tide, there is also a crucial question that comes next. That is, what kind of perspective should we take on the Kunlun mountain range's ancient tree? If the ancient tree wants to make a move against us humans, how should we respond? These words came out. It made quite a few people's faces change slightly. What Yang Yan said was the truth. When the beast tide attacked, the ancient tree was their biggest dependence. But now that the beast tide had receded, the ancient tree that was able to kill 9 4th-ranked ferocious beasts with its own strength had become one of the greatest threats. From the strength shown by the ancient tree, if the other party were to have any bad thoughts towards the humans, then the consequences would only be even more terrifying than the beast tide. However, with the current strength of the humans, trying to deal with the ancient tree was even more of a joke. In the end, everyone's gazes fell on the old man in the mountain suit in front of them. Although the 18 Warzone marshals were equal in status, strictly speaking, this person in front of them was still the one with the highest prestige. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Ji Xian opened his mouth and said, "We can see from this battle that ancient trees are different from ferocious beasts. We can first send someone to try to contact the ancient tree to express the goodwill belonging to humans and see if there is a possibility of cooperation. Then again, from the situation of letting the beast tide recede, the ancient tree should not be able to leave the Kunlun mountain range. And even if the ancient tree has malicious intentions towards humans, for the time being, it shouldn't be too much of a threat." Sniffing, the others nodded their heads. Right now, all they could do was to make contact with the ancient tree before saying anything. After all, the strength of the ancient tree was not something that humans could contend with, and even if they were to recreate the nuclear bombs, they wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the ancient tree in the Kunlun mountains. In this situation, To take the risk of tearing the skin off with the ancient tree would be to find trouble for oneself. What the Human Federation thought. Gu Qingyang didn't care about anything. He was now focusing all his attention on himself. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, ancient tree. Lifespan, 15/25,000. Rank, 3rd order perfection, 34, 500/1. 000. Divine Kingdom, unopened, 15203520/1000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd Order. Ancient Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd Order. Eye of True Sight, 3rd Order. Divine Spirit Realm, 3rd Order. First, equivalent rank breakthrough 3rd Order consummation. Gu Qingyang by virtue of his own strength has the ability to fight and kill the average 4th Order upper grade ferocious beasts. If it is in conjunction with the Divine Spirit domain, he can confidently say that below the 5th Order there is me invincible. 15 years after coming to this world, growing from a weak sapling to now being called invincible below the 5th rank, Gu Qingyang also had the feeling of having made it to the top. At least, in all the information gathered by the Human Federation at the moment, there was no one who could threaten himself, whether it was a beast or a human. There was no threat to Gu Qingyang, even if it was a nuclear bomb. Gu Qingyang doubted that it would be difficult to kill himself. After all, from the mouths of other humans, Gu Qingyang had learned about the use of nuclear bombs in the past, and although the power of nuclear bombs was powerful, it was at best at the 4th level. Gu Qingyang was now invincible below the 5th rank, and the threat of a mere nuclear bomb might not be as great as that of an octopus ferocious beast. So, the only problem with the nuclear bomb was that Gu Qingyang didn't care much about it either. I can live for 25,000 years now, and with the ancient tree spirit root giving up to 5 points of evolutionary value per day, I'll be able to gather the evolutionary value to break through the 4th order in 500 years or so, even if I don't have any other evolutionary value coming in. When I break through the 4th stage, my lifespan will also be able to increase again. In other words, in the absence of any threat at the moment, all I need to do is stay inside the Kunlun mountain range at ease and recuperate, and my strength will continue to break through. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang's mood was greatly improved. What he had worked so hard for so long for was that no one could threaten his life, allowing him to live in peace, whether as a human or as a tree. Gu Qingyang didn't mind living for too long. Although Gu Qingyang was a bit uncomfortable when he was first reborn as a tree, over time, he also discovered some of the joys of being an ancient tree, without the threat of living longer. Gu Qingyang was naturally happy to do so. Gu Qingyang then dropped his gaze above the Divine Kingdom. Now the number of beliefs was already fixed at more than 15 million, without half a bit of growth. So it was evident that the believers who should have believed in themselves had all just produced beliefs in one battle. The remaining people who hadn't developed faith wouldn't believe in themselves for no reason, unless there could be other circumstances that would allow Gu Qingyang to manifest his saint once again. Otherwise, wanting to drastically increase the number of believers was no longer possible. However, right now, to have so many believers, Gu Qingyang was also satisfied. Does it consume 1 million faiths to open up a divine kingdom? The moment Gu Qingyang's thoughts landed on top of the divine kingdom, a message surfaced. This time, Gu Qingyang didn't hesitate for anything and directly chose yes. As his thoughts fell, he only saw a roar coming from his mind, as if something had exploded. Immediately afterward, Gu Qingyang then sensed a large amount of faith power converging towards a certain place. By the time he reacted, Gu Qingyang realized that he was in a place that was both unfamiliar and yet seemed familiar. Looking down, Gu Qingyang looked down at himself as his familiar body fell into his sight, and then with a thought, an inexplicable force coalesced in front of him to create a mirror. From the image in the mirror, Gu Qingyang could see the familiar face of a handsome young man. This face was no one else. It was exactly what Gu Qingyang had looked like in his previous life. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang surveyed the space in front of him. Underneath his feet were yellow clouds coalescing, just like the immortal realm that he had heard about in his previous life. Obviously the yellow clouds were illusory, but there was a feeling of having his feet on the ground. Then look up to the sky. Countless faith threads intertwined, transformed into a cloud floating. Obviously did not see the sun and moon, but it was as bright as day. And in the center of the space, an ancient tree could be seen in the sky, as if it was supporting the existence of the entire space. And when Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of the ancient tree, a feeling of bloodline was born. It was at this time, there was a surge of information that poured into Gu Qingyang's mind, causing him to freeze in place for a long time. Divine Kingdom. So this is the so-called Divine Kingdom. With just a thought, Gu Qingyang appeared directly in the sky above the Divine Kingdom, overlooking the earth like a god, mirroring the entire Divine Kingdom space. This was the ability of the Divine Kingdom. Gu Qingyang was the equivalent of a true deity in the Divine Kingdom. and he could do anything he wanted to do. But he had to have sufficient faith power as a foundation. The space of the kingdom of God in front of him was in fact a complete replica of the realm of the outside world's deities. If one wanted to expand the divine kingdom space, one had to expand the divine spirit realm first. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang took another look at his own data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Being, divine tree. Lifespan, 15/25,000. Rank, third order perfection, 34500/10000000. Divine Kingdom, First Order, 14203520/10000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, Third Order. Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, Third Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, Third Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, Third Order. Eye of True Sight, Third Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, Third Order. Divine Realm, all beings within the realm of the Divine Realm that are below the 5th level are suppressed by 2 levels. Divine Tree Spirit Root, as a deity, you are capable of refining all powers including faith, and your heritage is even more comparable to that of a non-mundane spirit. The metamorphosis of the 2 natural aptitudes allowed Gu Qingyang to instantly understand their effects. Among them, the Divine Kingdom realm was the upgraded version of the Divine Spirit realm. The latter could only suppress 1 realm, while the former could suppress 2 realms, giving Gu Qingyang a greater advantage. Then there was the existence of the Divine Tree Spirit Root. The Divine Tree Spiritual Root was much more powerful than the Ancient Tree Spiritual Root, and before the opening of the Divine Kingdom, Gu Qingyang could at best deal with the average 4th-ranked upper-grade ferocious beasts without borrowing the Divine Spirit realm. But now after metamorphosing into the Divine Kingdom Spiritual Root, he was confident that he could truly span a large realm and not be weaker than the average 4th-order consummate ferocious beast. Then again, the Divine Tree Spiritual Root retained its original function of refining heaven and earth auras as well as the essence of the sun and moon, and added a new one of refining the power of faith. To put it bluntly, this ability was actually the ability to turn faith power into evolutionary value, allowing Gu Qingyang to make the appropriate breakthroughs. But there was also a requirement in this. It was that the faith power of a first-order divine kingdom could only be transformed into the evolutionary value required for a first order. Gu Qingyang was now at the 3rd stage of perfection, and if he wanted to turn his faith power into evolutionary value, he would need to raise his divine kingdom to the 3rd stage in order to do so. But the problem was, opening a first-ranked divine kingdom required 1,000,000 faith power, and for a first-ranked divine kingdom to be promoted to the 2nd rank, it required 10 million faith power, which was a complete 10-fold increase. That is to say, if I want to raise the divine kingdom equivalent order to the 3rd order, I would need 100 million faith to do so. Gu Qingyang murmured to himself, 100 million faiths, this was completely astronomical. He had worked so hard to manifest his saintliness in front of people that he had barely managed to collect more than 10 million faiths, so how could it be so easy to collect 100 million faiths? With this thought in mind, Gu Qingyang refocused his gaze on the divine kingdom in front of him. He understood that if he wanted to collect more faith power, he had to start from the aspect of the divine kingdom. As his mind merged into the entire divine kingdom, there were instantly subtle epiphanies that surged through his mind, making him understand many things. The true function of the divine kingdom was more than just turning faith power into evolutionary value. It was diffusion. Not bad. It was diffusion. Within the divine kingdom, Gu Qingyang was a true deity who could manipulate all the rules within the divine kingdom and do whatever he wanted. To put it directly, Gu Qingyang was able to diffuse everything within the divine kingdom. The only problem lay in the need to consume the appropriate amount of faith power, as well as the fact that the grade of the things derived could only reach up to the 1st grade, and could not break the 1st grade boundary. Immediately, Gu Qingyang then moved his thoughts, only to see the faith power converge, and soon a golden secret book appeared in front of him. The 1st order extreme Qingyang Qi refining technique. Ordinary people who cultivated it could realize the sense of Qi, thus truly stepping into immortal cultivation, with the upper limit stopping at the perfection of the 1st order. Gu Qingyang's gaze fell on top of the golden secret book in front of him, and the corresponding information just appeared in his mind. Qingyang Qi refining technique. A touch of joy surfaced on his face. Deriving the technique was the first experiment Gu Qingyang had done. Subsequently, he then tried to diffuse divine weapons, pills and even airplanes and missiles, etc. No matter if they were cold or hot weapons, Gu Qingyang diffused them all. He found that all the diffusion of first-order items required different amounts of faith power depending on the order. 1,000 faith for a first-order lower item, 2,000 faith for a middle first-rank item, 3,000 faith for a first-order upper item, first-order extreme grade 5,000 faith. Among them, Gongfa Jiqi were not disposable consumables, and other non-reading things were disposable consumables. The so-called disposable consumables, a person who uses it cannot give it to the second person, unlike the Gongfa which can be imparted to multiple people. Looking at the many things that had been diffused in front of him, a plan had arisen from Gu Qingyang's mind. Since I've opened up a divine kingdom, there shouldn't be any difference between me and the legendary gods. Since I'm a god, then I can do the things that gods should do. Originally, there was only one way for me to harvest faith, and that was to manifest myself in front of people. But now my method of harvesting faith is completely different. As long as I utilize the functions of the divine kingdom properly, I'll be able to have a constant source of faith, and it won't be a problem to break through to the 4th rank in a short period of time. Gu Qingyang's eyes flickered as his inner plan became more and more perfect. The vast majority of believers now belonged to the pan-believers. There weren't even a few who could actually enter the true believers, and even less if they wanted to truly become saints like the evergreen ancient tree. Harvesting faith requires both a large number of believers as a base, as well as a sufficiently pious level of faith. The thought fell. Gu Qingyang looked at his data panel. The 1st rank divine kingdom is a bit too poor. Right now let's first raise the divine kingdom to the 2nd rank. Only to see Gu Qingyang's thoughts move. The divine kingdom seemed to vibrate violently as if it were happening, and after a long time, the vibrations subsided and disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, divine tree. Lifespan, 15/25,000. Rank, 3rd order perfection, 34, 500/1, 000. Divine kingdom, 2nd order, 4203520/100000000. Natural avatar, ancient tree roots, 3rd order. Divine tree spiritual roots, 3rd order. Divine spirit fruit, 3rd order. Divine spirit whisper, 3rd order. Eye of true sight, 3rd order. Divine kingdom domain, 3rd order. 2nd order divine kingdom. Gu Qingyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Although the 2nd order divine kingdom looked like it hadn't changed much on the surface, he was actually already able to diffuse 2nd order treasures. For example, 2nd order techniques, 2nd order divine weapons, and so on. Among them, Gu Qingyang valued the gong methods the most. Merit laws allowed humans to cultivate and then become cultivators like evolvers, and the stronger the strength the more faith was given to them. The stronger the person, the more faith they would give. The entire human federation has no less than tens of millions of people who believe in Gu Qingyang, but even with the faith of tens of millions of people, it only allowed Gu Qingyang to get more than 15 million faith power. In the end, it was because the vast majority of these believers who provided faith were ordinary people, providing extremely limited faith. Those who wanted to step into the 1st stage and become truly evolved were undoubtedly phoenixes compared to the current number of humans. It couldn't be helped. The risk of wanting to be an evolver was too great, and if anything went wrong, it could easily be the result of bursting into flames, and not everyone could bear such consequences. But the emergence of gong methods would be a perfect solution to this problem. It's just that the derivation of 2nd order items has risen by 10 times compared to the 1st order. Like the 1st order extreme merit law only requires 5,000 faith, but the 2nd order extreme merit law requires 50,000 faith. Fortunately, Gu Qingyang now had enough faith. Even if he raised his divine kingdom to the 2nd rank, he would still have more than 4 million faith left. The beast tide receded for several days. The enthusiasm of the human federation hadn't faded by half. The scene of Gu Qingyang fighting off the beast tide with his own strength and killing 9 4th-ranked ferocious beasts in one breath was already engraved in everyone's minds. Many people were using the ancient tree as a totem, and even set up a tablet for the ancient tree in their own homes, praying devoutly every day to ask for the tree's blessing. It was on this day. A majestic voice appeared in the minds of all those who had developed faith, and vaguely they seemed to see the existence of a celestial ancient tree. I am the Qingyang divine tree. All those who believe in me today will live forever. The sudden voice caused many people to be stunned, but without waiting for them to figure out what was happening, an inexplicable prompt once again came from their minds. The Qingyang divine tree invites you to join the Divine Kingdom chat group. Please ask if you want to enter. Divine Kingdom chat group. Some people's faces became even more confused, but some were as if they understood something and directly chose yes, very quickly. Some of the people who agreed to join the Divine Kingdom chat group instantly saw an illusory interface appear in front of them. One could only see that there was no difference between this interface and the normal chat interface. The only difference being that in addition to the normal chat window, the interface even had several tiny icons appearing at the very top. Store, quest, store, quest. As Su Bo looked at the Divine Kingdom chat group in front of him, he couldn't help but have his thoughts fall on the store, and immediately an interface appeared in front of him. Physical arts, cultivation, magic. Seeing this, Su Bo's thoughts landed on top of physical arts, and soon a line came into view. Heavenly Martial Deity, 1st rank extreme grade technique. Running Thunder Divine Palm, 1st rank extreme grade technique. Flaming Divine Fist, 1st rank extreme grade mastery. Kunlun Heart technique, 1st order extreme technique. Merit technique absolute. This is a merit technique absolute that can allow ordinary people to become comparable to evolvers. Subo's heart shook furiously. Immediately after that, he opened the list of cultivation as well as magic, and soon there were corresponding commodities that appeared, all involving cultivation methods in different fields. Subsequently, Subo wanted to try to exchange it, but he was prompted to exchange a first-order extreme jutsu, which required 5,000 contributions, and as he now had 0 contributions, he couldn't exchange it at all. Without waiting for Subo to continue his research, a wave of information surged through the underworld, allowing him to understand what contribution was, how to go about getting it, and what was going on in the store in front of him. The method to obtain contribution was simple. One only needed to sacrifice the blood and flesh of a ferocious beast to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Sacrificing a complete first-rank lower-grade ferocious beast would get 1 point of contribution. A first-rank middle grade would get 5 points of contribution. A first-rank upper grade would get 10 points of contribution, and a complete first rank would get 15 points of contribution. If one sacrificed a second-rank ferocious beast, the amount would increase by 10 times. If one could spend 1,000 contributions, one could open a second-rank store and exchange for second-rank items. Subsequently, Subo was again looking at the quest column, which was temporarily blank, with no quests appearing. When he looked at the Divine Kingdom chat group interface again, there were already quite a few messages popping up now. And from between everyone's lines, he could feel everyone's shock. Crap, Divine Kingdom chat group. I didn't expect something in a novel to become a reality. Xinjiang Divine Tree. It seems to be the one in the Kunlun Mountains. I can only say that Xinjiang Divine Tree is forever divine. That said, have you guys looked at the store yet? It's amazing that you can exchange the legendary Kung Fu mastery there. If you can exchange it, doesn't it mean that we ordinary people also have the chance to become evolved? I didn't expect that I would also have a day to become an evolver. It's just that redeeming the merit law requires contribution, and contribution requires sacrificing the complete ferocious beast corpse only. How can we ordinary people kill the ferocious beast? Let's not worry about this first. Have you guys got an extra means called sacrifice technique? Hey, it seems like there really is. Hey. Seeing this, Subo's mind withdrew from the Divine Kingdom chat group, and just as the others had said, an additional divine art named sacrifice art had appeared in his mind at some point. The operation of the sacrifice technique was very simple. It was to put the palm of one's hand on top of a ferocious beast's corpse and then silently recite the true name of the divine tree. Then one could sacrifice the ferocious beast's corpse to the divine tree and receive the corresponding contribution. At the thought of this, Subo took a deep breath, his face looking shocked. With the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, I'm only afraid that the entire Federation is going to change. Before the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the number of evolved people was scarce, and they had a very high status and the right to speak in front of the general public. But now that the Divine Kingdom chat group had appeared, giving everyone the opportunity to become comparable to evolvers, the status of evolvers would definitely be shaken. With evolvers occupying the top echelons of the Federation nowadays, once such a situation arose, it was very likely that the entire Federation would be thrown into turmoil. It was precisely because he understood this point that Subo felt so shocked. What exactly is the purpose of the Qingyang Divine Tree? And why did he make a Divine Kingdom chat group out of it? At the top of the Federation, someone heavily slapped the table, his face flushed red and his eyes filled with anger. Originally thinking that the beast tide had receded and the Federation would have a few chances to recuperate, they didn't expect the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group to directly disrupt all of the Federation's plans. At this moment, the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group shows one thing: that ancient tree in the Kunlun Mountains is existentially intelligent, completely different from the other ferocious beasts. A woman with a tall figure and delicate features, who looked not too young in age but had a different kind of charm, slowly spoke. The other party was the marshal of the third war zone, Shang Wanhong, and the only female leader in the 18 war zones of the Federation. There's another thing: not everyone can enter the Divine Kingdom chat group. According to the statistics, only half of the people in the entire Federation can enter the Divine Kingdom chat group. The remaining half have no means of entering the Divine Kingdom chat group. So does this indicate that that person is purposefully choosing people to join the Divine Kingdom chat group? And what is the basis for his or her choice of people? Shang Wanhong's words caused quite a few people to fall into deep thought. The appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group had caused the hearts of the entire Federation's top echelons to flutter, and none of them had fully reacted to it by now. Ji Xian said in a deep voice, "The appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group is not necessarily a bad thing. The reason why the Federation is not a match for the ferocious beasts is that the conditions for becoming an evolver are too harsh, resulting in the number of evolvers in the Federation being low all the time. Now that the one from the Kunlun mountain range has come up with a Divine Kingdom chat group, allowing ordinary people to have the opportunity to cultivate. It will undoubtedly be able to greatly enhance the Federation's strength. At least the negative effects brought about by the Divine Kingdom chat group can actually be completely ignored. The others listened to Ji Xian's words as if they were thinking about something. Ji Xian paused slightly and then continued. After all, from the information we've gotten, in order to get the merit law one must have the corresponding contribution value. There is currently only one way to get the contribution value, and that is to sacrifice the complete corpse of a ferocious beast. For ordinary people, ferocious beasts are difficult to deal with. Only the Federation's evolvers really kill ferocious beasts. In this way, the Federation can first integrate a batch of evolvers, and first exchange a batch of Gongfa Jiqi out from the Divine Kingdom chat group. Then we can seek out a portion of people from the military to secretly cultivate this Gongfa Jieshui, and wait until later to publicize these Gongfa. Then there won't be any problems. Ji Xian's words caused everyone's eyes to light up. Not bad. They had all narrowly escaped into a misconception. That was that ordinary people wanted to deal with ferocious beasts with 1,000 difficulties, while being an evolved person had a natural advantage. And in this case, even with the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, it would be very difficult to shake the existing foundation of the Federation. As for why some people can enter the Divine Kingdom chat group and some can't, I suspect it should be related to faith. The one in the Kunlun Mountains is a legendary deity that lives by the faith of living beings, but anyone who has faith in him can be guided to enter the Divine Kingdom chat group. Those who have not developed faith naturally have no way to enter it. Ji Xian spoke out his analysis. As Marshal Shangguan Hong said, the Qingyang divine tree is different from other ferocious beasts. He is the one who exists in intelligence, perhaps truly related to the legendary gods. Since it is intelligent, then we will be able to make communication with it, which is undoubtedly good news. Speaking at the end, Ji Xian added another sentence. The strength of that ancient tree in the Kunlun mountain range was evident to the Federation's top echelons. And even if they poured out the entirety of the Federation's power, it would be difficult to threaten the other party. In this situation, if one could communicate with that person, the benefits to the Federation would not be small. Just at this moment, Gufang's color changed slightly. Then he shook his head and said, I'm only afraid that the old marshal's speculation will have to change for the better. What does this mean? Ji Xian frowned. Gufang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, just now, the Qingyang divine tree sent a message that all the techniques and masterpieces exchanged by everyone must not be spread out, and if they are violated, they will be wiped out directly. In addition, everyone has a chance to redeem a free Gongfu Jiotong. The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed drastically. Even Ji Xian, who was always calm and collected, couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. This change in the Divine Kingdom's chat group had completely overturned his original intentions. And the idea that the federal hierarchy wanted to control the mastery of techniques by virtue of the advantages of evolvers and continue to maintain their original rule was undoubtedly all in vain. Among the federal executives present at the moment, only Gufan was able to enter the Divine Kingdom chat group, so the other party was able to get first-hand news. In the middle of the day, Yang Yan let out a bitter smile. It seems that all of our preparations have been completely penetrated by that person, and the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group is bound to shake up the existing situation. The only thing we have to do right now is to have everyone in the army join the Divine Kingdom chat group as much as possible. Only then can we minimize the impact as much as possible. That's all we can do now. Ji Xian sighed, then added, in addition, the matter of sending people to the Kunlun mountain range should not be delayed, so that we can also positively inquire about what kind of idea that person actually has about humans. Done. Within the Kunlun mountain range, the divine tree was in the sky. Gu Qingyang's mind withdrew from Gufan's perspective, and he was in a good mood. Gu Qingyang wasn't surprised that the Federation hierarchy was able to discover some of the loopholes in the Divine Kingdom chat group. After all, the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group was just a whim of his, and there were bound to be some loopholes in it. But now, from the mouths of the Federation's top brass, Gu Qingyang had sort of made up for the loopholes in the Divine Kingdom chat group. Everyone who joins the Divine Kingdom chat group will be able to have a free opportunity to exchange merit laws, but there has to be a restriction added in order to make it work. That is, it can only be limited to first-order merit laws. Otherwise, if someone keeps this opportunity and exchanges for higher-order merit law masterpieces later on, then it would be too much of a loss. Gu Qingyang thought of this and set up another rule for the Divine Kingdom chat group. Ordinary people in the Human Federation were ultimately the majority, and only a handful of them could truly become evolved. And if they wanted to get all the believers to provide themselves with ferocious beasts' blood and flesh, then the strength of the believers had to be raised up. Among them, the opportunity to exchange free feats and masterpieces was one way to raise one's strength. Unlike other disposable consumables, after the merit technique absolute learning was derived, It was able to be given to countless people to cultivate. There was no such thing as a conflict. In this way, Gu Qingyang naturally wouldn't skimp on the redemption of merit technique absolute learning, in order to prevent one person from exchanging a technique and then passing it on to others, causing other believers to stop wasting their contributions on exchanging techniques and masterpieces. Gu Qingyang had directly set up a rule. Anyone who privately divulged the exchange techniques would be punished by being wiped out. The so-called obliteration, naturally, was not simple intimidation, but obliteration in the true sense of the word. Opening up the divine kingdom, Gu Qingyang was already in possession of some godlike means. As long as he wanted to, wiping out believers along the threads of faith was entirely a matter of thought. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang again perfected the store of the divine kingdom chat group. In addition to physical arts, cultivation as well as magic, a few additional categories were set up. Divine soldiers, pills, miscellaneous goods. After these categories were set up, Gu Qingyang consumed his faith power to fill in with the appropriate items. To open up the divine kingdom chat group, Gu Qingyang had used 1 million faith power, and to diffuse the sacrifice divine art, he had used another million faith power. Of the original 4 million plus faith power, there was now only 2 million plus left. If all of this 2 million faith power was used to diffuse first and second order items, there would be no problem at all. In the case of third order items, Gu Qingyang was not in a hurry for the time being. After all, the third order store required a third order divine kingdom to open. Plus many people were not even considered evolved at the moment, so they could not use the third order store at all. The only people who could really use the third order store were those high-level evolvers of the Federation. But these people were nothing compared to the entire Federation's population of 20 to 30 million. 3 days later, Gu Qingyang's mind completely withdrew from the Divine Kingdom, and looking at the brand new Divine Kingdom chat group interface, a kind of pride rose in his heart. The Divine Kingdom chat group has been completed. The next step is to wait for the others to sacrifice ferocious beasts for me, then just lie down and upgrade. Gu Qingyang's tense mind over the past few days was finally completely relieved. With the Divine Kingdom chat group completed, believers were no longer selflessly offering their faith, but rather making corresponding deals with each other. However, there was also a problem with this. That was the maintenance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, which consumed 1,000 points of faith every day, and if 1 year came to an end, faith would need to be depleted by more than 300,000./However, after taking a look at his current data panel, Gu Qingyang put his heart down again. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 15/25,000. Rank, Third Order Perfection, 34540/10000000. Divine Kingdom, Second Order, 6203520/1000000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, Third Order. Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, Third Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, Third Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, Third Order. Eye of True Sight, Third Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, Third Order. Over 6 million faith power. If it's simply maintaining the Divine Kingdom chat group, it can almost last for about 20 years. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. Originally, after diffusing a large number of kung fu masterpieces as well as items, Gu Qingyang's faith power had already fallen to a 6-digit number. However, within just 3 days, the number of believers suddenly exploded. Originally, the number of believers was only 13 or 14 million, but now it had directly surpassed the 20 million mark. The number of believers had skyrocketed by 6 million. Gu Qingyang didn't need to think about it to understand that it must be the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, allowing more people who didn't believe in themselves to take the initiative to have faith and willingly become their own believers. This situation was also within Gu Qingyang's expectations. After all, now that there was the existence of becoming a comparable evolver, it was natural for many people to rush in, and no one wanted to lag behind. In the past, the conditions for becoming an evolver were harsh. That couldn't be helped. But now that one could expect to cultivate transcendent power by joining the Divine Kingdom chat group, it was a completely different story. Therefore, the number of believers skyrocketing was a matter of necessity. As the number of believers surpassed 20 million, the number didn't stop and was growing every moment, only extremely slowly. From the distribution of beliefs, now all the surviving humans, is already about 90% to become their own believers. The remaining 10% of non-believers are also constantly shrinking in proportion. Gu Qingyang estimated that in another 10 days and half a month's time, all humans would become his believers. Well, the different cultivation system level distinctions are also troublesome. Let's get a unified level again. Looking at the chat group's interface, Gu Qingyang used some more faith power to update the functions of the Divine Kingdom's chat group. Subsequently, it was then seen that behind the names of the people that appeared in the Divine Kingdom chat group, there were corresponding rankings that appeared. Starting from the 0 rank of ordinary people, Gu Qingyang temporarily divided the rank into 4 ranks, and he didn't update it above the 4th rank. After all, the highest known battle power right now was just the 4th rank. Second order middle grade cultivator. Subo looked at the sudden increase in the suffix behind his name within the Divine Kingdom chat group with a somewhat odd expression. Looking at the other people's names again, similar suffixes appeared behind them. The difference was, some were directly displaying 0 rank, while others were displaying other ranks. Brother, the hunting team is all assembled. When do you plan to leave? The tall Su Qing walked in, her red lips lightly opening. Subo's mind withdrew from the Divine Kingdom chat group and said in a deep voice, after the Divine Kingdom chat group appears, there will definitely be a large number of evolvers going to hunt ferocious beasts. We must take the first step to hunt down enough ferocious beasts before the other ordinary people master transcendent powers, and then open the second order store. Only then can our Su family be one step ahead of the others. Besides, what's the situation on the family side right now? After you sent the idea back, the family side is also gathering hunting teams and preparing to go forward to hunt the ferocious beasts. Su Qing truthfully returned. At those words, Subo nodded slightly. The emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group was destined to make hunting ferocious beasts mainstream. After all, who wouldn't want to get the mastery of the techniques inside? The entire Federation's third order evolvers were the top, and the evolvers who could truly step into this level were a very small number among all evolvers. The vast majority of evolvers were stuck at the first or second order. There was no way. Evolvers didn't have a systematic cultivation method, and could only constantly swallow the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, relying on their own instincts to refine and absorb the power of the blood and flesh, and the conversion rate was naturally very low. However, after utilizing the opportunity of free exchange, from which Subo exchanged a physical art called Tianwu Gongqi, he realized just how subtle the so-called cultivation technique actually was. Compared to his previous brutal refining of ferocious beasts' flesh and blood, it was completely incomparable. If he could have a corresponding level of martial arts, Subo suspected that he would have already stepped into the 3rd level, or even become a 4th level evolver, rather than just a small 2nd level mid-grade evolver as he was now. It was a pity that the Tianwu Astral Cheese rank was too low. It was only a 1st order extremely high-quality gongfu, and at best, it was cultivated to the 1st order perfection, which was of little use to Subo now. He was now at the middle of the 2nd rank, and he had to at least exchange for a 2nd rank merit law to be able to do so. But right now, opening the 2nd order store required 1,000 contributions, let alone redeeming 2nd order techniques later on. So, the first thing Subo had to do now was to form a hunting team and then go out to hunt ferocious beasts to collect the contributions needed to open the 2nd order store in exchange for 2nd order techniques in a short period of time. This matter could not be delayed, but wherever there was a slight lag, there was a possibility that other people would take the lead, which was not conducive to the development of the family. In the Kunlun mountain range, ancient trees stood. Ever since opening the Divine Kingdom chat group, Gu Qingyang had been in the Kunlun mountain range again, searching for some ancient trees before condensing the divine spirit fruits and nurturing them to divine intelligence. If it was before the beast tide, Gu Qingyang definitely wouldn't have wasted evolutionary value to spawn ancient trees. But now after the beast tide, he asked himself that there were no existences around the globe that could threaten him. In this situation, Gu Qingyang didn't mind wasting some evolutionary value as a way to spawn a batch of ancient trees. After all, the ancient trees were born as saints and could contribute some faith to themselves every day. It could be said, a 2nd order ancient tree could provide 650 points of faith in a year, which was worth more than 3,000 ordinary believers. Moreover, the strength of the ancient tree is not static. If the ancient tree can break through to the next level, then the faith it can give is even more. Besides, the ancient tree can instinctively absorb heaven and earth. Ancient trees can instinctively absorb the heaven and earth aura to cultivate. Where the ancient trees are piled up, the heaven and earth aura attracted will be much thicker. For Gu Qingyang, in the long run it is also a not insignificant help. After all, with the current concentration of heaven and earth aura, as well as the talent of the divine tree spiritual root, Gu Qingyang was able to passively rise by roughly 10 points of evolutionary value every day. Period. It wasn't like Gu Qingyang hadn't thought about using the Divine Kingdom to diffuse the rumored heaven and earth spiritual veins. But unfortunately, the so-called heaven and earth spirit veins that were diffused by the 2nd order Divine Kingdom were simply weak and pathetic. And Gu Qingyang could completely suck the diffused heaven and earth spirit veins dry with a casual inhalation. It could be seen, the true heaven and earth spirit veins were not of an ordinary high rank. The heaven and earth spirit veins derived from the 2nd order Divine Kingdom were merely branch veins within branch veins, weak to the extreme. Therefore, Gu Qingyang didn't waste this faith to diffuse the so-called heaven and earth spirit veins, but instead, He searched the entire Kunlun mountain range and found 4 ancient trees with a good base, directly catalyzing them. Big Dipper Ancient Tree, second order middle grade. Earthly Fury Ancient Tree, second order medium grade. Heavenly Pivot Ancient Tree, second order lower grade. Shaking Light Ancient Tree, second order lower grade. This was the entire rank of the 4 ancient trees, and in comparison to the Evergreen Ancient Tree, the 4 ancient trees that came out later were all much weaker. Furthermore, Gu Qingyang realized that all of these ancient trees had a fundamental difference from himself. That is, they couldn't devour ferocious beasts to evolve. For this reason, Gu Qingyang was again a whim to condense the so-called realm-breaking Dan, as a way to let the ancient trees take a breakthrough. As a result, the realm-breaking Dan was really condensed out, but the faith it consumed was 10 times that of other items of the same rank. Up to this point, Gu Qingyang then understood that although some special items divine kingdoms could be condensed out, the price paid was not small. However, even if it skyrocketed tenfold, it wasn't too serious a matter for Gu Qingyang right now. So, Gu Qingyang directly exchanged 2 second-order middle-grade boundary-breaking pills for second-order upper-grade boundary-breaking pills, and 5 second-order perfection boundary-breaking pills. The 11 pills, together, used Gu Qingyang's 1 million faith power. Up to this point, including the Evergreen Ancient Tree, all the ancient trees had all stepped into the level of second-order perfection, and were only one opportunity away from breaking through to the third order. Gu Qingyang had wanted to teach the ancient tree the third order technique, so that it could follow up its cultivation and accelerate its pace of breaking through the third order. But unfortunately, the second order divine kingdom was unable to diffuse the third order technique, so the matter was put aside for the time being. Of course, even if there is no merit law inheritance, the ancient tree can also rely on instinct to refine the heaven and earth aura, and then make the corresponding breakthrough. But without the corresponding technique, if it only relies on instinct to break through, the time required will be a bit longer. But no matter what, after breaking through to the second stage of perfection, the 5 ancient trees, together with Gu Qingyang's divine spirit realm, were almost able to manage the entire Kunlun mountain range. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was ordering the 5 ancient trees to all go out and strangle the remaining ferocious beasts in the Kunlun mountain range, and then sacrifice all of their corpses to himself. Not bad, it was the sacrifice. Gu Qingyang simply pulled all 5 ancient trees into the Divine Kingdom chat group, and after breeding spirituality, there was no difference between the ancient trees and normal people. The Evergreen Ancient Tree sacrificed a first-order top-grade ferocious beast, gaining 75 points of evolutionary value. The Evergreen Ancient Tree sacrifices a first-order mid-grade ferocious beast. You get 50 points of evolutionary value. The Heavenly Pivot Ancient Tree sacrifices a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast, and you receive 250 points of evolutionary value. The Earth Fiend Ancient Tree sacrifices a second-order mid-grade beast. You get 300 points of evolutionary value. The Earth Severing Ancient Tree sacrifices densely packed information poured out. Gu Qingyang directly blocked it out, only looking at his data panel's growing evolution value. His heart was satisfied. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 15/25,000. Rank, Third Order Perfection, 36510/1. 000. Divine Kingdom, Second Order, 4785500/100000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, Third Order. Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, Third Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, Third Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, Third Order. Eye of True Sight, Third Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, Third Order. The ferocious beasts of the Kunlun mountain range are considered to be partially cleared, and this wave of cleanup I've almost gotten 20,000 out of evolution value, which is considered to replenish all of the consumption of the catalytic ancient tree. It's just a pity that the Kunlun mountain range is too vast. Even if I were to spawn several ancient trees, I wouldn't be able to truly spread across the entire Kunlun mountain range. Otherwise, if I were to clean up all of the wandering ferocious beasts in the entire Kunlun mountain range, I believe I would still be able to obtain quite a lot of evolutionary value. Gu Qingyang glanced at his data panel and didn't pay much attention to it. According to the records of the Human Federation, it seemed that the heavenly blood would descend once 15 years ago, and if it was 15 years before another heavenly blood descended, Gu Qingyang would be able to directly break through to the 4th rank with this. Of course, this was the worst estimate. Now that the Divine Kingdom chat group had opened up, and no less than 20 million people had joined the chat group, with so many believers sacrificing ferocious beasts to themselves, it wouldn't take too long to break through to the 4th rank. Outside the Kunlun mountain range, an armored vehicle was trying to drive inside when it saw roots pulling up from the earth, and the branches and leaves of a 1,000-meter ancient tree swaying. This is the Kunlun Divine Realm. No idle people are allowed to enter without authorization. The ancient tree spoke with a majestic voice, causing the air to tremble gently, and the faces of the people inside the armored vehicle changed when they heard the ancient tree's words. The ancient tree spoke. This was the first time they had seen it. So far, the only non-human existence that was able to communicate with humans was the divine tree in the Kunlun Mountains that called itself Qingyang. Unexpectedly, other than the Qingyang divine tree, there were even other ancient trees that were able to spit out human words nowadays. Anyone can understand. The ancient tree spits out human speech actually represents what? Shows that it has produced wisdom, except for the appearance. Other than with human beings there is no difference. A long time later, the door of the armored car opened. A mountain suit of Gu Feng walked out from inside, looked at the ancient tree in front of him and said, "I am Gu Feng, the original human federal marshal of the 9th War Zone. Today came to the Kunlun mountain range in order to see above the Qingyang divine tree. Can your excellency be accommodating?" Yuan, wait a moment. After the ancient tree's voice fell, there was no extra movement, and Gu Feng had no choice but to wait in place. Marshal Gu Feng of the 9th War region? Getting a transmission from the evergreen ancient tree, Gu Qingyang looked outside of the Kunlun mountain range and directly saw the armored vehicle parked there, as well as Gu Shen, who was dressed in a Chinese mountain suit. From Gu Qingyang's body, Gu Qingyang could see faith threads that were much more solid than the others, showing that his faith level was more than simply that of a pan-believer. Immediately after the whirlwind, Gu Qingyang was the one who activated the Eye of True Vision and took a look at Gu Feng's attributes. Name, Gu Feng. Body, human. Rank, 3rd order middle grade. Belief, true believer. True believer. It seems that these Federation executives are not without truly devout believers. This person is worth cultivating. Seeing the true believer's rank, Gu Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Ever since the appearance of the Beast Tide and then the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, he had gained quite a few more true believers. It was only a pity that the Human Federation's higher echelons had always had little faith generated. And even later on, in order to enter the Divine Kingdom chat group, these higher echelons were all pan-believers, at an extremely shallow stage of faith. Now that he saw Gu Feng's true believers, Gu Qingyang naturally had to care a bit. After all, true believers were different from pan-believers. This level of believers were the ones who truly gave their devout faith. Although they wouldn't completely follow their orders, they also held great respect in their hearts. So, after hearing the inquiry of the evergreen ancient tree, Gu Qingyang directly agreed. Outside the Kunlun mountain range, the waiting Gu Feng was also a little apprehensive. Although as a warzone marshal, he had always been in a high position, and his mindset was different from normal people. But in the face of the one in the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Feng was also very difficult to be truly calm. Right at this moment, the voice of the evergreen ancient tree came out. "Father God has asked you and the others to go in." "Many thanks." Gu Feng was once again polite, and then asked, "May I ask how your excellency is addressed?" "Evergreen. So it's the evergreen ancient tree." Gu Feng nodded. As his words fell, he saw the roots and whiskers blocking the path slowly subside. Seeing this, Gu Feng once again arched his hand and thanked him before he entered the Kunlun mountain range alone. The reason that Gu Feng did not enter by car was because the roads inside the Kunlun mountain range were rugged, and even armored vehicles could not drive smoothly inside. Of course, there was another main reason. After all, that person was one of the top existences in the world today, and had even risen to the level of a deity. Under such circumstances, how could Gu Feng dare to be arrogant? When he stepped into the Kunlun mountain range, he felt that the aura of heaven and earth here was much denser than other places. The so-called heaven and earth aura. Gu Feng also knew about it from the gongfu that he had exchanged in the Divine Kingdom chat group. Anyone had a chance to exchange a first-order technique for free, so Gu Feng naturally didn't miss it, and he directly exchanged it for a cultivation technique called Qingyang Qi refining technique. From it, he learned about the existence of heaven and earth aura, and even more so, he understood the subtleties of the cultivation technique. It was a pity that the Qingyang Qi refining technique's rank was too low. Gu Feng had long since become a third-ranked mid-grade evolver. Even if the first-ranked technique was no more subtle, it would still be useless. Regarding the richness of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this place, Gu Feng could only think that it was due to the divine tree subtlety. Kunlun Divine Realm. Perhaps one day this place can really be called the Word God Realm. Gu Feng secretly thought. A mountain was not as high as an immortal. And now that there was that person sitting in the Kunlun mountain range, it would not be a problem to call himself a divine realm. As an ancient mountain range, the Kunlun mountain range covered an extremely vast area. Hundreds of thousands of square kilometers if one were to be serious. Fortunately, Gu Qingyang's location was not in the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, but relatively on the periphery. With Gu Feng's third-order middle-grade evolutionary physique, wanting to walk on foot for 100 or 200 kilometers was rare, and the Qingyang divine tree in Gu Qingyang's incarnation was thousands of meters tall. and was considered top of the line in the entire Kunlun mountain range. Gu Feng could see it when he raised his head, so he didn't have to worry about the possibility of getting lost at all. An hour later, Gu Feng arrived in front of Gu Qingyang, only to see 3,000 meters of ancient trees in the sky. From a distance has not really come close to more impact. The moment he saw Gu Qingyang, Gu Feng felt an uncontrollable awe in his heart and bowed according to the ancient rituals. Greetings to the Qingyang divine tree. As his words fell, he only saw the entire ancient tree emitting a warm and gorgeous light, and then he saw a handsome young man in ancient green clothes slowly appear from nothing. Immediately afterward, there was a convergence of spiritual qi from all around, transforming into spiritual flowers that floated down. This sight caused Gu Feng to freeze in place for a moment. Seeing the other party's appearance, Gu Qingyang was satisfied with his appearance. The figure that he had condensed today was actually a second-order technique derived from the divine kingdom called spiritual power transformation, which was a manipulation of the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. If other people could cultivate a technique derived from the divine kingdom, Gu Qingyang could naturally cultivate it as well. Therefore, after practicing spiritual power transformation, Gu Qingyang quickly mastered it. Moreover, because of the third-order perfection and the divine tree's spiritual root's natural aptitude, the spiritual energy contained within Gu Qingyang's body was more than several times more majestic than that of other third-order perfection cultivators. In this way, a second-rank spell cast in his hands was already powerful beyond the rank of the spell itself. As for the green tunic he was wearing at the moment, it was Gu Qingyang's attempt to show off his mysteriousness. After all, if he had appeared in modern casual clothes, the effect would have been a few points worse. At this time, Gu Feng also snapped out of his shock. He looked at Gu Qingyang in front of him and asked cautiously, "Dare I ask if you are? Since you have come to seek me out, how could you not be clear about my identity? So it's the divine tree in person." Gu Feng is out of line. Gu Feng bowed again. It had to be said that the means as well as the manner of appearance displayed by Gu Qingyang had indeed shocked this marshal of the Ninth War region. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Gu Qingyang again maneuvered his spiritual energy to condense a stone table as well as 2 stone benches out of thin air, and he sat down on one of the stone benches at his own leisure, pointing to another empty seat. "You don't need to be formal. Sit down and talk." This kind of means of creating something out of thin air was even more shocking to Gu Feng's heart, and the other party nodded his head in a panic. "Many thanks to the divine tree." After saying that, Gu Feng just carefully sat down. Gu Qingyang's face was bland. "What is the reason for you to come here?" Gu Feng was a bit speechless for a moment, although he had already made some drafts in his mind when he came. When he actually saw the other party, he realized that all the prepared phrases seemed to be of little use. Gu Qingyang's calm eyes were as if they could see through him completely, and Gu Feng understood that what he had in mind could not be hidden from the other party. The moment he thought about it, Gu Feng didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Dare I ask what the divine tree thinks about humans? I don't have any views on humans. All things in heaven and earth are the same in my opinion. Or you should change the question, such as what kind of relationship I have with humans." Gu Qingyang spared a glance at Gu Feng, then lightly laughed. These words came out. Gu Feng's mind was shaken again. Gu Qingyang said, "Humans are facing the plague of ferocious beasts. I rescued the humans from their plight. The humans believed in me. I gained the faith of the humans. This is a matter of mutual benefit and reciprocity. You can regard me as a god in your human myths and legends. I need to get faith from humans. At the same time, when humans believe in me, they can also get my shelter. However, receiving my refuge is only one of the benefits to humans, and the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group is the second benefit that I have given to humans. As a high-ranking member of the Human Federation, you should know very well what the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group means to humanity." Gu Feng was silent. He naturally understood just how great a benefit the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group was to the entire human race. Leaving other things aside for the time being, the feats and masterpieces that could be exchanged within the Divine Kingdom chat group alone would allow ordinary people who were unable to become evolvers to all master transcendent powers. To know, although the beast tide had receded this time, there were still a large number of ferocious beasts around the globe. Moreover, with the emergence of heaven and earth auras, more and more ferocious beasts would appear, and if another blood rain situation occurred, the ferocious beast's strength would only become even more terrifying. At that time, humans would most likely face extinction if they didn't have the appropriate strength to resist. To put it bluntly, compared to the number of ferocious beasts, the number of human evolvers was too small. Modern technology had no problem dealing with ordinary ferocious beasts, but if they were to deal with ferocious beasts above the second stage, the role they could truly play would be much smaller. In addition, if I really want to be unfavorable to humans, it's only a matter of time before I want to exterminate you. As Gu Qingyang's words fell, he only saw the earth suddenly vibrate, and the pale ancient trees that were originally rooted in the middle of the mountain range now directly rose up from the ground. This scene, it made Gu Feng's color change drastically. He had always thought that Gu Qingyang stayed in the Kunlun mountain range and didn't come out because the ancient tree was simply immovable, but now it seemed that his own thoughts were completely wrong. The ancient tree was able to be moved, and if the other party stepped into the 8th war zone, then even if they poured out the entire power of the Human Federation, there was absolutely no possibility of resisting it. Without waiting for Gu Feng to be shocked much, he saw the ancient tree that had risen up reroot back, and the originally vibrating earth gradually returned to calm. Ancient Fawn left. With an incomparable shock, he left. Entering the Kunlun mountain range to talk to Gu Qingyang was a decision made by all of the Federation's top officials, just to clearly know what his attitude towards humans was. After leaving the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Feng didn't stop for a moment and directly took a car to go back to the 8th war zone. Just as Gu Feng left, Gu Qingyang's spiritually cohesive form also slowly dissipated. Spiritual energy to maintain the appearance of the avatar was also a continuous consumption for now, and even though the consumption was not great, there was no need to waste that spiritual energy. The conversation with Gu Feng earlier, Gu Qingyang had also sort of given the other party a shock, making his human put away some ideas that he shouldn't have. After all, the concept of a strong person who could only stay in the Kunlun mountain range, and a strong person who could leave the Kunlun mountain range at any time, were completely different. In fact, Gu Qingyang had long since discovered that he was able to leave the Kunlun mountain range. The so-called people moved to live, trees moved to die was just a joke for the ancient tree that had cultivated extraordinary strength. It was just that. Compared to other places, Gu Qingyang was more accustomed to staying in the Kunlun mountain range, and the ancient tree was so large that it would take a lot of spiritual energy to move it. Without the need to do so, Gu Qingyang was too lazy to move. Back in the 8th war zone, the top management of the Federation gathered together once again. Gu Feng told all that he had seen and heard when he entered the Kunlun mountain range without any reservations. For a moment, everyone was in silence. A moment later, Ji Xian said in a deep voice, "So that person does possess intelligence equal to that of a human, and is able to leave the Kunlun mountain range on his own. The reason why he fought against the beast tide was because he wanted to use it to gain the faith of humans. According to the records in the myths and legends, deities refine the faith of the earth to enhance their cultivation, and this is probably the case for the one in the Kunlun mountains. If this is the case, that one is not as much of a threat to humans. Between deities and believers, they were interdependent. Believers needed to be sheltered by the gods, and at the same time, the gods also needed to be believed in by the believers. Both were indispensable. Now human strength is weak, although the beast tide was repelled, but the remaining beast strength is still extremely powerful. With the current human strength, want to deal with the difference is far. In this case, mankind is the need to use the shelter of the Qingyang divine tree, and the techniques in the Divine Kingdom chat group, as well as some other things, were also what humans needed. After figuring out this matter, Ji Xian said, "Since the purpose of the one from the Kunlun mountain range has been clarified, then we don't need to worry too much about the next step." The original beast tide attacked. The Federation lost 17 war zones and many people were buried in the mouths of the beasts. Now that the situation in the Federation has stabilized, we can consider regaining our territories. The other thing is also to harvest a batch of ferocious beast corpses for sacrifice, as a way to exchange a portion of the Kung Fu masterpieces from the Divine Kingdom chat group. Sniffing, everyone present nodded. Yang Yan said, "I propose that it would be best to leave all the ferocious beasts for one person to sacrifice first, and unlock the second-order stores or higher to see what happens first. After all, for the Federation, we are not short of ordinary evolvers right now. What we are really short of is top combatants. If we can exchange a 4th rank technique, or a 4th rank realm breaking Dan, we can hopefully allow the Federation to truly have a 4th rank evolver." The existence of the realm breaking Dan was also something that would only be discovered these days. Breaking through a small realm directly after taking the elixir was simply a powerful tool to skyrocket one's strength. Of course, the price of the realm breaking Dan was extremely expensive. Even for the first rank lower grade realm breaking Dan, a single one would cost 10,000 contributions, and it was not something that other people could exchange for the time being. Ji Xian nodded his head as he heard this. "Commander Yang Yan's proposal is very good. What we lack right now is indeed high-ranked combat power. Let's first raise the Divine Kingdom chat group store ranks as much as possible, so that the humans appear to be dominated by 4th-ranked warriors. If there are no 4th-ranked battle powers sitting around, even if we do conquer the Lost Lands, it will be hard to resist the next attack from the beast tide." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded with deep empathy. They had all witnessed the power of the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts with their own eyes, and without a battle force of the same rank wanting to deal with such ferocious beasts, the difficulty would not be ordinary. Day. Intense gunshots rang out in the ruins, accompanied by the roar of the ferocious beast. A 6 or 7 meter tall, rhinoceros-like ferocious beast was seen falling in a pool of blood, and on the other side, there was a youth fighting with a massive beast, only to see the youth holding a battle sword in his hand, his blade chopping out like thunder, each slash leaving deep wounds on the ferocious beast's body, and a large amount of blood spurting out. For a long time, the movements of the ferocious beast became slower and slower, and was finally cut through the throat by the youth's blade, completely silent. A first-order extreme merit technique. It's really not bad. Subo's chest rose and fell slightly as he looked at the corpse of the ferocious beast that had collapsed in front of him, but there was a joyful color emerging on his face. The strength of the beast in front of him was the same as his. It was all in the middle grade of the second rank. If it was in the past, if he wanted to kill this level of beast, it would not be so easy at all. However, since he had exchanged the heavenly martial deity Qi, Subo had cultivated the legendary true Qi within his body, and his strength had become much stronger. Although his rank was still at the middle of the second rank, his strength was completely different. If he compared himself before and after cultivating the heavenly martial deity Qi, Subo was certain that he would be able to kill his former self within 10 moves. It was the power of the Gong method. Before actually practicing the Gongfu, Subo had always thought that the first-order Gongfu had no effect at all on himself as a second-order evolver. However, after truly cultivating the first-order Gongfu, Subo realized that he had been sitting on a well and watching the sky. Although the first-order Gong method could not allow a second-order evolver to make a breakthrough, it could strengthen the strength of a second-order evolver, making him or her stronger at the same level. Subsequently, Subo came in front of the ferocious beast's corpse and placed his palm on top of it, following the method of the sacrifice technique and chanting the true name of the deity in his heart silently. With the activation of the sacrifice technique, only the corpse of the ferocious beast in front of him became illusory with the naked eye, completely disappearing without a trace in less than a moment. At the same time, Subo looked at the interface of the Divine Kingdom's chat group, and a corresponding numerical value panel appeared in his line of sight. Name, Subo. Body, human. Rank, second order medium. Contribution, 200. Finally got the first contribution. Subo nodded his head in satisfaction. This data panel was a new feature that appeared in the Divine Kingdom chat group not long ago, allowing one to clearly observe all the information that belonged to them. Although 200 contributions wasn't much, it was at least the first bucket of gold. With only a few more second-ranked ferocious beasts to kill, Subo would be able to open the second-ranked store and subsequently exchange for second-ranked techniques. Subsequently, Subo again came to the ferocious beasts hunted by the hunting team and sacrificed them one by one, turning them into his contribution. Although the hunting team formed by the Su family wasn't a clean sweep of evolvers, they were all retired special forces soldiers, and their strength wasn't comparable to ordinary people. Moreover, these people were extremely proficient with firearms, and it was quite easy to deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. This time, Subo set off with his hunting team, leaving the range of the 8th war zone for the first time, just to hunt the ferocious beasts so that he could exchange them for higher rank techniques and masterpieces. After sacrificing all the ferocious beasts, Subo once again looked at his contributions. Name, Subo. Body, human. Rank, second grade medium. Contribution, 430. 1,000 points of contribution apart will almost make it halfway there. Subo nodded, then looked at the others and said in a deep voice, continue sweeping deeper for other ferocious beasts, but all be careful. If a higher ranked ferocious beast appears, don't do anything without authorization. Yes. The people in the hunting team all nodded their heads with grave expressions. Higher-ranked ferocious beasts naturally referred to third-ranked ferocious beasts. They had also seen the power of a third-order ferocious beast before, and if they really ran into a third-order ferocious beast, with the strength of the hunting team, the probability was that they would be wiped out in a group. It can be said, although the reward for hunting ferocious beasts is generous, the danger is not small. In another part of the same city, there was also a hunting team that was constantly hunting fierce beasts. Some of these hunting teams were from the same private sector as the Su family, but there was also a part that came from the military. Boom! A powerful ferocious beast collapsed to the ground. Yang Yu pressed his hand on it and directly used the sacrifice technique to sacrifice this ferocious beast corpse to Gucheng Yang, only to see the ferocious beast corpse slowly disappearing into thin air. The corresponding contribution had already arrived. Name, Yang Yu. Body, human. Level, third order lower grade. Contribution, 1,000. 1,000 contribution points. Not bad. Yang Yu was very satisfied. Sacrificing a third-order lower-grade fierce beast would give him 1,000 contributions, and as long as he consumed these contributions, he would be able to directly open the second-order store. Although according to the meaning of the federal high level, all the hunted ferocious beasts in the army should be centralized, and the combined efforts should first raise the store rank of one person. But it doesn't mean that all the hunted ferocious beasts should be handed over as much as possible. If you really want to rely on your own strength to kill the beasts, and then silently sacrificed away, the federal high level is also turn a blind eye, will not say anything. Soon, Yang Yu was able to find the thing he wanted to exchange in the First Order store of the Divine Kingdom chat group. Palm Thunder. First rank lower grade mastery. If it can be executed by a person who is in possession of spiritual power, it can erupt out of thin air like a thunderous attack, and its power should not be underestimated. You're it. Yang Yu directly redeemed it. Anyway, they are all First Order lower grade masterpieces. It doesn't matter what kind of exchange. Its main purpose is to consume the contribution to open the Second Order store. Of course, the purpose of redeeming Palm Thunder is that Yang Yu used the free opportunity to redeem a First Order top-grade chi attraction skill. This technique is a cultivation technique, which can make a person's body cultivate spiritual energy, which is just able to meet the requirements for the execution of Palm Thunder. Soon, all the memories about Palm Thunder appeared in Yang Yu's mind. A scene flowed, countless words emerged, so that he instantly memorized everything about Palm Thunder, and the next thing to do was to use it skillfully. However, Yang Yu's attention was not on top of the Palm Lightning. Instead, he directly looked at the Divine Kingdom store in front of him, only to see that next to the First Order store, there was already quietly a Second Order store word. As Yang Yu's thoughts fell, soon the interface in front of him switched to the Second Order store interface. A more powerful arts and techniques, as well as other divine weapons and talismans, all appeared in Yang Yu's line of sight. Suddenly, a message once again surged in Yang Yu's mind, causing him to look a little odd. If you need to open the Third Order store, you need to consume 10,000 contributions. Attention, the Third Order store has not been constructed completely. Please also wait patiently. Reviewing the information in his mind, Yang Yu muttered to himself, the Third Order store has not been constructed completely. Then the intentions of the federal hierarchy will temporarily fall through. The top management of the Federation wanted to throw all the contributions of the ferocious beasts to one person in a short period of time, so that he can open the Fourth Order store as much as possible, thus allowing the Federation to have a Fourth Order evolved person sitting in the town. But now that the Third Order store hadn't even been constructed, a Fourth Order store would be even more impossible. In this way, the idea of the Federation's top management was naturally dashed. The Third Order store is not constructed. Could it be because the Third Order store is of a higher level than the Second Order store, so it needs a certain amount of time? Yang Yu secretly thought, but the situation at hand was not something that he, a small Third Order evolver, could understand so much about. If the Third Order store didn't open, not only was the plan of the Federation in vain, even his idea of borrowing the Divine Kingdom chat group to enhance his strength would have to be temporarily halted. There was no way. The Third Order store was not opened. The feats and masterpieces within the Second Order store had some effect, but if he wanted Yang Yu to break through the boundaries of the lower Third Order, then it was not much of a possibility. Immediately, Yang Yu has dialed the ancient party's phone, directly informed the other party of this discovery. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yu continued to lead the people of the Ninth War Zone to hunt ferocious beasts. Although the construction of the Third Order store was not completed, it did not prevent him from collecting contributions, in case one day the construction of the Third Order store was completed. He could also directly utilize the things in the Third Order store to make his strength directly skyrocket in a short period of time. If I can exchange a few Third Order boundary-breaking pills, I will definitely be able to break through to Third Order perfection in one breath. Looking at the realm-breaking pills within the Second Order store, Yang Yu was also greedy. Second Order boundary-breaking Dan was useless to him, but Third Order boundary-breaking Dan was definitely of great use. Subo sacrificed a Second Order medium-grade ferocious beast and received 300 points of evolution value. Subo sacrifices a first-rank upper-grade ferocious beast and receives 75 points of evolutionary value. Subo sacrifices a second-order lower-grade ferocious beast and receives 250 points of evolutionary value. Chushan sacrifices a second-rank upper-grade ferocious beast. You receive 500 points of evolutionary value. Chushan sacrifices a second-order upper-grade ferocious beast. You receive 350 points of evolutionary value. Yang Yu sacrifices a third-order lower-grade ferocious beast. You get 5,000 points of evolution value. Yang Yu sacrificed. Almost every few minutes, corresponding information surged out of Gu Qingyan's mind. Looking at the data panel's evolution value that was growing with the naked eye, as well as his own steadily getting stronger, Gu Qingyang felt a comfort he had never felt before. Having a large number of believers doing things for oneself is really comfortable. Now the evolutionary value I got in half a month can top the accumulation of my previous 10 years. Not much more than my previous 10 years of accumulation. Gu Qingyang looked inside his own data panel. only to see that the evolution value had already risen directly from more than 30,000 to 130,000. In other words, in half a month's time, Gu Qingyang had gained an additional 100,000 evolutionary values. If he continued at this rate, it wouldn't take him a year at all to gather 1,000,000 evolutionary values. Moreover, as the Gong method spread and the believers became stronger and stronger, Gu Qingyang's speed of harvesting evolutionary values would only get faster and faster. Right now, my believers are almost already 22 million people, because most of them are ordinary people who can only contribute a little faith at a time. But by the time these people actually step into the first stage, one person will be able to provide 5 points of faith. 22 million believers. If all of them step into the first rank, then in just 1 year's time, I'll be able to have the divine kingdom promoted to the third rank. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. He had now completely figured out the laws of faith supply. Saints provided faith once a day. Fanatic believers provided faith once in 30 days. True believers provided faith once in 150 days. And pan-believers needed 300 days to provide faith once. Normally, 22 million believers, even if all of them were pan-believers, every 300 days would allow Gu Qingyang to obtain 22 million beliefs. However, this was calculated with all the believers being pan-believers. But the fact was that there were also some evolved people within these believers, and the actual amount of faith received would only be more than 22 million. The reason why Gu Qingyang had given the others a chance to exchange their merit laws for free was so that all of them would have a chance to step into at least one level within the next year. If all 2 million believers stepped into the first rank, Gu Qingyang would get a conservative 110 million beliefs next time. A third-order divine kingdom only required 100 million beliefs, which seemed like a lot of beliefs required. But after actually gathering almost all of humanity's beliefs, 100 million beliefs wasn't as much as expected. It's just a pity that the beast-tide scourge has drastically reduced the number of humans too much. If it was in its heyday, with a global population of no less than 10 billion people, I would definitely be able to coalesce a fourth order, or even fifth order divine kingdom in a single breath. Gu Qingyang felt some pity in his heart. With a fifth order divine kingdom, he would have been able to directly allow himself to step into the fifth order hierarchy with a large amount of faith power. But a pity was a pity. It was what it was, and it was not bad to have more than 20 million believers now. At the very least this basic disc was possible. Next, as long as there was a chance to recuperate with the humans, even if there were no other ferocious beasts coming into the account, Gu Qingyang was still sure to break through to a higher level. Suddenly, Gu Qingyang realized that of all the faith threads connected to himself, one of them had grown in vain, completely comparable to the evergreen ancient tree and other saints. Someone has been promoted to saint. Gu Qingyang's mind was stunned and he couldn't help but look at that thread of faith. And the corresponding information appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Ling. Body, human. Rank, first order medium. Faith, saint. Lin Ling. Gu Qingyang was naturally unfamiliar with this name, and immediately, he couldn't help but switch his believer's perspective. What he saw in his eyes was a ruin. Seeing this, Gu Qingyang could not help but manipulate his own power, allowing him to detach from the believer's own perspective and transform into a wide-angle field of view, before he could truly see the surrounding scene clearly, only to see a collapsed ruins. A slender body face masculine, thick eyebrows and big eyes of the youth is sitting there on his knees. The surrounding free heaven and earth spiritual energy, toward the other side of the body convergence and gradually formed a not too big not too small vortex. From amongst this spiritual energy, Gu Qingyang sensed an extremely pure aura of spiritual energy. This is impacting the first rank upper grade. Watching the youth in front of him for a moment, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was naturally normal for someone to impact the first order upper grade. After all, it was completely reasonable for some first order middle grade evolvers to break through the first order upper grade after obtaining the cultivation technique. After all, it had been a good half a month since the merit law had been circulated now. However, from Lin Ling's body, Gu Qingyang did not feel the unique power of an evolver, which meant that the youth in front of him was not an evolver at all, which was completely different. An ordinary person who was not an evolver, to be able to impact the first order upper grade inside less than a month. This kind of talent is very much within reach. Gu Qingyang looked at Lin Ling in front of him, his eyes glowing a little as if he was looking at some treasure. There were two types of people that Gu Qingyang liked the most, the first being those with talent, and the second being those who had a high level of faith in his own beliefs. Coincidentally, the Lin Ling in front of him was the one who occupied both advantages. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but move his thoughts, directly condensing the surrounding heaven and earth aura towards Lin Ling, causing the other party's bottleneck of first rank upper grade to break in response. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the youth's body, as if there was a spiritual chi hurricane spreading from the other party's body, causing the surrounding to be filled with flying sand and stones. A moment later. Only then did this fluctuation slowly dissipate. Just as Lin Ling made his breakthrough, Gu Qingyang also dispersed his own power, and everything returned to normal. I've made a breakthrough. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's masculine face as he felt his own majestic spiritual power. The raging and majestic power within his body gave him a sense of fulfillment that he had never felt before. First rank upper grade. If it's according to the records in the Qingyang Qi refining technique, I should have stepped into the 7th level of Qi refining by now. The 7th level of Qi refining. It was the rank recorded in the Qingyang Qi refining technique. The Qi refining stage was divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers corresponded to the lower first rank. The middle 3 layers corresponded to the middle first rank. The last 3 layers corresponded to the upper first rank. And as for the 10th layer of Qi refining, it corresponded to the first rank of perfection. That was all the information of the Qingyang Qi refining technique. If one wanted to break through the limits of Qi refining and step into a higher level, one would need to exchange for a higher rank technique. For other evolvers, the upper first rank was not too strong. However, for Lin Ling, the strength of a first rank upper grade was something that he did not even dare to think about a month ago. 15 years ago, blood rain fell from the sky. Ferocious beasts suddenly appeared and attacked all the countries around the globe, with China also being the hardest hit. Lin Ling's own family was favorable, and then his city was attacked by the ferocious beasts, and his parents fought for his chance to live at the cost of their deaths. Since then, Lin Ling has been determined to kill. All the beasts and avenge his parents' deaths. Unfortunately, the beasts are too powerful for ordinary people to deal with. Weaker beasts can barely be killed by guns and cannons, but powerful beasts can only be defeated by evolved people. Lin Ling also tried to become an evolved person, even at the risk of taking the blood and flesh of the beasts, but unfortunately he failed. After taking the beast's blood and flesh, although he didn't explode and die, he didn't really get transcendent power either, and became a rare evolved person. But even so, Lin Ling didn't give up for a moment, insisting on exercising every day, expecting that one day the old heavens would open their eyes and allow him to become a true evolver. It wasn't until the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group later on that Lin Ling saw the opportunity to master transcendent power. When the first strand of spiritual power was cultivated and he truly stepped into the ranks of cultivators, Lin Ling was the one who developed a devout faith in Gu Qingyang. And as his cultivation became deeper and deeper, Lin Ling's faith in Gu Qingyang naturally became deeper and deeper. This time, impacting the first order upper grade caused Lin Ling to truly reach the level of a saint. 7th level of Qi refining. First order upper grade. Compared to half a month ago, my current strength is already much stronger. But the 7th level of Qi refining isn't enough. I need more power to truly take revenge. Lin Ling's eyes gradually became determined. The ferocious beasts that killed his parents back then might have long since died in the hands of other evolvers, but that didn't hinder Lin Ling's belief in wanting to slaughter all ideas. It was just that wanting to truly slaughter all the global ferocious beasts was not something that could be done with a mere first-order upper-grade strength. One had to break through to a higher level. Therefore, after stepping into the first-order upper grade, Lin Ling didn't stay here too much and immediately traveled to other places to hunt ferocious beasts. Not bad, seedling. Gu Qingyang, with his believer's perspective, observed Lin Ling's situation a little bit before he didn't pay any further attention to it. Going from an ordinary person to a first-rank upper grade in half a month, such talent was naturally far beyond others. However, with more than 20 million believers worldwide, it was normal for any geniuses to really appear in Gu Qingyang's view, and it was naturally impossible for him to pay attention to a first-rank upper-grade cultivator at all times. For Gu Qingyang right now, a first-rank upper-grade cultivator was really of no great use. And if it wasn't for the other party's saint level of faith equivalent, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it at all. However, considering Lin Ling's saint's faith rank, Gu Qingyang still left a part of his mind on the other party. And if the other party really encountered a life and death crisis, he wouldn't mind reaching out to give them a hand. After all, saints could provide faith once a day. One saint was worth thousands of ordinary believers, and if it was a higher order believer, it could probably be more useful than millions of ordinary believers. Since there can be one Lin Ling, maybe a second and third Lin Ling can appear. I should keep an eye on the other believers sometime. After Gu Qingyang realized that he couldn't really spread his faith either, as well as open up a Divine Kingdom chat group, he treated all the believers with a free-range attitude, especially those who were gifted. Occasionally manifesting sainthood might make the other person's faith a little more devout, and to be able to step into the ranks of saints as Lin Ling did, it would be a huge profit. Soon, Gu Qingyang's mind entered the Divine Kingdom. And then his divine thoughts merged into the threads of faith, silently searching for these people with talent and potential. Half a month later, Gu Qingyang's divine thoughts finally returned to his body. During this period of time, he had been searching for geniuses like Lin Ling, And as expected, among the more than 20 million believers around the globe, there were indeed some ordinary people who were exceptionally gifted and cultivated at an extremely fast pace. Among them, there were two people that Gu Qingyang was particularly concerned about. Name, Jiang Ming. Body, human. Rank, first order upper. Belief, berserker. Name Xun Shui. Body human. Level, first grade. Faith believer. These two were both ordinary people, but after entering the Divine Kingdom chat group, they were just like Lin Ling, who had managed to step into the first order upper grade in half a month, and now they were even expected to impact the first order perfection. However, what Gu Qingyang really cares about is that both are clear-colored fervent believers, and only need an opportunity to become a saint. This was the main reason why Gu Qingyang was truly concerned about the two. Other ordinary people also had some geniuses that were not weaker than the two, but because the faith level was not high, wanting to cross into the true believers was extremely reluctant. In comparison, the geniuses of the two berserkers were undoubtedly more valuable to cultivate. However, wanting the two to truly become saints was definitely not that simple, either by rescuing each other from danger at a critical time, or through years and years of subtle cultivation. That was why Gu Qingyang was also just keeping an eye on the two for the time being, without making any great moves. For his tens of thousands of long lives, time was nothing anymore, and silently watching these geniuses grow was no small pleasure. Boom! A stout middle-aged man with a steady and mature face, a stout short beard and short sleeves, blasted the air with a punch, and his fierce and terrifying power landed on the head of a ferocious beast shaped like a tiger, causing the latter to let out a mournful roar and plant itself directly on the ground. Done! Jiang Ming let out a long breath and came to the side of the ferocious beast corpse, directly activating the sacrifice technique to directly sacrifice the ferocious beast corpse to the deity. Afterwards, Jiang Ming glanced at his data panel, and a smile appeared on his face once again. Name, Jiang Ming. Body, human. Rank, first order upper grade. Contribution, 1,000. 1,000 contributions is just enough to exchange for one thing, and open the second order store by the way. Jiang Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Who would have thought that a month ago, he was just an ordinary person, and now he was able to reach the level of killing ferocious beasts with his bare hands, feeling the majestic qi and blood in his flesh. Jiang Ming felt even more in awe of the deity who had started the Divine Kingdom chat group. So it turns out that cultivation is all true, and the legends are true as well. My generation of martial artists are not just fancy fists, it's just that they don't have any real cultivation techniques, and that's why they haven't been able to utilize the power of traditional martial arts. Before the calamity, Jiang Ming was an heir to the traditional martial arts, and at a young age, he inherited his family's business and took over a martial arts school, which was considered to have a notable reputation in the local area. However, when the calamity came and the ferocious beasts appeared, Jiang Ming realized that the so-called traditional martial arts were simply unbeatable in front of the ferocious beasts. With the emergence of evolvers, Jiang Ming also thought of becoming an evolver, matching what he had learned to serve his country. It was a pity that evolutionists could not become whoever they wanted to be. Just like other ordinary people, Jiang Ming failed to become a real evolutionist after taking the risk of taking the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, and over time, he also gave up this idea. In a flash, more than 10 years passed. The appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group rekindled Jiang Ming's hope, because he was the inheritor of traditional martial arts. Jiang Ming did not choose to redeem cultivation techniques, nor did he choose the so-called magic, but instead, he chose physical arts that were similar to the transmission of martial arts in general. From among the physical arts, Jiang Ming exchanged a first-order extreme merit technique called Iron Body Technique, wanting to make use of the advantages of transmission martial arts with this. Unexpectedly, as soon as he practiced the Iron Body Technique, Jiang Ming was as if he had divine help. Breaking through the bottleneck was as simple as eating and drinking, and in just a month's time from practicing, he was already in a position to impact the first-order consummate strength. According to the records of the Iron Body skill, I should belong to the 9th level of body forging right now, and as long as I can step into the 10th level of body forging, I will be able to step into the perfection of the first order. Body forging realm cultivation is all about polishing the physical body. So I would be able to exchange the appropriate pills and borrow the power of the pills to complete the final step. Jiang Ming thought of this and quickly found the target for redemption in the first order store. Bone Refining Elixir. First order extreme grade elixir. Redemption price, 5,000 contributions. If it was a complete bottle of bone refining Dan, Jiang Ming naturally did not have this much contribution, but behind the entire bottle of bone refining Dan, there was also a separate bone refining Dan to redeem, and the price required was 1,000 contribution. A complete bottle of bone refining Dan contains 10 pills, and the average price is equal to 500 contributions apiece, but redeeming a separate bone refining Dan requires 1,000 contributions apiece. If I have enough contributions, redeeming a whole bottle of bone refining Dan is undoubtedly more cost-effective. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. A bottle of 10 bone refining pills only required 5,000 contributions, while a single one required 1,000 contributions, so as long as one was not a fool, one could understand which one was better. However, the problem was that Jiang Ming had only barely collected 1,000 contributions over the past month, and it would take an unknown number of days to truly accumulate enough to redeem the entire bottle of bone refining Dan. Besides, Jiang Ming was now in the ruins of the city, and there were quite a few scattered ferocious beasts roaming around, so he might run into a powerful ferocious beast that he couldn't deal with at some point. In this situation, a breakthrough in strength was undoubtedly even more important. Considering that his breakthrough was only one opportunity away, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and directly exchanged a bone refining pill. As the thought fell, an elixir slowly surfaced in front of Jiang Ming's eyes like it was coming from nothing, and he panicked as he stretched out his hand to catch the elixir, and the rich medicinal fragrance made his qi and blood stir a little. This is the bone refining pill. Jiang Ming's face was joyful. After smelling the fragrance of the elixir that could make his qi and blood boil, his original slight flesh pain disappeared without a trace. In an instant, Jiang Ming was the one who swallowed the bone refining pill, and the majestic medicinal power exploded in his abdomen, causing his body's qi and blood to be filled to the brim. The powerful medicinal power gave Jiang Ming an urge to vent it out. Boom! Only to see Jiang Ming stomping the ground with force. His entire body exploded out like an arrow off the string, and he soon sought out a wandering first-grade upper-grade fierce beast, and he directly killed it without saying a word. A great battle broke out. Federal high level. All the heads of the war zones had gathered here once again. Ji Xian looked at the people present and didn't waste any time. Directly opening the door, the Divine Kingdom chat group has appeared for more than a month, and quite a few ordinary people have cultivated transcendent powers and become part of the cultivators. Most of these people have left the 8th war zone and traveled to the outside world to hunt down ferocious beasts. Although they couldn't deal with the higher-ranked ferocious beasts, the lower-ranked ferocious beasts, over this period of time, had already been cleared of many of them. Coupled with the fact that the batch of people trained by the military have all successfully stepped into the ranks of cultivators, I thought that we can now expand the scope of clearing out the ferocious beasts and gradually recover the lost lands of the past. The appearance of a large number of cultivators had caused the strength of the entire Federation to increase greatly. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. Even if there were no fourth-order evolvers or cultivators appearing in the Federation right now, with the large number of evolvers emerging now, it wasn't completely impossible to deal with fourth-order ferocious beasts, especially since the Federation now also had a few third-order consummate evolvers sitting around. It was even more certain. Once these words came out, Gu Feng nodded in agreement. I strongly agree with the old Marshal's proposal. The original 8th war zone is ultimately too small and is not conducive to human flourishing. Now that the Federation's strength has grown significantly, we are fully capable of uniting with the civilian cultivators together to regain our Federation's lost territories back. If we can kill a few fourth-order ferocious beasts, with their flesh and blood, we might be able to directly spawn a few fourth-order evolvers. Fourth-order evolver. Upon hearing this name, many people's eyes blazed. Even though cultivation was prevalent now, all of the techniques were temporarily stuck at the second rank, and to truly compare to a higher-ranked evolver, they were still far behind. If one could become a fourth-order evolver, one would undoubtedly be truly standing at the top of the Federation. As Gu Feng's words fell, the other Federation executives also clapped their hands in agreement. At once, the entire Federation was shaken, and a large number of evolvers, as well as the secretly cultivated military cultivators, were now all mobilized in unison, wanting to gradually regain the lost ground. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 16/25,000. Rank, 3rd Order Perfection, 1. 000. 000/1. 000. 000 can be broken through. Divine Kingdom, 2nd Order, 5632000/100000000. Natural Avatar, Ancient Tree Roots, 3rd Order. Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 3rd Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, 3rd Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, 3rd Order. Eye of True Sight, 3rd Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, 3rd Order. Finally, I can break through. Gu Qingyang looked at his data panel, only to see that the millions of evolutionary values required to break through the 4th rank on it were now finally all collected completely. It had been half a year since the appearance of the Divine Kingdom chat group, and then today, when converted like this, all the believers could provide themselves with an average of more than 100,000 evolutionary values every month. This amount, it was considered extremely considerable. If there were no other external forces, if Gu Qingyang wanted to truly break through to the 4th stage on his own, he would need at least 200 years to do so, with a large number of believers as his foundation. Gu Qingyang had shortened the 200 years to less than a year. Of course, in addition to the change in evolutionary value, the age of the divine tree in Gu Qingyang's incarnation had also metamorphosed from 15 years to 16 years. Just comparing it to a lifespan that was measured in tens of thousands, a change of 1 year was nothing at all. There was no hesitation. Gu Qingyang directly made a breakthrough. As the thought fell, the entire Kunlun mountain range seemed to be gently vibrating, and the original 3,000 meters of the heavily ancient tree was now soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3,500 meters, 4,000 meters, 4,500 meters, 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters. One could only see the ancient tree in the sky, 6,000 meters standing in the middle of heaven and earth, countless branches and leaves spilling down like a huge canopy, as if it was covering the sky and the sun. The vast spiritual chi of the heavens and earth converged crazily towards the ancient tree from all directions. As all the spiritual chi coalesced, it was as if there was a magnificent body dressed in green standing at the top of the ancient tree, like a god looking down on the earth. This scene caused all the believers to look in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range as if they had a premonition in their hearts, and even if they were thousands of miles apart, it was as if they had seen the ancient tree as well as the presence of that magnificent body. For a moment, the Federation shook. Now that Gu Qingyang's existence was related to the future of the entire human race, outside the Kunlun mountain range, it was also guarded at all times. But unlike in the beginning, the army was stationed to prevent any problems from occurring in the Kunlun mountain range, but rather to prevent anyone from trespassing into the Kunlun mountain range and disturbing the one. Nowadays, the shock caused by Gu Qingyang's breakthrough was the first thing that made the Federation take notice, and because of the 8th War Zone's proximity to the Kunlun mountain range, all of the people in the 8th War Zone were able to clearly see the presence of the ancient tree, as well as the vastness of that awe-inspiring aura. That one's strength has gotten even stronger. Could it be that this breakthrough is going to step into the 5th rank? Ji Xian looked in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range, his deep eyes filled with gravity, as well as a faint trace of awe. From the time Gu Qingyang was able to kill 9 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, in Ji Xian's eyes, the other party's strength was at least at the top of the 4th-ranked, or the 4th-ranked consummate. Now that he had made another breakthrough, and judging by his momentum, it was very likely that he would step into the rumored 5th rank, 5th order powerhouse. This was something that had never been seen before in the entire Federation, or even globally. The might of that vastness like an abyss gave birth to awe in Ji Xian's heart, and at the same time, there was also a kind of longing. This was the true supreme power and the goal of all evolvers as well as cultivators to catch up with. It's just a pity that the highest divine kingdom store is only of the 2nd order nowadays. And I don't know when the 3rd order store will appear, let alone the 4th order store. Ji Xian sighed. He was now a 3rd order consummate evolver, and if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would either have to have a great chance or wait for a 4th order store to appear. But the problem right now was that the divine kingdom store stopped at the 2nd rank, and there was no telling when the 4th rank store would actually appear. Now Ji Xian could only wait and conquer the lost lands of the humans first. Although no 4th order evolvers have appeared in the human race so far, with the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, there has been an explosive growth in the Federation over the past half year. Almost 90% or more of the people had stepped into the 1st rank by virtue of their gong methods. Some gifted people had even directly broken the boundaries of the 1st rank, forcibly breaking through to the 2nd rank level. It can be said, there was no change in the top battle power of the Federation, but for the middle and low-end battle power, the Federation saw a surge. Compared to before the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the current Federation's comprehensive strength had at least skyrocketed by more than 10 times. This was not an exaggeration. You have to know, before the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, how many evolvers did the Federation have? Out of the more than 20 million ordinary people, 100,000 evolvers would be the top of the heap. In fact, the number of evolvers in the Federation was much lower than 100,000. But now it's different. More than 20 million humans entered the Divine Kingdom chat group, and in half a year's time, even the mediocre talent, at least all of them stepped into the 1st stage. Visible, how quickly the Federation's overall strength had risen. Now that the Federation was only 4 levels short of being a strong player in the realm, it could directly begin a counterattack to recapture its lost territories. The Divine Tree's torso skyrocketed, and the roots underneath also extended at a crazy speed, and in just a few moments, Gu Qingyang's divine realm had expanded to 1,000 kilometers. Compared to before the breakthrough, it had risen 5 times. 1,000 kilometers of divine realm still didn't really cover the entire Kunlun mountain range. As the world's oldest and most mysterious mountain range, all the mountains under the sun were not as vast as it. Gu Qingyang doubted that even if his divine kingdom domain expanded 10 times more, it would still be difficult to cover the entire Kunlun mountain range. However, after breaking through the fourth stage, Gu Qingyang felt the never-before-experienced abundant power in his body, which was more than several times stronger than when he was at the third stage of perfection. Visible. The gap between the third-order perfection and the fourth-order lower grade, just how great it was. If it was compared to his previous self, Gu Qingyang believed that he wouldn't have to waste much time before he was able to directly decapitate his previous self. Immediately afterward, Gu Qingyang looked at his own data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Being, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 16/50,000. Rank, 4th order lower, 0/2000000. Divine Kingdom, 2nd order, 5632000/100000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain. There were talents that had disappeared from this panel, but there were also brand new talents that had appeared. And Gu Qingyang was the first to look at the newly appeared Calling Wind and Calling Rain talent. When his gaze landed on it, the corresponding information sprang out. Calling for wind and rain. As a deity you were able to call for wind and rain, invoking the power of the heavens and the earth against the enemy. If activated within the realm of the Divine Kingdom, the power will be doubled. Calling out the wind to summon rain. Gu Qingyang's mind couldn't help but be slightly shaken as he learned about the newly come out talent aptitude. Before opening up the Divine Kingdom chat group, Gu Qingyang's means of dealing with the enemy was simple, which was based on manipulating the roots and whiskers. After opening the Divine Kingdom chat group later on, Gu Qingyang had used the power of faith to diffuse many techniques and masterpieces, and he had learned quite a bit from them. After all, other people who practiced these techniques needed contributions to exchange them, but Gu Qingyang himself did not. Adding to the fact that he had been staying in the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Qingyang didn't have anything else to do, so he had been practicing these techniques. Physical arts, cultivation, magic. Gu Qingyang hadn't left any of them behind. But unfortunately, these arts and techniques were only at the 2nd rank level, and for him to break through the 4th rank, their usefulness was actually very limited. But now it was different. After breaking through the 4th rank, Gu Qingyang had comprehended a new natural aptitude. It was obvious. Calling out the wind and calling out the rain was an attack-type talent divine ability, and it was still at the 4th rank level. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but try to cast calling the wind to rain, and as his thoughts fell, he only saw the spiritual energy within his torso disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, the previously calm sky above the dome of the sky was a violent wind. A terrifying hurricane coalesced, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth, not waiting for the hurricane to dissipate, and then see the torrential rain. Dense rain in the hurricane wrapped, just like a sharp sword, as if it can cut everything into pieces. All living in the Kunlun mountain range, whether it is a beast or other. Now look at the sky raging wind and rain. The heart and soul are unable to stop trembling. The sky is angry. The evergreen ancient tree and other beings that had been birthed into the world were also shocked. And the strength of a 2nd stage consummate was as small as a mole cricket in front of this heaven and earth's might. It wasn't just the Kunlun mountain range. Even beyond the Kunlun mountain range was swept away by this power of heaven and earth. The coverage area of the natural talent aptitude was clearly at a terrifying level of 2,000 kilometers. What's going on? The sky is collapsing. Crap, didn't the weather forecast say that there's no rain today? Quickly run. Many people were terrified. In front of the might of heaven and earth, human power looked weak and pitiful at this moment. They wanted to run, but their legs and feet were weak. It was not easy for them to move. All the third-order revolvers at the top of the Federation were now also in a state of panic. With this kind of power, even a third-order revolver was a mole. They had no doubt that if this power truly fell, it would definitely be able to level the 8th war zone. Just as everyone was terrified, the destructive power that ravaged the sky gradually subsided and disappeared in less than a moment. The rain cleared. It was as if nothing had happened. But the scene just now was already deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, lingering like a nightmare. Ji Xian immediately convened a meeting of the Federation, and after everyone had come together, he directly said, "I believe you have all seen that terrifying force of heaven and earth just now. It is absolutely impossible for this force to be naturally triggered by the heavens and earth. Perhaps something has changed somewhere and that is why it triggered such a change. I thought that I would immediately head to the Kunlun mountain range and ask the Qingyang divine tree to solve the confusion, and with its divine identity, I might be able to understand something. I'll go." Gu Feng volunteered. With the experience of going to the Kunlun mountain range for the first time, he had no resistance to going for the second time. Sniffing, the others naturally did not object. The Kunlun mountain range, the winds subsided and the rain ceased. That terrifying heavenly might was now dissipating. The divine tree stood in the sky. and Gu Qingyang was still feeling somewhat excited about the power that he had just experienced. The power of a fourth order innate aptitude is indeed extremely powerful. This power of calling out the wind and summoning the rain, no matter if it's a group attack or a one-on-one, it can be of great use. With Gu Qingyang's current spiritual energy reserves, the limit was to cover 2,000 kilometers with the wind and rain call, but in that case, the power would only barely reach the 4th rank, and it would be difficult to create a major threat to the powerful 4th rank beasts. Not only that, the loss of spiritual energy was also quite large. Even with Gu Qingyang's reserves, he could only maintain it for less than a quarter of an hour before declaring that his spiritual energy was depleted. However, if the power of his natural aptitude was condensed in one place, not to mention 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, even 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, he would be able to kill them with certainty. If he was within the range of the Divine Kingdom realm, with the increase of the Divine Kingdom realm, Gu Qingyang even had the certainty of utilizing the power of this talent avatar to the level of a 5th-order middle grade, or even a 5th-order upper grade. Of course, the Divine Kingdom domain also had its limits. The ground extended for 1,000 kilometers, but if it was the height, it was equal to the height of Gu Qingyang's own body. As if Gu Qingyang's current divine tree body was 6,000 meters tall, then the height of the Divine Kingdom domain was 6,000 meters, as long as it stepped into the range of 1,000 kilometers, and at the same time the height was lower than 6,000 meters, then it was considered to be the domain of the Divine Kingdom domain. It's just a pity that after the Divine Kingdom domain metamorphosed to the 4th rank, the range of suppression is still below the 5th rank, just from suppressing 2 minor ranks in the 3rd rank to suppressing 3 minor ranks now. This suppression is no longer of any great use to me now. Gu Qingyang had some regrets. He had broken through to the 4th rank lower grade, and with the natural effect of having the Divine Tree Spirit Root, Gu Qingyang was completely certain that he could compete with a powerhouse of the 5th rank lower grade. In this situation, the suppression of the Divine Realms domain had already lost its effect. However, having said that, but the Divine Kingdom domain being able to fit in with the other talent aptitudes wasn't completely useless. At the very least, within the Divine Kingdom domain, Gu Qingyang was able to utilize more of his strength. Then there was, the Ancient Tree Root's talent avatar disappeared. Regarding the disappearance of this natural divine ability, Gu Qingyang was half concerned. After all, he had long since been able to manipulate his own roots at will now, and whether or not there was an Ancient Tree Root's natural divine ability, there was no effect whatsoever. The remaining Divine Whisper, the Eye of True Vision, and the final Divine Fruit also had different degrees of changes. Among them, the introduction of the Divine Spirit Whisper was extremely general, and Gu Qingyang couldn't tell what was different from before after his talent aptitude broke through the 4th stage. As for the Eye of True Sight, it had changed from only being able to see through no more than 2 orders of magnitude higher than itself, to 3 orders of magnitude now. The metamorphosis of this natural aptitude would allow Gu Qingyang to have a clear perception of more powerful existences. However, as of now, he felt that the metamorphosis of this talent avatar was not expected to bring any practical help. After all, the highest-ranked fierce beasts in the world were only at the 4th rank, and whether the Eye of True Vision metamorphosed or not, it was all the same. Lastly, there was the Divine Spirit Fruit. When this talent avatar was at the 3rd rank, it could only allow beings below the 3rd rank to break through a small rank, but now after it metamorphosed into the 4th rank, it became allowing beings below the 4th rank to break through a small rank. In terms of usefulness, the Divine Spirit Fruit was undoubtedly much stronger than the previous 2 talent divine abilities. At this time, the Divine Kingdom chat group was also becoming much more lively. Cultivator Suzy First Order Upper Grade, have you guys noticed that the Divine Kingdom chat group seems to have an additional Divine Spirit blessing function? He Showy First Rank Consummate Cultivator, hey, it's really true. Consuming contributions can invite the gods to send down blessings and raise the cultivator's strength by 1 rank. Luwin First Rank Upper Grade Cultivator, crap. It can allow cultivators to directly raise their strength by 1 small rank, lasting for a quarter of an hour. That said, how long is a quarter of an hour? Zhangming Second Rank Middle Grade Cultivator, a quarter of an hour is 15 minutes. Lu 1, a first-ranked upper grade cultivator, I see. 15 minutes to raise the strength of a small level, but the key time can be life-saving. But the price is too expensive. With the exchange of the same level of the same level of the same price of the mastery. Subo Second Order Upper Grade Cultivator, that's what it says. But a life-saving function at critical times. It's normal to be a bit more expensive. With the appearance of the Divine Spirit Blessing function, the heat in the Divine Kingdom chat group was much higher than ever before, and many people were coming out to voice their opinions. After all, although the Divine Spirit Blessing function was expensive, it was indeed life-saving when it mattered. However, as the topic gradually shifted from Divine Spirit bestowing blessing, it shifted to other ferocious beasts. For example, The whereabouts of a high-grade fierce beast had appeared in such and such a place, or such and such a fierce beast had been seriously injured, and was seeking teammates online to form a team and kill the fierce beast together. As early as a few months ago, Gu Qingyang had once again perfected the Divine Kingdom chat group, giving everyone the ability to chat privately, making it easy to discuss other matters without having to worry about being disturbed by other people's chats as well as prying eyes. Of course, inside the prevention of snooping, naturally, Gu Qingyang himself was not included. As the controller of the Divine Kingdom chat group, as long as everything was going on within the chat group, it couldn't be hidden from Gu Qingyang's ears and eyes. It was just that as the Divine Kingdom chat group continued to improve, the daily passive consumption of faith had directly changed from 1,000 points to 2,000 points. Doubling the consumption naturally caused Gu Qingyang to feel a physical pain, but give up the child to catch the wolf. Only the further improvement of the Divine Kingdom chat group would allow others to use it comfortably, so that the power of faith could be better harvested. Anyway, Gu Qingyang was always keeping an eye on the changes in the Divine Kingdom chat group, and as long as there were loopholes mentioned by someone that he thought were reasonable, he would make a note of them for the time being, and then wait until a time to update them completely in one go. Right at this moment, the evergreen ancient tree's respectful voice came. Greetings, Father God. Ancient Fong is outside the Kunlun mountain range seeking an audience. Let him come in. Gu Qingyang's mind withdrew from the Divine Kingdom chat group, glanced at the person waiting outside the Kunlun mountain range, and spoke indifferently. The words fell. The Gufang who was waiting was also given passage and rushed towards this site in a panic. As he continued to get closer to Gu Qingyang, the awe in Gufang's heart grew stronger and stronger, especially after the Divine Kingdom realm had metamorphosed. The suppression power became even stronger. Gufang's original strength of the middle grade of the third rank was now being forcibly suppressed to the upper grade of the second rank, so it was evident that the Divine Kingdom domain was terrifying. Therefore, as he arrived in front of the Tsong Tian Divine Tree, the other party bowed and bowed. Gufang pays his respects to the Qingyang Divine Tree. A moment after his words fell, a voice filled with majesty entered its ears. What is the reason for your coming here? Not long ago, the Tsong Dome drastically changed, causing the Federation to panic. So I've come to consult the Divine Tree, wanting to understand the source of that power. Gufang didn't dare to hide anything, and stated the purpose of his visit truthfully. As his words fell, Gu Qingyang said blandly, "You don't need to be concerned about this matter. The front is caused by me exercising my divine ability. If there is nothing else, you can go back." Avatar. When Gufang heard this, he snapped his head up to look at the divine tree in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. How could he not expect that the terrifying celestial phenomenon that covered 2,000 kilometers just now was actually caused by this person in front of him casting a divine ability? If this person's words were true, then how terrifying should his strength be? Fifth order, or above the fifth rank. In Gufang's mind, even a fifth-ranked powerhouse might not be able to exert such terrifying power. The fifth rank was too distant for him, and since the establishment of the Federation, he had not seen any fifth-rank evolvers or ferocious beasts, so Gufang did not know exactly how powerful the fifth rank was. However, after it became clear that Gu Qingyang was responsible for this incident, the awe in Gufang's heart rose directly to the top. Gu Qingyang could clearly see that the faith threads on the other party's body had become much thicker, and when he looked at his faith again, it was clear that he had jumped from being a true believer to being a fanatic believer. I've disturbed the divine tree this time. I'll leave now. Gufang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the awe in his heart, and then turned around to leave. Looking at his departing back, the branches and leaves of the celestial god tree behind him swayed slightly, as if there was a pair of eyes full of divinity silently watching. It was only after Gufang had truly left the Kunlun mountain range that the eyes dissipated into thin air. Mad believer. Interesting. If nothing else, Gufang should be the first person to become a saint amongst the top echelons of the Federation. Gu Qingyang murmured to himself, and there were low voices echoing all around the divine tree, but they were not traveling out to be heard by other beings. Gufang, as a third-order mid-grade evolver, naturally had cultivation value. The other party was now metamorphosing from a true believer to a berserker. Then with just an opportunity, this one would most likely be promoted from a berserker directly to a saint. However, it wasn't easy to make it become a saint. Gu Qingyang quickly set his sights, locking onto the divine spirit fruit. Being able to make a living being below the fourth rank break through a small rank, such as if one were to bestow a divine spirit fruit, there's a high probability that it would make him completely 100% devout in his faith in me. Rewarding the divine spirit fruit to make Gufang become a saint. This was something that Gu Qingyang was very sure of. It was only a pity, when a fourth-order divine spirit fruit was coalesced out, the consumption was 20 times that of when it was at the third order, which meant that 100,000 evolutionary values were needed to coalesce a fourth-order divine spirit fruit. Gu Qingyang had spent his evolutionary value cleanly when he broke through earlier, and now, even if there were other believers to offer sacrifices, the evolutionary value on his body was pitifully low. If he wanted to condense the divine spirit fruit and completely return it to his heart, he could only wait for the next opportunity. Outside the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Fang's agitated mind had not been able to calm down for a long time. He had never expected that the terrifying celestial phenomenon in front of him would be caused by Gu Qingyang. In front of Gu Qingyang, Gu Fang didn't dare to show too many emotions out, but after leaving the range of the Divine Kingdom's domain, he dared to truly show his true emotions. Luckily, this one doesn't have any malice towards humans, or else humans will definitely perish. Looking at the divine tree that seemed to be able to support heaven and earth, the awe in Gu Fang's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and then he was going back to the Federation to inform the others of this shocking news. Cultivation breakthrough. The Kunlun mountain range was calm again. The only difference was that after Gu Qingyang had expanded his divine kingdom domain to 1,000 kilometers, he had incidentally strangled some of the ferocious beasts that were within the range of the divine kingdom domain, directly to the ground. It was only a pity. After breaking through the 4th rank, the evolution value that could be given to a first-rank ferocious beast was only 1 point. In other words, once one devoured a ferocious beast that was 3 major ranks lower than oneself, at most, it could only give 1 point of evolution value, which was considered a guaranteed reward. In this way, Gu Qingyang's subsequent collection of evolutionary values would have to slow down a lot. After all, of all the believers now, they were still mainly of the first order, and there were very few believers who could truly enter the second order or be able to kill second-order ferocious beasts. In this regard, Gu Qingyang was not too anxious. A lifespan of 50,000 years was extremely long. Even if the breakthrough was slower, it wasn't a problem. Moreover, as long as he waited until the Divine Kingdom broke through to the 4th rank, Gu Qingyang would be able to directly turn it into evolutionary value with the power of his faith, as a way to help himself break through. Time passed. It was several months in the snap of a finger. In these few months, the Human Federation had gradually conquered the Lost Lands, and from being completely crushed by the ferocious beasts, it gradually recovered to the level of an even match in the past. However, it was temporarily impossible to expel all the ferocious beasts from the federal territory, making the human race rise to the top of the food chain again. Unless a 4th or 5th level evolved person appeared, only then could the human race launch a large-scale counterattack and completely crush the ferocious beasts. However, it was particularly difficult for 4th order evolvers to appear. Even after such a long period of time, there hadn't been any 4th order evolvers in the human race so far. After all, 15 years after the emergence of the ferocious beasts, no 4th order ferocious beasts appeared, until the second heavenly blood descended. Only then did a part of the ferocious beasts break through the 4th order. It could be seen that the span from the 3rd to the 4th rank, if there was no special chance, it would take a long time to break through. At the same time, the 3rd to 4th rank was also a not-so-small metamorphosis. However, Gu Qingyang didn't have the heart to pay attention to that much right now. All of his attention nowadays fell on top of his data panel, silently calculating the time in his heart, as if he was waiting for something to arrive. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, waiting for the 5th day, Gu Qingyang suddenly had a mental boost, only to feel a never-before-experienced majestic power surging in from all directions. In front of this vast power, Gu Qingyang felt his divine tree torso, as if it was being metamorphosed subliminally, but this metamorphosis was extremely slow, and he couldn't tell exactly. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang looked at his own data panel, and his mind that had been calm for a long time finally rippled. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 16/50,000. Rank, 4th order lower, 436520/20000000. Divine Kingdom, 2nd order, 12651000/1000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. 126,650,000 beliefs. Sure enough, opening up a Divine Kingdom chat group is the right path to harvesting beliefs. Gu Qingyang could hardly contain his inner elation. Even though he had expected it, he still couldn't help but be excited when he actually saw the power of faith skyrocket. If he hadn't opened up the Divine Kingdom chat group and passed on his own deduced techniques to others, then this time when the faith settlement was made, it would have been good enough for him to get 30 million faith power. Where would he be able to get more than 120 million faith in one breath like he did now? Such a large amount of faith. Opening up a 3rd order Divine Kingdom would be no problem at all. Therefore, Gu Qingyang didn't hesitate, and immediately, he consumed 100 million faith power to directly promote the Divine Kingdom to the 3rd stage level. Boom! With the promotion of the Divine Kingdom, Gu Qingyang could only feel his divine soul vibrating, and it was only after a long time that the vibrations sort of subsided. When he looked at the 3rd order Divine Kingdom again, looking from the inside, it seemed like there was no difference from the 2nd order, but Gu Qingyang could clearly feel that the Divine Kingdom had become much stronger. Of course, this was only one of the changes of the Divine Kingdom's promotion. One of the really big changes was that after the Divine Kingdom was promoted to the 3rd rank, it would be able to directly deduce 3rd rank techniques and masterpieces, as well as the corresponding treasures. Compared to 2nd order items, all of the consumption for inferring 3rd order items was similarly increased by 10 times. Derivation of a 3rd order item required a minimum of 100,000 faiths, and if it was a 3rd order item, it would require 500,000 faiths at the bottom. If it was to deduce the corresponding grade of the boundary-breaking Dan, then the faith required would require a minimum of 1 million faiths. Fortunately, after Gu Qingyang had upgraded his Divine Kingdom to the 3rd rank, he still had more than 20 million faith power left, and slightly filling the 3rd rank store was not a problem. It was just that with the appearance of the 3rd order store, the cost of daily maintenance of the Divine Kingdom's chat group was raised a lot more, turning it into 3,000 faiths per day. It didn't take long before more than 20 million faith power was at the bottom, leaving only about a million faith power left as daily consumption for maintaining the Divine Kingdom chat group. Gu Qingyang didn't really spend all of his faith power. After all, no matter what, he had to keep some faith to protect his bottom line. After doing the things of the Divine Kingdom chat group, Gu Qingyang felt his divine soul clearing up, and when he looked at things today again, they all seemed to become completely different. This is the power of the divine soul becoming stronger. Gu Qingyang froze slightly. The divine soul was said to be ethereal, but it was actually the equivalent of a person's intention, and after opening up the Divine Kingdom, it was the existence of one's divine soul that was felt. Or rather, the figure that appeared in Gu Qingyang's Divine Kingdom was actually the manifestation of his divine soul. Nowadays, with the breakthrough of the Divine Kingdom to the 3rd stage, Gu Qingyang could keenly perceive that the power of his divine soul had metamorphosed along with the promotion of the Divine Kingdom. Leaving other things aside, the power of perception alone was much stronger than before, as Gu Qingyang enlarged his perception, wanting to try the limits of his divine soul. In the dark, he detected a sadness, sorrow, a cry of sorrow. It was as if a living being was crying. At this moment, Gu Qingyang's divine soul perception was as if it had pierced through some sort of barrier, and that sadness grew stronger, causing the same sadness to surge uncontrollably in his heart. This feeling was uncontrollable, causing Gu Qingyang to be shocked while at the same time wanting to explore the source of this sadness even more. It was at this time, from this sadness, Gu Qingyang detected another aura from it that made him loathsome, and at the same time, an inexplicable rage surged up in his heart, as if he wanted to seek this aura out and destroy it. But just as Gu Qingyang wanted to pursue this aura of disgust, his divine soul produced a wave of exhaustion, causing him to withdraw from that subtle perception. In the Kunlun mountain range, nothing had changed, but the lingering sadness in Gu Qingyang's heart was always telling him that everything he had just perceived was not an illusion. Heaven died. Not right. It should be that Tian was injured. Gu Qingyang thought of the time when the blood rain descended, and the name of the blood rain was called Heaven's Blood. At first, Gu Qingyang didn't understand what heavenly blood was, but now that he felt that sadness, he suddenly understood. There was a problem with the heavens, or the heavens were injured, so there was heavenly blood falling. But why the heavens were injured? That's something to ponder. Gu Qingyang pondered in his heart. It was impossible for heaven to be injured for no reason. When he thought of the time he had sensed heaven and earth just now, apart from the emotion of sadness afterwards, there was even an aura that made him feel disgusted. In that case, this was the main reason why heaven was injured. Heaven and earth will die, or an otherworldly invasion. Several thoughts surfaced in Gu Qingyang's mind. Both possibilities existed. Only then would heaven be injured, and it would also explain the source of the aura that made him feel disgusted. It was only a pity. Gu Qingyang's divine soul power was now depleted, and there was no way to continue sensing heaven and earth for the time being, so he could only wait for his divine soul power to recover itself. The recovery of the divine soul power was much more difficult than Gu Qingyang had imagined. After several days, the depleted divine soul hadn't recovered much. For this reason, Gu Qingyang wanted to diffuse some pills from the Divine Kingdom that mainly restored the divine soul to see if they could be of great help to him. It was only a pity. The limit of the Divine Kingdom was only able to diffuse third-order extreme elixirs. And for Gu Qingyang, who had already stepped into the fourth order and had a powerful divine soul, it wasn't to say that it was completely useless. It was just of minimal use. In this regard, Gu Qingyang gave up on redeeming the elixir. Gu Qingyang gave up the intention of exchanging pills. After all, if he really wanted to rely on third-order top-grade pills to recover the loss of his divine soul, he would need tens of millions of beliefs to be able to do so. Having just promoted his divine kingdom to the third rank, Gu Qingyang didn't have much faith power left. If it's really an otherworldly invasion, then the appearance of the fierce beasts is just the beginning, and now heaven and earth may be fighting against the otherworldly realm. Every time heaven's blood descends, it says that heaven's injuries are getting worse by the day. By the time heaven truly falls into heavy injury, or even falls, it might be the beginning of the otherworldly invasion. Gu Qingyang's heart and mind were heavy. He had always thought that after he broke through the fourth stage, he was no longer a threat, and as long as he cultivated step by step, it would not be a problem for him to ask for immortality in the future. But now, Gu Qingyang realized that he had taken himself too much for granted. The appearance of ferocious beasts was because of the heavenly blood, and for humans, ferocious beasts were the greatest crisis, but for the entire heaven and earth, the greatest crisis had yet to truly arrive, the existence that could cause heaven to be injured. Gu Qingyang couldn't even determine just how many ranks of powerhouse it was, but there was one thing, Gu Qingyang was 100% certain. It was that such a strong person was definitely more than just a fourth rank. If there really is an otherworldly invasion, I will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. The lower rank of the fourth order is far from enough. I must break through to a higher level before I can do so. After vaguely understanding some of the truths of this heaven and earth, a sense of urgency immediately surfaced in Gu Qingyang's heart, making him want to raise his strength as much as possible in order to deal with the crises that were likely to come. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was thinking of other aspects. The descent of heavenly blood to allow ferocious beasts to make a breakthrough is perhaps also a way for heaven and earth to fight back on itself, and ferocious beasts that get bathed in heavenly blood will be able to increase their strength. However, humans are also bathed in heavenly blood. Why is it ineffective? There might be a problem with their physique here. For the fact that humans were equally bathed in heavenly blood with no effect, Gu Qingyang could only attribute it to a problem with their physique. Of course, to say that humans did not benefit at all from this mutation, the statement was also incorrect. After all, although humans couldn't get a mutation in the heavenly blood, they were able to swallow the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts, thus grasping transcendent power and becoming evolved individuals who could fight against ferocious beasts. If there really is an otherworldly invasion, there might be so-called otherworldly entrances appearing around the globe. In that case, it's worth paying attention to one or two. If we can seek out the so-called otherworldly entrances, under strict defense, we might be able to stifle the speed of the otherworldly invasion. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingyang landed his gaze on the quest section of the Divine Kingdom chat group. Ever since this quest section had appeared, he had never once posted a quest, but now, it was finally time for this quest section to come into play. As the heavens are about to die, there will be an otherworldly invasion. Any corner of the globe could have an otherworldly entrance. Mission requirement, find the true entrance to the otherworld. Mission reward, one of any third-order extremely high-grade technique as well as one of any top-grade technique, and one third-order extremely high-grade realm-breaking pill. Note, only the first person to submit the mission can receive the reward. Just as Gu Qingyang released the mission, a corresponding prompt appeared in the minds of everyone around the globe. Immediately afterward, everyone entered the Divine Kingdom chat group, and when they saw the content of the mission in the mission section, as well as the corresponding rewards, an uproar ensued. Luwen First Order Upper Grade, crap, otherworldly invasion. Is a bridge in a novel playing out? Lu Jingjing First Order Middle Grade, so the appearance of the ferocious beasts wasn't for no reason. It's most likely from the so-called otherworld? Su Zi First Order Upper Grade, if it really is an otherworldly invasion, the problem is serious. Yen Haiyun Second Order Lower Grade, that said. Are you guys concerned about the issue of otherworldly invasions? Didn't you realize that this mission reward is also very generous? Linling Second Order Middle Grade, not bad. The Third Order Extremely High Grade Technique plus Mastery. A conservative estimate would be 1 million contributions. If you add the Third Order Extremely High Grade Boundary Breaking Dan, I'm afraid it must be worth tens of millions of contributions. So-and-so First Rank Lower Grade, hiss. What a generous reward. The topic of the chat group, from the otherworldly invasion to the mission rewards, became more and more lively. But some people who had the heart to see this mission information, their hearts and minds were frozen. Otherworldly invasion. Su Bo looked solemn. So the content of the quest wasn't much, but the information revealed in the short line inside was heart-stopping. The heaven is about to die. Otherworldly invasion. Su Bo had a premonition that after this news was spread out, the sky of the entire Federation was going to change. In the past, humanity's only opponents were ferocious beasts, and as long as they resolved all the ferocious beasts, they would be able to return to the top of the food chain and continue to dominate the entire world. But now that the so-called otherworldly invasion had appeared, it meant that the ferocious beasts that mankind was currently facing were most likely just an appetizer in front of the upcoming ferocious danger. How could this situation not make Subo feel shocked? Beside him, Suqing's bright face was also filled with a grave look. There was no hesitation. Suqing immediately dialed the family's phone and sent the news back. After the brief call, Suqing looked at the person in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The family side is now all mobilized," while asking us to seek out the existence of the otherworldly entrance as much as possible. After saying that, Su Chang added, "It seems that the mission rewards from the Divine Kingdom chat group have caused the family side to be moved as well. However, it's also true that the Third Order Extreme Grade technique as well as the Jedi School, plus the Third Order Extreme Grade Boundary Breaking Pill, all of these things can add up to more than 10 million contributions. If we can obtain it, it will definitely allow the family to have one more Third Order Perfection cultivator. Right now, the topmost powerhouse in the Federation was a Third Order Perfection. The Su family, as a large family before and after the calamity, was not weak to begin with, and there had been Third Order Evolvers within the family for a long time. However, when it came to Third Order Consummate Evolvers, the Su family did not have a single one. Hearing, Subo shook his head and said, "The family wants to find the otherworldly entrance, not only for the reward, but also to figure out the situation of the otherworldly invasion. If there really is an otherworldly invasion, the pattern of the entire Federation will change. If we want to benefit from it, we have to prepare for it early." Subsequently, Subo looked at Su Qing in front of him and said, "Have all the members of the existing hunting team dispersed to look for otherworldly entrances. Also form a group of hunting teams of Second Order cultivators and go with me to hunt Third Order ferocious beasts." "You want to hunt Third Order ferocious beasts?" Su Qing's face changed. The strength of Third Order beasts was powerful, not something Second Order cultivators could contend with. Although Subo's strength had made a breakthrough over this period of time, stepping into the Second Order upper grade from the Second Order middle grade. However, if he wanted to deal with a Third Order beast, it was still a great danger. The contribution given by Second Order beasts is too little. Only Third Order beasts can give a large amount of contribution. The world is about to be in chaos. Strength is the real weapon. The second rank is ultimately too weak. Only by stepping into the third rank can we grasp a certain right to speak. Subo's face was solemn as he voiced his opinion. At those words, Su Qing had no way to refute anything further. Following the other party's words, he immediately went to contact the others to find a way to form a hunting team with mainly Second Order cultivators. With the release of the mission to find the entrance to the otherworldly realm, the entire Federation was shaken, and for a while, many people were going to search for the so-called otherworldly realm entrance, wanting to get this rich reward. After all, for many folk cultivators, this mission reward was considered a step to heaven. As long as they stepped into the third rank, there was absolutely no problem. Even if they couldn't use the Third Order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill themselves, they could still make a deal with other people in exchange for the resources to directly break through to the Third Order. Not bad. It was trading. Of all the items in the Divine Kingdom chat group store, only things such as merit laws and masterpieces couldn't be traded, and the rest of the things could be traded on their own. From the price of the Second Order Boundary Breaking Pill, one could deduce the exorbitant price of the Third Order Extreme Boundary Breaking Pill. At the same time, some of the claims that had been made about the doomsday rhetoric were also circulated, causing many people to be terrified. Higher echelons of the Federation. The first time they learned about this mission, all the top echelons of the Federation gathered together for a meeting to discuss the situation. A middle-aged man took the lead and said, "It's impossible for a mission to appear in the Divine Kingdom chat group for no reason. So the claim of an otherworldly invasion is likely to exist. But the problem now is that the ferocious beasts that have come out of the world alone have left us burnt out. So if there really is an otherworldly invasion, how is the Federation going to fend it off?" These words came out. Everyone's faces were grave. Gu Feng said in a deep voice, "The main problem right now is that we don't have any semblance of understanding about the situation in the otherworld. In my opinion, we should first contact the one from the Kunlun mountain range to ascertain the situation of the otherworld before discussing a countermeasure. The doomsday talk that is circulating right now is also a problem. After this talk has been circulated, it has caused people to be on edge. I'm afraid that there are some who want to take advantage of the chaos to make profits. Not bad. Right now the main thing is to stop the rumors and stabilize the people's hearts." At the meeting of the Federation's top management, people were expressing their opinions, making the scene seem a bit chaotic. Let's stop for a moment. Just when the crowd was discussing heatedly, Ji Xian directly opened his mouth and interrupted everyone's words, causing the cluttered scene to directly quiet down. Looking at the faces of the crowd, Ji Xian then spoke. "The problem of doomsday speech is definitely to be controlled. First send someone to check and see where the speech is circulated from. Directly suppress it with thunderous means. If there is any resistance, directly kill it. In addition, Marshal Ancient Fong has a lot of contact with the Qingyang Divine Tree, so I'll ask you to go and find out about the situation in the other world. The Third Order store has already come out, and the Fourth Order store is being constructed, so how long it will take for it to come out is still an unknown. But as long as there are enough Third Order cultivators to show up, it won't be a problem to solve the ferocious beast problem completely. So as I see it, let's first integrate the military's resources together and cultivate a group of Third Order cultivators to come out as much as possible. Then use this as a sharp knife to completely recover the lost lands of the Federation. If there really was an otherworldly invasion, then the problem of the ferocious beasts had to be solved first. Otherwise, after the otherworldly invasion, the Federation would have to suffer from the enemy on its back. Only after all the problems with the ferocious beasts were solved would the Federation be able to consolidate its strength and fully respond to the upcoming crisis that might come. Ji Xian's words caused the others to nod. Right now this was the best solution. Subsequently, Ancient Convenience was to represent the Federation and head to the Kunlun mountain range once more. Once he came back, he was familiar with it. After coming to the Kunlun mountain range a few times, Gu Feng was not as scrupulous as he was in the beginning, especially when he met Gu Qingyang. He was feeling a warm glow pouring over him, making him feel very comfortable. Inside the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Feng bowed, then asked about the otherworldly invasion. Gu Qingyang had also anticipated his arrival, so as soon as his words fell, he gave a corresponding reply. The time of the arrival of the otherworldly invasion may be very fast or very slow, even I cannot estimate it. In addition, the strength and weakness of the otherworld, I am equally unclear. If humans want to continue their inheritance in the upcoming calamity, they must raise their strength as much as possible. Gu Qingyang's reply caused Gu Feng to be a little disappointed. The latter wanted to probe for information about the otherworld, but ended up probing for nothing. Even the time of the otherworld invasion could not be determined. The only thing that could be determined was that the invasion of the otherworld was a fact. If mankind wanted to fight against this kind of calamity, they had to solve the problem of the ferocious beasts first, without asking for what he wanted. Gu Feng didn't stay long and respectfully said a farewell before leaving the Kunlun mountain range in a hurry. Since he had not gotten accurate information about the otherworld, the Federation should always be prepared for war, clearing out the ferocious beasts and recovering the lost land. These things should not be delayed. The news of the otherworldly invasion spread for 3 days, and doomsday rhetoric prevailed in the Federation. For this reason, the military attacked, less than 3 days' time, found the source of the news. The intention to spread the news, intention to disturb the people of a cadre of people, all of them to be imprisoned. Among them, some people wanted to resist arrest, but were also killed on the spot by military cultivators. Immediately after that, a high-ranking member of the federal government stepped in, directly explaining the problem of otherworldly invasions on the news, and at the same time stating that the federal government's strength is not what it used to be, and that dealing with otherworldly invasions is definitely not a problem, which greatly boosted the morale. After removing the dissenting voices, the Federation utilized the Divine Kingdom chat group to cultivate a large number of Third Order cultivators, and then launched a general attack on the ferocious beasts with a large number of Third Order cultivators at the helm. Ancient Fong sacrificed a Third Order upper-grade ferocious beast and received 500 evolution points. Ancient Fong sacrificed a third-rank consummate ferocious beast and received 5,000 points of evolutionary value. Gu Feng sacrificed a 4th-ranked lower-grade ferocious beast and received 50,000 points of evolutionary value. Gu Feng sacrificed. Gu Qingyang's mind constantly floated with information about the sacrifices. The unusual ones he autonomously blocked out, not bothering with them at all. Only sacrifices above the 3rd rank would Gu Qingyang pay attention to them. Another 4th-order lower-grade fierce beast. In the past few months, this is the second 4th-order fierce beast that the Human Federation has killed. Right. The sacrifice of a 4th-ranked ferocious beast showed that the Human Federation was already capable of killing 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, although no 4th-order evolvers or cultivators had appeared until now. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant, as long as one is willing to pay the price. With a large number of 3rd-order cultivators, one can just as easily pile up 4th-order ferocious beasts. From the fact that this sacrifice was all done by Gu Feng, it was clear to Gu Qingyang that the Federation wanted to pile up the contributions on Gu Feng alone, so that the other party could raise their strength to 3rd Order perfection as much as possible. As early as a month ago, Gu Feng's Divine Kingdom store had already broken through the 3rd stage, and it was clearly a decision made by all the top echelons of the Federation. If not, even if Gu Feng's status was not low, it would be impossible for him to take all the ferocious beast battle fruits for himself. This is the 3rd Order upper-grade boundary-breaking pill. Gu Feng looked at the elixir in his hand and could not help but take a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. In order to redeem the third order upper grade boundary breaking pill, most of the battle results of the Federation during this period of time had fallen on him. Without thinking for too long, Gu Fong directly swallowed the elixir into his stomach, and his original exchange of the third order extreme grade jutsu, Vajra tempering technique, was now operating autonomously, dissipating the majestic power contained in the elixir, making it impossible for him not to close his eyes and patiently refine it. Boom! The chi and blood vibrated. Tao of extremely strong power impacted within Gu Fong's body, quenching the impurities in his internal organs, causing the breath on his body to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. When the breath rose to a critical point, buzz, the sound of air buzzing came out as rolling waves of chi erupted from Gu Fong's body, spreading out in all directions. The boiling chi and blood power condensed into a light blood mist around his body surface, and then the blood mist fell back into his body before Gu Fong opened his eyes. Late stage of viscera refining. Third stage upper grade. It's done. The corner of this marshal of the Ninth War region's mouth curled into a smile. Viscera refining was a realm in physical arts, where the first stage was body forging, the second stage was blood refining, and the third stage was viscera refining. From forging the body to refining the blood to refining the organs, it was all a process of refining the physical body, allowing one to develop the potential within one's physical body to the limit, and subsequently mastering transcendent power. Although once as a third-order mid-grade evolver, Gu Fong had long since mastered transcendent power. However, when he cultivated the Vajra hardening technique and stepped into the viscera refining realm, Gu Fong suddenly realized just how weak his control over his strength had been in the past. Before the breakthrough, when Gu Fong stepped into the middle stage of viscera refining, his strength was much stronger than his original third-stage middle-grade self. At this moment, after stepping into the latter stage of viscera refining and breaking through to the upper grade of the third stage, Gu Fong was confident that he had the certainty of resisting the previous third-stage perfect evolvers. As long as I take one more step forward, I will be able to step into the refined viscera perfection, which is the third-order perfection. If he could step into this level, Gu Fong had the certainty of dealing with a fourth-order ferocious beast. It was the power of the third-order extreme jutsu. It was only a pity that it was not easy to truly step into the third-rank consummation, either by relying on one's own cultivation or by exchanging for a third-rank extreme-grade realm-breaking pill. The problem lay in the fact that this level of realm-breaking pill required 5 million contributions to be able to do so. To truly collect contributions that quickly, it would take at least a few months to do so. There is no need to think about the third-order extreme-grade boundary-breaking pill for the time being. Right now it's already good enough to break through the third-order upper grade. It's just that I'm not sure when the fourth-order store will be constructed. Gu Fong murmured to himself. The third-order store could be opened by spending 10,000 contributions, and the fourth-order store could be opened by spending $100,000. In terms of spending, Gu Fong naturally had enough. However, the fourth-order store had not been constructed, so he could only wait patiently for the time being. After all, if the fourth-order store was opened, with the current strength of the Federation, it was completely capable of piling a fourth-order cultivator out directly in a short period of time. Congratulations to Marshal Gu for breaking through the third-rank upper grade. The strength of the Federation has increased greatly once again, and the chances of regaining the lost land are a few points greater again. Yang Yu said with a respectful look. Gu Fong smiled faintly and was about to say something when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing his face to be stunned. Observing the change in his complexion, Yang Yu asked curiously, "Did something happen to Marshal?" Hearing the inquiry, Gu Fong did not hide it and directly said, "The Qingyang Divine Tree has just sent a message for me to go to the Kunlun mountain range to make a trip, and right now, you will be in charge of the matters here for the time being. Before I come back, don't act rashly, and if any fourth-ranked ferocious beasts appear, the main focus will be to avoid them for the time being." "Yes," Yang Yu respectfully replied. Although he was curious about the matter of the Green Yang Divine Tree's transmission, he could also understand that there were some things that he should ask, and some things that he should not ask. Subsequently, ancient convenience was to summon a helicopter and take it to leave this place directly. 1 hour, in front of the celestial god tree, Gu Fong respectfully bowed, and then said with a reverent expression, "Dare I ask the god tree to summon me? But what has happened? You are devout in your faith, and now that you have broken through to the upper third rank, I have an item that can help you step into the third rank consummation. It is considered to be a reward given to you." Gu Qingyan's calm voice fell, and he saw divine light surging from the celestial divine tree, and a divine spirit fruit coalesced out of thin air, slowly landing in front of Gu Fong. This is the divine spirit fruit. When taken by beings below the fourth rank, they can break through a small rank. You have already stepped into the upper third rank. If you take the divine spirit fruit, you should be able to break through to the third rank consummation. Divine spirit fruit. Gu Fong looked at the verdant fruit in front of him, which was about the size of a fist, and a strong desire surged in his heart. It was as if by swallowing this fruit, he would be able to obtain heavenly benefits for himself. Instantly, Gufang could not suppress the impulse within his heart and directly bit down towards the divine spirit fruit with a big mouth, only to see that the fist-sized fruit melted instantly when it touched the juicy liquid and turned into a trickle of thin streams that fell into his abdomen. Boom! Extremely powerful spiritual energy erupted out, and the Vajra tempering technique operated autonomously without control, cultivating all of the 5 viscera that had not been completely tempered in a single breath. Almost in less than a few breaths, Gufang directly broke through from the beginner's late stage of viscera refining to the point of viscera refining perfection. His rank was also followed by a breakthrough from the upper 3rd rank to the extreme 3rd rank. The breakthrough was successful. There was some consternation in Gufang's eyes. He did not expect that this breakthrough would be so fast, and it was more watertight than even taking the realm-breaking pill. There was no danger. Not even a single twist or turn. The much stronger power in his body was also telling Gufang clearly that he had broken the boundary of the upper 3rd rank and had successfully promoted to the complete 3rd rank. This kind of strength, it belonged to the top in the entire federation. Just not long after the cultivation breakthrough, Gu Qingyang saw that Gufang's faith threads had grown much thicker in vain. Name, Gufang. Body, human. Rank, 3rd order perfection. Faith, saints. Success. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but smile heartily when he saw the word saints. The reason why he had summoned Gufang to come over was to utilize the divine spirit fruit to promote him from a fanatic to a saint. Nowadays, everything was developing just as Gu Qingyang had expected. Gufang, who had broken through after taking the divine spirit fruit, had directly become a saint. To be honest, the number of saints Gu Qingyang had today was something that could be counted on 2 hands. Of the more than 20 million believers, those who could truly become saints, even 1 million believers would be hard to come up with one, so it could be seen how high the requirements for saints were. Not to mention, a saint with a perfect 3rd rank, breaking through to the 4th rank on his day was not a problem at all. A 3rd order believer can give 100 points of faith each time. A 4th order believer can give up to 1,000 points of faith. And if it's a 4th order saint, it can give more than 300,000 points of faith in a year. In other words, a saint can almost equal hundreds of thousands of ordinary believers. It was precisely because Gu Qingyang understood how powerful saints were. That was why he didn't hesitate to use up his evolutionary value to condense a divine spirit fruit to help Gufang make a breakthrough. On the other side, Gufang, who had successfully broken through after taking the divine spirit fruit, inwardly had reached the ultimate level of faith in Gu Qingyang, and there was no more disrespect. Thanks to the divine tree for granting me the divine fruit and allowing me to make a breakthrough. If the divine tree has any commands, Gufang will do whatever he is told, even if it means going up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. Boosting your strength is also for the sake of the humans. With your current realm of the 3rd stage of perfection, together with the Vajra hardening technique, it is enough to match the 4th stage of the fierce beasts. Go, lead the humans to kill all the ferocious beasts, and then search for the entrance to the other world, Gu Qingyang said indifferently. At those words, Gufang immediately bowed, and then just respectfully retreated. Looking at Gufang's departing back, Gu Qingyang understood that with Gufang leading the way, it was already not going to take long for the humans to regain their lost ground. Although the strength of a 4th-ranked beast was equal to that of a 4th-ranked evolver, compared to a 4th-ranked cultivator, it was much worse. In the end, fierce beasts don't know how to use their power perfectly. Just like evolvers, there is no systematic cultivation method. They can only manipulate their own power by feeling. How can they be compared to cultivators who have systematic cultivation methods? Although the 3rd order perfect cultivator and the 4th order ferocious beasts difference of one level, but its cultivation of the corresponding technique, for their own power has a high degree of control. When it came to fighting, the former would not be weaker than the latter. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was looking at his data panel again. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, divine tree. Lifespan, 16/50,000. Rank, 4th order lower, 1658555/20000000. Divine Kingdom, 3rd order, 156000530/1. 000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. Only about 400,000 short of the evolution value. I'll be able to break through to the 4th order middle grade. As for the 4th order Divine Kingdom requiring 1 billion faith, my current faith power is 100,000 miles short, so I'll have to wait until the next settlement. With over 400,000 evolutionary values, it wasn't too difficult to collect them all. After all, now that humans were fully counterattacking the ferocious beasts, Gu Chongyang could get quite a bit of evolutionary value every day. If it wasn't for the fact that the higher the rank, the less evolutionary value the lower ranked ferocious beasts gave, he wouldn't even be talking about the 4th rank middle grade. Even the 5th rank middle grade would probably have broken through. But these were just ifs. Nothing changed the facts. However, even if that was the case, Gu Qingyang was also certain that within a few months, he would break through the 4th order middle grade. When he stepped into the 4th order middle grade, Gu Qingyang's strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to have a little more certainty in dealing with the upcoming invasion of the otherworldly realm that might be coming soon. It was at this moment, a powerful aura emerged from within the Kunlun mountain range. Gu Qingyang looked in the direction where the aura came from, only to see the aura of heaven and earth converging on an ancient tree, causing its trunk to pull up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evergreen ancient tree is about to break through. Gu Qingyang's heart was relieved, and then he was overjoyed. In front of them, there was Gu Feng's promotion to saints, and after that, there was the evergreen ancient tree stepping into the 3rd stage, so it could be considered a double blessing. Very quickly, Gu Qingyang was mobilizing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi, converging towards the evergreen ancient tree, so that the latter could break through more smoothly. As expected, after the heaven and earth spiritual qi converged over, the breakthrough of the evergreen ancient tree accelerated a lot, and in less than half a day's work, there was an aura that belonged to the 3rd stage. Thanks to Father God's help, I was able to break through the 3rd stage. The evergreen ancient tree's respectful and incomparable voice came out. Gu Qingyang said, "There's no need to say so much. You just broke through the 3rd rank. Your foundation is unstable. Right now you need to seize the time to consolidate your foundation. Otherwise there's the danger of your realm falling." Yes. The evergreen ancient tree heard this and didn't dare to say anything else, scrambling to refine the spiritual qi according to the Gongfu records, consolidating its own foundation that had just broken through. While the evergreen ancient tree was entering its cultivation, Gu Qingyang was looking at several other ancient trees. After the opening of the 3rd order divine kingdom, Gu Qingyang was able to diffuse the 3rd order feats, so he imparted the 3rd order extreme feats to several of the ancient trees, as well as a comparable Jedi school. Right now, the evergreen ancient tree had made a breakthrough with its technique, and in Gu Qingyang's opinion, it wouldn't take long for the remaining ancient trees to make a breakthrough as well. When all the ancient trees broke through, he would be able to have a few more 3rd level saints, and at the same time make the Kunlun divine realms base a few points stronger as well. Kill. On the ruins of the original 4th war zone, only a large number of Federation military warriors were seen out, fighting viciously with the ferocious beasts, treading through the ruins. A terrifying ferocious beast of several meters or even tens or hundreds of meters emitted a palpitating aura, only to see Gu Feng's body qi and blood rushing like a river. When his fist blasted out, the blood mist outside his body condensed a horrible mountain in the air, ruthlessly suppressing a 3rd order consummate ferocious beast. The latter roared and roared, its sturdy body of hundreds of meters, ruthlessly killing towards Gu Feng. The next breath, as the mountain suppressed and fell, the arm of the 3rd order perfect fierce beast crumbled, and the bones inside were directly shattered into several pieces. Immediately afterward, Gu Feng stepped forward with an arrow step, and his right fist instantly blasted above the ferocious beast's chest with a rigid and terrifying force, shattering its heart. Boom! The ferocious beast let out an unwilling roar and finally collapsed to the ground. When the other military cultivators saw this scene, they were all demoralized. Martial Ancient's divine might. The Jinyu divine fist is worthy of being a 3rd order extreme jutsu. Its power is truly terrifying. Even the 3rd order perfection fierce beast was killed in a few moves. 3rd rank consummate ferocious beasts are nothing. Don't forget that half a month ago, Martial Gu was able to fight and kill a 4th rank lower grade ferocious beast without borrowing any external force. The eyes of the others looking at Gu Feng were filled with awe for the strong. With the realm of 3rd order perfection, without any person as well as external assistance, he had wrestled and killed a 4th order lower grade fierce beast by himself. With such terrifying strength, it was not too much to say that he was the number 1 strongest person in the Federation. Even Ji Xian, who was the most senior and the strongest at one time, did not have the record of killing a 4th ranked beast on his own. After killing the 3rd order perfect beast, Gu Feng sacrificed it and maximized his perception, then ordered, "Within 10 days, we must clean up all the beasts in the 4th battle zone. If there is a 3rd order consummate or above ferocious beast, don't kill it rashly. Report back at the first time. I will go and solve it." Yes. Everyone bowed to receive the order. Subsequently, the military cultivators originally belonging to the 9th battle area all launched a carpet search, but wherever they found the tracks of ferocious beasts, they would kill them at the first opportunity. Gu Feng, on the other hand, was also operating in the 4th war zone, but ordinary beasts were not his target at all. Only third order and above beasts were the kind that really needed to be removed. After all, since the Divine Kingdom chat group had appeared for so long, the overall increase in strength of the Ninth War region was not weak, and even when faced with third order fierce beasts, they all had the ability to clear them. Just dealing with such ferocious beasts would easily result in some casualties, but if one only dealt with second order ferocious beasts, then there would be no problem. Half a day later, there was a terrifying aura that erupted out, followed by a voice coming from the intercom. Report Marshal, traces of a fourth order ferocious beast have been found, requesting for support. Hearing this urgent voice, Gufang's color remained unchanged. His left foot stomped on the ground with force, and as the powerful force caused the ground to crumble, his entire body exploded out like an arrow off the string. Boom! The figure cut through the air. His speed was already as fast as it could be. This was the power of a third stage perfection cultivator, or the power of a refined viscera perfection. On the other side, there was just a ferocious beast like a giant ape that was fighting with several cultivators, and behind it, tank machine guns kept aiming and bombing as necessary fire support. The tanks that could shatter a building were no different from scratching an itch in front of the fourth-ranked beasts. Not to mention decapitating the beasts, there was no way to even break the defense. The longsword fluttered, erupting into a powerful sword chi, constantly cutting back and forth on the beast's body, but could only leave shallow wounds. Giant ape beast seems to be enraged as if sturdy and powerful arms shattered the sword gas. Fierce and horrible power to make the long sword issued a mournful sound. Almost broken from it, the long sword was damaged. Yang Yu's face couldn't help but change. Damn! The fourth rank ferocious beast defense is too strong. The third rank middle grade divine sword can't break too much defense at all. I hate that my Taishian treasure cannon hasn't been cultivated to the fullest. With the royal sword technique as well as the third rank middle grade divine sword, I will definitely have a chance to kill it. Yang Yu was helpless in his heart. Since the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, he had been accumulating contributions, and when the third order store opened, he directly exchanged a third order extremely high quality technique, Taishian Baodian, and then exchanged an equal order mastery, the Imperial Sword Technique. At the same time, in order to maximize the power of the Royal Sword Art, Yang Yu also exchanged a third order medium grade Excalibur. Once the three things were exchanged, Yang Yu could be said to be armed to the teeth, although the realm was still at the third rank lower grade, but the strength was already not what it used to be. Even if it was a third rank upper grade ferocious beast, Yang Yu had the certainty of decapitating it. Only a pity. He is now facing not the third order upper grade ferocious beasts, but the top ferocious beasts that have stepped into the fourth order lower grade. Even if Yang Yu's strength is strong, he can't do it to kill the enemy across a large realm. What Yang Yu can do now is to pester the beast in front of him and wait for the arrival of Gufang. Several other third order cultivators now also had a heavy face. Their hearts were under great pressure. A fourth order ferocious beast. It wasn't something that a few third order lower grade cultivators could deal with. Right at this moment, a majestic chi and blood power bombarded, and a majestic voice entered the ears of Yang Yu and the others. Back off. Leave it to me. At those words, Yang Yu and the others all retreated as if in unison, and immediately afterward, they saw Gufang stepping into the air and arriving, condensing as if substantial chi and blood power transformed into a mountain suppressing and falling. Third order extreme grade, Xinyu Divine Fist. The giant ape beast sensed a great threat. Its hideous face erupted into an ear-splitting roar, and its fierce and powerful arms shattered the void, instantly shattering the mountain condensed from chi and blood. Good timing. Gufang's expression was solemn. The battle intent in his eyes rose. The strength of the refined viscera perfection was all stimulated by him at this moment. The vastness of his chi and blood was like a river rushing through the air, emitting a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Instantly, the two were seen fighting together. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts have a powerful physique. Even if they are hard to shake, missiles are not injured in the slightest. Refining viscera perfection cultivator is also mastered in unparalleled extraordinary power. As soon as the two fought, a terrifying wind erupted. A third-order cultivator witnessed this battle and was shocked in his eyes. This is the true strength of martial Gu. Are the physical arts really this powerful? Third-rank consummate hard-shaking fourth-rank lower grade. Such strength is simply terrifying. Yang Yu sniffed and said in a deep voice, the cultivation system of the Divine Kingdom chat group does not have a difference between high and low. The Federation also has other strong people who are perfect in refining the viscera, and who can be as strong as Martial Ancient in resisting the fourth order lower grade. What was strong was never the physical art, but Gufang himself. The others nodded their heads in deep sympathy as they heard this. The Kunlun mountain range. The divine tree was in the sky. Gu Qingyang was now witnessing Gufang's battle with the giant ape ferocious beast from a believer's perspective. And this level of battle was naturally nothing to him right now. At the beginning, Gu Qingyang thought that by virtue of the system's cultivation methods, Any third-order perfection cultivator would be able to have strength comparable to that of a fourth-order lower-grade fierce beast. But when he actually witnessed other third-order perfection cultivators in battle, Gu Qingyang realized that he had overestimated the cultivation method and underestimated the ferocious beasts. Fierce beasts had a strong innate body, which was an advantage that humans did not have. From the perspective of a believer, Gu Qingyang had also witnessed some third-order consummate cultivators fighting with fourth-order ferocious beasts, and the former was slightly weaker than the latter. Strictly speaking, a third-order perfect cultivator, in terms of strength, was a bit stronger than a beast of the same order, but there was no possibility of wanting to straddle a realm. If one were to forcefully divide it, it would probably be equivalent to about half a step of the fourth rank. In this way, for Gu Feng to be able to harden himself against a fourth-step lower-grade ferocious beast and to be able to kill it, that was somewhat intriguing. Either Gu Feng is exceptionally gifted and has amazing potential, as if he were a legendary heavenly pride, so his battle power at the same rank is unrivaled, and he was able to decapitate a fourth-ranked ferocious beast even if it was a third-ranked consummate. Either that, or the other party is taking the divine spirit fruit, causing their body to undergo some changes, thus possessing greater strength. Of the two possibilities, Gu Qingyang was more inclined towards the former. After all, amongst the more than 20 million humans, it was normal for there to really be some gifted and unrivaled heavenly pride to appear. The fact that Gu Feng was able to become a third-order mid-grade evolver step by step during the 10 years of the calamity was already something that could explain a lot. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 16/50,000. Rank, 4th order lower grade, 1965200/20000000. Divine Kingdom, 3rd order, 18331000100000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. Almost there. Only 40,000 or so evolutionary values to go. As long as Gu Feng beheads this ferocious beast and then sacrifices it, I'll be able to break through to the mid-4th rank. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. If he hadn't used 100,000 evolutionary values to condense a divine spirit fruit, he would have broken through a month ago. But it didn't matter. A month's slower breakthrough wouldn't bring about much of a change when the immediate danger hadn't erupted. On the contrary, the emergence of a saint was what made it a long-term investment. It had also been almost 3 months since Gu Feng had become a saint, and the other party had already provided almost 100,000 points of faith. From this, it could be seen just how bountiful the faith that saints could give was. In the believer's perspective, Gu Feng was fighting with a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, and the 3rd-ranked extreme mastery, Jinyu Divine Fist, had already been cultivated by the other party to the extreme, with each punch seeming to truly have the terrifying power of suppressing a mountain. Even if it was a 4th-order lower-grade ferocious beast, it was forcefully suppressed by the other party, and could not gain the upper hand at all. With the passage of time, Gu Feng's momentum was magnificent, his battle-intense soared, and then he saw that the 4th-ranked ferocious beast had already been completely suppressed, and there was no longer any room for resistance. Boom! As Gu Feng's fist blasted out, containing the power of a full-strength strike of the refining viscera perfection, it instantly blew out the giant ape beast's head. The 4th-ranked ferocious beast was decapitated. Gu Feng instantly chose to sacrifice it. Gu Qingyang watched his data panel at all times, only to see that Gu Feng had just sacrificed the ferocious beast, and his evolution value had successfully broken through the 2 million barrier. Immediately after the whirlwind, Gu Qingyang was the one who chose to break through. However, for this breakthrough, Gu Qingyang didn't make too much noise as usual, but instead, he used his own power to shroud the Kunlun mountain range as if it were layers of mist, making it impossible for people to see the scene within the Kunlun mountain range. This kind of means is naturally one of the Divine Kingdom derivation Jedi, without much attack as well as defense, merely has a masking effect. Of course, if one was inside the Kunlun mountain range and looked to the outside world, it wouldn't be half as different as it had been in the past. Only from the outside looking into the Kunlun mountain range, the line of sight would be somewhat isolated. The purpose of doing so, Gu Qingyang, was also to mirror some sense of mysterious atmosphere, to set off his status as a more mysterious and unpredictable. At the same time, Gu Qingyang also didn't want, every time he made a breakthrough, to be seen by humans. Mystery, always worthy of reverence. At this time, the breakthrough had already begun. Gu Qingyang's 6,000 meter divine tree body was raised to a height of 7,000 meters at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the divine realm expanded from 1,000 kilometers directly to 1,500 kilometers. feeling the majestic spiritual energy in his body. Gu Qingyang understood that his strength had again increased by a lot. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 16/60ths, 000. Rank, 4th Order Medium, 15. 200/4. 000. 000. Divine Kingdom, 3rd Order, 1833100/10000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. The lifespan has increased by 10,000 years, but it doesn't change much for me. But it's the fact that the evolutionary value required to break through from a 4th order medium to a 4th order upper has doubled. In that case, if I want to step through this level of barrier, I'll have to accumulate at least a year or two. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. 1 or 2 years was a prediction based on the fact that humans had fully counterattacked the ferocious beasts and accelerated the progress of slaughtering the sacrificial ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if this time was doubled, it would be questionable whether or not they could scrape together the evolutionary value required for a 4th ranked upper grade. However, Gu Qingyang wasn't in a hurry right now. There were some things that couldn't be rushed at all, and instead of being impatient, it would be better to calm his mind and openly face what might happen next. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was again immersing himself in the heavens and earth with his divine thoughts, continuing to listen to the sounds of the heavens and earth, feeling the emotions of the heavens and earth. This was not the first time Gu Qingyang had done this. In the previous few months, whenever the divine soul had recovered a bit, Gu Qingyang would immerse himself into the heavens and earth with his divine thoughts to feel that aura as well as the emotions in the beginning. In the midst of several sensations, the veins in Gu Qingyang's mind became clearer and clearer. The will of heaven and earth was now fighting with another mysterious being, possibly a will of heaven and earth of the same level, or a terrifyingly strong person who was superior to the will of heaven and earth. The encounter between the two was so mysterious that Gu Qingyang couldn't perceive too much. Just from several perceptions, his sides heaven and earth will gradually weakened, and was completely no match for that mysterious existence. Defeat. It was only a matter of time. When Gu Qingyang's divine thoughts merged into the heavens and earth this time, a sadness that was several times stronger than before surged into his heart, and his eyes were a bloody color. An indescribable Tao rhythm filled the blood color, and Gu Qingyang seemed to feel the sadness of the will of heaven and earth from this Tao rhythm. In this sadness, Gu Qingyang seemed to feel the unwillingness of the will of heaven and earth to endure the extinction of all beings. In the underworld, Gu Qingyang seemed to have seen two unnameable existences that were fighting in some unknown void, and endless Tao rhythms surged out in his heart. Just as Gu Qingyang wanted to see the exact picture clearly, a wave of fatigue came from his divine soul, causing him to retreat from it. Looking towards the dome of the sky, everything was still normal there. However, it was as if Gu Qingyang had seen the sight of blood raining down on him, a scene that was destined to happen in the future. The heavens sobbed with blood. The will of this heaven and earth is battling with a mysterious existence, and it's only a matter of time before it falls. It's just a pity that with my current strength, there's no way to intervene in the battle between such existences. Gu Qingyang was also helpless inwardly. As a part of the living beings of this heaven and earth, Gu Qingyang naturally did not wish for the will of heaven and earth to fall, causing the other world to invade. It was only a pity that the 4th order middle grade realm was able to traverse the globe nowadays, but it did not intervene in the fight of the will of heaven and earth either. From that terrifying aura, Gu Qingyang suspected that the strength of the will of heaven and earth was at least an existence of the 7th rank or above. This was because when Gu Qingyang's divine soul merged into the heavens and earth, he had also tried to use the eye of true vision to peer into the strength of those mysterious existences, but unfortunately, he found nothing. To know, the eye of true sight of the 4th order was able to see through the strength of 3 major orders of one's own. Gu Qingyang was now at the 4th rank, and could at least see through the strength of a 7th ranked powerhouse. If even the eye of true vision was unable to detect it, either the strength was stronger than the 7th rank, or the existence of the heaven and earth will level was too mysterious to be detected by others, and had nothing to do with the rank. Both possibilities existed, but Gu Qingyang only planned for the worst, at least 7th rank middle grade or above. Even if I have the divine tree spirit roots innate aptitude as a base right now, at best, I can only deal with 5th rank powerhouses. The gap between existences of the 7th rank and above is not normally large in my case. I only hope that the will of heaven and earth can hold out for longer, to be able to give a few tens or hundreds of years to grow. At that time, even if it's an otherworldly invasion, I'll still have a few moments of confidence in resisting it. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. It wasn't that he was self-aggrandizing, just based on 100 years of time. A conservative year giving up to 120 million beliefs. 100 years would be more than 10 billion. Each promotion of the Divine Kingdom was in tenfold increments. More than 10 billion could completely raise the Divine Kingdom to the 5th rank level. If the Divine Kingdom could be raised to the 5th rank, Gu Qingyang would be able to convert the faith power into evolutionary value, allowing himself to similarly break through to the 5th rank, which would be no problem. Moreover, the number of human reproduction was bound to increase in 100 years, definitely more than just the 20 to 30 million in front of them, and with the promotion of cultivation, the strength of humans would gradually increase. As long as Gu Qingyang maintains his current position and makes everyone believe in him, then the number of believers and the power of faith will surely be able to proliferate like a snowball. If he really waited 100 years, not to mention over 10 billion faiths, even a tenfold increase would be extremely possible. If the Divine Kingdom could really break through to the 6th order, Gu Qingyang, with the 6th order Divine Kingdom's heritage, as well as the Divine Tree Spirit Root's natural aptitude, even if it was a 7th order powerhouse, he would still be able to wrestle with it. Of course, these things were all Gu Qingyang's own predictions, and with the current situation of the will of heaven and earth, it was questionable whether or not it could last 100 years. Boom! The terrifying power shattered the air, and there were 4th-ranked ferocious beasts that roared in unwilling fury, and were ultimately killed on the spot as if they were a terrifying force, hardened and killed on the spot. The boiling qi and blood in Zhang Ming's body also gradually calmed down. Compared to a few years ago, the current Zhang Ming acted more and more calmly, giving off a feeling of self-contained authority without anger, and his body also exuded an extremely powerful aura. Sacrifice. Zhang Ming directly sacrificed this 4th-ranked ferocious beast, and instantly, he gained an additional 10,000 contribution points. Subsequently, Zhang Ming looked at his own data panel. Name, Zhang Ming. Body, human. Rank, 3rd order perfection. Contribution, 320,000. 320,000 contributions now. Now as long as the construction of the 4th order store in the Divine Kingdom is completed, I will be able to exchange for a 4th order jutsu, thus breaking my own boundaries. Zhang Ming's fists were clenched tightly. The physical art that had reached the refined viscera perfection was now filled with terrifyingly majestic qi and blood, and he was simply a ferocious beast in human form. 5 years. Stepping from the 2nd stage to the current 3rd stage of perfection. This speed could not be said to be fast, but in fact, Zhang Ming's cultivation had reached viscera refining perfection more than a year ago, stepping into the level of 3rd stage perfection, and if he could have a 4th stage technique, he would have definitely stepped into the 4th stage. Only a pity. For 5 years, the Divine Kingdom chat group had always been stuck above the 3rd order, and the 4th order store had never been constructed. In the beginning, Zhang Ming was still a little worried about whether the Divine Kingdom store would stop at the 3rd order. However, a year ago, the Divine Kingdom chat group released an announcement stating that the 4th order store would be constructed 2 years later. At this point, the floating hearts were completely stabilized, since the time for the completion of the construction of the 4th order store had been determined. Some cultivators who had stepped into the 3rd order consummation were naturally in no hurry. After all, before the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the Human Federation could count on one hand the number of 3rd order perfect evolvers that had appeared in the past 10 years or so. Right now, several years after the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the number of 3rd order perfection cultivators around the world was already no less than 3 digits. 2 years ago, the Human Federation completely recovered the 18 war zones, re-establishing a bronze wall on the land of China, isolating all the ferocious beasts from the outside. It can be said, Federal 18 war zones inside all the ferocious beasts has been cleared out. Other people want to hunt ferocious beasts, have to leave the federal region to do. What's more, there were those who directly crossed the sea and traveled to other continents to hunt ferocious beasts. After all, in the past, the beasts did not appear before. The world as a total of 4 continents exist, of which the eastern continent is the country of China, as well as a number of small countries to occupy. The remaining western continent, the southern continent, as well as the northern continent, has been completely reduced to the beast's paradise. In the past, the remaining strength of the human race is not enough to be able to hold on to the federal territory is already not easy. Want to expand outward to clear the beasts is simply a luxury, but now is different. Even though no 4th order cultivators had appeared so far, among the large number of 3rd order perfect cultivators, there was no lack of truly gifted people who were able to cross over and kill 4th order ferocious beasts. Under these circumstances, the strongest beasts in the world were only of the middle to lower 4th rank. How could they be a match for humans? At the current rate, it wouldn't take 20 years for humans to wipe out all the beasts in the 4 continents. Only the sea is unfathomable, and it's not easy to get rid of the beasts inside. However, as long as we can wipe out all the ferocious beasts in the 4 continents, Humans will also be able to dominate the globe again without having to be threatened by the ferocious beasts. Federal higher levels. Now that the 18 war zones have long since withdrawn from the 8th war zone, returning to their respective territories, the federal meeting above is also a video meeting, as a way to discuss things. On the video, the marshals of the various districts all showed up. Ancient Fong took the lead and said, "The situation in the Federation has been completely stabilized in 2 years. I propose that we can first dispatch all our troops to exterminate all the ferocious beasts in the eastern continent. In addition, the otherworldly entrance has been searched for many years and has never been seen. I suspect that the otherworldly entrance is not in the Eastern Great Road at all, but in other places." Over the years, although the Federation had not removed all the ferocious beasts from the eastern continent, it had also explored the entire eastern continent several times. Its purpose was simple, to find the otherworldly entrance, simply because the mission of the Kingdom of God has changed. The rewards for searching for the otherworldly entrance had been directly replaced with contribution points from the mastery techniques, Jedi schools, and pills. As long as one could find the entrance to the otherworldly realm, one would receive 8 million contribution points. 8 million contribution points was not a small amount, and with a tenfold difference between each level of the Divine Kingdom store. After the construction of the 4th level of the store was completed, such a large amount of contribution would be more than enough to exchange for the 4th level of the very best merit techniques. Higher rank techniques represented a broad path to heaven. As long as your talent wasn't bad, it was expected that you would cultivate these techniques to the extreme, thus possessing unrivaled power. The 4th order of extremely high quality gongfu. Often, it meant that one was expected to step into the 4th rank consummation in the future. Moreover, even after redeeming a 4th order top grade technique, it is estimated that only 5 million contributions are needed, and the remaining 3 million contributions can also do a lot of things. Therefore, with the change in mission rewards, 8 million contributions impacted the hearts of the people, making everyone go crazy. It is not polite to say, 8 million contributions who can get, will certainly be able to step into the sky, even if it is a one step to become the top of the Federation, are no problem. If it went further, it was even expected to impact the throne of the first strongest person in the Federation, regardless of whether it is a private cultivator, or the military high level. All want to be the first to find the otherworldly entrance. However, after so many years, the otherworldly entrance never appeared, so Gu Feng had reason to suspect that the otherworldly entrance was in other continents. The other Federation executives nodded with deep sympathy as they heard this. The mission of the otherworldly entrance has been released for several years, and now there are also many folk cultivators who have crossed the sea and traveled to other continents to explore. Now since the otherworldly entrance is not in the eastern continent, it must be above the other continents. If the Federation can find the otherworldly entrance first, the 8 million contributions will at least produce quite a few more third-order perfection cultivators. Shang Wanhong nodded and said. Subsequently, Yang Yan also nodded. According to the announcement of the Divine Kingdom chat group, there will be at most one more year before the construction of the 4th order store is completely finished. Once the construction of the 4th rank store is completed, it means that the path to the 4th rank will be completely opened, and the 8 million contributions will allow the Federation to breed a few 4th rank powerhouses in the first place. At that time, even if a 4th order cultivator appears in the civilian world and wants to start chaos, the Federation will be able to suppress it at the first opportunity. The relationship between the military and the civil sector was extremely delicate, especially with the emergence of transcendent power. It was undoubtedly much more difficult for the military to truly suppress civil cultivators. The only way to ensure that no chaos would be born was for the military strength to completely suppress the civil cultivators. The warrior uses the martial arts to violate the prohibition. This is probably the reason. However, it is undeniable that with the prevalence of cultivation, the entire human race is developing in a good direction. Ji Xian said. The other 3 continents are infested with ferocious beasts and have long since become a ferocious beast paradise, with many powerful ferocious beasts existing there. I suggest that we eliminate all the ferocious beasts in the entire eastern continent within half a year, and then each war zone will send 5 more third-order perfection cultivators as vanguards to the other continents to open up the situation. When the construction of the 4th order stores is complete, we will be able to wipe out all 3 continents' ferocious beasts in one breath and restore humanity's former glory. I second the motion. The 3rd war zone is fine. The 6th war zone also has no problem. The 8th war zone agrees. All the heads of the war zones agreed, and the entire 18 war zones of the Federation were mobilized in unison, and all the power that the military had accumulated over the years was exposed, advancing their battle lines towards the rest of the eastern continent, ready to bring the entire eastern continent under the control of the Federation. The military has action. Civilian cultivators naturally caught wind of it. After all, The danger of hunting ferocious beasts alone was not small, but if there was a situation where the military was taking the lead, it would be much more convenient for them to fish in the water at the back. For a time, the entire Federation was enthusiastic, and a large number of cultivators went around hunting ferocious beasts. Just as the flames of war spread to the entire eastern continent, the Kunlun mountain range remained as calm as ever. If someone truly entered the Kunlun mountain range, they would find that the former Song Tian divine tree had now become taller and more magnificent, as if it had gone straight into the clouds. 2.5 years ago, Gu Qingyang had already collected all of the evolutionary values required for the 4th order upper grade, and had successfully made a breakthrough to the 4th order upper grade. Gu Qingyang's divine tree body had managed to reach a height of 8,000 meters, and was already able to go straight into the clouds, making it magnificent. In this regard, Gu Qingyang had no doubt that if he continued to make breakthroughs, he would definitely be able to break the boundaries of the entire heaven and earth and step into the void universe in the underworld. At the same time, the Divine Kingdom domain was also breaking through to 2,000 kilometers. All these years, Gu Qingyang was also constantly paying attention to the changes in the will of heaven and earth, and he could clearly feel that the will of heaven and earth was already getting weaker and weaker. One day when the will of heaven and earth truly couldn't support it, the globe would usher in another drastic change. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but look at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 21/70, 000. Rank, 4th order upper, 350000/70, 000. Divine Kingdom, 3rd order, 85000010/1000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. The evolutionary value required to complete the 4th order was only half the difference. In terms of faith power, it had also accumulated 850 million, and was only 150 million short of gathering 1 billion faiths to open up a 4th order Divine Kingdom. And a year ago, when the faith settlement was made, the faith that Gu Qingyang had received had risen to 150 million once. According to the steady increase in faith every year, by the time this year's settlement came around, Gu Qingyang was absolutely certain that he would be able to get even more faith than 150 million. This was also the reason why he had dared to make an announcement in the Divine Kingdom chat group a year ago, stating that the 4th order Divine Kingdom would definitely be able to be constructed in 2 years. The construction of the Divine Kingdom store has taken too long, and it has already caused some believers to doubt their own beliefs. But as long as the Divine Kingdom store is promoted a year from now, not only will it be able to stabilize their beliefs, but it is also expected to allow some believers to make breakthroughs in their belief levels. It would be great if there were more saints. The faith of believers was not static, and as a deity, it was also necessary to maintain believers at all times in order to stabilize their faith. From just opening up the Divine Kingdom to understand faith, to now that the Divine Kingdom had already half-stepped into the 4th order, Gu Qingyang had traveled farther and farther on the path of the deities, and he had also learned quite a lot from them. It was still the same saying: deities want to get faith from believers, and believers also want to get corresponding benefits from deities. Peace, wealth, longevity, strength, all of these desires and needs were things that believers longed for. Gu Qingyang's establishment of the Divine Kingdom chat group was a great fulfillment of the needs of the believers. However, as the strength of the believers continued to grow stronger, if the gods could not continue to give the corresponding benefits, then the believers' faith in the gods was bound to change. Over the years, Gu Qingyang had also seen many mad believers fall into true believers, and there were also true believers who had fallen into pan-believers. The only thing worth celebrating was that there were no pan-believers who had given up their beliefs. After all, once they gave up their own beliefs, it would be impossible for them to re-enter the Divine Kingdom chat group. In this way, before the 4th order Divine Kingdom store was constructed, Gu Qingyang was still able to rely on the Divine Kingdom chat group to stabilize his fundamentals. Such a situation, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but once again give a silent nod of approval to his opening of the Divine Kingdom chat group. It had to be said, this approach was really wise. If it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom chat group serving as a medium, Gu Qingyang would have only lost a lot of his faith over the years. There were times when trying to stabilize the fundamentals was also an extremely difficult thing to do. As the Divine Kingdom continued to rise, the greater the role of the Divine Kingdom chat group for the believers, the more devout the believers' faith would become. Similarly, the devout faith of the believers would allow the Divine Kingdom to advance even faster. This was a virtuous cycle. It's worth saying, over the past 5 years, Gu Qingyang's strength had grown steadily. And the evergreen ancient tree and the other ancient trees that he had endowed with spiritual wisdom had all made breakthroughs at different levels of strength as well. Among them, as the evergreen ancient tree that was the first to break through to the lower third rank, in 5 years, it had already stepped into the upper third rank, and with some more accumulation it would be able to impact the perfect third rank. The remaining Big Dipper ancient tree and Earth Fiend ancient tree were also all stepping into the middle grade of the third order. As a matter of fact, the Kunlun mountain range has Gu Qingyang sitting there. The Kunlun mountain range has Gu Qingyang in charge. And the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth in this place is the most dense, not comparable to other places. Coupled with the fact that the evergreen ancient tree and the others practiced third order extreme grade techniques, the advantages in all aspects were not comparable to the outside world. If it were anyone else, even those with average talent would have the qualifications to step into the third order perfection at this moment. In response to this, Gu Qingyang suspected that it was related to the ancient tree's essence. The lifespan of an ancient tree is different from that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person steps into the third stage, their lifespan can break the limit of ordinary people, almost 300 years or so, but the lifespan of the ancient tree itself is extremely long. With the evergreen ancient tree and other ancient trees that have entered the third stage, the lifespan can only be calculated in 10,000 years. With a long lifespan, cultivation will naturally be slower. And this is also considered a balance between heaven and earth. As he became more and more aware of the heavens and earth, Gu Qingyang had some views of his own on all things in the heavens and earth. The way of heaven is fair. Everything has its balance in it. The ancient tree itself was not easy to conceive a spirit, and even if it did, the cultivation was especially slow, which was a side effect of the long lifespan. Immediately afterward, Gu Qingyang was thinking of himself again. He both had the long lifespan of an ancient tree, and at the same time, his breakthrough speed was extremely fast, which was completely out of the ordinary. However, Gu Qingyang was again quickly relieved. The fact that he was able to relive his life was itself something that was out of the ordinary. Then right now being different from other ancient trees was also normal. Besides, since condensing my faith to open up the divine kingdom, my present body is also not an ordinary ancient tree. It is a divine tree. And no matter if it was in my previous life or this life, I can claim the word divine. Gu Qingyang's mind calmed down again, and then silently recovered the power of his divine soul that had been depleted by sensing heaven and earth not long ago. Spring and autumn changed. Time passed. By the time Gu Qingyang's divine soul was once again depleted and he exited from the state of divine fusion of heaven and earth, he was looking at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, divine tree. Lifespan, 22/70. Rank, 4th order upper grade, 6. 000. 000/7. 000. Divine Kingdom, 3rd Order, 103590000/10000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. Finally enough, Gu Qingyang looked at the faith power that had already broken through the 1 billion barrier, reaching 1,335,900,000, and he then realized that his prediction was not wrong. This time the settlement. It wasn't just $150 million. After 6 years, the Divine Kingdom was finally able to break through from the 3rd to the 4th stage. There was no hesitation. Gu Qingyang directly promoted the Divine Kingdom, only to see the vast power of faith open up the Divine Kingdom, causing Gu Qingyang's sea of consciousness to roar. And while the space of the Divine Kingdom became more solid, his divine soul also grew at an extremely fast rate. If Gu Qingyang's divine soul power was 1 in the past, then his current divine soul power was 10. The Divine Kingdom's breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th stage had caused his divine soul power to skyrocket by a full 10 times. Kunlun Mountain Range. Divine trees were in the sky. Only a subtle fluctuation was seen coming from Gu Qingyang's body, and it was as if the clouds of the sky were torn apart by an invisible hand, completely stirring the wind and clouds. The oppression that was as terrifying as the might of the heavens caused the evergreen ancient tree and other beings to have a trace of trepidation in their hearts. Father God's strength has gotten stronger. Although he could not see the change in Gu Qingyang, he was able to produce a trace of instinctive perception in the underworld. For the existence that had created itself, beings such as the evergreen ancient tree held absolute reverence. This was the faith equivalent of being born a saint, and there was simply no possibility of turning one's back on one's faith. On the other side, Gu Qingyang's divine mind awoke from the changes brought about by the breakthrough. Then, he was the one who took another look at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, divine tree. Lifespan, 22/70. Rank, 4th order upper grade, 6. 000. 000/7. 000 Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 3590000/1000000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. When he saw that 10 billion faith power was needed to promote a 5th Order Divine Kingdom, Gu Qingyang's heart was shaken even if he had already expected it. It had taken him 6 years to gather 1 billion beliefs. If he really wanted to gather 10 billion faith to open up a 5th Order Divine Kingdom, the time required would take at least a few decades. However, Gu Qingyang didn't care too much. He was now more concerned about converting the power of faith into evolutionary value after the 4th Order Divine Kingdom. 4th Order Divine Kingdom. Refining 100 points of faith would yield 1 point of evolutionary value. After breaking through the 4th Order Divine Kingdom, Gu Qingyang finally had a clear perception of the Divine Tree Spirit Root's so-called refining of faith. A conversion rate of 100 to 1 wasn't too high, but it wasn't too bad either. With Gu Qingyang's over 100 million beliefs a year, he would be able to get more than 1 million evolutionary values in a year. The 7 million evolutionary values needed to go from the top of the 4th rank to the complete 4th rank would probably only take 5 years if it was converted with faith. It's not just faith. 4th Order Divine Kingdom. I'm even able to diffuse 4th Order elixirs out. If I were to take a 4th Order Extreme Realm Breaking Elixir, would I be able to directly break through to 4th Order Consummation? Gu Qingyang secretly thought. However, 4th Order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill required 50 million faith to be able to diffuse. Gu Qingyang only had 30 million or so faith at full capacity right now, so there was no way to diffuse such a pill. Not only that, now that the Divine Kingdom had entered the 4th Order, Gu Qingyang would also have to start diffusing other 4th Order items to fill up the 4th Order store. Considering his current lack of faith, he temporarily used 15 million faith to diffuse a 4th Order Extreme Grade technique for each of the 3 systems. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang used the remaining 29 million faith to diffuse some 4th Order Lower Grade, Middle Grade as well as Upper Grade feats and techniques. And then there was pills, Divine Soldiers as well as some other things. Gu Qingyang diffused a little bit out of them all the same. At this point, the 4th Order store was considered completely constructed. With the completion of the construction of the 4th Order store, it can be directly opened right now. And with the opening of the 4th Order store, the strength of the Human Federation will definitely be able to increase greatly. It's just a pity that I don't have enough faith power nowadays. And compared to the other level stores, the 4th level store looks much more simple. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the sparse merchandise of the 4th Order store. He also really wanted to fill up the categories of the 4th Order store, but his faith power was really insufficient. There was no way around it. Opening up a Divine Kingdom required quite a bit of faith, and diffusing the store as well as maintaining the Divine Kingdom chat group was also a considerable expense. Gu Qingyang understood that there was no way to make a big fat man out of a single bite, so he wasn't in a hurry now, and waited until the faith power was abundant later on, and then filled it up step by step. A few years down the line, among the more than 20 million believers around the world, a portion of the believers had also become saints. Among them, there were 27 Third Order saints alone. Calculating on the basis that Third Order saints could give 100 points of faith per day, 27 Third Order saints would be able to give 2,700 points of faith. This wasn't exactly a small amount. If other saints of other orders were counted, Gu Qingyang now had 800 saints, with the number of first and second orders being the majority. As for the Zero Order, like the Third Order, they were extremely rare. This was normal. The Divine Kingdom chat group had already appeared for many years, and even the most mediocre of qualifications should have stepped into the First Order by now. In this way, saints who were truly at the zero rank were extremely rare. 800 saints. A day down can give a total of 8,000 points of faith. A year down there is also a 2 or 3 million. However, 800 saints were only temporary. With the appearance of the Fourth Order store, Gu Qingyang could be certain that the number of saints would definitely be able to break through 1,000, while there would also be Fourth Order saints appearing. After doing so, Gu Qingyang returned his attention back to himself. The Divine Kingdom stepping into the fourth rank allowed his divine soul power to metamorphose to a great extent, becoming even more terrifying than before. As long as Gu Qingyang moved his thoughts, his divine soul power would be able to stir up the wind and clouds, erupting with a power that was enough to frighten people. The Third Order Divine Kingdom allowed my divine soul to grow, but it hadn't undergone a qualitative metamorphosis yet. But after the Divine Kingdom was promoted to the Fourth Order, my divine soul underwent a qualitative change. Under these circumstances, my divine soul is already capable of materializing and directly inflicting fatal injuries on other living beings. As Gu Qingyang thought of this, the power of his divine soul transformed into an invisible long knife. and with ease, he was able to cut open the cloud layer, which could not be healed for a long time. A long time passed. Only then did the cloud layer heal completely again. The power of this strike is almost equal to that of an unusual 4th stage consummate, and the divine soul attack is inscrutable, so not everyone can defend against it. If it's a surprise attack, unless one has the means to defend against the divine soul, or is a strong person who is also proficient in divine soul cultivation, one is bound to end up falling. Gu Qingyan's face was clear. A 4th rank consummate divine soul power could at least be able to decapitate a strong person of the same level. As for whether or not it could decapitate a 5th ranked powerhouse, Gu Qingyang wasn't sure for now. It was for a very simple reason. He didn't have any understanding or contact with 5th level powerhouses, so naturally, he couldn't talk about being familiar with them. But no matter what, the divine soul was also considered a good killer weapon for Gu Qingyang nowadays, just that it wasn't too strong compared to his current strength. However, Gu Qingyang was looking forward to waiting until the divine kingdom was promoted to the 5th and 6th rank on his day, bringing about a powerful change in the divine soul. After understanding about the divine soul, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but merge into heaven and earth once again. The void of ineffable space was filled with tyranny and murderousness, with unnameable existences fighting each other, and horrifying forces shaking the entire space. In the past, Gu Qingyang's divine soul was outside of the space, glimpsing a few of the scenes here. Until this time, after the divine kingdom stepped into the 4th stage and Gu Qingyang's divine soul was able to metamorphose, it was only then that he was able to silently tear apart a corner of this space and then blend in. Just after his divine thoughts appeared in the space, a vast abyss-like tyrannical killing intent swept in, completely drowning Gu Qingyang's divine thoughts. Right at the moment when the divine thoughts were completely strangled, Gu Qingyang once again activated the Eye of True Vision. Being, Will of Heaven and Earth. Rank, Ontology, Will of Heaven and Earth. Level, Buzz. The Kunlun mountain range shook slightly, and the celestial god tree swayed violently as if it had received some kind of strong impact. Pain. Unspeakably intense pain erupted from the sea of consciousness, causing Gu Qingyang to nearly be unable to withstand it. It wasn't until a long time later that this intense pain from the sea of consciousness gradually slowed down a lot, but there was still a kind of pain that hadn't completely dissipated. It was the effect of the divine idea being killed. Divine thoughts were part of the divine soul, and now that the divine thoughts had been killed, Gu Qingyang naturally suffered a strong backlash. This battle between the peeping heaven and earth will and the mysterious existence had allowed Gu Qingyang to experience the terrifying nature of this level of existence. Just the slightest bit of power that escaped was able to strangle his divine thoughts. The original joy of the divine kingdom's promotion to the 4th stage causing the divine soul to metamorphose was now dissipating. Thinking about what the Eye of True Vision had just probed, Gu Qingyang's mind gradually became grave. The will of heaven and earth. The last time Gu Qingyang used the Eye of True Vision to probe, he did not get the desired result. This time, when he probed with the Eye of True Vision again, although he learned what kind of thing the mysterious existence that was fighting with his side's heaven and earth will was. However, in terms of rank, no matter if it was his own heaven and earth will or the enemy's heaven and earth will, they were all in a state of question marks. This was also the first time Gu Qingyang had encountered such a situation. Obviously, it wasn't that the Eye of True Sight was ineffective against the will of heaven and earth, but in the past, Gu Qingyang hadn't really seen the will of heaven and earth, and there was a thin film between them, which was why he hadn't been able to successfully utilize this talent divine ability. Now that Gu Qingyang's divine soul had made a breakthrough, he was able to penetrate through this layer of film, so he was able to truly use the Eye of True Vision. However, the two heaven and earth wills had all question marks in their equal ranks, indicating that the power of both had already exceeded the realm of what heaven and earth wills were capable of probing. Without a doubt, this result was the worst possible outcome. The heaven and earth will's grade was too high, clearly breaking the boundaries of the top grade of the 7th order. At least the top grade of the 7th order was perfect, and it was more likely that it was beyond the 7th order, reaching the legendary 8th order or above. But no matter if it was the 7th rank consummate, or the 8th rank and 9th rank, it wasn't something that Gu Qingyang could fight against right now. At the 4th rank upper grade realm, even with the divine tree spirit root's natural aptitude as a backbone, it would be difficult for him to deal with a strong person who was at least 7th rank perfect. And, Gu Qingyang also did not know how underlying the will of heaven and earth was. Perhaps it was possible that against the will of heaven and earth, the divine tree spirit root's innate divine ability wouldn't be able to take advantage at all. A difference of 3 major ranks is indeed a troublesome thing. However, for Gu Qingyang right now, the most important thing was to break through to the 4th level of perfection. If he could step further into the 5th rank, he might be able to awaken some powerful innate aptitude, and that would also be possible. While Gu Qingyang didn't pay any more attention to the matter of the will of heaven and earth, the Divine Kingdom chat group was also stirring up an uproar. It was simple. The appearance of the Fourth Order store had caused many people who had stepped into the Third Order to feel their spirits lifted. Since the appearance of the Third Order store, it had been 5 or 6 years since the Fourth Order store had been constructed, causing the faith in some people's hearts to waver, doubting whether it was possible for the Divine Kingdom chat group to not be able to construct a Fourth Order store at all. Even when the one who was in charge of the Divine Kingdom chat group released an announcement 2 years ago, it didn't convince everyone. Until now, the appearance of a Fourth Order store had undoubtedly broken all the rumors. The Fourth Order store has appeared. I am finally able to exchange Fourth Order techniques, breaking the limits of the Jindan stage and stepping into a higher level. Inside a certain tall building, Linling stood in front of the window, looking down at the city below, which had become much more prosperous. A hint of an excited smile surfaced on his face. Compared to a few years ago, Linling's status today was not what it used to be. Over the years, with his own outstanding talent, Linling had risen above all the cultivators, and as early as 2 years ago, he had already broken through the third stage of perfection, becoming the top cultivator of the world. Subsequently, Linling was relying on his own strength, and then collected a portion of folk cultivators and created his own Qingyang society, which was considered to be the top force outside of the federal military. After all, it was quite normal that a cultivator of the third stage of perfection could be called the top, and the force he created was naturally not much worse. The main purpose of founding the Qingyang society, Linling, was to be able to hunt ferocious beasts faster, as well as some other benefits that came with the establishment of a force. At the same time, it was also to facilitate the search for the so-called otherworldly entrants, as well as to prepare for the second Divine Kingdom quest that might appear in the future. It was only a pity, until now, the Qingyang society had not sought out the entrance to the otherworldly realm. But as the Qingyang society grew stronger, the number of ferocious beasts that had died in their hands was also increasing. For Linling, the belief of exterminating the fierce beasts to avenge his parents had never wavered for a moment. Nowadays, the strongest strength of the global ferocious beasts is in the middle of the 4th rank, and it's questionable if there are any upper 4th rank ferocious beasts in existence. As long as I break through the 4th rank, the Qingyang society can take the lead in launching an offensive to exterminate all of these damn things. Linling's eyes were slightly cold. Then he sank his mind and dropped his gaze above the Divine Kingdom chat group. He was too lazy to pay much attention to the constantly refreshing chat messages within it, and directly opened the Divine Kingdom store, then looked at the Fourth Order store that had just appeared not long ago. Compared to the other stores, the number of items in the Fourth Order store was much sparser. But for this situation, Linling wasn't too concerned. So what if the goods were sparse? As long as there were Fourth Order techniques appearing, that would be completely sufficient. Soon, Linling locked his eyes on a merit law. Divine Heavenly Thunder True Scripture. 4th rank Extreme Merit Law. 5 million contributions were required for redemption. 5 million contributions. Linling could not help but secretly shake his head. Even with the establishment of the Qingyang Association, for him, 5 million contributions was still an astronomical figure. Although Linling had a craving for a Fourth Order Extreme Merit Law, the contribution required to redeem it deterred him, and in the end, he only redeemed an ordinary Fourth Order Lower Grade Merit Law. Naturally, it was impossible for a Fourth Order Lower Grade technique to be comparable to a Fourth Order Extreme Grade technique, but it would still require 1 million contributions. After exchanging this technique, Linling's remaining contributions were completely zeroed out. Immediately, corresponding information poured into the sea of consciousness, allowing Linling to have a clear perception of the 4th rank. It turns out that after Jindan comes Yuanying. When one shatters the Jindan and becomes a baby, one can step into the 4th rank. Linling murmured to himself. In the cultivation system, the first stage was Qi refining, the second stage was foundation establishment, the third stage was Jindan, and now the 4th stage was Yuanying. After being clear about the road behind Jindan, Linling immediately dialed a phone. Not waiting for the other party to open their mouths, he took the lead and said, "I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time starting tomorrow. After I don't come out of seclusion, the Qingyang Association will not start too many conflicts with other forces for the time being. Everything will be said after I come out of seclusion." After saying that, Linling was hanging up the phone. Now that the Fourth Order store had appeared, all Third Order perfection cultivators had to prepare for breaking through the Fourth Order. It could be said that whoever could be the first to break through the 4th rank would be able to hold the absolute right to speak. Although the Federation was united in facing the ferocious beasts, but where there were people, there were places, and the Federation had constant internal strife. The establishment of the Qingyang Association had caused dissatisfaction in the hearts of the federal military as well as a number of civilian forces, and for this reason there was also some friction from time to time. At this time, Linling naturally wanted to break through the 4th stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Green Sun Society was bound to be in big trouble. Therefore, after exchanging the fourth order technique, the first thing Lin Ling wanted to do was to close the door to break through. All things are not as important as stepping into the fourth order. The appearance of the fourth order store made all the third order consummate cultivators go crazy, and those who had enough contributions to redeem the fourth order technique, the first thing they did was to close the door and make a breakthrough. Those who didn't have enough contributions started hunting ferocious beasts in a big way, wanting to gather all the contributions in the shortest amount of time and take the first step into the fourth rank. Similarly, the federal military did the same thing. Compared to the civil forces, the federal military, as the explicit ruler of the entire federation, needed a fourth-ranked powerhouse to appear as a way to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, when a large number of fourth-order cultivators appeared in the civil world, the federal military would definitely be the first to be impacted. Half a year later, boom! There was a shocking chi and blood erupting out, causing the cultivators in most of the areas of the entire big city to seem to feel this powerful fluctuation, and all of them had shocked looks on their faces. And in the underground chamber of the military of the 9th War region, Gu Fang's entire body stood there with his eyes closed. His body was filled with blood color, his spine seemed to have transformed into a great dragon, and the ear-shattering sound of a dragon's roar shook the entire chamber, causing the walls made of steel to emerge with cracks. Immediately, Gu Fang's tightly closed eyes opened, a refined aura spat out, his body's chi and blood exploded once again, and the already unbearably heavy chamber shattered. Boom! Countless debris flew across the room, startling everyone in the underground military of the 9th War region, only to see them rushing to this place, only to see countless fragments of fine steel scattered, only to see a blood mist filling the entire space, and a terrifying aura looming in the blood mist, as if it was a gaijin ferocious beast. Just as everyone was secretly shocked, they only saw the blood mist shrinking dramatically, soon presenting a middle-aged face with a bare bladder and sturdy body. Marshall, seeing the Gu Fang in front of them, the hearts of these people were shaken again. Unlike in the past, today's Gu Fang stood there, giving them an inhuman feeling, as if they were really facing a terrifyingly ferocious beast. Its stout body seemed to contain destructive power, an invisible pressure filled the air, and even third-ranked cultivators' hearts and minds trembled. Suddenly, that pressure dissipated in vain, and Gu Fang said indifferently, "I have broken through to the fourth rank. Tomorrow, except for those who need to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough in the 9th battle area, all the rest of the people will go to the front line with me to kill the ferocious beasts." Yes, everyone's faces were uplifted. Many of the people present had actually reached the third stage of perfection, but very few of them were able to gather the contributions to exchange for the fourth stage technique, which led to them only being stuck above the third stage of perfection and not being able to advance an inch. Right now, if they wanted to collect contributions as soon as possible, they could only go ahead and kill the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, someone asked, "Dare to ask Marshall, what realm is the fourth rank of physical arts?" At those words, everyone else also had their ears perked up, curious about this. Right now, there were very few people in the entire Federation who could redeem fourth order techniques, so what realm the fourth order was belonged to was a fog for many people. Gu Fang said calmly, "The first stage forges the body, the second stage refines the blood, the third stage refines the organs, the fourth stage transforms the dragon, and the spine of the human body is the root of everything. After the chi and blood converge into the spine and awaken this sleeping great dragon, the potential of the human body can be developed in its entirety. The power contained in this realm is not something that can be compared to the third stage. Even a cultivator with a perfect viscera refining is not worth mentioning in front of a dragon transformation cultivator." Dragon transformation realm. Everyone's hearts and minds shook. Simply by hearing the name of this realm, they could understand how powerful it was. Boom! A shocking chi and blood erupted out. Gu Fang's upright spine was as if a sleeping dragon had awakened, and when the monstrous dragon roar erupted out, he was seen shattering the air with a fist, blowing out the head of a fourth-ranked lower-grade ferocious beast in an instant. When the others saw this sight, their pupils contracted violently, and there was an unconcealable shock on their faces. What a strong power! Is this the dragon transformation realm? Strong. It was simply strong and terrifying. The ferocious beast that was killed by Gu Fang in front of him was an existence that could be ranked in the top 20 of the ferocious beast ranking nowadays, and its strength was considered to be of the powerful kind amongst the fourth-ranked lower-grade ferocious beasts. Previously, in order to deal with this beast, the Federation had paid the price of several third-order perfection cultivators falling, but had not been able to truly kill it. But now, Gu Fang had killed this terrifying ferocious beast in almost a single glance, and the strength of the fourth-order dragon hierarchy realm had left everyone in a state of mind-blowing shock, killing a powerful ferocious beast in the top 20 of the fierce beast list in a single punch. Such strength was simply horrifying. After the shock, there was ecstasy. Gufang's strength was so powerful that even the top 10 ferocious beasts on the fierce beast list today would probably not be his opponent. In this way, their 9th war region would be able to completely push the ferocious beasts across the board. With a strong person like Gufang leading the way, it would be much easier for the remaining people to harvest their contributions. On the other side, after Gufang had sacrificed the 4th-ranked ferocious beast, he looked at his remaining contribution points and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. In order to exchange for a 4th-rank technique, he had almost emptied all of his family treasures, even if he wanted to exchange for a matching 4th-rank mastery. Fortunately, with the strength of the 4th-order dragon transformation realm, Gufang was able to utilize the power of the Jinyu Divine Fist to the extent that it broke the limits, and it was completely incomparable to when he was at the 3rd order. Keep moving, Gufang said in a deep voice. Slaying a 4th-ranked ferocious beast had only made him just a little warmed up, so naturally, it was impossible for him to go back just like that. Besides, as time went on, there were bound to be more cultivators breaking through the 4th rank. What Gufang had to do was to rush before the others broke through, and take the first step to clear out all the powerful ferocious beasts in the eastern continent, or else he would be able to harvest much less contribution. 1 month later, Lin Ling was the first to break through Shattered Dan into infant, breaking through the 4th stage to become a Yuaning stage cultivator, and then led the people of the Qingyang society to go out and hunt the ferocious beasts, wanting to take on the 4th stage ferocious beasts of the eastern continent. A few days later, there were other cultivators who broke through into the 4th stage. As some of the 3rd order cultivators succeeded in breaking through, the Human Federation completely entered the 4th order era, and truly possessed the extraordinary power to fight against the ferocious beasts. Almost in just a few months' time, the ferocious beasts in the eastern continent were wiped out, with only a portion of idle ferocious beasts remaining to roam, but none of them were too much of a threat anymore. At this time, the Federation then looked towards the other continents. As early as 2 years ago, a few other continents have already been landed by the Federation, but there are too many beasts living there, and their strength is not weak, so they have not been able to really open up the situation. Now that the Federation had entered the 4th order era, and more than one 4th order cultivator had appeared, coupled with the fact that the eastern continent's ferocious beasts had been cleared out of the country, they naturally wanted to take the other continents as their targets. While all parties were hunting the ferocious beasts on a large scale, Gu Qingyang was sitting firmly at the back, looking at his skyrocketing evolutionary value, in a rather happy mood. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 23/70ths, 000. Rank, 4th order upper grade, 1035690/70, 000. 000 breakable. Divine Kingdom, 4th order, 146000000/10000000000. Natural Avatar, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th rank. Over 9 million evolutionary values now. Gu Qingyang looked at the overflowing evolution value. He didn't immediately break through the 4th rank consummation, but instead looked at his Divine Kingdom chat group. To be precise, it was looking towards the Divine Kingdom store. The 4th order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill can allow a 4th order upper grade cultivator to directly break through to 4th order perfection. So can I also break through by taking this kind of pill? If the 4th order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill could allow one to directly break through to 4th order perfection, then one would undoubtedly be able to save quite a bit of evolutionary value. Moreover, the 4th order Extreme Grade Boundary Breaking Pill only required 50 million faiths to be exchanged, and if those faiths were converted into evolutionary value, it would only be about 500,000. There is no doubt, if the 4th order Boundary Breaking Dan could really be useful to oneself, then this would be equivalent to having a shortcut to take. If the Realm Breaking Pill can completely help me break through, I'll be able to save a lot of evolutionary value and use it to break through to a higher realm. Moreover, this is much more cost-effective than directly refining the beliefs and converting them into evolutionary values. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. Thinking about it, he went ahead and did it. It just so happened that nowadays, with the faith settlement, Gu Qingyang had almost around 200 million faith in his hands, so even if he used up 50 million of it, it wouldn't have any major impact. Immediately, Gu Qingyang was the one who exchanged a 4th order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill, and then using the Divine Tree Root Beard, he directly refined the power of the pill. In an instant, Gu Qingyang only felt an extremely majestic power surging from amongst the root whiskers into the interior of the Divine Tree's torso, causing his body to vibrate. Just when Gu Qingyang thought that he was able to make a breakthrough, but at the critical moment, the majestic power suddenly dissipated and disappeared. The sudden change made him feel very upset. Immediately afterward, Gu Qingyang once again looked at his own data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 23/70. 000. Rank, 4th Order Upper, 1035690/70. 000. 000 Breakable. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 146000000/10000000000. Natural Avatar, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th Rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th Rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th Rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th Rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th Rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th Rank. The breakthrough has failed. Gu Qingyang was somewhat helpless in his heart. He was clear that the probability of him taking the 4th Order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill to actually make a breakthrough was not high. After all, if he were to use faith to make a breakthrough, he would need at least 700 million faith to do so. The 4th Order Extreme Grade Boundary Breaking Pill was only a mere 50 million faiths. Using 50 million faith to do 700 million faith was unlikely no matter how one thought about it. But when he actually saw the breakthrough fail, Gu Qingyang was still disappointed. However, the 4th Order Extreme Breakthrough Pill was not completely useless at all. Compared to before taking it, Gu Qingyang realized that his original evolutionary value had directly increased by 1 million after taking this elixir. In other words, although the 4th Order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill could not allow him to break through, it could allow it to increase its evolutionary value by 1 million. From this matter, Gu Qingyang also sort of understood that the Realm Breaking Pill wasn't really able to break through 100%. For an ordinary cultivator, the power contained in the Realm Breaking Pill would not be a problem for him to break through a realm on his own. However, if it was for a cultivator with a strong foundation, the Realm Breaking Pill could only increase the success rate of his breakthrough, not 100%. However, although the 4th Order Extreme Realm Breaking Pill can't allow me to break through, a pill that directly increases the evolution value by 1 million is not bad at all. This way, I'll be able to convert the equivalent of 50 points of faith into 1 point of evolutionary value directly. A doubling of efficiency was considered quite astonishing. It was only a pity. Each level of the Realm Breaking Pill only had an effect when taken for the first time, and taking it multiple times was simply useless. Otherwise, Gu Qingyang had the extra faith to exchange for the Realm Breaking Dan to take. It would be much more useful than directly refining the faith. Immediately after that, Gu Qingyang gave all of the 4th Order lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade Realm Breaking Pills a single dose. As the pills were taken, he also increased his evolutionary value by 100, 000, 200, 000 as well as 500, 000 in turn. In this way, Gu Qingyang had given all the Realm Breaking Pills of all levels of the 4th Order a single dose, and had increased his evolutionary value by a total of 1,800,000. After thinking about it, Gu Qingyang exchanged another 3rd Order Extreme Realm Breaking Dan, but this time taking it was a complete stone sinking into the sea, with half a point of evolutionary value not growing. It seems that the 3rd Order Boundary Breaking Pill is no longer of any use to the 4th Order me, and only by taking a Boundary Breaking Pill of the same order will it be able to have a corresponding effect. Gu Qingyang pondered in his heart, then looked at his data panel once more. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 23/70. 000. Rank, 4th Order Upper Grade, 1115690/70. 000. 000 Breakable. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 8100000000/10000000000. Natural Avatar, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 4th Rank. Divine Spirit Fruit, 4th Rank. Divine Spirit Whisper, 4th Rank. Eye of True Sight, 4th Rank. Divine Kingdom Domain, 4th Rank. Calling the Wind and Rain, 4th Rank. The power of faith had plummeted by over 110 million, and the corresponding evolution value had risen to over 1.8 million. So this wave wasn't a loss. Gu Qingyang didn't waste any time and directly chose to make a breakthrough. The breakthrough of the 4th Order Upper Grade from the 4th Order Perfection didn't make any earth-shattering noise, and without alerting anyone, Gu Qingyang stepped into the 4th Order Perfection silently. After the breakthrough, Gu Qingyang's Divine Tree's height then broke through 9,000 meters, while the Divine Kingdom domain also expanded to 2,500 kilometers. But even with a range of 2,500 kilometers, it couldn't truly cover the entire Kunlun mountain range. As the oldest mountain range in the world, the Kunlun mountain range covered an extremely vast area, and Gu Qingyang suspected that he might not be able to cover the Kunlun mountain range even if he broke through the 5th rank. If he wanted to completely turn this mountain range into the scope of his Divine Kingdom domain, he would at least have to step into the 6th rank. At the same time, after Gu Qingyang's breakthrough, the aura within the range of the Divine Realm surged once again, and the evergreen ancient tree and other existences were nourished by the aura, their branches and leaves becoming even greener. Vaguely, the aura of a few ancient trees was enhanced a little more. Gu Qingyang estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few years for some of the ancient trees to take the lead in breaking through the third stage of perfection, and then launch themselves towards the fourth stage. Cultivation breakthrough. Divine soul consumption was also filled with recovery. According to the usual practice, Gu Qingyang's divine thoughts merged into the heavens and earth, once again spying on the fight between the two wills of heaven and earth. Wanting to see some clues from it, the best thing was to find the breaks in the will of heaven and earth, and then find a way to deal with these existences. Of course, this probability was negligible, but Gu Qingyang himself had nothing to do when he stayed in the Kunlun mountain range, so instead of wasting his time, he might as well do something meaningful. In the middle of the ruins of the city, there was a young woman with a tall figure, fair complexion like white jade, holding a staff, gathering the power of heaven and earth in her body. The next breath, a thick lightning bolt was seen blasting down, and a fourth-order lower-grade ferocious beast wailed. Instantly half of its body fell to the ground in charcoal, no longer moving. When the others saw this scene, they were all invigorated. Chairman is mighty, instantly firing a third-rank extreme spell and killing a fourth-rank lower-grade beast in one fell swoop. Chairman can be called the number one magician. Hearing this, Xin Shui's high and cold face, a faint smile flowed out. The men present couldn't help but lose a few moments of concentration when they saw it. Soon, Xin Shui is to restore the original high cold, came to the ground in front of the corpse of the fourth-order ferocious beast, directly sacrificed it to the Qingyang divine tree, in exchange for the corresponding contribution. After doing this, only then did she look towards the ruins of the city in front of her, her voice somewhat grave. Everyone, don't be careless, the western continent has fallen for a long time, and the ferocious beasts that have survived here are countless. We've only just stepped into this place now, and we've been attacked by a fourth-rank lower-grade ferocious beast, so it's clear that there's more than just a fourth-rank ferocious beast here. With the spiritual power of a fourth-rank magician, Xin Shui could keenly detect that there was an extremely powerful aura lurking in this city. After all, what magicians practiced was spiritual power, starting from first-order mage apprentices, second-order mages, third-order archmages, and fourth-order magical guides, all of which were dominated by spiritual power. The only way to utilize the power of the spells as much as possible was to have spiritual power that was strong enough. Because of this, now Shen Shui, who had broken through the fourth-rank magical mentor, was by no means comparable to others in terms of spiritual perception. Just at this time, Xin Shui's face suddenly changed. Among her perceptions, that powerful aura was rushing in at an extremely fast speed. Be careful, a powerful ferocious beast is coming. Finished speaking, Xin Shui added another sentence. At the very least, they are all of the mid-fourth rank. These words came out. The others' faces instantly changed drastically. The strength of a fourth-order mid-grade ferocious beast was by no means comparable to a fourth-order lower grade. And if such a ferocious beast really came to attack, they would be in quite a bit of trouble. Xin Shui made an immediate decision and looked at the others and said in a cold voice, "You guys go all out to hold back this beast. I'll cast a forbidden spell to deal with it." In addition to regular spells, the most powerful card of a magician was the forbidden spell. Among the same level, the power of forbidden spells was more than several times more powerful than regular spells. Xin Shui's hand was in possession of a third-rank top-grade forbidden spell, but unfortunately, forbidden spells were not easy to cast. Even if she had already stepped into the ranks of the magician, she still couldn't do the instantaneous forbidden spells. She must have time to chant the spell before she can truly perform such a powerful spell. At those words, the other people's faces eased a little. At this moment, hundreds of meters high, like a small mountain-like beast appeared in the crowd's line of sight, like a mountain of terrifying aura crushing down, causing everyone's heart and soul to tremble. A fourth-order mid-grade ferocious beast, only to see the arrival of this beast, instantly discovered the whereabouts of Xin Shui and the others, roared angrily, is toward the crowd to kill. Xin Shui immediately took a step back. Her high and cold face was grave. Fully stall it. Just buy me a few minutes of time. If it was before breaking through the fourth rank of magical instructor, if Xin Shui wanted to cast such forbidden spells, she would need at least half an hour to an hour to prepare for it. Now after becoming a fourth-ranked magical instructor, the time to cast a third-ranked forbidden spell was already greatly shortened. Hearing that, the others didn't hesitate, and all of them killed towards the fourth-rank mid-grade ferocious beasts in unison. The Blood Alliance Society created by Xin Shui was similar to other folk forces, not only recruiting magicians, even physical martial artists as well as cultivators, were all included in the society. This time came to the western continent to open up the land. Followed by the Blood Alliance will also be the high-end combatants. The weakest are in the third order of the upper grade. The vast majority of them are stepping into the third order of perfection. Only 2 female third-order archmages took the lead in reciting an incantation, and layers of frost condensed in the air, forcibly freezing the ferocious beast's feet. Immediately following, the remaining people took this opportunity to explode their power and attack towards the murderous beast's lifeblood. Just as this power was about to land on the ferocious beast, the latter roared with fury as a terrifying power erupted out, the spell frost instantly shattering, and his right fist shattered the air, obliterating all the power. The next instant, the ferocious beast came forward in large strides, and a terrifying beam of energy erupted from its bloody mouth, causing the other people in the Blood Alliance Association to change their faces. Not good. Quickly dodge. No one dared to resist a strike from a 4th-ranked mid-grade ferocious beast, and they scrambled to scatter in all directions to dodge away. Boom! The energy beam blasted above the earth, running through the ruins of the city's buildings, and by the time the power was exhausted, it was already leaving behind a terrifying gully that was thousands of meters long. This scene, it made the Blood Alliance Association's people's sweaty bodies stand on end, and a feeling of great terror welled up in their hearts. A 4th-rank mid-grade ferocious beast, terrifying as hell. If this were to face this strike directly, even a 3rd-order perfection cultivator would probably have to have no residue left. The blow missed. The beast became more and more furious. By instinct, it could clearly feel that not far away Shen Shui gave itself a great threat, so it took the lead to kill towards Shen Shui. Others saw this, also do not care about the beast's deterrent, panicked out to intercept. After all, Shen Shui is the only person who can kill the 4th-order mid-grade beast. If you let this beast attack the other party, the next waiting for the Blood Alliance will definitely be the end of the group. At once, strong attacks landed on the beast's body. Although the 3rd-order attacks could only slightly break through the hard skin of the beast, leaving painless wounds, this practice undoubtedly enraged the beast. The opponent instantly abandoned Shen Shui and turned around to kill towards the others. Boom! Rumble! The 4th-rank middle-grade ferocious beast went berserk and wreaked havoc. Its terrifying power was capable of destroying everything, and the crowd of the Blood Alliance Association was being beaten left and right, and could only retreat in a lousy manner as they fought. Right at this moment, a thick pressure suddenly came from the air, and the entire sky seemed to become a few points dimmer. In an instant, the wind was raging. Shen Shui, who was chanting the forbidden incantation, had already raised her staff high, and her clear and cold voice droned. The wandering wind spirit power between heaven and earth. Obey my command and destroy the living beings in front of you. The words fell. The 3rd-order extreme grade forbidden spell, Storm Domain, had descended in an instant. The storm descended. The gale transformed into a hurricane and swept in. The biting power of the storm was like an extremely sharp blade, turning everything it touched into pieces. Almost at the moment the storm field descended, all the members of the Blood Alliance Society fled directly into the distance as if they had discussed it. Only the 4th-ranked mid-grade ferocious beast was left, surrounded by the storm field, with countless hurricanes wrapping and swallowing it up, terrifying as the power of heaven's might, filled with the aura of destruction. This is the power of a magical forbidden spell. In another direction in the ruins of the city, there was also a team of people who were clearing out the ferocious beasts, and the person at the head was no other than Zhang Ming, who had successfully stepped into the 4th stage of the dragon transformation realm. When the storm domain descended, the power that was as terrifying as the heavenly might made Zhang Ming's heart and mind heavy. Behind him, a young man who had stepped into the 3rd-order perfection asked with a curious expression, "I heard that the strongest means of a magician is the forbidden spell, which is more than several times more powerful than regular spells. However, casting a forbidden spell requires extremely high requirements and does not allow for any interruptions. Does the Pavilion Master know who was casting the forbidden spell?" The Pavilion Master mentioned by the youth was naturally Zhang Ming. Just like the others, Zhang Ming had likewise established a powerful force by virtue of his own strength, and this force was called the Dragon Tiger Martial Hall. Before the calamity, Zhang Ming's martial arts center was called by this name. Just with the arrival of the plague, ferocious beasts rampage, Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Museum is also destroyed. Now that he had his own strength, Zhang Ming naturally wanted to rebuild the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Center. Of course, the current Dragon Tiger Martial Hall was not really teaching traditional martial arts, but was similar to forces such as the Qingyang Society Blood Alliance Society, which were just combining some powerful cultivators together to fight against the ferocious beasts. Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Ming slightly shook his head. "I can't perceive too much from too far away, but judging from the power escaping from this forbidden incantation, it's at least at the 4th rank level. To be able to utilize the power of a forbidden spell at a 4th rank level, one would have to at least enter the ranks of a 4th rank magician. There are only a handful of such strong people in the entire Federation." Speaking here, Zhang Ming paused again and continued, "I remember there was news that the Blood Alliance had also come to the Western continent, wanting to hunt ferocious beasts. That president of the Blood Alliance is a top magician, and not long ago, he even stepped into the ranks of a magical mentor. If I'm not wrong, The appearance of the forbidden spell should be related to this person. Blood Alliance Society. When they heard those 3 words, quite a few people from the Dragon Tiger Martial Hall's faces changed slightly. Nowadays, there were quite a few forces in the Federation, but there were only a few forces that could be called top-notch. The Blood Alliance. It was one of those powerful forces. Although the Dragon Tiger Martial House did not have any major grudges against the Blood Alliance, there had been some occasional fights over the years, mainly for the sake of ferocious beasts and cultivation resources. After all, now the aura recovery, many heavenly materials and treasures are born with it. Although the Divine Kingdom chat group has everything, but the exchange needs to be corresponding contribution to be able to do. As the saying goes, good steel must be used on the blade of a knife. Contribution for everyone is to be able to save. Then some of the heavenly materials and treasures bred globally is to become the primary goal of the cultivators to fight for. Looking at the faces of the crowd, Zhang Ming said indifferently, "Don't worry, we are not in conflict with the Blood Alliance. Besides, we are not the only 2 forces that have come to the Western continent, so if we really want to start a conflict, it will only be cheaper for others. Don't forget that the purpose of our trip is to kill the ferocious beasts to loot the contributions, and the second is to search for the heavenly treasures in the Western continent. The rest of the things have nothing to do with us." At those words, everyone else's faces were relieved. At this time, Zhang Ming once again looked in the direction where the forbidden spell aura had come from, and the power had gradually dissipated into thin air. For a 4th order magical instructor to be able to directly utilize a forbidden spell, there must be a powerful ferocious beast that has appeared, and its rank would not be lower than 4th order middle grade. Fierce beasts also have their own territories, and if there is a 4th ranked mid-grade fierce beast in this city, the probability is that there won't be a second one. Therefore, next, we will search for other ferocious beasts with all our might. We need to take one step ahead of the Blood Alliance and kill all the remaining powerful ferocious beasts. The words fell. Zhang Ming also did not wait for the others to open their mouths, as his fleshly body chi and blood exploded, and his entire body exploded out as if it was an arrow that had left the string, heading towards the depths of the city's ruins. When the others saw this, they all hurriedly followed Zhang Ming's footsteps. Forbidden spell. 4th ranked magical instructor. Interesting. Yang Yan looked in the direction where that forbidden spell power came from, his eyes filled with deep meaning. The federal military was now officially attacking the other 3 continents, wanting to take them all back, and Yang Yan, as the marshal of the 5th war zone, naturally could not hide in the back and not come out. Besides, Yang Yan's cultivation had long since stepped into the 4th stage, and could be considered the top in the entire federation, coupled with the fact that the 5th war zone was not weak. Dealing with the ferocious beasts of the Western continent would not be a problem at all. Right at this moment, another saw a monstrous blood chi burst out. Vaguely seems to be a low whistling roar, like a dragon's roar. Yang Yan's countenance became a few points heavier, chi and blood transformed into a great dragon. It seems that there is not only a 4th ranked magical instructor here, but also a 4th ranked dragon realm powerhouse. 4th ranked magical instructor. 4th order dragon realm. Yang Yan understood that the ruins of the city in front of him, there was no need for the 5th war region to take action. Only with these 2 4th order cultivators and the forces behind them, it was enough to clean up the ferocious beasts here. Immediately, Yang Yan was leading the people of the 5th war zone to leave. The Western continent was very large, and there were many countries in the past, but all of these countries were destroyed by the ferocious beasts, leaving behind ruins and ruins. The ruins of the city in front of them were just a small shadow of the Western continent. Under these circumstances, how would Yang Yan compete with others for the resources here? Not only did the people from the 5th war region leave, even some of the other civic forces consciously retreated away after realizing the presence of 2 4th ranked cultivators in this place. After all, now that the Western continent had just opened up, there were simply not too many ferocious beasts as well as heavenly treasures. There was no need to fight to the death right at the beginning. If you really want to do so, you are also giving others the opportunity to pick up advantages for nothing. Boom! The monstrous flames transformed into infinite flames, instantly engulfing a 4th order lower grade ferocious beast, and no matter how the latter roared and struggled, it was never able to break free from the engulfing sea of flaming fire. In the end, the 4th grade beast collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of charcoal. The sea of fire dispersed. The face of an old man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit appeared. The divine palm of departing fire is worthy of being a 4th order lower grade jutsu. Its power is really not bad. I just don't know how much more contribution this ferocious beast can give after it is sacrificed. Ji Xian shook his head slightly. Sacrificing a complete ferocious beast's corpse would only result in a complete contribution. And if it was a mutilated ferocious beast's corpse, the contribution would be reduced accordingly. Right now, this ferocious beast's corpse had turned into a ball of charcoal, so it was not too much to say that it was mutilated. However, Ji Xian didn't have too much pity. This time, he mainly wanted to try out the power of the 4th stage Yuaning stage as well as the Divine Fire Palm. Now that he had killed a ferocious beast of the same rank in a single strike, it made Ji Xian very satisfied. Without waiting for Ji Xian to truly sacrifice this ferocious beast corpse, a terrifying aura erupted out. The black shadow that took the heart covered the earth, and the scarlet tyrannical pupils caused Ji Xian's face to change slightly. A 4th rank upper grade ferocious beast. In the video conference of the Federation's top management, everyone's faces were grave, and they all landed their gazes on Ji Xian, whose face was slightly pale in front of them. This was the first third-order perfect evolutionary value of the Human Federation at the time, and was now one of the few people who had broken through to the 4th order the fastest. In terms of strength, Ji Xian was undoubtedly able to rank among the top 3 in the Federation, and there was no problem even saying that he was the first. But such a strong person, now is in the hands of ferocious beasts, suffered a serious injury, resulting in the first war zone or lost a lot of cultivators. It could be said, this was the biggest loss that had occurred in the Federation since the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group. Ji Xian's face was pale, and his speech seemed a little short of breath. There is already a 4th-ranked top-grade ferocious beast in the northern continent, but we hadn't gotten any news before. Now that this level of ferocious beasts has appeared in the North Continent, the other 2 continents are also likely to have 4th-order upper-grade ferocious beasts. The Federation must be extremely careful when it comes to cleansing several continents of ferocious beasts next. The appearance of 4th-rank upper-grade ferocious beasts completely caught Ji Xian off guard, despite the fact that he had already stepped into the 4th-order Yuaning realm, and then with his own powerful heritage. Even if he faced a 4th-order medium-grade fierce beast straight on, he would not be afraid by half. However, the strength of a 4th-rank top-grade beast was too much stronger than a 4th-rank middle-grade beast. Even if Ji Xian was in front of this kind of beast, he was not a match at all, and he could only barely get out of the situation when he poured out all of his cards. Words. The heads of the other war zones all had heavy faces at this moment. Gu Feng said, to be able to heavily injure the old marshal, it seems that the ferocious beast in the northern continent is indeed not simple. We humans are progressing, and so are the ferocious beasts. Don't forget, it has been 11 years since the last blood rain descended. If there is a pattern to the rain of blood, then in another 4 years, the rain of blood will definitely come again. At that time, there will definitely be 5th-ranked fierce beasts in several continents and seas. And in front of such fierce beasts, the advantages that the Federation has established will be gone. Blood rain. 5th-order beasts. Ancient Fong's words caused everyone else's faces to change drastically. That was right. They had all nearly forgotten about the existence of blood rain. The first time blood rain descended, it caused all the countries around the globe to fall. And the second time blood rain descended, it nearly knocked out all of the Federation's 10 years of foundations. If the third blood rain descended, it was very likely that the Federation would be destroyed. This was no joke. After all, there were even 4th-ranked upper-grade ferocious beasts appearing now, and if a blood rain really descended, the probability of a ferocious beast of this rank breaking through to the 5th rank was also very high. Instantly, Marshal Mu Chang of the 2nd War Region nodded. Marshal Gu Feng has a point. We are still unclear as to what exactly the blood rain is. Moreover, we haven't been able to fully figure out the pattern of the blood rain's descent, so we can only assume that it occurs once every 15 years with the previous 2 occurrences of the blood rain. In case the blood rain doesn't appear once every 15 years, but earlier, it will definitely catch us off guard. The mention of the word blood rain caused the video conference of the entire Federation's top brass to become much more condensed. After all, this involved the survival of the entire Federation, so they couldn't help but treat it with caution, especially now that the Divine Kingdom chat group had appeared. The Federation had just counterattacked the ferocious beasts, and the situation was looking good. If something like a blood rain descended, it would surely be a total loss. Ji Xian said, the existence of the blood rain is indeed an uncontrollable factor, but the one from the Kunlun mountain range might be able to learn about the existence of the blood rain. Marshal Gu Feng is familiar with the one in the Kunlun mountain range, so you will go and inquire about the blood rain. Now, in order to avoid a sudden surge in the strength of the ferocious beasts, which would bring a devastating threat to the Federation, I propose that we go all out to kill all of the ferocious beasts on several continents at all costs. Even if we can't exterminate all of these ferocious beasts, we must ensure that not a single 4th-ranked ferocious beast is left behind. No problem. As long as we can kill the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts cleanly, even if the blood rain descends again, it won't be a problem. The martial heads of the other war zones all nodded their heads in deep sympathy. Although the blood rain was able to cause the strength of the ferocious beasts to undergo a metamorphosis, this metamorphosis was limited, and at most, it would cause the 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts to step into the 4th-ranked lower grade, or the 4th-ranked middle grade. as long as all of the explicit fourth-ranked ferocious beasts were exterminated. Then even if the blood rain descended again, the Federation would be able to stabilize the situation. Afterwards, Shang Wenhong said, "The ferocious beasts of the several continents are fine, but the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts inside the sea, if you want to exterminate them all, it won't be that easy." Ji Xian heard this and said after a little bit of contemplation, "The waters are unfathomable, and there is no absolute way to do this now, so we will first use satellites to lock in the location of the beasts, and then send out the strongest people to kill them. Although this method can't kill all the fourth-order ferocious beasts in the sea, at least it can kill most of the ferocious beasts." The ferocious beasts in the sea area weren't completely lurking at the bottom of the sea and not coming out. They would occasionally show themselves or fight with other ferocious beasts. As long as it was observed by satellite, accurately capturing the location of a fourth-ranked ferocious beast wasn't a difficult task. The only problem was that the previous 20 years of calamities had led to a lot of decline in human technological power, and it would take some time to restart the satellites around the world. The fact that the blood rain was likely to descend again was not hidden by the federal military, but was directly announced. Many people were born with a strong sense of crisis, fearing that the blood rain would really come down, allowing humanity to fall back into the rations of ferocious beasts. For a time, a large number of civil cultivators increased their efforts to hunt the ferocious beasts, ensuring that when the next blood rain descended, the strength of the ferocious beasts would be weakened to the extreme. Just like the civil cultivators, the federal military was also similarly moving on a large scale. At the same time, Gufang once again came to the Kunlun mountain range. When he stepped into the Kunlun mountain range and saw that heavenly divine tree, an oppression that seemed like heavenly might came over him, causing Gufang's chi and blood to tremble gently. The strength of the fourth stage of the dragon transformation realm was already among the top in the Federation. However, in front of Gu Qingyang, Gufang felt that he was not a top-notch powerhouse, but rather a mole cricket that had not mastered transcendent power. This feeling made Gufang feel more and more in awe of Gu Qingyang. He only bowed and then respectfully stated his intention. "Dare I ask the divine tree if the blood rain will descend again?" The words fell. The scene fell into an eerie silence. It was only a moment later that an indifferent voice came from the pale heavenly divine tree in front of him. "Will." Receiving the answer, Gufang's body shook, and then he asked, "Then does the divine tree know when the blood rain will descend?" "There is no pattern to the blood rain's descent. It could be tomorrow, or it may not descend for the next 10 years. Gu Qingyang gave an ambiguous answer. Although Gufang was a little disappointed inwardly upon hearing this, he did not continue to ask, but bowed once again. Many thanks to the divine tree for clearing up the confusion. Gufang departed from the Kunlun mountain range, while informing the Federation's top management of Gu Qingyang's answer. At the same time, after determining that the blood rain would descend again, and not ensuring the time of the blood rain's descent, the Federation instantly publicized the news. For a time, the Human Federation's hunting of ferocious beasts became even more intense. With the speed at which the Human Federation hunted and killed the ferocious beasts, Gu Qingyang was in his second year when he had gathered the evolutionary value to break through the fifth stage. However, Gu Qingyang didn't choose to break through, but continued to keep the evolutionary value. This was because he realized that as long as he broke through the fifth rank, then the evolutionary value that the low-ranked ferocious beasts could give to him would again decrease drastically. In the past, breaking through was a last resort, and he had to make sure that he was strong enough that no one or beast could threaten him globally. But now that he had entered the fourth stage of perfection, Gu Qingyang was confident that he was already invincible in the world. Under such circumstances, he naturally didn't need to rush to break through the fifth rank, but instead, with this bug-like method, he kept accumulating evolutionary values. However, at the point when the evolutionary value broke through to 15 million, Gu Qingyang realized how he had no way to suppress the realm anymore. In this way, the breakthrough was a waterfall. Rumble. The Kunlun mountain range was gently shaking. The breakthrough of the fifth rank was like a watershed. The fluctuation that was so powerful that even Gu Qingyang almost didn't have a way to control it. Fortunately, he had opened up his divine kingdom and his divine soul power had risen greatly, so he was able to barely suppress this powerful fluctuation, only to see the original 9,000-meter body grow at a terrifying speed, and in just less than a breath, it broke through the height of 10,000 meters, 11,000 meters, 12,000 meters, 13,000 meters. Only when the divine tree's torso broke through 20,000 meters did this growth stop. At the same time, the divine kingdom domain was also expanding. The original 2,500 kilometers of the divine kingdom domain was now heatedly breaking through to 5,000 kilometers. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, divine tree. Lifespan, 26/100000. Rank, 5th order lower, 500000/20000000. Divine kingdom, 4th order, 650. 000/1 000/000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 5th Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, 5th Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, 5th Order. Eye of True Sight, 5th Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, 5th Order. Calling the Wind and Rain, 5th Order. Memory Reading, 5th Order. Lifespan has surpassed the 100,000 year mark. Upon seeing the longevity column in the data panel, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath. 100,000 years. Such a lifespan was enough to experience the vicissitudes of the sea and witness the changes of the world. Even the years that the current global human race had developed a civilization so far hadn't been as long as 100,000 years. Visible. 100,000 years of life. Exactly what it represents. Other than that, it was the changes in the natural aptitude. Just like in the past. This time, as Gu Qingyang broke through the 5th rank, the talented avatars all morphed to the 5th rank. Among them, the Divine Tree Spirit Root had gone from passively giving 20 points of evolution value per day to now passively giving 50 points of evolution value per day. Divine Spirit Fruits, on the other hand, could allow those below the 5th rank to break through a small realm. However, if one wanted to condense these divine fruits, it would also cost more evolutionary value, with 4th Order Divine Fruits only requiring 100,000 evolutionary value, and 5th Order Divine Fruits requiring 2 million evolutionary value. The Divine Realm had changed from suppressing 3 minor ranks for those below the 5th rank to suppressing 2 minor ranks for those below the 6th rank. Although there was no specific description of the Divine Whisper and Calling the Wind and Rain talents, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, they should have been strengthened to a certain extent as well. To say that the only thing that hadn't changed was probably the Eye of True Sight. Just like at the 4th rank, the Eye of True Sight could now only spy on beings that did not exceed 3 great realms of their own. However, on the surface, the Eye of True Sight didn't seem to have changed much. But if one considered the fact that Gu Qingyang had now broken through from the 4th Order to the 5th Order, then the Eye of True Vision had also invariably become much stronger. After all, when Gu Qingyang was at the 4th Order, his limit would only be to spy on beings of the 7th Order and below, but now that he had stepped into the lower 5th Order, he would be able to spy on beings of the lower 8th Order and below, the last of the last. It was the brand new extra innate divine ability. Memory Reading. Memory reading, you can forcibly read the memories of living beings. The weaker the strength of the living being in it, the more complete the memories you get, and vice versa. It was a very short introduction, but after it became clear what this divine ability could do, Gu Qingyang's mind couldn't help but vibrate. It had to be said, the skill of memory reading was not generally powerful. However, looking at the introduction of the talent aptitude at the moment, only living beings could read the corresponding memories, such as if it was a dead being. The probability was that the memories could not be read. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang immediately released a task in the Divine Kingdom chat group. A powerful cultivator lies in being able to dominate the life and death of ferocious beasts. Simply killing may not be an absolute reflection of strength. Mission requirement: capture a living 4th-ranked ferocious beast as well as a complete 4th-ranked ferocious beast corpse to come to the Kunlun mountain range. Mission reward: 200,000 contributions. Note, only the first person to complete the mission will receive the reward. As the new mission appeared, the entire Divine Kingdom chat group once again boiled over. Even though this mission only gave up to 200,000 contribution points as a reward, it was 100,000 miles short of the 8 million that the first one to find the entrance to the otherworldly realm had. However, it should be clear that the otherworldly entrance quest was nebulous, and no one had truly sought out where the otherworldly entrance was for so many years, much less been able to complete the quest. In comparison, a 4th-ranked ferocious beast was something that could truly be seen. Therefore, after the new Divine Kingdom mission appeared, many forces were eager for it. However, the 4th Order beasts were extremely powerful, so it was already difficult to kill them, and if they wanted to capture them alive, the difficulty would be more than doubled. Simply by virtue of this one requirement, let many forces that do not have a 4th Order cultivator to sit in the town are discouraged. But those forces that have 4th-ranked cultivators are the first to go out, want to be the first to capture the 4th-ranked ferocious beast to complete the task. The reason was simple. Sacrificing the body of a 4th-ranked beast would only give 10,000 points of contribution. Sacrificing the body of 2 4th-ranked beasts would only give a mere 20,000 points. Nowadays, as long as one submitted a living 4th-ranked ferocious beast and a dead 4th-ranked ferocious beast's corpse, one would receive 200,000 points of contribution. The difference was already tenfold. One must know, the mission only required a 4th-ranked beast, but it didn't specify what level of 4th-ranked beast was required. As long as it stepped into the 4th rank, how could these capable forces miss out on this kind of benefit that was almost given for nothing? Coupled with the fact that the Divine Kingdom chat group had appeared for so many years, there had only been 2 quests released, and everyone wanted to be the first to complete the quests. There was no need to mention anything else. The fame alone was enough to attract people. After releasing the quests, Gu Qingyang was familiarizing himself with his 5th rank lower grade power. Unlike the 4th order perfection, after stepping into the 5th order lower grade, Gu Qingyang felt that his strength was more than twice as powerful compared to the past. If it was his current self against his past self, Gu Qingyang believed that he wouldn't have to waste much power to be able to cut down his 4th rank consummate self. It seems that the further the rank goes, the wider the gap between each realm becomes. I originally thought that having the gift of the Divine Tree Spirit Root in place would allow me to directly span a large rank against my enemies, but now that I think about it, although the Divine Tree Spirit Root has given me a lot of advantages, it's not much of a possibility if I want to span a large realm from now on. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. If one calculated that the 5th rank lower grade was twice as powerful as the 4th rank perfect grade, even with the existence of the Divine Tree Spirit Root's natural aptitude, Gu Qingyang felt that his 4th rank perfect grade self could only deal with the middle and upper 5th rank grades at best. Now that he had stepped into the lower 5th rank, his strength had once again transformed, and at best, he was around the 5th rank consummate. If you want to deal with the 6th rank, you'll have to wait until you break through the middle of the 5th rank. It is estimated that it will be possible only after breaking through the middle grade of the 5th order. And this is only an unusual 6th rank. If it was a 6th order with an equally powerful base, Gu Qingyang didn't have the certainty of crossing the ranks. As the strength gets stronger, the talent of the Divine Tree Spiritual Root will definitely get weaker and weaker. And although this gifted spiritual root keeps advancing, the growth in terms of the underpinnings is already minimal. The true metamorphosis of each advancement lies above the evolutionary value given every day. This breakthrough had undoubtedly caused the Divine Tree Spiritual Root's innate aptitude to have a hint of a shortcoming. However, the so-called shortboard was only relative. Being able to give oneself a fixed 50 points of evolutionary value every day, as well as allowing oneself to be able to match the existence of a 5th order consummate at a 5th order lower grade, was enough to illustrate the power of the Divine Tree Spiritual Root. A moment later, Gu Qingyang dropped his attention elsewhere. I originally wanted to get stuck in the realm without breaking through as a way to harvest evolutionary value, but now I failed to get stuck in the realm and have entered the passive breakthrough stage. In other words, I can only accumulate half of the evolutionary value of the current realm's spillover at the top of the day, and if I exceed this value, I will passively break through. This kind of approach kind of eliminates my idea of getting stuck in a bug. Looking at the 20 million evolutionary values required for the next breakthrough, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but secretly sigh. He deliberately accumulated evolutionary values without breaking through this time around because he deliberately wanted to see if there were really loopholes that could be drilled. If it was really possible, Gu Qingyang had ways to collect enough evolutionary values at the 4th rank, and then wait until the later breakthrough to break through the 6th rank or even step into the 7th rank in one breath. It was a pity. Reality gave him a sobering blow. The so-called bug simply didn't exist, and there was no way to find a loophole in the realm. When he saw that someone had sacrificed a 4th order lower grade ferocious beast, but he himself had only received 25,000 evolution points, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but secretly sigh again. 3 days later, Gu Feng arrived once again, but unlike before, this time Gu Feng no longer came alone, but was accompanied by a portion of the federal experts, as well as 8 helicopters that appeared together. 5 of the helicopters were each pulling a thick rope, and underneath was a large net made of interwoven ropes, trapping a heavily injured beast that was hardly able to move inside. The other 3 helicopters did the same thing, but the difference was that what was in the net wasn't a living beast, but a dead one. This was the living 4th-ranked ferocious beast and the dead 4th-ranked ferocious beast corpse that Gu Qingyang needed for his mission. In just 3 days, the Federation had completed this mission and brought the required mission items. The helicopter first stopped outside the Kunlun mountain range, and Gu Feng went inside alone to explain the situation. And only after receiving Gu Qingyang's permission was the helicopter able to enter the Kunlun mountain range. It was only when the others followed them inside that they realized that the Qingyang divine tree, which they hadn't seen in real life for many years, had grown to a terrifying state. There were some Federation executives who had also stepped into the 4th class level, and when they saw the body of the Qingyang divine tree, they only felt an aura that looked like heavenly might falling down, causing their body's qi and blood to become stagnant, and their breathing to become difficult as well. The power of the Qingyang divine tree filled their hearts with awe. Almost at the same time, all of them bowed down towards the divine tree in front of them. Greetings to the Qingyang divine tree. You guys did a good job on this mission. This is the 200,000 contribution order. So just take it. Gu Qingyang's ethereal voice came out, and then he saw a green-colored token coalesce out of thin air. Behind the token was a picture of the divine tree, and on the front was the word 200,000 written. The contribution token was nothing else. It was something that Gu Qingyang had developed some years ago, to be used as the circulating currency of a Divine Kingdom chat group. Contribution orders had a minimum of 100, with no maximum, and to exchange for any level of contribution orders, one only needed to spend the same amount of contribution. Contribution orders could then be traded with others, and anyone who received one could convert it into the corresponding contribution points. After giving the reward for the mission, Gu Qingyang was the one who directly drove away all the people from the top levels of the Federation, and next he was going to study the function of memory reading. In response to this, Gu Feng and the others naturally didn't dare to say anything more, and after receiving the order, they all retreated respectfully. Beyond the Kunlun mountain range, a fourth-ranked cultivator said with a shocked face, "Just what realm of existence is the Qingyang divine tree? I actually have the feeling of being like a mole cricket in front of him. This kind of existence is not something you and I can speculate on. The Divine Kingdom chat group alone can show the horrific nature of this person's methods." Someone shook their head, again with great awe on their face. At the mention of the Divine Kingdom chat group, many people's faces were solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of how powerful the Divine Kingdom chat group was. Gu Feng said in a deep voice, "No matter what, the Qingyang divine tree is always the strongest backing of the human federation, so why should you guys think about it so much?" What Marshal Gu Feng said is very true. The others nodded with deep sympathy as they heard this. Within the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Qingyang was naturally listening to all the people's conversations, and the others thought that leaving the Kunlun mountain range was the same as leaving his territory. The truth was, the 5,000-kilometer range of the Divine Realm's domain. How could one just say that they could leave? Subsequently, Gu Qingyang dropped his attention on the two ferocious beasts, and he took the lead in maneuvering his divine soul power to land on the dead fourth-ranked lower-grade ferocious beast, wanting to find the other party's memories from it. Unfortunately, the dead beast's consciousness had long been extinguished, and it was impossible to read its memories. At this, Gu Qingyang did not feel any pity. After all, he had expected such a situation. Immediately, Gu Qingyang used the power of his divine soul to directly enter the sea of consciousness of the other beast. In the vast plains, there were ferocious beasts that were conceived from their mother's fetus, and when they grew up, they separated from their mothers and fought with other ferocious beasts in the plains, surviving step by step and getting stronger and stronger. To one day, the great plains of blood rain, the beast bathed in the blood rain, the strength of a great metamorphosis. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the plains, and the dome of the sky seemed to be densely covered with spider webs. The next breath, the dome of the sky shattered. The ferocious beast appeared in a strange heaven and earth. Everything around it shocked the ferocious beast, and there was a strange fragrance in the underworld that tickled its heart, causing it to have an inexplicable urge to devour it. Eventually, the fierce beast killed its way into a strange city and then went on a killing spree. These pitifully weak creatures were top-notch delicacies in the eyes of the ferocious beast, a completely different feeling from devouring the flesh and blood of others of its kind. Killing. There was no end to the killing. These weak and delicious creatures made the ferocious beasts completely insane. I don't know how long it took, but all the weak creatures died out, and the entire land became an existence of only their own kind. Time passed. Soon, the second blood rain descended once again. So this is how memory reading works. There was a scene that kept surfacing in Gu Qingyang's sea of consciousness, and he watched the images pass by as if he were an onlooker watching a movie. There was the entire life of this fourth-order lower-grade fierce beast that was presented before his eyes. This was the ability of memory reading. In front of Gu Qingyang's realm of the 5th rank, the 4th rank inferior beast was a full realm away, so the memories he was able to read through were also the most complete. From the time the beast was born, to the time it was captured by humans and sent to the Kunlun mountain range, up to the moment before its memories were read, all of its memories were read out by Gu Qingyang without reservation. From the memories of the ferocious beasts, Gu Qingyang understood why the other ferocious beasts were keen on attacking humans. It was only because human flesh and blood was a great temptation for the ferocious beasts. Unlike the records in the novels and biographies of his previous life, where the beasts could greatly increase their strength by devouring humans, the beasts here devoured humans, and the increase in their strength was negligible. The reason why they are keen on attacking humans is because human flesh and blood is a rare delicacy for the beasts. That's right. The purpose of ferocious beasts attacking humans is just that simple. After all, ferocious beasts had always acted on instinct, and apart from being powerful, many ferocious beasts were no different from ordinary beasts in terms of intelligence. The space where I was originally located, as well as the space where these ferocious beasts are located, are strictly speaking different from the place at hand. These spaces are more like miniature worlds with an abundance of spiritual chi. which allows the ferocious beasts to become more powerful than other beasts. But whenever a rain of blood descends, a portion of the space will shatter. Does this mean that the existence of these spaces is inseparable from the will of heaven and earth? Gu Qingyang reviewed all the information he had gotten, and from it, he got a useful piece of information. What was a blood rain falling was actually the result of an injury to the will of heaven and earth. Heavenly blood fell. The secret space shattered. Did this mean that whenever the power of the heaven and earth will weakened, a portion of the secret realm space would shatter? But what truly puzzled Gu Qingyang was how many secret realm spaces still existed around the globe today, and who had left these secret realm spaces behind. Heaven and earth aura. The aura of heaven and earth exists within the secret spaces, but the global aura of heaven and earth has long been extinct, and it was only when the blood rain fell that the aura of heaven and earth was revived. But the recovery of the heaven and earth aura can't be without a reason. Is it possible that it's because the aura in the secret realm leaked out that is the root cause of the aura's recovery? Gu Qingyang was thinking of something else, combining all sorts of information. He suddenly connected all of them, all together. If in the ancient times, the global aura was rich, and there were humans who realized the transcendent power and became transcendents, then one day, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually weakened, and in order to preserve themselves, these transcendentalists sealed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a secret space for their own cultivation and survival. Later, because of a certain reason, all of these transcendents who survived inside the secret spaces fell, so they were never seen again. The thoughts ended here, and Gu Qingyang's thoughts gradually became clearer. Although these things were all his own imaginations, they were not entirely made up out of thin air, but were entirely possible. Of course, this was only one of the reasons Gu Qingyang thought the aura was reviving. The other reason for the revival of the aura was perhaps related to the heavenly blood. The blood of the will of heaven and earth contained powerful energies, and it was only normal for these energies to fall into the earth and turn into aura. But no matter what, Gu Qingyang was always convinced that in the ancient times of this world, there must have been the existence of transcendentalists, preaching chi refiners, or perhaps ancient cultivators. Gu Qingyang had no idea about this. It was just that if these transcendents really existed, then even if they were separated by countless years, there would definitely be some traces of them. Perhaps I shouldn't just look for the entrance to the otherworldly realm. I should also look for the whereabouts of these transcendentals. Even if they have long since fallen, there will definitely be so-called tombs left behind. If I can find these tombs, it might give me a better understanding of this heaven and earth. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. His understanding of the heaven and earth in front of him still stopped at the current limits of human development. However, it was clear that before the arrival of the heavenly blood, humans today had never mastered transcendent power, and their technological means were not that outstanding, only mastering the technology of nuclear bombs at best. The power of nuclear bombs, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, at best is a threat to the fourth order, and then it is not strong enough to go anywhere. In addition to that, they hadn't possessed any transcendent information before. So, Gu Qingyang suspected that if there really were transcendents in the ancient times, it was very likely that there was a break in civilization due to the disappearance of the heaven and earth's aura and the entry into the age of the end of Dharma. All the records about transcendence were submerged in the dust of history, and after a long transition, gradually diffused into the current technological era. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang immediately released another mission in the Divine Kingdom chat group. There are too many hidden secrets in the ancient years. The whereabouts of the transcendents were buried by the years. The aura of heaven and earth has recovered, and the veil of history will surely be unveiled step by step. Mission requirement: find where the secret realm is located or the ancient catacombs. Mission reward: 100 000-20 000 contribution points. Note: you can only receive the reward once for any secret realm or ancient tomb, and the more valuable the secret realm or ancient tomb you find, the more contribution points you will receive. The third Divine Kingdom quest appeared, and without any surprise, it caused a huge uproar. Especially after everyone saw the rewards of the quest, they went completely crazy. Shaoquan second order upper grade, am I reading this right? The highest reward for the mission is 20 million contribution points, higher than even finding the entrance to the otherworldly realm. Kong Xiaomei, second order lower grade, the whereabouts of transcendence are buried by the years. Could it be that transcendence really existed in the past? Lu 1, second order upper grade, it's impossible for the mission of the Divine Kingdom chat group to be fake. And now that the mission is out, then transcendence must have existed in the past. He Xiaoyi, third order lower grade, do you guys think these transcendentals will have any techniques left behind? And will their strength skyrocket if they get them? Ancient Feng, fourth order lower grade, the probability of this is not high. After all, the transcendentalists really do have merit inheritance left behind, and I don't think it can be compared to the merit of the Divine Kingdom's chat group. Yen Hyun third order lower grade, fourth order big brother appears. Worship. Wu Yang second order upper, same worship. With Gu Fang's bubbling, some other fourth order lower grade cultivators were also speaking one after another. All of them said some of their own views on the secret realm as well as the ancient catacombs. For ordinary cultivators, the fourth rank was the top of the human race nowadays, and was the figure at the top of the pyramid. So, after Ancient Fang and the others showed up, the topic also changed from the Divine Kingdom mission, directly into a large kneeling scene. Of course, after all, there were not many people kneeling. The vast majority of the remaining people, after obtaining the Divine Kingdom mission, went directly to search for the so-called secret realm, as well as the ancient catacombs. There was no way around it. It was only because Gu Qingyang had given too much. This mission reward had a guaranteed bottom of 100,000 contributions, and the highest was even 20 million contributions. If you knew that the quest to find the entrance to the otherworldly realm only had less than 10 million contributions, even though everyone understood that it was very difficult to get 20 million contributions, they didn't ask for the full amount of the quest reward. As long as they got half of it, that would be enough. Even if they took a step back and got 10% or even a guaranteed reward, it would still be a blood profit. 100,000 contributions. It was an astronomical figure for many people. Don't look at the fact that the Divine Kingdom store had now reached the fourth rank, but in reality, there were very few people who could actually exchange fourth rank merit laws. Even the number of people who could redeem third order techniques wasn't as many as one would think. More people stopped at the second stage. After all, killing ferocious beasts wasn't generally dangerous, and one bad move could lead to burial in the belly of the beast, unless one had a large force to rely on, or one's chances were so great that one was able to gather a group of people to work for them. Otherwise, if an ordinary cultivator wanted to hunt the beasts and step into the third and fourth stages, the difficulty would not be ordinary. 100,000 contributions. For the bottom-tier cultivators, it might not be possible to accumulate it in a few years' time, but nowadays, as long as one searched for the existence of an ancient tomb or a secret realm, one would be able to get a guaranteed 100,000 contributions, which was simply something that fell from the sky. Even more predominantly, the danger factor of searching for these things was much lower than fighting ferocious beasts. For many people who didn't want to fight with their lives to get contributions from killing ferocious beasts, this kind of mission was simply too suitable. Higher levels of the Federation. Ji Xian took the lead and said, quests from the Divine Kingdom chat group can't appear for no reason, so it's imperative that we seek out the existence of these transcendents. If we can really get some ancient transcendentals techniques from them, it will definitely be of great use to the Federation military. Right now, the Divine Kingdom chat group was able to have countless gong methods exchanged, but all of these gong methods had a restriction that they couldn't be passed on to a second person. So far, although the federal military had an army of cultivators at its disposal, the strength of these cultivators was generally not high, all because of the restriction of the merit law. Very simple reason. A second order, top grade technique would require 50,000 contributions. If you want to cultivate 10,000 second order perfect cultivators, the federal military will have to pay a guaranteed 500 million contributions. The piece of merit law alone had already snuffed out the federal military's idea of wanting to grow its own strength. During the period, there were also some third and fourth order cultivators who wanted to create a merit law with their own insights. However, creating a merit law is not something that can be done overnight. The difficulty of each step is great. So far, even a weakest first order lower grade merit law, the federal military has not been able to create success. So in the case of learning that there was a possibility of a transcendent inheritance, it was naturally impossible for the federal military to miss such an opportunity, not to mention the others. As long as one could obtain a complete second-order technique from these inheritances, it would be enough to greatly increase the strength of the entire federal military. If one could obtain a third or even fourth-order technique, the benefits would be unimaginable. Ji Xian understood the advantages and disadvantages, and the other top echelons of the Federation naturally understood them as well. Therefore, all of them agreed at once and decided to search for the secret realm as well as the whereabouts of the ancient tombs at the same time as they hunted the top ferocious beasts. Kunlun Mountain Range. Gu Qingyang, with the believer's perspective, took in all the conversations of the Federation's top brass. He didn't care much about what the Federation's top brass thought. Even if the other party did manage to find the ancient inheritance and obtain the so-called merit method from it, it would have no major impact on the Divine Kingdom chat group. After all, for the Divine Kingdom chat group to be able to dominate everyone, it relied on more than just a mastery of merit laws. Besides, the Divine Kingdom chat group was able to continuously advance, not to mention fourth-order stores, even if it was a fifth-order, sixth-order store, or even a seventh-order, eighth-order, or ninth-order store. it would be able to be constructed all the same. It would be impossible for the inheritance of an ancient transcendent to shake the existence of the Divine Kingdom chat group. In addition to this, there was another point that was especially important. If the federal military really obtained any top-notch feats, it would be impossible for the other side to spread them out in a big way for all military personnel to cultivate. After all, the walls had ears. There was no impermeable wall in heaven and earth. Once the top techniques were leaked out, then the so-called undercard advantage of the federal military would be gone. People were selfish. Gu Qingyang understood the existence of human nature very well. It was for various reasons that he didn't care about the thoughts of the federal hierarchy at all. And the reason for his release of the mission to search for the secret realm as well as the ancient catacombs was just to gain a little more understanding of the ancient period, and then to see if there was a chance to make his strength go even further. Spring went to fall. A year passed by quietly. During this year, people around the globe were searching for the secret realm as well as the whereabouts of the ancient catacombs. But unfortunately, there was no news so far. Just as Gu Qingyang waited patiently, an inexplicable stirring suddenly surged in his heart. Immediately afterward, seeing the dome of the sky drifting down a rain of blood, the entire heaven and earth were plunged into a blood-colored, uncontrollable sadness surged out from Gu Qingyang's heart, causing his always ancient and wave-free heart to finally set off waves. Heavenly blood descended. Gu Qingyang had experienced this once long ago, and was naturally no stranger to today's scene. However, this time, the heavenly blood descent was very different from the previous heavenly blood descents. Father God, why do I feel inexplicably sad? Evergreen is right. This kind of feeling we can't suppress it at all. The voices of the evergreen ancient tree, as well as the other ancient trees, were now coming out, with words of shock as well as unconcealed emotions of sadness. As ancient trees, they did not have much emotion in their hearts, and only held great respect for Gu Qingyang, who had created them. But now the sadness that welled up in their hearts made the evergreen ancient tree and the other existences feel astonished. Hearing, Gu Qingyang was silent. In the eyes of the evergreen ancient tree and other beings, that sadness had sprung up inexplicably, and there were no traces of it to be traced at all. However, in Gu Qingyang's eyes, he could see a completely different scene. The dome of the sky shattered. The heavenly Tao collapsed. The entire heavens and earth were shrouded in an inexplicable blood color, as if plunged into doom. Gu Qingyang understood. This was because his divine soul power had stepped into the fourth stage, and he was able to glimpse a trace of the origin of this heaven and earth, which was why he was able to see such a completely different scene. The will of heaven and earth has fallen. No, accurately speaking, it should be the will of heaven and earth that has fallen. At the top of the heavenly divine tree, a green-clothed figure was condensed from infinite faith as well as spiritual energy, looking up at the sky dome with shock as well as sorrow in his eyes. Since Gu Qingyang was reborn here, he was considered a living being of this heaven and earth, born of all things. It is the mother of all things. Now that the will of heaven and earth, that is, the heavenly Tao of this heaven and earth had fallen, all living things would instinctively feel sadness. This is the instinct engraved in the bloodline imprint. No one can avoid. The heavenly Tao had fallen. Gu Qingyang had expected it. After all, over this period of time, he had been observing the fight between the two heavenly paths, and his side's heavenly path was clearly being beaten back, and it was only a matter of time before it fell. Now, the heavenly Tao had fallen. Gu Qingyang only cared about the winning heavenly Tao of that side, and what to do next. Was it going to directly attack this side of heaven and earth and start a large-scale invasion? Or did it have other plans? If it was going to be a large-scale invasion, Gu Qingyang himself would have to take a step ahead and consider the way back. After all, the heavenly Tao was too strong. Even after Gu Qingyang had stepped into the lower fifth rank and tried to probe with the eye of true vision, he hadn't been able to get a glimpse of the end of the heavenly Tao's realm. From this, it could be seen, the heavenly Tao of the two heavens and earths had a strength of at least the middle grade of the 8th rank, with a gap of 3 great realms. Gu Qingyang had no possibility of resisting it even if he poured out all his reserves. However, that being said, but right now, the heavenly Tao had fallen, and its power was scattered in all directions, which amounted to a rare opportunity for all living beings across the globe. Heavenly blood fell. Gu Qingyang could clearly feel that his strength was being raised little by little. The magnitude of this enhancement was much stronger than the last time the heavenly blood fell. In Gu Qingyang's opinion, this should be related to the heavenly Tao. The last time the heavenly blood fell was only because the heavenly Tao was traumatized, but this time the heavenly blood fell. It represented the fall of a party of the heavenly Tao. The blood rain is coming. In the 18 war zones of the Human Federation, everyone looked at the blood rain that was pouring down, and there was uncontrollable shock in their eyes. Even though the federal military had long publicized and informed others that the blood rain would come again, no one could remain calm when the blood rain actually came. What happened 12 years ago was still fresh in many people's minds. lingering like a nightmare. There were even people of the older generation who had never forgotten the events of 27 years ago. It's the third blood rain. Above the ruins of a certain city in the western continent, Linling stretched out his right hand to look at the blood rain converging in his palm. The memories that had been dusted off by him were now all revived. 27 years ago, blood rain fell from the sky. Fierce beasts came out of the sky. His parents were buried in the mouth of the beast. 12 years ago, the blood rain descended again, destroying the order that the Human Federation had managed to establish with great difficulty, making Linling's life, which had managed to stabilize with great difficulty, once again become uprooted, and he narrowly escaped death in the mouths of the ferocious beasts on several occasions. Nowadays, the rain of blood descended for the third time. A scene of memories from the past surfaced in Linling's mind, and he could not help but close his eyes, as if he was completely plunged into reminiscence. A moment later, Linling's tightly closed eyes opened in vain, and his stern sharpness was like a sharp sword coming out of its sheath, and he actually stirred up the tens of meters of blood rain in front of him. Are the people of the Qingyang Association here? The stern voice shouted angrily, as if a god was shaking with rage. Behind him, all the cultivators of the Qingyang Association responded in unison. Present. Today, there is a bloody rain coming down. Ferocious beasts are the scourge. My generation of cultivators should take it as their duty to kill ferocious beasts and guard mankind. Immediately start to kill all the ferocious beasts in the western continent with all their might. There shall be no mistakes. Linling shouted sternly. The moment the words fell, he was seen taking a step into the air and rising, the long sword behind him buzzing out of its sheath. In an instant, he saw the spiritual chi of the sky and earth converging crazily, transforming into a shocking sword that broke through the air, and in the next instant, he had already spanned across 100 miles, and lynched a ferocious beast that had just broken through to the fourth stage in the blood rain with a single stroke of his sword. The next second, the divine sword cut through the air and swung back, falling back into the scabbard. This scene fell in the eyes of the Qingyang Association's group of cultivators, and instantly, their blood boiled. To kill a fourth-order lower-grade ferocious beast with a single sword in the air 100 miles apart, such strength was simply astounding. Kill! Execute the ferocious beast! All the people from the Qingyang Association roared in anger and killed towards the ferocious beasts that were trying to refine the blood rain to break through in other places. Such a sight was a condensed shadow amongst the entire western continent, and even the globe. Blood rain fell from the sky. Fierce beasts were the scourge. Such scenic images, except for the young men and women of the new generation, no one would forget. More than 10 years ago, the human race was weak, and there were only a few evolvers, so in the face of the rain of blood coming down, all the Federation could do was to passively resist, and ultimately lost big time. But now was different. Over the past 12 years, human strength as a whole had skyrocketed, and there were 136 fourth-order cultivators alone. The number of cultivators below the fourth rank was even more needless to say. Under such circumstances, how could the Human Federation allow the ferocious beasts to refine the blood rain to break through, and then attack the humans again, destroying the situation that was so easily stabilized today? This kind of reasoning, as long as it is not a 3-year-old child, will understand. So, almost at the moment the blood rain fell, the Federal Army conveniently mobilized all the forces. Not a bit of reservation. All went to various places to kill the ferocious beasts. At the same time, all the civil cultivators also volunteered and went to hunt down the ferocious beasts. On this day, blood rain fell from the sky, and the calamity came again. On this day, there were strong people who rode their swords for 100 miles to kill the ferocious beasts. On this day, there was a strong man who transformed his blood into a dragon, destroying mountains and breaking rivers. On this day, a powerful man transformed himself into a god and commanded the might of the heavens. On the Pacific Ocean, just see the original calm sea surface. At this moment has been lifted up 10,000 waves, countless gusts of wind and rain swept, is clearly a scene of doom. Ahead of ferocious beasts lurking in the deep sea were now stepping out of the sea, greedily sucking in the blood rain. Their instincts as ferocious beasts were telling them that if they could swallow the blood rain, it would be greatly beneficial to themselves. Suddenly, a sword chi like thunder broke through the air and arrived. A ferocious beast could not even react in time to react. It was beheaded by the sword chi, and instantly fell into the deep sea. The sudden change caused all the other ferocious beasts that were refining the blood rain to wake up directly, their tyrannical eyes filled with anger. Boom! The air shook as a magnificent body stepped into the air. Chi and blood were like dragons. It shook the space, only to see the ancient face in military uniform with a solemn color, with an invincible momentum of fist to suppress out. The majestic chi and blood power transformed into a mountain silhouette, and above it, it was more like there was a true dragon coiled, terrifying power, making many ferocious beasts are feeling a great threat. One of the ferocious beasts that had just broken through the 4th rank lower grade roared in anger, killing straight towards Gufeng. Ka-ching! As if the sound of something breaking erupted, only to see the 100-meter-tall ferocious beast being directly shocked by the terrifying power. Its meridians were broken and fractured, instantly flying horizontally, and without completely falling into the sea, it was dying of gas. Kill! After killing a 4th-order lower-grade ferocious beast in seconds, Gufeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he directly headed towards another ferocious beast that was about to break through the 4th-order middle grade. At the same time, the other high-level cultivators of the federal military also arrived in unison, as if they all had a tacit understanding, and fought towards the other ferocious beasts to strangle them. Operation Decapitation. This was the plan that the Federation had formulated. Under the federal military's massive purge of ferocious beasts a year or two before, the powerful ferocious beasts on several land masses around the world had already been drastically reduced, and it was almost difficult to see any living 4th-order ferocious beasts. Only in the deep sea, there were countless beasts lurking. Even though the Federation had used many methods to eliminate the ferocious beasts in the deep sea, they had not been able to exterminate all of these ferocious beasts. Now that the blood rain had once again descended, the deep sea had become the most threatening place. So, the federal military dispatched most of the top strongmen to take the lead in entering the sea, killing all the 4th-ranked ferocious beasts and preventing them from making further breakthroughs. After all, if any beasts break through to the 5th level with the power of blood rain, it would be a nightmare for the entire human race. Boom! Within the Kunlun mountain range, the evergreen ancient tree was the first to make a breakthrough, breaking the 3rd-rank boundary in one breath and stepping into the 4th-rank lower level. Immediately following, it was the 4 ancient trees, the Big Dipper, the Earthly Fury, the Heavenly Pivot, as well as the Shaking Light, that broke through the 4th rank before and after. After stepping into the 4th rank, his strength was still steadily increasing and was already heading towards the 4th rank middle grade. Half a day later, the 20,000-meter-tall Tsong Tian Divine Tree erupted with violent fluctuations, instantly pulling up to a height of 25,000 meters, while the Divine Tree's roots expanded along with it. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree. Lifespan, 27/120000. Rank, 5th Order Medium, 0/40. 000. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 865932113/10000000000. Talent, Divine Tree Spiritual Roots, 5th Order. Divine Spirit Fruit, 5th Order. Divine Spirit Whisper, 5th Order. Eye of True Sight, 5th Order. Divine Kingdom Domain, 5th Order. Calling the Wind and Rain, 5th Order. Memory Reading, 5th Order. 5th rank middle grade now. Gu Qingyang's mind was stirred. The heavenly blood had only fallen for half a day, and he had directly broken through from the lower 5th Order to the middle 5th Order, and if it had been any other time in normal times, it would have taken at least 10 years for him to break through. There was no way. After breaking through the 5th rank, the evolutionary values that could be given by low-ranked ferocious beasts were all greatly reduced. Nowadays, the highest-ranked ferocious beast in the world was the 4th rank, and when Gu Qingyang devoured a 4th-ranked ferocious beast at the 5th rank realm, the evolution value he received was only half of the original value. Nowadays, refining the heavenly blood in just half a day was worth 10 years of hard work in the future. How could it not surprise Gu Qingyang? But the more so, the more Gu Qingyang could feel the terrifying nature of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had fallen. The heavenly blood was a manifestation of the power of the heavenly Tao. The other party's power scattered around the globe could then benefit living beings around the globe, allowing himself, who had stepped into the 5th rank, to shorten his years of hard work, so it could be seen just how powerful the true heavenly Tao really was. But it was not Gu Qingyang's turn to think about these things now. The heavenly Tao was defeated. The invasion of the otherworldly heavenly Tao could come at any time, and in this situation, all Gu Qingyang could do was to raise his strength as much as possible. Only in this way could he fight for a chance to live in front of the upcoming catastrophe. Fortunately, after breaking through the 5th Order middle grade, the Divine Kingdom domain had expanded from 5,000 kilometers to 7,000 kilometers, which would allow Gu Qingyang to refine the heavenly blood more quickly. Soon, another day and a half passed. Inside the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Qingyang's cultivation had once again made a breakthrough, and it was clearly that he had risen from the 5th Order middle grade to the 5th Order upper grade. 5th rank upper grade. The Divine Tree Trunk was 30,000 meters tall. The Divine Kingdom domain spread over 9,000 kilometers. Compared to the 5th rank middle grade, Gu Qingyang's strength had risen by a large margin again. Looking at the steady stream of falling heavenly blood, a thought surfaced in Gu Qingyang's mind. Perhaps I can directly break through to the 6th rank with this opportunity. The 4th and 5th stages were not a small watershed. so the 5th and 6th stages must be an even bigger watershed. If he could seize this opportunity and break through the 6th rank in one go, Gu Qingyang believed that his strength would definitely be able to skyrocket to a terrifying extent. It was at this time, Gu Qingyang suddenly realized that there was a hint of something wrong, only to see that the dome of the sky above him suddenly cracked open, and there were 7 colored meteors instantly slicing through space, smashing down fiercely towards his own position. The so-called cutting through space was not an adjective, but truly cutting through space, only to see the 7 colored meteor pass through the place. Space are left behind intimidating black. Inexplicable crisis surged to the heart, so that Gu Qingyang cannot think too much, only to see the root hidden in the ground uprooted. Towards the 7-star meteor waved over. He wanted to stop this inexplicable thing. Just by the fact that it could cut through space he could see that the power contained in the 7-colored meteor must be extremely terrifying. If he allowed it to fall on him, Gu Qingyang suspected that he might even die as a result. The divine tree root was like a wild dragon rising up. The power of the top grade of the 5th order, even if it overturned a river, was idle. Destroying mountains was even easier. However, when such a terrifying power blasted on top of the 7-colored meteor, it did not block the 7-colored meteor in the slightest. On the contrary, the 5th-ranked upper-grade root crumbled inch by inch. This was the first time Gu Qingyang had been injured since he stepped into the 4th rank. Although for him, such an injury could be recovered in less than a breath and was nothing at all. The 7-colored meteor, after breaking through the blockage of the divine tree's rhizome, had directly blasted on top of Gu Qingyang's divine tree body. The 7-colored meteor smashed down with a momentum like a thunderbolt. And even with Gu Qingyang's 5th-rank strength, there was absolutely no way to block it. Gu Qingyang's mind was appalled, and he could only allow the 7-colored meteor to smash down on top of the divine tree's torso. However, when the two came into contact, the expected heavenly collapse did not appear, nor did the destructive power erupt. Instead, they silently fused together. The two merged. A majestic power erupted from the 7-colored meteor. The divine tree trembled gently, and a large amount of information surged out crazily, impacting in Gu Qingyang's mind. Fortunately, Gu Qingyang's divine soul had already entered the 4th stage, and in terms of toughness, it was not something that ordinary beings could compare to. Otherwise, this information impact alone would cause his consciousness to be disorganized, and he might even fall in this way. A large amount of information impacted. A scene of unfamiliar images presented itself from Gu Qingyang's mind. Time passed slowly. A long time passed. Only then did Gu Qingyang barely manage to digest that information completely. And only then did he truly understand what the 7-colored shooting star actually came from. Heavenly Tao origin. This was the origin power that remained after the fall of the heavenly Tao on one side of the heavens and earth. However, any living being that could obtain the heavenly Tao origin and fuse it together would be able to transform into a new heavenly Tao and rule the entire world. Not only that, from the heavenly Tao origin, Gu Qingyang also obtained some information left behind by the heavenly Tao before it fell. During the ancient times, cultivation was prevalent in this heaven and earth, and there were many strong people among the humans, so it could be said that it was a thriving situation. However, the good times didn't last long. In order to compete for cultivation resources, many strong people fought, fighting the sky and earth. Mountains collapsed, rivers broke, and heaven and earth were instantly hit hard. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was furious and sent down heavenly punishment, all involved in the cultivator of human beings, all by the heavenly punishment to kill, followed by the heaven and earth as the residual spiritual veins sealed in a secret realm in the middle. So far, the world was plunged into the age of the end of Dharma. Remaining human empty practice secret books, but no heaven and earth aura cultivation. Over time, cultivation is a myth and legend, and then later is completely silent. So this is the reason for the end of heaven and earth. Gu Qingyang's heart was clear. The ancient cultivators had fought a great battle, and had left this heaven and earth full of holes, which was why the heavenly Tao had been angered, and had sent down the heavenly punishment that destroyed all the cultivators. Originally, Gu Qingyang thought that the secret realm was created by ancient human cultivators, but now it seemed that his original guess was completely wrong. Since it was wrong, then the secret realm, there is no so-called ancient cultivators left. But this cannot say that the secret realm is completely useless. At least there is also some of the existence of heaven and earth spiritual veins. Right now, although the global spiritual chi recovery, but compared to the ancient times, the spiritual chi still seems to be much thinner. At the same time, Gu Qingyang also understood why heavenly blood was useful for other beasts, but useless for humans. In the end, it was still because of the sins of the ancient cultivators. The heavenly Tao did not like humans, so even the power of heavenly blood was not allowed to be absorbed by humans. This time, the heavenly Tao invaded the other world, and our own heavenly Tao was defeated and died here. The heavenly Tao died. The power of the origin was also shattered for the most part. The remaining part of the origin power managed to survive, and then instinctively searched for the most powerful beings in the world, hoping that the other party could fuse the origin power to protect the stability of the world. Gu Qingyang, as the only fifth-order living being in the world, naturally became the preferred target of the heavenly Tao origin, so there is such a benefit to being strong. If I remained at the third rank, the heavenly Tao origin would have to fall on the heads of those fourth-rank ferocious beasts nowadays. Gu Qingyang secretly rejoiced. The benefits of obtaining the heavenly Tao origin and ruling a side of the world were naturally needless to say, and in the memories left behind by the heavenly Tao origin, although the otherworldly heavenly Tao had decimated the heavenly Tao of this realm, it had itself suffered a heavy blow and fallen into a deep sleep. This was considered a heavenly good news. After all, the otherworldly heavenly Tao was powerful, and if it really wanted to lead an invasion of otherworldly beings, Gu Qingyang would have no way of resisting. Now that he had learned of the news that the otherworldly heavenly Tao had been heavily injured and fallen asleep, it naturally made Gu Qingyang sigh in relief. Afterwards, he then looked at his current data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Divine Tree of Heavenly Tao. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 5th Order Upper Grade, 15600000070000000. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 865932113/10000000000. Heavenly Tao Origin, 100. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, 5th Rank. Heavenly Tao Fruit, 5th Rank. Heavenly Tao Eye, 5th Rank. Heavenly Tao Domain, 5th Rank. Memory Reading, 5th Rank. Longevity. Upon seeing the longevity data, Gu Qingyang's mind shook once again. He didn't expect that after fusing the Heavenly Tao Origin, his lifespan would directly change from limited to unlimited. However, Gu Qingyang also quickly calmed down. Longevity didn't mean being able to live forever. It was just like the original Heavenly Tao, which had fallen into the hands of the otherworldly Heavenly Tao, and ultimately could only fall in disgrace. In addition, because of the fusion of the Heavenly Tao's origin, if the heavens and earth were to be destroyed, Gu Qingyang himself would also suffer a heavy blow. In any case, after fusing the Heavenly Tao origin, Gu Qingyang no longer had any concerns in terms of longevity, as long as there were no strong enemies. And if the heavens and earth were not subjected to destructive attacks, Gu Qingyang would be able to live forever, even through the vicissitudes of the sea and the mulberry fields. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang was again looking at the rest of the data panel. The original essence had morphed from a divine tree to a heavenly Tao divine tree, and at the same time, there was an additional word for heavenly Tao origin. When Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of the heavenly Tao origin, the corresponding information surfaced. Heavenly Tao origin. 1 point of origin could be turned into 1 million points of evolutionary value, and there was no limit to any level. In other words, regardless of whether Gu Qingyang utilized the Heavenly Tao origin at the 1st rank or at the 10th rank, he would still be able to obtain 1 million points of evolutionary value. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao origin even had all sorts of subtleties. At a certain level it was similar to the Faith Divine Power, but it was quite a bit higher than the Faith Divine Power Equal Order. Then, there were the changes in the natural aptitudes. Many of the original divine abilities disappeared, transforming into completely new divine abilities. Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, your noble Heavenly Tao's depth is unfathomable, and you are able to refine the Heavenly Tao's origin for your own use. Fruit of the Heavenly Tao, those who take this fruit have a breakthrough of a minor rank below the 5th order, and can randomly awaken a natural aptitude. The Eye of the Heavenly Tao is supreme. No living being can hide in front of you, and you can see through the rank of any living being. Domain of Heavenly Tao, the entire heaven and earth is your home turf, but any other worldly beings that step into this heaven and earth will be suppressed by the domain, and all those below the 6th rank will fall by 1 small rank. Or you can suppress the power of the Heavenly Tao to suppress a living being below the Heavenly Tao that ignores the rank, causing it to fall by 1 large rank. The Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root was an upgraded version of the Divine Tree Spiritual Root, although according to the introduction of the Avatar, it seemed that the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root couldn't refine power like the Divine Tree Spiritual Root. However, the true fact was that it was not. The Heavenly Tao origin was in fact a combination of all powers, and if the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root was able to refine the Heavenly Tao origin, it was able to refine powers below the Heavenly Tao origin. For example, Heaven and Earth Aura, or Faith Divine Power. It could be said, the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root's innate aptitude already encompassed everything that the Divine Tree Spiritual Root had to offer, and it was all-encompassing and crushing. The Eye of Heaven's Path was likewise an upgraded version of the Eye of True Sight, or the ultimate version. When the Eye of True Sight spied on a strong person, it was still limited by rank, but when the Eye of the Heavenly Tao spied on a strong person, there were no limitations to speak of, regardless of the opponent's rank. There was nothing to hide in front of the eye of Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao domain is derived from the Divine Kingdom domain, but the difference is that the Divine Kingdom domain is limited by the influence of the Divine Tree's root, but the Heavenly Tao domain covers the entire heaven and earth. It could be locked. This heaven and earth was Gu Qingyang's home turf. Any living being that stepped into this heaven and earth would be suppressed by the Heavenly Tao domain. The suppression of a minor rank below the 6th rank, which naturally needed no introduction, was a typical means of group attack. Gu Qingyang knew in his heart that the suppression of the 6th rank was only temporary. If he could step into a higher level and allow the Heavenly Tao field to advance again, then the rank of suppression would naturally increase accordingly. However, what really made Gu Qingyang pay attention was the last role of the Heavenly Tao domain, which was also the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao's greatness, sacrificing the advantage of the Heavenly Tao domain's group attack suppression. The entire power of the Heavenly Tao domain was used to suppress a living being below the Heavenly Tao, causing it to fall by a large rank. What's more, it was ignoring equal rank. What was meant by a living being below the Heavenly Tao? To put it simply, it was a living being whose level of life was inferior to the Heavenly Tao. Even if you had stepped into the 10th rank and were suppressed by the Heavenly Tao's domain, you had to fall to the 9th rank. This kind of suppression that ignored equal rank was truly terrifying. Then, it was the Heavenly Tao fruit. The Heavenly Tao fruit was considered to be a combination of the original Avatar fruit as well as the Divine Spirit fruit, covering both the effects of the Avatar fruit as well as the Divine Spirit fruit. Looking at all the data, as well as feeling his own majestic power, Gu Qingyang was speechless for a long time. So this is the change brought about by incarnating the Heavenly Tao. Gu Qingyang sighed with emotion. He clearly hadn't made any breakthroughs in his realm, but the power contained in the Divine Tree's torso was more than twice as powerful as it was before he fused the Heavenly Tao origin. It was obvious. This was the change brought about by the Heavenly Tao spiritual root. If the Divine Tree spiritual root had a strong base, then the Heavenly Tao spiritual root's base was unfathomable. Being of the same top grade of the 5th rank, Gu Qingyang realized that what he was at the time of the Divine Tree spiritual root was completely worthless in front of today's self. If his cultivation could go even further, stepping into the 5th order perfection or breaking through to the 6th order, even if it was against an ordinary 7th order living being, Gu Qingyang would not be afraid at all. It's just a pity that the Heavenly Tao origin was severely damaged, and what I obtained was only a crucial portion of the origin core, and most of the remaining origin power was either scattered across the globe or plundered by the otherworldly Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, after I fused the Heavenly Tao origin, I would have gotten even more origin power. Gu Qingyang was somewhat unfortunate. The Heavenly Tao origin in its heyday was a full 100,000 origins, but unfortunately, the Heavenly Tao had been frequently traumatized over the years, and every time the heavenly blood descended, it was in fact a depletion of the origin. 100,000 origin is equivalent to 100 billion evolutionary value. If I could obtain this much origin, I would definitely be able to break through to the 8th or even 9th rank level in one breath. Thinking about the loss of a large amount of origin, Gu Qingyang also felt pity. But pity was pity, and the loss of origin was not something he could sway. Now that he was incarnated as the Heavenly Tao Divine Tree, he could regather the Heavenly Tao origin and raise his strength for himself. Gathering the Heavenly Tao origin, as long as it originated from two places. The first was the promotion of the heavens and earth themselves. The second was to plunder the origin from above the other heavens and earth. Heaven and earth promotion. As the name implies, it is the elevation of the heaven and earth. And when the heaven and earth give back to the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Tao can get the corresponding origin power. Normally, the Heavenly Tao is born from the heaven and earth, and the strength of the Heavenly Tao is closely related to the heaven and earth, and there is no distinction between the two. However, Gu Qingyang was not a being born from the Heavenly Tao, but after integrating the origin of the Heavenly Tao, he became an existence that ruled the heaven and earth. This kind of existence is equivalent to the agent of heaven and earth, and they are in a cooperative relationship with each other. As long as Gu Qingyang took care of the heavens and earth, the heavens and earth would naturally return the corresponding origin power, and if the heavens and earth were to be destroyed, he would only be seriously injured, and would not fall with the destruction of the heavens and earth as the true Heavenly Tao would do. As for the plundering of origin from other heavens and earths, that is even easier to understand. Just like the invasion of the otherworldly Heavenly Tao, the other party's purpose was also to devour the Heavenly Tao of this place and seize the power of the origin to strengthen their own body. Gu Qingyang only needed to follow the example of the otherworldly Heavenly Tao and invade other heavens and earths to obtain the corresponding Heavenly Tao origin. Of course, invading other heavens and earths was not a small risk. If the other Heavenly Tao was aware of it, a great battle would inevitably break out, and if it was not defeated, then the invasion would turn into an invasion. Therefore, invading other heavens and earths was a double-edged sword. To raise the grade of heaven and earth, the first thing to do is to start with the aura aspect. so that heaven and earth are completely free from the constraints of the end of the laws, and then allow more strong people to be born in heaven and earth. The more strong people there are, the stronger heaven and earth will naturally become. The original heavenly Tao sent down the heavenly punishment, destroying all human cultivators, and then letting the heaven and earth enter the age of the end of Dharma. Cutting off the foundation of human cultivation was completely equivalent to killing the enemy by 1,000 and damaging the enemy by 800. Human cultivation was cut off, and the heavenly Tao itself was also heavily damaged. If not, the invasion of the otherworldly heavenly Tao really might not be a match for the original heavenly Tao. Gu Qingyang was also a bit helpless about the former heavenly Tao's approach, but the heavenly Tao itself does not belong to the living beings. Action is to maintain the heavens and earth as the main. Naturally will not go to think too much. The ancient human cultivators wreaked havoc, and beat this heaven and earth full of holes, which led to the former heavenly Tao's wrath, and directly cast a thunderbolt. If there was no foreign enemy invasion, there was naturally nothing wrong with the former heavenly Tao's approach. However, with an external enemy invasion, the former heavenly Tao's original approach was to lay the groundwork for today's fall. But, if he didn't fall, there would be nothing for me to do now. Since I obtained the heavenly Tao origin, this heaven and earth will be guarded by me. The heavenly divine tree swayed slightly, and with the divine power incarnation still standing at the top of the divine tree, Gu Qingyang looked at the dome of the sky that still had blood rain falling down and murmured. The blood rain poured down. Gu Qingyang, however, completely ignored the idea, allowing himself to refine the power of the heavenly blood by instinct, while he continued to drop his thoughts on the matter of fusing the heavenly Tao origin. Heaven and earth has no name. This part of heaven and earth was called the Xianhuang realm by human cultivators during the ancient times, but it's not quite appropriate to continue to use this name nowadays. Since this is the case, in the future, this realm will be called the Qingyang realm. Gu Qingyang was the current heavenly Tao agent, so there was naturally no problem with this realm being named the Qingyang realm. From the information left behind in the heavenly Tao origin, the heavens and earth are divided into classes, with the weakest of them being the first class heavens and earth. The invading otherworldly heavenly Tao and the heaven and earth I'm in both belong to the first order level. The maximum number of cultivators that the first order heaven and earth can accommodate is 9, which means that without the heaven and earth being upgraded, native beings can only break through to the 9th order at the strongest. Gu Qingyang secretly thought, as long as a cultivator stepped into the 9th rank, there would be no more breakthroughs in this heaven and earth, and it was very simple to break through. Either the heaven and earth would be promoted, or the cultivator would be stripped of his own brand from the heaven and earth, no longer belonging to this heaven and earth, and then go to the outside world to break through. But the latter approach is undoubtedly to compromise the power of heaven and earth. Imagine this. Cultivators are weak when refining the heaven and earth aura cultivation breakthrough, until the cultivation has been accomplished, directly patting the buttocks to go away. Completely did not give back to the heaven and earth of the meaning of the heaven and earth is naturally dissatisfied with the natural way of heaven. This is also why, once the cultivator ascended, there will be the main reason for the apocalypse. Instead of patting your ass and walking away, it would be better to wipe you out here. If you fall, a body of flesh and blood can still return to heaven and earth, benefiting those who come after you. The upper limit of the problem is again do not have to worry about. Now this side of heaven and earth human strength is only the strongest in the 4th order. Want to the upper limit of the 9th order of the level of the difference is very far. Moreover, as a heavenly Tao, my strength enhancement will not be affected by the upper limit of heaven and earth, which is also considered an additional convenience. Gu Qingyang wasn't worried about the situation where the cultivators he had worked so hard to cultivate ended up patting themselves on the back. After all, how could the 9th order be so easy to reach? Really waiting until a cultivator stepped into the 9th rank. Gu Qingyang himself did not know how far to go. If there was really a white-eyed wolf, Gu Qingyang wouldn't mind sending down a thunderbolt to kill him directly. Finally, it was the requirements for heaven and earth to be promoted. If a first-order heaven and earth wanted to be promoted to a second-order heaven and earth, it would require a heaven-order spirit vein, 3 earth-order spirit veins, as well as 9 ninth-order cultivators, plus 100 8th-order cultivators. In ancient times, this realm also possessed a heavenly spirit vein, but a battle between human cultivators completely shattered the heavenly spirit vein. This was also the reason why the heavenly Tao would send down such a terrifying heavenly punishment. The shattering of the celestial spiritual vein was equivalent to cutting off the chance of advancing to the second level of heaven and earth. So how could it not make the heavenly Tao furious? Based on the information given by the heavenly Tao origin, in order to condense a heavenly grade spiritual vein, one would need 100,000 heavenly Tao origin, 100,000 origin. For Gu Qingyang right now, it was an astronomical figure. If he really wanted to have 100,000 origins, he would definitely raise his rank up and then hammer according to the heavenly Tao of the otherworldly realm. After all, the strength of the heavenly Tao of the first order heaven and earth was only around the ninth order. If he really had 100,000 heavenly Tao origin, Gu Qingyang believed that he would definitely be able to break through the ninth rank. It was only a pity. Gu Qingyang only had 100 points of heavenly Tao origin right now, and it was simply impossible to condense a heavenly rank spirit vein. Right now, the fourth order divine kingdom can only diffuse miniature spirit veins, and if the subsequent divine kingdom ranks are raised up, I don't know if I'll be able to diffuse heavenly rank spirit veins, but no matter what, it's ultimately one more possibility. Before the divine kingdom stepped into the fourth rank, the spirit veins derived from it could not be considered true spirit veins, but after breaking through the fourth rank, it would be able to derive true miniature spirit veins. It was just that the faith power required to diffuse a spirit vein was completely incomparable to diffusing anything else. Even a miniature spirit vein would require 100 million faiths to diffuse. For Gu Qingyang at this stage, 100 million faith was not a small amount. Other than this method, it was to plunder spirit veins from other heavens and earths. As long as any heaven and earth wasn't caught in the end times, there were bound to be spiritual veins. It was just a matter of how many. As long as the spirit veins of these heavens and earths were transferred to one's own heaven and earth, then naturally, one would be able to enhance the heaven and earth's depth. The secret realm does have some spirit veins that exist, but most of them are miniature spirit veins, and very few can have small spirit veins. But for the current heaven and earth, small spirit veins are already considered very good. Gu Qingyang is such as the heavenly Tao agent. Everything within the heaven and earth could not be hidden from his perception. All the secret realms as well as the ancient tombs, all appeared in the perception. It could be said, Gu Qingyang didn't need to borrow the believer's perspective anymore to see things in any corner of the globe. Among them, there was the existence of the various secret realms. Before the fusion of the heavenly Tao origin, the existence of secret realms was quite mysterious to Gu Qingyang. But after the fusion of the heavenly Tao origin, the veil of mystery was slowly lifted. Heavenly Tao perspective. Gu Qingyang could see that there were 6 secret realms in existence globally, but with the fall of the heavenly Tao, all the powers that sealed the secret realms were all dissipated. So this time, there were a total of 6 secret realms that were all broken. The secret realm is broken. Survival in the secret realm of the beast is naturally out of the trap. The original strength of these beasts are generally not strong, at best in the third order or so. But with the fall of the blood of the sky, many beasts are one after another break through the fourth order. But the human federation is no longer the previous human federation. The strength aspect has greatly improved, coupled with the reason of early preparation. The secret realm broken cause inside the beasts to get out of the trap in an instant. There are powerful cultivators arrived, all out to kill the beasts. It was at this moment, Gu Qingyang sensed in the dark that someone was tugging on his power. He froze slightly, and then it was that he understood. Someone is using the Divine Spirit blessing function as a medium to borrow power from me. Divine Spirit bestowing blessing. It was a function that Gu Qingyang had purposely developed in order to make the believers better. By spending a contribution, one could borrow power from himself for a short period of time. As the deity who bestowed the power, Gu Qingyang was able to terminate the transmission of this power anytime, anywhere. However, now that someone was using the Divine Spirit to bestow blessings, Gu Qingyang had no thoughts of terminating this power, but instead followed that power and met the person who had borrowed his own power. In the vast mountain range, there was a fourth-order lower-grade ferocious beast with a mighty power, sweeping through the federal military cultivators at the same time. Its own aura was also skyrocketing, and it looked like it was about to move towards the fourth-order middle grade. Yang Yu's face was pale, his eyes stared coldly at the beast in front of him. A supreme power descended from the underworld, the original bottleneck of the third-order consummation. At this moment it seemed to be broken in response to the sound. Boom! The gods bestowed blessings. Just less than a breath of effort, Yang Yu was forced to break the bottleneck of the third stage of perfection and stepped into the fourth stage level. This is the power of the lower fourth rank. The other party felt the majestic spiritual energy in his body, which was completely incomparable to the time when he was at the third stage of perfection. Of course, Yang Yu understood that his own changes were only temporary, although he had the power comparable to the fourth rank. But the realm above was still at the third rank level, only because the golden Dan in his abdomen was rounded. He simply did not see the situation of shattering the Dan into a baby. In order to deal with you, it made me pay a full 1,000,000 contributions. Today I will definitely kill this evil beast of yours. Yang Yu looked towards the fourth rank lower grade ferocious beast that was in the process of breaking through, killing intent in his eyes. 1,000,000 contributions. He himself had accumulated it for an unknown period of time, and he couldn't afford to use it on weekdays, only hoping to exchange it for a powerful fourth rank Jedi to enhance his battle power. But right now, when something like this happened, Yang Yu had no way to hide his clumsiness even if it hurt his flesh. Instantly, seeing Yang Yu catalyzing his power, the spiritual energy in his body was like a river rushing. Opening his mouth and spitting out there was pure white sword chi cutting through the air, chopping towards that ferocious beast. This is a style of sword art in the royal sword art, which enables the cultivator to spit out sword chi to kill the enemy. When the third order was complete, the sword chi that Yang Yu spat out of his mouth could only reach 100 meters away. Now that he had broken through the fourth order, a mouthful of sword chi was enough to break through 1,000 meters. The ferocious beast that was fighting with other people, as if it had sensed the threat, the claws with scale armor wrapped in endless strong wind, and slapped down fiercely towards the pure white sword chi. Boom! The scale armor shattered and blood splattered. The claws of the fourth-ranked ferocious beast were actually pierced through by the sword chi, and the intense pain caused the other party to let out an angry roar. However, in less than a moment's effort, it was seen that the wounds of the ferocious beast pierced by the sword chi were slowly healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and it wouldn't take long for it to fully recover. Seeing this, Yang Yu's eyes were cold. Immediately sacrificed his third-order flying sword. Spiritual energy poured into it, and utilized the power of the third-order flying sword to the extreme. Then he saw his feet stepping on the Big Dipper and the Big Dipper. His long sword broke through the air and struck out, and the sword chi streaked across the four directions, as if the Sanluo sword domain had descended. The other people who were besieging the ferocious beast saw the scene. They all retreated away with good sense. After all, the war of the fourth rank hierarchy was not something that the third rank could intervene in. Boom! Inside the Kunlun mountain range, the divine tree trembled slightly, and then it was calm. All seemed as if nothing had changed. But only Gu Qingyang knew that he had already broken through the fifth rank consummation at this moment. After fusing the Heavenly Dao origin and transforming into the Heavenly Dao divine tree, Gu Qingyang was able to control his size at will and conceal the fluctuations caused by his breakthrough. Therefore, on the surface, Gu Qingyang hadn't changed at all. But in reality, he had already stepped into the fifth stage of perfection. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Heavenly Dao Divine Tree. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 5th Order Perfection, 0/10000000000. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 865956030/10000000000. Heavenly Dao Origin, 100. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Dao Spiritual Roots, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Fruit, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Eye, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Domain, 5th Order. Memory Reading, 5th Order. The 5th rank is complete. The next thing to do is to break through the 6th rank. Gu Qingyang looked at his data panel. A heavenly blood descent had allowed him to step directly from 5th Order lower to 5th Order Perfection, saving 100 years of hard work. 5th Order Perfection to 6th Order lower grade required 100 million evolutionary values. The 5th rank Natural Aptitude, Heavenly Dao Spiritual Root, was able to passively give up to 100 points of evolutionary value per day, if it was without any external help. Gu Qingyang breaking through the 6th rank would take roughly 2,700 years. 2,000 years was a sea of change for other people, but for Gu Qingyang, it was already nothing. Longevity. It meant that on a certain level, it was already equivalent to eternal life. Since it was eternal life, 2,000 years of time naturally had no effect. 2,700 years means without any external force. Now that I have the believers of the Qingyang realm as my foundation, it shouldn't take too long to break through to the 6th rank. The only problem is that the number of ferocious beasts around the globe is limited. And if it's about sustainable development, the evolutionary value that can be given to more than one won't be too much. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. At this moment, he felt that the globe, or rather the Qingyang realm, was too small. Before he had fused the Heavenly Dao origin and became a Heavenly Dao agent, Gu Qingyang only felt that the globe was vast, with each continent being tens of millions of square kilometers, and even more endless deep oceans filled with all sorts of mysteries. However, after becoming an agent of the Heavenly Dao, the globe no longer held any secrets in Gu Qingyang's eyes. All mysteries existed in the unknown. When all the unknowns became known, the mysteries would no longer be mysterious. However, small was also relative. To the current Gu Qingyang, the Qingyang realm was somewhat small, but to others, the world was still vast. Glancing at the remaining 100 points of Heavenly Dao origin, Gu Qingyang thought about it and didn't use it up for the time being. If he used up the 100 points of Heavenly Dao origin, he would be able to directly break through from the 5th order to the 6th order. But for the time being, Gu Qingyang was in no hurry to break through. Let's wait for a while first. When an uncontrollable situation did arise later, then he would just break through. Anyway, for Gu Qingyang, breaking through was a matter of a split second, as long as there was enough evolutionary value. At the same time, The evergreen ancient tree and other existences had also broken through from the 4th order lower grade to the 4th order middle grade, and their strength had once again risen by a large margin. A 4th order middle grade can be considered a top-notch existence outside of the Kunlun mountain range. It's just a pity that the heavenly blood disappeared too quickly, or else they would have been expected to break through to the 4th order upper grade directly. Gu Qingyang looked at the several pale ancient trees within the Kunlun mountain range, although when it came to size, the 5 ancient trees were younger brothers in front of him, but elsewhere, they were hefty behemoths. The strength of a 4th order mid-grade was not normally powerful. In particular, Gu Qingyang had deliberately taught the 5 ancient trees 4th order top-grade techniques as well as mastery, causing the evergreen ancient tree and the other living beings to have corresponding mastery in their possession. If they really had to fight with ferocious beasts of the same level, the ferocious beasts simply couldn't be a match for the ancient trees. From today onwards, with me as the center, all within 10,000 kilometers will be the Kunlun Divine Realm. You and the others will be the guards guarding the entrance to the Divine Realm. Without my order, no one will be allowed to trespass into the Kunlun Divine Realm. The branches and leaves of the celestial god tree trembled. Gu Qingyang's calm voice entered the ears of the evergreen ancient tree and other living beings. The latter led the order, and the body of the ancient tree that was originally rooted in the earth rose up, and the roots and whiskers broke through the earth's bonds, and the thousands of meters of the ancient tree was as majestic as a mountain, and slowly moved like a dragon rolling over on the ground. Immediately after, and see the heavenly Tao of God tree branches and leaves shock. The top of the God tree Huagai have Chinese light rushing sky. Heaven and earth aura suddenly a move. Layers of fog cover everything. All the original existence in the Kunlun God within the scope of the living beings were moved out of thin air. The Kunlun mountain range is different, naturally attracted the attention of many people. When they look at this place, only to see the clouds in front of the mist, as if in the fairy mountain blessing general. Some people try to want to break into the clouds and mist, but the result is lost in the inside sense of direction, and ultimately circled around and came out again. What's more, by a fluke, they peeked into the Kunlun divine realm behind the clouds, but were soon stopped in their tracks by a celestial ancient tree, thick as a python with roots that could shatter mountains, emitting a horrifying aura that made even 4th-ranked cultivators feel intimidated. Kunlun Divine Realm. No trespassing. These 8 words spread like the wind. After this, the Kunlun Divine Realm became an immortal mountain-blessed land that everyone yearned for, but didn't dare to trespass. Not to mention that can confuse the hearing, disrupt the sense of direction of the clouds. Alone behind the clouds of the horrible ancient trees, is enough to let a person deterred. Kunlun Divine Realm. It seems that that person is really going to incarnate as a deity and remove himself from the mundane. When Gu Feng received this news, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and there was curiosity about the Kunlun God realm in his eyes. When he first stepped into the Kunlun mountain range, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth there was much denser than the rest of the world, and there were divine trees in the sky, with their own Taoist rhythms hidden in the sky. Gu Feng had no doubt that if he could cultivate by the side of the Qingyang divine tree, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Originally, Gu Feng was thinking of solving the problem of the ferocious beasts and then finding an opportunity to enter the Kunlun mountain range to cultivate, but now it seemed that there was no longer such an opportunity. Suppressing the effects of the Kunlun divine realm, Gu Feng looked towards the collapsed mountain in front of him, where the corpses of numerous ferocious beasts lay horizontally. Not long ago, a secret realm descended in the northern continent. A large number of ferocious beasts escaped from the secret realm, led by a few 4th-order ferocious beasts, the strongest of which was a 4th-order mid-grade, and Gu Feng took the lead as the strongest of the 9th Warzone arrived at the first opportunity to snipe at the ferocious beasts. One battle down, the 9th Warzone fell 2 4th-order lower-grade cultivators, as well as hundreds of 3rd-order cultivators, so it is considered to be all the ferocious beasts as much as possible to exterminate here. Did not allow them to escape out of the scourge of the 4 sides. All the bodies of our colleagues who died in the battle will be taken away for burial. All the participants in this battle have merit. When we return to the 9th Warzone, we will then discuss the rewards, Gu Feng said in a deep voice. With so many corpses of ferocious beasts, it was naturally impossible to take away all of them, and it was also impractical to directly discuss the rewards here. Therefore, Gu Feng sacrificed all the ferocious beasts and exchanged the contributions for contribution orders, so that after the battle was truly over, the rewards could be awarded. Right at this moment, the satellite phone vibrated, and Gu Feng directly connected it, his face gradually gloomy. Marshal, did something happen? A 4th-order lower-grade cultivator opened his mouth to inquire, and although the others didn't speak, they also dropped their gazes on Gu Feng. From the other party's face, one could tell that something was not right. Gu Feng said, news has come from the 3rd War region that a 4th-order upper-grade fierce beast has appeared in the northern continent, and now that it has been assisted by blood rain, it is impacting the fourth order perfection. The third war zone is now doing its best to delay the breakthrough of this ferocious beast. We must rush there at the first opportunity, otherwise this ferocious beast's breakthrough will surely be a federal nightmare. Upper fourth order ferocious beast. Hearing this, everyone's face changed. It wasn't that they hadn't killed fourth rank upper grade ferocious beasts before, and in order to kill that fourth rank upper grade ferocious beast back then, they had paid the price of almost 10 fourth rank lower grade cultivators falling, as well as a large number of cultivators being seriously injured. Visible. Just how terrifying this kind of ferocious beast was. The fourth order upper grade is still so. Really want to let the other party break through the fourth order perfect words. The strength must be even more terrifying. Then I do not know how many people will have to die. Killing. The entire Qingyang realm was plunged into endless killing. All the secret realms were shattered and descended, and a large number of ferocious beasts escaped from them, coupled with the riots of the original native ferocious beasts, as well as the landing of the deep sea ferocious beasts. A beast tide of this scale was much more terrifying than any previous beast tide. Fortunately, the strength of the human federation was not what it used to be, and even in the face of the beast tide, it did not take half a step back, and the 18 war zones constructed a defense line, stopping the beast tide outside the federation, and did not allow the other party to take half a step into the territory of the federation. At the same time, a large number of top cultivators entered the beast tide, implementing the decapitation program, stepping into the deep sea as well as going to various continents to round up fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, weakening the strength of the beast tide from the inside. With the perspective of a Heaven's Path agent, Gu Qingyan was able to clearly see the grueling nature of the battle, with humans dying and ferocious beasts falling almost every minute. The battlefield at the beast tide as well as the federal frontline, where it was even more like a terrifying meat grinder. In the era of universal cultivation, the past technology weapons have been rarely used. More is the cultivator and the beasts of the flesh between the killing. There are mages with staffs, chanting forbidden incantations at the back, like the power of heaven coming down. Intensive thunder cleansing the sins of the earth. There are also cultivators flying with their swords, spitting out sword chi and holding thunder in their palms, killing a vicious beast. There are even physical martial artists, chi and blood into a dragon. Physical body physique is not inferior to the same level of ferocious beasts. Bare body combat shakes the mountains. The human federation will not lose this battle. Gu Qingyang only took a few glances and was able to understand how the situation was. The emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group had allowed the human federation's reserves to soar, and its strength had long since changed from what it was in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that this blood rain was different from the past, the ferocious beasts simply didn't even have the possibility of forming a beast tide. Even if a beast tide formed now, it couldn't truly threaten the foundation of the federation. The collapse of the beast tide is only a matter of time. Of course, if one wanted to crush the beast tide, the Federation side would also have to pay a certain price. For the current Federation, the beast tide is the equivalent of military practice, and can only be described as an appetizer. Waiting for the otherworldly invasion is the real blood curtain to fall. With the same first order heaven and earth, no one knows for sure how much depth that other realm has, and if there really are other ninth order powerhouses present, the Qingyang realm's chances of victory are slim. Incarnation of the heavenly Tao agent, whether it is a beast or human, are part of the Qingyang realm, but the two are incompatible. Compared to ferocious beasts that are inhumane and only know how to kill, humans are undoubtedly more valuable to cultivate. If the human federation can't even solve the beast tide, there is no qualification to deal with the invasion of other worlds. In the darkness, Gu Qingyang could feel the aura of that otherworldly heaven and earth. That was the otherworldly heavenly Tao using great magical means to come across the endless void, seeking out this heaven and earth as the target of the invasion. Although the otherworldly heavenly Tao had already been heavily traumatized and slumbered, the remaining power of the other party was already gradually opening up the passage between the two worlds, and Gu Qingyang was naturally unable to stop it. After all, his strength, compared to the power of the otherworldly heavenly Tao, is too much difference. When the two worlds channel is completely opened, is the beginning of the otherworldly invasion. Human Federation. Since the third blood rain 3 years ago, the federal military used a year to defeat the beast tide, and then 2 years to sweep the world's 4 continents. All land beasts were eliminated. Even after the death of the deep sea beasts were also decapitated by half. So far, humans re-emerged at the top of the food chain. 3 years. Millions of cultivators fell in the beast tide, but there are also a large number of newborns appeared, resulting in the entire federal population increase rather than decrease. Today, the population of the Federation had already exceeded 25 million. The problem of the ferocious beasts has almost been solved. There is only a part of the remaining ferocious beasts in the deep sea left. Even if the next blood rain comes again, there is no threat to speak of. On top of the Federation's high-level meeting, Gufang spoke on behalf of the Ninth War Region, and everyone else listened attentively. Nowadays, all people cultivated, and the fist was the hard truth of everything. Although the 18 war zones are equal on the surface, but secretly there is also a difference between high and low. Like the top of the top strong man such as Gufang can fight and kill the 4th order middle grade beasts alone. A year ago, as even with a 4th order top grade beasts were injured, its strength in the entire Federation can be ranked into the top 3. Moreover, the top 3 could even be lower. After all, Gufang's battle record was unrivaled in the entire Federation, and it was not polite to say that even if the other party said that he was the number 1 strongest person in the Federation, it was not too much to say. Such a powerful strength naturally made the status of the 9th war zone rise. Inside the 18 war zones, there is only the original 1st war zone, can rely on the seniority and heritage with the 9th war zone on an equal footing. Ji Xian nodded. The 4th order ferocious beasts have already been killed almost. Even if there are some left behind, it's still a small cat or two. It's difficult to become a big climate. If the next blood rain comes again, we only need to keep an eye on those 4th order beasts and not give them a chance to break through. The next thing for the Federation is to recuperate and recover its vitality peacefully. And all of you should not forget that the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm mentioned the matter of the entrance to the otherworldly realm. Since the emergence of the Divine Realm chat group, a total of 3 missions had been released. Among them, the task of capturing the ferocious beasts had been completed long ago, and the task of searching for the secret realm as well as the ancient catacombs had been completed by people one after another over the years. Although the secret realm had not been discovered, the ancient catacombs truly existed. Only the task of searching for the entrance to the otherworld had not appeared from the beginning to the end. In the beginning, everyone in the Federation thought that it was possible that the entrance to the otherworldly realm was not in the eastern continent, but in other continents. However, as the Federation's footprints traveled all over the 4 continents, but never found the existence of the otherworldly entrance, this mission became a mystery. Ji Xian said, after so many years of not finding the existence of the otherworldly entrance, it's very likely that the otherworldly entrance has never really appeared at all. Or in other words, the otherworldly entrance has not yet arrived to appear. What does old Marshal Ji mean? Some of the battle area marshals furrowed their brows as if they had thought of something, but they couldn't be sure. Ji Xian said, I believe that all of you here are well aware of what an otherworld is. If an otherworld entrance appears, it will most likely mean the beginning of an invasion of another world. Even the appearance of ferocious beasts might be related to the so-called otherworld. You have all seen how great the threat of the ferocious beasts is, and if there really is an otherworldly invasion, it will definitely be a greater threat than a wave of beasts. Otherworldly invasion. These 4 words fell on the ears of the others, filled with heaviness. To be able to sit in the position of a warzone marshal, naturally there were no stupid people, and the connection between an otherworldly entrance and an otherworldly invasion wasn't generally obvious. It was just that in the past, with the threat of ferocious beasts right in front of them, no one had the effort to pay attention to any otherworldly issues. Until now, the ferocious beast threat had become a thing of the past, and only then did they truly pay attention to the issue of the otherworld. Yang Yen sighed. It's just a pity that now that the Kunlun mountain range has changed into the Kunlun Divine Realm, it's difficult for regular people to enter it at all, or else we would have been able to ask that person for some advice. The Kunlun Divine Realm is now the equivalent of an omnipotent deity in everyone's eyes, and a large part of the reason why the Federation was able to solve the ferocious beasts so smoothly was due to the blessing of the deity. Borrowing divine power from the Divine Realms chat group and allowing oneself to briefly break through a rank was simply a powerful weapon to kill the enemy at critical moments. This was especially true for a strong person like Gufang, who was able to lose to a 4th-ranked upper-grade ferocious beast at the 4th-ranked lower grade. The other party had utilized the power of the divine blessing to briefly break through the middle grade of the 4th rank, and was completely able to press against the upper grade of the 4th-rank ferocious beasts. From this, it could be seen how great the effect of divine spirit blessing was. At this moment, Gufang slowly said, I suspect that the one in the Kunlun Divine Realm has long since made preparations to deal with the invasion of the otherworldly realm. The appearance of the Divine Realm chat groups and the popularization of countless feats and techniques are all increasing our underlying strength. Plus the task of finding the entrance to the otherworld indicates that the Qingyang Divine Tree has long been clear about the otherworld. All he has done is to raise the strength of humanity up before the invasion of the otherworld as a way to deal with the imminent crisis that may occur. After becoming a saint, Gufang's view of Gu Qingyang became completely different, and everything the other party did was for the sake of humanity in his opinion. The Divine Kingdom chat group appeared. Otherworldly entrance quest. The otherworldly entrance had clearly not appeared, yet the other party was the first to release the quest. It was about to be a hint to humanity that an otherworldly invasion would occur in the future. As for why it wasn't said, it was only because at that time, Humanity was facing the threat of ferocious beasts, and saying it out in the open could potentially demoralize humanity. After all, the beast problem has not been solved. Another otherworldly invasion, a poorly handled, will be disorganized. However, the news of the otherworldly invasion could not be concealed, so the situation of releasing the mission was used to tell a group of people to make preparations early. For such ideas, Gu Fang naturally said it all. The others listened to it, and although they felt that something was wrong, they could not find any reason to refute it. In the end, they only thought that Gu Fang's analysis was correct, and that the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm did indeed mean that. Shang Wanhong said, since the situation of the otherworldly invasion is true, coupled with the fact that the problem of the ferocious beasts is now resolved, we would be able to initially reveal the news of the otherworldly realm, so that the folk cultivators can be prepared. At the same time, we should also pay close attention to the movements around the globe. If there really is an otherworldly entrance appearing, I believe the movements will definitely not be small. As long as we keep an eye on the global situation, we can be the first to discover the otherworldly entrance. Discovering the otherworldly entrance at the first time was both to be able to defend against the otherworldly invasion at the first time, as well as to fulfill the mission of the Divine Realm chat group and receive those 8 million contributions. Even for the federal military, 8 million contributions was not a small amount. Regarding Shang Wanhong's meaning, everyone in the top echelons of the Federation was unspoken. Kunlun Divine Realm. Gu Qingyang had stayed here for 3 years, cultivating silently. The natural aptitude of the Heavenly Dao spiritual root was indeed different from the Divine Tree spiritual root, and with 100 points of evolutionary value coming in every day, the effect was very pleasing. Moreover, as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Kunlun Divine Realm became more and more dense, the evolution value given by the Heavenly Dao spiritual root increased slightly. Gu Qingyang suspected, if the aura of the Kunlun Divine Realm could be raised up, the effect of the Heavenly Dao spiritual root would definitely be able to double. It's just a pity that the ancient cultivators' battle destroyed all the spirit veins of the heavens and earth, and only a few miniature spirit veins remain in existence, making it difficult to be of any great use, not to mention the Heavenly Order spirit veins. Even if there were Earth Order spirit veins, I believe that they would be able to raise the aura of the Kunlun Divine Realm by more than 10 times. Gu Qingyang was a bit sorry. Right now, there was a miniature spirit vein underneath the Kunlun Divine Realm. That was the spirit vein that was originally attached to the Kunlun Secret Realm, and with the Kunlun Secret Realm shattering, the spirit vein naturally fell into this place. It was because of the existence of the miniature spirit vein that Gu Qingyang was able to perfectly utilize the natural aptitude of the Heavenly Dao spirit root. If not, it was not much of a possibility for the Heavenly Dao spiritual root to give up to 100 points of evolution value per day. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Heavenly Dao Divine Tree. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 5th Order Perfection, 76000000/100000000. Divine Kingdom, 4th Order, 150059000000000000. Heavenly Dao Origin, 100. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Dao Spiritual Roots, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Fruit, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Eye, 5th Order. Heavenly Dao Domain, 5th Order. Memory Reading, 5th Order. According to the usual practice, Gu Qingyang had to look at his data panel every now and then. 3 years of time. The evolution value was just over 7 million more. This was still because the beast tide had been raging for the past few years, and the Human Federation had barely managed to bring in these evolution values after almost killing off the ferocious beasts. If it were to be the previous situation, whether or not 2 million evolutionary values could be collected in 3 years would be a problem. Stepping into the 5th rank, the evolutionary values that could be given by the lower-ranked ferocious beasts were already becoming less and less. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang again looked at the Divine Kingdom chat group. He only saw that since an unknown time, the content of the Divine Kingdom chat group had gradually evolved from the issue of ferocious beasts to the issue of otherworldly invasion. Many people were extremely sensitive to the word otherworldly. After all, the Divine Kingdom chat group had an unfinished task so far, and that was to find the entrance to the otherworld. Over the years, it wasn't as if no one had speculated towards otherworldly invasions, but none of them had caused too much commotion, and were quickly covered up by other news. At one time, humans were threatened by the ferocious beasts, and didn't have the extra time to pay attention to other things. But now that the ferocious beast crisis had been pacified, the matter of the otherworld naturally came to the attention of others. However, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, it was impossible for the topic of the otherworldly invasion to appear without a reason, especially with how coincidentally it appeared. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Federation pushing behind it. Some years ago, the topic of otherworldly invasion was suppressed, and now that he thought about it, it wasn't just the issue of the ferocious beasts. But there was also a reason behind it that included the Federation. Now that the fierce beasts issue had calmed down, the Federation was again raising the issue of the otherworldly invasion, and it was clear that something was clear. Gu Qingyang didn't stop it because there was no need to stop it. The matter of the otherworldly invasion was going to happen sooner or later, and now that the Federation was spreading the matter out first, it was also considered to make the people somewhat psychologically prepared. At the same time, Gu Qingyang was also making preparations for the otherworldly invasion. Fighting against the otherworld was different from cleaning up the ferocious beasts. After all, they were two different worlds apart, and if you wanted to plunder the heavenly Tao origin, you had to be methodical as well. Gu Qingyang, as an agent of the heavenly Tao, is considered to be closely related to the heaven and earth, and if the heaven and earth can be upgraded, he himself will also receive great benefits. The simplest benefit is that heaven and earth feed back to the heavenly Tao origin, and Gu Qingyang can use this to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, if the heaven and earth were upgraded, the cultivation environment would become even better, and Gu Qingyang, as a creature of the Qingyang realm, would naturally benefit as well. Of course, there was also a more important issue. It was that the stronger heaven and earth were, the stronger the power of the heavenly Tao would be, and Gu Qingyang's possession of this realm was equivalent to having a strong backing. Just like now, the natural aptitudes that Gu Qingyang had mastered, there were actually some that were closely related to heaven and earth. It was like the heavenly Tao realm. If the Qingyang realm could be promoted to the second rank, then the power of the heavenly Tao domain could also become stronger. Of course, if Gu Qingyang's equal rank could be promoted, the heavenly Tao realm would also be able to barely improve. But in the end, it couldn't be compared to the heaven and earth's equal rank promotion. The heavenly Tao origin can manifest in everything, but as an agent of the heavenly Tao, there is only one way for me to travel to other heavens and earths to plunder the origin, and that is to kill. Gu Qingyang recalled the scraps of information left behind by the heavenly Tao origin and had some understanding of how to obtain the origin. The wars between the heavens and the earth were often extremely brutal. When two heavens and earths fought each other, once one side lost, it signaled that the entire heaven and earth was going to be swallowed up, and the living beings that existed in this heaven and earth would either completely submit to the other heaven and earth, or they would be completely annihilated. This level of war, easily as hundreds of millions of living beings fall, and is cruel and incomparable. After all, the origin of one heaven and earth is a great temptation for the other heaven and earth. If one could devour it, there would definitely be great benefits. Any living being that was birthed from the heavens and earth will have a trace of the heavenly Tao origin in its body to a greater or lesser extent. This is the inevitability of life. The more otherworldly beings one kills, then the more heavenly Tao origin one obtains is. In addition to that, the spirit veins in the heavens and earth, as well as other things, also belong to the rare and supreme treasures. When Gu Qingyang thought of this, his mind immediately entered the divine kingdom, only to see that the divine kingdom nowadays had transformed from an acre of land in the Kunlun divine realm to the size of the globe. Ever since Gu Qingyang's divine realm had morphed into the heavenly Tao realm, the divine realm was just naturally expanding. But compared to the previous divine realm, today's divine realm appeared to be much more illusory. It was obvious, although the scope of the divine kingdom had expanded, above the quality, it was much worse than the original divine kingdom. This was also a normal thing. However, without a breakthrough in the divine kingdom's equal rank, expanding the divine kingdom's territory was bound to weaken other aspects. At the same time, above the divine kingdom were also points of light that existed like stars. Some were as big as a thumb and some were as big as a fist, silently hovering there. These points of light were no other than the existence of all the believers who, after falling, had their one-point divine soul power included in the divine kingdom and then materialized. As long as the divine soul was not extinguished, the living soul would have the chance to be reborn. It was just that with the current strength of the fourth order divine kingdom, Gu Qingyang did not have the means to revive the dead living beings for the time being, but he had a hunch that by the time the divine kingdom metamorphosed to a sufficiently powerful state, the resurrection of the dead would also be possible. Great sacrifice technique. This was a divine art tactic that Gu Qingyang had used a large amount of faith divine power as a foundation to deduce from the divine kingdom. Unlike the original sacrifice technique, today's great sacrifice technique was considered an advanced version. In order to deduce the great sacrifice technique, Gu Qingyang had used a full 100 million faiths before he could be considered to have truly succeeded in his deduction. To know, derivating a fourth order extreme art only required a mere 5 million faiths. Derivating a divine art, but using Gu Qingyang's 100 million faith, it was evident that this divine art was powerful. The sacrifice technique can only sacrifice living beings but not other things. The great sacrifice technique has no such sacrifices. As long as I carve an altar within the Kunlun divine boundary, then anything and everything can be sacrificed through the great sacrifice technique. By doing so, If I can attack that other world in the future, I will be able to plunder the resources of the other world. Gu Qingyang secretly thought. To plunder the resources of the other world, how could one possibly rely on just one sacrifice art? The Great Sacrifice Art was the equivalent of an advanced version of the Sacrifice Art. After deducing this divine art, Gu Qingyang directly threw the Great Sacrifice Art into the store. However, the difference was that redeeming the Great Sacrifice technique only required paying a little contribution. Some of the people who had discovered the Great Sacrifice technique couldn't help but redeem it when they saw 1 point of contribution. After all, a little contribution was really not much. Even the poorest of the poor had at least a few hundred points of contribution on them. With the development of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the Divine Kingdom contributions were now gradually replacing the Federation's original currency, becoming the true hard currency. This was also something that could not be avoided. The Federation's original currency itself was also waste paper, and it was only with the endorsement of the Federation's military credibility that it could play a role in circulation. But now within the Divine Kingdom chat group, contributions can be exchanged for all items. And today's contribution system is supported by the entire Divine Kingdom chat group behind the scenes. In this way, how could the existing currency of the Federation be compared to the Divine Realm's contributions? The Kunlun Divine Realm was now high above the rest, completely transcendent, and not something others could shake. Even though Gu Qingyang hadn't really put up a fight in over a decade, his prestige was getting deeper and deeper into people's hearts by the day. Now that everyone had become a believer, Gu Qingyang had clearly become the only true god. The Great Sacrifice Technique. It's much more profound than the original sacrifice technique. There must be a reason for the sudden appearance of this divine technique. Inside the mansion in the rich district of the 8th War Zone, Su Bo had just exchanged the Great Sacrifice Technique, and specific information about this divine art appeared in his mind. Unlike the sacrifice technique, which could be used by directly reciting the divine name silently, the Great Sacrifice Technique required the engraving of a sacrifice formation before it could truly function. Upon seeing this divine art, Su Bo couldn't help but think of other aspects. Obviously, the Great Sacrifice Technique was much more profound than the original sacrifice technique, and there were certain reasons why it appeared at this moment. The first moment Su Bo thought of was that there were recent rumors about an otherworldly invasion. This was a rumor that had only recently been started, and it had a great intention of intensifying, and Su family's people had made many inquiries, and ultimately discovered that it was the federal military that was behind the push. Now that another Great Sacrifice Technique was coming out of the Divine Kingdom chat group, there was no way for Su Bo not to connect the two together. It seems like the sky is really about to change. First there was the scourge of ferocious beasts, and now there is an otherworldly invasion. Thinking of the otherworldly invasion, not only was Su Bo not fearful within his heart, but instead, an inexplicable excitement was vaguely rising. He longed for battle, and also longed to grow in battle. Ever since the Third Blood Rain appeared and the ferocious beasts rioted, Su Bo counted himself as the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Su clan and had always fought on the front lines. Because of this, Su Bo was able to break through from the top of the 3rd rank to the bottom of the 4th rank in just 3 years, becoming the only 4th-ranked powerhouse in the entire Su family today. The other 4th-ranked powerhouse was Su Yan, Su Bo's father and the current head of the Su family. Before the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, Su Yan was one of the few third-order evolvers, which was why the Su family was able to maintain its unrivaled status even after the calamity. After the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, Su Yan even took this opportunity to break through the 4th stage in one breath. Although Su Yan is not the fastest person to break through the 4th stage, his breakthrough speed is able to rank among all the 4th stage powerhouses nowadays. Today, Su Yan was already qualified to impact the 4th rank middle grade. Once Su Yan was able to break through successfully, then the status of the Su family was bound to rise. At that time, in addition to the federal military, other forces in front of the Su family were not enough to look at. Because of Su Yan's power, Su Bo, as his first son, feels the supreme honor, but at the same time, there is great pressure, but there is pressure is motivation. Su Bo is also in constant preparation. Want a Su Yan first breakthrough. Beside him, Su Qing's willow brows knit tightly, with a worried look on her face. We don't know how the strength of the other world is, and if the other world is really going to invade, the dangers of it are bound to be not low. Otherworldly problems are unavoidable. Sooner or later have to face things. Worry so much is also unnecessary. Soldiers come to block the water to cover the earth. Su Bo's face was unafraid. Nowadays, it was the other world invading his own world, not his own world invading the other world. As the invaded there was no way back at all. Even if one wanted to be a ball trader, one had to see if the other world could accept it. In this situation, humanity actually had no choice. Either repel the otherworldly invasion, or is the death of the race and extinction. When the crisis is in front of the eyes, All people can do is to fight with their backs to the water. The appearance of the Great Sacrifice technique can be said to have set off quite a shock. Originally, the news of the otherworldly invasion was widely spread, and now with the emergence of the Great Sacrifice technique, the rumor has intensified. At this point, the federal military also no longer cover up directly positive and open response to the news of otherworldly invasion. With the federal military's positive response, the news of the otherworldly invasion was considered to be completely solid, and although some people wanted to ask for proof from the Divine Kingdom's chat group, Gu Qingyang was completely too lazy to take care of it, even though Gu Qingyang didn't respond. In the eyes of others, this was a sign of acquiescence. At once, the talk of otherworldly invasion erupted to its peak, while there was talk of extinction that was also circulating. However, the federal military has long been experienced in this. Just the seedling of the extinction remarks just emerged, was directly extinguished, the plans of some intentional people completely crushed. Just as the Federation was in an uproar over the otherworldly invasion, Gu Qingyang was in the guise of the heavenly Tao, and his gaze fell on the depths of the northern continent, only to see that a bizarre aura that made Gu Qingyang feel disgusted was lingering there, and the space around it collapsed, revealing a ghastly darkness. This aura was no other than the power left over from the otherworldly heavenly Tao, whose main function was to open the passage between the two realms. This force had been wandering around the Qingyang realm, wanting to find the weak point of this realm, and now that it had found its target, the next step was the opening of the passage between the two realms. Boom! Space shattered, and a terrifying force erupted from the depths of the northern continent. Black light shot up into the sky, instantly causing the heavens and earth to change color, and the sun and moon to be devoid of light. The entire northern continent seemed to be shaking violently, and all the federal troops stationed in the northern continent were all changed in color at this moment. What's happening? Quickly, immediately probed the situation. A fourth-rank female cultivator looked at the direction where the black light was rushing upwards, and the aura emanating from there made her feel palpitating. If she was struck by that power, it was estimated that she would be completely turned into flying ash without taking a single breath. At once, the military personnel stationed in the northern continent went to investigate, and at the same time, they also reported the situation in the northern continent to the top at the first time. In fact, even if it is not necessary to report, the federal military is also long clear about this matter. Because of the black light, the vision was huge, although in other continents, cannot witness this kind of vision, but from the satellite observation, want to see this kind of vision is not difficult at all, especially since the news of the otherworldly world has been spread out. The federal military is always observing the global movements, just to be able to be the first to know the moment the entrance to the otherworldly world appears. Federal high level. All the heads were gathered here in a video meeting. Everyone's face looked extremely grave, and the atmosphere seemed extremely depressing. Latest news. There is a black light rushing skyward in the northern continent. From satellite observation, this black light power directly breaks through the boundaries of the atmosphere. The power is extremely amazing. If I'm not wrong, this black light is most likely related to the entrance to the otherworld. Ji Xian also did not talk nonsense, but went straight to the point. The others did not have the slightest shocked look on their faces when they heard this. Rarely had they been informed of this news before the meeting opened. Shangguan Han's vermilion lips lightly opened, her voice clear and cold. Whether or not it's an otherworldly entrance appearing, just try submitting the next task and you'll be able to determine it. This method is indeed possible. Ji Xian nodded, but just as his words fell, he saw Gu Feng faintly smile. Not bad. There is indeed an otherworldly entrance there. Just now, he had directly submitted the quest and received 8 million contributions from the Divine Kingdom chat group. When the others heard this, their faces darkened. Good fellow. Hoping that they were in the middle of a meeting, this one had secretly completed the task. Thinking of the 8 million contributions falling into Gu Feng's hands, everyone else had the urge to pound their chests. Loss. It was simply a huge loss. Even Ji Xian hadn't expected that Gu Feng would move so quickly, submitting the mission as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation at all. Seeing the faces of the crowd, Gu Feng smiled blandly and said, I'm afraid that the news of the black light rush out will not be hidden. If the others submit the mission first, we will have nothing to show for it. Although the 9th war zone was the first to complete this mission, each war zone will also receive 300,000 contributions. These words came out. Everyone else's faces looked much better. Although 300,000 contributions wasn't much, if you counted the 17 districts, it was a total of 5,100,000 contributions, and the 9th war zone was equivalent to earning 2,900,000 contributions, compared to the 9th battle region monopolizing 8 million contributions. This result was undoubtedly satisfactory to them. Cough. Ji Xian lightly coughed, pulling back the crowd's thoughts, and it was only when everyone's gazes fell back on him that this one spoke again. Marshal Gu's approach is good. Right now, since the appearance of the otherworldly entrance has been confirmed, then the next thing to do is to deal with the otherworldly invasion. What insights do you all have now? I thought. The others heard this and immediately voiced their opinions. Everyone had a different opinion. And you said one thing and I said another, making the entire high-level meeting of the Federation noisy. Kunlun Divine Realm. The moment the black light rushed up, Gu Qingyang's sight was to land on top of the shattered space, only to see that heavenly power destroying the space, turning it into a bizarrely twisted portal. Behind the portal was the revelation of an otherworldly aura. Although the portal in front of me was behind the other realm, it was different from saying that the other realm was right next to the Qingyang realm. In fact, the two realms were probably far apart. The function of the portal was equivalent to a teleportation door. As long as one stepped into the portal, one could cross the endless void and directly step into another world. Gu Qingyang's gaze fell above the portal, and the bizarrely distorted space blocked his sight, as if it was trying to completely isolate his probing. However, with the Eye of Heavenly Tao activated, Gu Qingyang seemed to be able to penetrate the endless void and see the scene behind the portal. There were many strong people present, although Gu Qingyang was unable to make out their figures. From the sense of their breath, there were a handful of third and fourth rankers, and there were also those who were stronger than fourth rankers. Is this the strength of the other world? Gu Qingyang's mind was frozen. In his perception alone, there was a suspected fifth-order powerhouse, and it was possible that this was not the strongest in the other world. After all, the upper limit of the first-order heaven and earth was able to accommodate ninth-order cultivators, and no one could be sure whether or not there were any ninth-order cultivators in that otherworldly heaven and earth. The fact that only suspected fifth-order cultivators had appeared at the moment was both bad news, but equally good news. In 3 more days, the entrance to the otherworldly world will be considered a complete success, and the otherworldly world will inevitably invade at that time, which is the greatest test for the Qingyang realm. If we can't even fend off the first wave of attack, then all is in vain. Gu Qingyang looked at the northern continent's portal, as well as looking at the otherworldly powerhouses behind the portal, and his long-calmed mind surged with a sense of wariness. The victory or defeat of this battle was unknown, but Gu Qingyang was clear that he could only win but not lose, because once he was defeated, he did not have any way back to speak of. Defeat. It was death. Gu Qingyang did not want to die, so this battle had to be won. Instantly, Gu Qingyang released the fourth Divine Kingdom quest. The otherworldly portal has opened in the northern continent. The Qingyang realm has reached the point of life and death. All the living beings of the Qingyang realm should take up arms and expel the otherworldly beings. Mission requirement: fend off the first wave of invasion from the otherworld. The more otherworldly beings you kill during this period, the more generous the rewards you'll receive. Mission Reward 1, killing first-order beings rewards 50 points of contribution. Killing second-order beings rewards 500 points of contribution. Killing third-order beings rewards 5,000 points of contribution. Killing fourth-order beings rewards 50,000 points of contribution. And killing fifth-order beings rewards 500,000 points of contribution. Mission Reward 2, repel the otherworldly invasion. The first ranked on the battle merit list will be rewarded with 10 million contributions. The top 10 will be rewarded with 5 million contributions. The top 30 will be rewarded with 3 million contributions. The top 50 will be rewarded with 2 million contributions. The top 100 will be rewarded with 1 million contributions. And all the participants will be rewarded with 100,000 contributions. Attention, the otherworldly beings are extremely strong. Do not be careless. With the appearance of the Divine Kingdom quest, the globe, that is, the entire Qingyang realm, was abuzz with excitement. Yan Haiyun third order medium, I'll go. There really is an otherworldly invasion. Yu Shouqing third order lower grade, God's country task good generous rewards. Beheading otherworldly beings is almost the most high grade contribution. There is also the war merit list. Shanxi third order upper grade, who's going to say what the hell is going on with the otherworldly invasion? And what's going on in the northern continent right now? Luo Qingdu third order upper grade, I have relatives in the northern continent. I heard that there is a black light rushing up to the sky. The visions are extremely scary. I think it is where the entrance to the otherworld is. Nyopu second order consummate, look at the mission reward, seems like the otherworldly invasion is very dangerous. Second order Mingxin shivering. Luo Hongchen third order consummate, there is no team to kill otherworldly beings. All of the chat content of the entire Divine Kingdom chat group was completely taken up by the news of the otherworldly invasion. Some people were excited about the Divine Kingdom mission rewards, while others were curious about the otherworldly invasion. But more people were heavy-hearted. A generous mission reward was often a sign of danger. This was enough to show that the otherworldly invaders were strong. Otherwise, wouldn't the Divine Kingdom chat group have released this kind of mission? The Federation's high level. All the heads met again. Ji Xian didn't make any nonsense and said directly, I believe you all are already clear about the mission of the Divine Kingdom chat group, and this battle is unavoidable. Now that the otherworldly invasion is imminent, the Federation must defend the northern continent to the death, and absolutely not allow the invaders to breach the Federation's defenses. Once the defense line is breached and the invaders open up in the northern continent, we will have a serious problem. The others nodded as they heard this. They naturally understood what Ji Xian meant. Once the otherworldly invasion opened up in the northern continent, then the other party's reinforcements would keep coming in, and without knowing the depths of their details, the chances of victory for the federal side would be slim. So if you want to resist the otherworldly invasion, you have to contain the other side at the entrance location, and not let it open up its roots in the northern continent. And, did you guys find out? The requirement of the Divine Kingdom mission is to hold off the first wave of the otherworldly invasion. How to determine whether or not it is successful in fending it off is also presumably predicated on whether or not the otherworld has opened up a situation in the northern continent. Although the Divine Kingdom mission does not mention the punishment for failure, it cannot be ruled out that after the mission fails, all rewards will be terminated. Gu Feng looked at the crowd and voiced his opinion, and at the end, he added, there is also another possibility. If we can't hold back the first wave of the otherworld's attack, then the Federation will have to be destroyed as a result. In that case, naturally, there would be no such thing as a punishment for failure, simply because the overthrow of the Federation is the greatest punishment. The overthrow of the Federation. When the others heard this, they all took a deep breath. A middle-aged marshal said in a deep voice, what Marshal Gu Feng said is true. There's nothing more to say now. Immediately dispatch all cultivators to defend against it. Also the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm. Is it possible to ask him to come out to help? If that one can make a move, we'll be able to have a lot more chances of winning. The one the other party was talking about was naturally Gu Qingyang. When the beast tide attacked and the Federation was on the verge of extinction, it was that person who shook down the ferocious beasts in the Kunlun mountain range, killing the top 10 ferocious beasts on the ferocious beasts list, and crushing the beast tide in one fell swoop. If not, the federal government had already been destroyed more than 10 years ago. And there is today's situation. That person's strength was already unfathomable more than 10 years ago. And now that he has opened up the Divine Kingdom chat group and is staying inside the Kunlun Divine Realm, it is unknown to anyone what step he has broken through to. There was one thing they had no doubt about, and that was that the other party's strength was at least at the 5th rank, with a high probability that it was at the 6th rank, or even higher than the 6th rank. If the other party could make a move, the Federation would undoubtedly be able to have a strong backing. Gu Feng slightly shook his head. After all, human beings have to rely on themselves. Only relying on that person, human beings are destined to have limited growth in the future. Moreover, right now the Kunlun Divine Realm has been established, and we do not have the qualifications to step into it. However, if the otherworldly invasion is truly irresistible, I believe that the one will not really sit back and do nothing. But right now to fight the first wave of otherworldly invasion, we must rely on the Federation itself. Although Gu Feng's faith in Gu Qingyang was extremely devout, he still believed that it was better to place one's hopes in the gods and not rely on one's own strength for a fight. If there was a reliance on external forces for everything, even if they were able to defeat the otherworldly invasion today, then what would happen if they ran into other perils tomorrow? If there is a trouble that the Kunlun God realm can't solve, then humanity will have no choice but to be killed. Yang Yan nodded with deep empathy. Marshal Gu is right. We can't completely rely on the Kunlun Divine Realm. And the emergence of the Divine Realm chat group is already giving humanity a chance. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. And right now, the otherworldly invasion is the best whetstone for the Federation. Soon, the Federation meeting was declared over. All the backbone forces of the 18 war zones went to the northern continent to resist the otherworldly invasion. And at the same time, the federal military also sent out a notice to enlist civilian cultivators to go. As soon as this notice was issued, a large number of people responded with their voices, but there was also a considerable portion of people who were confident in their strength and didn't care to cooperate with the military. Going to the North Continent alone, it could be said, in just a day or two, most of the cultivators from the entire Federation headed to the Northern Continent, leaving only a portion of first and second rank cultivators who thought they were not strong enough and stayed in the Eastern Continent without moving. Kunlun Divine Realm. Gu Qingyang incarnated as an agent of the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, he was able to give a complete view of all the things in the Qingyang realm, and when he saw all the strongest people in the Federation all heading to the North Continent, his gaze was likewise cast above the North Continent. The chaotic and twisted space gradually stabilized, and the black light that rushed up gradually dissipated into thin air. Gu Qingyang was clear that this was not a failure of the opening of the otherworldly entrance, but rather a sign that the otherworldly entrance was about to open successfully. When the disordered space was all stabilized, It would be the beginning of the otherworldly invasion. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but fall his gaze on the evergreen ancient tree and the other living beings. Nowadays, the human federation isn't too strong. The first wave of the otherworldly invasion will definitely not be small, and the Kunlun divine realm won't be able to completely sit at the back. However, 5 ancient trees of the 4th grade middle rank are in the end a little bit inferior in strength. Since this is the case, let's raise our strength first. With a thought, Gu Qingyang directly used 150 million beliefs to directly exchange 5 4th grade upper grade boundary breaking pills for the evergreen ancient tree and other beings to break through. Only after taking the 4th order upper grade boundary breaking pill, the ancient tree trembled violently, and an even more powerful aura than the original erupted out, causing the entire Kunlun divine realm to shake slightly. In less than a moment's effort, including the evergreen ancient tree, all 5 ancient trees broke through from 4th order middle grade to 4th order upper grade, and a powerful aura spread throughout the entire Kunlun divine realm, northern continent. All of the Federation powerhouses were gathered here at this moment, regardless of whether it was the federal military or the civil forces. Whenever they heard of the news of the otherworldly invasion, there were hardly a few who were afraid not to fight. When everyone stepped into the depths of the northern continent, they could see the distorted space, gradually diffusing into a portal, and vaguely seemed to be able to see the figure behind the portal. This is the otherworldly portal. Gu Feng's color was solemn. His eyes were dead set on the portal in front of him, from which he could feel a powerful oppression. This oppression, it did not only come from the portal, but also from behind the portal. Nowadays, Gu Feng had long stepped into the peak of the 4th order lower grade, and was only one opportunity away from breaking through to the 4th order middle grade, and his strength belonged to the top in the entire Federation. However, the aura behind the portal made Gu Feng feel a great threat. It could be seen, the strong person behind the portal was by no means simple. Not only was Gu Feng staring at the portal, but the other Federation executives as well as civil powerhouses. Their gazes all fell on top of the otherworldly portal. Otherworldly invasion dash. Jiang Ming's tiger eyes were chilling, his body's qi and blood gradually boiled, and a strong aura of solemnity emerged from him, with a great desire to fight. First there is the scourge of ferocious beasts, and then there is the invasion of the otherworld. Do you really think that we are all soft persimmons? The otherworldly portal does not open. If it opens, I will let the otherworldly beings understand that the Qingyang realm is inviolable. Jiang Ming's voice was cold. The 3 words Qingyang realm were known from the mission of the Divine Kingdom. Originally, the globe naturally had a name that belonged to him, but with the change in the Federation, the world and the heavens had long been different, and now that it was even renamed as the Qingyang realm, naturally, there was no one who objected. As Jiang Ming's words fell, a calm voice came out. What Pavilion Master Zhang said is right. My Qingyang realm is not something that anyone can come and mess with a bit. If they dare to come, I will dare to kill them. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming looked sideways just in time to be able to see a youth with a slender figure and a masculine face with thick eyebrows. Even though his face looked young, he stood there giving off a kind of might that should be expected from a superior person, causing awe to arise in one's heart as if it were involuntary. So it's President Lin. Rumor has it that President Lin's hand of the Imperial Heavenly Divine Sword is out of this world. Killing the enemy 100 miles apart is just a matter of idle time. I've also known about this kind of strength for a long time. Jiang Ming nodded his head and looked at Lin Ling with a few solemn eyes. President of the Qingyang Society. Nowadays, there were a number of 4th order powerhouses in the Federation. It was important to know that the same 4th order cultivators also had strengths and weaknesses with each other. Obviously, Lin Ling's strength was among the strongest in the 4th order. After all, the other party had the record of killing a 4th order middle grade beast. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Pavilion Master Zhang is overstating things. Lin Mao has heard that the Pavilion Master's fist killed a 4th order medium grade beast, and that the 9 pieces of bright jade body has already reached the realm of realization. All along, Mr. Lin has wanted to have a chance to fight side by side with Pavilion Master Zhang, and today I finally have this opportunity, and I am truly honored. The words fell. Lin Ling's face suddenly tightened with a smile, and his gaze fell back on top of the otherworldly portal. What are Pavilion Master Zhang's thoughts on the otherworldly invasion? It's inevitable, both an opportunity and a crisis. Jiang Ming shook his head and said indifferently. A simple sentence was already saying everything about the otherworldly invasion. Lin Ling nodded his head with deep empathy. That's right. This battle is both an opportunity and a crisis. Nowadays, there are not many ferocious beasts left in the entire Qingyang realm, with only a few remaining in the deep sea still remaining. If there is no otherworldly invasion, I don't know how long we will have to wait if we want to make a breakthrough. Without ferocious beasts, there would be no contribution, and without contribution, there would naturally be no way to exchange corresponding things from the Divine Kingdom chat group, and without exchange, there would be no breakthrough. Although the otherworldly invasion is dangerous, the Divine Kingdom chat group also releases corresponding tasks, giving them channels to harvest contributions. The only problem now is whether the Federation can hold back the first round of invasion. If they can expect a steady stream of contributions, and use the hands of the otherworld to break through to a higher level. If you can't, then it goes without saying that the Federation is about to be destroyed, with a large number of strong people stepping into the northern continent, led by the federal military. The civil forces of all parties have divided an area on their own, and then temporarily set up camp. Almost every area was a separate force that never crossed over to each other. The rest are some idle cultivators, converging in groups of 3 to 5, looking for reliable teammates with each other, preparing for the next battle. Of course, there were also some lone warriors who only trusted themselves and no one else, with a solitary personality that didn't care to work with anyone. Of all the resident forces among them, the biggest force was naturally the federal military. At this moment, the leaders of the 18 war zones truly met. Everyone's face was heavy. When they truly saw the otherworldly portal and felt the aura behind the portal, they could truly appreciate the threat of the otherworldly. Only from the situation of the otherworldly portal, there is no need to say more about the ferocity of this battle. I understand that all of you here have your own cards, but at this point in time, there is no longer any need to hide. If the Federation loses, all of it will be meaningless. The one who spoke was Ji Shen, this old marshal of the first war zone. Now the wrinkles and grooves on his face had been reduced a lot, and his entire face was as if he was 10 or 20 years younger. These changes were other than the changes brought about by the breakthrough in cultivation. Fourth order cultivator, broken down into a baby, called the baby cultivator. Cultivators in this realm, life expectancy is already from the life of a mortal. A direct breakthrough to 500 years, 50 or 60 years old, compared to a lifespan of 500 years, was naturally nothing. It wasn't just Ji Shen. The faces of the other people present were all a bit younger than usual. These changes were the benefits brought about by the breakthrough in realm cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other people's faces were different, and one of them said, "Old Marshal Ji, don't worry. At times like these, we naturally have to focus on the big picture. So how could we not be clear about it?" Originally he wanted to address the old marshal, but looking at the other party's now much younger face, how could the word old not be said? So he changed a name. As the other party's words fell, Gu Feng said, "Half a day ago the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm contacted me, stating that the Kunlun Divine Realm would also participate in this battle." Everyone's spirits were lifted at these words. The Kunlun God Realm will make a move? Good. To have the Kunlun God Realm step in, the chances of us winning this battle are greatly increased. Marshal Gu, what exactly did the one from the Kunlun God Realm say? Talking about the word Kunlun Divine Realm, everyone became much more animated, their eyes filled with exhilaration. In their opinion, the Kunlun Divine Realm was the strongest existence in the entire Qingyang realm, and if the Kunlun Divine Realm could step in, then the otherworldly invasion might not be able to threaten the Qingyang realm. Looking at the exhilarated looks of the crowd, Gu Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to splash some cold water. That one only said that the Kunlun Divine Realm would step in, but did not say that that one would personally step in. The green young divine tree passed on a formation to me, which can be used to summon reinforcements from the Kunlun Divine Realm. But this formation needs to use 100 pounds of 4th order spirit stones as its foundation, and to exchange the corresponding formation base to build it. I have done some rough calculations. If I were to build this formation, I would need a conservative estimate of 2 million contributions to do so. As Gu Feng's words fell, the smiles on the faces of the others present froze. Yang Yan's brows furrowed. Could it be that there are other strong people in the Kunlun Divine Realm besides the Qingyang Divine Tree? The reason why the Kunlun Divine Realm was powerful was attributed to the fact that there was the Qingyang Divine Tree sitting in the center. Without the Qingyang Divine Tree, the Kunlun Divine Realm would be meaningless. However, no one had ever heard that the entire Kunlun Divine Realm had other powerful people in existence besides the Qingyang Divine Tree. Although the others didn't speak, they had the same question on their faces. Gu Feng said, "When I traveled to the Kunlun Divine Realm in the past, I found that there were other ancient trees present there as well. As for how many ancient trees there are in the entire Kunlun Divine Realm, and at what level of strength they are at, I am also unclear for the time being, but since 2 million contributions are required to set up this formation, I believe that the strength of the powerhouses summoned will definitely not be weak, and will at least be at the 4th rank level." This point, Gu Feng was able to be 100% certain. After all, it was impossible for that person to allow the Federation to spend 2 million contributions and then summon a few 3rd order or even 2nd order ancient trees to trap people. An otherworldly invasion could threaten the Federation, and it would likewise threaten the Kunlun Divine Realm. However, What truly convinced Gu Feng that the Kunlun divine realm wouldn't be a pitfall was because of Gu Qingyang's existence. As a saint of the highest rank, Gu Feng wouldn't even half-question Gu Qingyang. Silence. The entire high-level meeting was plunged into a short silence. After a long time, Ji Xian nodded. 2 million contributions is not a problem. If the 18 war zones combine their efforts to come up with something, it's only 100,000 or so contributions for one war zone. What Marshal Gu said is also correct. Since this formation uses 2 million contributions, there is no way that it will not have some effect. Now that the otherworldly invasion is imminent, we need to set up the formation before the otherworldly portal actually opens. No problem. Good. Ji Xian had already spoken, so of course the other warzone heads would have no objections. In less than a moment's effort, Gu Feng had collected all 2 million contributions, and then it was time to exchange them for the corresponding things within the Divine Kingdom store. Eventually, he came outside to a relatively empty place, and following the guidelines in his mind, he began to work on setting up the corresponding formations. 3 days, the otherworldly portal was becoming clearer and clearer, and everyone had a premonition that the opening of the otherworldly portal was imminent, and it might just be a matter of the next day or two. In response to this, all of the Federation cultivators who had gathered here were standing by with solemn expressions on their faces. On the other side, Gu Feng, on the other hand, was not listening to what was going on outside the window and was fully focused on setting up the formation. They're coming. In the Kunlun divine realm, Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of the otherworldly portal in the depths of the northern continent, only to see that the turbulent space had completely calmed down at the moment, as if the portal was made of poured bronze. There was no cover, and only endless darkness was revealed, causing one to feel instinctive palpitations. As an agent of the heavenly Tao, Gu Qingyang was able to accurately feel the aura that made him feel disgusted. It was an aura that belonged to the otherworld. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the northern continent also fell above the darkness behind the portal. Suddenly, there was a terrifying aura that erupted out from amongst the darkness, as if some horrible existence was madly rushing out, and the faces of all the fourth-ranked cultivators were all grave. They're coming. Everyone prepare to meet them. With a roar, the Qingyang realm side was also as demoralized as a rainbow. Boom! Only to see a terrifying aura sweeping like a wave of air. There was a burly body stepping out from the otherworldly portal, its face rugged and its eyes as fierce as a tiger or leopard. %7 and an asterisk at hashtag end. The other party's mouth spoke an odd language, and the others could not understand such otherworldly languages at all. However, whether or not they could understand it was secondary. The otherworldly portal was open, and the human-like beings in front of them were intruders, and since they were intruders, killing them was just a matter of course. And, among everyone's perceptions, there were more breaths approaching behind the otherworldly portal. Kill him! Zhang Ming roared angrily and took a step into the air. His body's majestic qi and blood was like a river rushing through his body, and his vast qi and blood filled his entire body as if a true dragon had come out of the world. His fist wrapped in endless qi and blood and blasted out, the terrifying power causing space to become distorted. The otherworldly powerhouse's face changed slightly as he looked at Zhang Ming in front of him as if he had seen some unbelievable existence, and immediately afterward, he saw the other party's same qi and blood explode, and a gust of dragon's roar emanated from the blood mist. Boom! The fists of the two men bombarded, and in an instant, a terrifying and extreme fluctuation erupted. Zhang Ming's body shook and his figure nearly fell down from the void as he looked at the otherworldly powerhouse in front of him, and shock flowed from his eyes. Dragon Transformation Realm. The otherworldly being in front of him was clearly a Dragon Transformation Realm cultivator. What did this mean? It meant that the cultivation system of the other realm was the same as his own. And it was the same as the Dragon Transformation Realm. Zhang Ming could feel that the other party's qi and blood was much stronger than his own. The otherworldly being in front of him was not only at the beginning stage of the Dragon Transformation Realm, but was likely to step into the middle stage of the Dragon Transformation Realm, or even the level of the latter stage of the Dragon Transformation Realm. After the shock, Zhang Ming's heart was boiling with battle spirit. So what if he was at the Dragon Transformation Realm? He had never fought with a strong person who was also at the Dragon Realm, and in a fight between cultivators, the realm sometimes could not determine the winner, but the combat experience and the inheritance of the Jedi School all had a certain determining factor. So, after learning that the otherworldly being in front of him was also at the Dragon Transformation Realm, Zhang Ming instantly killed the other party again. Sensing Zhang Ming's powerful strength, the otherworldly spirits similarly roared and killed towards the other party. At the same time, the long sword broke through the air. Lin Ling rose up in the air, and the Heaven's Fury sword erupted with a fierce sword chi, actually attacking the otherworldly being from behind, forming a back-and-forth attack with Zhang Ming. Just as Lin Ling made his move, The other Federation 4th-ranked powerhouses all glanced at each other and synchronized their moves without hesitation. Although it was a bit unfair to bully the few with the many. But when did the war between the two realms come down to fairness? Since the otherworldly being in front of them dared to be the first to set foot in the Qingyang realm, they would be killed first. After all, the otherworldly portal's breath was surging, and the otherworldly powerhouses would soon arrive. Killing one person first now would also weaken the strength of the otherworld in disguise, gaining an additional chance of victory for the subsequent Federation. %7 and an asterisk at hashtag and. The otherworldly being was instantly caught in the siege of dozens of 4th-ranked cultivators. His face was furious, and he directly broke into a rage. But his words didn't completely fall before he was drowned out by a terrifying torrent of power. Absolute immortal realm. Gu Qingyang looked at the besieged otherworldly being. The otherworldly language in the other party's mouth did not have any difficulty at all when it fell on his ears trying to hear its meaning clearly. Before the fusion of the heavenly Tao origin, Gu Qingyang had the natural aptitude of divine whispering, and was able to talk to all living things in the heavens and earth, and understand their language. However, after the fusion of the heavenly Tao origin, the divine spirit whispering talent had disappeared. However, the news of this avatar had only disappeared from the data panel. In fact, after transforming into the divine tree of the heavenly Tao, Gu Qingyang naturally possessed the ability to understand the language of all living things and speak with them, which was the advantage of the divine tree of the heavenly Tao. From the words of this otherworldly being, Gu Qingyang understood where the other party came from and their identity. Absolute immortal realm. Elder Shui Wei of the hegemony sect. Without a doubt, Absolute immortal realm was the name of the otherworld. And as for the words of the overlord sect, it should be the name of a sect in the absolute immortal realm. Looking with the eye of the heavenly Tao, Gu Qingyang could see that Shui Wei's actual realm was at the upper rank of the 4th order. But under the suppression of the heavenly Tao realm, it was only the middle rank of the 4th order. A clan elder can have a 4th order upper grade realm. It seems that the hegemony sect's strength is not that simple. The probability is that there will be a 5th order powerhouse inside the clan. As for whether there is a 6th order is unknown for the time being. Also the strength of the hegemony sect. I don't know where it can be ranked in the absolute immortal realm. Gu Qingyang secretly thought. If the overlord sect belonged to the top in the entire absolute immortal realm, then the strength of the absolute immortal realm was much weaker than expected. Even though such strength was somewhat threatening, it couldn't be too threatening. However, if the overlord sect belonged to the bottom in the entire absolute immortal world, then it would be a different story. A thought like this, Gu Qingyang immediately released a quest. There is an invasion of the absolute immortal realm today, and an otherworldly being from the absolute immortal realm hegemony sect has taken the lead in attacking the Qingyang realm. This is a great offense. Mission requirement, capture overlord sect elder Shui Wei alive. Mission reward, those who capture Shui Wei alive will be able to earn 50,000 battle merit points, 20,000 contribution points, and all participants will be able to earn 10,000 battle merit points. Attention! Shui Wei's death is considered a mission failure. Boom! On the northern Great Land, the hegemony sect elder Shui Wei was heavily injured by the Federation's strongest set of fire in almost a single shot, and just as he nearly died, all of them were given the corresponding Divine Kingdom quests. They didn't recognize any Shui Wei, but in the underworld, the Divine Kingdom chat group had its own power to guide them, telling them that the otherworldly being in front of them was the so-called overlord sect elder Shui Wei. Instantly, the original strike that had exterminated Shui Wei, all of them instinctively gathered some of their power, and in the end, Lin Ling cut off Shui Wei's limbs with a single sword strike, capturing him one step ahead of everyone else. When the others saw this scene, their faces did not look too good. After all, 20,000 points of contribution and 50,000 points of battle merit were not bad rewards, especially 50,000 battle merit points, which affected the ranking of the entire battle merit list. Not bad. Since the opening of the otherworldly portal, a battle merit list had appeared in the Divine Kingdom chat group, and the battle merit rankings of all the people in this battle would appear on the list. The battle merit list's battle merit is in the same proportion as the contribution. In other words, if you killed a first-order otherworldly spirit, you would be able to get 50 points of contribution and 50 points of battle merit at the same time. Therefore, Lin Ling had undoubtedly taken the lead by capturing Shui Wei first. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling laughed. Today, the Qingyang society will take the first prize. There are many otherworldly beings behind us, so I believe that all of you won't care about a mere 50,000 battle merit. President Lin's strength is superior. If he captured Shui Wei with his skills, we have nothing to say, someone said with a leathery smile. Just as Lin Ling had said, now that the otherworldly invasion had only begun, a single Shui Wei, although he had allowed the Qingyang society to come out on top, could not truly determine the ranking of the entire battle merit list, especially now that a great enemy was at hand. No one wanted to start with an internal conflict just because of a mere Shui Wei. So, even though many people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling's capture of Shui Wei, they didn't really flip out. Seeing this, Lin Ling was also very sensible, and after capturing Shui Wei, the first thing he did was to return to the rear to build a formation and sacrifice Shui Wei. Not bad. It was the formation. To perform the great sacrifice technique, one needed to carve a corresponding formation in order to truly open it, but such formations did not consume much and could be constructed with only a first-order spirit stone. 100 pounds of first-order spirit stones only required 1,000 contribution points, which was more than enough to perform a great sacrifice technique. Boom! An extremely powerful aura erupted from the otherworldly portal, only to see a Shui Wei-like powerhouse stepping out from the endless darkness. Monstrous blood chi intertwined, and gusts of dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth. All the otherworldly beings looked at the Federation powerhouses in front of them, and there was a gaze in their eyes, and their mouths spoke the language of the Jedi immortal realm, making the others puzzled. However, from the angry eyes of the otherworldly beings, the Federation crowd could understand the meaning of the other party's words. There were no words. Almost in a single glance, the two sides were erupting into an intense clash, only to see Ji Xian stepping into the air, his body's spiritual energy surging. The fire spirit power in the heavens and earth were all converging towards him crazily, transforming into monstrous flames sweeping through the air, drowning towards one of the fourth-ranked middle-grade otherworldly living spirits. The latter roared angrily, speaking an unknown language, and the ebony and gold longsword chopped down from mid-air, its fierce power seemingly capable of destroying mountains and breaking yakes. The two forces bombarded together and immediately erupted with terrifying might. The ebony long knife cut through the flames. The intimidating blade reflected in Ji Xian's eyes. The old marshal of the first war zone was not in a state of panic. Between the flick of the finger there was spiritual energy transformed into sword chi to break through the air. The powerful blow was like a heavenly collapse, and fiercely bombarded on the top of the long knife. The fierce force impacted the blade body, making that otherworldly being's tiger's mouth vibration. Vaguely seems to appear a little cracked, but less than one is to recover completely. %7 and amp, asterisk at hashtag and amp. Otherworldly beings roared. All the body's chi and blood converge in the ebony blade. The void seems to have a great body emerged. Fierce breath swept in all directions. The next breath, the ebony and gold long knife chopped down. That magnificent shadow also chopped down a knife. The two knives overlapped in the void, and the terrifying power was even able to tear the space apart, revealing the heart-pounding darkness within. Good timing. Ji Xian's tiger's eyes glared angrily. The Yuaning in his dantian catalyzed, the monstrous spiritual energy condensed, and the fiery flames that engulfed heaven and earth shot up into the sky, causing the temperature around him to rise a lot out of thin air. Two supreme power bombardment. Both are body shock, the body of the chi and blood surging unceasingly. Chi and blood backward several steps in unison. This strike, both sides were evenly matched. Ji Xian's chest rose and fell violently, mobilizing his spiritual energy to forcefully suppress the churning chi and blood. His feet once again stepped into the air, wanting to cut down that otherworldly being on the spot. At the same time, that otherworldly being also roared angrily and killed towards Ji Xian. Boom! Rumble! The entire depths of the northern continent were now in a melee. As each otherworldly spirit stepped out, all of the Federation powerhouses swarmed up, erupting into a grueling bloodbath. One could only see the otherworldly beings taking the fourth-order powerhouses as the vanguard, followed by a large number of second-order as well as third-order cultivators, killing with the federal cultivators. Almost every second, a living being fell, either a federal cultivator or an otherworldly being. Kunlun Mountain Range, only to see that above the brand new altar, there was a person whose limbs had been chopped off lying there powerlessly. This person was no one else. It was none other than Overlord Sect Elder Shui Wei. At this moment, the wounds of Shui Wei's severed limbs had already scabbed over, and with the powerful life force of the fourth-stage dragon transformation realm, although he couldn't manage to live and die, his life was also much more tenacious than that of a mortal. However, Shui Wei now completely ignored his own thoughts. His eyes looked at the front in shock, only to see that there was a celestial divine tree standing straight into the clouds, and a terrifying heavenly might-like aura emanated out, causing his body's chi and blood to become stagnant. Who are you? Shui Wei's face was filled with shock. The heavenly divine tree in front of him gave him a powerful sense of oppression, much more frightening than even facing his own patriarch directly. To know, the Hegemony Sect's patriarch was a real-life powerhouse above the level of dragon transformation, and an existence that could be ranked in the entire ancient wasteland. The Tsang Tian divine tree's aura in front of him was more terrifying than even the Overlord Sect patriarchs. indicating that the other party's strength had most likely reached the absolute peak of a true lord, or even surpassed the boundaries of a true lord. True lord? There's no way. Just as soon as this thought emerged, it was directly interrupted by Shui Wei. The aura of this heaven and earth was so weak. How could a true lord-level powerhouse exist? That was an existence that belonged to the top in the entire ancient wasteland. Only the great holy lands could have true lords sitting in their ranks. Just as Shui Wei was secretly shocked, spiritual energy surged from the celestial god tree, transforming into a green church figure that slowly fell down and appeared in front of the other party. You are the being from the realm of the absolute immortals. You can understand the language of the absolute immortal realm. Shui Wei was even more shocked. He had realized when he stepped into this realm that the language of this realm was completely different from the absolute immortal realm, but the words spoken by the person in front of him were pure absolute immortal realm language when they fell on Shui Wei's ears. Without waiting for Shui Wei to be shocked much, he saw Gu Qingyang slowly step in front of the other party. What are you going to do? Shui Wei's face changed drastically as he tried to struggle, but he realized that he was imprisoned by a terrifying force, and there was no way for him to move even if he wanted to. Gu Qingyang said with a faint smile, "You don't need to be nervous. I just want to learn about the absolute immortal realm from your memories. You don't want to search your soul." Shui Wei's face immediately changed drastically when he heard this. Of course he understood what would happen if he searched his soul, and immediately he was ready to explode himself. Only a pity. The Kunlun divine realm had a powerful sealing force that fell on Shui Wei's body, making the other party unable to do anything even if he wanted to blow himself up, and could only watch as Gu Qingyang's palm was placed on top of his head. Memory reading. Gu Qingyang instantly activated his natural aptitude, and a powerful force fell into Shui Wei's mind, instantly reading out his memories. Absolute immortal realm. Overlord sect. Ancient desolate Holy Land. Tianyang Holy Land. Scene after scene of memories surged out from Gu Qingyang's mind, and without a moment's effort, he managed to read out all of Shui Wei's memories. The strength of a mid-4th rank was naturally not enough to look at in front of Gu Qingyang's 5th rank consummation. The absolute immortal realm. Ancient desolate. Is interesting. Gu Qingyang looked at the lax-eyed Shui Wei in front of him, and a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. From Shui Wei's memories, the heaven and earth where the other party was located was called the absolute immortal realm, and this realm was vast and boundless, much larger than even the Qingyang realm. The large absolute immortal realm was divided into several regions, just like the various continents of the Qingyang realm, and the ancient wasteland was one of those regions. This region is honored by 3 great holy lands, respectively, the ancient wasteland Holy Land, the heavenly Yang Holy Land, and the Taishu Holy Land, the so-called Holy Land. It was an ancient power that had an ancient inheritance. In any of the Holy Lands, there was a true lord-level powerhouse in attendance. The so-called true lords, according to the division of the Qingyang realm, were equivalent to 6th-ranked powerhouses. Below the Holy Land, there were the various great clans. The hegemony sect was a large sect second only to the Holy Lands, and there were true lords within the sect who were comparable to the 5th-ranked powerhouses of the Qingyang realm. Like the otherworldly entrance opening thing, in the entire GSCN realm is not a stranger. Each region from time to time there will be otherworldly entrances open, each other war killing. Some clans and sanctuaries directly occupy a side of the otherworldly world as a backup supply for their own forces, thus ensuring a steady growth and strength. A long time ago, there was a heaven and earth phenomenon in the ancient wasteland, which attracted the attention of powerful sects from all sides. These powerful people came there and unanimously concluded that there would be an otherworldly entrance opening soon, so all the sects sent their experts to be stationed here, just waiting for the otherworldly entrance to open, and then entered to plunder the resources. This is the beginning and end of the invasion of the Jedi Immortal world. That was the beginning and end of the Jedi Immortal realm's invasion. It seems that although the strength of the Jedi Immortal realm isn't weak, it isn't as strong as I thought it would be, and with the various top Holy Lands only having 6th-ranked powerhouses in attendance, it's much less threatening. However, from Shui Wei's memories, once upon a time, the ancient wasteland did have strong people of the 6th rank and above in existence, and it was only later when the heavens and earth underwent a drastic change that strong people of the 6th rank and above became extinct. According to the hegemony sect's speculation, the great Holy Lands might have old undead existed above the 6th order, but such news is just speculation. There is no way to fully confirm it. Gu Qingyang murmured to himself. Understanding Shui Wei's memories was considered good news for him. Although the absolute immortal realm was strong, it wasn't so strong that the Qingyang realm couldn't contend with it. The apparent supreme powerhouses of the various Holy Lands were only around the 6th rank, and although it was unclear exactly how strong such powerhouses were, Gu Qingyang was confident that he wouldn't be weaker than a 6th-ranked true lord. If these 6th-ranked powerhouses dared to step into the Qingyang realm, Gu Qingyang was even more certain that he would be able to kill them. After all, under the heavenly Dao realm, Gu Qingyang was able to make a certain living being fall down a large rank and ignore its strength. In other words, if there was really a 6th-ranked powerhouse inside, Gu Qingyang would be able to suppress his strength to the 5th-rank level and then directly kill him. Looking at Shui Wei, whose soul had been damaged and reduced to an idiot, Gu Qingyang moved his mind, and the roots of the divine tree broke out of the ground, directly dragging him into the earth. After doing this, only then did Gu Qingyang look at the battle situation in the northern continent again. The ancient wasteland was very strong, and there were no less than 100 4th-order powerhouses that had arrived today, and among them, there was no shortage of mid to upper 4th order, or even 4th-order perfection powerhouses. However, Gu Qingyang always activated the heavenly Dao domain, and the strength of all Nanqingyang realm beings below the 6th rank dropped by 1 level. In this way, it was greatly easing the pressure on the Federation side and not presenting a defeat. Boom! There was a terrifying aura that erupted from the otherworldly portal. A green shirt appeared in everyone's line of sight, and a might as vast as an abyss swept through the 4 directions, and all the federal cultivators who noticed this aura had a change of color. 5th-order powerhouse. The aura on the green-shirt man in front of him was horrifying, and it was a completely different concept from the 4th order. There was no doubt. The other party was clearly stepping into the 5th rank. It seems that this realm is not weak. The green-shirt man looked at the situation in front of him, and at first glance, he could see no less than 3 digits of cultivators who could match a dragon transformation, causing him to raise his eyebrows slightly. This time, the ancient wilderness had an otherworldly portal, and some of this world's heaven and earth had escaped into the absolute immortal realm, and because of its weak aura, the green-shirt man mistakenly thought that the strength of this realm was too weak to handle. I never thought. The depth of the Qingyang realm surprised the green-shirt man. At the same time, there was a force that descended from the underworld, causing the aura on his body to plummet a notch. In response to this, the green-shirt man frowned again. Heavenly Dao pressure. This realm really isn't simple. The heavenly Dao existed in any realm. It was just that some heavens and earths were weak, and the power of the heavenly Dao was pitifully weak, only able to suppress cultivators who had transformed dragons as well as those who had refined their organs. For those who stepped into the real person level of power, there was no half effect. However, nowadays, the heavenly Dao pressure of the Qingyang realm made the green-shirt man who had already stepped into the middle stage of the true humanity level directly fall to the beginning stage of the true humanity level. So it could be seen that the heavenly Dao pressure of this realm was extraordinary. However, even with the presence of the heavenly Dao pressure, the green-shirt man didn't care too much. Although this realm was quite a bit stronger than the other realms, so far, no real person-level powerhouses had appeared, and only transformation dragons were honored. Even if a dragon transformation cultivator was strong, he was nothing in front of a true person. In an instant, the green-shirt man's palm suppressed and fell. The terrifying power caused the heavens and earth to seemingly vibrate violently, and the vastness of the abyss-like might shattered space, causing Lin Ling, who was fighting with a 4th-ranked cultivator, to change his expression drastically. Not good. Lin Ling did not have time to think about it. When he saw the palm dipper breaking through the air, he immediately offered up his own divine soldier and spat out a mouthful of essence blood into the divine soldier. As the blood fell in, the power of the divine soldier was pushed to its limit, only to see the heavenly sword chi tearing the space. The heaven and earth spiritual chi madly gathered. The sword was like a thunderbolt, vaguely visible heavenly might revealed. Boom! 2 forces bombarded. The sword chi instantly crumbled. The aftermath of more than just the power of the bombardment fell. The last moment Lin Ling strangled the spell. Their spiritual power shield emerged in the critical time to block this attack. But even so, Lin Ling also fell down from the mid-air. His breath was much more disheveled. A completely different cultivation system. Interesting. The green-shirt man looked at Lin Ling, who had resisted his own palm without being seriously injured, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. With his cultivation level as a real person, he could naturally see that Lin Ling's cultivation system was completely different from the absolute immortal realm. As a matter of fact, it was normal for the cultivation system of the other realm to be different from the absolute immortal realm. However, the problem was that in the Qingyang realm, there were both cultivators who practiced the absolute immortal realm system and cultivators who did not practice the absolute immortal realm system. So it could be seen that this realm's inheritance must have been extremely prosperous in the past. Thinking of this, the green-shirt man was somewhat excited inwardly. A heaven and earth that was able to harbor multiple cultivation inheritances at the same time must have a strong foundation. Even if this realm was now in decline, as long as it could be taken down, the benefits would be much stronger than other weak heaven and earth. Damn it! Lin Ling forcibly suppressed the churning of qi and blood in his heart and looked at the green-shirt man in mid-air. His eyes filled with anger. The words of the other party fell on his ears and were simply unintelligible. But the green-shirt man's powerful strength made Linling feel a sense of crisis that he had never felt before. The power of a fifth-ranked real person was much more frightening than anything he had expected. Just as the green-shirt man was about to strike again, completely suppressing Linling, he saw a flashy light in front of him. A celestial ancient tree appeared out of thin air, and a powerful aura spread out, only like a shocking wave. The sudden change caused the faces of the cultivators of both realms to change. The difference was, the people from the Qingyang realm were ecstatic, while the people from the absolute immortal realm's faces were filled with shock. A strong person from the Kunlun divine realm has appeared. The Qingyang divine tree has already dispatched its divine envoys. Everyone follow me to kill all these foreign realm brats. Kill! Several fourth-ranked cultivators roared, and the entire federation was demoralized. The Kunlun divine realm was the faith in the hearts of everyone in the Qingyang realm, and it was also the supreme holy land. Although the ancient tree in the sky that appeared right now was not that Qingyang divine tree, it was also from the Kunlun divine realm, which meant that the Kunlun divine realm wouldn't stand idly by. In this regard, the Confederation's morale had since grown immensely. On the contrary, the people from the Jedi immortal realm on the other hand had ugly faces. Dragon transformation perfection. The green-shirt man's face was solemn, and his eyes were cold as he stared at the evergreen ancient tree. Although he didn't recognize the identity of the evergreen ancient tree, the aura emanating from its body was clearly stepping into the level of dragon transformation perfection. It was a few points stronger than an ordinary dragon transformation perfection. If one were to rigidly divide it, it was almost the equivalent of a half-step real person. After the shock, the green-shirt man was laughing coldly. So what if I am a half-step real person? Even if this seed is suppressed by the heavenly Tao, resolving a mere half-step real person will be easy. A real person is a real person. Cultivators who have not really stepped into this realm, even if they are half a step behind, it is impossible to be a real person's opponent. But before the green-shirt man's words fell, he saw another ancient tree suddenly appear. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, 4 trees, 5 trees. In less than a moment's effort, the ancient trees that were considered to have just appeared, now 5 ancient trees appeared in one breath, and the aura that permeated each of them was equivalent to a half-step fifth stage, which was also both a half-step real person's ground. At this moment, the green-shirt man's face instantly turned green. If it was in his heyday, he wasn't afraid of a mere 5 half-step real people. But in today's situation where his strength had fallen by 1 level, the green-shirt man had the certainty to deal with 1 or 2 half-step real people, but never the certainty to deal with 5 half-step real people at the same time. Boom! Without waiting for the green-shirt man to think too much, he saw the evergreen ancient tree take the lead in launching an attack. The roots and whiskers of the ancient tree shattering space like a giant python, wrapping up a terrifying force and attacking towards the other party. The moment the evergreen ancient tree made its move, the Big Dipper ancient tree and other beings also synchronized their attacks. 5 powerhouses that were comparable to a half-step fifth stage combined their attacks. That powerful sense of oppression made the green-shirt man's heart and mind tense up. His body's chi and blood exploded as much as it could. The majestic blood chi power transformed into a raging river, and the terrifying power shook through the space. Boom! The green-shirt man took a step into the air. His fist shattered a root, but there were more ancient tree roots that tore through the blood mist, causing the other party to dodge away. However, just as the green-shirt man's footsteps had just moved, the other ancient trees had already blocked his retreat. Several roots and whiskers ruthlessly smashed down on the green-shirt man's back, hitting the other party's chi and blood collapsing, and his clothes exploding into a bloody mess. Damn it! The green-shirt man's face was maniacal. The injuries on his body not only didn't make his attack weaken, instead, it became more and more intense, thinking that he was a real person powerhouse. When did he end up in such a wretched situation? Today, even if this seat spares serious injuries, I still want you and the others to live. The green-shirt man roared. His fist power was like shattering mountains. The ancient tree roots collided with such power and instantly exploded. The roots broke. Dark green sap spilled down. The earth-fiend ancient tree trembled gently, its branches and leaves swaying crazily, as if it was suffering from some kind of unspeakable pain. But the attack of the other ancient trees had already arrived, and the terrifying power bombarded the green-shirt man's body, causing the other party's injuries to become more and more serious. Seeing that the green-shirt man was outmatched and was about to fall, he saw that in the otherworldly portal, several more auras comparable to those of the 5th rank erupted out. Immediately after that, one after another strong person with the same aura as the green-shirt man stepped out from the otherworldly portal, and a horrifying aura swept through the 4 directions, as if a calm sea surface had lifted up 10,000 huge waves, causing people's hearts to feel despair. Another 5th-order powerhouse, counting the green-shirt man from just now. Right now there are already 6 5th-order powerhouses. The faces of the Federation cultivators were unsightly. Ji Xian's mouth was stained with blood as he looked at the 5 powerhouses standing in the air. There was shock in his eyes as well as decisiveness. The strength of the other world this time was already beyond Ji Xian's expectations. If one 5th order powerhouse appeared, there was still a chance that it could be dealt with the assistance of the Federation as well as the Kunlun Divine Realm. Then 6 5th order powerhouses had already exceeded the limit of what the Federation could withstand. Even if these 5th ranked powerhouses didn't make a move, they would be able to limit the strength of 4th ranked cultivators just by virtue of their pressure, and it would be even more difficult for those below the 4th ranked level to resist. The only possibility of breaking the situation right now was for the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm to personally make a move. However, Ji Xian, as the head of the Federation and the marshal of the First War Zone, wouldn't really be afraid to fight. So when the 5 5th order otherworldly powerhouses appeared, he directly exploded his power, and after the monstrous divine flames engulfed the other party, he didn't stop for even a moment, and killed the 5th order powerhouses in mid-air. 4th rank Mole Cricket, you do have some courage, but it's a pity that an ant shaking a tree is ultimately not self-consuming. With a disdainful expression, a man looked at the heavenly divine fire that swept towards him, and a long spear shattered space, the sharpest to the core power tearing through the divine fire and instantly bombarding Ji Xian's body. Boom! The powerful force pierced through the spiritual power shield, directly leaving a hideous bloody hole in front of Ji Xian's chest. This kind of injury would have been fatal long ago if it was an ordinary person, but as a 4th stage Yuaning cultivator, such an injury was not enough to threaten life. However, the strike from the otherworldly realist also caused Ji Xian to fall into mid-air. Seeing this, the strong man who had struck out took a step into the air. His spear spat out cold light, and the intimidating gun gang shattered the space, wanting to completely decimate Ji Xian. At this moment, a burly cultivator stepped into the air and arrived. His arms' meridians were like gnarled dragons protruding, his body's chi and blood condensed into one, erupting into a powerful punch. Chi and blood filled the air. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The fist blasted out with all his might, and managed to shatter the gun dipper, while the recoil force caused the skin of his arms to explode, and he was already drenched in blood and flesh. 5th rank. Gu Feng looked at his bleeding arms and then at the otherworldly realist. There was gravity as well as wariness in his eyes. He was previously responsible for setting up the formation and did not have the opportunity to strike first. Now that the formation was completed, Gu Feng immediately rushed here, not expecting to see Ji Xian fall. Without much time to think, Gui was trying his best to block this fatal blow for Ji Xian. Is Marshal Ji okay? Gu Feng's chest was heaving violently. The blown-up flesh and blood of his arms had already healed and scabbed over, but the churning chi and blood in his body did not calm down completely. Ji Xian shook his head slightly. The old man won't be able to die for the time being. It's just that now that several 5th order otherworldly powerhouses have appeared, the Federation is only afraid that it will have a hard time winning. Ha ha, why would a person of my generation be afraid of a dead horse? Even if they die in battle. So what? Even if they die, I will rip off a piece of their flesh. Gu Feng let out a loud laugh, not seeing the slightest bit of fear on his face, as if he was infected by Gu Feng's boldness in battle. Ji Xian's face was also a little more relieved. What Marshal Gu said is reasonable. Today you and I will join hands and have a good battle with these otherworldly powerhouses. The conversation between the two landed in the ears of that otherworldly real person, causing an icy look in his eyes. Although he didn't understand the language of the Qingyang realm, he also knew how to read words and colors, and the two people's appearance of not putting themselves in their eyes undoubtedly made him extremely angry. In an instant, this otherworldly real person was holding a gun to kill. The fierce power tore through the space, the tip of the gun gleaming with cold light, taking the hearts of the people. Seeing this, Gu Feng as well as Ji Xian both looked grave, glanced at each other, and then attacked left and right as if they were unaware of each other. On the other side, the other 4 5th order otherworldly powerhouses also did not watch the battle, but instead killed towards the evergreen ancient tree and other beings in unison. Under the siege of the 5 ancient trees, the state of the green-shirted man was already miserable to the extreme, and if they didn't make a move, the other party might even fall. Before invading this realm, the various forces of the ancient wasteland had made an agreement, so it was naturally impossible for them to sit back and watch the green-shirted man lose. With the 5 5th order otherworldly powerhouses joining the battlefield, the original situation of the evergreen ancient tree and other beings suppressing the green-shirted man was instantly broken. In an instant, the roots of the ancient tree shattered, including the evergreen ancient tree. All 5 ancient trees were heavily injured. 6 5th ranked powerhouses. In the Kunlun divine realm, Gu Qingyang coldly watched the killing in the northern continent. From Shuiwei's memories, there weren't many ancient wasteland 5th order powerhouses, and any one of them was at the level of a great sect leader or a sacred land elder. Now that the invasion of a Qingyang realm had so many 5th order powerhouses appearing, It also made Gu Qingyang a bit surprised. Originally, Gu Qingyang didn't want to make a move now, so as not to expose the Qingyang realm's biggest card and allow the people of the absolute immortal realm to be prepared. But now the appearance of 6 5th-rank cultivators made Gu Qingyang realize that if he didn't make a move, the Qingyang realm would definitely lose. There was no way around it. The Qingyang realm's depth was too shallow. The aura revival had only appeared 30 years ago, but cultivation hadn't really been popularized. And it was only when the Divine Kingdom chat group had appeared 15 years ago that cultivation had become prevalent. In 15 years, the Federation had gone from nothing to something, and the strongest people had stepped into the 4th rank, which was pretty much the limit. Nowadays, the strongest people, such as Gu Feng, were all at the beginning of the 4th rank. If the Federation could be given a few more decades, it wouldn't be impossible for a 5th-order powerhouse to appear. It was only a pity. The absolute immortal realm clearly didn't give this opportunity. The fact that the evergreen ancient tree and other beings were able to break through to the point where they were at the perfect 4th rank, comparable to a half-step 5th rank, was still because Gu Qingyang had privately opened up a small kitchen and spared no expense to elevate them. Boom! The powerful force shattered the roots and whiskers. The evergreen ancient tree's torso crumbled, and a large amount of sap flowed out from the wounds. Seeing that it was about to completely fall, when a palpitating oppression suddenly surged in the sky above the dome of the heavens, the other worldly powerhouses that were besieging the evergreen ancient tree and other living beings all seemed to sense something, and instinctively raised their heads to look at the dome of the sky. A breeze was blowing, and the clouds were rolling in. The wind is picking up. Someone suddenly spoke up. Immediately afterward, the calm breeze suddenly turned into a hurricane that swept across the sky. The space was violently distorted, and a slender black color suddenly appeared, giving people a kind of oppression that made it difficult to catch their breath. Hurricane raging. The sudden rain came. The original clear sky scene was changed in an instant. Heaven and earth seemed to be plunged into doomsday, and a look of horror emerged on the faces of all the otherworldly powerhouses. Not good. Be careful. Including the green-shirted man. All the 5th-ranked powerhouses had an uncontrollable horror in their eyes at this moment. The power of the terrifying heavenly might crushed down, making them feel as if they were ants. The might of heaven and earth. True Lord powerhouses. How could the green-shirted man and other otherworldly powerhouses not expect that inside this weak heaven and earth, there was actually a strong person who was comparable to a true lord? Even inside the ancient wilderness, true lord powerhouses were among the top of the line. But if it wasn't a true lord powerhouse, who would be able to manipulate the might of heaven and earth? It was too late to think about it, only to see the hurricane wrapped in endless rain bombarded down. The sky space like a spider's web cracked. The destructive power of the green-shirted man and other otherworldly powerhouses instantly erupted with all their strength in an attempt to block this fatal blow. The chi and blood was monstrous. It was like a river, only to see each and every 5th-ranked powerhouse erupt their own chi and blood power. All the chi and blood gathered together, only as vast as an abyss like a river torrent. Boom! The two forces bombarded together from top to bottom. The space completely collapsed. The chi and blood torrent instantly broke. The 5 5th-ranked powerhouses within the green shirt. Their bodies were like being struck by lightning. Their bodies' flesh and blood exploded, and it was clearly plunged into a heavy trauma. Just one blow. The 5 5th-ranked powerhouses were declared defeated. This scene fell in the eyes of the Federation and the others, causing the originally depressed morale to directly recover to the peak. The Divine Tree is invincible. The Divine Tree is mighty. Although this power came from an odd source, anyone with a brain that wasn't stupid could understand that this power must have come from the Kunlun Divine Realm. If it wasn't the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm who had personally taken action, looking at the entire Federation, who would have been able to hit 5 5th-ranked powerhouses with a single blow? I didn't expect that even with the weak spiritual chi of this heaven and earth, there could be a true Lord-level powerhouse surviving, which is somewhat surprising to this sovereign. Not waiting for the people of the Federation to be happy for a long time, they saw an ethereal voice coming from them, and when the calm words were spoken, the heaven and earth all seemed to undergo a subtle change. And the hurricanes and rains that were originally raging were now dissipating a lot. At this time, the other talents suddenly found. Do not know when in midair has been more than a dressed in black and gold robes, body stout face cold, long hair cape middle-aged man appeared there. The other party's hands were behind his back. His eyes were as deep as stars. The whole person seemed to fit in with heaven and earth. The aura obviously did not leak half a bit, but gave people a kind of greatness that looked up to heaven and earth. Ancient desolate holy lord is here. Some otherworldly powerhouses' faces were shocked, followed by joyful expressions. So what if there were true lords surviving in this heaven and earth? Now that the holy lord of the ancient desolate sacred land had personally appeared, even if that mysterious true lord was no longer strong, it was still impossible for him to be a match for the ancient desolate sacred lord. At the same time, on the side of the Qingyang realm, Everyone was born with a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts when they saw the ancient desolate Holy Lord. The other party hadn't even made a move yet, and they were already defeated. If a fifth-ranked powerhouse was terrifying to the extreme, then the mysterious powerhouse in front of them was as terrifying as an abyss. Completely unfathomable. Fifth-rank consummate. Or a sixth-ranked powerhouse. No one knew exactly what level the newly appeared mysterious powerhouse was, but there was one thing that they were 100% sure of. The strong man in front of them was definitely not something that the Federation could fight against. Ancient desolate Holy Lord. In the Kunlun mountain range, Gu Qingyang looked at the mysterious strongman who was able to dissolve his own strike, and then after hearing the words of the other Jiesian realm cultivators, he was clear about the identity of the person in front of him. In an instant, Gu Qingyang then activated the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Soon, the corresponding information appeared in front of him. Name, Gu Tiangang. Body, human. Rank, 6th order perfection. Physique, ancient desolate sacred body. Unlike the previous Eye of True Vision, the Eye of Heaven's path was able to see more detailed information, and when he saw the other party's rank as well as his physique, Gu Qingyang's heart and mind shook slightly. 6th rank consummate. In Shui Wei's memories, such a strong person was already at the top of the entire ancient wasteland, at least on the surface. As for the physique, Gu Qingyang was now seeing it for the first time. Even on Shui Wei and the others, there was no such thing as a physique in existence. From Shui Wei's memories, there are some heavenly pride demons in the absolute immortal realm that harbor special physiques that are invincible at the same level, and any special physique has extraordinary potential. The ancient desolate Holy Land Holy Lord, ancient Tiangang, is known as the peerless true monarch, and now it seems that the other party's strength is indeed not weak. Peerless true monarch ancient Tiangang, 6th stage of perfection, ancient desolate sacred body. From the information above these alone, Gu Qingyang could understand the strength of the other party. However, even if such a powerful person was in front of him, Gu Qingyang was still half afraid, simply because this was not the absolute immortal realm, but the Qingyang realm. In an instant, Gu Qingyang had exchanged all the heavenly Tao origin, all of it, for evolutionary values, only to see 100 heavenly Tao origin turn into 100 million evolutionary values. The original evolutionary values needed to break through the 6th order was instantly at an overflowing state. Breakthrough. Gu Tiangang's brows suddenly furrowed, because in the underworld, he suddenly felt a suppression from the heavenly Tao, causing his original realm of True Lord perfection to instantly fall to the True Lord ladder stage. This sudden situation caused Gu Tiangang to be a bit surprised as well, to know that when he had just stepped into this realm, there was no such thing as the so-called heavenly Tao suppression appearing at all, and now that it had appeared suddenly, there was absolutely no sign of it. Moreover, Gu Tiangang had also dabbled in several other worldly heavens and earths, and he was very clear about just how difficult it was for the power of the heavenly Tao to want to suppress a 6th order powerhouse. Just at this moment, only the void trembled. There was the silhouette of the celestial god tree manifesting in the firmament, its huge branches and leaves drooping down like a Chinese cover, its thick torso's splendor hidden, and a vast mighty pressure spreading out with it. The green yang divine tree has appeared. On the side of the Qingyang realm, all those who saw the shadow of the celestial divine tree had awe on their faces. The Qingyang divine tree, the creator of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the strongest person in the entire Qingyang realm, and the guardian god of humanity today. Although Gu Qingyang hadn't appeared in front of people for many years, his figure had long been engraved in everyone's mind during the global broadcast. Now that Gu Qingyang had appeared again, the fear that had instinctively arisen from the mysterious otherworldly powerhouse had dissipated without a trace at this moment. In the sky above the northern continent, a man and a tree stood in the sky. Gu Tiangang's aura was in tune with heaven and earth, and even standing there, it seemed as if he could suppress heaven and earth for eons, his supreme pressure invisibly revealing itself. Gu Qingyang transformed into the heavenly divine tree. His branches and leaves flamboyantly seemed to be able to cover the dome of the sky, and similarly, a horrifying pressure permeated the air, causing people to be in awe. I didn't expect this realm's aura to be so weak, but there is actually a strong person like you who exists. This seat ancient wilderness Holy Land Holy Lord Gu Tiangang. If your excellency is willing to enter the ancient wilderness Holy Land, this seat will surely treat you in a high position. Ancient Heavenly Dipper slowly opened his mouth, and his voice traveled into everyone's ears, and even though it was the language of a foreign realm, when it fell into the ears of the others at the moment, it allowed them to accurately understand the meaning of the words. This was the means of a true lord. Such powerful people's gods melted heaven and earth, and their words and actions were no longer mundane, and their words were naturally no longer bound by the type of language. Ancient Desolate Holy Lord, Ancient Heavenly Dipper. Obviously, the Ancient Desolate Holy Land was the name of a power, but it was unknown to anyone what position this power actually held in the otherworld. However, Just by looking at ancient Tiangong's voice, the status of the ancient desolate Holy Land was certainly not low. As ancient heavenly gang's words fell, the celestial god tree swayed slightly, only to see countless heaven and earth's spiritual energy converge, transforming into the figure of a young man in a green shirt. The other party's temperament was indifferent, as if he had returned to the basics, and with Gu Tiangang, he was generally in tune with the heavens and earth since this is the Qingyang realm. No outsiders are allowed to invade. Your Excellency, now retreat. This seat can forget about it. As Gu Qingyang's words fell, Gu Tiangong's expression remained unchanged, not seeing the slightest bit of anger at being rejected. The aura of heaven and earth in this realm is weak. For you to be able to cultivate to the level of a true lord is already unexpected, and wanting to go further is categorically impossible. If you join the ancient desolate Holy Land, you may not have the opportunity to advance even further in the future. If this seat is right, there is no second true lord in this realm, but there are more than just one true lord in the absolute immortal realm. Even if you can stop this seat today, it won't change anything. The fall of this realm is a great power. With your own strength, how can you be qualified to stop such a great power? Gu Tiangang shook his head slightly, still persuading Gu Chongyang. In his opinion, if the other party could cultivate to a level comparable to that of a true lord in a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so weak, it could be seen that his talent must have been demonic, and he might also be harboring some kind of special physique. If he could be recruited into the ancient desolate Holy Land, it would definitely increase the strength of the ancient desolate Holy Land. After all, in the absolute immortal world, in the past, there have been grasses and trees that have developed spiritual intelligence, and then transformed into human beings, and step by step, they climbed to the top and suppressed an era. The person in front of him is obviously an ancient tree that breathes spiritual wisdom, and being able to cultivate to such a point, he may not necessarily not have the opportunity to match the ancient great powers in the future. In this regard, Gu Qingyang's face was bland. Whether or not you can stop him is not something you alone can decide. Today I am here, so you and other worldly beings are not allowed to go unchecked. Pity. Ancient heavenly gang shook his head. Then he saw a terrifying pressure erupt. Space instantly sunken in. One step out of the space collapsed. His right fist shocked the sky and earth, only as if he could suppress the 8 wastes of heaven and earth in general. The majestic blood chi permeated the sky. It seemed like there was a great body cohesion. True lord perfection. Gu Chongyang's eyes had a point of solemnity. The 6th order consummate powerhouse counted the strongest of all his opponents. Now that Gu Tiangang was suppressed by the heavens Dao domain, his realm had fallen to the top of the 6th order. But this power still wasn't something that could be compared to the 5th order. Seeing this heaven-destroying power bombarded, Gu Qingyang's right hand pointed to the sky. Seemingly endless spiritual power gathered. The original wind and rain sky. Suddenly there was heavenly thunder condensed. Chop! Gu Qingyang spat out a word. The heavenly thunder rolled to the sky, transforming into a heavenly divine sword chopping down the dome of the sky. The endless thunder light tore through space, comparable to the terrifying power of heavenly might, instantly engulfing everything. Chi and blood collapsed, soared through the sky. Looking at the heavenly thunder sword, ancient heavenly gang felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, completely galvanizing his heart's will to fight. Good timing. Let's let this seat see just how powerful you are. Ancient heavenly gang let out a loud laugh. His body's ancient aura filled the air, and the heavenly dome couldn't stop trembling, as if there was an ancient existence that had completely revived at this moment. The chi and blood power that was dense to the extreme was as heavy as lead in mercury, and as dazzling as the great sun. Ancient heavenly gang had unlocked some kind of seal at this very moment, and had brought all his strength into play to the limit, powerful to the extreme pressure. Let a person instinctively fear. The green-shirted man looked at the ancient heavenly gang, who was like a god of the world, and his eyes were filled with horror. It is rumored that the ancient heavenly gang was born with a holy body, and that it is expected to be comparable to the great powers of the world in the ancient times. Once I see it today, the rumors are indeed true. Born with a holy body, unrivaled battle power. For many years, the ancient wasteland did not have a true born saint body, and the matter of ancient heavenly gang being a born saint body had been nothing more than a rumor. Now that I look at it again, the so-called rumors are the truth. After being shocked, the green-shirted man was energized. Since ancient heavenly gang was born with a saint body, there was absolutely no one among the 6th order who could resist, except for those who were also born with a saint body or a god body. Although there were mysterious 6th order powerhouses in this realm, it was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the ancient heavenly deity. After all, the name of the peerless true lord wasn't made up out of thin air. In the 3 holy places of the ancient wasteland, the ancient heavenly dipper had suppressed the 4 directions, and was the #1 powerhouse of the ancient wasteland in the clear light of day nowadays. At this time, seeing the aura that erupted from Gu Tiangang, Gu Qingyang's eyes were slightly bright. For the power of a special physique, he hadn't really seen it either. Now that Gu Tiangang had activated the power of the ancient desolate saint body, it made him feel a great threat. If it was said that the original ancient heavenly gang was suppressed at the upper 6th rank, then after activating the power of the ancient desolate sacred body, the other party's strength had clearly broken the limit of the upper 6th rank. This kind of power was at least at the 6th rank consummate level, and it was also possible that it had broken the 6th rank limit, and was expected to be comparable to a 7th rank existence. If before breaking through the 6th rank, even if it was the main body in person, Gu Qingyang did not have the certainty of suppressing the ancient heavenly gang, simply because the power of the ancient desolate saint body was too powerful. The special physique's underpinnings were terrifying to the extreme, 3 times stronger than the underpinnings of the divine tree spirit root back then. However, Gu Qingyang was not afraid of half of it now, simply because he had now stepped into the 6th stage. In addition to the fact that this place was the Qingyang realm, his Gu Qingyang's territory. In a flash, Gu Qingyang invoked the power of the heavenly Tao realm, and drew all the other suppression on the otherworldly beings over, directly landing on Gu Tiangang's body. At once, Gu Tiangang's originally powerful aura directly dropped by a large amount, as if it had been weakened by a lot out of thin air. Without waiting for the other party to be shocked much, Gu Qingyang once again condensed the power of heavenly thunder, and the supreme sword dipper reappeared, blasting down towards the ancient heavenly dipper. In the sky above the northern continent, only heavenly thunder could be seen rolling, the thunder sword dipper breaking all laws, the power of the terrifying heavenly might crushing everything, and fiercely blasting down on Gu Tiangang's body. In front of this sword, no matter what ancient desolate sacred body you had, no matter what 6th ranked powerhouse you were, they were all like paper mache now. The sword gang chopped down, the chi and blood lingering around ancient heavenly dipper collapsed, and his original airborne body instantly fell down, spilling a large amount of blood into the air. Boom! Ancient Big Dipper's body smashed down, and the earth futilely presented a huge crater. With the sword chopping down Gu Tiangang, Gu Qingyang once again invoked the power of the heavens and earth, wanting to completely kill Gu Tiangang. Otherworldly invasion. A powerhouse like this who had stepped into the limit of the 6th order was too great a threat to the Qingyang realm, so Gu Qingyang wouldn't let the other party live. But just as the thunder sword dipper chopped down, Gu Tiangang, who was in the pit, opened his mouth and spat out a bronze ancient tripod, only to see divine light flowing on the surface of the tripod, sacred and extraordinary. Afterwards, ancient Big Dipper lifted up the bronze tripod and stepped out from the pit. His chi and blood power converged in the tripod body, completely mobilizing the power of this bronze tripod. Boom! The ancient bronze tripod collided with the thunder sword dipper. The former's divine light was dimmed, the tripod body trembled violently, and ancient Tiangang spat out blood, but he took this opportunity to rush directly into the otherworldly portal and completely disappeared. Everything happened too fast. From ancient Tiangang catalyzed the power of the ancient desolate holy body, and then to the other side fell and retreated, all in a flash of lightning. By the time the others reacted, ancient Tiangang had already disappeared. Ancient heavenly gang is defeated. Quickly retreat. The defeat of Gu Tiangang caused the morale of the absolute immortal realm to instantly fall to the freezing point. They no longer had any thoughts of invading the Qingyang realm, but instead retreated like a tidal wave. On the other side, the faces of the otherworldly powerhouses who were tearing apart the evergreen ancient tree and other living beings were also covered in shock. How could they not expect that ancient heavenly gang, who was known as the peerless true lord, would fall so dryly? The first moment, the green-shirted man was abandoning the evergreen ancient tree as his opponent and rushed towards the otherworldly portal in a panic, and all the other 5th order powerhouses did the same. It was impossible not to withdraw. The ancient heavenly gang was nearly killed in seconds. No matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to be even more powerful than the ancient heavenly gang, and now that there was no true lord powerhouse to check and balance them, how could they be a match for this mysterious powerhouse? Boom! In mid-air, Gu Feng and Ji Shen, both of whom were drenched in blood, were fighting with a 5th-ranked powerhouse. Originally, the strength of this powerhouse was extremely strong, and the two of them could only barely delay it with all their might, and had no chance of defeating it at all. In the back, the strength of this otherworldly powerhouse suddenly surged again, nearly killing Gu Feng and his 2 men on the spot. At this moment, the strength of the otherworldly powerhouse had once again disappeared, and only then did Gu Feng and the 2 of them manage to catch their breath a little. Seeing that the other party was not interested in fighting and wanted to withdraw back, how could the two let it be as they wished? Only to see Gu Feng's heavy fist. The sound of wind and thunder was loud in the moment. The blood chi power that escaped seemed like thunder rolling. The sound was unparalleled. Roll to me! Emperor Gang roared. His long spear pierced through the wind and thunder, instantly breaking through Gu Feng's power. and when he saw that the tip of the spear was about to pierce through his torso, the latter's hands gripped the spear body as if it was an iron clamp. Immediately after that, Ji Xian once again rose up in the air, mobilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to converge, and the terrifying flames flooded everything. Seeing this, Di Gang could only pour his power into the spear, forcibly shaking away Gufang's hands, and then turned back and swept the spear towards the flames, destroying that power. After doing so, Di Gang took half a step without stopping and headed straight towards the otherworldly portal. Unfortunately, just as he made his move, he saw Gufang intercepting him, and at this moment, Emperor Gang was completely frantic. If it was a normal time, as the Overlord Sect's patriarch, Di Gang was not afraid of the two dragon transformation level cultivators, and he did not need to spend much time to kill them. But the problem now was that Gu Tiangang had been defeated and fled by Gu Qingyang's blow, and his terrifying strength had already demoralized the absolute immortal realm. In this situation, how could Di Gang have any thoughts of fighting such a terrifyingly strong person? If he didn't flee, he was bound to fall here. Therefore, Di Gang didn't want to entangle with the two Gufang at all. He only wanted to get away quickly. But just as Gufang blocked his way, there was a sudden sound of heavenly thunder, causing the former to lose some of his soul, and then he was instantly met with a cold neck. When Emperor Gang came to his senses, he saw a familiar headless corpse in his eyes, and then his eyes closed, plunging into endless darkness. Looking at Di Gang, who had been decapitated by a single blow, Gufang looked at Gu Qingyang with a look of awe and cupped his fists. Many thanks to the divine tree for stepping in to help. Well, Gu Qingyang nodded slightly. Then with another glance at the other fifth-ranked powerhouses that had already vanished into the otherworldly portal, his spiritual body directly collapsed, and the divine tree's figure that had originally presented itself in the firmament disappeared with it. Seeing Gu Qingyang leave, Gufang looked at the otherworldly beings that were retreating one after another. He raised his arm and shouted, "Defeating the otherworldly realm is at this moment. Kill!" The words fell. Gufang took the lead to kill towards a cultivator who was at the beginning of the fourth stage. The battle with Di Gang had given Gufang a different realization, and he had a premonition that his breakthrough into the middle of the fourth rank would be in this battle. Now that Di Gang had fallen, Gufang naturally wanted to borrow the hands of the other people in the realm of absolute immortality to help himself break through this threshold. Endless killing now swept through the depths of the entire northern continent. It was just that unlike the previous resistance against the other realm, the Qingyang realm was now beating up the dogs, and when the absolute immortal realm cultivators withdrew, they tried their best to catch up with them, not giving the other party the slightest chance to get away peacefully. After all, the other world invasion so far, this war also lasted for a long time. How many people in the Federation fell among them? Some people's family and friends fell, and now only for revenge. Some people want to harvest the contribution of the war effort, so as to make their own strength further. As the saying goes, the defeat of the army is like a mountain falling. The morale of the Qingyang realm side was like a rainbow, while the absolute immortal realm side was disorganized, and had long since lost all will to fight. See a part of the cultivators into the otherworld portal, and then see a thick root uprooted, directly blocked the entire otherworld portal, but also so that did not leave the absolute immortal realm cultivators completely into a desperate situation. The ones who took action were no other than the Evergreen Ancient Tree and the Big Dipper Ancient Tree. Without a fifth-order powerhouse in attendance, the fourth-order Ancient Tree of Perfection could be considered the strongest in the room, and with them blocking the otherworldly portal, there was no way for the Jade Immortal Realm cultivators to break through the blockade. Things have come to this point, has already evolved from the pursuit to the shutdown. The vast majority of the otherworldly cultivators have fled. The remaining part of this is only a minority of the otherworldly army. In this part of the cultivators, there are only a few who can enter the fourth order, and the rest are more third-order and second-order cultivators. Under these circumstances, how could they be a match for the Federation? In less than half an hour, the remaining otherworldly cultivators were all wiped out, and the otherworldly portal that was originally blocked by the ancient tree was only reopened at this moment. The northern continent. Now it had clearly become a cultivation ground. Otherworldly beings invaded. The Federation fought back. Both sides invested no less than 6 figures of cultivators. From the invasion until now, the time is almost a day. A battle came down. The other world left tens of thousands of corpses behind, and then withdrew in a sorry state. Looking at the federal side, although the casualties were much less than the other world, they also lost more than 20,000 cultivators. Among them, dozens of fourth-order cultivators had fallen, and the remaining casualties were almost all third-order as well as second-order cultivators. Looking at the casualties of the first-order cultivators, they were only a bit more than the fourth-order cultivators, and were not as tragic as those of the third-order and second-order. This is also a normal thing. After all, This battle is the main force of the second and third order. The fourth order is the high end of the fighting force, the otherworldly side of the strength of the fifth order of the strong. Even if it is the sixth order of the strongest have appeared, compared to the strongest only fourth order federal party, this battle can win is already lucky. If it wasn't for the Kunlun Divine Realm's crucial intervention to repel the sixth-ranked powerhouse who called himself the Ancient Desolate Holy Lord, the Federation would have been annihilated without a doubt. Immediately, Federal Military Senior is ordered to clean up the battlefield. All the war dead are buried, in addition to the statistics of the list of the fallen. If the family members should also be given a pension. After all, the military is now the real ruler of the Federation, cannot chill the hearts of ordinary people. The first otherworldly invasion is just a beginning. There will be a second and third, or even more wars. Giving pensions is unavoidable. It's over. Zhang Ming relied on the edge of a large rock. His blackish-brown clothes were formed after the blood had solidified, and a rich bloody odor permeated from him. The blood was both his and the enemy's. From the exposed skin, several hideous and gruesome wounds could be seen, and even though these wounds had already healed and scabbed over, they hadn't truly recovered as before. Meanwhile, the chest shirt was shattered, where there was a hideous wound that was still slightly oozing blood. This battle, it was considered the toughest battle since Zhang Ming had set foot in cultivation. Even the third blood rain that had descended some years ago and erupted into a powerful beast tide could not be compared to this battle. In one day, Zhang Ming had forgotten how many otherworldly cultivators he had killed. It could be dozens, it could be hundreds, or it could have been thousands. The strongest cultivator who died in his hands was a fourth order upper grade. The wound on Zhang Ming's chest was the result of that fourth order upper grade's deathbed counterattack. A sword that ran through his chest, the blade of the sword just grazing the heart. As long as the sword blade was slightly offset by 1 point, Zhang Ming would be a dead man now. However, the benefits of this battle were not small for Zhang Ming. Experiencing life and death combat, and having been in front of the Ghost Gate, gave him a different kind of realization. Zhang Ming had a premonition that as long as he closed his eyes for a while later, he would definitely be able to break through the fourth rank middle grade. Subsequently, Zhang Ming sank his mind and looked towards the Divine Kingdom chat group. At this time, there was also a lot of chatting going on in there, and many of those who did not come to participate in the battle were always keeping abreast of the changes in the situation, triggering heated discussions. These things Zhang Ming just casually swept a glance, just lazily ignoring it, and then was looking towards the battle merit list. At once, a line of text was what appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Ming. Battle merit, 362. 500 points. Ranking, 9. Ranking 9th in the battle merit list. Not bad. Zhang Ming was delighted in his heart, and just as a smile appeared on his face, he pulled a wound on his body, causing him to grimace for a moment. Compared to the pain on his body, the ranking of the battle merit list was what Zhang Ming really cared about. In terms of mission rewards, the top 10 in the battle merit list can get 5 million contribution rewards, and counting the contributions I got from killing otherworldly beings, this battle is equivalent to getting more than 360,000 contribution points. The so-called battle merit was actually what one gained from killing otherworldly beings. The calculation of battle merit was tied to contribution. For example, if Zhang Ming was able to obtain 50,000 points of contribution from killing an otherworldly fourth stage cultivator, then he would be able to obtain 50,000 points of battle merit at the same time. 362,500 points of battle merit meant that Zhang Ming had received a corresponding amount of contribution for killing an otherworldly cultivator. Coupled with the rewards from ranking in the top 10 of the battle merit list, Zhang Ming already had 5,360,000 battle merit above the Divine Kingdom mission alone. But to be clear, Zhang Ming had truly received more contributions than that. When he was killing otherworldly cultivators, many times he would directly perform the sacrifice technique and sacrifice them to the Qingyang Divine Tree in exchange for contributions. Counting the contributions from the sacrifices, Zhang Ming had already surpassed the 5.5 million mark in terms of battle merit this time. Adding the original contributions, Zhang Ming's contribution value had broken through to 5.8 million. 5,800,000 contributions is enough to exchange for a fourth order extremely high quality technique, so I won't have to be troubled by techniques until I break through the fifth order next. The 9-pin bright jade body was only a fourth order lower grade merit technique, and Zhang Ming had already cultivated it to the limit. And even if he had the feeling of a breakthrough, if he didn't have a fourth order medium grade merit technique as a follow-up, trying to make a breakthrough would be an impossible endeavor. But now with 5.8 million contributions, Zhang Ming could take one step forward and directly exchange for the fourth order extreme grade merit technique. Subsequently, Zhang Ming was glancing at the first place in the battle merit ranking again, and the fire within him only lowered a bit at this time. The first on the war merit ranking, Gu Feng, and the second on the war merit ranking, Ji Xian. The names of the two were certainly not unfamiliar to Jiang Ming. The latter was the first battlefield marshal, and had a very high reputation in the federal military, while the former was the 9th battlefield marshal, and now he had risen to the top, claiming to be the first strongest person in the military, and was on par with Ji Xian. At this moment, Gu Feng was ranked number 1 on the battle merit list, and the other party would receive a reward of 10 million contributions. Such a generous reward made Jiang Ming a little red-eyed as well. It was just that. Jiang Ming knew that it was useless even if he was jealous. Gu Feng and Ji Xian were able to occupy the first and second place, and Jiang Ming suspected that it was related to the other party's interception of the otherworldly 5th-ranked powerhouse. And although that 5th-ranked powerhouse was finally killed by Gu Qingyang, the battle credit should also fall on the two men's heads. If I could have 10 million contributions, I would definitely be able to leap to become the number 1 strongest person in the Federation. But it's a pity that this opportunity has allowed the military to come out on top. After this battle, I'm afraid that the military will only become even more powerful, and no other force will be able to shake it. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly. Inside the top 10 places of the battle merit list, there were several names of the military, and these few places alone would allow the military to make an additional 20 to 30 million contributions, not to mention that inside the top 100 slots, the federal military occupied almost half of them. Strictly speaking, in terms of mission rewards alone, the military had almost 80 to 90 million or so contributions from this battle. With so many contributions piling up, one didn't need to think to understand that it was bound to create a batch of strong people out. Fortunately, Jiang Ming also did not have the idea of going against the military, and now that the military strength had risen so much, it did not have much of an impact on him. For 3 whole days, the entire Federation was cleaning up the battlefield, familiar or unfamiliar, all helping to collect the corpses. Dried blood was etched in the middle of the earth, giving people a shocking feeling. The 5 ancient trees were rooted in the earth, and the huge canopy hung down as if it was covering the sky, causing the others to have an inexplicable sense of security. Inside the temporary military tent, all of the Federation's top brass were gathered here. Unlike the previous days when the 18 Warzone marshals gathered together, today's meeting was already filled with empty seats. If you look carefully, you can find only 12 people sitting here, with the remaining 6 positions empty. Ji Xian's gaze looked towards the few vacant seats, and there was a flash of sadness in his eyes, but then he quickly returned to normal. Although we repelled the otherworld in this battle, we also suffered heavy losses on our side, with several battle area leaders killed in battle and tens of thousands of soldiers falling here. Now that the otherworld portal is standing here, there will definitely be a second invasion in the future, and the momentum of the second invasion is by no means comparable to this one. The Federation must make preparations early, or else it will one day be destroyed in the hands of the otherworld. Ji Xian's words fell, and the others were silent. Before the otherworldly invasion, the federal military could be said to be full of confidence, but only after the real war had started did they understand the gap between themselves and the otherworldly world. It would have been fine if the otherworld only had 4th-order cultivators, but the otherworld's depth was obviously extremely deep. 5th-ranked strongman, 6th-order strong. This was the known strength of the otherworld, but from the words of the ancient desolate Saint Lord, it was clear to everyone that there was only more than one 6th-order powerhouse in the otherworld. As for whether or not there were existences above the 6th rank, they were also unknown. From the words of the ancient desolate Holy Lord, the one from the Kunlun divine realm was also at the 6th rank. Only to see how easily Gu Qingyang had defeated the ancient desolate Holy Lord, the other party should not have been at the 6th rank. In that case, Gu Qingyang's strength had once again become a mystery in the eyes of the crowd. But even with Gu Qingyang's shelter, as long as they thought of the unfathomable depths of the otherworld, everyone was born with a sense of urgency. Yan Yan took a deep breath and nodded his head. It is indeed time for us to make a change. The other realm has suffered a loss this time, and may soon launch a second attack. Although the one from the Kunlun divine realm's strength is unfathomable, if a 7th-ranked powerhouse appears, it would be hard to predict the victory or defeat. Marshal Mu Chang of the 2nd War Region looked towards Ji Xian and asked in a deep voice, "What does Marshal Ji have in mind?" With the scourge of the fierce beasts and the fall of the globe, we had no choice but to divide the 18 war zones to fight against the fierce beasts. Nominally the 18 war zones are a whole, but in reality, they are also fighting on their own. In my opinion, now that the problem of the beasts has been solved, there is no possibility of civil unrest in the Qingyang realm. What we need to do now is to be united against the outside world, and the existence of the 18 war zones is not conducive to the growth of the Federation. Therefore, I thought that it would be better to merge the 18 war zones and create the Qingyang Divine Court, outlawing the Federation as the supreme power of mankind. Qingyang Divine Court. Everyone's face changed when they heard those 4 words. Integrating the 18 war zones and creating the Qingyang Divine Court was clearly an attempt to restore the previous rule. At once, then someone said in a cold voice, if the Qingyang Divine Court is created, who does Marshal G think will be able to serve as the Lord of the Divine Court? And in addition, how should we conduct ourselves? The 18 war zones were governed separately, and they were all leaders of the war zones, which could be said to be on top of 10,000 people. And if they were to merge into the Qingyang Divine Court, they would inevitably be pressed by one person on top of them. Power moves people's hearts. Who would be willing to give up their own interests? Immediately, there were others who laughed coldly. Could it be that Marshal G intends to take on the role of Divine Court Lord himself? The remaining people did not speak, but their faces did not look too good. Regarding such situations, Ji Xian seemed as if he had anticipated it. After all, the 18 war zones had been established for a long time, and it wasn't as if they could merge just because they said so. So, in the other people out of the question, Ji Xian slightly shook his head. Federal 18 war zones are ultimately too dispersed, such as the creation of the Qingyang Divine Court, can be all the power to collect. The future deployment of the war will be much easier. As for the position of the Divine Court's Lord, to be honest, everyone here, including me, is not qualified to sit in this position. At those words, Yang Yin frowned. None of us have the qualifications to sit in the position of Lord of the Divine Court. So who does Marshal G think has the qualifications? Naturally, it's the one from the Kunlun God realm. Kunlun God realm. Ji Xian's words once again caused the faces of the crowd to change abruptly. They also did not expect that Ji Xian was planning to let the one from the Kunlun Divine realm to take the position of the Divine Court's Lord. Nowadays, this realm is called the Qingyang realm, and I believe all of you are well aware of where the word Qingyang comes from. The emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group is even more directly holding the lifeblood of the entire human race. And in the future, even if the 18 war zones are destroyed, the Divine Kingdom chat group will still be untouchable. Besides, the Otherworld invasion battle, I believe you have also seen the strength of the Otherworld. Only with the original power of the Federal want to fight, obviously is a fool's dream. Only if the one from the Kunlun Divine Realm steps in, will he have the qualifications to truly take charge of the situation. The words fell. Someone's brows furrowed slightly. If the position of the Divine Court's Lord is allowed to be taken by that person, naturally there is no problem. It's just whether that person is willing to meddle in secular matters. Furthermore, that is, if the Qingyang Divine Court is established, what should we do? Compared to when Ji Xian had just spoken out about the Qingyang Divine Court, the emotions of the crowd right now were obviously much more moderate. There was no other. It was simply because Gu Qingyang's prestige was strong enough. With just the 4 words Kunlun Divine Realm, it made people not dare to show any disrespect. Don't worry about the matter of the Qingyang Divine Tree. If that person agrees, the Qingyang Divine Court should be created. But if that person doesn't agree, then it will be discussed again. When Ji Xian said this, he suddenly got up and cupped his fists and saluted in the direction of the Kunlun Divine Realm. Today, the 18 war zones of the Federation implore the Qingyang Divine Tree to step forward as the Lord of the Divine Court to protect the peace and stability of the Qingyang Realm. And if the Divine Tree is willing to do so, please also manifest your saint here. Finished speaking, Ji Xian was bowing down. When the others saw this, their complexion was instinctively frozen for a moment, and they couldn't help but wonder if Ji Xian had lost his mind and was inexplicably saying such words. After all, that person was in the Kunlun Divine Realm. In the Eastern Continent, here is the Northern Continent. The difference in distance cannot be said to be far. For the other party to try to make the Qingyang Divine Tree appear with a single word from within the tent was simply a fantasy. Just as the others were planning to speak out to persuade them, they saw a thick pressure fill the entire tent, and that aura that was like heavenly might caused horror to flow across these people's faces. Immediately afterward, they saw divine light flowing, and a young man dressed in green, with a handsome face and dense divine light on his body, as if he was a god on the ground, appeared here. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, everyone in the tent bowed down. Greetings to the Qingyang Divine Tree. No one expected that Ji Xian would actually be able to invite Gu Qingyang here. In response to this, Ji Xian was also just taking a gamble. It could be seen from the battle of the Otherworld invasion. When the evergreen ancient tree and the others were unable to defeat the otherworldly powerhouses, Gu Qingyang was the one who made a timely move, which could be described as just the right thing to do. Therefore, Ji Xian suspected that it was possible that the other party had been keeping an eye on the northern continent. Although the northern continent was far away from the eastern continent, the methods of such a powerful person were unpredictable, and could not be measured by common sense. Qingyang Divine Court thing, I have no opinion. 18 War Zones integration. I am the Lord of the Divine Court. You can be the Divine Court elders. Daily Divine Court affairs will be handled by the elders. If it is not necessary, I will not intervene in Divine Court matters. Gu Qingyang's calm eyes fell on each and every one of them, causing them to feel an inexplicable pressure as their qi and blood became stagnant. Hearing this, everyone bowed and saluted. I will obey the Divine Emperor's order. At this moment, no one referred to each other by the word Divine Tree anymore, but instead changed it to Divine Emperor, simply because the other party was the Lord of the Qingyang Divine Court. Then naturally they could honor the word Divine Emperor. In response to this, Gu Qingyang nodded slightly. God Emperor Gu Qingyang. This name was indeed good. All 5 ancient trees of the Kunlun Divine Realm can stay behind to assist the Divine Court in suppressing the otherworldly portals. The specific arrangement is for you and others to decide on your own. In addition, my name is Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang's words fell, and his figure slowly dissipated into thin air. Waiting until after Gu Qingyang left, that horrible pressure inside the tent, only then was considered to be truly dissipated, so that everyone's tense heart and soul were relieved. This pressure was not something that Gu Qingyang had deliberately emitted. It was a manifestation of the divine radiance in his body, but anyone who was not as strong as him would feel a powerful oppression, and would then be in awe. God Emperor's words, I believe that all of you are clear. From now on there will be no more 18 war zones of the Federation. There will only be the Qingyang Divine Court, and all of us will be Divine Court elders. The next step is to integrate all the war zones. If there are any opposing voices, all of them will be suppressed, and we cannot let anyone obstruct the establishment of the Divine Court. Jishan looked at the people present and said in a deep voice. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Jishan added, there are otherworldly portals in the northern continent, and if the otherworldly world invades again in the future, this place will definitely bear the brunt. The Divine Emperor left 5 ancient trees in the Kunlun Divine Realm to guard the otherworldly portal, so I think it would be better to use the ancient trees as the foundation and set up 5 cities. These 5 cities will guard the existence of the Qingyang realm in the future, and will also be the supply point for us to attack the otherworld in the future, so that we can send strong people to step into the otherworldly portal in time to support us. I have no objections. Gu Fan was the first to nod in agreement. Being passive was not their style. Today's otherworld invasion had caused the Qingyang realm to suffer heavy losses, and this revenge would definitely be avenged in the future. Moreover, the otherworldly portal had already been opened, dooming the 2 realms to have no possibility of détente. One day, the 2 worlds would definitely break out into a great battle. Either the otherworld will take down the entire Qingyang realm, or the Qingyang realm will take down the entire otherworld. Other than that there is no third possibility. Just now, the Qingyang Divine Court is weak. Want to take the initiative to attack is temporarily impossible. Need to focus on defense. With the ancient tree as a backing, and setting up the 5 cities in this way, if the other world invaded again, it would definitely be able to suppress it in the northern continent, and not spread to the entire Qingyang realm. As Gu Feng nodded his head in agreement, everyone else agreed as well. Ji Xian's proposal was unanimously passed by all the elders. What came next was much simpler. The first time, Ji Xian as well as Gu Feng and the others all appeared at the same time, announcing that the 18 war zones of the Federation would be abolished, creating the Qingyang Divine Court, with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom chat group acting as the Lord of the Divine Court, and the remaining marshals of all war zones being the Divine Court elders. Up to this point, the 5 words of Divine Emperor Gu Qingyang had truly spread. Ji Xian and the others expected the vibration did not happen. Even the Federation did not speak out against it. At this time, they realized that Gu Qingyang had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the other party's prestige had long since reached its peak. If the Lord of the Divine Court was someone else, it would have set off a huge uproar. At least the few war zones that had originally lost their leaders would not have easily agreed to it. But if the Divine Court's Lord was Gu Qingyang, then there would be no ripples. It only took a short period of less than 3 days for the 18 war zones of the Federation to become a thing of the past, and the Qingyang Divine Court was officially established. During that time, the Qingyang Divine Court even held a ceremony in person, and Gu Qingyang also sent a rare incarnation there to manifest his saint in front of the people, again causing quite a fervor. After doing this, Ji Xian and the other Divine Court elders then began to work on the matter of building the city. 5 divine trees were used as the foundation to establish 5 cities that existed as suppressing otherworldly portals. For a time, the entire Qingyang Divine Court was abuzz with fervor, and the grief brought on by the war was already much lessened. Kunlun Divine Realm. While Gu Qingyang witnessed the changes in the entire Qingyang Divine Court, his heart was calm. Qingyang Divine Court. In this way, I am considered to be completely bound to the humans of this realm. In this regard, Gu Qingyang did not resent it either. He borrowed the faith of the humans to improve himself, and the humans also borrowed his power to get shelter. The 2 were already born from each other, so there was no problem with the relationship going further. In addition, the word God Emperor, Gu Qingyang also liked it. With the emergence of the Qingyang Divine Court, Gu Qingyang discovered another benefit, and that was that the quality of believers had risen dramatically, and the saints had directly broken through to 5 figures from the original less than 1,000. After the battle with Gu Tiangang, Gu Qingyang realized that the number of his saints had skyrocketed several times. He didn't expect that after the establishment of the Qingyang Divine Court, the number of saints would once again skyrocket. By now, the number of all the saints combined was already 23,000, and this number was still growing, with a dozen or so saints appearing almost every minute. Gu Qingyang estimated that if he continued at this rate, the number of his saints would most likely break through 100,000. If the number of saints could break through 100,000, Gu Qingyang's speed of harvesting faith would be even faster. At that time, advancing to the 5th order divine kingdom would be much shorter in time. Of course, Gu Qingyang wasn't in a hurry to promote to the 5th order divine kingdom right now. First of all, he had already broken through the 6th rank, and the 5th rank divine kingdom wouldn't change much in terms of strength for himself. At the same time, the strongest person in the entire Qingyang realm right now, not counting the existence of the evergreen ancient tree and other living beings, the strongest person was Gu Feng, who had just broken through to the middle grade of the 4th rank. 4th order cultivation was different from the 3rd order. Each step of the breakthrough required a long period of time to polish, before there was a 4th order consummate cultivator appearing. Gu Qingyang didn't even need to rush to promote the 5th order divine kingdom. After all, without a 4th stage consummate cultivator appearing, the 5th stage divine kingdom was just a decoration, and didn't have much of a purpose other than making Gu Qingyang's divine soul a little stronger. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang then sank his mind and looked at his data panel. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Heavenly Tao Divine Tree. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 6th order lower, 1500000/200000000. Divine Kingdom, 4th order, 11568954233/10000000000. Heavenly Tao Origin, 37. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Tao Spiritual Roots, 6th order. Heavenly Tao Fruit, 6th order. Heavenly Tao Eye, 6th order. Heavenly Tao Domain, 6th order. Memory Reading, 6th order. 37 Heavenly Tao Origin. There were quite a few other worldly cultivators killed in this battle, but not many Heavenly Tao Origin can be obtained. Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of the Heavenly Tao Origin. The original 100 Heavenly Tao Origin was already used by him to break through to the 6th order, and now the remaining 37 Heavenly Tao Origin that was cleared was clearly from the battle in the northern continent. From this battle, Gu Qingyang probably understood the amount of Heavenly Tao Origin that otherworldly beings could give. The Heavenly Tao Origin that a lower-ranked otherworldly being could give was very weak. Like a second-ranked cultivator could only give 0.001 Heavenly Tao Origin. If it was a third-order otherworldly being, it would give 0.001 Heavenly Tao Origin. A fourth-order cultivator had 0.01. Fifth-order cultivators 0.1. Sixth-order cultivator Gu Qingyang had not killed any. But judging from the situation of the third, fourth and fifth-order cultivators, if one could kill a sixth-order cultivator, one would probably be able to give a full point of Heavenly Tao Origin. The sixth-ranked cultivator only occupied a little bit of the Heavenly Tao Origin, so it was obvious how difficult it was to obtain it. Although the Heavenly Tao Origin given by lower-ranked cultivators is weak, it is able to accumulate a small amount into a large amount. In this battle, when tens of thousands of cultivators fell in the other world, I was able to obtain 37 points of Heavenly Tao Origin. From Shuiwei's memories, the ancient wilderness is extremely vast, with billions and billions of living beings surviving. If one ancient wilderness is still like this, if you include the entire absolute immortal realm, the number of living beings would be extremely horrifying. Gu Qingyang pondered in his heart. Of course, compared to the spirits of other realms, if he could devour the Heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm, Gu Qingyang would be able to obtain a massive amount of Heavenly Tao Origin. In the battle with the last Heavenly Tao of the Qingyang realm, the Heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm had fallen into a heavy slumber, and the strength of the other side was bound to be severely compromised. The strength of the Heavenly Tao of the first order heaven and earth was at the ninth order. However, this ninth order was different from the unusual ninth order. If it was an unusual ninth order cultivator, trying to deal with a ninth order Heavenly Tao would naturally be impossible, simply because the Heavenly Tao's depth was unfathomable, and ordinary beings, even if they were of the same rank, would not be a match for the Heavenly Tao. But Gu Qingyang was different. After he fused the Heavenly Tao Origin of the Qingyang realm, he transformed himself into the Heavenly Tao Divine Tree, and was equal to the Heavenly Tao in terms of the level of life. So naturally, there was no such thing as a gap in the depths of the Heavenly Tao. As long as Gu Qingyang could step into the ninth rank, his strength would definitely not be weaker than the Heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm. But all of this was in the early stages. with the absolute immortal realm's heavenly Tao in its heyday. In the battle with the last heavenly Tao of Qingyang realm, the heavenly Tao of absolute immortal realm had already reached the point where it needed to sleep, so it was evident that it must have suffered extremely serious injuries. Under these circumstances, how much strength the absolute immortal realm's heavenly Tao could maintain was a matter of debate. The absolute immortal realm heavenly Tao's strength nowadays, the probability is that it hasn't been able to maintain at the level of the 9th rank, but at least it's also around the 8th rank. I just stepped into the 6th rank now, so I don't have a chance to deal with the heavenly Tao for the time being. However, with the opening of the gateway between the two worlds, the Qingyang realm will be able to find an opportunity to take the initiative. And if I can send a cultivator into the absolute immortal realm to silently harvest the heavenly Tao's origin, it will be beneficial to my breakthrough in the future. Gu Qingyang's mind turned. If the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm wasn't asleep, and an otherworldly being entered, it would definitely be detected by the heavenly Tao. Unless there was another side of the heavenly Tao that had expended a great cost as a way to cover up the heavenly chance, only then would there be a possibility of concealing the heavenly Tao's perception. But now that the heavenly Tao was sleeping, the absolute immortal realm was the equivalent of being undefended, and as long as cultivators could be sent into it, they would certainly be able to harvest the heavenly Tao's origin. If the heavenly Tao origin of the absolute immortal world can be harvested significantly, then the strength of the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal world will be weakened accordingly. This was just like the original Qingyang realm heavenly Tao. In the ancient times, the Qingyang realm heavenly Tao was extremely powerful, even 1 point stronger than the absolute immortal realm heavenly Tao. However, with the outbreak of the great cultivator Cataclysm in the ancient times, the heavens and earth were plunged into the end of the world, and the power of the Qingyang realm heavenly Tao was also weakened. Because of this, it was only then that the Qingyang realm heavenly Tao was unable to defeat the absolute immortal realm heavenly Tao and was subsequently killed by the other party. The purpose of the absolute immortal realm heavenly Tao is to devour the Green Yang realm heavenly Tao, followed by the fusion of the two worlds, causing the absolute immortal realm to grow further. Since the absolute immortal realm was able to devour the other world's heavenly Tao and fuse it, then I can naturally do the same. Gu Qingyang gradually smoothed out some thoughts. The universe was vast and boundless, and beyond the Qingyang realm was a vast starry sky, in which many worlds must exist. Just like the absolute immortal realm, the worlds that were invaded by the absolute immortal realm should all be in the same side of the starry sky. That was the case. Gu Qingyang was able to follow the example of the absolute immortal world's heavenly Tao and find other worlds in the vast starry sky to devour, and then step by step, grow his own body. Of course, trying to find the whereabouts of other worlds in the vast starry sky was not that simple. Thinking about this, Gu Qingyang's divine thoughts could not help but move slightly, and in an instant, he appeared in the middle of an endless river of stars. This is the starry sky heavenly river. Gu Qingyang looked at the starry sky heavenly river in front of him, his heart filled with shock. The so-called starry sky heavenly river was actually a place that all heavenly Tao could enter, and if the world's heavenly Tao was compared to an individual, then the starry sky was the whole that held all the heavenly Tao. This was a subtle space in the starry sky, and the heavenly river flowing today was an existence that covered the entire starry sky. There were only countless points of light that flowed with the waves in the starry sky heavenly river, as if they were stars in the sky. These points of light, in fact, represented the worlds that existed in the starry sky one by one. And Gu Qingyang was now one of those points of light. The way to find other worlds was simple. It was to touch the light points that represented other worlds, and then use the power of the heavenly Tao to open the gaps and kill each other. However, the interior of the starry sky heavenly river appeared to contain endless star points of light, but in reality, the space inside was extremely vast, and even the 2 points of light that were connected contained an extremely long distance. Not only that, the world behind these star points of light, not exactly the existence of the heavenly Tao. There are worlds where the heavenly Tao has perished, and the living beings inside have long since died. The entire world was filled with an aura of destruction. Such a heaven and earth would be useless even if it was devoured. Gu Qingyang looked at the entire starry sky and heavenly river. Up and down, left and right are endless. The vastness of the starry sky for him now, want to explore to the end, is not what is possible. In the end, Gu Qingyang's divine idea perception was too low, and the range he could perceive was extremely limited. Moreover, Gu Qingyang didn't dare to rashly contact other worlds right now, because his strength was too weak, and if he really wanted to interface with other worlds, he might just be taking his own life. As his divine thoughts withdrew from the starry heavenly river sect, Gu Qingyang secretly sighed. Within all the heavenly Tao, my strength is probably the weakest of the bunch. After all, the heavenly Tao that is normally birthed has a strength of at least the 9th rank, unless there are other worlds heavenly Tao that are like me. Being the previous heavenly Tao that collapsed and part of its origin was fused by the world's living beings, becoming heavenly Tao proxies. Among these heavenly Tao proxies, there could perhaps be an existence that is not my opponent. The heavenly Tao was too strong. Gu Qingyang did not have the certainty to devour other heavens and earths right now, unless there were other heavens and earths that had gone through a great war and had suffered a significant loss of strength, or even the heavenly Tao had collapsed, and following that, heavenly Tao proxies had emerged. In that case, Gu Qingyang could barely have a few chances of winning. Otherwise, Gu Qingyang was now without the ability to devour other heavenly Tao. Not only that, Gu Qingyang had to be even more careful to prevent the invasion of other heavenly Tao. One absolute immortal realm had caused the Qingyang realm to be burnt out, and if one more heavenly Tao invaded, the Qingyang realm would be surrounded by enemies on its back, and there would truly be no hope then. In response to this, Gu Qingyang also sighed. The game of the heavenly Tao is also very dangerous. Every step must be careful. Once the failure is the collapse of heaven and earth and the destruction of living beings. Although I am an agent of the heavenly Tao and will not fall with the destruction of the Qingyang realm, but if the Qingyang realm were to be destroyed, in the face of an attack from the other heavenly Tao, there is absolutely no chance of me surviving. The more one understood, the more one realized one's insignificance. Before he was clear about the other realms, Gu Qingyang thought that he was the strongest person in the entire Qingyang realm, and that no one could threaten his own life. However, after fusing the heavenly Tao origin and metamorphosing into the heavenly Tao divine tree, Gu Qingyang truly saw the vastness of the starry sky and what it meant that there was a sky beyond the sky. He could dominate the entire Qingyang realm. But in the outside world, his strength was pathetically weak, especially when he entered the starry sky river. Gu Qingyang saw the vastness of the entire starry sky and felt more and more insignificant. An inexplicable sense of urgency made Gu Qingyang want to improve his strength as soon as possible. But he himself was also clear that the strength above was not something that could be raised just by saying so. To be able to step into the 6th rank from nothing in 30 years, this cultivation speed was already very fast. Since Shui Wei's memory, the ancient desert cultivators want to step into the first order, such as if the talent is amazing. Without a month on the line, a year time can be complete. However, if the talent is dull, want to cultivate to the first level of perfection, it will take 2 to 3 years to be able to. The first stage of body forging is just a process of laying the foundation, and after stepping into the second stage of blood refining, it is a watershed. Talented people can be promoted to the second order of blood refining in 2 years. A few years' time is expected to impact the third order of viscera refining. Talented people in general will be trapped in the blood refining level throughout their lives. If one went from the third to the fourth stage, those with talent would only need about 10 to 20 years. When the fourth order is the fifth order, even if it is again talented people, but also need decades of time to polish. 50 years can step into the fourth order of the perfect and impact the fifth order, even if the heavenly pride of the demon. As for the sixth order, at least 100 years of precipitation. That is to say, even if it is the top heavenly pride demon, in the ancient desert cultivation, from 0 to the 6th order of the time required, it is also necessary to 167 years to be able to do. If it was a normal cultivator, the time required would even be calculated in hundreds or thousands of years at the very least. Gu Qingyang only took 30 years to walk the path of a top heavenly pride demon for more than 100 years, so it was obvious how fast his promotion speed was. The reason for all of this was that Gu Qingyang had the entire human race of the Qingyang realm as his backing. Then there was, the heavenly Tao had fallen, and some of its scattered power was gained for Gu Qingyang himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that simple for Gu Qingyang to step into the 6th rank. Compared to the cultivation speed of the ancient wasteland cultivators, the cultivation speed of the cultivators of the Qingyang realm is not considered to be too slow, especially the 4th order cultivators such as Gu Feng Zhangming. When it comes to their cultivation speed, they can all be considered as top-tier heaven's pride devils within the ancient wasteland. Since the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, they've only been practicing for less than 20 years, and now Gu Feng has even broken through the 4th order middle grade in a single breath. So if they were in a clan in the ancient wilderness, they would be able to cultivate them as a future sect master. Gu Qingyang secretly thought. The population base of the entire Qingyang realm now exceeded almost 30 million, and there were only 100 or so cultivators who could step into the 4th rank. But after the battle in the northern continent, the number of 4th rank cultivators had plummeted to a double-digit number. Among these people, some of them were true heavenly pride demons, but some of them could only be described as average in terms of cultivation talent. The fact that the other party was able to get to where they were today was all because of the Divine Kingdom chat group. It can be said, the Divine Kingdom chat group was the cornerstone of the entire Qingyang realm, the foundation of everyone's cultivation. Gu Qingyang wasn't sure if other worlds also had the same existence as the Divine Kingdom chat group, but he expected that as long as someone could collect belief in divine power, they could probably open up a Divine Kingdom chat group as well. However, the probability of this was slim to none. This was because Gu Qingyang was able to open up a Divine Kingdom chat group because he had a data panel, and was guided step by step by the data panel. Before opening up a Divine Kingdom and then diffusing the Divine Kingdom chat group, other people didn't have data panels, and even if they had the power of faith on them, they might not be able to utilize it properly. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were worlds that specialized in faith as a cultivation system, where everyone was the equivalent of a deity, but the competition for faith in that kind of world was bound to be extremely intense. No matter what, the Divine Kingdom chat group now temporarily belongs to a unique existence, and although the Qingyang realm lost a lot of strong people in this battle, there are also many newborn cultivators who have been given a chance. As long as these cultivators digested this harvest completely, it was believed that the strength of the Qingyang realm would be able to rise rather than decrease. It's just that if we want to deal with the absolute immortal realm, we still need to think carefully before we can do so. Gu Qingyang secretly pondered. All else was vanity. Right now, the absolute immortal realm was the biggest threat. However, after Gu Tiangang's defeat last time, Gu Qingyang believed that the absolute immortal realm wouldn't make any moves for the time being. After all, the strongest person in the ancient wasteland on the surface was only of the 6th rank. After entering the Qingyang realm, Gu Qingyang was completely able to use the power of the heavenly Dao realm to suppress him to the 5th rank level. However, if several 6th-ranked powerhouses appeared in the absolute immortal realm at once, the heavenly Dao realm wouldn't be able to completely suppress them. In this regard, Gu Qingyang was similarly unafraid. Among my peers, my depth is beyond the reach of ordinary beings, so if an ordinary 6th order is in front of me, it should be very easy to suppress them. Ancient Heavenly Gang carries a special physique, the Ancient Desolate Saint body, which makes his reserves extremely deep, and only then does he have the qualifications to fight with me. But above the same level, even Gu Tiangang, who carries the Ancient Desolate Sacred body, wouldn't be my opponent. Thinking of the Ancient Desolate Sacred body, Gu Qingyang's mind couldn't help but become much more alive. The Heavenly Dao spiritual root was more powerful than the so-called special physique, but there was no denying that Gu Tiangang's Ancient Desolate Sacred body was indeed terrifying. If they were the same 6th order consummate cultivators, Ancient Heavenly Gang, who carried the Ancient Desolate Sacred body, would be able to easily suppress a strong person without a special physique. Even if it was an idle 7th ranked powerhouse, it would be a question as to whether or not they could deal with the Ancient Heavenly Dipper. It was obvious. These special physiques were of great cultivation value. If the absolute immortal realm can have a special physique, maybe the Qingyang realm can also have such a special physique. It would be good for the population of 30 million to be able to produce 1 or 2 special physiques. Gu Qingyang also had some expectations in his heart. After the Eye of Heavenly Dao metamorphosed, he basically hadn't probed the people of Qingyang realm, so the matter of special physique was only discovered from Gu Tiangang. If the Qingyang realm could really produce some special physique, it would be a great help to cultivate it in the future. It was still the same saying. The strength of a heaven and earth did not only come from the strength of the heavenly Dao, but also from the strength of the entire heaven and earth's living beings. To put it in a simple way, if the Qingyang realm had a group of cultivators of the 8th or beginning 9th order right now, they would be completely able to penetrate the entire Jiexian realm and then carry out the other side's heavenly Dao and beat it up. It was a pity. The strongest living beings in the Qingyang realm right now were only at the 4th rank, making it difficult to do anything great. The first time, Gu Qingyang was the one who looked towards Gu Feng, the other party, as the strongest person in the Qingyang realm nowadays, and with his unrivaled battle power, he might be the one who was carrying a special physique. Name, Gu Feng. Body, human. Rank, 4th order middle grade. Physique, overlord god body. Beliefs, saints. Indeed, Gu Qingyang was delighted in his heart. Gu Feng was indeed carrying a special physique, which was why the other party was able to cultivate so quickly, and had unparalleled battle power that no cultivator of the same rank could contend with. But soon, Gu Qingyang was calming down. Different divine bodies also need to cultivate different techniques in order to be able to do so. Only techniques that are suitable for the special physique can truly bring out the power of the special physique. What Gu Feng is cultivating now is an unusual gong method, and although the hegemonic divine body's underpinnings are amazing, it hasn't truly allowed the hegemonic divine body to show its glory. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyang's mind couldn't help but enter into the divine kingdom. And then he proceeded to deduce a mastery that was suitable for the overlord god body to cultivate. A moment later, Gu Qingyang's mind was where an additional Jedi school appeared. Overlord divine body technique. The name differed from the overlord godly body by only one word, and this technique was a 4th order extreme grade, but strictly speaking, it could only be considered a remnant of the overlord godly body technique. This was because with the current rank of the Divine Kingdom chat group, it was unable to deduce the complete hegemonic divine body technique. The complete hegemonic divine body technique must be of an extremely high grade, and such techniques must not be replaced midway, and must be cultivated from the beginning. In that case, I'd rather deduce the hegemonic divine body technique from the first to the third rank, so that I can form a complete cultivation system, Gu Qingyang murmured to himself. Moreover, Gu Qingyang also discovered another problem, which was that the faith power required to deduce the hegemonic divine body technique was twice as high as the consumption of the more unusual techniques. Normally speaking, derivating a fourth-order extreme merit law would only require 5 million faith. However, to deduce the fourth-rank overlord godly body technique, it required 10 million faith. From here, it could also be seen that the cultivation method of a special physique was not comparable to ordinary cultivation methods. However, in order to cultivate the special physique, Gu Qingyang didn't raise the price additionally, and the contribution required for redemption was on par with other equivalent order techniques. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang then threw the Overlord Divine Physique technique inside the Divine Kingdom store, and then it was time to update his data panel for all the Divine Kingdom chat groups to be able to observe the special physique that belonged to them. After doing these things, Gu Qingyang was again observing the others to see if there were any other special body qualities. Half a day, Gu Qingyang had watched everyone, and surprisingly, it really did allow him to seek out a few special body qualities. Lin Ling, carrying the Great Tao God body, Zhang Ming, carrying the Battle Saint body, Shen Shui, carrying the Dharma Spirit Divine body, Ji Xian, carrying the Five Elements Spiritual body, as well as a person named Chu Shan, carrying the Ancient Barbarian Saint body. I didn't expect a small Qingyang realm to have 6 people harboring special body types. Not bad, not bad. Gu Qingyang was satisfied with this. He thought that it would be okay to find 1 or 2 special physiques, but he didn't expect the Qingyang realm to have 6 special physiques. If these people could all be cultivated, they would all be at least on the level of ancient heavenly deity in the future. In other words, if the Qingyang realm were to launch a counterattack in the future, the probability was that it would be dominated by 6 people. Rumor has it that the absolute immortal realm has a so-called golden splendor every 10,000 years, where heavenly prides come out and the strongest compete. And the scene in the Qingyang realm today is just like the absolute immortal realm's golden splendor. But I don't know just how far the cultivators of the Qingyang realm will be able to go in this golden season. Gu Qingyang sunk his mind and proceeded to deduce the cultivation techniques required for several other special body types. Yu Zhijiang 3rd order lower grade, have you guys noticed that the Divine Kingdom store seems to have some more special techniques? Yao Sini 3rd order medium grade, the FA Spirit Divine Physique looks like it's related to magicians. I wonder what this Divine Physique can do. Yan Haiyun 3rd order top grade, hiss. Fighting Holy Body, look at the name, is very bullish. Non-special physique unexpectedly cannot be redeemed. Said who has a special physique. Why not stand out to take 2 steps? Lulun 3rd order middle grade, envy. Suzi 2nd order perfection, envy +1. Suong 3rd order lower grade, envy +2. The special physique cultivation method appeared. And then there were people who realized that their own attribute panels were all becoming different. It was only a pity that the vast majority of them, in the physique piece, were blank, indicating that they didn't carry a special physique. In the northern continent, Gu Feng, who was supervising the construction of the city, couldn't help but also glance at his own data panel, and when he saw that he was harboring the hegemony god body, his eyes couldn't help but change slightly. Overlord god body. So I'm actually harboring a special physique. Learning that he possessed the Overlord divine body, Gu Feng's calm and way-free heart also set off a ripple, and it was needless to say that he could understand that the special physique must be extraordinary. Subsequently, Gu Feng's mind landed on the Overlord divine body, and the corresponding information surfaced. The Overlord divine body's battle intent was unrivaled, and the stronger the battle intent, the stronger the strength. In other words, cowards were unable to utilize the power of the Overlord godly body, and only those who truly did not fear life and death could truly rule the Overlord godly body. Gu Feng thought of his previous battle, and thought that the advantages of the Overlord god body must have been somewhat utilized when he was facing an otherworldly 5th order powerhouse. However, there was no cultivation of a fitting technique to perfectly display the power of the Overlord god body. Nowadays, there were corresponding techniques appearing in the Divine Kingdom chat group, which were obviously prepared for all those who carried special physiques. Gu Feng could not help but secretly be glad that he had not originally exchanged for other 4th order extreme merit techniques right away. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of millions of contributions. Without hesitation, Gu Feng directly exchanged the cultivation method for the 4th stage of the Overlord Divine Physique, and knowing that he could not cultivate beyond the stage, he exchanged all the cultivation methods for the previous 1 to 3 stages. Up to this point, Gu Feng was considered to have mastered the cultivation methods before the 5th stage, and the next thing to do was to complete the conversion. The space around him distorted, and there were bronze portals towering up, Behind the portals was a darkness that made people's hearts palpitate. A strong man appeared around the bronze portal, with different expressions on his face. Some people looked shocked, others were filled with anger, and even more had a fear that could not be concealed. Behind this bronze portal was clearly the Qingyang realm. In the previous battle, the absolute immortal realm had suffered a great defeat. The vast majority of cultivators have fallen in the Qingyang realm. Only a very few cultivators can escape from the Qingyang realm. This is the largest loss in the ancient wasteland for hundreds of years. Not only did the dragon transformation cultivators fall in the hundreds, even the real person powerhouses all fell one as a result. The true lord powerhouses that were claimed to be among the top of the ancient wilderness were all traumatized in the Qingyang realm. Over the millennia, the ancient wasteland has also bridged with some heavens and earths, and there has never been any heavens and earths that are as powerful as the Qingyang realm. It's clearly a heaven and earth with a weak aura to the point of near extinction. Yet a strong person who defeated the ancient wilderness Saint Lord exists. This realm must have a great secret. A middle-aged man in a basalt-colored robe said in a cold voice, and there was both a blaze and a deep scorn in his eyes as he looked towards the bronze portal. Upon hearing this, many people dropped their gazes onto the middle-aged man, and a look of awe could not help but spread across their faces. One of the 9 great families, Qin family head Qin Yi, a powerful person who had already stepped into the dragon transformation level and was expected to impact true lords. In today's ancient wasteland, the true monarch is high above, rarely in front of people to show saint. Real people can be called the world's top. Below a true lord, any dragon transformation cultivator would be of honorable status, qualified to sit on one side. What the Qin family master said is reasonable. The Qingyang realm must have a big secret. It's just a pity that right now, the Qingyang realm is so powerful that even the one from the ancient desolate sacred land isn't an opponent. Nowadays, if we want to take down the entire Qingyang realm, I'm afraid we'll have to have the 3 great holy lands join forces to do so. Someone shook his head inside. Ancient wilderness holy lord ancient Tiangang, a true lord perfection powerhouse, was even carrying the ancient wilderness holy body, known as the peerless true lord, and his strength could be considered the #1 powerhouse of the ancient wilderness on the surface. The defeat of ancient Tiangang was a heavy blow to the entire ancient wasteland. Right now, with the power of the ancient wilderness holy land alone, it was no longer possible to take down the Qingyang realm. Unless the Heavenly Sun Holy Land as well as the 2 great holy lands such as the Taishu Holy Land were willing to step in, only then would there be a real possibility of taking down the Qingyang realm. Subsequently, someone else also said, it's just a pity that the hegemony sect patriarch, Di Gang, fell in this battle, and also lost several dragon transformation elders, so his strength can be said to have been severely compromised. Hearing these words, many people had subtle eyes. The mountains overlapped, among which there were divine mountains that went straight into the sky, with dense clouds lingering around, just like a piece of divine immortal cave. This was one of the 3 holy places of the ancient desolate, where the ancient desolate holy land was located. In the ancient desolate divine hall, ancient Tiangang, dressed in black and gold robes, resided above the main seat, and the rest were the other elders of the ancient desolate holy land. Is the sacred lord's injury any worse? The person who spoke was a grey-clothed old man. His face was dry and thin and withered, as if he was about to die, but his eyes were sharp to the extreme. This person's name was Zhong Song, an elder of the ancient desolate sacred ground, as well as a strong person at the beginning of the true man stage. Ancient Heavenly Gang shook his head slightly. This seat's injuries are not greatly impaired. The strength of that true lord of the Qingyang realm is not equal to that of an ordinary person, but when it comes to a true all-out battle, he is not this seat's opponent. It's just a pity that the heavenly Tao of Qingyang realm suppressed at the critical time, making this seat's strength depreciate severely, thus it was injured by it. Speaking of the reason for his injury, Gu Tiangang's eyes were also slightly cold. If he had lost to Gu Qingyang in a fair battle, Gu Tiangang would have nothing to say. However, he had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao before losing miserably at the hands of the other party, and at this, Gu Tiangang was naturally dissatisfied. But again is dissatisfied. Gu Tiangang also understand. He now cannot help Gu Qingyang, unless he was able to break the true lord boundary and step into a higher level. It was just that if one truly wanted to take that step, how could it be that easy? Even Gu Tiangang didn't have much certainty. The aura of the Qingyang realm is weak, and it is obvious that it has already stepped into the end Dharma era, and it is reasonable to say that in the heavens and earth of the end Dharma era, there shouldn't be such strong people surviving. Obviously, there must be a big secret in the Qingyang realm. It's just that that person's strength is not equal, and with the help of the heavenly Tao of the Blue Sun realm, this seat can't do anything about him. Gu Tiangang shook his head helplessly, then added, for the next period of time, this seat is going to be in seclusion and cultivation. the ancient wasteland's sacred ground will temporarily give up its exploration of the Qingyang realm, and at the same time, send cultivators to sit at the bronze portal to prevent the cultivators of the Qingyang realm from intruding into the ancient wasteland. Hearing this, an elder looked stunned. Does the Holy Lord think that the Qingyang realm dares to rush into the ancient wilderness? The ancient wasteland not making a move against the Qingyang realm was even a good thing. The Qingyang realm dare to make a move against the ancient wasteland. After all, the strength of the Qingyang realm in this battle was also clear to ancient desolate. Although the ancient desert lost, but also because of the Qingyang realm of the mysterious true monarch Sake. In addition, the Qingyang realm even a real person are not, only more than 100 dragon. Although such strength was good, it was nothing compared to the entire ancient wasteland. Gu Tiangang said, we must be prepared for anything. In the past, there were not cases where other realms invaded the ancient wasteland and then wreaked havoc. Although the impact of such situations is not great, it is still detrimental to the face of the ancient wasteland. The other elders nodded when they heard this. Afterwards, Zhongsong asked in a low voice, if during the Holy Lord's seclusion, the other two Holy Lands wish to make a move against the Qingyang realm, what should I, the ancient desolate Holy Land, do? Don't pay any attention to it. With the strength of the one from the Qingyang realm, and with the help of the heavenly Tao, the two great Holy Lands won't have any chance of winning unless they are able to do whatever it takes. But that would be meaningless even if they took down the Qingyang realm. Gu Tiangang had a thorough grasp of the situation in the ancient wasteland, and in his opinion, the price the two great sacred lands would pay if they wanted to take down the Qingyang realm would definitely be much more disastrous than the rewards of taking down the Qingyang realm. The other elders also seemed to have thought of something when they heard the word cost, and their eyes became somewhat subtle. At this moment, ancient heavenly gang said with deep eyes, this seed has already sensed it. The longevity shackles are about to dissipate, and the path of true lords and above is about to open up. It won't be many years before the golden age will come back. This is the opportunity for our generation to become immortals. This seat's retreat is not only to recover from the injuries on my body, but also to find the path above true lord. When this seat steps through the true lord limit, what can a mere Qingyang realm be considered? Ancient heavenly gang's eyes blazing. Longevity shackles horizontal pressure of the ancient wilderness for 5,000 years, and now is finally coming to an end. The other elders also had their hearts shaken when they heard this. Golden age. Inside the four simple words, the information contained is just too much. This was the ancient wasteland's chance, as well as the chance of the entire absolute immortal realm. The Kunlun divine realm. The divine tree is in the sky. Under the shade of the tree, there is a stone table chessboard set up. Two looks the same green shirt young people. Is face-to-face game, only see the chessboard situation changes. Seems to have thousands of troops in the killing. Chess walking with infinite blood rain and wind. The end is a mysterious infinite. With the last drop, the black side directly collapsed. The white side won a great victory. One of the green shirt youth form futilely dissipated. Immediately after, the remaining green shirt youth waved his hand, and the chessboard also disappeared. 30 years. Gu Qingyang looked at the Kunlun divine realm that hadn't changed in any way, and his face was somewhat emotional. Once upon a time, he had been growing thin in his concept of time. 30 years could be as easy as a snap of the fingers in Gu Qingyang's eyes, with absolutely no extra feeling. If it was in the previous life, 30 years was enough to change too many things, and for an ordinary person, 30 years was almost a third of life. However, after fusing the heavenly Tao origin, Gu Qingyang had metamorphosed into the heavenly Tao divine tree, and had already lived forever. Not to mention 30 years. Even if it was 300 or 3,000 years, it would have no effect on him. Sitting back and watching the mountains and seas change, observing the rise and fall of the world. That was the mindset of the everlasting one. Since the last invasion of the absolute immortal realm, the Qingyang realm had gained 30 years of peace and quiet, and Gu Qingyang had stayed in the Kunlun divine realm for 30 years. During these 30 years, he had often sensed the heavens and the earth, as if he were an ancient monk enlightening the Tao, and occasionally, he had manifested a second self, playing against each other to relieve his boredom. The last time he fought with Gu Tiangang, Gu Qingyang manipulated the power of the heavens and earth, and all the laws were at his fingertips. At that time, Gu Qingyang realized that as a heavenly Tao divine tree, he had a lot of things he hadn't tapped into. The natural aptitude manifested by the data panel was merely something on the surface. Many subtle changes were not reflected in the data panel. The power of the heavenly Tao originated from many levels. Among them were the underpinnings of heaven and earth, such as the aura as well as the degree of vastness, and so on, as well as from all living things. The reason why the heavenly Tao of the Qingyang realm was powerful in the ancient times was because there were many strong cultivators at that time. These cultivators sensed the heaven and earth and cultivated, and the power they mastered would also feed back to the heaven and earth. and then turn into part of the power of the heavenly Tao. Just like when Gu Qingyang fought against ancient heavenly deity, all the laws were at his fingertips, but in reality, they were some of the means of the ancient cultivators in the past. These aptitudes were deeply imprinted in the heavens and earth, so they were in the hands of the heavenly Tao. Only Gu Qingyang had not long metamorphosed into the divine tree of heaven's path, and was not able to truly control much power, but now 30 years of precipitation had allowed him to undergo a metamorphosis. This metamorphosis, it was not a metamorphosis in realm, but a metamorphosis in strength. If anything, when he first stepped into the 6th rank, Gu Qingyang's true strength was actually a step weaker than Gu Tiangang in his heyday. The so-called heyday period referred to the Gu Tiangang who was at the complete 6th rank, but rather the Gu Tiangang who was not suppressed at the top of the 6th rank. After all, Gu Tiangang was carrying the ancient desolate saint body, and had entered the 6th order perfection, so it was normal for Gu Qingyang to be slightly weaker than Gu Tiangang despite being a heavenly Tao divine tree. But now was different. After 30 years of precipitation, Gu Qingyang's strength was already on a higher level. In comparison to the past, Gu Qingyang was certain that he could suppress his 30-year-old self within 100 moves. If he were to fight Gu Tiangang in his heyday, he would also have the certainty of suppressing the other party. If he stepped into the Qingyang realm, and the ancient heavenly deity, who was suppressed to the upper 6th rank, Gu Qingyang would be able to easily defeat the other party even if he didn't need to use all the power of the heavenly Tao realm to suppress him. Even if Gu Tiangang erupted with the power of the ancient desolate sacred body, it would still change nothing just the same. This was the change that Gu Qingyang had precipitated in 30 years. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, heavenly Tao divine tree. Lifespan, immortality. Rank, 6th order lower, 5569000/2000000000000. Divine Kingdom, 5th order, 965200010000000000000. Heavenly Tao origin, 7. Natural avatar, heavenly Tao spiritual root, 6th rank. Heavenly Tao fruit, 6th rank. Eye of heavenly Tao, 6th rank. Heavenly Tao domain, 6th rank. Memory reading, 6th rank. This was the change on Gu Qingyang's data panel. 25 years ago, Gu Qingyang had a feeling that the aura of the Kunlun divine realm as well as the entire Qingyang realm was weak, so he decided to bring out 3 small spirit veins coalesced with the heavenly Tao origin. After these 3 spiritual veins appeared, they were all buried by Gu Qingyang in the Kunlun divine realm. As a result, the concentration of aura in the entire Kunlun divine realm had risen out of nowhere. If the original Kunlun divine realm's aura concentration was only 10, then after 3 more small aura veins appeared, the aura concentration broke through to 30. The biggest change brought about by the concentration of spiritual qi was that the evolutionary value that Gu Qingyang was able to obtain on a daily basis was much more than usual. In the past, when the spirit veins of the Kunlun divine realm were weak, Gu Qingyang could only obtain 200 points of evolutionary value per day by relying on the heavenly Tao spiritual root. But as the Kunlun divine realm's spiritual aura rose, the daily evolutionary value he received was had doubled, breaking through to 400 points. From a short-term perspective, 30 points of heavenly Tao origin, worth 30 million evolutionary value, exchanging it for 3 small spiritual veins was clearly a loss. But if one were to look at it from a long-term perspective, this deal was actually not a loss at all. With an extra 200 points of evolutionary value per day, Gu Qingyang wouldn't need 500 years to earn back the consumed heavenly Tao origin. Theoretically speaking, spirit veins were able to produce a constant flow of spiritual qi, only because the heavens and earth would independently draw power from the starry sky, and then feed it back into the heavens and earth, ultimately integrating it into each spirit vein, causing the veins to produce spiritual qi to nourish all beings in the heavens and earth. Gu Qingyang is already able to live forever. Naturally, he doesn't care about a mere 400 to 500 years. Because of this, during the 30 years that Gu Qingyang had been refining the spiritual qi with the heavenly Tao spiritual root, he had obtained almost 4 million evolutionary values. As long as he kept this rate going, in just another 1,000 years, he would be able to break through to the middle of the 6th order, taking his strength to the next level. And as the aura of the Kunlun divine realm raised, Gu Qingyang also slightly poured some aura towards the outside world, causing the aura of the entire Qingyang realm to rise a little bit with it. In this way, the difficulty of everyone's cultivation would also decrease accordingly. Then there was the changes on the Divine Kingdom's part. 15 years ago, Gu Qingyang had collected all the faith power for the promotion of the 5th Order Divine Kingdom completely, following which he officially promoted from the Divine Kingdom to the 5th Order, and then opened the 5th Order store. However, in contrast to the appearance of the 4th Order store, the opening of the 5th Order store hadn't caused much of a commotion for the entire Qingyang realm. It was only because 15 years ago, the strongest person in the Qingyang realm was only the upper rank of the 4th rank. and the vast majority of people were hovering around the third rank, and those who could truly enter the fourth rank were very few. Therefore, fifth rank stores were an unattainable existence for many people. It took over 1,000 years to hopefully break through to the middle of the sixth rank. This speed is slow enough. Gu Qingyang looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he was already immortal. If he were to do so in the past, how far he could go would be an unknown. After all, the further the realm went, the more evolutionary value was needed to break through. It would take more than 1,000 years to reach the middle of the sixth rank, and by the time he reached the seventh rank, it might take more than 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. Even if Gu Qingyang's original lifespan was long, he couldn't withstand staying up like this. In the end, it was because the aura of the Qingyang realm was too weak. Compared to the ancient wasteland, the concentration of aura in the Qingyang realm was simply ridiculously poor. From Shuiwei's memories, as well as the ancient wasteland aura that Gu Qingyang himself had sensed from inside the otherworldly portal, the difference between the two was undoubtedly astronomically different. Normally speaking, with the heavenly Tao's spiritual roots terrifying underlying talent, the breakthrough from the lower sixth rank to the middle sixth rank would definitely not take too long, but now that it had been dragged hard to over 1,000 years, it could be seen how important a role the amount of aura played. At this thought, Gu Qingyang sighed again. It's just a pity that I've already used up my heavenly Tao origin today, and there's no way I can continue to condense spirit veins if I want to. Although condensing a miniature spirit vein only requires 1 point of heavenly Tao origin, it's ultimately not very cost-effective. A small spirit vein required 10 points of heavenly Tao origin, and a miniature spirit vein required 1 point of heavenly Tao origin. However, the problem was that the former brought about a spiritual chi concentration that was 12 times that of the latter. In other words, if one could condense a small spirit vein, it would top 12 miniature spirit veins. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for Gu Qingyang to waste the heavenly Tao origin. Now that there were 7 points of heavenly Tao origin left, with just a little more accumulation, it was expected that 10 points would be gathered. For the immortal me, it's not like I can't afford to wait for 1,000 years. Even if it's 10,000 years, it won't be a problem. As long as the Qingyang realm doesn't die out, I'll be able to break through to a higher level one day. Gu Qingyang also discovered an advantage of having a data panel. It was that when other people broke through, they needed to face the problem of bottlenecks. It wasn't that when their cultivation level arrived, their breakthroughs would just happen. But for Gu Qingyang's breakthrough, there was never the so-called bottleneck argument. The evolution value would naturally break through when it arrived. There was no need to stay at a certain level for too long. But, over the years, Gu Qingyang had always felt a crisis if anything in the underworld. And as time went on, this sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier, as if something bad was about to happen. Gu Qingyang had also used means of deduction and divination, and the beginnings of his crisis pointed directly at the absolute immortal realm, indicating that some changes were occurring in the absolute immortal realm, changes that could potentially threaten the Qingyang realm. To this day, this sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. At this point, Gu Qingyang was finally somewhat unable to sit still. Subsequently, he then looked towards the entire Qingyang realm. To be precise, it was the entire Qingyang Divine Court. During the 30 years, the Qingyang Divine Court had also changed immensely. 29 years ago, the northern wasteland of the Qingyang Divine Court used the 5 great ancient trees as its foundation and set up 5 great cities, while sending cultivators to garrison them to strictly guard against the invasion of the otherworld. 25 years ago, a strong man sensed heaven and earth and created his own technique, then founded a clan, causing the entire Qingyang Divine Court to initially begin the era of clans. 23 years ago, a lucky man entered an ancient tomb and obtained a large number of ancient secret texts, following the example of his predecessors to establish a sect and set up a party. 20 years ago, the Qingyang Divine Court completely entered the sect era, and all the civil guilds opened sects and recruited disciples. 15 years ago, ancient Feng, who was known as the #1 human powerhouse, broke through the 4th order upper grade and suppressed the world, and the population of the Qingyang Divine Court broke through 50 million. 12 years ago, all the elders of the Qingyang Divine Court combined their efforts to compile the Qingyang Divine Canon, which contains systematic cultivation techniques, including all cultivation methods of the 3rd rank and below, shocking the world. 10 years ago, the Qingyang Divine Court promoted the Qingyang Divine Canon, and many sects were shaken, and human strength increased dramatically. 8 years ago, the Divine Kingdom's chat group was updated and the Divine List was released, with all cultivators being on the list. 5 years ago, the number of 4th order cultivators in the Qingyang Divine Court broke through 300. 3 years ago, the population of the Qingyang Divine Court broke through 100 million. 1 year ago, there was a 4th order consummate ferocious beast in the deep sea, the first strongest person in the Divine Court, Gu Feng. stepped into the air and killed the ferocious beast in 3 moves. Once again, the world was shaken. 30 years ago, the changes in the Qingyang realm as well as the entire Qingyang divine court were not insignificant. With the population breaking through 100 million, the amount of faith Gu Qingyang was able to receive each year had also skyrocketed. From 1 or 200 million in the beginning, to the current steady harvest of 1 billion faiths each year. At the same time, the number of saints was also breaking through 50,000, steadily providing Gu Qingyang with around 1 million beliefs every day, and could have over 360 million beliefs a year. So strictly speaking, with all the saints plus the ordinary believers, Gu Qingyang was able to get more than 1 billion beliefs in a year. 6th Order Divine Kingdom. A breakthrough required 100 billion faith. But with today's growth rate of faith, Gu Qingyang did a little math and figured that it wouldn't take 100 years for the Divine Kingdom to break through to the 6th Order. And to be clear, as long as the population of the Qingyang Divine Court could continue to multiply, the power of faith Gu Qingyang received would only continue to grow. So the time it would take to truly advance to a 6th Order Divine Kingdom would definitely be much shorter than when it was predicted. The Divine Kingdom store breaking through the 5th rank will be able to condense the 5th rank breakthrough pill, and if it is taken, it will hopefully allow the Qingyang Divine Court to produce a few more 5th rank cultivators. In that case, it would be much easier for the Qingyang Divine Court to make a move against the extreme immortal realm later on. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He wanted to raise the strength of the entire Qingyang Divine Court, but he couldn't bestow benefits for nothing, which would only cause others to become dependent. Therefore, all along, Gu Qingyang had always given corresponding contributions as rewards in the form of issuing missions, and then took the method of contribution exchange. More than 9 billion faiths may seem quite a lot, but unfortunately, the faiths required for the derivation of all items at the 5th rank are 100 times more expensive than at the 4th rank. In that case, even a 5th order lower grade boundary breaking pill would require 1 billion faith to deduce. Gu Qingyang shook his head helplessly. He had thought that the change from the 4th to the 5th rank would still be a tenfold increase. Just a change from 1 million to 10 million, but he hadn't expected it to be a direct change from 1 million to 100 million. This was only the change of ordinary items, while the realm breaking Dan was still 10 times more expensive than ordinary items, so the 5th order lower grade realm breaking Dan derivation needed 1 billion to be realized. Such a change, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, was the reason why there was a huge gap between the 4th and 5th orders, a watershed. In Shui Wei's memories, the ancient wasteland, 4th order dragon and 5th order real people, there is also a watershed. This watershed, not the 2nd order to the 3rd order or the 3rd order to the 4th order can be compared to, the 4th order to the 5th order of the breakthrough, is an extremely powerful metamorphosis. In this regard, Gu Qingyang can only be relieved. Divine Kingdom announcement, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. Qingyang Divine Court after 30 years of precipitation, specially held a Divine Court competition in a year's time. As a way to test the results of cultivation, any cultivator who is on the divine ranking can participate in the grand competition, and those who make it into the top 100 will be rewarded accordingly. 1st Order God ranking, the top 100 cultivators will receive 10,000 contributions, the top 50 will receive 30,000 contributions, the top 20 will receive 50,000 contributions, the top 10 will receive the 2nd Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 50,000 contributions, and the 1st will receive the 2nd Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 100,000 contributions. 2nd Order Divine Ranking, the top 100 cultivators get 100,000 contributions, the top 50 get 300,000 contributions, the top 20 get 500,000 contributions, the top 10 get the 3rd Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 500,000 contributions, and the first one gets the 3rd Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 1 million contributions. 3rd Order Divine Ranking, the top 100 cultivators will receive 1 million contributions, the top 50 will receive 3 million contributions, the top 20 will receive 5 million contributions, the top 10 will receive the 4th Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 5 million contributions, and the 1st will receive the 4th Order lower grade boundary breaking pill as well as 10 million contributions. 4th Order Divine Ranking, the top 100 will receive 10 million contributions, the top 50 will receive 30 million contributions, the top 20 will receive 50 million contributions, the top 10 will receive the 5th Order lower boundary breaking pill, 50 million contributions, and any 5th Order lower grade Divine Warrior, and the 1st will receive the 5th Order lower grade boundary breaking pill, 100 million contributions, and any 5th Order medium grade Divine Warrior. After the Divine Kingdom announcement appeared, the entire Qingyang realm was instantly abuzz. There was no other. It was simply because the rewards given by Gu Qingyang were just a little too rich. In the Great Cultivator Competition, those who were able to enter the top 100 in the same rank would be able to receive the corresponding rewards. Among them, the fourth order reward is undoubtedly the most generous. As long as you can enter the top 10, almost even if it has laid the road to break through the fifth order. If you can win the first place, the reward is even richer. Fifth order lower grade boundary breaking Dan, 100 million contributions. Fifth rank mid grade divine weapon. Any one of these things taken out would cause the entire Qingyang divine core to shake. And the three rewards concentrated together were even more maddening. Almost as soon as the announcement appeared in the Divine Kingdom, the entire Divine Kingdom chat group became unprecedentedly lively. In the past, although the Divine Kingdom chat group was also full of news, most of it was just idle chit-chat with each other. And occasionally there were juniors who asked their seniors for advice on some cultivation issues. In addition to this was some gossip news, such as so-and-so's breakthrough, so-and-so starting a clan, so-and-so entering the ancient ruins to get benefits, and so on. After all, 100 million people were all inside the Divine Kingdom chat group. Even if there was nothing to talk about, it wouldn't seem too monotonous. Of course, right now, there was no external threat to the Qingyang realm for the time being, and the otherworldly invasion hadn't moved much since that battle 30 years ago. There weren't really a few topics that could really cause heated discussion. However, with the appearance of the Divine Kingdom announcement, the entire Divine Kingdom chat group was abuzz, with tens or millions of messages swiping the screen almost every second, and everyone was filled with enthusiasm for this Divine Kingdom grand competition. Among cultivators of the same rank, no one considered themselves to be weak mediocrities, and everyone wanted to kill their way into the top 100, get rich rewards, and then make a breakthrough to become a world-renowned powerhouse. Over the years, as more and more newborn humans were born, the channels through which the crowd could get contributions were becoming fewer and fewer. Fortunately, thanks to the Divine Kingdom chat group where everyone had a chance to exchange free techniques for masterpieces once, as well as the announcement of the Divine Canon by the Qingyang Divine Court, plus the emergence of other sects, it was only then that all people were not lacking in terms of techniques in the early stages of cultivation. But after the third rank, it wasn't that easy if one wanted to go further. After all, the strongest humans today were at the fourth rank, and it definitely wasn't that easy to create a Gong method at the same level. Even inside the ancient ruins, the probability of being able to obtain a fourth rank merit law was not high, which was another reason why fourth rank cultivators were rare. But it was different now. The Divine Kingdom competition in a year's time was a chance to get a huge amount of contributions, and to put it in a larger context, it was an opportunity to reach heaven. As long as one could step into the top 100 and win a place, there would be at least a considerable amount of contribution guaranteed, which was not a small role for the current God-ranking cultivators. Eastern continent. There are green mountains, green pines and cypresses cover. Visible mountain springs from the peak down, as if the Milky Way straight down to the nine heavens. Look carefully to see the mountains in the antique halls standing. There are many wearing retro robes of young men and women or walk like a fly. This place is where the Shangqing sect is located. It is the top sect in the entire Qingyang Divine Court. The Qing Dynasty sect is the top sect in the entire Qingyang Divine Court. Its predecessor was the Qingyang Association. More than 10 years ago, the president of the Qingyang Association, Lin Ling, entered the ancient ruins and obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. And since then Lin Ling has transformed from a guild to create a clan directly. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to name the Shangqing sect as the Qingyang sect, but the word Qingyang conflicted with the Divine Court, so he changed the name to the Shangqing sect. The clan's main hall, dressed in a light blue robe, Lin Ling sat there. His temperament was indifferent, as if he was transcendent. Compared to 30 years ago, this Shangqing sect's patriarch was a little less harsh and sharp, and a little more pure and thin. Divine Kingdom competition. Interesting. A faint smile surfaced on Lin Ling's face as he looked at the messages within the Divine Kingdom chat group and the Divine Kingdom announcement above. In front of him was a group of elders from the Shangqing sect. In today's era where cultivation was prevalent, everything had become vintage, and it seemed as if they were going to revert back to the pomp and circumstance of the ancient times. However, the traces of modern times hadn't been completely erased either, and there was continued development in terms of technology. The only difference was that nowadays, the Qingyang Divine Court's focus was on cultivation, and the development of science and technology wasn't as important as it had been originally, and the purpose of its existence was to facilitate the lives of human beings. As for offensive weapons, they are rarely developed now. In the end, in today's situation where cultivation is prevalent, even if a nuclear bomb reappears, it may not be able to threaten a fourth-ordered powerhouse, not to mention the existence of a fourth-ordered being or more, which has long since been beyond the ability of the Qingyang Divine Court's existing science and technology to deal with. Why did that God Emperor suddenly hold the Divine Kingdom competition? Is it possible that he has some intention? The one who spoke was a young man with a clear and elegant appearance, dressed in white, with a slightly puzzled look on his face. This person's name was Xiao Li, and he was an elder of the Shangqing sect, a strong person who had stepped into the lower fourth rank, which was the beginning of the Yuaning stage. It was clear to everyone that the Divine Kingdom chat group was from the Kunlun Divine Realm, and the one who sat in the Kunlun Divine Realm was the current lord of the Qingyang Divine Court. No one in the entire Qingyang Divine Court knew the name of God Emperor Gu Qingyang. That was a true god. Now that an announcement had appeared in the Divine Kingdom's chat group, it was in fact equivalent to the meaning of that Divine Emperor, and to a greater extent, it was the meaning of the entire Qingyang Divine Court. Hearing this, the other elders also looked puzzled. That Divine Emperor hadn't made any movements for 30 years, and now that he had suddenly issued such an announcement, it was inevitable that it would make people think too much. Looking at the doubts on the faces of all the elders, Lin Ling looked indifferent. The situation in the Qingyang realm is not as simple as it appears on the surface, and I believe that you all know very well what the reason for the 30 years of stability is. At those words, the others were all stunned. Xiao Li seemed to have thought of something and his face could not help but look startled. What does the sovereign mean? Could it be that he is referring to the absolute immortal realm? Absolute immortal realm. These three words caused the faces of the elders present to change drastically. After all, those who could be elders of the Shangqing sect were all fourth stage Yuaning stage powerhouses, and those who could enter this realm of powerhouses had not been short in their cultivation, and had been involved in the battle 30 years ago. Because of this, they understood what the three words absolute immortal realm actually meant. It represented the entire other world. How big the absolute immortal realm was, no one knew, but the fact that there were sixth-ordered powerhouses as well as quite a few fifth-ordered powerhouses in the battle 30 years ago was enough to show that the absolute immortal realm's depths were unfathomable. That battle. It could be said that since the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, the human race had fought the most tragic battle, and also the battle with the greatest losses. Even after the third beast tide, the losses were not as severe as this battle. After all, in the Battle of the Northern Continent, although the number of people who fell might not be comparable to the third beast tide, if we were to talk about the number of strong people who fell, it was not comparable to the third beast tide. The fourth order cultivators alone had lost a lot of people. There was even less to say about those below the fourth level. Lin Ling said, 30 years ago when the otherworldly portal appeared, the Jedi Immortal Realm launched an offensive against us, wanting to take over the entire Qingyang realm. Although this battle, with the Divine Emperor stepping in, caused the absolute immortal realm to suffer a great defeat, and ultimately lost quite a number of powerful people who left in fear. However, the otherworldly portals have never disappeared, which means that the two worlds are bound to have a battle in the future. In this battle either the absolute immortal realm will lose, or the Qingyang realm will be captured by the absolute immortal realm. Other than these two, there will not be a third possibility. Speaking here, Lin Ling paused slightly, and his face gradually became grave. 30 years of peace and stability has made many people forget about the threat of the otherworldly realm. In fact, as long as the otherworldly portal doesn't disappear, the threat always exists. It's just that it hasn't gotten to the day of the outbreak. Now that the Qingyang Divine Court wishes to hold a Divine Kingdom competition, it means that the situation is about to change. Either the absolute immortal realm is about to launch a new offensive, or a counterattack has begun. The other elders fell silent as they heard this. They were able to be elders of the sect and cultivated all at the fourth rank, so naturally none of them were stupid and understood how likely what Lin Ling said was. After all, for 30 years the God Emperor had not made any moves, and now all of a sudden the Divine Kingdom competition was held, and the rewards were extremely generous. So it was clear that it was meant to be a disguised enhancement of the overall power of the Qingyang Divine Court. As for the purpose of enhancing the power, it was obvious. Xiao Li sighed. If this war breaks out, I don't know how many more people will have to die. There is no such thing as a war that doesn't kill people. A war between countries is still like this. A war between two worlds is destined to be even more tragic. We have no way back to speak of. Either we defeat the absolute immortal world or we will be enslaved by the absolute immortal world. Lin Ling shook his head, his expression regaining its lightness. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that after the absolute immortal realm captured the Qingyang realm, how kindly it would treat the people of the Qingyang realm. Enslavement. This was already the best possible outcome. If the absolute immortal realm was heartless, it might have slaughtered the entire Qingyang realm. Afterwards, Lin Ling looked at the people present and said in a deep voice, the Divine Kingdom competition in a year's time is an opportunity. To be able to seize the opportunity, one might be able to step into the fifth rank in one breath. Nowadays, the strongest person in the Qingyang Divine Court is that Gu Feng, who is known as the God of War, who stepped into the upper 4th rank some years ago, and has an unfathomable battle power. Therefore, as of today, I have decided to cultivate in seclusion, and as long as it is not something that concerns the survival of the clan, I shall not be disturbed. 15 years ago, Gu Feng stepped into the 4th order upper grade, and a year ago, there was a 4th order perfection fierce beast in the deep sea that caused a disturbance, but it was directly killed by the other party. That battle had also shaken the divine court, and many powerful people had witnessed it. If one were to say who in the entire Qingyang divine court was the most scary to Lin Ling, then it was undoubtedly Gu Feng. Hearing, an elder frowned slightly. Gu Feng already stepped into the upper rank of the 4th rank 15 years ago, and it is rumored that he carries a hegemonic divine body, so he may have already impacted the consummation of the 4th rank today. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for the patriarch if he wants to defeat Gu Feng. As his words fell, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from Lin Ling's body, filling the entire sect hall, causing all the elders to feel a great pressure on their shoulders. It's just the upper grade of the 4th order. 5 years ago I would have stepped into this kind of realm long ago as well. Lin Ling smiled confidently. This was the main reason why he was certain of competing with Gu Feng. Although the other party had broken through 10 years earlier than him, the cultivation of the 4th rank was not something that could be truly led by breaking through a few years earlier. This realm had to be about epiphanies. If one insisted on relying on time polishing, even decades might not be able to break a minor rank. There was another point. Lin Ling didn't say it either. Although Gu Feng had the Overlord divine body, he was carrying the Great Tao divine body. Great Tao divine body. Enlightenment was unrivaled. Those with a Great Tao God body were more likely to fall into an epiphany, which would then allow them to break through their original realm. This was also why, when Gu Feng's cultivation was ahead of everyone else, and he had been rewarded with the first place in the battle of the otherworldly invasion 30 years ago, Lin Ling was able to step into the 4th level of the upper grade with only 10 years difference from the other party. With the Great Tao divine body, Lin Ling believed that his cultivation speed would definitely be able to top the world. At least so far, Lin Ling had not found anyone who could cultivate faster than himself. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident that he would be able to impact the 4th stage of perfection within a year. If he could step into the 4th stage of perfection, he was confident that he wouldn't be weaker than ancient Feng by a single point. And the first in the 4th stage God ranking might not have nothing to do with him. It was just that the Great Tao God body was a secret, and Lin Ling would not easily divulge it. Some people acted ostentatiously, and the matter of carrying a divine body was well known. But some people acted in a low-key manner, and even if they carried a divine body, they kept it secret. Of the two, Lin Ling belonged to the latter. On the other side, although the other elders were not clear about Lin Ling's secret, when they learned that the other party had stepped into the upper rank of the 4th stage, their hearts and minds were also shaken, and joyful colors spread across their faces. Nowadays, the only person in the entire Qingyang divine court who can enter the 4th order upper grade is explicitly Gu Feng. But I didn't realize that the patriarch had broken the boundary for many years. It seems that in the Divine Kingdom competition a year from now, my Shinqing sect will definitely shine and become the #1 sect in the world. Throughout the world's clans, there was no clan that was seen to have a 4th order upper ranked powerhouse sitting in their midst. Of course, nothing was absolute, and perhaps there were sects that kept a low profile, but no matter what, the fact that Lin Ling had exposed his 4th order upper grade cultivation could be said to have boosted the morale of all the elders, filling them with confidence for the Divine Kingdom competition a year later. Divine Kingdom Grand Competition. Ever since the news was spread, the Qingyang Divine Court was shaken, not beyond Gu Qingyang's expectations. Originally, he had wanted to advance the time of the Divine Kingdom Grand Competition, but when he thought that he only had less than 10 billion beliefs left now, it was ultimately a bit insufficient. Waiting for a year would also give him an extra billion or so faith, and the subsequent distribution of rewards wouldn't seem stretched. At the same time, Gu Qingyang also went to the northern continent in his avatar. Compared to 30 years ago, the North Continent today had several more cities. These cities were different from the other modernized cities in the Qingyang Divine Court. The 5 cities were all vintage cities, built with an ancient tree at the center. In the center of each city was where the ancient tree existed, with a huge flamboyant cover shading the sky as if it was sheltering the ancient city from the wind and rain. In addition, each city was named after an ancient tree: Evergreen, Big Dipper, Earth's Fate, Heavenly Pivot, Shaking Light. These were the names of the 5 cities in the northern continent. In addition, the 5 cities were not established without any basis. Gu Qingyang had originally exchanged a 4th order formation specifically to give to Gu Feng and others to build the city. So the 5 cities were all equivalent to the existence of formation bases. Once there was an invasion by a foreign enemy, the 5 city formations activated. It was the equivalent of a top-level 4th order formation. When it came to the back, the divine kingdom was promoted to the 5th rank. Gu Qingyang again spent some faith and upgraded the formation a bit. From the 4th rank to the 5th rank level. It was only a pity. The aura of the Qingyang realm was ultimately too little, and there were no powerful spirit veins present. Although the 5 ancient cities were constructed with formations, without a powerful spirit vein as a foundation, merely relying on spirit stones as a means of consumption was also a considerable amount, but turning it into such, the 5 cities just happened to encircle the otherworldly portal in the middle, and if the otherworldly invasion really happened in the future, the activation of the formations would also be able to buy some time for the Qingyang Divine Court, Evergreen Ancient City. Gu Qingyang stepped into the city, only to see that the ancient city covered an area of 100 miles, with many buildings constructed, but it didn't have the prosperity and bustle that other cities should have, and there was only a team of large armies stationed here. Without alerting anyone, Gu Qingyang came to the center of the city and saw the evergreen ancient tree, which also seemed to have sensed something, its branches and leaves swaying slightly, as if in response. When Gu Qingyang manifested his form, a strong voice resounded in his heart. Father God, you've been sitting in the ancient city for 30 years. There's hard work without merit. This day I will pass on the ethereal wood evergreen skill to you. I hope that you'll cultivate well and strive to condense and transform into a form as soon as possible. Stepping into the 5th stage of the 5th order divine separation, Gu Qingyang said indifferently. As his words fell, a divine light was seen rushing out from the center of his eyebrows, instantly converging into the evergreen ancient tree. The ethereal wood evergreen skill was a 5th order, extremely high-quality cultivation technique that Gu Qingyang had deduced earlier, and if one could cultivate it to its full completion, one would be able to step into the peak of the 5th order. However, the ethereal wood evergreen technique is not without any cultivation requirements. Only those who harbor wood attribute spiritual roots can cultivate this technique, and the higher the wood attribute spiritual roots, the more appropriate it is to cultivate the ethereal wood evergreen technique. Like the evergreen tree itself is blessed with a powerful wood attribute spiritual root, practicing the ethereal wood evergreen technique is more than appropriate. Once you enter the 5th stage of cultivation, you will be able to pass the heavenly tribulation and take shape, no matter if you are a demon, a beast or a grass or tree spirit. As long as you can step into the 5th level and pass the heavenly tribulation, you will have the qualification to transform. As for why Gu Qingyang himself could not take shape, in his opinion, it should be because of his own extraordinary roots. In this regard, Gu Qingyang didn't care too much. After passing on the ethereal wood evergreen technique to the evergreen ancient tree, Gu Qingyang then traveled to the other 4 cities to pass on this technique to the other 4 ancient trees. After doing these things, Gu Qingyang went back to the Kunlun divine realm again. Throughout the entire process, he didn't alert anyone, and no one was aware that the rumored divine emperor Gu Qingyang would come to the northern continent, and that he had traveled to all 5 major cities. The ethereal wood evergreen technique has already been spread out, and it's up to him to break through to the 5th rank. Except that the Qingyang realm's aura is weak, and being able to enter the 4th rank is already the limit. Without other external forces, it's as hard as heaven to break through the 5th rank. In the Kunlun divine realm, Gu Qingyang felt the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and couldn't help but secretly sigh. The aura of the Qingyang realm was too weak, and although it was much better than back in the Age of the End, it could only barely nurture 4th order cultivators. As for wanting to break through to the 5th rank, relying on the current concentration of aura, unless one was truly blessed with a heavenly gift, there was absolutely no possibility of success. However, all of this was only temporary. It doesn't matter if the aura of the Qingyang realm is weak, the absolute immortal realm is rich in aura. As long as we allow people to enter the absolute immortal realm to harvest the heavenly Tao origin, one day we will be able to bring the Qingyang realm back to its heyday of the ancient times. Even if it's further, it's not completely impossible. Gu Qingyang was determined inwardly, and then his gaze fell above the Kunlun divine realm. Ever since the Kunlun divine realm was set up, there were 3 more small spirit veins buried, causing the aura of the entire divine realm space to rise a lot, and some of the flowers, plants, and trees were all gulping in aura if nothing else. Among them, there are some grass and vegetation to get the chance. Already is the initial breeding spirit. If we take the immortal cultivation world's words, these are already counted as demons. In this regard, Gu Qingyang did not intervene to intervene in what? Even if there are grasses and trees breeding spiritual wisdom, he also completely as if he did not see, as long as the other party does not disturb their own can be. And these breeding spirit wisdom of grass and trees is also have the instinct to avoid harm. When he saw that Sungtian divine tree, inwardly are in awe very much. Spring and fall, in the blink of an eye, it was another half year. On this day, Gu Qingyang was in the middle of cultivating by silently referencing the heavenly Tao, when suddenly a faint fluctuation came from him, causing him to wake up from his cultivation. When his divine thoughts fell, Gu Qingyang saw a verdant grass, gulping down the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth in a subtle gesture. The faint fluctuation was coming from the grass. After observing the grass for a moment, Gu Qingyang could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Interesting. He found that the little grass's gesture of gulping heaven and earth spiritual chi was somewhat similar to his own usual refining of heaven and earth spiritual chi, but the former appeared to be much more clumsy, as if it was a deliberate imitation. However, Gu Qingyang was the heavenly Tao divine tree. Itself was an existence equivalent to the heavenly Tao. Even if it was little grass's clumsy imitation, it could still allow it to comprehend some subtle things. Now that the other party was gulping heaven and earth aura, it was clearly impacting the second stage. In less than a moment, only to see the little grass suddenly vibrate violently, the originally narrow blades of grass as if they were straight swords, quietly cutting through the air, a not-so-weak fluctuation emanating from it. Breakthrough! Gu Qingyang's heart stirred, only to see that the little grass had actually broken through from first-order consummation, directly to the second-order level. At this time, there was a surge of spiritual energy from the celestial divine tree, and a green-shirted youth had already stepped out of the divine tree and arrived in front of the small grass. Within the Kunlun divine tree, the grass was green, the youth's face was calm, standing with his hands up as if he was in tune with heaven and earth, with his own subtle Taoist rhythms appearing. 5 years ago the initial conception of spiritual wisdom. 3 years ago the spirit of wisdom into a large. 1 year ago to get involved in cultivation, but now is able to directly step into the second stage. You can watch the seed cultivate and realize the subtle Tao method. The natural talent and enlightenment are not bad. If you don't fall, he will certainly have extraordinary achievements in the future. Gu Qingyang slowly opened his mouth and gave an extremely pertinent evaluation. To be able to go from not dabbling in cultivation to breaking through to the second stage within a year, this cultivation speed was indeed considered astonishing. Although when the Divine Kingdom chat group appeared, there were also people who were able to step into the second stage in less than a year. But to compare the two, they were completely different. Someone was able to break through to the second stage in less than a year because of a Divine Kingdom chat group's gifting of spells. But in front of him, Little Grass didn't have a systematic cultivation method and relied solely on his own enlightenment to cultivate. So it was completely different. Only to see the small grass slightly swaying, there is a faint voice coming out from it. My God! This Xi Qingyang Divine Court God Emperor Gu Qingyang. I observed that when you broke through the second rank, the grass blades were like sheathed swords. There was actually a sword aura. Therefore, this seat grants you a method as the cornerstone of your cultivation. How far you can go in the future depends on your own chance. As Gu Qingyang's words fell, he saw a divine light looming in the center of his brow, and a method called the Green Lotus Sword Tao appeared directly in Xiao Chao's divine soul. But all living beings existed divine souls. It was just that some people's cultivation was not deep enough to tap into the power of the divine soul, but Xiao Chao could step into the second stage, and the power of the divine soul was considered to be initially developed, so there was naturally no problem with enduring the Green Lotus Sword Tao. This Sword Tao technique is not an idle jutsu, but a top jutsu in the 5th rank stores. Normally speaking, Gu Qingyang would not hastily pass down this kind of dharma. However, the small grass in front of him had extraordinary talent, and he had a premonition that if he passed down the Green Lotus Sword Tao today, the other party would definitely be able to give himself a surprise in the future. Therefore, Gu Qingyang is not stingy to teach. Pass on the Green Lotus Sword Tao. As for why he didn't pass on the technique, it was because the other party had already realized a cultivation method that suited him, so there was no need to pass it on again. Getting the memory of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, the little grass trembled violently, as if it was digesting something. After a long time, that faint voice gained a few more moments of clarity. Many thanks, God Emperor. Humph. Gu Qingyang nodded. From today onwards, your name will be Qingyi. Thank you God Emperor for the name. As Little Grass's voice fell, Gu Qingyang saw that the other party's threads of faith had grown a few more points, and he couldn't help but take a look with the eye of true vision. Name, Qingyi. Body, mortal grass. Grade, 2nd order lower grade. Physique, none. Faith saints. The child is teachable. Seeing the other party's saint's faith, Gu Qingyang nodded his head in secret satisfaction. Saints meant that the other party was absolutely pious and would not have the possibility of betrayal. In this way, it was not in vain for him to teach the other party the Green Lotus Sword Tao. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang's figure dissipated and disappeared, re-entering the cultivation state. The entire Kunlun divine realm seemed to fall into silence all of a sudden, as if nothing had ever happened, and only that little grass was there to emulate Gu Qingyang in gulping down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If one looked carefully, one could notice that when the other party was gulping down the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it vaguely seemed as if there was a sword chi floating around. Boom! In the middle of the deep sea, someone was fighting with a ferocious beast. only to see several fourth-ranked ferocious beasts erupted with terrifying fluctuations, stirring up the seawater to create shocking waves. However, that person's fist force was heavenly, as fierce as being able to shatter mountains. When bombarded on the ferocious beasts' bodies, the latter's skin cracked, screaming and roaring repeatedly. Boom! Rumble! Only to see that the person coming was as powerful as a rainbow, shattering 10,000 layers of ocean waves with punch after punch, hardening one of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, and then pouncing towards another fourth-ranked ferocious beast. In less than a moment's time, there was only one fourth-ranked ferocious beast left. Suddenly, the chi and blood on that person's body was as if a volcano had erupted, and all of his skin was red in an instant, as if he had turned into a fleshly oven, and his blood was as if a great sun was reflecting on it. Boom! A shocking sound erupted out, only to see the other party's fist blast out. A terrifying power penetrated through the deep sea, and that fourth-ranked ferocious beast directly obliterated its flesh, with half of its residue remaining. Phew! Finally broke through. The boiling chi and blood in his body gradually calmed down, and a faint smile appeared on Gufang's face. 15 years ago, he had broken through to the upper rank of the Fourth Order, and then spent 2 years settling down and the remaining 13 years seeking the path to the perfect Fourth Order of breakthrough. It was a pity that the aura of heaven and earth was weak, and every step of breakthrough after the fourth rank was difficult and dangerous. After many years of closed-door cultivation without waiting for a breakthrough, Gufang finally realized the pain, and deeply excavated the role of his overlord divine body, and then it was to enter the deep sea to kill the ferocious beasts, borrowing life and death battles as a practice, so that he could make a breakthrough. Gufang didn't even remember how many beasts he had killed in the deep sea, but wherever there was a fourth-order beast on the move, there was bound to be his figure. Nowadays, the fourth-ranked beasts in the entire deep sea had almost been killed by him. He is the only one who can see through the fourth-ranked beasts. It was only then that Gufang finally saw through the shackles of the fourth-rank upper grade and was able to step into the fourth-rank consummation. Name, Gufang. Body, human. Rank, fourth order perfection. Physique, overlord god body. Contribution, 136-8500. 1,300,000 contributions. There is no need to think about wanting to exchange for a fifth rank technique for the time being. Gufang glanced at his attribute panel and could not help but shake his head secretly. The price required for a fifth rank merit law was 100 times that of a fourth rank merit law. Even the worst fifth order lower grade merit technique would require 100 million contributions. Moreover, right now, the aura of heaven and earth was weak. In Gufang's opinion, he was estimated to be at the limit of breaking through the fourth rank consummation. Even if he got the fifth rank merit law, the probability of actually breaking through the fifth rank was not high. Nowadays, there were only two ways to break through the fifth rank. The first was to get the fifth order breakthrough Dan, and the second was to head to a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even more dense to cultivate. Therefore, the divine kingdom competition that was about to open was what became Gufang's primary goal. With my hegemonic divine body's depth, coupled with my current realm of fourth order perfection, it shouldn't be a problem to compete for the first place in the fourth order divine ranking. The sudden announcement from the Divine Kingdom chat group a year ago was either some sort of action from the absolute immortal realm, or some big move from the Qingyang Divine Court is about to happen. But no matter what, this time can be considered an opportunity for me. Of the two, Gufang thought that the latter was the most likely. Not to break and not to stand, breaking and then establishing. For the Qingyang Divine Court to have gotten this far was already the limit of the current Qingyang realm, and the entire Divine Court's development was in a bottleneck. If you want to go further, you have to break the existing barriers and open up a wider world. Putting himself in Gu Qingyang's shoes, if he were to compare himself to Gu Qingyang, Gufang would also give the future a chance to boomerang even further as the Divine Court stepped into the peak nowadays. Boom! There was a powerful aura emanating from the secret room, and the entire heaven and earth aura of the Shangqing sect seemed to be converging in a certain direction at the moment. Some of the sect disciples who were practicing were uncertain, but only the sect elders looked at the place where the patriarch was in seclusion in unison, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Patriarch is going to make a breakthrough. A year ago, Lin Ling had stated that he was going to go into seclusion to impact the fourth stage of perfection, but for such a long time, the other party had not moved at all, and everyone thought that the other party was going to fail in his breakthrough. But now that the aura of heaven and earth had suddenly converged, it was obvious that the other party had already explored the mysteries of the fourth stage of perfection and was impacting such realms. Half a year ago, news came out from the Divine Court that Gufang had fought and practiced in the deep sea, and eventually broke through to the fourth order perfection, becoming the first fourth order perfection powerhouse in the Qingyang Divine Court today. With the Patriarch's breakthrough now, he can be the second fourth order perfection powerhouse. Xiao Li's face was stony. Gufang had only broken through to the upper rank of the fourth order 15 years ago, and now 15 years of polishing had only just managed to step into the perfection of the fourth order. In comparison, Linling had only been promoted to the fourth order upper grade a few years ago, and now he was already able to directly impact the fourth order perfection. This kind of cultivation speed was not generally amazing. Xiaoli couldn't help but wonder if Linling also possessed some kind of special physique to be able to have such a fast cultivation speed. But suspicion was suspicion. Xiaoli did not have any thoughts of looking deeper into it. Everyone had their own secrets, and he was only an elder of the Shangqing sect, without the qualifications to probe Linling. In the secret room, Linling opened his eyes, and in an instant, it was as if there was light surging forth, as if electricity was born in an imaginary room, and the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth that had condensed around his body were all dissipating in vain at this moment. God's thoughts fell, only to see the Dantian there is a shrunken version of Linling sitting on his knees. At the same time, the heart of the eyebrow vaguely some strange movements, as if there is something that wants to be nurtured and born. However, this kind of movement was extremely subtle, and if one did not perceive it carefully, it would be difficult to detect any clues. Fourth order Yuaning, fifth order divine separation. To break through the fifth order we need to open up the violet mansion in the center of the eyebrow, and the Yuaning metamorphoses into the Yuanshan. Now that I have entered the fourth stage of perfection, I have reached the peak of the Yuaning, and if I break through further, I will open the violet mansion. Linling secretly thought. When he entered the ancient ruins, he had also obtained the fifth order technique, which detailed the cultivation method of the fifth order Yuan Shen. If Linling was just an ordinary cultivator, then he would have already switched to the ancient technique by now, and then sought out an opportunity to impact the fifth order demiurge. However, after learning that he was carrying a great Tao God body, Linling gave up on this intention. Although the fifth order technique was good, it also had to be compatible with oneself. Cultivating a technique that fit with the great Tao divine body was a completely different concept from cultivating a technique that did not. Take the simplest example. If one were to break through the fourth stage of perfection with an ordinary technique, the spiritual energy in Linling's body would be about 10. But if one were to break through the fourth stage of perfection with a technique unique to the great Tao divine body, the spiritual energy in his body would be at least 20. This was an intrinsic difference that was not at all comparable to ordinary spells. Therefore, if he wanted to break through the fifth rank, Linling had to exchange for a suitable fifth-ranked magic skill. Only then, when he broke through the fifth rank, his strength could become even stronger, and his base could be much stronger, which would be of great help to the subsequent further steps. This was also the reason why Linling placed so much importance on the Divine Kingdom competition. The contributions required for the exchange of fifth-order spells were astronomical, and only by obtaining a large amount of contributions could one exchange for fifth-order spells. Subsequently, Linling sank his mind and looked at the God ranking section in the God Kingdom chat group, and as his divine thoughts fell, a large amount of information instantly appeared in front of him. God ranking fourth order. Because there were no fifth-ranked powerhouses appearing for the time being, the God ranking now only had a maximum of fourth rank. The first person that caught Linling's eye as his gaze landed on top of the fourth-rank God ranking was Gu Feng, and then the second was his name. The rankings of the God rankings of the same class were only differentiated by order, not by realm height. To put it in a simple way, it was that when someone was the first to break through the fourth rank, then the other person would always be ranked at the top of the fourth rank list. Even if he or she stayed at the bottom of the fourth rank for the rest of his or her life, there would be no change. Only when he or she fell would the ranking be replaced by a later one. It could be said, being the first to break through to the top of the divine ranking was a supreme honor. The God ranking list included everyone in the entire Qingyang divine court, and as long as one could stay at the top of the list, it was enough to make hundreds of millions of cultivators look up to them. Just wait. This time, I will definitely win the first place in the fourth order divine ranking, and I will also be the first to step into the fifth order. Linling whispered to himself, a confident look in his eyes. Then he collected his mind and consolidated the realm he had just broken through. A second fourth order perfection has appeared, worthy of carrying a special physique. His talent is truly extraordinary. The commotion made during Linling's breakthrough wasn't big, but it didn't hide it from Gu Qingyan's senses, and his gaze spiraled to land above the Shangqing sect, possessing a great Tao divine body, which could be described as having unrivaled enlightenment. Gu Qingyan wasn't too surprised by Linling's breakthrough. Subsequently, he then looked towards several other celestial pride with special body types. All of these people had stepped into the upper fourth rank and were striking towards the fourth rank consummation. With the passage of time, the advantages brought about by the special physique were already slowly appearing. With Gu Feng and the others as the first echelon, they gradually pulled away from the others. This was something that was inevitable. The power of a special physique was the equivalent of being a child of destiny. And for an unusual person to want to rely on perseverance and sweat to make up for such a gap, The difficulty was not ordinary. But ordinary cultivators aren't completely without any semblance of catching up. Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on top of a green grass, only to see the grass gulping down the heaven and earth's spiritual qi, refining the essence of the sun and moon. As the spiritual qi gathered, there was what appeared to be a green lotus faintly present, sharp to the core sharpness taking the heart's breath away. If someone sees this scene, will not even think that in front of just a small grass, but a sheathed absolute divine weapon. Another breakthrough of another level in a few months, already stepping into the middle grade of the second rank. This kind of natural talent is indeed amazing. Moreover, his enlightenment is also outstanding. The Green Lotus Sword Dao has almost been initiated in a few months, and his strength is much stronger than other cultivators of the same rank. Obviously not harboring a special physique, but having this kind of natural talent and enlightenment. If he doesn't accidentally fall in the future, he will have the qualifications to compete with all the major holy and godly bodies. Gu Qingyang nodded secretly. He had seen Qingya's growth in his eyes, and the other party's cultivation could be said to be improving day by day. In this regard, Gu Qingyang was all somewhat looking forward to just how far Qingyi could grow one day. Thinking of this, he also moved his divine thoughts and directly pulled the other party inside the Divine Kingdom chat group. The other party conceived spiritual intelligence, no different from ordinary humans. Entering the Divine Kingdom chat group was also normal. At the same time, Gu Qingyang also pulled the evergreen ancient tree and the like into the chat group in a brainwave. Since the appearance of the Divine Kingdom announcement, the entire Qingyang Divine Court was much more active, setting off a cultivation frenzy. Everyone wanted to stand out in the Divine Kingdom competition and receive the appropriate rewards, and preferably be able to receive the favor of that Divine Emperor, thus moving towards the peak of their life. For many people, this year was extremely torturous. They waited every moment, waiting for the Divine Kingdom Grand Competition to truly open. It was on this day. A majestic voice surfaced in everyone's hearts. The Divine Kingdom competition will begin in 1 hour. Please ask if you want to enter the Divine Kingdom. Upon hearing this voice, quite a few people froze for a moment before giving a panicked reply. Yes, as everyone's thoughts fell, they only felt the sky spinning, and by the time they reacted, they had already appeared in the middle of a vast field. One could only see that there were rows of seats placed all around the venue, and as divine light surfaced, there was an individual who suddenly appeared on top of the seat. Looking around, in an instant, there was already a sea of people, and noisy sounds intruded into one's ears, giving one an extremely real feeling. At the same time, in the middle of the venue, a ring existed, so densely packed to the eye that one couldn't even count the number of rings at one time. Is this the Divine Kingdom? What a marvelous place, to be able to accommodate so many people. Someone looked down at himself and then at the sea of people around him, and for a moment he couldn't tell what kind of state he was in. There was naturally more than one person who possessed such confusion. What a real feeling. It actually perfectly simulates my entire physical body. Above a certain seat, Shen Shui, who was dressed in a long white dress with a dignified demeanor, had a few moments of dismay within her heart even though her stunningly beautiful face was calm. Magicians were born with strong mental power, and after breaking through to become a 4th-rank upper-grade magical instructor, Shen Shui's mental power was even more powerful to a terrifying degree. Under her keen spiritual perception, she clearly perceived that she was not her real body entering the Divine Kingdom, but rather a strand of spiritual intent was just taken into this place. However, the physical body constructed with only a wisp of spiritual intent was not any different from her real self. Such a change, how could it not make Shen Shui feel shocked? At this moment, Shen Shui's inner awe for that mysterious and unpredictable God Emperor had increased by a few more points. Afterwards, Shen Shui surveyed the surroundings, only to see that the people sitting around were all magicians affiliated with the Snow Mountain Sanctuary. It seems that entering the Divine Kingdom is not random, and people affiliated with the same power are all placed together. Shen Shui secretly thought. The Snowy Mountain Sanctuary was not other than a force that she had started more than 10 years ago, similar to a clan. Inside this force only recruited magicians, or only cultivated magicians. Shen Shui relied on her strength as a 4th-ranked magician, as well as the advantage of having a Dharma spirit god body, to create a powerful meditation technique, as well as many powerful spells. These meditation techniques and spells were the foundation of the entire Snow Mountain Temple. In the current situation where it was extremely difficult to get contributions, and ordinary cultivators had no way of exchanging spells, joining various sects became the first choice. Although the Qingyang Divine Court had also created the Qingyang Divine Canon as a means of preaching to the world. However, compared to the techniques created by the sects, and with the guidance of specialists, the advantages of the Qingyang Divine Canon are ultimately inferior. As each individual appeared inside the Divine Kingdom, the large venue seemed as if it could never be filled, and no matter how many people appeared, it could be perfectly accommodated. when the last person appeared, only to see the yellow clouds drifting in the dome of the sky converge. There was the shadow of the celestial divine tree occupying the void, the thick branches and trunks filled with endless Tao rhythms. The emerald green branches and leaves were dense with divine light, causing awe to rise in one's heart uncontrollably. Greetings to the divine emperor. The moment the celestial divine tree appeared, everyone rose in unison and bowed to the other party with a look of awe in their eyes. Divine Emperor Gu Qingyang. These 5 words had already penetrated the hearts of the people. Everyone understood that the divine emperor's original body was a celestial divine tree that grew in the Kunlun divine realm, and then it was the opening up of the divine kingdom chat group, preaching to the world, and rescuing the human race from danger. Then came the defeat of the otherworldly invasion and the creation of the Qingyang divine court, causing the people of the world to honor him as the divine emperor. This was the supreme powerhouse of the entire Qingyang divine court, and even the entire Qingyang realm, and a truly invincible existence. In days gone by, Gu Fang was called the #1 powerhouse of the divine court and was honored by the world as the god of war. The fundamental reason for this was that everyone did not rank Gu Qingyang among them. In their opinion, God Emperor Gu Qingyang was transcendent, and no one was qualified to go alongside the other party, much less rank them. It would be an insult to Gu Qingyang if he was ranked first, leaving the others to follow closely behind. It was just that God Emperor Gu Qingyang's name was deeply popular, but since the emergence of the Kunlun divine realm, there weren't many people who had actually seen the God Emperor's honorable face, especially those who came out after the creation of the Qingyang divine court. Their understanding of Gu Qingyang's image was only in the video and text descriptions, but no matter how vivid the videos and words were, they couldn't compare to seeing it with one's own eyes. At this moment, the shadow of the divine tree manifested itself, and the terrifying aura of heavenly might emanated out, so that even a 4th stage perfected powerhouse would have the illusion of being as small as a mole cricket. At this moment, in the middle of the heavenly divine tree, the figure of a green-shirted youth coalesced and was born, and his calm voice contained an intimidating majesty that was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Divine Kingdom competition is about to begin. All those who enter the Divine Kingdom are participating in this battle by default. There are a total of 10,080 rings in front of you and others, and the competition opponents are all random cultivators of the same rank. In addition, you are part of the divine soul into the kingdom of God. Even if the body fell here, will not really die. Cultivators who make it into the top 100 of any rank will be rewarded accordingly. Hearing the words, everyone looked uplifted, with some strong sense of anticipation on their faces. 10,800 rings. All the divine court cultivators were now converging here. It could be called an unprecedented spectacle, even if one could not be ranked in the top 100. Being able to witness such a spectacle was not a waste of this life. Then there is, divine souls enter the divine kingdom. Even if the body falls, it will not really die. This is enough to let everyone let go. As Gu Qingyang's words fell, he saw the shadow of the celestial god tree that covered the dome of the sky dissipate and disappear. And then he saw many of the people on the seats turn into streams of light and disappear. And in the next instant, corresponding figures had appeared on top of the empty ring. 10,800 rings, 2 people on each ring. The divine kingdom competition had clearly begun. There weren't many words. Some of the rings had already directly erupted into great battles. Within the Kunlun divine court, Gu Qingyang silently watched the great battle in the divine kingdom ring. 30 years of precipitation and accumulation in the Qingyang divine court. It's finally time to accept the fruits. I hope you won't let me down. Above the ring, only to see all the cultivators displaying their own means as fierce battles erupted. Because of the divine soul's entry into the divine kingdom, even if the condensed physical body fell here, it wouldn't result in true death. So these people didn't have any scruples to speak of when they were competing. Battle. The battle was intense to the extreme. Sword light streaked across the top of the ring, chi and blood filled the air, and lightning flames were seen to rise suddenly, causing the onlookers to be a bit shocked. Fortunately, each ring was isolated by the power of the divine kingdom, and no matter how intense the battle inside was, it was impossible to affect the outside in the slightest. Whenever a ring was divided into winners and losers, a flash of flashy light was seen, and both the winner and the loser disappeared into the middle of the ring. But the difference was, when the winner left the ring, it was considered an intermission, waiting for the next round of fighting. When the loser left the ring, he had no chance to enter the ring again, and could only witness the next round of fighting as a spectator. On the ring, Subo's body was filled with a torrent of chi and blood. The long sword in his hand was like a long rainbow that struck the sun, like a river that stretched on and on. His sword was as fast as a thunderbolt and impervious to the wind. His opponent was a 4th-order mid-grade powerhouse of the same caliber, who also practiced physical arts. But the latter in front of these sword techniques, fell into a state of complete disadvantage, not the slightest room to fight back. In the end, That fourth-ranked mid-grade powerhouse roared in anger, even directly abandoning defense. His fist shattered the air, wanting to exchange wounds with Subo. Subo see this as the crisis is not chaotic, for everything seems to be in the grasp. Continuous sword momentum suddenly converged together, into a shocking sword chopped out. Sword light like a rainbow cut through the sky, was actually in the fist before the body of the moment, a step ahead of the other side of the head chopped off. The next breath, Chinese light flowed. Subo had already appeared above his original seat. Congratulations on young lord's victory. It can be seen that young lord's wind-chasing sword technique is already out of this world. Even an upper-ranked fourth-ranked powerhouse may not be an opponent. Quite a few people from the Su clan were now speaking out and boasting, looking at Subo with eyes filled with awe. Although there were quite a few heirs in the Su family, Subo, as the only genius of the younger generation who was able to step into the middle grade of the fourth rank, was destined to take charge of the entire Su family in the future. So they naturally wanted to leave a good impression first. In response, Subo's face was expressionless. All his words fell on deaf ears as his gaze fell on another ring, only to see that in the middle of the ring, there was also a battle taking place. One of the opponents was a burly middle-aged man. The other party was clearly Subo's father, the current Su family head Su Yan. The other party was also the Su family's only fourth-ranked upper-grade powerhouse. Don't look at the Qingyang Divine Court. There are quite a few fourth-order cultivators, but the number of strong people who can truly enter the fourth-order upper grade is very small. Su Yan's opponent was a fourth-ranked mid-grade cultivator, and judging from the circumstances of this battle, it was not a problem for Su Yan to win, as expected, by virtue of the cultivation advantage of crushing. Just a few moments of work, Su Yan defeated the other party, and his figure disappeared in the ring. While the competitions within the Divine Kingdom were proceeding in an orderly manner, Gu Qingyang was silently watching the battle in the ring. The competitions below the fourth rank were completely random. It was possible for a third-order perfection to run into a third-order lower, and it was also possible for both to be third-order lower, and in order to win, one needed to rely on both strength and luck. But for the fourth-order competition, Gu Qingyang had intentionally manipulated it secretly, especially for the fourth-order upper grade and fourth-order perfect cultivators, who basically couldn't run into the same level of powerhouse. Their opponents were all fourth-order lower grade and fourth-order middle grade, in which case it would be much easier for these powerhouses to win. The main reason for doing so was to ensure that the role of this Divine Kingdom competition could be maximized. If the same amount of contribution resources fell on a fourth-ranked mid-grade and a fourth-ranked upper grade, which one would be able to maximize its effect? It would undoubtedly be the latter. In the current situation where the Qingyang realm was plagued by external threats, Gu Qingyang had to ensure that the Qingyang Divine Court's top combatants. Of course, if there really was a cultivator who was able to defeat a high-ranking powerhouse by virtue of the difference in rank, then that would be enough to show that the other party had a higher cultivation value, and then advancement would be advancement. A simple sentence. It was that the top powerhouses of the Qingyang Divine Court's bright side couldn't be eliminated by internal attrition at the beginning, prioritizing to ensure that the other party had the possibility of promotion. The number of Divine Court cultivators participating in this battle was almost 80 to 90 million. And even if there were 10,800 rings to use as a competition site, it wouldn't be that easy to sort out the final rankings. It seems that within the cultivators who are able to lead in cultivation, there aren't many who are truly underprivileged. And in the case of cultivation realms being crushed, there are only a handful of people who are truly able to cross over and challenge each other. Gu Qingyang thought secretly. That being said, but there were also some people who were able to cross-step challenges, either defeating a fourth-ranked lower rank with a fourth-ranked lower rank, or defeating a fourth-ranked upper rank with a fourth-ranked middle rank. And one of them, with his fourth-ranked lower rank cultivation, fought hard to kill a fourth-ranked upper-ranked cultivator at the cost of a heavy wound to himself. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but look sideways for a few moments at this. Name, Yijiao. Body, human. Rank, fourth order lower grade. Physique, none. Belief, saints. When Gu Qingyang utilized the Eye of Heavenly Tao, all the information of the opponent appeared in his sight. Fourth order lower grade. No special physique. If this person doesn't die, his achievements in the future will definitely not be low. Gu Qingyang gave a pertinent evaluation. To be able to fight and kill a fourth-rank upper-ranked powerhouse with the strength of a fourth-rank lower rank, to act ruthlessly and decisively, and to have a heart as well as combat experience that was very comparable to others, such a person would definitely not lack perseverance. As long as they don't die, he would have a great deal to do in the future. For the Divine Kingdom competition to be able to discover such a seedling was a complete surprise, especially since Yijiao was a saint. There was no problem in terms of faith. Silently paying attention to the other party, Gu Qingyang planned to have the opportunity to focus on cultivating him in the future. Subsequently, He was again looking towards the other 4th rank rings. Although there were some people who performed relatively well among them, but if they wanted to be as stunning as Yijio, they were much worse. After all, the strongest people who could step into the 4th rank upper grade at this time were basically those who had experienced the beast tide during the calamity period, as well as the bloody battles of the otherworldly invasion. No matter whether it was combat experience or accumulation of reserves, they were not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Under such circumstances, it was not generally difficult to overcome the other party by crossing the ranks. After watching for a long time, Gu Qingyang didn't find a second good seedling of a 4th-ranked lower grade who had defeated a 4th-ranked upper grade, but even so, he was quite satisfied. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang's gaze fell on the other rings, silently searching for some other seedlings. This person is not simple. In the divine court camp, Yang Yan's face was as gloomy as water, and a shuddering pain was still coming from his body when he thought of the scene of the bloody battle just now. His gaze, from start to finish, fell on a youth wearing black casual clothes with a cold face. The battle in the ring. Yang Yan had thought that with his cultivation realm of the upper rank of the 4th order, he would have no problem beheading a lower rank of the 4th order casual cultivator. But when the battle really started, Yang Yan realized that he thought wrong, and it was a big mistake. Although his cultivation crushed, and combat experience is also rich, but the black-clothed youth is also combat experience to the extreme, and moves between the ruthless to the extreme. This ruthlessness was not only to the enemy, but also to himself. Yang Yan, with the advantage of cultivation, chopped off the opponent's hands and a leg, but still was bitten alive by the black-clothed youth with his teeth. So far, Yang Yan felt a chill in his neck. He had never thought that someone could be ruthless to such an extent. In an instant, Yang Yan was labeling the other party as a madman. The other people from the divine court officials were now looking at the black-clothed youth with scorn in their eyes. Shang Wanhong's face was stony. This person acts in a ruthless manner. All of his moves are aimed at killing people. He must have been a top killer before he became a cultivator. Only an assassin would disregard his own life and death, and only aim to kill his target as a guideline. As her words fell, Ji Xian slowly said, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Yi Jiu, who was ranked 3rd on the dark ranking list before the calamity." Dark ranking. When they heard these two words, the other divine court elders' faces changed. The dark ranking was a global list of killers before the calamity. But anyone who could stay on the dark ranking was an elite among killers, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Especially those who can enter the top 10 of the dark list are the top killers among the killers, and any one of them can make people scared of the wind. Just with the occurrence of the plague, the aura recovery beasts rampage. Before the plague of experts in front of the beasts is completely inadequate, the dark list is also become the past, who also did not expect, disappeared for many years. The dark list actually have killers alive, and step by step to this point. Ji Xian said, when Yi Jiu among the dark list of the top 3, only because the other party is too young, just 20 years old. There was a rumor that if you give each other another 10 years, one expected to ascend to the dark list of the first, to become the king of killers. But since the disaster, the dark list of killers is disappeared. Many killers are dead in the disaster of the beast tide. Even if it was among the dark list of the first king of killers, in front of the beasts is also like a mole cricket. If the dark ranking is restarted, with Yi Jiu's strength today, there is absolutely no problem in ascending to the top of the dark ranking. As Ji Xian spoke, his eyes were filled with gravity as he looked at Yi Jiu. Killers themselves were in existence to be feared, and those who could step into the top of the dark ranking were even called the king of killers, whose assassination techniques were out of this world. From the situation of the battle in the ring just now, Yi Jiu's ability to fight and kill head-on was also terrifying. It was just that the ring was sprawling and did not have the conditions for assassination, somewhat limiting Yi Jiu's ability. If it was at other times, with Yi Jiu's strength as well as his assassination methods, even an expert of the 4th stage of perfection would have the possibility of turning over in the gutter. For such killers, how could others not be afraid? Gu Fan looked deeply at Yi Jiu and nodded. This person's strength is indeed extraordinary. If there are no accidents, he will definitely be able to rank in the top 100. But how far he can go in the end depends on his luck. The Divine Kingdom competition had started for so long, and Gu Fan could sort of see some clues. Below the 4th rank, the opponents were completely randomized, but at the 4th rank, the opponents seemed random, but in reality, they were also traceable. Before the top 100 were decided, Yi Jiu estimated that he wouldn't run into any opponents that were too strong, but if he waited until after the top 100 were decided, it would be hard to say. Qingyang Divine Court can enter the 4th order of the strong itself is not much, now almost to the time to decide the top 100. Soon, Gu Fan's figure disappeared once again. And by the time he appeared, he had already arrived on top of the ring. His opponent was a 4th-rank middle-grade cultivator, and the other party's face turned green when he saw Gu Feng appear. I've heard of the war god's reputation for a long time. I hope that the war god will not be stingy with his teachings. But pressure was pressure. This fourth-rank middle-grade cultivator didn't really fear not to fight. Anyway, the Divine Kingdom Grand Competition wouldn't really die, so there was no harm in exchanging a few blows. There was no chance to fight with this level of powerhouse on weekdays, and now that they were fighting in the ring, it was just the right time to see the gap in each other's strengths. Please. Gu Feng smiled faintly and gestured for the other party to make the first move. The latter didn't push back, only to see his body's qi and blood erupted. The diffuse blood qi seemed to vibrate with a dragon's roar, and when he stepped out, his large sword was already sheathed and ruthlessly slashed down towards Gu Feng. This knife seems simple and plain, but in fact, it already contains all the subtle changes. Only one knife to Gu Feng all the way back, as well as the fate of the cage. Facing Gu Feng, who was known as the #1 strongest person in the Qingyang Divine Court, the other party didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness, and just went all out. Not bad. Seeing this slash, Gu Feng also gave a fair evaluation. It had to be said, the other party had already practiced to the point of perfection in his sword technique, and with this move alone, there were not many in the same class who could win against the other party. It was a pity that Gu Feng had already stepped into the fourth stage of perfection and had the Overlord God body, so naturally, he was not a threat to a fourth stage mid-grade cultivator. One punch, Gu Feng was able to blast out all the variations of this blade's moves, and the terrifying power shattered the long blade and fiercely blasted on top of the opponent's chest. Ka-ching! The latter's chest was instantly sunken, flying out horizontally, and before he could fall, his body was transformed into streams of light and dissipated. Seeing such a scene, the other cultivators watching the battle all had their faces changed. He's even stronger. In the direction of the Shanqing sect, Lin Ling looked at Gu Feng, who had turned into streams of light and disappeared from the ring, and there was gravity in his eyes, as well as a flash of fiery battle intent. In the entire Qingyang Divine Court, the only one he could see as an opponent was only Gu Feng. Even Zhang Ming and the others were a step behind in Lin Ling's eyes. He had long since learned of Gu Feng's breakthrough into the fourth stage of perfection, and in regards to this, Lin Ling had no fear. It just so happened that he himself had also stepped into the fourth stage of perfection, so the two of them would definitely be able to have a battle next, depending on who would actually win. At that time, let me see whether it's your Overlord God body that's powerful or my Great Tao God body that's powerful, Lin Ling thought in his heart, and in the next breath, he appeared above the ring, and the person opposite him was none other than Gu Feng, who had just gone through a battle. Such a scene caused both of them to instinctively freeze for a moment. I've long heard of the great name of the God of War, and it's rumored that the Overlord Divine Body has unparalleled battle power. So today, I'll let Mr. Lin come to learn about it. Lin Ling slowly spoke. As his words fell, Gu Feng's color was calm. Patriarch Lin's great name, Mr. Gu, has also been known for a long time, and it's also Mr. Gu's wish to fight with Patriarch Lin today. Good. Lin Ling nodded. The moment his words fell, he saw a long sword suddenly appear, instantly transforming into dozens or hundreds of divine swords, strangling towards Gu Feng. The divine swords were severe, and the sword aura was terrifying. The horrifying divine swords were emitting heart-stopping sword chants as they traveled across the ring. In just an instant, Gu Feng felt a hidden stinging pain coming from his skin. The divine swords had not yet arrived and the sword chi was already making people feel a great threat. In an instant, Gu Feng's chi and blood boiled. His vast blood chi was like a great sun oven reflecting in the sky, and when his fist blasted out, it was as if there was a wind and thunder vibration, emitting a horrifying ringing sound of the air exploding. Boom! The two forces bombarded, only to see dozens and hundreds of divine swords explode, and countless sword chi scattered in all directions. However, without waiting for Gu Feng's mind to relax, he saw a long sword cut through the blood chi blockage and went straight for the other party's neck. Gu Feng's tiger eyes glared angrily. Snapping his fingers, the earth cracked and the sky crumbled. The powerful force bombarded on top of the tip of the sword. The latter let out a mournful cry, actually flew backward directly. At the same time, the skin of Gu Feng's fingertips left a tiny white spot, and in an instant it disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's eyes slightly condensed. Body refining cultivator body is the foundation of everything. Refining blood first, refining skin. The more powerful the body cultivator's physical defense is stronger. Want to break the defense is not easy. For such a situation, Lin Ling was prepared. The long sword flew backward and stood in front of his body, and then pinched the spell in his hand. The sky thunder rolled in the sky above the ring in vain, and in the next breath he saw the sky thunder fall, covering the entire ring. At this moment in the audience, many people's gazes were landing on top of the two people's ring. Regardless of whether it was the Supreme Clearance sect leader Lin Ling or the God of War Gu Feng, They were both top powerhouses in the entire Qingyang divine court, and their reputations were extremely loud. Now that the two were facing each other, the intensity of the battle could be imagined, especially when thunder covered the entire ring. Everyone's hearts and minds were shaken. This is the strength of a top powerhouse, when it really is as terrifying as this. I heard that Gu Feng has already broken through the 4th stage of perfection. There should be no suspense against Lin Ling. I didn't expect that this Shiqing sect master would hide so deeply. Too strong. Many people's faces showed marvel. And above the seats of the Dragon Tiger sect, Zhang Ming watched the battle in the ring. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a refined aura hidden. Gu Feng is sitting on the Overlord God body, and now that he has broken through the 4th stage of perfection, his strength is even more extraordinary. And for Lin Ling to be able to fight with the other party to such an extent, this person must also be harboring some sort of special physique. As for cultivation, perhaps he has also stepped into the 4th stage of perfection as well. Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Ming was also secretly shocked in his heart. He was carrying the battle saint body, so he naturally understood the power of a special physique. And when Gu Feng stepped into the 4th stage of perfection, Zhang Ming did not have the certainty of defeating the other party either. For Lin Ling to be able to achieve this level, it meant that the other party also had a special physique. It was just that its hiding was extremely deep and had been kept secret. Thinking about this, Zhang Ming's heart was surging with wariness, and the fighting holy blood in his body was now slightly boiling, itching to rush to the ring to participate in this battle. On the ring, Gu Feng's chi and blood was astounding. His fist power was like wind and thunder sweeping across the sky. He was clearly an invincible god of war. While on the other side, Lin Ling was maneuvering thunder as if he was an ancient god, while his divine mind split to imperialize the divine sword, combining with the power of the heavenly thunder to attack and kill. Divine Sky Imperial Thunder True Technique. Ji Xian's expression was solemn, and there was a touch of shock in his eyes. The Divine Heavenly Sky Imperial Thunder True Technique was a 4th order, top-grade technique in the Divine Kingdom store, and as a cultivator, Ji Xian had also exchanged these techniques for cultivation. But compared to Lin Ling, Ji Xian was shocked to find that he was more than one level behind the other party in the Divine Heavenly Thunderbolt technique. The art of entry, and then is to enter the chamber, such as can be called pure fire, and then is out of the gods and the final peak of the extreme. It can be said, if any art can be cultivated to the point of the peak, it can already be compared to the creator. Ji Xian had been practicing the Divine Sky Royal Thunder technique for 30 years, but he had only managed to reach the point of pure perfection, and he was one step away from being perfected. And then look at Lin Ling's appearance. The other side to make the heavenly thunder like a finger. Magic trick pinch seal natural. In the netherworld has its own divine thunder Tao Unimergence, as if really incarnate the ancient thunder god. Obviously, Lin Ling has long been the Divine Sky Royal Thunder tactics cultivated to an extremely profound degree. See, its momentum is also estimated to step into the level of the peak. Thinking about this, Ji Xian took a deep breath. It's hard to predict whether this battle will be won or lost. He also did not expect the Shiqing sect patriarch to hide so deeply, and not until the Divine Kingdom competition did he truly reveal his full strength. Although Ji Xian also had great confidence in Gu Feng, he could not say how this battle would be won or lost. The others were watching the battle, and so was Gu Qingyang. When he saw the scene where Lin Ling was controlling the heavenly thunder, Gu Qingyang also secretly nodded his head. The great Tao divine body is known to have unparalleled enlightenment. Now it seems that this is true. The Divine Heavenly Imperial Thunder True Technique is one of the types of extremely demanding cultivation difficulty among all the 4th order extreme art techniques. 30 years of time. If other 4th order cultivators were to be able to ascend to the top, they would be considered good. For Lin Ling to be able to cultivate it to the point of ascension, it shows how powerful the great Tao God body is. As the opener of the Divine Kingdom chat group, Gu Qingyang had mastered all the spells in the Divine Kingdom store. So he himself was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate the Divine Heavenly Sky Imperial Thunder True Technique. However, relying on the Heavenly Tao Divine Tree's innate talent base, plus the 6th order lower realm, Gu Qingyang had cultivated the Divine Heavenly Sky Imperial Thunder True Technique to the extreme long ago. Even the Divine Heavenly Sky Imperial Thunder True Technique that was executed in his hands was much more powerful than even its original limit. Gu Feng carries the Overlord Divine Body. This kind of physique has unrivaled battle intent and can be considered one that is strong when it encounters strength, and is extremely similar to the Battle Saint body. As long as the battle intent in one's heart is undying, the power of the Overlord God body can be catalyzed to a great extent, and it is somewhat difficult for other god bodies to match the Overlord God body in terms of battle power. But the great Tao Divine Body's enlightenment is unrivaled, and Lin Ling is relying on the peak of the Divine Heaven Sky Royal Thunder True Technique. It's really hard to predict whether we'll win or lose this battle. Gu Qingyang thought inwardly. The two of them were now 50-50ths. and the final outcome of this battle depended on who could hold out longer, or find each other's cracks. Originally, Gu Qingyang had thought that Gu Feng was a bit stronger, but now that he looked at it, he had somewhat underestimated the other divine bodies in the end. Just as Gu Qingyang was secretly thinking about things, the situation above the ring was changing rapidly again, only to see the ring filled with thunder. Lin Ling pinched his spells, and a Tao of thunder bombarded towards Gu Feng, who roared. His body's hegemonic divine blood completely galvanized, monstrous blood chi condensed into a magnificent body, and a terrifying abyss-like aura erupted out in no time at all. Today, I will let you see the true power of the Overlord God body. Gu Feng roared lowly, his arms' veins bulged out like gnarled dragons, his hands actually directly grabbed the thunder, allowing that power to explode in his palms, his face becoming more and more hideous as his skin and flesh exploded. Boom! Immediately afterward, the heavenly thunder exploded. In the eyes of the others, only Gu Feng was seen tearing apart the heavenly thunder with his bare hands. His magnificent body condensed by blood chi was so powerful that the terrifying sound was heart-stopping even from across the ring. What an Overlord God body! Lin Ling's pupils contracted violently, seeing with his own eyes that Gu Feng tore through the heavenly thunder with his bare hands, his body drenched in blood and flesh, yet he didn't flinch for a second. But without waiting for Lin Ling to think too much, he saw ancient Feng approaching with a large step, his bloodied fist blasting out. The color of blood shook. It was as if a great sun was crossing the sky. Just as Gu Feng blasted out a fist, the great body condensed from blood chi also blasted out a fist, and the two forces converged together, transforming into a heaven-destroying torrent. A threat of death surged through his heart. Lin Ling immediately pinched a seal, only to see a wisp of clear wind lingering around his body, his figure showing heavy residual shadows in the ring, not having any thoughts of fighting Gu Feng head-on. At the same time, Lin Ling even maneuvered his long sword to strike across the sky, and also triggered the heavenly thunder to descend, and the dense attacks all bombarded towards Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng seemed to have anticipated this, only to see his body's battle spirit excited. The power of each punch was bombarded with heavenly thunder explosions. The long sword trembled, the shocking fist power compressed the space of the ring, and step by step, Lin Ling was forced into a corner. At this moment, Lin Ling could no longer dodge. Seeing that Gu Feng came with another fist blast, he suddenly had a vicious face, and opened his mouth and sucked violently, and all the heavenly thunder power fell into his belly. The great Tao divine blood was catalyzed, and the horrible Tao rhythm power coalesced around his body, vaguely appearing to have the same silhouette as the hegemonic divine body floating out. Thunder surged in his abdomen, causing Lin Ling's face to redden in vain. Immediately after, he saw his mouth open again and spit out, and thunder exploded in the air, and there was rolling thunder sword she spat out, and it blasted together with Gu Feng's fist. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The horrendous sword chi instantly chipped off most of the flesh and blood from Gu Feng's fist. Even with the power of the Overlord God body, he was not able to truly resist the sword chi's attack. Just as the thunder sword chi chopped off one of Gu Feng's arms, the latter forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, and his left hand struck out horizontally, fiercely blasting on top of Lin Ling's head. Ka-ching! The head exploded. Lin Ling's headless corpse did not completely fall down. It dissipated into streams of light. It was over. Everyone outside the ring was looking at the scene in front of them. Their faces were filled with shock, and the scene of the battle just now was deeply engraved there in their minds, always lingering. This is the dreadfulness of a divine body. Su Bo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. When Lin Ling made his final fight, it was already proof that the other party was also harboring a special physique. However, this was normal. If Lin Ling didn't harbor a special physique, wouldn't he be able to battle Gu Feng to this point? This battle, the two of them could be described as fighting fiercely, and the aura that escaped from them made everyone else's heart feel shocked. If he were to place himself inside the ring, Su Bo suspected that he wouldn't be able to block even a single move, and would have to be directly exterminated on the spot. It was the dreadfulness of the god body. If the fourth stage consummation itself is already powerful, then having a special physique allows the strength of cultivators at this level to rise another step. Even if it was the fifth order powerhouses of the other world back then, it would be this level when it comes to strength at the top. Su Bo's fist secretly clenched. As the pride of the Su family, he was naturally high-minded and proud, but in front of the current divine body, it still appeared dim. I just don't believe that an ordinary physique really doesn't have a chance to compete with a divine physique. The pressure Su Bo felt was just a microcosm of everyone else. As the only two fourth-order consummate powerhouses in the world, and both harboring divine physiques, this battle could be considered shocking in all directions, causing all the participants to feel immense pressure. Ancient Feng's is the Overlord divine body. So what divine body is Lin Ling's? It's just a pity that I wasn't able to step into the fourth order perfection. The chances of me actually being able to win are slim. In the Snow Mountain Holy Temple camp, Xinshue's bright eyes were filled with gravity, also possessing a divine body. Her Dharma spirit divine body was naturally not weak, but with a gap in cultivation. Xinshui did not have much certainty. After all, whether it was Lin Ling or Gufang's strength, they were all terrifyingly powerful. Shaner, are you sure? Above a certain seat, a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese mountain suit with a slightly majestic face opened his mouth and asked. He was Chu Xiong, the head of the Chu family, and the burly youth sitting beside him was the first son, Chu Shan. When the Divine Kingdom chat group was first updated and everyone was able to view their own physique, Chu Xiong was clear about the fact that Chu Shan carried the ancient barbarian sacred body. Over the years, Chu Xiong had been hiding the news in secrecy, and then poured out his entire family's strength to cultivate Chu Shan, wanting to let the other party strike the heavens with a bang. This Divine Kingdom competition was the best opportunity to make a name for himself. However, when he was able to see Gufang as well as Lin Ling's battle, Chu Xiong suddenly also became somewhat less confident. After all, he was clear that his own son hadn't stepped into the fourth stage of perfection yet, and was still stuck at the fourth stage of the upper grade. Even if he poured out all the Chu family's resources and had the divine physique natural talent, truly wanting to step into the fourth order perfection was not that easy. Chu Shan, eyes closed, heard Chu Xiong's words for a long time before slowly opening, spoke in a calm and firm tone, without a real battle, who is not clear who will die. For the true pride of heaven, realm cannot represent everything. Ancient savage holy body's power is unfathomable. Only a strong opponent can truly stimulate the power of the holy body. When I battle them, it will naturally be clear who wins and who loses. At those words, Chu Xiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, then said, with Shaner's strength, even if you can't compete for the top 3, I believe you can still compete for the top 10. Now that the fourth order divine ranking has already decided the top 100, and the specific rankings in the top 100 will be decided later on, the strength of your opponents next will definitely be strong to this point. So don't be careless. Father, don't worry. My son has his own measure. Chu Shan nodded his head. When his words fell, a stream of light emerged from his body, and in the next breath, Chu Shan had already disappeared above the seats. At the same time, above a certain ring, Chu Shan's figure appeared. Chapter 101, The Requirements of the Inferred God Body. After the rankings were determined for the top 100, the rules of the grand competition were changed, with everyone adopting a 3-game win-loss system to determine the top 50 rankings. The top 50 people with the most wins will be able to advance, and if there are more than that, then it's just a matter of competing again. After the top 50 were decided, a similar method was adopted to decide the top 20 or even the top 10. The reason for doing this is to prevent some people from being unlucky. Obviously have the strength of the top 10, but in the first competition, they encountered a strong opponent, and ultimately defeated, can only barely get a top 100 position. After all, Gu Qingyang was trying to screen strong people through the Divine Kingdom competition, so naturally, he couldn't possibly let this kind of thing happen. Of course, if someone is really unlucky, 3 consecutive times are encountered the top strong, so that originally can occupy the strength of the top 10, and ultimately fixed in the top 100, that is also no way. Strength was the foundation of becoming a strong person, but luck was also extremely important sometimes. If one was unlucky, he would have the possibility of dying horizontally in the future. Such a person wouldn't have much value even if they were cultivated. The Divine Kingdom competition had taken a total of 3 days, and all the rankings had been settled. It was worth mentioning that the evergreen ancient tree and other beings were also participating in this battle, but because they were divine souls entering the Divine Kingdom and then having their brand new bodies constructed by divine power, the vast majority of the people didn't recognize each other's identities. However, some people who had the heart still guessed the identities of the evergreen ancient tree and other living beings. After all, there were only so many powerhouses in the entire Green Sun realm that could enter the fourth stage of perfection, and basically one could count them on one hand. Now that a few unfamiliar fourth order perfection powerhouses had suddenly appeared, as long as one thought a little deeper, they could all be clear about each other's identities. Although the realm of the evergreen ancient tree and other beings was high, they were not able to possess a divine body, and although their rankings were good in this grand competition, they were not able to have all 5 of the ancient trees among the top 10. Then there is also Qingyi, also in the second order god list competition in the sudden rise, with the second order of the strength of the middle grade to defeat the second order of the strength of the perfect, become the second order god list first. However, these were all small fights, and the only thing that could truly make Gu Qingyang pay attention was the 4-stage face-off, especially the final battle. Lin Ling and Gu Feng fought again, and the former still lost to the latter, and in the end could only settle for second place. As for the first, it was naturally Gu Feng. the great Tao divine body is amazingly perceptive. If they were to fight in the outside world, Lin Ling might not lose in the hands of Gu Feng. After all, even though the hegemonic divine body is strong, the great Tao divine body isn't weak either. The two great divine bodies are battling, but by the limitations of the venue, the space to vacate is always a bit insufficient. If there is a large enough space, the winner of this battle is hard to predict. Divine body competition. Gu Qingyang was considered to have truly seen the power of a special physique. Different god bodies had different advantages, and were not at all comparable to ordinary cultivators. Apart from the two of them, the other god bodies also shone in this battle, especially Chu Shan, who carried the ancient barbarian saint body. The other party was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling and Ancient Fong weren't the two of them with cultivation levels that were firmly on top of each other's, they might not have been able to defeat him. Even cultivators of the fourth stage of perfection such as the evergreen ancient tree had fallen to the hands of the divine body, or else with its strong roots, coupled with its overwhelming cultivation, it would have absolutely no problem occupying the 5 seats in the top 10. The divine body is so powerful. So can I use the divine kingdom to deduce the divine body and then make it available for all to redeem? If it really works, wouldn't everyone in the entire Qingyang realm be a divine body? Gu Qingyang was shocked by his sudden thought, followed by his spirit being invigorated. He had already seen the power of the divine body. If everyone in the Qingyang realm was a divine body, then it would certainly be an extremely terrifying force. At that time, what could the absolute immortal realm be? Hundreds of millions of god bodies would come out, and it would only be a matter of flipping their hands to flatten the absolute immortal realm. As soon as he thought of it, Gu Qingyang immediately entered the divine kingdom with his divine thoughts and tried to utilize the divine power of faith to deduce the divine body. But unfortunately, the divine power deduction did not succeed. Underworld. Gu Qingyang got some information. The general idea was that the divine body was too high in rank, and it was difficult to deduce it with the current 5th rank divine kingdom, and only when the divine kingdom broke through the 10th rank could the divine body be deduced. A 10th order divine kingdom can only deduce the divine body, so the divine body's origin is extraordinary. Just from the divine kingdom derivation requirements, one could see just how great the origin of the divine body was. 9th order divine kingdom was already capable of resurrecting living beings, and it took a 10th order divine kingdom to deduce the divine body. Nowadays, Gu Qingyang could only suppress these thoughts for the time being and wait until later. After all, no matter if it was a 9th order divine kingdom or a 10th order divine kingdom, it wasn't something he could promote right now. 5th order divine kingdom to promote 6th order already need 100 billion faith. 7th order divine kingdom at least 1 trillion. 8th order divine kingdom 10 trillion. 9th order divine kingdom 1 million billion. 10th order divine kingdom is 10 trillion. For Gu Qingyang now, it was an astronomical figure. Even if the living beings of the Qingyang realm continued to flourish, restoring the peak level of the pre-calamity era, and sitting on billions of people, wanting to provide trillions of beliefs wasn't something that could be done overnight. Besides, Gu Qingyang also couldn't be sure if the subsequent promotions of the divine kingdom were all maintaining this multiplier increment. If it was like the derivation that suddenly came with a 100-fold increment, then it would be a bit despairing. The Qingyang realm is ultimately too small. It has to develop more faith before it can be done. The only way to make my strength skyrocket in the short term is to expand the size of the believers. The Qingyang realm was just this big. Even if it were to restore the pre-calamity population level, it would almost be the limit. If the population were to expand even further, it would be a considerable pressure on the Qingyang realm. Therefore, since the potential of the Qingyang realm was so great, Gu Qingyang naturally had to find other breakthroughs. In this way, the absolute immortal realm became Gu Qingyang's primary target. The absolute immortal realm had a vast expanse of heaven and earth and a large population of living beings, so if they could spread their faith, they would definitely be able to provide a constant supply of power for the divine kingdom. Gu Qingyang's cultivation breakthrough could also become much faster. The ratio of faith to evolution value for a 4th order divine kingdom is 100 to 1. For a 5th order divine kingdom it's 1000 to 1. So a 6th order divine kingdom would be 10,000 to 1. When the divine kingdom breaks through, 100 million faiths will provide me with 10,000 evolutionary values, and as long as I double the existing base of believers, I'll be able to have hundreds of thousands of evolutionary values in a year. Moreover, the entire Jedi immortal realm has an immeasurable number of living beings. An ancient wilderness alone is more than 10 times larger than the Qingyang realm, not to mention having the entire Jedi immortal realm provide me with faith. If I only need the living beings of one ancient wilderness to believe in me, the amount of faith I'll receive will also be astronomical. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or trillions. Gu Qingyang was a little excited inside just thinking about it. Chapter 102 True Man Realm. 5th Order Era opens. A long time. Gu Qingyang suppressed his excitement and reorganized some of his subsequent plans. The Qingyang realm was his foundation, which naturally could not be given up. In addition, the Divine Kingdom was also an indispensable foundation, and was likewise to grow steadily. But regardless of whether it was the Divine Kingdom or the Green Yang realm, the purpose of both existences was to allow one's strength to break through to a higher level. Right now, attacking the ancient wasteland, both to plunder the heavenly Tao origin and to spread the faith at the same time. Gu Qingyang made a decision, and then his mind was silenced. Now was not the time to make a move against the ancient wasteland. The Divine Kingdom competition had just ended, the rewards were handed out, and it was also necessary to give the others a buffer time. Anyway, after waiting for 30 years, Gu Qingyang didn't mind waiting for some more time. With the end of the Divine Kingdom competition, but all the powerhouses that were ranked in the top 100 were all famous, while the cultivators who had originally deliberately hidden their divine bodies in secrecy were now all exposed. It was only at this time that the others suddenly realized that there were actually so many divine bodies in existence. What they didn't expect was that in just one official Qingyang divine court alone, there were two major god bodies in existence. The first one was naturally the war god Ancient Feng. The other party had suppressed all the strongest in this grand competition, winning the first place in the fourth order divine ranking, and was considered to have completely solidified the title of war god. The second was Ji Xian. This former marshal of the first battle area, now an elder of the Qingyang divine court, had always been unassuming, not realizing that the other party actually possessed some sort of divine body as well. During the Divine Kingdom competition, the other party had also shown, defeating many strong enemies. Even if it was a divine body of the same rank, there were people who had lost to his hands. The official reputation of the Divine Court has risen a few more points. However, compared to the original prestige of the Divine Court, this rise in prestige didn't bring about much of a change. After all, the backer of the Qingyang Divine Court was the Divine Emperor who sat in the Kunlun Divine Realm, imperial capital. This used to be the first war zone, but now it had become the core of the entire Qingyang Divine Court, and the name of the original city had been changed to imperial capital. As for the original 18 war zones, they had all been renamed as provinces, which meant 18 provinces and cities, with 1 to 18 as the name. There was no special naming. Inside the Divine Court Hall, Gu Feng sat cross-legged, his body's qi and blood rolling and moving as if a flash flood had erupted, and the extremely dense blood qi filled the entire hall. Suddenly, Gu Feng's body shook. His body's qi and blood seemed to suddenly surge. His spine vibrated as if a sleeping true dragon had awakened. And in the underworld there was a monstrous blood qi power that rushed straight to the Violet Mansion. And there was an intense itching as well as a tingling pain coming from the center of his eyebrows. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, the blood force in the underworld impacted the purple mansion in the center of the eyebrow, only to see the rock-solid purple mansion being blasted open by countless impacts. Right at the moment the Violet Mansion opened, there seemed to be a subtle Tao rhythm that was birthed, and Gu Feng opened his eyes, and his body's temperament became different. So, this is the realm of a 5th order true man. Taking the 5th order lower grade realm breaking pill, Gu Feng managed to break his own barriers and forcefully stepped into the 5th order lower grade. The 5th order of physical arts was called the real person. This realm was to use the power of qi and blood to open up the Violet Mansion, and then contain the power of the divine sense, and then use the divine sense to communicate with the heavens and the earth, and invoke the power of the heavens and the earth and the underworld to quench the fleshly body in the physical body, and then use the fleshly body and the qi and blood to feed back to the divine sense, and in this way, to reach a benign cycle. If the 4th level of dragon is the limit of the human body, then the 5th level of real people will formally break the limit of the human body, really stepped into the stage of transcendental sainthood. This stage of the cultivator is already able to communicate with the initial heaven and earth, attracting the power of heaven and earth. It can be said, after breaking through the 5th stage of the real person, Gu Feng felt that heaven and earth had become different in his eyes. His perception had become sharper, and heaven and earth could constantly replenish his power. Although this replenishment speed was not too fast, it could still be invincible to some extent. However, if one wanted to be like the ancient desolate Saint Master and directly invoke the power of heaven and earth against the enemy, it would not be in the realm of a real person. A 5th stage real person can only initially communicate with the heavens and earth, while a 6th stage powerhouse is truly invoking the power of the heavens and earth. If there is a huge gap between the 4th stage and the 5th stage, then the gap between the 5th stage and the 6th stage is even more like a heavenly rift. Gu Feng muttered to himself. When he stepped into the 5th stage, he had a clear perception of the 5th stage of the real person realm, and at the same time, he also had some conjectures about the 6th stage, initially communicating with the heavens and the earth. It was natural that he could not compare himself to a strong person who truly invoked the power of the heavens and the earth. especially when he had nurtured his divine sense and truly felt the greatness of the power of the heavens and earth. Only then could Gu Feng understand just how terrifying it would be if he could borrow such greatness, even if it was just a trace of power. It was not something that other powerhouses could resist. It's a pity that although I managed to break through the 5th rank with the help of the realm-breaking pill, the corresponding cultivation technique was not redeemed. If I could have the 5th rank Overlord Divine Body technique, my strength would certainly be able to grow considerably. But for now, the metamorphosis of strength brought about by my breakthrough is not as great as expected. Having said that, Gu Feng was using the Divine Body as a standard, and if he were to use an ordinary cultivator as a standard, his current strength from breaking through the 5th rank was not half as weak, and was even a little stronger than the ordinary 5th rank. Gu Feng secretly estimated that his current strength was roughly equivalent to an ordinary 5th order middle grade, and if he could redeem the 5th order Overlord Divine Body skill, his strength would be able to further transform and reach the 5th order upper grade. Afterwards, Ancient Convenience was officially out of the gate, just as Gu Feng broke through the 5th rank. At the same time, the God ranking within the Divine Kingdom chat group was also synchronized and updated. The 5th rank God ranking was opened, and the first name was the word Gu Feng. Seeing this, many people had envious faces, but they didn't find it strange. After all, it was normal for the other party to break through after winning the first place in the 4th order grand competition and thus receiving the 5th order lower grade realm breaking pill. With Gu Feng's breakthrough, it meant that the Qingyang Divine Court had officially stepped into the 5th rank era. A few days later, there was once again one more name on the 5th order God ranking. This person was no other than the Supreme Clearance Sect Patriarch, Lin Ling. Almost on the same day, the 5 great ancient cities of the northern continent, of which the 4 ancient cities of Evergreen, Big Dipper, Earthly Fury, and Heavenly Pivot were all densely covered with purple robber clouds, and the aura of terrifying heavenly might crushed down, causing the soldiers of the armies stationed in the cities to change their colors drastically, and for a while they didn't understand what exactly was happening. At the same time, those who were startled were even the Divine Court elders who were guarding the various cities. This is my transformation heavenly tribulation. Everyone temporarily evacuate the city to avoid being affected by the tribulation. The majestic voice landed in the ears of one of the elders. The latter's face changed. He could hear that it was the voice of the evergreen ancient tree, and he didn't have time to think about it, immediately ordering all of the city's armies to evacuate. Fortunately, the people stationed in the city were all affiliated with the military, and evacuation was a matter of an order. In less than a moment's effort, the entire evergreen ancient city was devoid of anyone. Chapter 103, Transformation Heavenly Tribulation. Transformation Heavenly Tribulation. Gu Qingyang's gaze landed on the northern continent above, where a calamity cloud was already appearing. Humans were known as the Heaven and Earth Tao body. Cultivation was a natural advantage, so all non-human beings had to cross the Transformation Heavenly Tribulation when they stepped into the 5th stage. The appearance of the Heavenly Tribulation is a test of heaven and earth, but also the rules of heaven and earth's existence instinct, even as a heavenly agent, cannot easily erase the heavenly tribulation. Of course, although Gu Qingyang couldn't erase the heavenly tribulation, he could increase the strength of the heavenly tribulation, causing the transiting person to fall in the midst of the tribulation. However, it was naturally impossible for Gu Qingyang to increase the power of the evergreen ancient tree's heavenly tribulation. Unusual beings can cross the tribulation at the 5th rank. I am a divine tree of heaven's path, so it won't be that easy for me to take shape. He thought so in his heart, but he didn't have any great feelings, transforming or not. For Gu Qingyang right now, it didn't really matter. The heavenly Tao spiritual root was the supreme foundation. The so-called God body holy body was inferior, and in terms of cultivation speed, Gu Qingyang was confident that no one could match him. So other beings needed to cross the tribulation. Gu Qingyang did not need to. Besides, he is now the heavenly Tao divine tree. If one day really in this realm to the level of transmigration into form, Gu Qingyang doubts that the Qingyang realm may not even be able to descend the heavenly tribulation. Northern continent. The heavenly tribulation fell with a bang, only to see that there was a Tsong Tian divine tree with thick branches and trunks. The turquoise green leaves had a rich spiritual qi emanating from it, and by the time the heavenly tribulation bombarded down, it only caused the branches and leaves to tremble slightly, without seeing the slightest bit of damage. What a strong power of the heavenly calamity! At the first moment the satellite observed the heavenly tribulation in the northern continent. It transmitted the image back to the imperial capital in the eastern continent, and several of the divine court elders, including Gu Feng, were now gathered together, watching the heavenly tribulation in the image. Even if it was just an image, these elders could feel the power of the heavenly tribulation from it. Ancient face looked grave. It is rumored that non-human beings face the transformation heavenly tribulation when they step into the 5th rank. Now it seems that the power of this heavenly tribulation is not to be underestimated, and it is very likely that they have stepped into the 5th rank. When the other elders heard this, their faces changed slightly again. A heavenly tribulation with a power comparable to the 5th rank would be a devastating blow to a cultivator of the perfect 4th rank. However, looking at the way the evergreen ancient tree never saw the slightest bit of damage despite the heavenly tribulation, they looked at the ancient tree from the Kunlun divine realm in a different light. Ji Xian said, "The evergreen tree is worthy of being from the Kunlun divine realm. Its depth is unfathomable, and it is only slightly weaker than a divine body in the same realm. Although the heavenly tribulation is powerful, I don't think it will really threaten him. If the evergreen ancient tree succeeds in its tribulation, my Qingyang divine court will be able to have another 5th-ranked powerhouse. That's not bad. And besides the evergreen ancient tree, the other ancient trees are thought to be about to undergo their tribulation dash." The remaining elders were all speaking in your own words, voicing their opinions on this. But no matter what, the evergreen ancient tree's transiting was considered a good thing. Subsequently, the gazes of the crowd fell on top of the video. The heavenly tribulation bombarded. Densely packed thunder tore through space, leaving behind palpitating black cracks that quickly healed and disappeared. Just as Ji Xian said, the evergreen ancient tree had a strong foundation, and its strength wasn't much worse than that of an average 5th-order cultivator. Although the power of the transformation heavenly tribulation was powerful, for now, it could not truly threaten him. However, as the power of the heavenly tribulation surged, the evergreen ancient tree also gradually felt the pressure, and the original turquoise branches and leaves became scorched and black, and the branches and trunks were also left with indelible scars. But the next breath, see, there is a majestic life force from the roots and whiskers of the bottom of the emergence, instantly is filled with the body of the evergreen tree. Charred and black branches and trunks regained vitality. Immediately after, see a root beard uprooted, as if a wild dragon dancing, toward the heavenly tribulation attack. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation also birthed new thunderbolts to fall. The two forces collided in mid-air, hitting the space as if it was cracked like a spider's web. The thick root whiskers shattered inch by inch, but then a newborn force emerged, causing the shattered root whiskers to recover again. It seems that the ethereal wood evergreen skill is indeed a natural fit for the ancient tree. Even when facing a heavenly tribulation, it can still have a great advantage. Gu Qingyang looked at the sight of the tribulation and was secretly satisfied in his heart. The spiritual energy cultivated by the ethereal tree evergreen skill contained a majestic life force, which was able to recover one's injuries to a great extent, thus achieving the basis for a long-lasting battle. After all, the ancient tree itself was strong in life force, and when combined with the ethereal wood evergreen technique, it was able to maximize the power of this technique. Just like the current heavenly tribulation situation, the ethereal wood evergreen skill was able to allow the evergreen ancient tree to support itself longer during the heavenly tribulation, thus succeeding in the tribulation. There should only be 49 5th-order heavenly robberies. As it is, the number of heavenly robberies is already more than 40, and there isn't much left. With the evergreen ancient tree's depth, I don't think there will be any problems with this tribulation. Gu Qingyang secretly thought. 49 heavenly robberies. The power at the beginning was only equivalent to the 4th stage of perfection, but later on, it was a steady step into the 5th stage, and then in the last few heavenly robberies, it was almost at the peak of the 5th stage of the lower grade. For ordinary cultivators, this kind of power of heavenly tribulation want to cross is considered to be 1 in 9 deaths, but the evergreen tree is naturally no problem. As if confirming Gu Qingyang's words, as the last heavenly tribulation fell, the terrifying power directly shattered a large number of branches and trunks, and the remaining thunder fell on top of the ancient tree's torso, causing it to show a shocking charred black color. Afterwards, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Majestic life force surged out from the evergreen ancient tree, followed by a flashy light that covered the entire ancient tree. The next instant, the ancient tree figure was seen slowly dissipating, transforming into a middle-aged man dressed in green with an elegant face. From today onwards, my name is Gu Changcheng. As the words fell, a fluctuation seemed to come from heaven and earth, as if responding to something. The evergreen ancient tree, which was also both Gu Changcheng, slowly dropped his figure from mid-air before bowing in the direction of the Kunlun divine realm. Many thanks to Father God for granting the method that allowed evergreen to pass through the tribulation and transform into a form. As his words fell, he saw an aura converge in the void, and Gu Qingyang's figure reappeared. Since you have already crossed the tribulation, you can be an elder of the Qingyang divine court after this and be responsible for sitting in charge of the evergreen ancient city. Evergreen obeys the divine emperor's orders. Gu Changcheng's face was solemn, and he no longer referred to himself by the words Father God, but instead solemnly addressed the word God Emperor. Gu Qingyang sniffed and nodded slightly before his figure slowly dissipated into thin air. When the others saw this scene, They all bowed in unison in the direction where Gu Qingyang's figure had dissipated. Greetings to the God Emperor. Chapter 104, The Horn of Counterattack. After Gu Qingqing's successful transits, then it was the Big Dipper ancient tree, the earth-severing ancient tree, and the heavenly pivot ancient tree that successively transited. The four great ancient trees had all stepped into the top 10 of the 4th order divine ranking, so they had also all received the 5th order lower grade boundary breaking pill, with which they had directly broken through. With the success of the four ancient trees, the Qingyang Divine Court had 4 more elders of the 5th order divine separation realm, counting the 2 who had already succeeded in transiting, Gu Feng and Lin Ling. There were now 6 5th order powerhouses in the Qingyang Divine Court. The following day, a new quest appeared in the Divine Kingdom chat group again. First there was the invasion of the absolute immortal realm, causing the Qingyang realm to suffer heavy losses. This battle shouldn't be buried in history. Now that the Qingyang Divine Court strength has risen so much, it's only right that they should blow the horn of counterattack. Mission requirement: counterattack the absolute immortal realm and kill otherworldly beings. Mission reward: killing first order beings rewards 50 contribution points. Killing second order beings rewards 500 contribution points. Killing third order beings rewards 5,000 contribution points. Killing fourth order beings rewards 50,000 contribution points. Killing fifth order beings rewards 500,000 contribution points. And killing sixth order beings rewards 50 million contribution points. The prestige of Divine Emperor Qingyang should be spread throughout the heavens, and the light of the Divine Emperor should shine on all living beings and be praised by everyone. Mission requirement: spread the God Emperor's faith. Reward for the mission: for a 0 order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 1 point of contribution can be earned. For a first order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 5 points of contribution can be earned. For a second order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 10 points of contribution can be earned. For a third order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 100 points of absorption can be earned. For a fourth order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 1,000 points of contribution can be earned. For a fifth order being to have faith in the Divine Emperor, 10,000 points of contribution can be earned. Generate faith in the God Emperor. One can obtain 10,000 points of contribution. And for a sixth order being to generate faith in the God Emperor, one can obtain 100,000 points of contribution. The appearance of the 2 Divine Kingdom quests caused the entire Divine Kingdom chat group to suddenly explode. This was the first time in 30 years that the Divine Kingdom chat group had released quests, and it was 2 quests in one breath. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second mission, it all represented a large amount of contributions. Qinyu third order upper grade, the second mission. Can it be that the God Emperor wants us to go to the other world to spread our faith? Yan Haiyun 4th order middle grade. It's obvious that this is the case, but this mission reward is really generous. 1 person guaranteed to give a little contribution. I just don't know how much population is in the other world. When Song 3rd rank middle grade, the population of the other world is definitely quite a lot. The absolute immortal realm is much larger than the Qingyang realm. He Shaoi 3rd order perfect. It seems like the Divine Court has been settling down for 30 years. And now it's time to officially launch a counterattack. Luan 4th order lower. My greatsword is already hungry and thirsty. The Divine Kingdom chat group messages swiped the screen, and Gu Qingyang also directly sent down an oracle to Gu Feng and the others, stating that the Qingyang Divine Court was about to launch a counterattack. This battle was related to the survival of the Qingyang Divine Court, so they were told to make sure to do their best, not asking the Qingyang Divine Court to completely crush the ancient wasteland, but also to make sure that a gap was opened up so that the cultivators of the Qingyang Divine Court were able to enter the ancient wasteland. This was the main purpose of Gu Qingyang's counterattack this time. With the current strength of the Qingyang Divine Court, it would be impossible to destroy the ancient wasteland as well as the entire absolute immortal realm, but as long as a gap could be opened, allowing a portion of the cultivators of the Qingyang Divine Court to mingle into the ancient wasteland, then everything would be enough. The ancient wasteland was vast, more than 10 times stronger than even the Qingyang realm. If they could use the resources of the ancient wasteland to cultivate cultivators, the power of the Qingyang Divine Court would definitely be able to develop rapidly. At the same time, only by opening the gap could it spread faith in the ancient wasteland, thus allowing Gu Qingyang to harvest the power of faith faster and make further breakthroughs for himself. Receiving the oracle, the official Qingyang Divine Court released a message at the first time, summoning all the sect cultivators as well as the scattered cultivators to the northern continent to gather. Since the battle 30 years ago, the Qingyang Divine Court had already been quiet for many years, and now that the counterattack trumpet had blown, it had awakened the fervor in the hearts of many experienced cultivators. This day is finally coming. Inside the Shinqing sect, Lin Ling, dressed in a green-colored Daoist robe, stood on top of a mountain with his hands crossed, his eyes calmly watching the clouds roll in and out, as if there was a hidden killing power rushing through the sky. This was the sign of a great war coming. The entire Qingyang realm was sensing the killing intent in the hearts of all beings, thus causing the heavens and earth to be covered with blood-boiling battle intent, as well as killing opportunities that caused other beings to tremble. Past memories surfaced one by one in Lin Ling's mind, and by the time the last image broke through, the corners of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Back then, when the ferocious beasts were in turmoil, and his parents and relatives were killed in the mouths of the ferocious beasts, Lin Ling had secretly sworn that one day he would slaughter all the ferocious beasts and avenge the deaths of his parents and relatives. Now that the beasts are almost extinct, Lin Ling's goal is to change from his own small family to a large family. In his eyes, Qingyang realm was his own home, absolutely not allowing outsiders to trample on it. This was also why, 30 years ago, when the otherworldly invasion occurred, Lin Ling would not hesitate to lead the Qingyang societies to the northern continent to fend it off. The decision he could make 30 years ago was just as possible 30 years later. As long as I live, the Qingyang realm will not allow the foreign races to go unchecked. Lin Ling spoke in a low voice, and then his spiritual energy erupted out, and a silhouette rose from him, instantly blocking out the light of the sky, causing all the disciples of the Shangqing sect to instinctively look up and look at that magnificent body. With shock in their eyes, the disciples of the Shangqing sect listened to the order. From this moment onwards, all of them will go to the northern continent and prepare for a counterattack on the otherworld. No mistakes. The voice of the silhouette was like a thunderous vibration, and when it landed in the hearts of all the disciples, it galvanized all of them with hot blood. Immediately, all the disciples of the Shangqing sect shouted in unison, "Obedience to the sovereign's orders." Good Shangqing sect. Since the upper Qing sect has gone, then naturally we cannot lag behind. Would Brother Lu like to accompany me to the northern continent? Ha ha, go with me, go with me. I've heard for a long time that a battle 30 years ago shocked the world. I didn't think that you and I would have the honor of participating in it today. Good. I'll go with you, just in time to see how the scenery of the other world is as well. Many of the loose cultivators around the Shangqing sect, hearing Lin Ling's voice, as well as getting to see the sight of the disciples of the Shangqing sect coming out in full force, also had high wariness in their hearts, and were heading towards the northern continent. The scene of the Shangqing sect was only a microcosm of the Qingyang Divine Court. As the official news of the Divine Court spread out, almost all the sects, to a greater or lesser extent, would send some strong people to the northern continent. What's more, it was just like the Shangqing sect, almost pouring out the entire sect's strength without any reservations, only to see countless streams of light breaking through the sky. It was a cultivator who was able to ride the wind with a sword, and then there were airplanes and ships crossing the deep sea, carrying other cultivators who were not able to fly in the air, heading towards the North Continent. Chapter 105, 6 Fifth Order Powerhouses. Divine Court Cultivators Gathering. Northern Continent. Otherworldly Portal. Ever since the otherworldly invaders were repelled 30 years ago, no otherworldly being had set foot in, but everyone knew exactly what this portal meant. It was like a sharp blade hanging overhead, which could fall at any time and take the life of the Qingyang realm. 30 years. No, it should be 31 years. Back then we could only passively resist. Now we are finally able to actively counterattack. Zhang Ming looked at the otherworldly portal in front of him, and there was some reminiscing in his eyes. He then looked at the people behind him and shook his head slightly. This war against the otherworld. I don't know how many more people have lost their lives as a result. How can a war not have sacrifices? This is an unavoidable thing. Even if we don't counterattack the absolute immortal realm, the absolute immortal realm will invade again in the future. As long as this otherworldly portal remains, the two realms will eventually have to have a battle. Either the absolute immortal realm will be defeated or the Qingyang realm will be enslaved. There is no third possibility. Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with coldness. When Zhang Ming heard this, he also fell into silence. Indeed, as long as the otherworldly portal did not disappear, there was bound to be a battle between the two realms. It was just a matter of time. Instead of being passive, it would be better to take the initiative and take the first step to open up the situation. Of course, there was another main reason here. Since the Qingyang Divine Court dared to take the lead in striking, it must have the certainty of defending against the other realm, and even if they couldn't build up success in the other realm in this battle, retreating back to the Qingyang realm would still be no problem. That divine emperor had defeated the 6th-ranked powerhouse who called himself the ancient desolate holy lord in the beginning, and his strength was unfathomable, and now that 30 years had passed, no one was sure just how far that person had come. 3 days' time, the entire Qingyang Divine Court's powerhouses had almost gathered here, including 312 4th-order cultivators, and a total of 6 5th-order cultivators. Those below the 4th rank were countless, and even the 5 ancient cities couldn't contain them completely. The morale of the Qingyang Divine Court is flourishing in this battle. Even if the absolute immortal realm is strong, we may not have no chance of winning. On top of the evergreen ancient city, Gufang looked at the divine court army that was now strong and powerful, as well as the countless folk cultivators. The entire Qingyang divine court had been transformed in 30 years, and could not be compared to the same thing. Ji Xian said, according to the divine emperor's decree, we don't aim to capture the other realm in this battle. As long as we can open up the situation and allow some cultivators to enter the absolute immortal realm, that will be enough. With the vastness of that world, it's enough to produce many top-notch powerhouses. Compared to the absolute immortal realm, the Qingyang realm is ultimately too small, and it's too hard and too difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. The Qingyang realm had shallow water. Cultivating in this environment, it was already the limit for a cultivator to enter the 5th rank. After the 4th rank, each step of cultivation became much more difficult, completely incomparable to the 3rd rank. This is due to the difficulty of cultivating at the 4th level, but also due to the fact that the aura of the Qingyang realm is weak and not enough to support the cultivation of those who are too strong. But if one could enter the absolute immortal realm, it would be a completely different story. Right at this moment, a majestic voice emerged in everyone's minds. All participants bestow the absolute immortal realm language talent. The voice fell. It was a surge of information that suddenly came out, causing all of these people to feel their heads swell slightly, as if something that shouldn't belong to them had appeared. A long time. It was only then that this stream of information was completely digested. The language of the absolute immortal realm. Gufang murmured to himself. The words that came out of his mouth now were not the language of the Qingyang realm, but the language that belonged to the absolute immortal realm. In the past, he could not understand or speak the language of the other realm, but now it was as if he could pick it up with his own hands, and there was no longer any stagnation. Such a sudden situation was not only surprising to Gufang, but also to the others. But soon, they became relieved. Gu Qingyang's methods were mysterious and unpredictable, but everyone in the Qingyang divine court had known about them for a long time, and now that he had been bestowed with a language talent, it was naturally nothing. It's not bad to participate in a battle to be able to whore out a language talent for nothing. Normally, if you want to redeem a foreign language, I think it would take quite a lot of contributions to do so. Yang Yan laughed. With this kind of language talent, entering the absolute immortal realm later on would be even easier. Subsequently, the various elders of the Qingyang divine court ordered everyone to rest in place and fully attack the absolute immortal realm a day later. When this order was passed down, everyone else did not object and rested in place, silently adjusting their state in order to cope with the great battle that was to follow. For people who have entered the 1st stage and above, even if 3 or 5 days do not eat is not a problem. The higher the cultivation level can be, the longer the time of the grain is. When the cultivation level is high to a certain extent, it will be able to truly open up the grain. Only need to gulp heaven and earth spiritual chi, can ensure their own survival, without other external objects. So resting in place for a day, even without any supplies as a supplement, will not affect the army's combat power in the slightest. Time passed by, and the last batch of cultivators arrived. When the sun rose in the east, only to see several strong breaths from the 5 ancient cities erupted out. 6 figures rushed up and took the lead to appear in front of a cut-off portal. These 6 figures were no other than the only 6 5th-ranked powerhouses in the Qingyang divine court today. Gu Fang, Lin Ling, Gu Chongcheng, Gu Tiangang, Gu Di Shi, Gu Tianshu. The 6 people stood in the air, and the mere aura they emitted was able to inspire awe in other people's hearts, and almost everyone's gazes fell on the 6 people. 5th rank. Zhang Ming took a deep breath as his eyes became firm. With the rewards from the Divine Kingdom competition, he had already managed to step into the 4th stage of perfection, and was already qualified to impact the 5th stage. However, having the qualifications to impact the 5th rank was still a considerable gap compared to actually stepping into the 5th rank. Breakthrough or not, the two were two extremes. However, Zhang Ming wasn't too discouraged. Although he was one step behind Gu Feng Linling and the others, Zhang Ming had a premonition that as long as he seized the opportunity of this battle, he would definitely be able to step into the 5th rank in one breath. After the 5th stage, when the combatant's sync body was further developed, if he really had to fight with Lin Ling, Gu Feng and the others, Zhang Ming would also have a certainty of victory. In mid-air, Gu Feng's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. 31 years ago, when the other world invaded, my ancestors of the Qingyang realm fought bloody battles and did not retreat, not hesitating to bury their bones here before repelling the otherworld army. 31 years later, my Qingyang divine court is not what it used to be, and the blood revenge of that year should now be repaid. Gentlemen, the horn of counterattack has been blown. This is my Qingyang divine court's first battle, and it is also the battle that will determine the future of the divine court. This battle does not require the capture of the absolute immortal realm. It only requires opening the gap in the absolute immortal realm and allowing some of the heavenly pride to enter it. The Qingyang realm is too small to harbor truly top-notch powerhouses, and only by using the absolute immortal realm as a springboard can we attain the Great Tao. Chapter 106, Attacking the Absolute Immortal Realm. Absolute Immortal Realm. Ancient Wasteland. The otherworldly portal loomed large. Ever since the ancient desolate sacred land led a failed joint attack on the Qingyang realm many years ago, this otherworldly portal had become a forbidden place. Although the others longed for the resources of the Green Sun realm, they didn't dare to take half a step in without authorization. After all, the blood of their predecessors had yet to dry up, so who dared to risk their lives? Nowadays, the cultivators that truly existed around the otherworldly portal were already few, with only the 3 holy places of the ancient wasteland as the main focus, combined with cultivators from other sects sitting here. Its true purpose was to prevent cultivators from the Qingyang realm from stepping into the absolute immortal realm. On top of a mountain, there were 2 cultivators standing with their hands in front of and behind them, their gazes falling above the otherworldly portal as if they were 2 clay statues, never seeing any movement. A long time later, the figure that fell at the end broke the silence. Elder Zhong, do you think that the Holy Land is being a bit too careful? I haven't seen any movement from the Qingyang realm in the past 30 years, so I don't think they have the guts to step into the ancient wasteland. It is indeed a bit of a waste of time for us to stand guard here. Su Yuanshi's brows knitted slightly, puzzled by the decision of the ancient desolate Holy Land. While there was a faintly undetectable hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, he was a deacon of the ancient desolate Holy Land, his cultivation stepping into the dragon transformation later stage. In the entire ancient desolate Holy Land, although he wasn't considered to be at the top of the heap, he could still be described as not weak, with Su Yuanshi's status and position. Being dispatched here to sit on the otherworldly portal was undoubtedly a hard job, and there was naturally dissatisfaction in his heart. Zhongsong said indifferently, do not underestimate the Qingyang realm. The spiritual qi of that heaven and earth is thin. It has already reached the age of the end. In these circumstances, there are still top powerhouses at the true lord level, so it is evident that the celestial pride of the Green Sun realm is terrifying. Shallow water is difficult to raise a true dragon. With the aura concentration of the Qingyang realm, that person can go as far as a true lord is already the limit. It is absolutely impossible to go further. However, if he were to enter the ancient wilderness, with the aura of the ancient wilderness, coupled with the fact that the shackles of longevity were gradually fading nowadays, it might be possible for him to find the opportunity to break through to a true monarch or above. At that time, for the ancient wasteland Holy Land, it would be a not-so-small threat. Zhongsong naturally knew exactly why ancient heavenly gang had sent himself and the others to sit here. With such a thin aura in the Qingyang realm, it was possible for someone to be certified as a true lord. Such a talent was simply comparable to all kinds of divine bodies, sacred bodies. Even if it was placed in the ancient wilderness or even the entire absolute immortal realm, the natural talent was considered to be top-notch. Such a demon, it was naturally impossible to let the other party step into the ancient wasteland and borrow the power of the ancient wasteland to cultivate. The only best thing to do was to trap the other party in the Qingyang realm. Hearing, Su Yuanshi's face was shocked. To be able to cultivate to the true lord level at the time of the end of the heavens and earth, this person's talent is terrifying. Is it possible that he is also harboring some sort of divine body? Other small worlds also have the possibility of the existence of a divine body. This person can cultivate to such a level. Of course it is impossible to be an ordinary mortal. But, speaking here, Zhongsong smiled disdainfully. Now that the longevity shackles are already weakening, the golden age is coming. It won't be long before my ancient wilderness Holy Land will be able to have a strong person above the level of a true lord. At that time, what can a small Qingyang realm be considered? Just by the power of my ancient desolate Holy Land alone, I will be able to wipe them all out. Above true lord, that was a realm that no one had been able to break through in 5,000 years since the eternal life shackle. Ancient heavenly gang had long since entered true lord perfection and was carrying the ancient desolate sacred body. And now that the eternal life shackles had weakened, those carrying the sacred body were naturally blessed. However, the other 2 holy places in the ancient wilderness now also do not see action. Just as the ancient wilderness Holy Land as to send strong guards here, its intention in the heart of the Zhongsong view must also be not much worse. Although in terms of long history, Tianyang and Taishu are not as good as the ancient desolate sacred ground, but in terms of heritage, the 2 sacred grounds are not to be underestimated. Regardless of whether it was the Tianyang Holy Land or the Taishu Holy Land, there were true Lord Perfection powerhouses in attendance. And at this time when the shackles of longevity were weakening, it was natural to focus on impacting above the true lords. In that case, it won't be long before my ancient desolate Holy Land is able to completely flatten the Qingyang realm. Su Yuanshi's face was joyful. If he could flatten the Qingyang realm, he would definitely be able to gain a lot of credit for his many years of guarding this place. and he might be able to use this to break through to True Lord in one fell swoop. That's natural. Jongsong smiled faintly, but before his words had completely fallen, several terrifying auras erupted from the direction of the otherworldly portal. Instantly, Jongsong's face was suddenly changed. Not good. There's a change in the Qingyang realm dash. As soon as these words were spoken, 6 figures were seen stepping out of the otherworldly portal, and terrifying auras erupted out, causing all the ancient wasteland cultivators guarding this place to be startled. This is the absolute immortal realm. What a rich aura! More than 10 times more powerful than the Qingyang realm. Linling's face was somewhat shocked. Among his senses, there was heaven and earth aura converging in all directions. The pores of his body were filled with aura, causing his violet mansion Yuanshin to vibrate slightly. Although he had long understood that the heaven and earth spiritual chi of the absolute immortal realm was bound to be extremely rich, when he truly stepped into the absolute immortal realm, he realized just how powerful the heaven and earth spiritual chi of this place was. If he had been cultivating here 30 years ago, Linling was certain that he would have been able to directly impact the 5th stage in 10 years' time, without the need to utilize the power of the realm-breaking pill at all. Linling was not the only one who was shocked. Gu Feng as well as Gu Changqing and the others also had varying degrees of shock on their faces when they sensed this heaven and earth aura. It was at this moment, a force of its own descended down from the underworld, causing their cultivation levels, which had originally broken through the 5th rank, to be instantly suppressed back down to the 4th rank of perfection. This is heavenly Dao suppression. Gu Feng's brows furrowed as a realization arose in his heart. Heavenly Dao suppression. The heavenly Dao existed in any world, and when outsiders entered this world, they would be suppressed by the power of the heavenly Dao, just as when the absolute immortal realm had invaded the Qingyang realm. Now that the Qingyang realm was counterattacking the absolute immortal realm, it was also subject to the suppression of the heavenly Dao. However, although his cultivation was suppressed, Gu Feng was equally unafraid. As a strong person who had already stepped into the 5th rank, even if his realm had fallen, he was by no means comparable to an idle 4th-ranked consummate. Not to mention, he was carrying the Overlord God body. His battle power was extraordinary. The tiny Qingyang realm dares to step into the ancient wasteland, looking for death. A voice containing anger rang out, only to see a gray-clothed, dry and thin old man stepping into the air, a palm in the air falling down towards Gu Feng and the others. A terrifying aura as if it was draining the mountains and making people's hearts tremble. 5th order cultivator. Gu Feng's heart was bursting with wariness. The blood in his divine body seemed to be catalyzed, only to see his step in the air. Surging blood chi rushed skyward, accompanied by a shocking dragon's roar. Terrifying power coalesced on top of his fists, and fiercely bombarded with Jongsong. Boom. Chapter 107, Strength of the War God. Boom. Jongsong only felt that Gu Feng's fist was as hard as a mountain, and his chi and blood power was as vast as an abyss, like a river and a sea, and under the impact of the powerful force, it caused his body's chi and blood to violently surge, and his body couldn't stop from retreating explosively. This kind of change, it made Jongsong's face change greatly. Impossible. How could you be this powerful? He was naturally able to see Gu Feng's realm, which had already stepped into the realm of a true person, but under the suppression of the heavenly Dao rules of the absolute immortal realm, the other party was only a dragon transformation perfection. The difference between dragon transformation perfection and the beginning stage of a real person was a large realm, and the gap between them could not be measured in terms of idleness. Jongsong originally thought that he could easily suppress the other party, did not expect the strength of the ancient party completely exceeded his expectations. A strike exchange not only did not take advantage of half a point, but instead, let himself completely fall into the wind. This kind of situation, how can not let Jongsong shocked? But just as he was shocked, Gu Feng did not hesitate for a moment. The power of the hegemonic heavenly divine body technique was activated as much as it could be, and his body's chi and blood vibrated in unison, only to see that his right hand suddenly brought on a dark red glove with strange patterns engraved on it. As the power of chi and blood exploded, the glove patterns had been completely activated, as if a fiery lotus was pulsating. The destructive aura made Jongsong's heart horrified. A real person's greatest treasure. With Jongsong's status as an elder of the ancient desolate Holy Land, how would he not be able to see the rank of the gloves? That horrifying aura. It was clear that only a true human supreme treasure could possess it. However, what Jongsong could not imagine was that a small Qingyang realm would not have a true human supreme treasure. To know this kind of treasure is extremely powerful. Even a real person is difficult to have. Any one of them is worth an inestimable amount. Even Jongsong himself, there is no real person treasure to protect his body. However, Gu Feng's attack had already arrived. The power of the hegemonic heavenly god body combined with the real person's supreme treasure made the latter feel a threat of death. Boom! Jongsong erupted all his strength to block this fatal blow, but he was blown away by Gu Feng's punch, spitting out blood from his mouth, and his body flew straight out horizontally. From the time Gu Fong appeared to Zhong Song's strike, and then to Zhong Song's defeat, everything happened in a flash of lightning. Until now. Only then did the other forces sort of react. Otherworldly mole crickets dare to invade the ancient wasteland, looking for death. Kill. One by one. The ancient wasteland cultivators who were guarding the otherworldly portal were now looking at Gu Fong and the others with murderous intent. And almost at the moment Zhong Song fell, they directly struck out and surrounded and killed the several people. A moment of effort. There were no less than 7 fifth-ranked real people who struck out. For a moment, the pressure on Gu Fong and the others increased greatly. Right at this time, the Qingyang Divine Court army had arrived, only to see one cultivator step out from the Bronze Gate and join the battlefield. In less than a quarter of an hour, tens of thousands of cultivators had appeared, and the army behind the portal was still unending. The moment these people left the bronze portal, they rushed towards the outside of the battlefield. This scene fell into Zhong Song's eyes, causing his face to look horrified. Not good. The people from the Green Sun realm want to enter the ancient wilderness. Quickly stop them. Absolutely do not let them leave this place. Being able to be an ancient wasteland Holy Land elder, Zhong Song naturally couldn't be stupid enough. Just by observing what the Qingyang Divine Court's army was doing, he instantly guessed the other party's intentions. Situations like this were not uncommon within the ancient wasteland. Some otherworldly heavens and earths that were connected to the ancient wasteland, where the spiritual chi was weak and thin, would try to step into the ancient wasteland to seek further breakthroughs. However, because the two worlds could never truly get along, if a strong person from the other world came out, it would definitely be a great shock to the ancient wilderness. So, the various forces in the ancient wasteland will guard the various other world portals to prevent the other world beings from mixing into the ancient wasteland. Of course, nothing is foolproof. Occasionally, there are some otherworldly beings who have mixed into the ancient wasteland and caused a lot of storms, but they were all directly killed by the ancient wasteland's strongest people on the spot. However, there are also some people who have mixed into the ancient wasteland so far and have not been uncovered. Under these circumstances, if a large number of otherworldly beings were to mix into the ancient wasteland, then the trouble would not be ordinary. After all, everyone looked similar, and it was not easy to tell where they came from. After hearing Zhong Song's words, all the other cultivators' faces changed, and one by one, messages were sent out, and soon an army of cultivators came to reinforce them. At the same time, Zhong Song also sent the message back to the ancient desolate Holy Land, requesting support from the Holy Land. Don't tangle with them. The longer we delay the more troublesome it will be. Everyone try to rush out of the encirclement. We can't fight to the death with the Jedi Immortal Realm cultivators. Upon hearing Zhong Song's words, Gu Fong instantly roared. He was speaking the language of the Qingyang realm. It was naturally impossible for non-Qingyang realm beings to understand. When the others heard his words, they all instantly understood what the other party meant, and immediately, they were bursting out with powerful forces, rushing towards the outside of the encirclement. In order to guard the otherworldly portal and prevent cultivators from the Qingyang realm from mixing into the ancient wasteland, the 3 Holy Lands as well as the various sects and families were all dispatching correspondingly strong people to guard it. Although each power sent as few as 2 or 3 people and as many as 10 or 20, which wasn't too much in terms of individual numbers, there were no less than tens of thousands of cultivators among all the powers combined. Among these cultivators, plus Zhong Song who stepped into the 5th order real person realm, there are 8 people in total. And there are thousands of 4th order dragon cultivators. The rest were at the 2nd stage of blood refining and the 3rd stage of viscera refining. And as for the 1st stage of body forging, there was not a single one. In terms of numbers, the ancient wasteland side was inferior to the Qingyang Divine Court. But when it came to the quality of the cultivators, the ancient wasteland side was much stronger than the Qingyang Divine Court. Seeing that the Qingyang Divine Court's army wanted to break out of the encirclement, the ancient wilderness side also tried their best to intercept them. And the two sides' cultivator armies collided together, erupting into horrifying fluctuations in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Every second, a cultivator fell, either on the ancient wasteland side or the Qingyang Divine Court side. During that time, there were a very few cultivators who took advantage of the chaos to escape, but the vast majority of them were intercepted by an army of cultivators on the ancient wasteland side. Moreover, as the news spread out, each force affiliated with the ancient wasteland sent strong men to arrive. And a horrible aura erupted out, with many strong men stepping into the air. It didn't take long for the ancient wasteland side's 5th-ranked powerhouses to break through double digits, causing the pressure on the Qingyang Divine Court side to increase greatly. Kill! Gu Fong roared angrily. The power of the 4th order extreme jutsu blazing sun fist dipper was utilized by him to the extreme. The fire lotus ripple activated on his right glove, and the blazing aura tore through space like a rolling heat wave. instantly blasting a cultivator who was comparable to a 5th order lower ranked cultivator with a spit of blood from his mouth, and fell down from mid-air. When the other 5th order powerhouse who had joined forces to surround Gu Feng saw this scene, his face instantly changed drastically. He had never expected that Gu Feng would be so powerful to such an extent. His realm was clearly being brought to the 4th stage of perfection, yet he was able to forcefully and heavily injure one of the 2 real person powerhouses under the joint efforts of the 2 of them. But without waiting for him to think more, Gu Feng's cold eyes were already falling on him, causing the latter's body to go cold. Chapter 108 Blood Battle. Qingyang Realm. Kunlun Divine Realm. Gu Qingyang watched the battle in the ancient wasteland from the believer's perspective, and seeing the arrival of an ancient wasteland powerhouse, as well as a steady stream of reinforcements, he also felt a trace of pressure within him. The ancient wasteland seems to have prepared for this. Fortunately, this time, the Qingyang Divine Court is exerting its utmost efforts. Otherwise there would be no half hope in wanting to truly step into the ancient wasteland. The ancient wasteland's interception was much stronger than anything Gu Qingyang had expected. If it wasn't for the combination of all the strength of the various sects and the Divine Court's army, facing such a strong interception from the ancient wasteland, there would definitely be no chance of victory to speak of. Until now, there were already hundreds of cultivators who had managed to escape from the encirclement and actually stepped into the ancient wasteland. But in Gu Qingyang's opinion, hundreds of cultivators were far from enough, because the ancient wasteland and even the entire extreme immortal realm was too big, so big that it was not comparable to Qingyang realm at all. Just hundreds of cultivators into the ancient wasteland. A little leakage of some of the tracks will be the ancient wasteland forces strangled to death, even if by chance to survive, but also difficult to have a great action. To be honest, Gu Qingyang now let people enter the ancient wasteland. Also utilized the absolute immortal realm's heavenly Tao slumber factor. If the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm awoke, it would certainly be able to discover the outsiders who had mixed into its own heaven and earth, and then all the cultivators of the Qingyang realm would have to be targeted by the absolute immortal realm. The heavens would send out a killing chance and move the stars. Even if the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm only has the instinct to maintain heaven and earth, without the emotions of a living being, it will instinctively become disgusted when it detects a living being from another realm. Once the heavenly Tao is disgusted, heaven and earth will naturally reject it. At that time, Qingyang realm cultivators would have difficulty traveling, perhaps even drinking a mouthful of water. There was the possibility of being directly choked to death. It was the consequences brought about by heaven and earth targeting. Moreover, once the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm awakened, it meant that the other party's strength was almost recovered, and at that time, they would definitely be invaded by the Qingyang realm once again. Gu Qingyang had only just stepped into the lower 6th rank not long ago now, and it was a far cry to break through to the 7th rank, let alone fighting against a 9th rank heavenly Tao. Facing such a strong person directly, Gu Qingyang would never have half a chance of winning. Therefore, he had to send a large number of cultivators into the ancient wasteland before the absolute immortal realm's heavenly Tao awakened, treating the vast ancient wasteland as well as the absolute immortal realm as a compulsion-raising vessel, and cultivating strong people that could be used as soon as possible. At the same time, they also wanted to harvest the heavenly Tao origin of the absolute immortal realm, as well as the corresponding beliefs of the living beings, so that they could make a breakthrough. This was also the main reason why Gu Qingyang wanted to counterattack the ancient wasteland at all costs. The only way to survive was to wait for death, and only by fighting against the current could one find a chance of survival. As Gu Qingyang's thoughts fell, he saw the heavenly divine tree within the Kunlun divine realm tremble violently. All the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was forcibly extracted, and a vast amount of divine power converged, directly transforming into a green-shirt figure. This is Gu Qingyang condensed into a divine power Dharma body. If it is in the Qingyang realm, this Dharma body is no different from Gu Qingyang's own personal presence. However, if it left the Qingyang realm, it was only equivalent to an ordinary 6th-ranked powerhouse. Of course, even if it was an ordinary 6th-ranked powerhouse, with Gu Qingyang's mastery of the countless arts and techniques of the Divine Kingdom, as well as the means he had practiced by sensing the power of the heavens and the earth, it was not something that a cultivator of the same rank would be able to contend with. In order to condense this Dharma body, Gu Qingyang had utilized a large amount of faith divine power, as well as the power of the heaven and earth's spiritual chi, causing his own reserves of divine power to be depleted out of thin air. The divine power of faith was related to the promotion of the Divine Kingdom, and under ideal circumstances, Gu Qingyang would never risk using it. However, the current situation on the battlefield did not allow him to think too much, only to see the divine power Dharma body step out of the Kunlun divine realm, the horrifying divine might shaking the void, with violet chi converging from all directions, vast and majestic for 30,000 miles, as if welcoming the arrival of the divine being. Such a vision naturally caused the other people in the Qingyang Divine Court to be shaken to their core. Ancient wasteland. Otherworldly portal battlefield. With the reinforcements from all the forces, hundreds of thousands of cultivator armies had already arrived, and there were already more than 20 strong people at the 5th order real person level alone, causing the side of the Qingyang Divine Court to feel immense pressure, only to see a large number of 2nd and 3rd ranked cultivators risking their lives, combining their efforts to surround a 5th ranked cultivator. Griffin. The latter's face was icy cold as his long sword shot out a cold, chilling light, instantly cutting dozens of cultivators off at the waist, and the bloody scene not only didn't cause the cultivators of the Qingyang Divine Court to retreat, but instead, it galvanized the will to fight within them. Kill. So what if it's a 5th rank powerhouse? Today I'm going to slaughter a 5th rank to see. Ha ha ha. What's the harm in dying in battle even if I can open up a new frontier for the Divine Court? I should have died 40 years ago. If it wasn't for the opportunity given by the God Emperor, I wouldn't have had the chance to avenge the beast with my hands. And today, even if I die, I'm going to pull a 5th order to the back. Brothers, I'll go first dash. Some people laughed maniacally, while others roared in anger. But no matter how strong that 5th order real person was, it never managed to make them take half a step back. Soon, there was someone who broke hard into that 5th order real person's body, and then their body's chi and blood coalesced together before erupting into a terrifying fluctuation. Boom! That cultivator's physical body abruptly exploded apart, and the powerful eruption of power bombarded the 5th ranked real person's body, but failed to damage the latter in the slightest. For a strong person who had stepped into the 5th rank, his physical body was extremely powerful in itself, coupled with the fact that his own chi and blood could form a protective astral aura if it was not depleted. It was simply a threat to the self-detonation of a mere 3rd rank cultivator. Even if a 3rd order cultivator's self-detonation blow, the power is already almost equal to the 4th order. The result is also the same. But soon, with the first cultivator blowing himself up, there was the 2nd and 3rd cultivators who resolutely blew themselves up. Boom! 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 One cultivator either laughed or cursed, rushing towards the other party like they had no choice but to do so, and the power of the blood and flesh self-explosions exploded out, completely drowning that 5th ranked cultivator. With hundreds and thousands of cultivators self-exploding, that terrifying force finally caused the 5th ranked cultivator's chi and blood to be severely depleted, and with another self-explosion, the other party finally spat out blood from their mouths, and their bodies flew directly across the room. Immediately after that, another burly cultivator came in stride, holding the long blade with both hands and ruthlessly chopping towards the other party's neck. The rigid force chopped down, with the blood splattering, but just barely cut through its flesh and skin, failing to really chop its head off. You guys are looking for death. The intense pain caused the 5th ranked cultivator to go mad, shattering the hilt of his sword with a palm, and then blasting his fist at the lanky cultivator's body, causing the other's chest to sink in, and his body to instantly fall apart in pieces. A 2nd cultivator then stepped forward and blew himself up again. The power of a large number of cultivators blowing themselves up caused this 5th ranked cultivator to be heavily injured once again, and as the other party was being shaken back, a flash of cold light shot out, and as it cut across his neck, a bucket-sized head shot up into the sky, and then it fell to the ground. Chapter 109, The Real Supreme Treasure. As the 5th ranked powerhouse fell, many of the powerhouses on the ancient wasteland side were greatly changed in color, and then looking at the Qingyang Divine Court camp, all the cultivators looked uplifted. So what if it's the 5th rank? It's just as dead today. Ha ha. In the future, I'll be able to tell people that I once killed a 5th ranked powerhouse by crossing the ranks. Brothers, making a name for ourselves is this day. Kill. Some people laughed wildly, but there were tears of blood in their eyes. In order to kill this 5th order powerhouse, they had paid too many prices. But no matter what, the fact that the 5th rank fell today showed that even a powerhouse of this realm was not invincible. Kill. Even the tiny Qingyang realm dares to invade the ancient wasteland. Let them have no return today. A middle-aged man at the 5th rank true lord level looked furious, especially when he saw a strong man of the same rank fall. The palpitations in his heart instantly turned into a monstrous rage. When would a strong person who was at the level of a true man fear some ants who hadn't even reached the level of a transformation dragon? Boom! Terrifying power erupted from his body as Bai Jianyuan's fists shocked the heavens, directly blasting a 3rd-ranked viscera refining cultivator to death on the spot. He was an elder of the Tianyang Holy Land, and his strength was a few points stronger than any cultivator of the same rank. The 5th rank that had just fallen was merely some loose cultivator powerhouse. How could he be compared to the Holy Land elder? However, the powerful strength that Bai Jianyuan had erupted with did not make the other cultivators fearful. The big deal was death. Cultivators who were able to listen to the Divine Court's oracle and dared to step into the ancient wasteland had long been prepared to die. not to mention the fact that the killing rendering of the battlefield nowadays had caused their hearts to boil with murderous intent. Boom! Without any surprise, another cultivator took the first step to explode himself. In the face of the fifth order cultivator, ordinary third order cannot resist the reason. The only way to truly threaten such a strong person is to self-detonate. 1, 2, dozens of cultivators blew themselves up, and the terrifying aftershocks that gathered together drowned Bai Jianyuan in an instant. The next breath, see, there is a small bronze tripod appeared. Chinese light down, directly to the white Jianyuan whole person to protect within. Let the self-detonation power, how horrible, have not been able to shake the slightest bit. This scene made the Qingyang Divine Court cultivators' face change. The little bronze cauldron was clearly a surprise to them. On the other side, Bai Jianyuan, on the other hand, was grimacing with mockery in his eyes. This is a real-life supreme treasure that this seed has been sacrificing for many years. So with mole crickets like you, how could it possibly break the defense of a real-life supreme treasure? Now, if you tie your hands and wait for death, this seed may be able to give you a pain in the ass. As he spoke, he directly captured one person, and a powerful force suppressed the fall, making the latter want to self-detonate without any way. Subsequently, Bai Jianyuan was ripping off this person's limbs raw in full view of everyone, and the intense pain caused the other party to let out a miserable scream, while cursing angrily under his breath. Old dog, I am waiting for you down below. Ah! Before this person could finish his words, he was directly pinched and burst his head by Bai Jianyuan, and his headless body was casually discarded on the ground as he looked at the others with cold eyes. This is what happens when you make an enemy of this seat. At those words, the other cultivators were all shocked and furious, and then someone else rushed forward, but unfortunately none of them were able to break through the defense of the small bronze tripod, and then were easily abused by Bai Jianyuan. The gap between the fifth stage and the third stage was like a heavenly rift that could not be crossed, and with a real person's treasure to protect his body, Bai Jianyuan seemed to be invincible. This caused the others to be both shocked and angry, both shocked at Bai Jianyuan's strength and angry at the other party's abuse. However, no matter how angry they were, they couldn't do anything about Bai Jianyuan, only to see the other party walking in the middle of the army, easily killing a cultivator with a casual strike. Even if someone blew themselves up, it would be difficult to shake the defense of a real person's supreme treasure. Bai Jianyuan licked his lips, looking at the fear in the eyes of the others. His heart grew more and more excited. There was nothing more pleasurable than abusing the weak, especially this kind of eyes that could not wait to eat their own flesh and blood alive, but could not do anything about it, which made Bai Jianyuan enjoy himself very much. Just at this moment, a majestic voice came in the minds of the others. All those who died in this battle will be resurrected when the Divine Kingdom chat group opens the Ninth Order store in another day. These words came out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Resurrection. They couldn't be more clear about what these two words actually meant. Originally, with their passion, they were able to blow themselves up and kill the Fifth Order cultivator at any cost, but now that the crowd could not help Bai Jianyuan with their self-detonation, as well as seeing the scenes of other people being abused and killed, the passion in their hearts had already been doused by many. There was no one who didn't fear death. It's just that some people are able to sacrifice for the greater good, while others are just trying to survive. But now Gu Qingyang's words, undoubtedly let all the hearts have only worries, are completely dissipated. Since they could be resurrected, what were they afraid of? Kill. I want to see if this broken tripod of his is truly unbreakable. Ha ha ha, even if I die today, I will still be a good man 18 years from now. The fear in other people's eyes suddenly disappeared, looking at Bai Jianyuan's eyes as if they were able to spit out fire. The next breath there are dozens of people rushed forward, and directly do not think about it is to blow themselves up. See here, White Jianyuan laughed hideously. Useless. The power of the real person to the treasure is not you, these ants can speculate. But without waiting for his words to fall, he saw a large number of cultivators follow closely behind, all blowing up their flesh. Boom! Rumble! With the promise of resurrection given by Gu Qingyang, all of them were no longer afraid of death, especially since the scene of Bai Jianyuan abusing his own party just now had caused the killing intent in their hearts to pile up to the peak. Since dozens of people blowing themselves up couldn't break the defense of the real-life supreme treasure, what about hundreds? What about thousands? Just the sight of one cultivator after another defiantly blowing themselves up, intertwined with a terrifying power, caused an uncontrollable fear to rise in Bai Jianyuan's heart. He couldn't figure out why the people of the Qingyang realm were so brazenly unafraid of death that they dared to explode themselves one after another. This kind of fearlessness of death made Bai Jianyuan's heart tremble. It's useless. Real person supreme treasure. Just before he could finish his words, he saw dense cracks emerge from the gorgeous light hanging down from the small bronze tripod. In the next breath, the flashy light shattered. Bai Jianyuan's face immediately changed drastically. He was just about to make a response when more self-detonating power overwhelmed him. and even if he was as powerful as a real person, he was instantly plunged into a heavy wound in front of these horrendous forces. Put! Bai Jianyuan spat out blood from his mouth. His entire body was scarred by the self-explosions, and right at this moment, there was cold sword light stabbing out from a weird angle, skimming across his throat at an extremely fast speed. The bone-chilling coldness made Bai Jianyuan feel as if he had fallen into hell. And then there was a heavenly spinning. A young man dressed in black casual clothes with a cold face came into his eyes, and then he was plunged into the endless darkness. Yi Jiao. When the others saw Bai Jianyuan's body fall, as well as the figure carrying Bai Jianyuan's head, their faces were slightly stunned, and then they were all overjoyed. The existence of the dark ranking list was a secret to many people. However, with the end of the Divine Kingdom competition, Yi Jiao's name spread like a gale, and there were hardly a few people who hadn't heard of the name, and even fewer who didn't recognize the other party. To be able to defeat a 4th-ranked upper-ranked Divine Court Elder with a 4th-ranked lower-grade cultivation, Yi Jiao was already famous all over the world. Now that he had gotten to see the other party decapitate Bai Jianyuan, many people were filled with reverence. However, Yi Jiao did not speak. After beheading Bai Jianyuan, he quickly pinched the other party's head and his figure disappeared as if he were a ghost, and together with him, there was also that real person's supreme treasure. In the chaotic battlefield, occasionally there could be sword light bursting out, and every time the sword light faded, it would fall along with one person. This is the assassination means of the top assassins of the dark list. Not out of the sword then carry on. Once out of the sword is bound to fall, and Yi Jiao every time is only out of a sword, regardless of hit or not, are immediately away, not give the opponent the opportunity to capture their own whereabouts. In such a chaotic battlefield, even a 4th-ranked powerhouse would have difficulty observing and listening to all sides, and the slightest carelessness would result in an assassination. However, soon, with the assassination of a 4th-ranked cultivator, there was an ancient desolate powerhouse who had set his sights on Yi Jiao. It was a dragon transformation perfection powerhouse. What a powerful assassination technique. This person is obviously only at the middle stage of dragon transformation, yet he can easily assassinate a strong person at the latter stage of dragon transformation. He must not be allowed to live, or else there will be endless consequences. Xinye's eyes were grim. This time, when the Qingyang realm invaded, the 3 great sacred lands bore the brunt of it, and forces like the Qin clan were actually assisting the 3 great sacred lands. When this battle was over, the 3 great sacred lands would naturally be rewarded for their efforts, but the reward, but also have to have credit. Now Yi Jiao's strength is not weak, and is proficient in the assassination art. A lot of dragon powerhouse fell into his hands. If the Qin family can kill him, naturally, is a great work. Therefore, in the moment of staring at Yi Jiao, Qinyi is directly out, the body like a big bird swooping, soon is close to the back of Yi Jiao. Fierce strong wind attacked. Yi Jiao did not look back. Between the footsteps, the body was like a ghost disappeared in place. Just in the moment Yi Jiao dodged, he saw a long spear piercing into the earth. The powerful and unrivaled force exploded a deep pit in the ground. What a fast stance. It seems that you must have a not-so-weak inheritance in you. Essence erupted in Xinye's eyes as he stared at Yi Jiao with eyes filled with blazing heat. The latter was oblivious to his gaze, his face still cold. 4th stage consummation. Not counting the assassination of Bai Jianyuan just now, the Qinyi in front of him was the strongest opponent Yi Jiao had ever stumbled upon in his life. After being locked by the aura of such a strong person, Yi Jiao understood that he could not escape, because as long as he escaped, his body would inevitably reveal cracks and he would most likely perish as a result. The only way to kill him was to remain calm and find the opponent's flaws. Not bad. It was decapitation. While Qinyi was staring at Yi Jiao, wanting to decapitate him, Yi Jiao was also similarly viewing Qinyi as prey. There were times. The change of identity between the hunter and the prey was often a matter of a split second. The two of them confronted each other for a moment. Qinyi quickly lost his patience and took the lead to kill towards Yi Jiao, while the latter moved along with him, his figure disappearing in place like a ghost, and his cold sword blade wandering as if it were a poisonous snake. Boom! Xin Shui held her staff, and around her body, there was frost power condensing into a shield, firmly protecting her, while at the same time, there were dark clouds converging, and in an instant, one could see a dense rain of ice shooting down as if it were sharp arrows. Dozens of third-order viscera refining cultivators were unable to dodge, and were all instantly pierced through their bodies by the ice rain, letting out agonizing cries of pain. What a bizarre tactic! A voice of shock and fury came out, only to see a 5th-order realist powerhouse stepping into the air, a palm falling down towards Xin Shui in suppression. All the icy rain was instantly obliterated in front of this power. Seeing this, Xin Shui face unchanged, staff waving between the horrendous fireball cohesion appeared, and then turned into a fire dragon swept the sky. The hot breath came, That let the famous real person's strong face changed. In his eyes, Xin Shui realm is obviously only at the level of almost transforming dragons or so, but the power it exerts is already able to threaten the real person powerhouse. Instantly, this real person's strong man is to sacrifice the long sword, condense like a substantial sword astral chopping fire extinguishing dragon. The remaining force more than cutting through space, directly to Xin Shui life. The latter is not panicked. Frost power condensed around the body. There is a thick as a wall shield convergence. The power of the sword directly offset. Subsequently, Xin Shui waved her staff again. The Dao frost power spread out, as if space and time were going to freeze with it. And this power acted on that real person powerhouse, giving the other party the illusion of not being able to move an inch. Demonic magic. The real person powerhouse was furious. The demonic instructor's bizarre tactics were completely refreshing his three-dimensional perception. But while shocked, the other party was also eager for this brand new cultivation system. However, no matter how powerful this real person powerhouse was, Shen Shui was always unperturbed, and the power of the Dao spells was cast out, not giving the other party the slightest chance to get close to him. This was the power of the Dharma spirit god body. Other people's magical guides wanted to cast spells of the same rank. Unless they had practiced to the point of perfection, they couldn't do it instantly, and had to recite the corresponding incantation in order to do so. But for the spirit of the law god body, the same level spells are easy to use. Even if they are just starting out, they can do it perfectly instantly. There is no pause at all. Not only that, even the time needed to start a forbidden spell would be shortened by 10 times, and it would be more capable of casting forbidden spells that were one rank stronger than itself. Only a pity, Shen Shui had not mastered the 5th order forbidden spells, and she had turned all of the contributions she had received from the Divine Kingdom Grand Competition into her current cultivation strength. At this moment, she was clearly stepping into the 4th rank consummation compared to the Divine Kingdom Grand Competition, just one step away from breaking the limit of the 4th rank magical instructor and stepping into the ranks of the 5th rank great magical instructor. Boom! Shocking sword awnings cut through layers of ice and flames. That real person's strong man's face was hideous. His body's chi and blood erupted, and his entire body rushed towards Xin Shui at an extremely fast speed. As a real person's sharp intuition told him, as long as the close combat, the other party will die. Seeing the real person's strong man to kill, Xin Shui's beautiful face still do not see panic, but instead is to raise the staff, mouth for the first time chanting incantations. The speed of the real person was extremely fast, and although the two were 100 meters apart, it didn't take a breath to get close, when the sword beam shot out, causing Xin Shui to notice a slight stinging pain coming from her own skin. She pointed her staff in her hand towards the strong man in front of her. Only death is eternal. Descend. Eternal Ice Seal. Forbidden spell. Eternal Ice Seal. In an instant, endless coldness erupted in the heavens and earth, and space was condensing with horrifying frost. The extreme coldness caused that realist powerhouse to feel a palpitation in his heart, and his original winning look changed drastically. The bone-deep frost suddenly erupted out. That shocking coldness was as if space and time could be frozen. That real person powerful person erupted out his entire strength. His majestic chi and blood was as if the great sun oven was blazing and unstoppable. However, in front of this horrifyingly extreme frost, even the chi and blood of a 5th-ranked real person was difficult to resist. The great sun dimmed. The chi and blood fell silent. In less than a moment's effort, the other party was seen transforming into an ice sculpture, no longer able to move the slightest bit. Immediately after, Shan Shui had a thunder spell instantly. The powerful force fiercely bombarded on the ice sculpture above. Instantly saw the ice sculpture in pieces. A 5th-order real person strong fell. This kind of change made the ancient desolate party's color change drastically, but made the Qingyang Divine Court's party's heart and soul uplifted. Snow Mountain Hallmaster is mighty. What a strong power. Instantly killing a 5th-ranked powerhouse. Is it possible that this is a 5th-ranked forbidden spell? No. This is the 4th-order extreme forbidden spell Eternal Ice Seal. But Hallmaster Shin is obviously extremely powerful. A 4th-order extreme forbidden spell can kill a 5th-order powerhouse even when cast in his hands. There were strong people who were also 4th-ranked magical instructors who were able to see that what Xin Shui had cast was not a 5th-ranked forbidden spell, but a 4th-ranked extreme forbidden spell Eternal Ice Seal. However, it was precisely because they understood the existence of Eternal Ice Seal that these 4th-order magical guides were so shocked. Eternal Ice Seal was the top of the 4th-order forbidden spells, and even if a 4th-order magical instructor poured out his entire body's magical power, there was no possibility of casting it. Even if you really want to cast, also need a long time to prepare. What is Xin Shui just chanting a moment? Almost equivalent to instantaneous practice. Completely incomparable. Xin Shui was able to kill a 5th-order powerhouse, which already showed the other party's terrifying strength. Right after killing that 5th-ranked powerhouse, Xin Shui instantly sent a 4th-ranked lower-grade wind blast spell down on herself, and then saw her figure as if she were a ghost, directly disappearing from the original place, rushing towards the outside of the encirclement. Being able to be the Snow Mountain Sacred Temple Master, Xin Shui was naturally very clear about the situation in front of her. Although she was able to kill a 5th-order lower-grade powerhouse, there were more than just 5th-order lower-grade powerhouses within the ancient wasteland. There were even more 5th-order and above survivors. If a 6th-ranked powerhouse were to strike, even if the Dharma Spirit Divine Body was no matter how powerful it was, there would be no possibility of resisting it. With a gap of 2 great realms, a 6th-order powerhouse would be able to easily kill them in seconds. Therefore, if the battle continued for a long time, the Qingyang Divine Court would never have a chance of winning. Xin Shui did not forget what the purpose of the Divine Court was this time, and after killing the 5th-ranked powerhouse, she directly broke away from the encirclement and rushed towards the outside. Just when Xin Shui was about to break away from the encirclement, a terrifying aura erupted, space cracked like a spider web, and the great body stepped into the air. The vastness of the chi and blood power like an abyss seemed to be like a great mountain suppressing the fall. The power of this strike caused Xin Shui's face to change greatly. There was no time to hesitate. She instantly launched a 4th-order art. Layers of cold ice power condensed around her body, turning into an impenetrable barrier. The next instant, her palm printed on top of the ice barrier. Terrifying power erupted from her palm, and the ice barrier, which was capable of resisting a blow from a 5th-ranked powerhouse, shattered inch by inch. The remaining force was more than just a bombardment on Xin Shui, causing the other party to fall down from mid-air. Put! Falling down, Xin Shui opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face instantly turning pale. The power of that palm had caused her to fall into a serious injury. Black and gold robes came into view, with a rugged face and long hair draped over his shoulders, giving off a sense of arrogance that could compete with heaven and earth. A mere dragon transformation cultivator is able to carry a blow from the seat without dying. Your strength is really good. Can you be willing to submit to the ancient desolate Holy Land? This seat may be able to spare your life. Ancient Heavenly Gang looked at Xin Shui in front of him, and there was also a flash of color in his eyes. During the last invasion of the Qingyang realm, he had discovered that the cultivation system of the Qingyang realm was a bit mixed, with both the ancient desolate's body refining technique and other cultivation systems. Ancient Heavenly Gang had been in seclusion for 30 years, but he hadn't been able to break through the last layer of the threshold, and had never been allowed to break through to the realm above the True Lord. There was the influence of the longevity shackle, but also the reason that this realm itself was not good for breakthroughs. If one could obtain the other cultivation methods of the Qingyang realm and use oneself as an oven to melt various systems together, one might hope to realize the realm above the True Lord. This was the reason why Gu Tiangang did not immediately behead Xin Shui. Of course, there was also another reason. Cherished talent. Obviously only a dragon-level cultivation, but can kill a real person strong, and resist their own blow only suffered some minor injuries. Such potential can be seen. If one could take in such a heavenly pride, it would undoubtedly be able to strengthen the ancient desolate Holy Land. Although Xin Shui came from the Qingyang realm, but in the past, the ancient wilderness was not without people who had subdued other small worlds. As long as the corresponding benefits were given, there was no need to worry about the other party's betrayal. Besides, the ancient desolate Holy Land had ways to control these people. On the other side, just as ancient Tiangang was persuading him to surrender, Xin Shui, on the other hand, had an icy cold face and directly drained all the remaining magic power in her body and directly chanted a forbidden spell. Soon, seeing that bone-chilling coldness coming, the 4th-order extreme forbidden spell Eternal Ice Seal reappeared, and the terrifying cold ice power engulfed towards ancient Big Dipper, and the space was condensed with a thick layer of frost. In less than a moment's time, ancient heavenly deity was transformed into an ice sculpture. When Xin Shui saw this scene, she was about to secretly breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly the ice sculpture exploded, and Gu Tiangong's chi and blood was like a great sun, and all the coldness was dispersed. How is it possible? Xin Shui's complexion changed greatly, and her already pale face lost a few more points of blood color. Ancient Heavenly Gang shook his head and said, "Indeed, it is a completely different power. It is a pity that your cultivation is ultimately too low. If you are able to similarly step into the true monarch realm, you might be able to really make the seat feel tricky. But right now, wanting to deal with this seat is just a fool's errand. This seat will give you one more time. Submit or die. Even if I die, I will not submit," Xin Shui said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, there was some regret in Gu Tiangang's eyes, and then his face turned cold, and a terrifying might erupted from his body, and space was gently trembling. In an instant, the sky and earth changed, only as if the heavenly Tao was angry. The terrifying pressure of a true lord's perfection fell on Xin Shui, making it difficult to mobilize her nearly depleted magical power. giving her the illusion of falling directly to the mortal world. Since you are bent on seeking death, then this seed has no choice but to fulfill you. The words fell. The palm came out. Ancient Heavenly Gang no longer had any reservation in his strike this time. A strike that belonged to the 6th stage of perfection, directly hitting the space as if it was broken like a mirror. The black cracks revealing a darkness that made one's heart palpitate. Xin Shui looked at the palm that was suppressing the fall, and a touch of despair emerged on her moving face. Right at this moment, there is a green divine light diffused. A magnificent figure slowly stepped into the air and arrived. Under the feet of the green lotus bloomed, seemingly not fast footsteps, but the turn of the moment has arrived in front of Xin Shui. Looking at the palm that was suppressing the fall, the other party similarly stretched out his right hand, and surging in vast power erupted out like a monstrous wave. Boom! The two palms bombarded together, instantly setting off a horrifying hurricane in mid-air, the vibrating power causing space to crumble inch by inch. The shocking vibrations spread in all directions, causing the chaotic battlefield to stop instinctively. Everyone's gazes fell in unison on the green-colored figure as well as Ancient Heavenly Gang. That's the God Emperor. The God Emperor himself is here. This battle will be won by my Qingyang Divine Court. However, anyone who had participated in the battle 30 years ago, as well as the Divine Kingdom competition, would not be unfamiliar with the green-colored figure in front of them. It was simply because this figure was supreme. The founder of the Qingyang Divine Court, Divine Emperor, Gu Qingyang. No one had expected that Gu Qingyang, who had been staying in the Kunlun Divine Realm and had barely taken half a step out, would show up here at this moment. On the other side, Xin Shui looked at that cyan-colored back, a flash of celebration after the robbery passed across her face, but it was quickly transformed into reverence. It's you again. Gu Tiangang frowned slightly. He could tell that the Gu Qingyang in front of him was not coming in his true form. It was merely an avatar. But it was precisely because it was an avatar that appeared that Gu Tiangang was secretly alarmed. In the battle 30 years ago, although Gu Tiangang had lost miserably at the hands of Gu Qingyang, it was because he had been suppressed by the power of the Heavenly Tao. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Heavenly Tao's power, which caused him to fall directly to the level of a real person, Gu Tiangang was confident that he would be able to suppress and even kill Gu Qingyang. Now that he had been in seclusion for 30 years, although his cultivation hadn't broken through, his strength had also risen to a higher level, and he had thought that when he encountered Gu Qingyang in a fair fight, he would be able to suppress him with ease. However, the current exchange of blows made Gu Tiangang feel that things were somewhat out of his expectations. Although he had just exchanged hands for a moment, as a top powerhouse with a keen sense of perception, he wouldn't be able to detect any clues. Compared to Gu Tiangang's gloomy face, Gu Qingyang was much more calm, and the aura that filled the sky and earth made him look emotional. The ancient wasteland is truly a place of great talent. The richness of the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth is far beyond what the Qingyang realm can compare to. This time, the cultivators of the Qingyang realm stepped into the ancient wasteland only to find the path ahead of their cultivation. So I hope that if the ancient sacred lord is willing to get out of the way, he will surely be able to gain the friendship of the Qingyang realm. The land of the ancient wasteland will not allow foreign races to encroach upon it. Gu Tiangang directly spoke out to refuse. The smile on Gu Qingyang's face tightened. His voice slightly indifferent. The ancient wasteland earth is not to be violated. Then when is it the turn of the ancient wasteland to set foot in the territory of my Qingyang realm? At those words, Ancient Heavenly Gang's complexion was also slightly cold. Killing intent in his eyes. The world is nothing but the weak and the strong. Your Excellency is able to cultivate to such a state. How can you not understand this truth? A good one is the weak and the strong. Then let this emperor take a look at just who is weak and who is strong. You and I. Gu Qingyang smiled coldly. Raising his hand, there was a green-colored sword dipper that cut through the void, the vast power of which caused Gu Tiangang to look grave. The latter took a step forward. His right fist seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and earth, fiercely blasting together with the green-colored sword dipper, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. Last time you borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao to win the battle. This day, I will let you understand what is the ancient desolate sacred body. Ancient Heavenly Gang roared. The saint body blood was now being pushed as far as it could go, and a magnificent body seemed to coalesce in the void, a pale and ancient aura spreading out. The next breath, it was seen that Ancient Heavenly Gang blasted out with a fist. The shocking fist momentum was like grinding out the 6 paths of heaven and earth, and it was as if it was able to suppress the 8 wastelands of the ancient world, belonging to the terrifying strength of the 6th stage of perfection. And at this moment there was no longer half a bit of reservation. Even if Gu Feng and the others were far away from each other, their faces changed several times when they felt this terrifying power. The ancient heavenly dipper was far more powerful than they had predicted. But right now, with the arrival of the ancient desolate holy lord, the powerhouses of the ancient desolate holy land had been reinforced in large quantities, causing the pressure on the Qingyang divine court side to increase greatly. and there was no extra effort to meddle in other matters. Ancient desolate sacred body. Gu Qingyang's eyes were calm as he looked at the suppressing fist. His body's heavenly sword intent erupted out, and his vast aura converged, transforming into a green lotus. The green lotus bloomed. In each petal was like a world-shattering divine sword. Intimidating sword chi coalesced, and space was silently torn apart. Gu Qingyang stepped on the green lotus. His right hand used his finger as a sword. Endless sword chi rose from the green lotus. The heavenly sword dipper cut through the void. The terrifying power was as horrifying as a torrent of heavenly rivers. Boom! The two forces bombarded, and the heavenly fist dipper was instantly torn apart. The extremely sharp force chopping above Gu Tiangang's fist, causing the skin to explode. A large amount of blood spilled down from his hand, and the finger bones that were rendered in a light golden color were all exposed in the air. However, in less than a breath, the flesh and blood that had been cut off by the sword chi was healed again, and with a cold expression on his face, Gu Tiangang stepped on his feet to shatter the void, and went straight towards Gu Qingyang to kill him. In his opinion, although the other party's strength was strong, but in the end, it was only an incarnation. In terms of physical fitness, it was certainly inferior to his own. If he could get close enough to fight, killing him would not be a problem. Seeing the ancient heavenly dipper attacking, Gu Qingyang mobilized the heaven and earth aura, and the vast sword dipper was like the Milky Way falling down from the 9 heavens, the momentum of which was comparable to a heavenly collapse. The power of this strike made Gu Tiangang feel the threat of death. The other party did not have any hesitation. Immediately opened his mouth and spat out. There was a party of bronze ancient tripod appeared. The ancient tripod on the divine light dense. Hard to resist the sword Dao heavenly river's strike. The tripod body came from the thick buzzing sound, but in the end, it was not broken. Immediately afterward, ancient Tiangong's left hand held up the bronze ancient tripod, and his right hand's fist was shocking. The strength of the sixth order perfection as well as the ancient desolate sacred body was already on display. Sixth rank supreme treasure. Essence erupted in Gu Qingyang's eyes, and he was naturally no stranger to the existence of the bronze ancient cauldron. Just as the ancient heavenly dipper was approaching, Gu Qingyang let out a long whistle. His body's spiritual energy bulging, he actually didn't dodge or avoid it, and directly met it. Boom! Rumble! The two magnificent bodies fought in midair. The terrifying power shattered space. Although Gu Qingyang had only come in disguise, the body condensed with divine power was not the slightest bit worse than the physical body of a true sixth-ranked powerhouse. Only to see him raise his hands and throw his feet. Own 10,000 law derivation out, all kinds of absolute academic law, almost all at your fingertips. Sometimes there is a sword way across the sky, sometimes boxing intent shocking the sky, sometimes you can see the blade tearing the sky, and sometimes see the sudden rise of thunder. The more the battle, the more ancient Tiangang was alarmed. He was carrying the ancient desolate saint body, known as the peerless true lord, and thought that he was sweeping across the same rank without any resistance. But in front of Gu Qingyang, this ancient desolate saint lord felt an unprecedented pressure. Even though ancient heavenly dipper had already played all his cards now, he still couldn't suppress Gu Qingyang. Not only that, as time passed, Gu Tiangang was already gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom! As Gu Qingyang's finger shattered space and the terrifying power broke down the defense of the bronze ancient cauldron, the sturdy sixth order supreme treasure finally showed a flash of cracks. As the ancient tripod was damaged, Gu Tiangang's body was struck by lightning, and there was a break in his moves, and Gu Qingyang seized this opportunity to directly blast his fist on top of the opponent's chest. Ka-ching! There seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. Gu Tiangong's chest was sunken and he spat out blood. The whole person fell down from the midair like an arrow from a string. Ancient Tiangong's defeat caused the ancient desolate cultivators to have their faces changed drastically. Peerless true monarch Gu Tiangang, the top powerhouse in the entire ancient wasteland. The other party's strength, even within the 3 great holy lands, belonged to the true top of the line. Although last time, Gu Tiangang had fallen in Gu Qingyang's hands, it was because of the heavenly Dao's suppression. And in their opinion, if they really wanted to make a scene in the ancient wasteland's main arena, Gu Qingyang would definitely not be its opponent. But today's result was a solid slap in the face of the others. Gu Tiangang was defeated, and the defeat was very dry. From start to finish, Gu Tiangang did not have the slightest advantage, so his strength was naturally horrifying. Gu Tiangong's defeat boosted the morale of the Qingyang divine court side. Gu Qingyang stood with his hands behind his back. There was no smile on his face. His expression was still indifferent to the extreme, as if defeating Gu Tiangang wasn't something worth rejoicing over. Almost at the same time, Gu Qingyang's voice appeared in everyone's minds. The 3 holy places of the ancient desolate. Their strength should not be underestimated. Although Gu Tiangang was defeated, there must be other 6th-ranked powerhouses arriving. Now all efforts are focused on breaking out. those remaining after 1 hour who have not broken out, all withdraw to the Qingyang realm. At those words, Gu Feng and the others all looked at each other. And then they all burned their own essence blood and spiritual energy, erupting into attacks that far exceeded their own limits, causing the other party to be completely caught off guard. Boom! Several fifth-ranked powerhouses from the ancient wasteland side were shaken away, and Gu Feng and the others led the way, hardening the ancient wasteland's encirclement and tearing an opening, before directly breaking through. The remaining cultivators of the Qingyang Divine Court also understood Gu Qingyang's meaning, and no longer had the slightest bit of love for the battle. All of them focused on breaking out. Gu Qingyang, on the other hand, stood in the air, not striking out at Gu Tiangang again, but wherever an ancient desolate powerhouse stepped forward to intercept them, they were directly killed by him on the spot. On the battlefield of the two worlds, Gu Qingyang naturally did not have the possibility to stay his hand. With the strength that he was able to defeat Gu Tiangang, with his full strength, even a fifth-ranked realist powerhouse could be directly obliterated. Soon, the void shook. A white-robed middle-aged cultivator stepped into the air and blasted a palm into the air towards Gu Qingyang, and at the same time, another strong person dressed in Taoist robes appeared suddenly. The latter was just like the white-robed middle-aged man, and as soon as he appeared again, he directly struck out at Gu Qingyang. Two extremely powerful forces shattered space and swept in like a torrent. Gu Qingyang shouted angrily, his palms mixed into a shield. The aura of the 8 wildernesses of the heavens and earth were all forcibly mobilized by him, and he erupted into a fierce strike. Boom! 3 torrents of power bombarded, and space shattered as if it were a mirror. Terrifying hurricanes violently swept through the 4 directions. The wind and clouds in the heavens and earth changed, and the sun's rays all seemed to have been blocked for several minutes. Gu Qingyang had his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering as if he were an exiled immortal on the ground. His expression was always indifferent, his gaze falling on the 2 men. I heard that the ancient wasteland has 3 great holy lands. One is the ancient wasteland Holy Land, one is the Tianyang Holy Land, and one is the Tai Su Holy Land. Just now the ancient wasteland Holy Land has already come. I think the 2 of you are from the 2 great holy lands of the Tianyang and Tai Su. Right. This seat, the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Qiu Shifeng. The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Gu Qingyang with grave eyes, and his voice could not be heard as happy or sad. As his words fell, the middle-aged Taoist in Taoist robes, with a slight flick of his duster in his hand, said blandly, "Poor Taoist Yi Taishu." Autumn multiplied the wind. Yi Taishu. Gu Qingyang was naturally not unfamiliar with these 2 names from Shui Wei's memories. The former was the Holy Lord of the Tianyang Holy Land, while the latter was the Holy Lord of the Tai Su Sacred Land, on par with the ancient desolate heaven and earth's ancient heavenly dipper. Both of them were true lord-level powerhouses. Immediately, Gu Qingyang was the one who unleashed the eye of heavenly Tao and quickly saw the strength of the 2. Like the ancient heavenly dipper, Qiu Shifeng, as well as Yi Taishu, were both 6th-rank consummate powerhouses, and as long as they took one more step forward, they would be able to step into the 7th rank. Autumn multiplying wind said, "It has been long rumored that in the Qingyang realm's end of the Law era, yet a strong person who defeated the ancient Saint Master has appeared, and this seed is also curious. At today's sight, the rumors are indeed true. This seed has yet to ask for your name. Gu Qingyang." Gu Qingyang spat out 3 words from his mouth. Gu Qingyang. Qiu Shifeng nodded his head, then glanced again at the fight in the battlefield, as well as the others who were breaking out and going away, his face growing more and more indifferent. The fight between the 2 worlds superfluous nonsense. The seat will not say more. Although you can defeat the ancient sacred lord, but the ancient wasteland can be more than just an ancient wasteland holy land. The dignity of the ancient wasteland is not to be offended. Today we can only do a battle with your excellency. The words fell. Qiu Shifeng took the lead, only to see the other party open his mouth and spit out a golden longsword. The moment he gripped the hilt of the sword, the aura of this heavenly sun saint lord was a sudden change. The sword aura was as grand as a great sun across the sky, and the shocking power chopped down so much that space was directly torn apart. On the other side, Yi Taishu, on the other hand, was flinging his duster. 10,000 strands of silver silk were like sharp swords and steel needles, easily piercing through the space, and a cold chill filled the air, as if the heavenly Tao was descending to kill. At the same time, Gu Tiangang re-stepped into the air and rose up, and the bronze ancient cauldron blasted down towards Gu Qingyang with the momentum of suppressing the ages. In just an instant, the 3 holy lords of the ancient desolate holy lands were all striking out in unison, and the horrifying power that was intertwined together was difficult to resist even for those who were also 6th-ranked powerhouses. Gu Qingyang's face was also unprecedentedly grave. The 3 great holy lords joining forces was considered the strongest opponent he had ever met. However, he did not have the slightest fear. Kill. Gu Qingyang took a step into the air. His monstrous sword chi transformed into a green lotus in full bloom. A finger pointed to the sky and the heavenly river of sword Dao shattered the void. Endless sword chi swept across the firmament, completely fighting with the three great saint lords. Boom! Terrifying vibrations set off in the sky above the ancient wilderness. The fluctuations as vast as the abyss seemed to be able to resonate throughout the entire ancient wilderness. In the middle of a certain barren mountain, here black soil everywhere, as if the blood after drying solidified. Not a trace of vitality, also not see half of the existence of living beings. This place is like the home of the dead. Is the end of all living beings? It seems that only death is the only one. Suddenly, only to see a shadow from the bottom of the barren mountain spread up, and then transformed into a weird black fog, as if a man stood up, looking at a certain direction of the ancient wilderness issued a hiss. The entire barren mountain is in a violent vibration. Just as the black mist hissed, some ancient powerhouses that were in seclusion. At this moment all opened their eyes and looked in the direction where the barren mountain was located, with horrified looks in their eyes. That weirdness has awakened again. Could it be that the living spirit prohibited area is expanding once again? But that voice disappeared very quickly, and these ancient powerhouses slowly closed their eyes again, as if nothing had happened. In front of the otherworldly portal, Gu Qingyang, as well as ancient heavenly gang and the others, all seemed to have sensed something. Their warring movements instinctively lurched, looking in a certain direction with a slight frown, and then they were fighting together again. Boom! Gu Qingyang fell from midair, his left arm chopped off with a sword, but then there was a convergence of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, and a newborn arm was regenerated. From the start of the battle until now, it had been almost half an hour. The strength of the three saint masters were all extremely powerful, any one of them stepping into the sixth order of perfection. Although compared to Gu Tiangang, Qiu Shifeng and Yi Taishu's strength was 1 point weaker, but they were also true sixth order perfection powerhouses. Gu Qingyang had only come in disguise, but in his true form, and even though he was able to suppress Gu Tiangang, it was impossible for him to be a match for the three holy lords. This battle had been delayed until now, and it was already almost at its limit. Withdraw! Gu Qingyang's voice appeared in the minds of all the cultivators of the Qingyang Divine Court, and the remaining Divine Court elders who hadn't broken out. All of them understood at this moment and directly organized the retreat of the army. Because the Qingyang Divine Court side was relying on the otherworldly portal to fight, the retreat was also easy. When the ancient wasteland side saw the army withdrawing, it was naturally impossible for them to let them leave, and immediately gave chase with all their might, while the Qingyang Divine Court retreated as they fought, not withdrawing in a brainwave. Boom! Gu Qingyang snapped his fingers and shattered the great sun sword dipper, and his fist crushed Yi Taishu's duster, and then the bronze ancient cauldron shook through space and came, directly smashing through his protective astral aura, and his Dharma body condensed by divine power directly cracked most of the way through. The next instant, the Dharma body healed again. Gu Qingyang's face was cold and grim as he repelled the bronze ancient cauldron with a punch, and his feet shattered the void as he headed towards Gu Tiangang to kill him. Qiu Shifeng as well as Yi Taishu struck at the same time, causing him to stop in his tracks. Under the combined siege of the three, Gu Qingyang was unable to gain the upper hand. Soon, seeing that almost all of the Qingyang Divine Court's army had withdrawn, Gu Qingyang looked towards Gu Tiangang and the others, suddenly turning a blind eye to the attacking forces. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Seeing this, Gu Tiangang and the others all had a sudden heartbeat, as if they thought of something, and their faces immediately changed, but without waiting for them to do anything in response, they saw Gu Qingyang's Dharma body suddenly explode. Dharma body self-detonation. This terrifying power was completely comparable to the self-destruction of a sixth-ranked powerhouse. The destructive force swept in all directions with Gu Qingyang's Dharma body as the center, and Gu Tiangang and the others bore the brunt of it, instantly being drowned out. The rest of the self-detonation aftermath was so widespread that many cultivators were unable to withstand it, and were seriously injured, or directly fell on the spot. When the self-explosion aftermath gradually dispersed, the figures of Gu Tiangong's several people only appeared, only to see ancient heavenly deity to bronze ancient tripod protection, tripod body light dim, their own blood dripping, looks like a mess. The remaining two people, Qiu Shifeng and Yi Taishu, were also in a bad state, and even though they had made a move to protect their bodies at the critical moment, the power of that self-explosion was still causing them to suffer. At this time, the three people's faces were all gloomy. Autumn Ride Wind said in a cold voice, "This person is a great threat. We definitely cannot let him live. The ancient Saint Lord once fought with him last time. How much do you know about this person's strength? As the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, when had Qiu Shifeng ever suffered such a loss? But only because of Gu Qingyang's unfathomable strength. He didn't risk rushing into the Qingyang realm, but instead asked Gu Tiangang. The latter had fought with him twice, and once was even within the Green Yang realm, and had definitely learned more information than himself. Hearing Ancient Heavenly Dipper's face was gloomy. This person should be a grass and wood incarnation. The last time he fought with me he also traveled in the same incarnation, but his strength wasn't as strong as it is now. As for where exactly his main body is, this seat has not seen it with my own eyes, but from the last time he appeared in disguise, his main body did not show up from beginning to end. This seat suspects that either his main body is not strong, or his main body is difficult to move. But as Saint Lord Shou said, this person is a great threat, and he must not be allowed to continue living. 30 years ago, Gu Qingyang, even though he was incarnated, his strength was clearly impossible to resist himself without the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Now that 30 years had passed between them, the other party's strength had progressed horribly. If the delay continued, it was hard for Gu Tiangang to imagine just how far the other party would go. Even if he knew that the Qingyang realm had a thin spiritual qi and normally did not have strong people above the level of true lords, Gu Tiangang could not guarantee that the other party would not be able to make a breakthrough. After all, with that kind of thin aura, not to mention true lord powerhouses, even if they wanted to break through to a real person, the possibilities were slim to none. In Gu Tiangang's opinion, Gu Qingyang being able to make it this far was an incredible thing in itself. Therefore, with such a great threat, he was absolutely unable to let the other party continue to grow. Since the Qingyang realm started the dispute first in this battle, this seat proposes to attack the Qingyang realm directly with a single blow and destroy it in one fell swoop. The Heavenly Sun Holy Land has no objections. The Taishu Sacred Land also has no objections. Xiao Shifeng as well as Yi Taishu both looked at each other and both directly nodded their heads in agreement. Immediately, all three of the ancient heavenly gang did not hesitate and directly headed towards the otherworldly portal, and the remaining cultivators from all parties glanced at each other as they all killed their way into the Qingyang realm. In their opinion, the three great sacred lands' true lord powerhouses joining forces, dealing with the Qingyang realm was something as easy as a slap in the face. There was a great deal of opportunity contained within a single heaven and earth, especially since the Qingyang realm had spawned a true lord powerhouse. There was a high possibility that a powerful inheritance existed within it. If one could obtain such an inheritance, it would be a heavenly benefit for other cultivators. Even the great clans that had true lords at their helm, as well as the various lineages and other forces that were only second to the great clans, were all determined to step into the Qingyang realm. Qingyang realm, North Continent. The Qingyang Divine Court's army had already withdrawn back. Just as the army withdrew, within the Kunlun Divine Realm, the celestial divine tree swayed slightly, and in an instant, the earth was seen shaking as countless roots rose up, as if an earth dragon had turned over, and the entire eastern continent felt a faint tremor. The next instant, endless florid light was seen rising from the Kunlun Divine Realm. By the time the flashy light dissipated and disappeared, the Tsong Tian Divine Tree had already disappeared into the Kunlun Divine Realm. When Qing Yi, who was cultivating, saw this scene, his mind froze for a moment. In his impression, since the conception of the spirit, the divine tree in front of him had always stayed at this place, without moving a single bit. Now that the divine tree had disappeared into thin air, the impact on little grass could be imagined. At the same time, Northern Continent, Ancient Heavenly Gang and the others appeared from the otherworldly portal, and the terrifying power belonging to a sixth-ordered powerhouse now erupted out in an instant, causing one side of the Qingyang Divine Court to change color drastically. Not good. They're coming. Everyone, don't panic. Immediately consolidate your forces to fend them off. Never let them leave the Northern Continent. The only remaining Divine Court elders roared angrily, and were about to unite their armies to fight to the death to stop Ancient Heavenly Gang when they saw the space silently shatter, and a heavenly divine tree that stood on top of the sky suddenly appeared, and between the spreading of its branches and leaves, a terrifying heavenly might had already permeated the area. Divine tree in the sky, like the legendary Jianmu that supported the heavens and the earth. Its tens of thousands of meters tall trunk seemed to be able to stand on the heavens and the earth. The thick roots tore through the layers of space, blasting towards the three sixth-order perfection powerhouses such as Ancient Heavenly Gang. Seeing this, Ancient Heavenly Gang and the other three couldn't think too long, and all of them offered their own protective treasures to fend them off. Boom! The two forces collided, only to see the supreme treasure's Tao rhythm crumble, and the divine soldier, which was called the True Lord's Supreme Treasure, shook violently, as if cracks had surfaced. At the same time, subjected to the powerful recoil force, the divine tree's roots and whiskers also exploded. However, in less than a breath of time, the divine tree's roots and whiskers were seen to heal completely again, with a large number of roots and whiskers tearing through the space, and the layers of power were like monstrous waves that flooded towards the several people. Be careful, this Fang is ferocious. The three holy lords of the Holy Land all changed greatly, and Gu Tiangang sprayed out a mouthful of blood. directly integrating it into the bronze ancient tripod, only to see the power in the ancient tripod being catalyzed as much as it could, erupting with terrifyingly extreme power. At the same time, Xiao Shifeng as well as Yi Taixu were also blooming as they attacked towards Gu Qingyang. When they stepped into the Qingyang realm, they had already all been suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao, and their realms had fallen directly from True Lord Perfection to the True Lord Late Stage. In this way, the strength of ancient heavenly gang and the others was naturally weakened by one level. For powerhouses of their level, a small realm fall was not a small impact on strength. Plus, Gu Qingyang had not appeared in his Dharma body now, but had come in his true body for the first time, and after fusing the heavenly Tao origin and advancing to the heavenly Tao spiritual root, his original body had long since been incomparable to ordinary beings, only to see the divine tree reaching the sky, its roots pumping out space, completely suppressing the three of Gu Tiangang. At the same time, Gu Qingyang was again mobilizing the power of heaven and earth to come, and in an instant, the winds and clouds could be seen to be changing colors, and sudden rains and wild winds swept over the area. Rumble! This kind of terrifying power of heavenly might made Gu Tiangang and the others feel a terrifying pressure like a mountain approaching. At this time, how could the three great holy lands not be clear that they had ultimately underestimated Gu Qingyang and overestimated themselves at the same time? Gu Tiangang had always seen Gu Qingyang appearing in an avatar rather than coming out in his real body, only thinking that the other party's real body was difficult to move, or that his real body wasn't much more powerful than his avatar, and that he was worried that appearing at the risk of his own fall would result in his own fall, and that was why he hadn't shown up all this time. But now, Gu Tiangang realized that his conjecture was wrong. It wasn't that the other party couldn't show up, and the strength it displayed was much stronger than even the incarnation, not to mention fighting in the Qingyang realm. Even if they were to fight in the ancient wasteland, Gu Tiangang didn't have the certainty to fight against Gu Qingyang. Even if he were to unite with the other two holy lords of the Holy Lands, the chances of being able to defeat the other party would be slim. In this regard, Gu Tiangang also felt a bit stifled, thinking that he was carrying the ancient desolate holy body. Since he had entered cultivation, he had been proud of his peers, and at the back, he had even sat on the throne of the ancient desolate Holy Lands Holy Lord by virtue of his own strength. Wushuang True Monarch. This title was enough to illustrate Gu Tiangang's status in the ancient desolate. However, in front of Gu Qingyang, Gu Tiangang was defeated several times. How could he not let him feel bad? It was hard to imagine. What kind of roots did the other party have to be able to suppress himself? Who was carrying the ancient desolate saint body? In the same rank. At this very moment, the other cultivators of the ancient desolate were all killed out from the otherworldly portal. The image they expected of the three great saint lords slaughtering the Qingyang realm didn't appear. But instead, they saw a celestial divine tree pressuring the three great saint lords to fight. Without waiting for these ancient desolate cultivators to be shocked much, they saw a terrifying force blast down from the dome of the sky, space crumbling inch by inch, and the shadow of death completely covering their minds. Quickly run! Some people's faces changed drastically, and without looking back, they directly drilled inside the otherworldly portal, and some people saw that it was too late to dodge, and immediately poured out their utmost strength to strike their strongest blow in an attempt to block this destructive force. Boom! Terrifying power bombarded down. Hundreds of ancient desert cultivators could not avoid. Flesh directly exploded. Broken body flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Immediately after, another root was seen attacking. The biting wind caused the remaining 5th rank powerhouses to look horrified. Their chi and blood power had just protected their bodies when they were directly smashed by the roots. Boom! 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 In the northern continent, the divine tree was in the sky. A large number of root whiskers were like a black python dancing wildly. Each root whisker was quenched by the heaven and earth spiritual chi, powerful enough to be compared to the 5th order. When Gu Qingyang's power was deliberately infused, the power of the divine tree's root whiskers was even more capable of directly comparing to a 6th order powerhouse. It could be said, in the case of the divine tree body, Gu Qingyang was not afraid of a group fight. Wanting to truly defeat him, the hope of a sea of people tactics was extremely slim. Only absolute strength could suppress him. However, with the help of the heavenly Tao domain, Gu Qingyang asked himself that he wouldn't be afraid of any 6th order powerhouse. To truly threaten himself, one would have to be at least a 7th ranked being. However, the ancient wasteland did not have any 7th ranked powerhouses out in the world nowadays, so Gu Qingyang was not afraid in the slightest sense. Boom! The roots shattered the void, and the terrifying power fiercely blasted on top of the bronze ancient cauldron, and the ancient cauldron, which was already covered in cracks, was now finally at its limit, and shattered with a loud bang. The ancient tripod shattered. Ancient Tiangong's body was like being struck by lightning, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was suddenly pale and frightening, and his entire breath was also decadent. Yi Taixu's face changed. His duster's 10,000 strands of silver threads were like 10,000 swordshi tearing through the void, stirring up the divine tree's roots and whiskers that bombarded him, and then he headed towards the otherworldly portal without looking back. At the moment Yi Taishu left, Xiao Shifeng as well as ancient heavenly gang also retreated in unison. The latter's strength was severely compromised due to the destruction of his own divine armament, and he had no choice but to burn his essence blood again, and his body transformed into a long rainbow and disappeared. At the moment when the three Holy Land Saint Lords fled in defeat, the other ancient desolate cultivators who stepped into the Qingyang realm were also killed by Gu Qingyang. Up to this point, all the invaders had fallen, and a large number of tattered corpses fell on the earth, the blood flowing shockingly. The only thing that stood in heaven and earth was the divine tree, which looked a little bit demonic against the bloody battlefield. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone on the Qingyang divine court side seemed to have forgotten to breathe, and the gazes they raised to look at the divine tree were filled with awe. It was the first time that many people had seen Gu Qingyang's main body truly strike, and the strength of the divine emperor was much more terrifying than even they had imagined. As strong as the holy lords of the various holy lands, they were also no match for the one in front of them. In the end, all of them bowed to Gu Qingyang. No one said half a word, and a long time later, when these people straightened up, they realized that the Tsong Tian divine tree had lost its trail at some point. If it wasn't for the large number of tattered corpses on the ground and the blood that had invaded the soil, anyone would have thought that everything that had just happened was just an illusion. After a long time, Yang Yan wiped a handful of blood that had already dried on his face, looked at the battlefield in front of him, and said with a hoarse voice, "All people listen to the orders. Clean up the battlefield immediately, while the army guards the 5-square ancient city, and beware of the otherworldly world's invasion again." The battle in the northern continent had already ended, but the entire Qingyang divine court didn't have much to rejoice about. It was only because of this battle that the Qingyang divine court killed a large number of cultivators in battle. Hundreds of thousands of millions of strong people fell in the ancient wasteland, and even if they wanted to collect their corpses, there was no way to do so. This battle, not only did the divine court officially suffer heavy losses, but the folk cultivators as well as the various sects also suffered equally heavy losses. Some of these clans whose strength was not strong at all, even fought to the last strong man, leading to the complete destruction of the inheritance. Evergreen Ancient City. Yang Yan, Shang Wanhong, Mu Chang, Gu Changqing and a few other elders sat together, looking at the many empty seats. Everyone's face was not looking too good. Not only did the unusual cultivators suffer serious losses in this battle, even the divine court elders had fallen several times. The only worthwhile good news is that the 5 ancient trees did not fall, but also did not break out, but all retreated to the Qingyang realm, resit in the 5 ancient cities, right now in order to prevent the otherworldly invasion. The other 4 ancient trees are all sitting inside the other 4 ancient cities, not participating in this meeting. Several elders fell in this battle. Elder Gu Fong and Elder Ji Xian broke out alive or dead, and the strength of the divine court has suffered a serious loss. All of you are now divine court elders. Do you have any thoughts on the follow-up of this battle? Yang Yan asked in a deep voice. The counterattack battle was considered to have come to an end. Both sides in this battle were considered to have lost, but a significant portion of the Qingyang divine court's cultivators had stepped into the ancient wasteland, so it wasn't considered to be a complete defeat. However, the fact that the battle had come to a halt did not mean that things were really over. The fall of tens of millions of cultivators was enough to make the entire Qingyang divine court tremble. After all, the population of the Qingyang divine court had just broken through 100 million right now, and to lose so many cultivators all at once, and all of them belonging to the powerful batch, the impact it would bring could be imagined. Mu Chang said, "I thought that we should do a good job of post-war compensation, but all the victims of this war should be compensated, and those who died in the war should be given a pension. The first thing to rule a country is to stabilize the hearts of the people. If the hearts of the people are scattered, everything is going to go wrong." I have no problem with Elder Mu's words. Shang Wanhong also nodded in agreement. Although Gu Changqing didn't say anything, his meaning was also obvious. The matter of compassion is naturally indispensable. Right now we still need to consult the God Emperor again before saying anything. Yang Yan ultimately felt that he should consult Gu Qingyang. The other party was in the end the lord of the Qingyang divine court, and as these matters concerned the entire Qingyang divine court, he did not dare to make any rash decisions. It didn't take long. Gu Qingyang had an oracle sent to him, directly agreeing to the proposal of several people, and then at the same time letting the Qingyang divine court establish the Hall of the Spirit of Valor. But all those who died in battle could enter the Hall of the Spirit of Valor, and be worshipped with incense. Hearing the words, Yan Yan and the others' hearts and minds were shaken, immediately understanding Gu Qingyang's meaning, and then they were arranging all things in an organized manner. As expected, when the results of this battle came out, the entire Qingyang divine court was shaken. For the matter of the war and the results of the war, there are mixed views. Some people think that the Divine Court acted too impulsively, should not attack so quickly. There are also people who think that the Divine Court has no problem with the backwaters of the war, and that by holding back and waiting, they will only lose the opportunity. But with the Qingyang Divine Court pension compensation system down, plus the construction of the Hall of the Spirit, many negative voices for this war are gradually silent. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Heavenly Tao Divine Tree. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 6th Order Lower, 6259000/2000000000. Divine Kingdom, 5th Order, 120, 000, 000/1, 000, 000, 000. Heavenly Tao Origin, 58. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, 6th Order. Heavenly Tao Fruit, 6th Order. Eye of Heavenly Tao, 6th Order. Heavenly Tao Domain, 6th Order. Memory Reading, 6th Order. 58 points of Heavenly Tao Origin. It seems that the Heavenly Tao origin obtained in this battle is a bit more than the battle 30 years ago. Gu Qingyang's gaze fell above his data panel, only to see that the Heavenly Tao origin had directly changed from the original 7 to 58, indicating that he had harvested 51 points of Heavenly Tao origin in this battle. This amount of Heavenly Tao origin was enough to show just how intense this battle had gotten. After all, a 5th-ranked powerhouse would only be able to give around 0.1 Heavenly Tao origin. 58 points of Heavenly Tao origin. The number of otherworldly beings decimated could be imagined. Then there was a massive sharp decrease in the faith aspect of the Divine Kingdom. This was something that could not be helped. In order to condense the Divine Power Dharma body, Gu Qingyang had already suffered a severe loss in terms of faith. And then when the post-war contribution rewards were issued and a large number of cultivators exchanged their items, it made the faith power even more severely insufficient. Fortunately, in the battle in the northern continent, Gu Qingyang was again a lot more saints. Otherwise, he might not even be able to have so much faith power to deduce a supreme treasure for other believers to redeem right now. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang was closing his eyes and silently drawing in the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to restore his body. The battle in the ancient wasteland as well as the northern continent was also a great loss for him, and it was only natural that he had to recover his body now, as a way to deal with situations that might arise unexpectedly. 1 month later, Gu Qingyang, who was cultivating, suddenly felt some subtle changes in the Divine Kingdom, only to see that the faint stars that originally existed in the Divine Kingdom were now subjected to some kind of strong traction, directly leaving from the Divine Kingdom and transforming into streams of light heading in a certain direction. Gu Qingyang followed the streams of light in pursuit, and his gaze fell in the direction of the imperial capital of the eastern continent, where a majestic building stood out as if it were an ancient temple. Nothing superfluous existed within the temple, only a single tablet inscribed with the names as well as deeds was placed there. This is the Hall of the Spirits, the home of all those who died in battle. In Gu Qingyang's opinion, any hero who died in battle for the Qingyang realm shouldn't be forgotten, so he ordered Yang Yan and the others to set up the Hall of Spirits afterward. However, any cultivator who had fallen as a result of battle, or who had fallen after making significant contributions to humanity, could enter the Hall of Spirits and be worshipped by all the people. Those streams of light that had detached from the Divine Kingdom disappeared into one of the tabletops, causing the original seemingly ordinary and unusual tabletops to suddenly take on a subtle aura. Immediately, Gu Qingyang then looked with the eye of Heavenly Tao. Name, Wei Lin. Body, Ing Soul. Grade, 1st Order Lower Grade. Ing Soul. Gu Qingyang muttered, and upon seeing the Ing Spirit, he had already understood it in the dark. Since its establishment, the Yingling Hall had been worshipped by all the people, causing the place to have long since undergone a mutation. And the stars in the original Divine Kingdom were the remnants of the souls of those who had died in the battle, as well as serving as the foundation for resurrection in the future. These residual souls were summoned by the tablets in the Hall of the Spirit of Valor and came here on their own to integrate into the tablets. And under the influence of the power of faith, they were transformed into the souls that guarded the Qingyang realm. These souls are worshipped by the people day and night, and their strength and cultivation can break through, and at the same time, they can manifest themselves to guard the Qingyang realm at critical times. At the same time, if someone can get in touch with the spirits, he or she can be blessed by the spirits directly and get stronger power. When they are alive, they fight for the Green Sun realm. After death, they still guard the realm. Gu Qingyang held great respect for the existence of these spirits. This respect had nothing to do with strength, nor did it have anything to do with status. Silently, Gu Qingyang appeared in the Hall of Heroic Spirits in his avatar, and bowed to a group of tablets. Immediately, he saw all the tablets vibrate in unison. And it seemed that countless souls had manifested, and they all bowed to Gu Qingyang in return. Gu Qingyang looked at the souls that had manifested in front of him, and the souls that had merged into the tablets were just remnants of the souls that had died in battle, with no extra memories present. If there was anything that the Ying soul could not forget, it was only guarding the Qingyang realm. This emperor once promised that after the 9th stage of the Divine Kingdom, when he would give you guys a chance to come back to life. Gu Qingyang said this extremely firmly, like a promise to the group of Ying souls in front of him, but also like a promise to himself. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared. The appearance of the Hall of Heroic Spirits allowed the heroic souls of the entire Qingyang realm who had died in battle to have a place to return to, being worshipped by all the people. Even if they couldn't be resurrected, they could still live in an alternative way. Of course, if the heroic souls fell again, they were truly dead, never having any chance of resurrection. For these heroic souls who died in battle, Gu Qingyang naturally honored them, and the picture of the crowd braving death in the ancient desert battle was also vivid in his mind. If there is an opportunity, Gu Qingyang would fulfill his promise and give these souls a chance to be reborn. Just as Gu Qingyang left, the souls that had originally manifested themselves from the Hall of Souls tablets were now gradually dissipating into thin air, as if nothing had ever happened. The only thing that remained was the names and deeds on the tablets, which told of the existence of these dead souls. Just as the souls returned to their places, everyone in the entire Qingyang Divine Court seemed to feel something in their hearts as they all looked in the direction of the Hall of Heroic Spirits in unison. Just now, it was as if they had seen the existence of the dead Ying soul, while some of their restless hearts became inexplicably at ease at this moment. Yingling Hall, someone murmured, then looked at the woman beside him and spoke. Let's go make an offering to the Hall of Ying Spirits tomorrow. Good. Which one of the Hall of Yingling's tablets do you intend to enshrine? The woman naturally agreed readily. The Yingling Hall enshrined all the strong souls who had died in battle in the ancient wasteland back then. If it wasn't for the self-sacrifice of these strong people, it would not be possible for the Qingyang realm to be what it is today. The man said, there are millions of heroic souls in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. It is not appropriate to enshrine any of them individually, so why don't we simply enshrine the Hall of Heroic Spirits wordless tablets? But all the heroic souls that have been enshrined in the Hall of Heroic Spirits will be able to enjoy the incense and fire offerings. In response, the woman also smiled like a flower. This kind of practice was just a microcosm of the general public. Many people were heading to the Yingling Hall, either inviting the next tablet home for worship, or directly offering the wordless tablet as the man did, so that the entire Yingling Hall's Ying souls could receive incense offerings. No one is clear about the attachment of the souls to the Hall of Yingling, and they make offerings only for peace of mind and respect for the sacrifices of their forefathers. All of this change naturally could not be hidden from Gu Qingyang's perception. When he saw the people of the Qingyang Divine Court making offerings to the heroic souls in the Yingling Hall one after another, Gu Qingyang also secretly nodded his head. By getting the people to make offerings, all the Ying souls will be able to be nourished by incense, and some of the Ying souls that were individually enshrined by their own family clans will be able to receive even more incense. In this way, he will also be able to grow faster than other Ying souls in the future. The growth of a Ying soul was related to the incense offerings it received, and such incense offerings could also be said to be an alternative type of faith. However, unlike the faith that Gu Qingyang received today, this kind of faith could only be truly transmitted to the Ying soul by using incense as a medium. In comparison, Gu Qingyang's faith, as long as someone has faith in himself, he can become his own believer, and then a steady stream of harvesting faith power. As long as the believer didn't change the beliefs in his heart, as well as not accidentally falling, he could keep harvesting the faith power. However, the faith obtained by the Ying soul was much more troublesome. In such a comparison, Gu Qingyang felt that his way of harvesting faith was more like a bug-like existence, and even now that the Qingyang Divine Court was dedicated to the Hall of Ying Spirits, it did not divide him by the slightest bit of faith. It said that wars of faith break out from time to time between deities, the purpose of which is to compete for believers. But it seems like I don't have to worry about this. Even if there are many deity faiths appearing in the Qingyang Divine Court, as long as someone harbors a shred of faith in me in their heart, I will be able to obtain the power of faith. Even if that believer is more devout to other deities, it won't affect my harvesting of faith power in the slightest. This was considered a good discovery. At least Gu Qingyang didn't have to worry about the appearance of the Hall of Valor that would snatch the power of faith from him. But of course, even if it was the Hall of Valor that snatched the faith, he wasn't afraid. With only the Divine Kingdom chat group in place, Gu Qingyang could ensure that his faith would not end. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang refocused his attention on himself. I lost a Dharma body in this battle, but at the same time, I defeated the holy lords of the 3 holy lands of the ancient desolate. So in the short term, as long as the 7th order powerhouses don't come out, I shouldn't have to worry about this problem for a while. However, I still don't know enough about the ancient wasteland as well as the Jedi immortal realm. I still need to continue to gather information about this realm before I can do so. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was the only way to fight 100 battles. The Qingyang realm was destined to split life and death with the absolute immortal realm. Either the Qingyang realm would be suppressed or the absolute immortal realm would be suppressed. Now that just one ancient wasteland had such strength, the entire absolute immortal realm must be even more terrifying. The only thing that makes Gu Qingyang feel fortunate is that nowadays the absolute immortal realm has the existence of the longevity shackles, and for the time being, there will not be any 7th-ranked powerhouses coming out of the world. If not, Gu Qingyang wouldn't have the certainty to resist. If only one 7th-order powerhouse arrived, with the heavenly Dao domain suppressing it, Gu Qingyang had the ability to defeat it. But if 2 7th-order powerhouses arrived, then even the heavenly Dao domain would be useless. But everything is still not too late. As long as the others can spread their faith in the ancient wasteland while harvesting the heavenly Dao origin for me, I will be able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. By the time I step into the middle to upper 6th rank, I'll have the ability to fight even when facing a first-time 7th rank. This was Gu Qingyang's conservative estimate. In reality, Gu Qingyang felt that his strength might not be much worse than a true 7th-rank powerhouse. After all, Gu Tiangang, who was carrying the ancient desolate sacred body and had stepped into the 6th-order perfection, was not even a match for the Dharma body, and Gu Tiangong's strength was clearly a step stronger than the average 6th-order perfection. Just how strong a 7th-order powerhouse was, Gu Qingyang hadn't been able to see it so far, so he made a conservative estimate. His strength nowadays was probably in the middle of the 6th-order perfection to the 7th-order lower grade, and it would be most appropriate to count him as a half-step of the 7th order. Ancient Wasteland Battle. Gu Qingyang used his Dharma body to bloody battle 3 6th-order consummate powerhouses, and ultimately lost in the hands of the other party. Although it wasn't his true limit, it wasn't too far off. After all, the Dharma body was not an ordinary avatar, but rather Gu Qingyang had condensed it with his own divine power. And although it was not as good as the heavenly Dao spiritual root of the main body, it was not much worse than the main body in terms of strength. In this case, the Dharma body could suppress Gu Tiangang, but it was not as good as the 3 great holy lords joining forces, probably around half-step 7th grade. If the Dharma body is equivalent to a half-step 7th rank, then if I really strike, I should be able to enter the lower 7th rank. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. With this kind of strength, even without the heavenly Dao domain as a suppression, he still had the certainty of defeating the 3 great saint masters. It was just that with the help of the heavenly Dao domain, it was much easier for Gu Qingyang to defeat the 3 great sacred lords. Ancient Wasteland. The bronze portal that originally represented the Qingyang realm now had a large number of tattered corpses buried here, and the blood infested the earth, turning blackish-brown with the passage of time. The entire earth was now silent with life, emitting a heart-palpitating aura, and when stepping into this place, one would instinctively detect a hint of eeriness, as if there was some kind of bizarre presence. On top of a certain hill, someone looked at the black earth in front of them, as well as the bronze portal in the middle of the earth, with a grave expression. The cultivators who fell in this battle are counted in the millions. Among them, there are quite a few real-life powerhouses. So many cultivators fell here. It seems to be turning into a forbidden area for living beings. When the other cultivators heard this, their faces changed. Forbidden area of living spirits. These 4 words were enough of an existence for the entire ancient wasteland. To this day, the ancient wasteland had an extremely ancient forbidden zone of living spirits, and any cultivator who stepped into the forbidden zone of living spirits would ultimately find it difficult to walk out alive. Even if one could walk out of the spirit of life forbidden area, they would be subjected to a horrifying curse and eventually die. Hundreds of years ago, there was a true Lord Perfection powerhouse who stepped into the forbidden zone of living spirits, wanting to forcefully find a way to certify as a true Lord or above without the shackles of longevity dissipating. It was a pity. The other party came out of the forbidden zone of living souls as a madman, and then not long after that, he completely sat down and fell. Since then, the forbidden region of the living spirit was even more frightening. Subsequently, a real person said in a deep voice, "This place does have the possibility of becoming the forbidden zone of the living spirit, but although there are a lot of cultivators who fell in this battle, but there is not a single one who can really be called a top powerhouse. The spirit forbidden area that was birthed under such a premise isn't that terrifying, and any of the 3 great holy lands have the ability to pacify the spirit forbidden area." Some cultivators' faces were slightly relieved when they heard this. The spirit prohibited area was indeed terrifying, but what was truly terrifying were those powerful and ancient spirit prohibited areas. How many powerful people had fallen in them over the countless years, and whenever a top powerhouse was about to sit down, most of them would enter the spirit prohibited area, wanting to rely on their own strength to suppress the growth of the prohibited area, or to directly annihilate the prohibited area. But even if these strong people can hit the forbidden zone, but with their own fall in the forbidden zone, a long time is to grow the strength of the forbidden zone. So, the more ancient the living spirit prohibited area, the more difficult it was to pacify. If it was a newborn and weak living spirit forbidden area, pacifying it would be troublesome, but not completely impossible. That being said, however, as long as it was a spirit forbidden area, it was not something that idle cultivators could venture into. With the news of the birth of the forbidden area of the living spirit spreading out, the entire ancient wasteland is once again shaking a few points. The ancient wilderness Holy Land. Today, the entire Holy Land was covered in a layer of shadow, and every disciple's face did not look too good. The battle with the Qingyang realm. The ancient wilderness Holy Land is also a heavy loss. Several real elders fell. The remaining disciples are also many losses. This was the heaviest loss for the ancient desolate Holy Land in the past 1,000 years. The golden age is over. The world is honored by true lords. The ancient desolate Holy Land has a peerless true lord who carries the ancient desolate holy body, and although the strength is not as strong as the past heyday, it has also recovered a few points of vitality. With this, there weren't many powerhouses that truly dared to go against the ancient desolate sacred land. Holy Land Great Hall. Ancient Tiangong's face was still a few shades of pale. His expression was as gloomy as water, and the entire hall was filled with a depressing aura. The other elders also all looked unsightly and did not say anything. The entire grand hall was terrifyingly silent. This battle, the ancient desolate Holy Land suffered heavy losses. Losing several real elders was just a matter of concern. Even ancient Heavenly Gang himself suffered heavy injuries, and his lifelong treasured desolate cauldron that had been cultivated for many years was shattered, letting his many years of hard work be destroyed. To know that the tripod is ancient Tiangang spent years of hard work, collect all kinds of top materials refined from, is certainly into the upper grade true monarch treasure level. In time, when ancient Big Dipper breaks through the true monarch level, the desolate cauldron will also be able to accompany his own advancement. One day, if he really wants to compete for immortality, the desolate cauldron can be used as a treasure to prove his own path. Now the tripod is broken. Ancient Tiangang years of hard work are all wasted. The next can only be recollected lotus refining new life divine weapon. However, because of the shattering of the divine armor, Gu Tiangang was also strongly affected by the backlash, and nearly fell to the true Lord Perfection realm. Knowing that ancient Heavenly Dipper already had a chance of impacting above true Lord, now that he had suffered such a heavy blow, wanting to truly recover was by no means an easy task. At the end of this battle this seed is going to be in seclusion, and will never come out of seclusion without stepping into the limit of breaking through the true monarch, and all the affairs of the Holy Land will be temporarily handled by all the elders, unless the Holy Land is destroyed. This seat shall not be alarmed. Ancient Heavenly Gang's tone of voice was icy cold, giving people a chilling feeling. At the end, he continued, in addition many people from the Qingyang realm have mixed into the ancient wasteland in this battle. They must be searched for with all their might. Normally speaking, the languages of the two realms are different. Even if they want to learn, they will definitely reveal themselves. What the ancient wilderness Holy Land has to do is to pull them all out. If they can ask about their cultivation techniques is the best. If they can't ask, then they will be directly wiped out. Absolutely can't leave behind any aftermath. Compared to 30 years ago, the cultivators of the Qingyang realm have grown too fast. This realm is by no means comparable to the small worlds that the ancient desolate used to open up. With regards to the Qingyang realm, the vigilance in Gu Tiangong's heart was already elevated to the extreme. Back then, when he attacked Qingyang realm, not counting Gu Qingyang, there was not a single real person in Qingyang realm, and even the cultivators who could step into the dragon transformation perfection had not been seen. Now how long has it been since then? The number of dragon transformation cultivators in the Qingyang realm has increased greatly, and even real people have appeared. This growth rate is simply appalling. In a small world with thin aura, the cultivators of Qingyang realm can break through so fast, and now stepping into the ancient wasteland. Is it not a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss? The two worlds had already torn their skin, and it was naturally impossible for Gu Tiangang to let the cultivators of the Qingyang realm stay in the ancient wilderness, or else it would definitely be a calamity for the ancient wilderness sacred ground in the future. Taishu Holy Land. Yi Taishu sat cross-legged on top of the futon, his eyes half closed. His body's breath seemed to fit with the heaven and earth, and the whole person became inscrutable. Suddenly, Yi Taishu's body sitting cross-legged shook slightly, his eyes snapped open, and in the next breath, he stepped out of the seclusion chamber. Inside the great hall of the Taishu Holy Land, Yi Taishu resided on top of the main seat and looked at the crowd of elders as he said indifferently, "There is news coming in that there is a bizarre conception where the Bronze Gate is located, and it seems that it is going to grow into a new forbidden area for living beings. This is the first living spirit prohibited area to appear in the ancient wasteland since the last 1,000 years, but it is not the only living spirit prohibited area in the ancient wasteland. Those living spirit forbidden zones that have survived since the ancient times have already become a tumor of the entire ancient wasteland, and it is no longer possible to eradicate them. Over the years, the ancient era's spirit prohibited areas have continued to expand, and if the ancient wilderness doesn't do something about it, one day it will be completely swallowed up by the spirit prohibited areas. At that time, all the living beings of the ancient wasteland will either leave the ancient wasteland or become part of the spirit prohibited area. A situation that you and I are not willing to see. At those words, the elders present all looked grave. A Taoist nodded his head and said, "The living spirit prohibited area left behind from the ancient times is indeed a problem. Back then, at the end of the Golden Age, there was a strong man who stepped into the living spirit prohibited area and fought that bizarre battle before it could be considered as a way of curbing the living spirit prohibited area's footsteps. However, when that strong man created the spirit prohibited area, he himself also fell into it. Now that the living spirit forbidden zone was expanding once again, it meant that the injuries from back then had already been recovered, and that strong man who had fallen in the living spirit forbidden zone might have already been transformed into a part of the weirdness. It is just that this level of spirit forbidden zone is not something we can deal with, but a newborn spirit forbidden zone. The weirdness that is birthed cannot be compared to the weirdness of the ancient times. I thought that the newborn weirdness must be eradicated right now. We cannot allow it to continue to grow, or else it will be a not so small scourge in the future. The more living beings a living spirit prohibited area devoured, the stronger it would become, and any living spirit prohibited area would grow over time, eventually becoming a behemoth that no one could deal with. If you want to truly annihilate the living spirit prohibited area, you can only do it when it is weak, and only then will you have a few chances of success. Yi Taishu said, "The spirit prohibited area naturally needs to be eliminated, but this matter is not my Taishu's sacred grounds business. We need to unite with a few other sacred grounds to make a move together. In addition, the cultivators from the Qingyang realm have mixed into the ancient wasteland, so perhaps they should be wanted with all their might, and they should not be allowed to wreak havoc in the ancient wasteland." "We understand." The other elders all nodded in response. Yi Taishu said, "The longevity shackles are gradually disappearing, and the ceiling of true lords and above is almost to be completely lifted. This seat will be closed for a breakthrough with immediate effect, and shall not be disturbed without urgent matters. The matter of eliminating the forbidden zone of living beings and searching for cultivators of the Qingyang realm will be handled by all the elders. But remember that until this seat is out of seclusion, you may not set foot in the Qingyang realm." Towards the end, Yi Taishu's face was filled with gravity. The last time he entered the Qingyang realm, the battle was still fresh in his mind. The strength of that pale heavenly divine tree in the Qingyang realm was simply terrifying, and there was no way to deal with it without breaking the true lord's limit. If he wanted to take the entire Qingyang realm, he had to resolve that one. Yi Taishu was now going into seclusion to make a breakthrough, and was also preparing to deal with the Qingyang realm in the aftermath. For a small fallen world to be able to spawn a strong person of Gu Qingyang's level, there must be a big secret, and this secret would naturally be of great benefit if it could be grasped by the Taishu Holy Land. Inside an ancient city, Gu Feng had completely changed his face, as well as changed into a set of clothing that was exactly the same as Gu Wasteland's, and now that he was blending in with the crowd, no one would even realize that he was not a Gu Wasteland cultivator. Changing one's face was not a magical means. It could be easily mastered by simply exchanging a transfiguration art. Of course, these were only a slightly shallow means of disguise, and if one was facing a strong person of the same level, it was basically the kind that was seen through at a glance. But for Gu Feng, this level of disguise art was already enough. Now that he fully mastered the language of the ancient wasteland and had changed his face, as long as he didn't intentionally meet up with some powerful people, there was no possibility of him revealing his whereabouts at all. When he really stepped into the ancient wasteland, Gu Feng realized how rich the aura of this place was. Practicing here for a day could be as good as practicing for 10 days in the Qingyang realm. In order to completely take root in the ancient wasteland, after Gu Feng broke away from the encirclement, he didn't act rashly, but took the opportunity to mix into the bustling city and inquire about some news about the ancient wasteland. During this time, Gu Feng also learned about the changes in the Qingyang realm today from the Divine Kingdom chat group. Millions of cultivators died in battle. The establishment of the Yingling Hall. When he saw these news, a killing intent also surged within Gu Feng. This kind of great revenge will definitely be avenged in the future. But with my strength nowadays, I can't be considered as the top in the ancient wasteland. The 3 holy places all have 6th-ordered perfected powerhouses. If I want to deal with this kind of power, I will have to at least step into the 7th-ordered before I can do so. The thought fell. The killing intent in Gu Feng's heart gradually converged. He could be an elder of the Qingyang Divine Court. He naturally knew that he should hold back when he should hold back, in order for them to break out. The Qingyang Divine Court had paid a great price, and at this time, Gufang naturally could not easily expose himself. Otherwise, the blood of his predecessors would be shed in vain. Just at this time, Gufang suddenly saw the Divine Kingdom chat group vibrate, and a brand new quest appeared in his sight. Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can fight 100 battles without danger. Learn about the ancient wasteland as well as the entire absolute immortal realm to prepare for the subsequent counterattack of the Qingyang realm. Mission requirement: inquire about all the hidden secrets of the absolute immortal realm, and receive different rewards based on the completeness of the information. Mission reward: 100 to 1,000,000 contributions. Inquiring into the hidden secrets of the absolute immortal realm. Gufang's face slightly moved. The mission reward was given extremely generous. The lower limit was 100 points of contribution, but the upper limit was 1 million points of contribution. For Gufang right now, 1 million contributions was quite a lot. It was just that wanting to get the highest amount of reward was bound to be not that easy. Suddenly, a second quest appeared in the Divine Kingdom chat group. The heavens and earth are vast with many opportunities. Only those with deep blessings can hope to reach the top. Mission requirement: seek out the opportunities of the absolute immortal realm and sacrifice the resulting treasures. Mission reward: depending on the preciousness of the treasures obtained. The number of times the Divine Kingdom chat group released quests had always been few and far between, but the rewards for each quest were extremely tantalizing. Of the two quests that appeared this time, the second one was clearly a long-term quest. After all, the absolute immortal realm had numerous treasures, and any one of them could be offered to the Divine Kingdom chat group in exchange for the corresponding rewards. But with the first quest, it was clear that there was a certain limit. It seems like I need to complete the first quest first, otherwise by the time the others submit their believed otherworldly information, the likelihood of me being able to thus receive the rewards would be very low. Gufang muttered inwardly. 3 months passed in a snap of the fingers. The battle between the Blue Sun Realm and the Ancient Wasteland quickly spread out, and even the regions outside of the Ancient Wasteland had heard about the events of the Blue Sun Realm. At the same time, with the three great sacred masters at the head, all the forces were searching for the wanted cultivators of the Qingyang realm with all their might. For them, the biggest characteristic of the Qingyang realm was that they were not proficient in the language of the Ancient Wasteland, and even if they had learned the language through other means, they were bound to have some accent that was different from the norm. However, even if the various forces of the ancient wilderness thought about it, they wouldn't be able to realize that the ability that Gu Qingyang had bestowed upon all of them with the Divine Kingdom was as if it was natural, and that the language of the ancient wilderness that was spoken by any of them was no different from that of the native people. This led to the ancient wasteland searching for 3 months without any results. The cultivators of the Qingyang realm were as if they had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. In response to this, many forces were secretly shocked. At the same time, Gufang and the others had mixed into the absolute immortal realm for 3 months, and from side conversations, they finally counted on figuring out some information about the ancient wasteland as well as the absolute immortal realm. Soon after, the corresponding information was submitted directly to the Divine Kingdom in the form of a mission. Gu Qingyang, as the head of the Divine Kingdom, was the first to clarify the information that had been sent back by the people. There are 5 regions in the absolute immortal realm, namely the Ancient Wasteland, Divine Wasteland, Central State, Demon Domain, and Heavenly Wasteland, with Central State being the most prosperous, being the center of the entire absolute immortal realm, with outstanding people and strong people like Crucians of the River, completely not comparable to other regions such as the Ancient Wasteland. Every 10,000 years is an era. The first 5,000 years is the Golden Age. Strong people come out one after another. Since 5,000 years ago the last great emperor stepped on the road to heaven and died, the Golden Age came to an end. The longevity shackle oppresses the world for 5,000 years, and no one is able to step into the realm of a true lord or above anymore. All the news swept through Gu Qingyang's mind one by one, and his understanding of the absolute immortal realm was finally much deeper. Although Gu Qingyang had once soul-searched Shui way back then and obtained some information from the other party's memories, but with his status as a clan elder and only a 4th-stage dragon transformation cultivator, there wasn't much information that he could truly understand, especially the news outside of the ancient wasteland. The other party was even more poorly informed. Over the past 3 months, some people had managed to mix into places like the Divine Wilderness and Central State and worship some top sects by virtue of their own talent as well as strength, before they were able to get the corresponding secret information from the sects. Longevity Shackles, 9th Order Great Emperor. Gu Qingyang reviewed the contents in his mind, his understanding of the absolute immortal realm becoming more and more comprehensive. When the Golden Age was in its prime, the absolute immortal realm was extremely powerful, and nowadays, a 6th-ranked True Lord powerhouse was nothing at all during its true heyday. Above the True Lord, there were 7th Order Saints, 8th Order Paramount Emperors, and 9th Order Great Emperors. In its heyday, the Jiesian realm had strong people who were comparable to the ninth-ranked great emperors. However, during the ancient times, there was a stronger realm above the great emperor level, which was called immortal. It was rumored that those who had attained immortality could truly live forever. However, endless years ago, the road to immortality was turned into a place of death, but all the great emperors who stepped into the road to immortality were killed, and no one was spared, regardless of whether you are gifted or unrivaled in the world. Ultimately, it is difficult to escape death. Because of this, ancient desert world will be called the absolute immortal world. The word absolute immortal means that the immortal way is cut off and there is no hope for further progress. But that said, every golden age to the peak of reproduction, the great emperor powerful people are still forward and back, want to kill in the road to immortality a chance, so as to certify the eternal life. As the golden age fell, the road to immortality disappeared. The whole world is stuck in a period of cultivation stagnation. The road above the true monarch is completely closed. No matter how amazing you are, cannot break the shackles. Only after the longevity shackles dissipated could these powerful people go further. The existence of the longevity shackle is considered a shackle on top of everyone's head. No matter how talented you are, as long as you are born at the wrong time, you can only be unwilling to sit down and die. But there are also some top clans that use subtle to the extreme means to seal the heavenly pride that came out thousands of years ago, silently waiting for the arrival of the golden age, as a way to open the seals, as a way to compete for that nebulous chance of immortality. Gu Qingyang thought darkly, analyzing the news from the other believers. It wouldn't be long before the eternal life shackles would completely dissipate, simply because it had already been 4,980 years since the last golden era. In another 20 years' time, the longevity shackles would be completely dispersed. At that time, the golden age will return. The absolute immortal realm would be reborn with many heavenly pride competing, since there can be celestial pride sealed for thousands of years, waiting for the arrival of the next golden age. It's impossible to say that there are some top powerhouses with no hope of breaking through who have sealed themselves away, waiting for the arrival of the next golden age, and then the possibility of competing for the chance of immortality. If that's the case, the waters of the absolute immortal realm are somewhat unfathomable. Gu Qingyang's heart was filled with gravity. The golden age opened. Strong people of the 7th rank and above would eventually come out. At that time, the Qingyang realm would also appear amongst the gazes of other powerhouses, and with the Qingyang divine court's present-day depths, there was no possibility of resisting such powerhouses. However, right now, the golden splendor hadn't really opened, so everything was still not too late. 20 years might not seem like a long time, but at least it gave the Qingyang realm a chance to catch its breath. What Gu Qingyang had to do, in these 20 years, was to break the limit of his own 6th rank, and at least break through the 7th rank. To be able to enter the 7th rank, coupled with the strength of the heavenly Dao realm, even if an 8th-ranked quasi-emperor powerhouse stepped into the Qingyang realm, he would have the certainty of suppressing it. As for a 9th-ranked emperor, Gu Qingyang felt that it was unlikely, simply because according to the records of the absolute immortal realm, the life force of a great emperor-level powerhouse was too strong to be sealed. Human great emperors only have a lifespan of 5,000 years. Even if they were certified at the end of the golden age, they should have died by now. Besides, this kind of strong person will not be willing to sit down and die. Must be to enter the immortal ascension road to fight for that illusory chance of immortality. In that case, there is no possibility of a great emperor existing in the absolute immortal realm, and at best, there are only 8th-ranked quasi-emperors in existence. Gu Qingyang had straightened out the situation in the absolute immortal realm, and his goals for the future became clearer and clearer. Within 20 years, first break through the 7th rank. As long as he stepped into the realm of a 7th-order saint, the Qingyang realm would almost be able to defend itself. After all, even if there really was a quasi-emperor out there, the other party would not be able to fight to the end with the Qingyang realm for no reason. Such powerful people sealed themselves for thousands of years, and the only thing they were pursuing was the great emperor realm, as well as the chance of longevity in the underworld. Anything else would be difficult for these powerhouses to care about. The forbidden zone of living spirits, only to see the 3 great holy lands powerhouses stepping into the air, looking at the dark brown land in front of them, as well as the bizarre and ominous aura that was faintly emanating out. Their brows were all furrowed. The 4 words forbidden zone of life were a nightmare for the cultivators of the ancient wilderness. It was only because the forbidden zone of life left behind in the ancient times had devoured countless living spirit cultivators, and even if a true lord entered it, there was no chance of surviving. Nowadays, the life spirit forbidden zone at the Bronze Gate was only just birthed, but it was still scary. A newborn spirit forbidden area is just a newborn spirit forbidden area. Why do you all need to be so scrupulous? Today we 3 great holy lands have joined hands, and we have invited true lord's greatest treasures. It is enough to kill it. The one who spoke was a middle-aged cultivator. The other party's name was Ji Yen, from the Heavenly Sun Holy Land, a true lord middle-ranked elder in the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Hearing Ji Yen's words, the others also nodded slightly. The living spirit forbidden zone was terrifying, but it also had to be divided into what kind of situation. Nowadays, a living spirit prohibited area where the strongest only fell real people. Even if there were millions of cultivators buried here, the degree of strength would still be limited. As long as it wasn't given the chance to grow, with the strength of the three Holy Lands, it would be enough to exterminate it. Immediately, Tianyang Holy Land Camp. Ji Yen is sacrificed a site of copper mirror. With the power into the copper mirror, see the obsidian light shot out, terrifying sun to clear the darkness, irradiated in the black earth above the earth, seems to have a mournful screams from the ears. Then, see a strange black shadow suddenly cohesion, as if the dead resurrected into a dead spirit, the breath of the dead silent diffusion, endless coldness attack the heart, as if the blood is to be frozen for it. This is the weirdness of the forbidden zone of the living. This place breeds the bizarre. Its means is very human to understand. If he is into it, such as if the strength is not enough, fall is a matter of moments. Ji Yen angrily shouted. The real person chi and blood majestic, instantly attached to their own body of the cold dispersed, and then the copper mirror bloomed 10,000 light. A large number of black fog dissipated into thin air. Just as Ji Yen made his move, the other two great Holy Land cultivators also made their moves. Only two true Lord Supreme treasures were offered up, and the greatness contained within the treasures was completely activated, only as if a true Lord had come forth. All the bizarre forces were unbeatable in front of them. The three great Holy Lands are exterminating the newborn living forbidden zone? Just now, a believer had submitted the appropriate information in exchange for some contributions, and Gu Qingyang was then informed of this. The thought was dismissed. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but look towards the bronze portal in the northern continent. As the cultivators of the Qingyang realm stepped into the ancient wasteland, he realized that he was able to peek into more things from the bronze portal. As his divine thoughts fell on top of the bronze portal, Gu Qingyang was barely able to penetrate the barrier between the two realms and see the sights of the ancient wasteland. One could only see a bizarre revival as the corpses of the fallen dead transformed into dead spirits and were fighting with the powerhouses of the three great Holy Lands. At the same time, there was an extremely evil and ominous aura permeating the air, causing a trace of disgust to instinctively arise in Gu Qingyang's heart. This is the strangeness of the forbidden area of living spirits. This was the first time Gu Qingyang had witnessed the forbidden zone of living spirits, and the first time he had seen the so-called weirdness, which was an existence without any precise form, as if it was the will of nothingness. The moment he saw this will, Gu Qingyang's heart was generating disgust. To be precise, it was the aversion generated by the Qingyang realm itself. It was as if a normal person suddenly saw something filthy, thus generating disgust from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, Gu Qingyang's heart instantly developed a hint of realization. For heaven and earth, the spirit prohibited area is the equivalent of a kind of filth, causing heaven and earth to be displeased with it. Normally, if it was a weak living spirit prohibited area, as soon as it appeared, the heavenly Tao should have obliterated it. However, because the heavenly Tao of the absolute immortal realm is now in slumber, it wasn't able to strike at the first opportunity, which is why it required the three great Holy Lands to join forces to exterminate the living spirit forbidden area. There were quite a few of the spirit of life forbidden areas in the absolute immortal realm that had been passed down since ancient times, and why they hadn't been obliterated by the heavenly Tao was nothing more than the fact that such spirit of life forbidden areas were too powerful. So powerful that the heavenly Tao couldn't even easily obliterate them. Gu Qingyang was also a little afraid of such bizarre existences. However, if it was like the three great Holy Lands dealing with the forbidden zone of living beings, Gu Qingyang was also sure that he could wipe it out with his own strength. Since the three great Holy Lands had jointly exterminated the living spirit forbidden area, half a year had quietly passed again. For half a year, the various forces of the ancient wasteland still had not given up on the idea of wanting the cultivators of the Qingyang realm. However, the cultivators of the Qingyang realm were just like muddy cows going into the sea, not seeing any trace of them. Divine Wilderness, Taichou Holy Land. Inside the East Peak Sermon Hall, there was a venerable old man who was explaining the great Tao of cultivation. As the other party's language was spoken, the aura of the heaven and earth were converging involuntarily, and the disciples below were listening to it as if they were mesmerized. A long time later, as the old man's last sentence fell, the other disciples only woke up as if from a dream. The other party's gaze fell on one of them, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Worthy of being born with a battle saint body, the talent is really extraordinary. When he joined the East Peak, he was only a dragon transformation perfection, but now it won't be long before he's expected to impact the real person's middle stage. With this sun in the future golden age, I will have one more chance for the Tai Koro sacred ground. Battle holy body. This was an extremely rare saint body in the world. When Zhang Ming tried to join the Tai Korean Holy Land as a casual cultivator, he was directly detected as carrying the battle holy body. For a time, the entire Taichu Holy Land was startled. Many elders who were in seclusion and hidden from the world were appearing one after another, wanting to take Zhang Ming as a disciple and pass on their own mantle. After all, the fighting saint body was extremely powerful, and as long as it did not fall in the middle of the process, it was an existence that was expected to prove to be a great emperor in the future. In the ancient times, there had been a Do battle saint body that had suppressed all the heavenly prides, stepping into the emperor realm in one fell swoop, shocking the world. Now, after many years, there was another battle saint body that appeared, naturally making the Taichu Holy Land go crazy. In the end, East Peak Master In Hong grabbed the lead before everyone else and directly accepted Zhang Ming as a personal disciple, allowing him to worship the East Peak. Over the past half year, Zhang Ming had also displayed amazing cultivation talent, and the real person realm, which was difficult to break through for ordinary people, was only as simple as eating and drinking water for him. By now, the other party had completely stabilized his cultivation at the beginning stage of the real person, and it wouldn't be long before he was expected to impact the middle stage of the real person. Well, today's sermon will end here. In addition, there is something old man need to inform you. Half a month ago, the divine wilderness has a vision of the sky, shaking the four directions. According to my Taicho Holy Land probe, this vision is likely to be a certain saint left behind the secret realm. If you can step into it, is expected to get the saint inheritance. But the secret realm also has limitations. True monarchs below the cultivators can step into. Now count down the time. This saint's secret realm opens soon, such as you have the idea, when you can enter the secret realm of opportunity. Sage secret realm. Upon hearing In Hong's words, Zhang Ming's mind was also slightly shaken. He had joined the Taichu Holy Land for half a year, and he had some understanding of saints, which was a realm above true lords, and if one were to use the class division of the Saints Divine Kingdom chat group, one would probably be at the 7th class level. But this level of strong, after the end of the Golden Age, the shackles of immortality suppressed the world for 5,000 years, is completely disappeared. According to rumors, there are self-sealed saints in the Holy Land of the beginning, only waiting for the Golden Age to come. The saints will awaken themselves, and then compete for the opportunity to prove the Tao. Therefore, Zhang Ming did not know much about how powerful saints were, but from the records of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth, this level of existence was not at all comparable to that of a true lord. The secret realm of saints is out in the world. If we can obtain it, wouldn't we expect to witness the Tao and become saints? That being said, the sage secret realm coming out is bound to be extremely intense, and even if a true lord cannot enter, the mere fact that real people are vying for it is not idle. I've heard that other Holy Land divine dynasties have had their greatest prides come forth, and that they are able to compete with true lords in the realm of real people. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the sermon hall, many of them were talking. The secret realm of saints was a heavenly temptation for them, but opportunities also often came with risks, especially when it came to matters involving the inheritance of saints. It was enough to make all forces go crazy over it. In Hong's face was indifferent. The battle for the great Tao is meant for the strong to live and the weak to die. The Golden Age is coming. This is the revelry of the strong and the cry of sorrow of the weak. If you want to become strong, you must fight from now on. Only then will you have the hope of witnessing the Tao. The Golden Age. It was also the world of great struggle. The only way to truly stand out and attain the great Tao was to fight. Otherwise, one would end up becoming a stepping stone for other powerhouses. To be able to become a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, the talent is naturally not bad. Even if they don't carry the holy body divine body, at least they have excellent talent. As long as one cultivated peacefully, even if there was no chance, there was actually no major problem in stepping into the realm of a true lord in the future. But if you want to become a saint, it's not that easy. Either really outstanding talent is rare in the world, or it is a deep chance, blessing. Otherwise, want to become a saint is an extravagant hope. Not to mention the saints and above, there are even quasi-emperors. And above quasi-emperors there are great emperors. The breakthrough of each realm was 1,000 times more difficult and dangerous, all needing the cultivator to fight for it. Only by virtue of a bitter cultivation wanting to step into such levels was a joke. For you to become disciples of my Taichu Holy Land, each of you can be called a heavenly pride, and in the future, you will all have the hope of proving to be saints. In the ancient times, there was a mortal body that rose to prominence at the end of the world, killing a bloody path in the Golden Age, suppressing the various heavenly prides, and step by step proving the position of a great emperor. Since that time, the mortal body cannot become emperor's speech will be completely broken. This time the world is really clear. The original mortal body can become emperor. As long as one has an invincible Tao heart, even a mortal body can kill their way to the 9 heavens and reign over the world. In Hong's words fell on the ears of the crowd as if they were as loud as a flood bell, shaking the hearts and minds of the crowd, and their inner blood was completely activated. Mortal body becoming an emperor. The king is in the world. Who does not want to become an emperor? Who doesn't want to suppress a heavenly pride and reign over the world? This was the goal of all cultivators and what they craved for the most. Even Zhang Ming was a little fervent by the other party's words, wanting to compete with the heavenly prides of the world. In Hong said, this time when the secret realm of saints appears, it is estimated that the forces of the divine wilderness will all participate in it. So I, East Peak, will have Zhang Ming as the leader and lead 20 disciples to compete for the opportunity. Of these 20 disciples, 13 disciples who have stepped into the realm of the true man can go directly, and the remaining 7 slots will be determined by a small competition to be held in the next East Peak. As long as you can win the top 7 rankings, you can go and compete for the saint's chance. If not, it's better not to go and get yourself killed. Hearing this, most of the disciples had no opinion, and only a few disciples who had stepped into the middle and later stages of the true humanity swept a glance at Zhang Ming, with some dissatisfaction showing in their eyes, but they did not say anything more. Although Zhang Ming had not long worshipped East Peak, but the other party was carrying the battle saint body, and now that he had stepped into the realm of the real person, In Hong was clearly trying to cultivate the other party as the successor of East Peak and even the Holy Land. Unsurprisingly, as long as the other party stepped into the true Lord level, he would be able to become a holy son. The Taichou Sacred Land now had several saint sons, all of whom were strong at the true Lord level, and when the golden seasons arrived, these saint sons would be the seeds of the proof of the Tao. It could be said, any of the holy sons could at worst witness the Tao and become saints, and were even expected to step into the quasi-emperor ranks and compete for the chances of the great emperors. Gu Feng was in possession of the battle saint body, and as long as the other party did not fall, he would definitely be able to become a saint's son in the future. So even though they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they had nothing to say. After all, offending a future saint's son was just asking for trouble. Hearing In Hong's words, Zhang Ming did not push back and directly said in a respectful voice, "I will obey my master's orders, and I will definitely seize the chance to become a saint." Good. In Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. Although you have only stepped into a real person not long ago, the fighting saint body is extraordinary, capable of getting stronger and stronger the more you fight. And the fighting saint body of the ancient times was even able to compete with the great emperors with its quasi-emperor cultivation. The competition for the saint's chance must have all the forces of pride. If you can suppress all the pride, the chance of witnessing the road is a few points greater. Well, according to the projection of the saint's secret realm really come out, about a month or so, you first go down to get ready. When the small competition is over, you can directly set off to compete for the saint's chance. Finished speaking, In Hong was waving his hand for the crowd to leave. Leaving from the sermon hall, Zhang Ming directly returned to the place where he lived. The East Peak was very large, and there were clusters of halls here, and any disciple who was able to worship the East Peak had his own separate residence, and Zhang Ming was naturally no exception. After returning to his residence, the first thing he did was to report the news of the Sage Secret Realm in exchange for contributions. After all, the matter of the Saint's Secret Realm had already been known by the Taichou Holy Land, and it was estimated that a lot of other forces were aware of it as well. And it wouldn't be long before it would spread throughout the entire divine wasteland. In that case, Zhang Ming naturally wanted to be one step ahead of the others and submit the news of the Sage Secret Realm to the mission. The Secret Realm of the Saints involves a 7th order powerhouse, so it's estimated that we can get quite a few contribution points. Thinking so, Zhang Ming directly stored this news in the Jade Talisman, then activated the Great Sacrifice technique and directly teleported the Jade Talisman over to the Qingyang realm. Even inside the Taichou Sacred Land, the Great Sacrifice technique did not cause any strong people to become aware of it. After all, in the entire Taichou Holy Land, the strongest person was at the true Lord level, so naturally, they couldn't detect the slight fluctuations caused by the Great Sacrifice technique. It didn't take long. The prompt of mission completion came from Zhang Ming's mind, and when he looked at his panel, there was an extra 200,000 contributions, so he smiled heartily. Sage Secret Realm? Within the Kunlun Divine Realm of the Qingyang Realm, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart and mind as he took the information submitted up by Zhang Ming. Sage Secret Realm. This was the inheritance of a 7th-ranked powerhouse. If Gu Qingyang was an ordinary cultivator, naturally, his heart would be moved. However, as he was a heavenly Tao divine tree and had opened up a divine kingdom chat group, he naturally had no heartbeat for the so-called saintly inheritance. As long as the divine kingdom was promoted to the 7th rank, The saint inheritance Gu Qingyang could also deduce it out of thin air. Not only that, even if it was the inheritance of a quasi-emperor as well as a great emperor, Gu Qingyang was just as capable of deducing it. Therefore, Gu Qingyang let the people from the Qingyang realm enter the ancient wasteland without the slightest worry that the other party would have the possibility of betraying the Qingyang realm just because of the existence of the Divine Kingdom chat group. As long as the other party wasn't stupid, they could all understand the importance of the Divine Kingdom chat group. Even the top Holy Lands could not compare to the Divine Kingdom chat group when it came to their heritage. If someone really joined a top sect in Holy Land, thinking that they had attained enlightenment, and then betrayed the Qingyang realm by directly revealing everything, then that person would be extremely foolish. Of course, even if the secrets of the Divine Kingdom chat group did leak out, Gu Qingyang had nothing to worry about. As long as the techniques inside the Divine Kingdom chat group didn't leak out, it would be fine. However, anyone who joined the Divine Kingdom chat group was restricted from leaking out the merit techniques and masterpieces without authorization, or else they would be asking for their own death. So the matter of betrayal, Gu Qingyang only slightly ventured this conjecture, and then immediately stopped thinking about this matter, and instead focused on the Sage Secret Realm. Sage Secret Realm. The secret realm of inheritance left behind by such a powerful person. There must be quite a lot of good things. Although Gu Qingyang could not see the other party's so-called inheritance, but some treasures he still cared about. Spirit stones, spirit veins, spirit medicines and so on. Anything was in fact a part of the heaven and earth derivation. If they could be devoured, Gu Qingyang would be able to obtain the corresponding heavenly Tao origin, especially the spirit veins. In today's Qingyang realm where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was thin, the importance of spirit veins was self-evident. If a few top spirit veins could appear in the Qingyang realm, then the entire heaven and earth's aura could soar. And even if it wasn't as good as the ancient wasteland, there could be an endless stream of strong people. More importantly, the Qingyang realm did not have the so-called golden splendor argument, nor did it have the so-called longevity shackles. If the aura of heaven and earth was dense to a certain extent, the people of the Qingyang realm were completely capable of ascending to the 7th and 8th or even the 9th rank, all of which were completely unproblematic. In this regard, the Qingyang realm had a certain advantage over the absolute immortal realm. The brand of the immortal realm's cultivators was connected to heaven and earth, and the longevity shackle had always been a shackle on their heads. Even if the immortal realm's cultivators traveled to other worlds, they still couldn't make any breakthroughs, and they could only go further when the longevity shackle was dissipated. Such a situation was related to the immortal ascension path. In the ancient times of the Qingyang realm, we never saw any cultivators become immortal, and the 9th level is the peak. For ancient cultivators, once their cultivation has entered the 9th level, it's the same as going to the end of the road, and there's no further possibility of advancement. However, in the world of absolute immortals, above the 9th level of great emperors, there is still a way forward. As long as you step on the road to immortality, it is expected to be certified to longevity, to become the rumored immortal. In that case, the Qingyang realm and the absolute immortal realm are fundamentally different, with the latter having a much stronger foundation than the former. Gu Qingyang thought darkly. From the size of the entire world alone, the absolute immortal realm was much larger than the Qingyang realm, and a single ancient wasteland could top a few Qingyang realms, not to mention the others. Among them, the absolute immortal realm has the secret of becoming an immortal, but the Qingyang realm has never had the saying of becoming an immortal, and the 9th rank of the ancient cultivators is the end, and there is no further possibility of going further. Vaguely, Gu Qingyang felt as if he had explored some hidden secrets, but unfortunately what he had learned was too little to integrate useful information. If he wanted to truly understand more deeply, he could only wait for others to get more information. I don't want to think about that much right now. Harvesting the heavenly Tao origin and improving my strength is the main thing. As Gu Qingyang thought of this, he couldn't help but reswitch his perspective to Zhang Ming. Through the believer's perspective, Gu Qingyang could be considered to have truly seen the profound depths of the Taichou Holy Land, compared to which, the 3 holy lands of the ancient wasteland were disciples among disciples. According to the information that had been probed, the ancient wasteland, heavenly Yang, and the 3 great sacred lands of Taishu were all just sage-level forces. What is a saint-level power? Is that there were once a strong person to become a saint? Saint treasure in the Holy Land, so it is called a saint-level power. Rumor has it that the saint treasure can exert a power that is comparable to that of a saint. As for why the 3 great holy places do not use the saint treasure to deal with the Qingyang realm, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, it is probably because the cost of activating the saint treasure is extremely high, so the 3 great holy places cannot afford to put down this kind of blood money. The difference was, the Taichou Holy Land was a truly great emperor-level power. Once out of the suppression of the world of great emperor power, even if that great emperor fell, the Holy Land is also left within the inheritance of great emperors. There is even the existence of emperor soldiers. Looking at the entire immortal realm, these great emperor-level forces are truly the top of the line. If you want to steadily suppress these forces, the only way to do so is to have a living great emperor on the scene. Not to mention the legacy of a great emperor. Just referring to the number of sixth-order powerhouses alone, the Taichu Sacred Land was also several times greater than the three great sacred lands, and the two were not on the same level of existence at all. For Zhang Ming to be able to worship the Taichu Holy Land and directly enter the East Peak as the East Peak Master's personal disciple, in the end, it is because of the existence of the fighting saint body. Any saint body is in existence that is expected to become an emperor, and even great emperor-level forces would have to compete for this kind of heavenly pride. If these forces can once again come out with a great emperor powerhouse, their heritage will be even more terrifying, and their legacy will be able to continue for a longer period of time. Being at the same great emperor level, there was naturally a distinction between the strong and the weak. The more great emperors' legacies and imperial soldiers they had, the stronger they were. Therefore, many great emperor-level forces are eager to be able to come out of a great emperor again during the Golden Age to continue their own inheritance. As for becoming immortal, this kind of existence is too vague. Only great emperors will pursue. After all, how many great emperors in the immortal road? Blood. No matter how you are a long-time king of the nine heavens, stepped into the immortal road is also the end of the body to die. However, the secret of longevity, the path to immortality, is enough to make all the great emperors rush. To be able to step into this realm of the strong, which is not a high-minded, unbeatable generation, even if the road to immortality is dangerous, will not be afraid to retreat. Even if you fall on the road to immortality, you have no regrets even if you die. The road to immortality is not a road to immortality, but a road to death. With a thought, looking at Zhang Ming who was cultivating, Gu Qingyang moved his thoughts and directly issued a task to the other party. The secret realm of saints. There are many opportunities. Mission requirement, enter the Sage Secret Realm and sacrifice a minimum of 3 treasures. Mission reward, minimum 1 million contributions. Divine Power Treasure Appraisal Pupil, 5th Order. Treasure Appreciation Pupil. Zhang Ming, who was diving within the Taichu Sacred Land, turned astonished when he saw this mission reward. Just from understanding it, he could understand that the Treasure Appreciation Pupil was extraordinary. Moreover, Divine Kingdom quests were basically settled in terms of contributions, and rarely would other abilities be given. Thinking about this, Zhang Ming could not help but look towards the Divine Kingdom store, wanting to search for the existence of the Treasure Appraising Pupil. As expected, among the 5th Order store, Zhang Ming found the existence of the Treasure Appraising Pupil. Treasure Appraising Pupil, 5th Order capable of detecting the information of treasures of the 5th Order and below, as well as the contribution points that can be gained from turning them in to the Divine Kingdom. The simple introduction, however, caused Zhang Ming's heart to tremble. This was a very strong role. In the past, Zhang Ming wanted to submit treasures to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, but he was not clear about the value of the treasures themselves, and the contribution feedback he received after each submission was exactly like opening a blind box. But now with the Treasure Appraisal Pupil, this problem could be solved. Only a glance can see the origin of the treasure and the value, can decide whether to submit to the Divine Kingdom chat group, but also to avoid some treasure's dust, resulting in their own mist. After seeing the exchange price of the Treasure Appraisal Pupil, Zhang Ming was even more determined that he must complete this task. Just because the price of the treasure hunting pupil can be exactly the same as the 5th grade realm breaking pill, the contribution required for the exchange is $5 billion. What kind of concept is this? Even if Zhang Ming had poured out his entire fortune, even from the emergence of the Divine Kingdom chat group, all the contributions he had received so far did not add up to as much as 5 billion. The so-called contribution rewards of this mission were secondary, and the real big head was the Treasure Appraisal Pupil. Thinking about this, Zhang Ming's gaze couldn't help but fall back to the god's eyes. Zhang Ming couldn't help but refall his gaze on the chat messages that were constantly being screened by the Divine Kingdom chat group, and then he sent a message on it. Zhang Ming 5th Order lower, there's a saint-level secret realm that will be opening soon. 5th Order cultivators who have ideas can chat privately. As this message was sent out, the entire Divine Kingdom chat group fell silent for a few moments, as if all the messages that had just been constantly brushed against the screen were just an illusion. A moment later, it was a large number of messages that were frantically swiping the screen. Yusho Kong 4th Order lower grade, if you don't know, ask, what is the Sage Secret Realm? Chui Yuan 4th rank middle grade, same question. What is a saint again? Is it the said saint in myths and legends? Yan Jincheng 3rd Order consummate, Saint Secret Realm sounds so lofty. Is there any big brother to explain it? Ancient Fong 5th Order lower, sage is the term used in the absolute immortal realm, in which the 6th Order true monarch, and the 7th Order is the sage. That being said, Has Patriarch Shang found the Sage Secret Realm now? Linling 5th rank lower grade, Saint Secret Realm count me in. Xia Xiaohua 2nd order lower, we're all still in the novice village. And you guys are already brushing 7th order copies. The gap between the budding newbies and the big boys is vast. Yuki 3rd order top grade, grass. 7th order copies. Can Big Brother take me? Chushan 4th order perfect, Patriarch Shang's mixing can be the path is so wild. 7th order Sage Secret Realm has let you find it. Remember to bring me one. As the news of the Sage Secret Realm spread out, the entire Divine Kingdom chat group was completely exploded. Sage Secret Realm. A 7th order copy. These few words together simply captured everyone's attention. Anyone could understand that a secret realm of this level of powerhouse would inevitably contain countless goodies, and if they could obtain one, they might even be able to soar to the heavens. The shock caused by the Sage Secret Realm had long been expected by Zhang Ming. Almost in a few moments of effort, his private chat interface was almost full, with a large number of cultivators coming to private chat, some of whom were even only at the first rank cultivation level. In response to this, Zhang Ming also had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. If a cultivator of the first rank also came to join in the fun, not to mention entering the Sage Mysterious Realm, they wouldn't even be able to get out of the Qingyang Realm. Therefore, with a thought, Zhang Ming directly blocked all private chats below the 4th rank upper grade, and in this way, the entire interface was much tidier. After all, there weren't many cultivators who could enter the 4th rank, and there were only a few in the entire Qingyang Realm. Cultivators who had stepped into this rank knew how to write the word face. So those who had not stepped into the absolute immortal realm would not go and initiate private chats to make a fool of themselves. Looking at one private chat target after another, Zhang Ming directly looked for a few more familiar people, to be on the safe side. Zhang Ming didn't specifically say the information about the Sage Secret Realm, nor did he reveal anything else, but just agreed with a few people to meet at a certain place, and wait until after the meeting to engage in small talk. Inside a certain city, Linling changed his clothes and looked at the contents of the private chats of the Divine Kingdom chat group and couldn't help but mutter, Zhang Ming, this kid's path is wild enough. How long has it been since he came to the absolute immortal realm? And he's already found the Sage Secret Realm. Could it be that he's worshipped one of the top forces? Worshipping a sect. This kind of thing was rare and common. In Linling's understanding, there were quite a few people who quietly and silently joined various clans with their own talent and strength, utilizing the clan's resources to cultivate. Linling possessed the great Tao divine body, and naturally, his talent needed no introduction, but the problem was that he practiced cultivation, not the body refining of the immortal realm. With a different great Tao, how could Linling dare to join other sects? If he really wanted to join these sects, his identity from the Qingyang realm would definitely be exposed. And since there were many strong people in the absolute immortal realm, who knew if there would be a strong person who would step in and directly capture him, forcing him to ask about the specific cultivation method? Therefore, Linling rarely manifested himself in front of people. During this period of time, he had been mingling all over the absolute immortal realm, silently exploring the corresponding intelligence, and then also searching for information on other heavenly materials and treasures. Occasionally, some treasures came out, and Linling easily captured them with his own strength, and then sacrificed them to the Divine Kingdom chat group in exchange for corresponding contribution points. Other than that, it was to look for some orphans with good talent and teach the Shangqing sect some basic cultivation techniques, while spreading the beliefs of the God Emperor, so that the people would have thoughts of faith in Gu Qingyang, and then receive the corresponding contributions. Although these orphans were only zero-order existences and hadn't set foot in cultivation at all, a little bit of faith from each person was able to add up to a lot. Moreover, Linling realized that if the person he spread his faith to break through the original realm, he would also be able to receive another contribution. For example, if a zero-order cultivator generated faith, he himself would be able to receive 1 point of contribution, and when the other person broke through the first order, he would be able to receive 5 points of contribution again. This discovery could be said to have made Linling's heart happy. If the base of spreading faith could be raised up, then the contribution points he could receive would definitely be rich to an unimaginable extent. Spreading faith, collecting treasures, these were the two main things that Linling did in the absolute immortal realm, and he was unable to be like other body-refining cultivators who were able to worship the various sects and take a big detour less. In this regard, Linling didn't regret his choice of cultivation method either. This was because in his opinion, since the Jiesian world was mainly body-refining, then there would definitely be a world that was mainly cultivation in the future, and at that time, he would be able to gain an advantage. Starting from the Divine Kingdom chat group and then the appearance of the Absolute Immortal Realm, Linling had a vague feeling that the Absolute Immortal Realm was definitely not the last world that the Qingyang realm would come into contact with. Besides, compared to body refining, cultivation had its own benefits. Moreover, being a loose person in the absolute immortal realm, although the start was not as smooth as body refining, it might not be truly inferior to others when it came to rewards. Subsequently, Lin Ling dropped a piece of loose silver and left from the restaurant. There were cultivators in this world, and likewise there were mortals, and compared to cultivators, the base of mortals was much larger. The currency of exchange between cultivators was spirit stones, and the currency of exchange between mortals was gold and silver. The latter has no effect on cultivators, but it is the currency system that has been used for many years in the mortal world, and has long been deeply rooted and unshakable. Half a month later, Ancient City Restaurant. Inside the room, Zhang Ming was sitting in it, and the others were Lin Ling and the others. This time, Zhang Ming had found a total of 4 people. Lin Ling, Ancient Fong, Chu Shan, as well as the last one, Yi Jiao. After joining the absolute immortal realm for almost a year or so, Yi Jiao, with his excellent assassination skills, also joined an organization called the Underworld. This organization mainly performs assassination missions and gets paid accordingly. There were self-trained assassins in the Underworld, and there were also foreign casuals who joined. To name a few, from high to low, the Underworld killers are divided into 4 ranks, which are not ranked by cultivation, but by assassination strength. If you can assassinate a 3rd-order viscera refining cultivator, you can be a yellow-order assassin. If you can assassinate a 4th-order dragon cultivator, you are an assassin of the Xian rank. If you can assassinate a 5th-order True Lord cultivator, you are an Earth-order assassin. To assassinate a 6th-order True Lord cultivator, one could be called a Heavenly Order assassin. As for whether there were higher-level assassins above the heavenly rank, it was out of Yi Jiao's scope of knowledge nowadays, but with his excellent assassination technique, he managed to assassinate a True Lord a few months ago and was able to be promoted to the Earth rank. Because of this, Yi Jiao exchanged some more cultivation resources in the Underworld as well as utilizing his contributions to exchange some of his treasures within the Divine Kingdom chat group, and he successfully stepped into the upper 4th rank. Out of everyone, Yi Jiao's realm was considered the weakest. The main reason why Zhang Ming was looking for Yi Jiao was because he was interested in the other party's assassination methods. After all, the other party was only a 4th-order upper grade, so he might not be able to attract much attention in the Sage Mysterious realm, and if the other party were to suddenly assassinate, even a 5th-order powerhouse would have to drink his heart out. Once the Sage Secret Realm opened, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Zhang Ming wouldn't be naive enough to think that the opening of a 7th-order copy would be a pointless fight for each other. Not only that, even for those who belong to the same Taichu sacred land, he might not be able to trust them. This was why Zhang Ming had to find Lin Ling and the others to form a team. Since everyone is already here, then I'll say the ugly words up front. This time, it involves a 7th-order copy, and the news must not be leaked out. So before I tell you the specifics of the copy, I think we should make a deed instrument first. Instrument of contract. It was something from the Divine Kingdom chat group. As long as the corresponding requirements were written on top of the contract instrument, and then each of them dripped blood, then the contract instrument would be considered officially in effect. In this way, no one was allowed to violate the contents of the contract instrument. However, anyone who violated it would definitely be punished by the Divine Kingdom chat group. Hearing this, Gu Feng and the others glanced at each other and all nodded their heads. There's no problem with the contract instrument. The price of the 5th rank contract instrument is 5 million contributions. There are just 5 of us. 5 million contributions can be shared equally, as it should be. Zhang Ming nodded, and the others didn't make any nonsense, each handing over a million contribution order into their hands, while the former directly exchanged a contract instrument. Subsequently, Zhang Ming then wrote the corresponding clauses on the contract instrument. The content of the clauses was roughly as follows. That is, this operation was all confidential, and no information could be leaked in any form to a 6th person other than the 5. And at the same time, there was no betrayal during the operation, and the contributions gained from the mission were all shared equally, and anyone who violated the contract would have to make up for the other 4's contribution of $5 billion. The other thing is the effective time of the contract, as well as the deadline of the contract. The effective time and expiration time can be written in the year of the Qingyang realm, or it can be the beginning and end of a certain event. As for the beginning as well as the end of an event, it was naturally determined by the Divine Kingdom chat group itself. The effective time of the contract instrument will start from this moment. As for the end, it will be based on all of us leaving the secret realm of saints. What do several of you think? Zhang Ming inquired and said. Yi Jiao was silent. Lin Ling glanced at Gu Feng, who also understood and nodded. No problem. Subsequently, several people were the ones who dropped blood on the contract instrument respectively, and when the blood of the 5 people fell, the contract instrument spontaneously combusted out of thin air. which meant that the contract had been established. All of them meditatively felt a limitation if any. Alright, the contract instrument has been reached. It's time for you to get down to business, Lin Ling said with a straight face. He was also curious about the 7th rank replica. Jiang Ming didn't hide anything when he heard this, and directly told the whole story of the sage mystic realm, and by the way, he also told the story of him worshipping in the Taichu sacred land. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately looked envious. Taichu Holy Land, Great Emperor level power. This is a power that once appeared at the top of the 9th order. I didn't think that you would be able to worship Taichu Holy Land. Is the fighting saint body really that strong? At this time, Lin Ling was truly envious. Great Emperor level forces, looking at the Jedi Immortal Realm, were all top of the line existences. The moment he thought of Jiang Ming's backing on a Great Emperor level force, and the 7th order copies automatically being sent to his door, Lin Ling was a bit heartbroken. I'm afraid that my brother will suffer, but I'm also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. We all came out from the Qingyang realm. The other party just mixes so well. Thinking of his own hard work as a casual cultivator, Lin Ling is one more point of difficulty. Even Yi Jiao, who had always been expressionless, had a few more expressions on his face when he heard Jiang Ming's words, and only Gu Feng was slightly surprised for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Seeing this, Lin Ling asked again, Brother Gu, you have the Overlord Divine Body, and you're majoring in the body refining Tao, so I guess you've also worshipped in one of the top sects. Jiang Ming was a battle saint body, while Gu Feng was a hegemony god body, and the latter was ranked first in the Divine Kingdom competition. His strength was amazing to the extreme. So worshipping other top forces must not be a problem either. I am now the guest secretary of the Wind family. Gu Feng did not hide and directly stated his current identity. The Wind family? Upon hearing this name, a touch of doubt surfaced in the eyes of Lin Ling as well as Yi Jiao. Only Jiang Ming as well as Chu Shan seemed to have thought of something. Their faces moved slightly. Jiang Ming said, the Wind family that Brother Gu joined. Is it the Central State Wind family? Not bad. Gu Feng nodded. Lin Ling asked curiously, what is the identity and origin of the Wind family? He was only a casual cultivator, and the information he could inquire about was limited, especially since the absolute immortal realm was too large, and it was not something that could be done overnight if he wanted to truly feel out the situation here. Jiang Ming did not have the time to speak, and Chu Shan spoke. The Wind family is a great emperor family from the ancient times, and there was once a great emperor who came out during the ancient times. Although there has not been a second great emperor in the Wind family since the fall of that great emperor, the strength of the family has always flourished, with an endless stream of powerful people. If the underlying status is anything to go by, the Wind family is no weaker than the Taichu sacred land. Ancient lineage, a great emperor's inheritance. Upon hearing about the origins of the Wind family, the look on Lin Ling's face was envious. One of you has joined the holy land of the beginning of the earth, and one of you has joined the ancient family. It seems that both of you are doing well. Brother Chu also carries a divine body, and now which clan is he worshipping? Within the 5 people present, only Yi Jiao did not have a special body type. Like Jiang Ming and Gu Feng, they were all worshipping in the top forces, and Chu Shan also had a divine body in his body, so it would not be too bad. As expected, as Lin Ling's words fell, the latter didn't hide anything. I am now a personal disciple of the War God Palace. Like the Wind family, the War God Palace is also a top power in the Central State, and tens of thousands of years ago, there was a great emperor who came out. In the hands of that great emperor, the War God Palace developed to its peak, and then the great emperor fell, but also left behind the corresponding legacy of emperor soldiers to suppress the situation. I heard that that great emperor was the one who possessed the ancient savage saint body in the past, which happened to fit with me, so I worshipped in the War God Palace as a personal disciple in the War God Palace. With these words, all 4 of them cast envious gazes at Chu Shan. Although the forces that Jiang Ming and Gu Feng both joined were not weaker than the War God Palace, the forces that the 2 of them were in did not have any great emperors that carried the battle saint body as well as the Overlord God body. In comparison, the War God Palace had once produced a great emperor who carried the ancient barbarian saint body, indicating that there was a complete great emperor's inheritance in the War God Palace. And Chu Shan also had the ancient barbarian saint body, so now that he had joined the War God Palace, he would definitely be vigorously cultivated. With the resources of a great emperor level power to cultivate him, it was very likely that Chu Shan would be one step ahead of the crowd and step into the 6th rank or even higher. Jiang Ming sighed. I thought that I was even doing well by joining the Taichu sacred land, but I didn't expect that Brother Chu would be able to join a great empress power that possessed the ancient savage sacred body's inheritance. It is indeed a profound chance. I was just a fluke as well. Chu Shan smiled blandly. Jiang Ming also stopped talking nonsense and went straight to the point. Alright, without further ado, the Sage Mysterious Realm will open in another 10 days or so. Before we enter the Sage Secret Realm, we need to exchange a team token to use to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Before we enter the Sage Realm, we should not expose ourselves for the time being, and wait until we enter the Sage Realm, then we will contact each other as a team. As far as I know, there are quite a few top forces of the Divine Desolate among the forces entering the Sage Mysterious Realm this time, but there won't be any powerhouses of True Lords and above, which is considered good news. With the strength of the 5 of us, as long as we are a bit more careful, even if we face a 5th order consummate powerhouse, we will have a chance to kill them in one strike. Not to mention Yijio. The other people all had special physiques, and now all of them, including Chu Shan, had stepped into the level of the lower 5th rank, and in a one-on-one situation, killing the upper 5th rank would not be a problem. If the 5 people combined their strength, even if it was a 5th order consummate powerhouse, they would be able to kill them on the spot. Hearing that, the other 4 did not object, because the team token of the 5th rank also required 5 million contributions. One person all took out 1 million and combined their efforts to exchange the team token. At this point, the 5-member squad was considered to have officially formed a successful team. Linling sighed, I used 2 million contributions before I even started. I hope that the Sage Secret Realm won't let me down, or else I'll be at a big loss this time. 2 million contributions was also a considerable amount of money for him. In order to exchange for the corresponding 5th order divine body technique, Linling was now completely frugal in saving up as much contribution as possible. Nay, the 5th rank cultivation method of the Great Tao Divine Body required 500 million contributions to redeem, and trying to collect so many contributions was an easy task. This was also the reason why Lin Ling was so concerned when he heard about the Sage Secret Realm. Zhang Ming said, Brother Lin, don't worry, the Secret Realm of Saints is at least a 7th rank copy. There are definitely quite a lot of treasures inside. As long as we turn it in to the Divine Kingdom chat group, we will definitely be able to have a large amount of contributions, at least in terms of getting our capital back. It's definitely not a problem. If we can obtain the Sage Inheritance and offer it to the Divine Kingdom chat group, the contribution will be massive. 7th Order Inheritance. Zhang Ming believed that it was definitely worth a lot. The Divine Kingdom chat group also received the same for other worldly techniques, but the difference was that any technique could only be sacrificed once, and if someone else sacrificed the technique, it would be useless if someone else sacrificed it again. However, Zhang Ming believed that at the moment, there would definitely not be anyone sacrificing a saint's technique, so if he could find such a technique and sacrifice it, the benefits would be immeasurable. Zhang Ming's words also lifted the spirits of several people. This was the charm of a 7th rank copy. No one was sure just how many treasures would be inside, and if they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to soar to the heavens. Subsequently, a few people negotiated a little bit, and Zhang Ming got up and left, while the remaining Linling Gufang and the others were temporarily staying in the city, waiting for Zhang Ming's notification. They have already used the team token. There are things directly in the team chat interface inside Say on the line, and teammates will have coordinates between the map display. Do not have to worry about the possibility of getting lost. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the divine wilderness earth, a certain realm, and then there is a divine light rushes skyward. Even if it is the dark night or illuminated as day, vast as the abyss of the pressure spread, shocked all of the strong people. The holy land of the beginning. Right at the moment when the divine light rushed into the sky, the entire holy land moved in unison. The east peak, the west peak, the south peak, the north peak, as well as the central peak representing the main sect. All the heavenly pride disciples were all ready to go, and the imperial longboats headed towards the direction of the vision. The strongest person leading the team this time was the East Peak Master In Hong, and the rest were the 5 peaks heavenly pride. The East Peak's heavenly pride was led by Zhang Ming, and the other 4 peaks also had different heavenly prides leading the group, each one of them exuding a powerful aura, and it was clear that they had stepped into the realm of real perfection. The secret realm of saints has appeared. With the believer's perspective, Gu Qingyang was just able to see the rushing divine light, and that powerful aura was clearly audible to him. A 7th order powerhouse? Gu Qingyang hadn't really witnessed it either, but just from the aura that escaped from this divine light, he was able to understand the power of a 7th order saint. Since the beginning of cultivation, each level is a gap, and after breaking through the 5th level, the gap is transformed into a heavenly moat. Even if one is gifted, it is very difficult to truly cross. The 5th to the 6th step is a heavenly moat, and the 6th to the 7th step is also a heavenly moat. Gu Qingyang estimated that his own strength should be able to compete with a 7th order powerhouse, but he didn't know exactly how. Now that he was able to witness the secret realm of 7th order saints coming out of the world, he also took the opportunity to peek into the reality of saints. After all, the Qingyang realm would one day have to fight with the absolute immortal realm, and saintly powerhouses had always been in existence that Gu Qingyang was afraid of. If he could understand the strength of the saints, he would also be able to have a few more points of certainty. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was also looking at a situation of the other believers over the past year, but all the cultivators who entered the absolute immortal realm, if they were practicing physical arts, most of them were worshipping various sects and forces. After all, physical arts and the absolute immortal world's body refining is the same source. Worship clan forces not only can get the clan heritage, but also expected to make their own strength further. However, those who practice magic and cultivation cannot join the clan. These people are all scattered cultivators, or by virtue of their own strength, quietly and silently set up forces, searching for a variety of treasures to sacrifice, or to spread the faith. Just not everyone is smooth sailing. Some people are not careful to expose their whereabouts, directly by the ancient desert of the cultivators surrounded. There are also some people offended by the powerful cultivators, was directly wiped out. In this regard, Gu Qingyang is also no way. After all, the war between the two worlds, and there is no one who does not die, but all those who fall in the body. Gu Qingyang will give the other party a chance to become a British soul. But, Gu Qingyang realized that not every person who died in battle could become a young soul. Only those who had great righteousness in their hearts and did not fear life and death had the qualifications to become a young soul. If not, even if they set up a tablet in the Hall of Young Souls, they could not become a true young soul. Nowadays, there are millions of souls in the Hall of Spirits, and they are worshipped by all the humans in the Qingyang Divine Court, and some of them have already broken through to the top grade of the First Order. But there are also many souls that are still stuck in the bottom grade of the First Order. Among the changes, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, there was both the reason for the number of incense offerings and the reason for the Ying Soul's own talent. However, with the current strength of the Ying Ling Hall's Ying Souls, it would not be of much help to the Qingyang realm for the time being. However, as the strength of the Ying spirit gradually grows over time, it will definitely be able to play an important role beyond the imagination of others. Absolute immortal realm, divine wasteland. Only to see the saint's secret realm come out, divine light rushed into the sky, and the forces on one side were all sending strong people in the direction of the saint's secret realm. There were golden chariots cutting through the sky, ferocious beasts galloping about, and even longboats traveling across the void. When the longboat stopped in mid-air, many cultivators on the ground raised their heads and looked up, awe spreading across their faces. This is the Taichu divine boat, rumored to be a saintly treasure, and it's really unusual to see it today, someone said with emotion. Upon hearing the word Sage Supreme Treasure, many cultivators' hearts were shaken. For them, a sage's treasure was a rumored existence. Not to mention possessing it, even thinking about it once was not easy. If it was an unusual power that exposed the Sage Supreme Treasure, it was bound to attract the eyes of other cultivators. But the name of the Taichu sacred land made everyone not dare to have any dissenting thoughts. A great emperor-level power was not something that anyone could offend. Looking at the entire divine wasteland and even all over the central state, great emperor-level forces were truly top-notch existences that no one dared to offend easily. Above the Taichu divine boat, the disciples of the five peaks were all looking at the godly light-dense barren mountain in front of them. The vastness of the might like an abyss made their hearts and minds heavy. At the same time, there are also disciples looking down at the cultivators below, especially when hearing other cultivators talk, and the awe on everyone's face. A touch of arrogance flowed out of their eyes. This saint's secret realm, as early as more than a month ago, there is already a vision appeared. There was a holy place of strong projections. This saint's secret realm true monarchs and above cannot enter, unless there is a stronger than leaving this saint's secret realm existence, can break the secret realm prohibitions. But right now, the longevity shackles have not dissipated. Even if there is a saint surviving, it is still in a state of self-sealing. All the prohibitions of this sage secret realm, there is no longer a possibility of it being broken. In front of the primordial divine ark, Yin Hong stood with his arms folded. His appearance appeared to be old, but his voice was as loud as a flood bell. Zhang Ning's face was stunned, and he couldn't help but ask, "Is it clear to Master Teacher which powerhouse this sage mystic realm is from? If I am not mistaken, the owner of this secret realm should be Divine Heavenly Sage Yu Qiankuan." Divine Heavenly Sage? Yu Qiankuan was a 9-turn saint 10,000 years ago, originally a casual cultivator with mediocre talent. Then by virtue of his own chance and perseverance, he walked step by step from mortal to the point of 9-turn saint. According to reason, this Divine Heavenly Saint, if not fall, he is expected to be certified quasi-imperial, and even have a point of possibility to step into the Great Emperor. It's a pity that he later ran into the young emperor who had not yet become an emperor at that time, and the two of them had a battle. And in the end, Yu Qiankuan was heavily injured by the young emperor, and soon afterward, he completely sat down. 9 Revolution Saint, Junior Great Emperor. The words spoken by Yin Hong fell on the ears of the others, causing their hearts and minds to be shaken. These things were already considered hidden secrets to these disciples. After all, things that happened 10,000 years ago were too long apart from today's years, and it wasn't easy to understand them. Who is that junior great emperor? Zhang Ming followed closely and asked. Yin Hong did not hide anything and directly said, that young emperor was the later divine martial emperor, who had unrivaled talent and suppressed the pride of the world, and no matter how amazing the talent was, he was no match for him. In the end, the divine martial emperor overpowered a number of heavenly prides and ascended to the throne of the great emperor, and then created the divine martial dynasty, making it a great emperor-level power alongside the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth. At this point, Yin Hong shut his mouth. There was a sentence he did not say. That was that the divine martial imperial dynasty, as a newborn great empress-level power, was at a time when it was as powerful as a rainbow, and although the great empress had fallen, its afterglow was still present. Strictly speaking, today's Tai Koro Holy Land was actually still a point behind compared to the divine martial imperial dynasty. After all, the great emperor of the Taicho Holy Land had fallen for many years, leaving only an imperial weapon to sit on, and no other backhand, so naturally, it was impossible to rival a newborn great emperor-level power. The great emperor means unfathomable, even if it is already dead, but the other party left behind some means, but also the same shocked the world and weeping ghosts and gods. Not ordinary cultivators can understand this kind of means. Only through the erosion of the years, there is a real possibility of dissipation. Divine heavenly sage, young emperor. From Yin Hong's mouth, Zhang Ming seemed to have seen the scene of the heavenly prides competing 10,000 years ago, and at this moment, he understood more and more what was the battle of the great Tao. Now that the golden age was coming, the entire divine wilderness and even the absolute immortal realm would enter an era where heavenly prides would rise up side by side. If he didn't want to become a stepping stone for others, he would have to take this golden age to rise up and then step into the absolute peak, proving the great emperor's honorary position. Set a small goal. The first step is to certify a great emperor first. Zhang Ming secretly said inwardly. Proving to be an emperor was his first goal now. Right at this moment, only the roar of a beast could be heard, and then a fierce beast that looked like a dragon but was not a dragon was seen pulling a golden chariot, and at the same time, behind it were dozens of cultivators who used the beast as their mounts and came through the air. Such a momentum naturally attracted the attention of many people. Yin Hong looked in the direction of the golden chariot and said indifferently, this is the person from the divine martial dynasty. This golden chariot is rumored to have been the seat of a great emperor back in the day. Although it's not a true emperor's armament, it's still not the same as an equal. In terms of grade, this golden chariot belongs to the quasi-emperor level treasure. The speed is so fast that even a saint may not be able to intercept it. Quasi-emperor level treasure. When they heard Yin Hong's words, many people could not help but have a look of awe appear in their eyes. This level of supreme treasure was also the first time for many of the disciples of the Taichur sacred land to be able to see it. However, there were also a very few whose eyes flashed with a flash of blaze, as if they had a desire to seize the supreme treasure. A quasi-emperor supreme treasure. I wonder how much contribution I can get if I sacrifice it. Zhang Ming was a little fiery inside. What divine martial dynasty was all the same to him? The deterrent power wasn't much. If he could sacrifice the golden chariot to the Divine Kingdom chat group, he would definitely be able to directly break through to the Sixth Order. At this moment, Yin Hong's voice sounded beside Zhang Ming's ears. As a quasi-imperial level treasure, the golden chariot is not something that an ordinary person can utilize, and I heard that more than 10 years ago, a vision appeared in the divine martial imperial dynasty, giving birth to an imperial son who was carrying a divine body. He was born into the blood refining realm, and at the age of 3, he was already refining the organs, and at the age of 8, he transformed into a dragon, and at the age of 13, he was already certified as a real person. Now at the age of 18, he has already stepped into the peak of the real person, and is only one chance away from being certified as a true monarch. The divine martial dynasty has devoted all its efforts to cultivate and appoint him as the emperor's son, wanting to produce a second invincible great emperor in this golden age. If I'm not mistaken, the one sitting inside the golden chariot is that emperor's son. If you guys meet in the sage mysterious realm, you need to be careful and cautious. Upon hearing this, all of the peak celestials' faces changed. 18 years old at the peak of a true lord, and carrying a divine body. Such a heavenly pride was not much weaker even than a true lord. The appearance of the imperial son of the divine martial dynasty caused the others to feel great pressure. Even if they were also celestial prides, they were still much worse than this emperor's son. On the other side, Yin Hong looked in the direction of the golden chariot, and his face was also filled with emotion. The divine martial imperial dynasty's fortune was monstrous. Only 10,000 years ago did it produce a great emperor powerhouse, and now there was an emperor's son who carried a divine body. and his natural talent could be described as demonic. If nothing goes wrong, this emperor's son is likely to be a great emperor of this world. For two great emperors to emerge from two eras, even if it was placed in the ancient era or even the desolate ancient era, it would be an extremely astonishing existence. In comparison, the Taichou Holy Land was somewhat of a sunset. However, Yin Hong glanced at Zhang Ming, and his heart was relieved a few more times. The divine martial imperial dynasty can have an emperor's son appear, and my Tai Kora Holy Land also has a holy body come out. So if we really wait until the golden age opens up, it's not yet known which one will be stronger or weaker. Perhaps my Tai Kora sacred land can produce a great emperor in this world and renew the splendor of the ancient times. One thought ended. Yin Hong was also thinking of other things. I heard that there is also a holy body in the central state. This golden Shangshur is only afraid that it will be extraordinary. Many divine bodies, holy bodies appear. The golden Shangshur opens. It is bound to be a long stream of blood. The world of great struggle. Who can truly stand out is ultimately an unknown. Sighing secretly in his heart, Yin Hong no longer thought about other things. At this time, it didn't take long for the divine martial imperial dynasty to arrive, and soon there were other forces arriving. Danyang Holy Land, Immortal Spirit Holy Land, the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land. Each and every one of these arriving Holy Lands was a great Empress-level power, and all of them were not weaker than the existence of the Taichou Holy Lands in terms of their underlying status. Even if Zhang Ming had joined the Taichou Holy Land for a while, he could not truly recognize all of them. However, whenever a Holy Land appeared, Yin Hong would speak up at the right time, and Zhang Ming silently memorized them. In particular, Zhang Ming looked twice more at some of the heavenly pride of the Holy Lands that came carrying supreme treasures. These were walking treasure troves that he naturally could not easily miss if he could have the opportunity. Among the crowd, Lin Ling's few people also arrived quietly, looking at the imposing presence of the various Holy Lands, as well as the countless number of powerful people. Chu Shan also lamented, "The divine wasteland is really powerful. So many powerful people have arrived from a single sage mystic realm. In comparison, the ancient desolate is pathetically weak." The ancient wasteland said that there were three great holy lands, but the three great holy lands of the ancient wasteland were completely incomparable to the divine wasteland holy land. The powerhouses that arrived from this sage mysterious realm alone were much stronger than the ancient wasteland. In this regard, Chu Shan was also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the entrance to the Qingyang realm was inside the ancient wasteland, not in the divine wasteland or the central state, or else faced with the invasion of such a powerful force, the Qingyang realm might not be able to withstand it. In the battle more than 30 years ago, the Qingyang realm was barely able to withstand the ancient wasteland, and the counterattack at the back of the battle didn't have much of an advantage either. But all of this was only temporary. As long as the Qingyang interface was given time, it would not be a problem for it to truly catch up with the divine wasteland or even the central state in the future. Gu Feng nodded. The divine wilderness is indeed very strong. The number of true lord powerhouses that have arrived is much more than even the ancient wilderness battle. With the opening of the Saint's secret realm this time, the competition is bound to be very fierce, so we must also be cautious. Being careful would not last long. But having said that, after seeing the arrival of so many powerful people, it also made Gu Feng's blood boil in his heart, and he felt the urge to fight. The Overlord God body. In itself, it was extremely warlike. However, Gu Feng did not act rashly. He joined Lin Ling and the others. All came disguised as casual cultivators, and no one revealed their true identities, simply because the secret realm of the saints was in the divine wasteland. If the forces of the central state intervened, it would definitely cause a lot of disputes. In this way, Gu Feng naturally had no thoughts of borrowing the power of the Wind family, and Chu Shan was more or less the same. A few people were now in disguise, blending in amongst the crowd, not attracting the attention of others at all. Half a day's time, the barren mountain shook, only to see the space in front of them shatter like a mirror. Endless turbulence surged out and instantly transformed into a blurry portal. Just as the portal appeared, the cultivators of the various holy lands all had their spirits lifted. The sage secret realm has opened. Enter immediately to seize the opportunity. The sage secret realm has finally opened. Gu Qingyang had been paying attention to the changes in the divine wilderness, spying on everything from the believer's perspective. This time, the God Wilderness Saint's secret realm was making a lot of noise, and the cultivators of the Qingyang realm that were truly attracted to it were actually more than just a few people from Zhangming. After all, in the last battle, there were no less than 10,000 cultivators from the Qingyang realm in the true ancient wilderness. Some of these cultivators had stayed in the ancient wasteland, but the vast majority of them had traveled to places like the divine wasteland's central state. Nowadays, there was a sage secret realm out in the divine wilderness, so naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. As Zhang Ming and the others stepped into the saint's secret realm, Gu Qingyang only felt his vision change, and in the next breath, he had appeared in the middle of another heaven and earth. Trees were in the sky, beasts were running around, the entire heaven and earth was filled with extremely dense spiritual qi. Small world. Gu Qingyang's mind moved slightly. With his current insight, he could naturally see that the sage secret realm was not a truly complete heaven and earth. There was no existence of the heavenly doubt here, and even the laws of heaven and earth were all broken and incomplete. In terms of completeness, the secret realm of saints was not only not comparable to the absolute immortal realm, but even compared to the Qingyan realm, it was much worse. By taking care of Qingyang's guess, if one were to cultivate in this small world, at best, being able to step into the 6th stage would be the limit, and wanting to step into the 7th stage would be completely impossible. Obviously, this was a small world that divine heavenly sage had opened up with great divine power. However, the fact that a person could open up a small world on their own was enough to show that their strength was horrifying, and the existence of a 7th order saint made Gu Qingyang more and more fearful. Afterwards, Gu Qingyang then switched back and forth between the believers' perspectives, and he realized that every single person who entered this place was dispersed by a subtle force, completely descending at random, with no way to gather together. At the same time, this small world was also survived by many powerful ferocious beasts. Among them, Gu Qingyang even saw a ferocious beast that was comparable to a 6th-ranked powerhouse. The cultivator whose perspective he had borrowed had only just stepped into the 4th-ranked, and facing the 6th-ranked ferocious beast had absolutely no room to resist, and was instantly devoured by the other party in a single bite. As the cultivator fell, Gu Qingyang's believer's perspective dissipated. It seems that the danger in the sage secret realm is not small. Without the corresponding strength or luck, there is a possibility of falling just after entering. Immediately, Gu Qingyang switched to another perspective. In the entire sage secret realm, apart from the ferocious beasts being a source of danger, the other people who entered the secret realm were likewise a source of danger. Nowadays, Gu Qingyang's attention mainly fell on Zhang Ming, only to see that the first thing Zhang Ming did after entering the sage secret realm was that he casually searched for 3 average great spirit medicines and directly sacrificed them up with the great sacrifice technique, easily completing the task. With the completion of the Divine Kingdom mission, the 1,000,000 contributions arrived instantly. Along with it, there was also the 5th order Divine Ability Treasure Appreciation Pupil. This was also something that Zhang Ming really cared about. He only felt a tingling in his eyes, as if something was about to be birthed, but a moment passed and the feeling disappeared. When he looked at the scene in front of him again, Zhang Ming felt that his vision was becoming much clearer, and his gaze was sharper than ever. The 5th order divine power actually has such an effect. Not bad. He was also secretly delighted at the changes in himself. Originally, he thought that the treasure appraisal pupil was just a divine ability to simply appraise and identify treasures, but he didn't expect that it would also have a certain enhancement for himself. Now that his gaze had become sharp, even if he stumbled into a fight at the back, he could have more of a chance of winning than before. Soon, Zhang Ming was the one who activated his treasure appraisal pupil, only to see a subtle divine light emerge from his eyes, and then looked at an ancient tree in front of him. Name, Ancient Tree. Grade, First Order. Value, 10 points of contribution. All the information of the ancient tree was presented to Zhang Ming's eyes. It really is something good. He would smile. With the treasure appraisal pupil, one could collect a large number of treasures for sacrifice in the sage mysterious realm. And as for ordinary treasures, there was no need to waste time. Just like the ancient tree in front of him, although it was nourished by the heaven and earth's aura and was barely worthy of the word treasure tree, it was of little value overall. Carving the great sacrifice technique required a spirit stone as its foundation. Like this kind of first order treasure tree, if it really had to be sacrificed to the Divine Kingdom chat group, even the capital wouldn't be recovered. Right now, let's first rendezvous with the ancient Fengfu, and then we'll search for the saint's inheritance together. And if we can get our hands on the supreme treasures of the various holy lands, that would be even better. Zhang Ming's eyes were subtle, as the heavenly pride of each holy land entered, more or less carrying a supreme treasure. The worst of these supreme treasures were at the 7th order saint level, and the powerful ones were like the divine martial dynasty, which were 8th order quasi-imperial supreme treasures. As the personal heir of the East Peak Master, and being regarded by the Taichu sacred land as a heavenly pride that was expected to prove to be a great emperor in the future, Yin Hong had also quietly and silently given Zhang Ming a supreme treasure to protect himself. This supreme treasure, likewise, had reached the 7th stage saint level. However, Zhang Ming did not have the idea of sacrificing this supreme treasure for the time being. After all, this was something that the Taichu sacred land had given to itself, and if he were to sacrifice it, he would not be able to give a good explanation later on. Subsequently, Zhang Ming was the one who sent a message in the team. Everyone has already entered the saint's secret realm. right? Are you all planning to come and rendezvous with me? Or am I going to find you? As the message was sent, it didn't take long for Lin Ling to give a reply. I'll go find you. Deto, Chu Shan, as well as Yi Jiao, both of them, also sent out messages almost in no particular order. Right at this time, Gu Feng sent a message. You guys better come to my side first. I got into a conflict with the people from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land. The opposite side of the 6 people are clear of the real person consummation, and one of them is even holding a Saint's supreme treasure. I'm not an opponent for the time being. Come quickly. In the last 2 words, the urgency of Gu Feng could already be seen. Upon seeing the other party's information, Zhang Ming's face could not help but change. Good fellow. Just after arriving, he was targeted by the people from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, and there were 6 of them surrounding one of them. And as for the real person holding the Sage Supreme Treasure, he was obviously the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land's candidate Sage Sun. Just like the Tai Chu Sacred Ground, the so-called candidate Saint Sun was one who could become a true Saint Sun as soon as he stepped into a true Lord. Such a heavenly pride could be considered extremely powerful. Therefore, when he received the news from Gu Feng, Zhang Ming did not dare to stay and directly rushed towards the coordinates of the other party. Although Gu Feng's strength was also good, it was impossible for him to resist the 6 real perfections of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land with his own strength. The team had just entered the replica, but they could have to be the first to lose one of their teammates, which would not be conducive to the later exploration. Then there was. Zhang Ming also had some thoughts about that Sage Supreme Treasure of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, and now that someone from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land had appeared, he was spared from wasting his efforts in searching for it. In the dense forest, trees were collapsing, only to see 6 people dressed in purple Dao robes, combining their efforts to surround and kill one person. This person was no other than Gu Feng, who had sent a message to Zhang Ming and the others. Hand over the Divine Spirit Fruit and I can give you a full body. The one who spoke was one of the purple-robed youths. The other person was imposing, with sword brows and starry eyes. His voice was icy cold as he spoke, and his gaze towards Gu Feng was filled with icy killing intent. This person was no other than Zhuo Xiaoping, the candidate Saint Son of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land who had entered the Sage Mysterious Realm this time. A true man perfection powerhouse. Hearing, Gu Feng was silent, facing the siege of the 6 people just retreated while fighting. Although he possessed the Overlord Divine Body, but his cultivation was ultimately a 5th order lower grade, and did not get the Overlord Divine Body subsequent cultivation method. Strength-wise he was unable to truly resist the 6 5th order real person perfection powerhouses, especially Zhuo Xiaoping could be the candidate Holy Sun. His strength was even more powerful, even if it was comparable to the 6th order True Lord. In this situation, Gu Feng naturally had little chance of winning. However, although he was suppressed, he always left a way out and did not really give the 6 a chance to encircle him. After all, once this situation was encircled, it was the death of the body and the death of the road. As for the Divine Spirit Fruit that Zhuo Xiaoping said in his mouth, it is a 6th order elixir, and taking it has a great effect on breaking through to True Lord. When he had just entered the Sage Mysterious Realm, Gu Feng had found a ripe Divine Spirit Fruit, and had just picked it down when it was discovered by the people from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, and then the scene in front of him appeared. Boom! Rumble! Gu Feng's double fists shook the sky, and under the great pressure, the blood of the Overlord God body gradually awakened, and a powerful force erupted out, causing the cultivators of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land to frown. This person isn't simple, he's clearly only a beginner realist, yet he's so powerful. One of the youths who was a 5th stage real person perfectionist saw this, and his face was a bit shocked. In the case of an ordinary cultivator who had just entered the true humanity, under the combined siege of the 6 of them, they would have fallen in just one look, and would not be able to support themselves for so long as the person in front of them. Obviously, the other side of the strong to the extreme, is already to the point that can be comparable to a side of the Holy Land of the Saint Son of the Ground. Zhuo Xiaoping's eyes were slightly cold when he heard this. Kill him with all your might. Don't leave any loose ends. The stronger the underpinnings that Gu Feng displayed, the stronger the killing intent within him became. In Zhuo Xiaoping's opinion, any one of the heavenly prides will be a threat to stop him from proving his own path. So if he can eradicate one, it is one, and there is no reason to let the tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, this time, the 2 sides had already formed a deadly enmity, so it was even more unlikely that he would let the other party return alive. Boom! Only to see Zhuo Xiaoping step out. His body's qi and blood was like thunder vibrating, and when he blasted out with his fist, it was already a thunderstorm. Gu Feng shouted angrily, his right fist similarly blasted out, his majestic blood qi escaped, transforming into a great body in the void whose face could not be seen. A thick pressure filled the air, and the 2 fists violently blasted together. Ka-ching! Space was like a mirror shattering in front of this power, and Gu Feng only felt his body's qi and blood surging endlessly, and his body had already taken several steps backward. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaoping's qi and blood within his body similarly boiled. Just as he was secretly shocked, a flash of danger suddenly surfaced in his heart, causing him to instinctively dodge to the left, and a sword tip abruptly stabbed out, just grazing Zhuo Xiaoping's shoulder. The next breath, the long sword changed its move. The original straight stabbing sword changed to a diagonal upward horizontal sweep, wanting to chop the other party's neck directly down. Zhuo Xiaoping flexed his fingers and flicked, able to break the stone and split the gold index finger directly to the long sword swung away. Immediately after, Zhuo Xiaoping is again retreating a few steps. At this time, he was only able to see clearly what the person who had just struck out actually looked like. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack this saint's son in secret? Zhuo Xiaoping's face was gloomy. His gaze was icy cold as he looked towards Yijio. The other party's strength was not too strong. At the top it was at the level of transformation dragon. However, the assassination method of Feng Kai was simply out of this world, and it was just the right time. If it was any other real perfection, it might have already been the other party's success. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and it was only when Zhuo Xiaoping shouted that the other 5 people from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land reacted. It was at this moment, terrifying power erupted, only to see rolling thunder fall from the sky dome, thick lightning like a wild dragon breaking through the air, instantly engulfing 2 of the cultivators. Almost at the same time, another powerful force erupted out, attacking and killing the few remaining people from the other Heavenly Thunder Holy Lands. Come, you and I will fight again. Seeing this situation, Gu Feng naturally understood that Zhang Ming and the others had already arrived, and immediately, he was charging towards Zhuo Xiaoping with a big stride. I didn't expect you to have a backhand, but no matter who comes today, you will die. Zhuo Xiaoping's face was hideous. The stronger the underpinnings that Gu Feng showed, the more intense the killing intent within him became. Although there was a change of heart now, as a candidate saint's son of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, Zhuo Xiaoping thought that he was not afraid of anyone. Soon, the 2 figures were completely killing each other. In the Qingyang realm, Gu Qingyang witnessed the battle between the 2 and couldn't help but nod secretly. The Overlord Divine Body is indeed amazingly powerful. The potential of this divine body is unlimited. The stronger the battle intent in one's heart, the stronger one's strength can be. Although the strength of this Heavenly Thunder Holy Land's candidate Saint Sun isn't weak, he may not be able to suppress Gu Feng either. In addition, Zhang Ming, Lin Ling and others are also extraordinary strength. Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, if there is no other external backup, this battle is thought to be lost. In terms of numbers, Zhang Ming's side was at a disadvantage. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Ming's side also had no advantage. But the strong kill cultivation cannot really represent everything. Their own accumulated heritage and combat experience and other aspects can become a decisive factor in the victory or defeat. Among the 5 people, only Yijio does not have a special physique, but the other party in the assassination of the above is already out of the ordinary. As long as the opportunity to give it, assassination of real people is as simple as eating and drinking water. As for Zhang Ming and the others, they could not be measured against an idle realm at all. So, the outcome of this battle, Gu Qingyang was almost able to project it. As expected, after Gu Qingyang made his judgment, less than half an hour's work, the scene changed, only to see Yijio play a role at a crucial time. A realist perfection cultivator who was fighting with Zhang Ming was caught off guard and was directly pierced through his chest by his sword, a fatal injury that caused him to lose his fighting strength very quickly. With the fall of the first 5th-ranked real perfection cultivator, the balance of the scene was instantly broken. And Zhang Ming had originally relied on his own strength to resist the pressure of 2 real perfections. Now that one person had fallen, and only one person remained, Zhang Ming's pressure was greatly reduced, changing the situation of being suppressed earlier, and the potential of the battle saint body was stimulated, directly counter-pressure the other party. In the end, Zhang Ming spared himself from being injured and blew the head of that Heavenly Thunder Holy Land's heavenly pride with a single punch, causing the other party to completely fall. Boom! Rumble! Trees collapsed. Hills crumbled, and the battle between Gu Feng and Zhuo Xiaoping was already at a white-hot stage. One of the 2 was carrying the Overlord Divine Body, and although the other did not have a special physique, his cultivation had entered the perfection of the true man, and was only one opportunity away from breaking through to the 6th-order True Lord. The 2 fought each other, and it could be described as a difficult fight. What on earth are you? Zhuo Xiaoping's face was gloomy, and there was killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Gu Feng, as well as a trace of faintly undetectable shock. He thought that with his own strength, trying to take down the other party was just an easy task, but he didn't expect Gu Feng to be so strong that he couldn't suppress him even if he had already stepped into the perfection of a real person. In response, Gu Feng did not make a reply. Only that his attack grew stronger. Boom! Another strike collided, and the two of them retreated in unison. Zhuo Xiaoping realized at this time that the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land disciples who had followed him were now 4 dead or injured, with only one remaining who was barely able to support himself, but defeat would come sooner or later. Seeing this, Zhuo Xiaoping's face was ruthless. Turning over his hand, there was a purple divine bow appeared. The bow body was purple as if it was cast by thunder, on which there was endless Tao rhythms permeating, giving people a strong sense of threat. Being able to make this saint's son use this treasure, you are proud enough even if you fall. As he spoke, Zhuo Xiaoping directly converged his own power crazily on top of the purple divine bow, as if there was a revival of ancient power. The air became much more oppressive. The next breath, Zhuo Xiaoping pulled open the purple divine bow with his bare hands. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth converged crazily, and an arrow silhouette instantly condensed. Right at the moment when the arrow silhouette coalesced, the hairs on Gufang's body stood up in sweat, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. Not only that, all of his retreating paths were blocked by nameless chi, and there was already no way to avoid it. Go to hell! Zhuo Xiaoping laughed fiercely. His fingers that were clasping the bowstring loosened, and the arrow silhouette instantly cut through the void as if it was able to penetrate through space and time, attacking and killing towards Gufang at an extremely fast speed. The momentum was like thunder, unstoppable. But at this very moment, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared, and a dense and extremely gorgeous light surged out, turning into a solid barrier directly in front of Gufang. When the arrow collided with the Chinese light barrier, both of them died out. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Xiaoping's caricatured smile directly stiffened on his face, and his eyes were filled with shock as he looked towards the ancient mirror. The Taichu Treasure Guide. You're from the Taichou Holy Land. As the Taichu Treasure Almanac fell into Zhang Ming's hands, Zhuo Xiaoping's face immediately changed drastically. He did not expect that this battle was actually involving someone from the Taichou Sacred Land. At first, there were too many cultivators on the Taichou Divine Boat, and Zhuo Xiaoping did not pay too much attention to a tiny cultivator who was a first-time real person, and merely swept the other party's eyes without paying too much attention to them. Therefore, when he first saw Zhang Ming, Zhuo Xiaoping did not recall the identity of the other party. It wasn't until the Taichu Treasure Appreciation appeared that he reacted to the fact that the person in front of him was a disciple of the Taichu Sacred Land. Moreover, its possession of the Sage Supreme Treasure of the Taichu Baogao meant that the other party was definitely more than just an ordinary disciple, and was bound to be in existence at the level of a candidate saint's son. At this time, the last real person from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land had also fallen on the spot. 5 people directly surrounded Zhuo Xiaoping in the center, blocking all of his retreats. The situation on the scene was already changing rapidly. The Heavenly Thunder Holy Land and the Taichu Holy Land have always been well watered. If your excellency allows me to leave, I will not take this matter into account again. Zhuo Xiaoping's face was grim as he swept a glance at several people before finally landing his gaze on Zhang Ming. In his opinion, this candidate saint's son of the Taichu Sacred Land should be the one who spoke among the several people. Hearing that, Zhang Ming laughed coldly. Saint Zhuo is not a 3-year-old child. How could he understand the reasoning of letting a tiger return to the mountain? Today you and I have already torn our skins. How could I let you live? Do you really want to tear your skin with the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land? If I fall here, the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land will definitely not stop. Zhuo Xiaoping was shocked and furious, threatening with a hateful voice. In response, Zhang Ming had a disdainful look on his face. Don't worry, the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land won't know whose head you died on. And even if the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land is really clear, so what? Could it be that the Heavenly Thunder Holy Lands would go and tear their skin off with me? The Taichu Holy Lands, for the sake of a dead heavenly pride? These words directly silenced Zhuo Xiaoping. Yes. Would the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land go and break face with the Taichu Holy Land for a fallen heavenly pride? What difference was there between a dead heavenly pride and an ordinary disciple? Thinking about this, Zhuo Xiaoping's face was ruthless. Directly a mouthful of blood fell on top of the purple divine bow, more and more urging the power of the saint's most precious treasure, to gain a ray of life for himself. Seeing such a situation, Zhang Ming and the others had expected this. Be careful. This purple divine bow is a Sage Supreme Treasure. I have the Taichu Treasure Guide in my hand. Let me withstand the attack of this Sage Supreme Treasure, and you guys go all out to kill it. The words fell. Zhang Ming also dropped a mouthful of essence blood on top of the great primordial treasure appreciation, and the power of the Sage Supreme Treasure was immediately activated. Wanting to kill me? How can it be that easy? Zhuo Xiaoping's face was maniacal, and the purple divine bow condensed terrifying arrows and was about to kill Gufang and the others when the great primordial treasure almanac blossomed with splendor and transformed into a barrier to intercept the purple divine bow's attack. At the same time, the attacks of Gufang and the others also arrived. Although Zhuo Xiaoping was strong, he did not have any room to fight back against the siege of several people. and it did not take long before he would be directly beheaded on the spot. At the time Zhuo Zhaoping was killed, the purple divine bow in his hand trembled, as if summoned by some kind of call, ready to break through the void and leave. However, Zhang Ming had long been prepared for this, so the power of the Taichou treasure appreciation erupted, forcibly suppressing the purple divine bow, only to see the two supreme treasures stalemated against each other as if they were two mighty warriors battling against each other. Seeing such a situation, Zhang Ming was not the least bit panicked, and he first glanced at the purple divine bow with his treasure appraisal pupil. But unfortunately, fifth order treasure identification pupil can only view the information of fifth order and below treasures. Divine Thunder Bow is obviously beyond the scope of the fifth order. Treasure identification pupil can't view any clues at all. At this time, everyone else's gazes were also on the Divine Thunder Bow. One could only see that the Divine Thunder Bow was emitting an extremely powerful aura and was fighting against the Taichou treasure appreciation. What should we do now? Xu Shan asked in a deep voice. Zhang Ming said, although the Divine Thunder Bow is a sage treasure, Zhuo Zhaoping must not be the true controller of this sage treasure. It is at most a borrowed one, and there is someone else who is truly in charge of this treasure. But in the secret realm of the saints, behind the back of the Divine Thunder Bow in charge of the strong again is powerful, also impossible to sway the situation. There is the primordial treasures. We directly combined efforts to suppress it is. No matter how powerful a sage treasure was, without an owner, it would probably be around the 6th rank. With the power of Zhang Ming and the others combined with the Taichou treasure almanac, it wasn't difficult to suppress the Divine Thunder Bow, only to see several people combining their efforts. Several attacks bombarded on top of the Divine Thunder Bow, causing the Sage Supreme Treasure to tremble, and then immediately, it was directly suppressed. Then, Zhang Ming was the one who took the lead in carving the formation and activating the Great Sacrifice technique, and dense light emerged, instantly engulfing the Divine Thunder Bow as well. At the same time, only to see the team interface, the column belonging to the group contribution points instantly skyrocketed. 10 billion contributions. Xu Shan's face was shocked, and he couldn't help but stutter as he spoke. Even Ancient Fang and the others had their expressions moved, and shock flowed from their eyes. 10 billion contributions. Even if they had once thought that the contribution given by a 7th order supreme treasure would definitely not be low, they did not expect that it could be given to a full 10 billion contributions. What kind of concept was this? If 10 billion contributions were given to one person, even if they were to step into True Lord, they would have a lot of surplus. Even if the 5 people at the moment were to share it equally and each person received 2 billion contributions, their strength would be able to grow a lot. Gu Feng took a deep breath, and the shock in his tone didn't completely dissipate. It's true that the earnings from placing a copy aren't normally high. If it was normal, if we wanted to earn 2 billion contributions, we might not be able to do so even if it was for decades. A single copy was the equivalent of tens or hundreds of years of accumulation. Even with Gu Feng's heart, he could not help but be a little excited right now. As for the others, there was no need to say more. Zhang Ming stroked his chin and mused. I remember that there are quite a few people who carry saintly supreme treasures into the secret realm. If we can get all of these saintly supreme treasures in one go, we can conservatively estimate that each one of us can earn a contribution of 10 billion. In addition, the Divine Martial Dynasty even has Quasi-Emperor Supreme Treasures. Saint Supreme Treasures give 10 billion. Quasi-Emperor Supreme Treasures give 100 billion is not too much, right? 100 billion. Hearing Zhang Ming's words, the chests of several others rose and fell violently again. Was it excessive to give 100 billion for a Quasi-Emperor Supreme Treasure? That was definitely not excessive. Immediately, a few people were resting in place, directly giving all the 2 billion contributions they received to enhance their strength. After all, there were quite a few strong people who had entered the Sage Mysterious Realm, and this time, dealing with the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land was extremely difficult, and if they encountered even stronger people, it would definitely be even more troublesome. Seeing that Gu Feng, Lin Ling, and Zhang Ming were all exchanging for the 5th order cultivation method of the divine body, Xu Shan hesitated a little, but instead of exchanging for the 5th order cultivation method of the divine body, he directly spent 2 billion contributions and exchanged for a 5th order medium grade realm breaking Dan. To him, there was a complete ancient savage sacred body inheritance within the War God Palace, and the 5th order sacred body cultivation method was also possessed, so there was no need to waste this contribution point. On the other side, Yi Jiu also similarly redeemed the realm breaking pill, directly breaking the limit of the 4th rank and stepping into the 5th rank lower rank, while the remaining contribution was temporarily retained and not easily utilized. The underworld also had quite a few powerful techniques that could be redeemed, but treasures like the realm breaking Dan, even the underworld did not have them. Therefore, Yi Jiu retained the contribution to wait for a critical moment later and then use it. And in terms of other techniques, temporarily resolved from the underworld is also just. Divine Thunder Bao. In the Kunlun Divine Realm, Gu Qingyang's spiritual power incarnation appeared, playing with the purple Divine Bao in his hand. Feeling the powerful power contained in the Divine Bao, it was also the first time Gu Qingyang had obtained a 7th Order Saint Supreme treasure, and in the Divine Thunder Bao, he also detected a trace of an imprint left behind by someone else, and with just a thought, Gu Qingyang erased the imprint outright. The person who had left the mark was not very strong. At best it was at the 6th rank level. Among the same rank, Gu Qingyang asked himself that he was not afraid of anyone, and it was naturally not difficult to erase the mark of the other party. At the same time, in the Divine Thunder Bao, Gu Qingyang also felt a not weak heavenly Tao origin, and this is the main reason why the sage treasure is not bad. Everything in heaven and earth, more or less have a strand of heaven and earth origin, in which the stronger the cultivator, the more heaven and earth origin can be ingested. Similarly, the supreme treasure is also so. If the heavenly Tao origin inside was extracted, the supreme treasure would be destroyed. 7th rank lower grade Saint Supreme Treasure. With my current strength, I am able to perfectly utilize the power of this supreme treasure. That is to say, if I obtain this supreme treasure, when I am expected to be able to kill a 7th rank lower grade powerhouse, if I combine it with the heavenly Tao domain, even if an 8th ranked powerhouse comes face to face, it may not be impossible to fight. However, there is also a prerequisite that the arriving 8th ranked powerhouse doesn't have a supreme treasure to protect his body, and if he does have a supreme treasure's protection, it would be difficult for the sage's supreme treasure to break its defense. Playing with the Divine Thunder Bao in his hand, Gu Qingyang could not help but fall into deep thought. To destroy, or not to destroy? This was the question. If the Divine Thunder Bao was destroyed, Gu Qingyang would be able to obtain a large wave of heavenly Tao origin from it. However, the problem was that the heavenly Tao origin of the Divine Thunder Bao, there was a high probability that it wouldn't allow him to make a breakthrough. If it was to leave the Divine Thunder Bao behind, Gu Qingyang would be equivalent to having a powerful supreme treasure to protect him. Thinking about this, Gu Qingyang decided to leave the Divine Thunder Bao behind for the time being, and wait until Gu Feng and the others captured more supreme treasures from the saint's mysterious realm. He would then proceed to destroy a few saints' supreme treasures and capture the heavenly Tao origin inside. It would be best if we could obtain that golden chariot. Gu Qingyang's eyes were subtle. A quasi-emperor level treasure. The heavenly Tao origin contained within it must be extremely considerable, and it was completely not comparable to a sage supreme treasure. It wasn't easy to seize such a quasi-emperor supreme treasure. However, it was not easy, but it did not prevent Gu Qingyang from releasing the appropriate tasks, allowing others to find a way to seize the quasi-emperor supreme treasure. It was best if this matter could come to fruition, and it didn't matter if it couldn't. Subsequently, Gu Qingyang was looking at his data panel again. Name, Gu Qingyang. Body, Heavenly Tao Divine Tree. Lifespan, Immortality. Rank, 6th Order Lower, 1052300000000000000. Divine Kingdom, 5th Order, 3850252005/1000000000000. Heavenly Tao Origin, 65. Natural Avatar, Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, 6th Order. Heavenly Tao Fruit, 6th Order. Heavenly Tao Eye, 6th Order. Heavenly Tao Domain, 6th Order. Memory Reading, 6th Order. In a year's time, the Heavenly Tao origin had already grown slightly. This was the proceeds from those who entered the absolute immortal realm, killing otherworldly beings as well as sacrificing the corresponding supreme treasure elixirs. It wasn't much overall, but it was a steady increase. Then there were the changes in evolutionary value as well as faith, because of the thin heaven and earth aura of the Qingyang realm. Even if Gu Qingyang was a heaven's path spiritual root, the amount of evolutionary value that could grow every day was limited. A year down the line it had risen by almost 4 million evolutionary values, a large portion of which came from the believer offerings. In comparison, the faith aspect was growing very quickly. Now that Gu Qingyang's faith had already taken root in the absolute immortal realm, with a large number of Qingyang realm cultivators secretly spreading their faith, the number of believers had already increased greatly. Not only that, Gu Qingyang had even spent his faith to open up a separate Divine Kingdom chat group that belonged to the absolute immortal realm, while at the same time releasing a mission to similarly spread his faith. Up to this point, the number of believers in the Divine Kingdom chat group was growing rapidly like a snowball. By now, counting the believers of the Qingyang realm, Gu Qingyang's number of believers had already surpassed the 200 million mark. Opening another Divine Realm chat group was the result of Gu Qingyang's whim. After all, if one wanted to spread faith in the other world, there had to be enough benefits to do so. The fundamental reason why the Qingyang realm was able to make people around the globe believe in themselves in just over a decade was, in Gu Qingyang's opinion, above the Divine Kingdom chat group, If there was no Divine Kingdom chat group, wouldn't the people of the Qingyang realm all believe in themselves? Therefore, in order to harvest the faith of the absolute immortal realm the fastest, Gu Qingyang also had to give corresponding benefits. But to prevent the chat groups of the two realms from getting mixed up, as well as some unforeseen dangers, Gu Qingyang opened up a separate Divine Kingdom chat group that belonged to the absolute immortal realm. For the people of the absolute immortal realm, the Divine Kingdom chat group was undoubtedly something extremely novel. In the beginning, those who joined the Divine Kingdom chat group were skeptical about it, but as they exchanged their treasures and their strength skyrocketed, the only trace of skepticism disappeared. Since that time, the number of Gu Qingyang's followers has skyrocketed. Today, the number of ordinary believers exceeded 200 million. The number of saints exceeded 120,000. What kind of concept was this? The 120,000 saints were able to provide Gu Qingyang with 10 million beliefs every day, and the 200 million believers were able to provide roughly 6 billion beliefs every year. With this, Gu Qingyang would be able to receive almost 10 billion faiths per year. In just 10 years' time, he would be able to directly open up a sixth-order Divine Kingdom. And this speed would only get faster and faster as time went on. If he followed this current snowballing speed, Gu Qingyang suspected that it might only take 2 or 3 years for the Divine Kingdom chat group to directly break through the 6th rank. However, as the Divine Kingdom chat group grew larger and larger, it was bound to attract the attention of some people, but there was no way around it. But right now, the golden splendor was coming. Gu Qingyang had to raise his strength as much as possible, or else if he waited until the golden splendor opened and a large number of Jedi Immortal Realm powerhouses appeared, he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. Moreover, the worlds in the starry heavenly river were as immeasurable as the gravel of the Ganges River, and no one was sure when a second world would invade. At the same time, Gu Qingyang was even less able to guarantee whether or not a ninth order or even stronger existence would appear in the invading world. If there really was a ninth order powerhouse descending, it would be difficult for Gu Qingyang to fend it off even if he poured everything he had into it. Therefore, Gu Qingyang had to raise his strength as quickly as possible inside the limited time, so that he could truly rest on his laurels. Just as Gu Qingyang was refining the Divine Thunder Bow, Divine Wilderness, Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, a middle-aged man wearing a purple Dao robe with a majestic face suddenly opened his eyes, and a shocking killing intent erupted from him. Who is it that dares to kill my son and seize the Divine Thunder Bow? Zhuo Wen's face was hideous, and in an instant, he left from the place where he was in seclusion, turning into streams of light in the direction of the Sage Secret Realm. Just now, the mark that Zhuo Wen had left in the Divine Thunder Bow was erased by a strong force, and at the same time, he also learned that the soul lamp that Zhuo Zhaoping had left in the Sacred Realm was extinguished. The soul lamp represented a cultivator's divine soul, and if the soul lamp went out, it meant that the other party's divine soul was obliterated already as a sign of falling. Zhuo Wen had quite a few descendants, but only Zhuo Zhaoping's talent was the strongest. As long as the other party stepped into the ranks of true lords, he would be able to become a true holy son. When the Golden Age opened, Zhuo Zhaoping was in existence that was expected to witness the Tao. At that time, the Zhuo family would also be able to have a significant say in the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land. Although the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land was an iron plate on the surface, but internally there were quite a few branches of power intricacies, which was also the main reason why Zhuo Wen would put the Zhuo family saint left behind the most precious treasure, lending Zhuo Zhaoping to protect his body. But now, Zhuo Zhaoping's fall and the Divine Thunder Bow being seized by a mysterious powerhouse naturally made Zhuo Wen furious. He had already decided that no matter who killed Zhuo Zhaoping this time, he himself would have to settle the score at all costs, and that the Divine Thunder Bow would also have to be seized back. There were endless killings in the Saint's secret realm, and several of Gu Feng's people teamed up, searching for the Saint's inheritance while then searching for the whereabouts of other Saints' supreme treasures. After sacrificing the Divine Thunder Bow, the strength of all 5 of them had been enhanced to varying degrees, and now in a group situation, even if they were to face a 6th order true lord, they would still have the certainty of rounding up and killing them, especially since Zhang Ming still had the Taichu treasure guide in his hand. The Sage Supreme treasure was extremely powerful, and if it was activated at all costs, it wouldn't even be easy for a true lord to break the defenses. In this way, the prides of the other Holy Lands were naturally the ones who became the objects of their hunt. Taichou Holy Land, I won't let you go even if I die. A heavenly pride roared in unwilling fury, and in the next breath, he was flooded by a terrifying force, his body instantly falling apart. As his body fell, the ancient cauldron that was fighting against the Taichu treasure appreciation seemed to have sensed the danger as if it had, instinctively wanting to leave the sage mystic realm. But unfortunately, Zhang Ming had prepared for this and directly suppressed it with the Taichu Baogao. Immediately afterward, he was skillfully sacrificing the ancient tripod. Soon, another 10 billion contributions arrived. Looking at the skyrocketing contribution points, Zhang Ming's face was joyful before he said, "The Sage Supreme treasures carried in by the 3 great Holy Lands have all been seized by us. Although the remaining forces aren't weak, their depths can't be compared to those of the several great sacred lands. The next thing we need to do is to find a way to find the people from the Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty and seize that Quasi-Emperor Supreme treasure. And then there's the matter of seeking out the inheritance of the Divine Heavenly Sage. It's not easy to seize the Quasi-Emperor Supreme treasure. We still have to think long and hard about it," Gu Feng said after a moment of contemplation. Right now, after sacrificing the 3 Sage Supreme treasures, everyone received 6 billion contributions, and including Yi Jiao, everyone's cultivation level was firmly stepping into the upper 5th rank. Compared to before entering the Saint's secret realm, the strength of several people could be said to have changed drastically. This was the power of the replica. As long as one could get a chance from it, a surge in strength was a sure thing. However, if one's strength was insufficient, it was what happened to the heavenly prides of the various other Holy Lands. From the several Holy Lands, they had already truly seen the power of a Saint Supreme treasure. And if it was a Quasi-Imperial Supreme treasure, it would definitely be even more terrifying. Therefore, when it really came down to it, a few people were instead much more cautious. Being careful was the unchanging truth of the ages. If the boat overturned in the gutter at the last moment, it would be a lost cause. Subsequently, the few people had a little bit of a plan and decided to search for the Divine Heavenly Sage's inheritance first, as for the matter of the Quasi-Emperor Supreme treasure to be put aside for the time being. Of course, if they happened to run into someone from the Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty while searching for the Saint's inheritance, then there would be nothing more to say. Just as Zhang Ming, Gu Feng and the others were exploring the Sage Mysterious Realm, Gu Qingyang was also counting the harvests that the crowd had sacrificed up from the Sage Mysterious Realm.